Miantang transmigrated into a rare female awakened an SSS level pheromone that attracts everyone and is pursued by a group of interstellar overlords seeking solace lest they turn into beasts. White Tiger War God Lion Prince Panda King Dragon Leader. All kinds of big shots arrive one after another. On the toxic insect star, an army is sweeping the battlefield. From a flying battleship, a clear command is heard: this planet is already ruined. Prepare to withdraw and return to the city. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, everyone's detection wristbands start ringing. The display shows not insects or resources, but a female. How can there be a female here? Aren't these all stinky, disgusting bugs? Yeah, is the instrument broken? Everyone was shocked. Colonel Fred and Major Enzo jumped off the battleship first, followed the instrument's direction, and found a female lying in a shell crater 100 meters away. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, barely wrapping her body. Her clothes were tattered. She curled up in the crater, looking as small as a baby from afar. When they got closer, they realized she was an adult female. A small palm-sized face, double-layered black and thick eyelashes, a straight and delicate nose bridge, lips as full and red as rose petals. Her limbs were slender and long, her figure graceful and alluring. She lay quietly in the barren, huge crater like a delicate flower blooming in endless darkness. Fred and Enzo were instantly stirred, blood rushing, especially when they saw her partially exposed, delicate skin. They had never seen such a beautiful female. They quickly took off their coats to wrap her gently, picked her up, their movements as careful as if protecting a precious treasure. Hurry back to the planet. The battleship returned to the planet at top speed. The soldiers following behind caught a glimpse of her flowing hair and were all deeply moved. It really was a female. Although they didn't see her face, just from that strand of soft hair, they could imagine how beautiful she was. And the usually decisive twin star officers were just now so gentle, as if afraid to break her with a little force. Soon the battleship arrived at the Central Star Military Base Medical Center. Fred took the green channel all the way, carefully placing the girl in his arms into the examination machine. Enzo stared at the unconscious her, his eyes full of concern. Don't worry, you'll check her now. The doctor activated the machine and began formal testing. A few minutes later, the report came out. Gender female. Bone age 18 years 200 days. Height weight 168 cm 46 kg. Health indicators pass. Pheromone unknown. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the health indicators, but frowned at the unknown pheromone. At this moment, the unconscious Miantang woke up, holding her head. Fred and Enzo heard the sound and quickly approached. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing crystal amber irises that shimmered in the light like precious gems. The two men were mesmerized. Miantang was also dumbfounded when she saw them. Two extremely similar handsome faces were so close, their features as deep as Hollywood superheroes. She had just been doing an experiment and got blown up. Was she sent abroad? She shook her head, confirming it wasn't an illusion. Fred and Enzo, thinking they had scared her, quickly stepped back and performed a very gentlemanly salute. Forgive us, noble female, for our rude behavior disturbing you. May I ask how you are feeling now? Do you need us to leave the medical ship so you can rest in peace? Female. Medical ship. Miantang looked at them with a face full of question marks. She noticed that the two men not only looked alike, but also wore identical military combat uniforms. The sharp, clean lines enhanced their tall, heroic figures. The only difference was that one had 2 bars and 1 star on his epaulette, and the other had 2 bars and 3 stars. Who are you? The young female spoke, her voice soft and sweet, and asked their names. The two immediately answered excitedly. Respected female, we are twin brothers. I am the elder brother, Colonel Fred Perez of the Eagle Division, 1st Special Forces. I am the younger brother, Major Enzo Osborne of the Wolf Anti-Terror Elite. So they were twin brothers, no wonder they looked so alike. Miantang was taken aback by their excessive politeness and impressive titles. Hello, my name is Miantang. Miantang. It sounds like a sweet, soft, and fluffy candy. Just like her. A soft smile appeared in their eyes. Realizing they might have misunderstood, Miantang explained Mian, as in sleep, Tang, as in crabapple. Miantang. She really did look like a sleeping crabapple flower, sweet and moving. Their smiles deepened. The smiles in their eyes deepened. Miantang was startled by the goodwill they unconsciously exuded. She looked past them and saw a bionic robot, holographic projection technology on the walls, and auto-sensing screens. Even through the window, she could see flying mecha teams, spaceships, planetary rings, etc. She realized with disbelief. She wasn't blasted off Earth, but off the planet. Respected Miss Miantang, who abandoned you on the toxic insect star. Females are rare in the capital, each treasured, let alone a stunning beauty like her. Who would dare? Once found, he would be punished with the strictest military law. Fred thought grimly. Who would have such a nerve? When he finds out, he will use the harshest military law. Fred's face turned dark. An ordinary person waking up on an alien planet with 2 aliens beside them would have been scared out of their wits. But Miantang was a scientist. In any time, any place, facing anything, maintaining a clear and rational mind was a basic skill. I don't know. She held her head, pretending to have amnesia. It seems like I can't remember anything. Seeing this, their hearts immediately tightened. When they saw unknown pheromone earlier, they suspected her information had been severely damaged. Indeed, even her memory was damaged. It seemed she was not only abandoned, but also suffered cruel torture before. Enzo was furious, his sharp wolf fangs clenched, wishing he could transform into a beast and tear the culprit. Then don't think about it. Fred thoughtfully handed her a glass of water. Your body is still weak, don't tire your mind. Thank you. Miantang took a sip of water, looked down at the military cloak covering her, and the large black ashes on her skin. May I take a shower? Of course. Fred said, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to my mansion, which has the most advanced bathtub in the Central Star. I guarantee you'll have a very comfortable bath. Enzo heard this, and turned to his brother, alarm bells ringing in his heart. From the moment he met Miantang, his eyes and heart were only for her. He hadn't noticed that his brother had also said, yes, they had very similar tastes since childhood, let alone a rare female, like Miantang, who was beautiful, gentle, and polite. It was not surprising that she was liked by all males, but he would never give in even if it was his brother. With that thought, he launched an attack. Dear Miss Miantang, you could also choose to come to my residence. There is a natural bath there surrounded by all kinds of colorful flowers, incredibly beautiful. I believe you will love it very much. Philaid frowned and looked at his brother. The brothers, who had been perfectly harmonious moments before now, seemed to be filled with a tense atmosphere of gunpowder between them. Miantang watched them vying to extend their enthusiastic invitations, feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. Although they had saved her as a young woman, wasn't it inappropriate to go to the homes of two men she had just met to take a bath? She hesitated. Philaid keenly noticed her mood and realized how offensive he had been. Inviting a female he had known for less than a day to take a bath at home. This could almost be classified as a hooligan crime under the Empire's laws. In the past, he had always despised those males who showed flattering, fawning ugliness before females like a pathetic sycophant. Unexpectedly, when he himself encountered a female he admired, he was even worse. Sorry, I was presumptuous. I will contact the Female Protection Agency right away. Okay, thank you. Miantang nodded, but her body, aside from being covered in black dust, also emitted a foul smell, like the slime of stink bugs, which she couldn't bear for a moment. I see there is a bathroom here. May I use it first? Philaid and Enzo turned their heads, looked at the narrow temporary bathroom in the medical room, and both objected. No, this bathroom is too small and shabby. It's not worthy of your... Miantang. What status? It's fine, I don't mind. She was about to vomit, so she darted into the bathroom. Before the two could react, a few seconds later, she shyly poked her head out and whispered, could you trouble yourselves to find me a set of clothes? Of course. The two brothers looked at her, slightly poking out her little head, her expression shy and filled with a cautious plea, and their hearts were nearly melted. Due to the scarcity of females in the Empire, each one enjoyed the highest level of courtesy and the most favorable conditions, inevitably developing a spoiled, domineering, and bossy personality. But after Miantang woke up, she used respectful language in every sentence, and her eyes showed shyness and gratitude. Every word she spoke with her soft, sweet voice was like a tiny electric current, sending tingling sensations through their hearts. She was truly special. They really liked her. After discovering a female on the poison insect star, sending her to the medical center for examination, and calling the Female Protection Agency to start investigating her background and reasons, the procedure was complete. The next matters were no longer related to the two young officers. But they were utterly unwilling to leave, guarding tightly outside the little female's bathroom like two loyal bodyguards. Miantang entered the fully automatic bathroom and found a touch-sensitive screen on the wall. As she looked at it, a 3D cartoon fluttered out, asking, what would you like to know? She reached out and touched an option below, Imperial Civilization. It turned out that the planet she had been blasted to was called Central Star, a centralized planet ruled by a royal family encompassing hundreds of star systems and organizations. The level of technology here was several years ahead of Earth, and the human race was also different from Earth's. They were all evolved from beasts. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, Central Star was filled with rare and exotic beasts. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, they gradually evolved into human forms. Males gained combat power and glands, while females gained pheromones used to soothe and mark males, preventing them from mental breakdown and reverting to beasts during heat cycles or when their combat power was too high. Glands and pheromones. Miantang was very interested in these new terms and clicked to learn more. Marking point is generally located at the back of a male's neck, used by females to inject pheromones, mark mates, etc. When marked, the male experiences an intense feeling of bliss, even a sensation of dying from happiness. It is commonly divided into false marking, temporary marking, and permanent marking. 1. When a male is in heat or slightly mentally unstable, the female can gently stroke his marking point, releasing a small amount of pheromones to calm him successfully. This is a false marking. 2. When a male is in heat or continuously mentally unstable, the female can lick his marking point, releasing a large amount of pheromones to calm him successfully. This is a temporary marking. 3. When a male is in heat or completely mentally broken, the female can bite through his marking point, deeply implanting pheromones into his body and calm him successfully. This is a permanent marking. Pheromones are unique to females, stored in the information sea. They are graded by concentration and type from low to high DCBAS, and the highest recorded in history Queen Jenny's S-grade perfume lily pheromone. Pheromones of the same grade can soothe males of the same or lower combat power, while the highest grade can soothe and mark all males. Furthermore, pheromones can also release different types of concentrations, such as warning, suppression, kill, etc., used by females for combat and self-defense. So magical. Miantang was very interested and continued to scroll down, seeing a very important piece of information. 100 years ago, Central Star was at war with its mortal enemy Planet X. The enemy shamelessly used miasma bombs, which were strictly prohibited by the Interstellar Alliance, causing the deaths of a large number of physically weak females. From then on, the male-to-female ratio in the Empire plummeted dramatically, reaching an exaggerated 190. The state urgently issued the Female Protection Law, 100 articles of female privileges, and a polyandrous marriage law system to maintain social stability. So the two high-ranking officers outside, Colonel Fulade and Major Enzwa, had been so polite and attentive to her only because she was a female. This inevitably reminded her of a joke she had seen before. A, what kind of sure are you? B, I am a master's degree. C, I am a doctorate. D, I am a man. Now she could proudly say I am a woman. The difference was that man in the joke was used by the author to express sarcasm, while here it was a true society of female supremacy and male inferiority. Being born female without any additional factors, she would receive respect and preferential treatment from everyone. Just thinking about it made Miantang feel delighted. However, she quickly woke up from her daydream. This scope probably did not include her, as she was a human and had no pheromones at all. Having seen enough, she curiously typed the names Fulade and Enzwa into the search bar. The two people's information appeared before her eyes. Colonel Fulade and Major Enzwa were a pair of twin brothers, also the youngest and most brilliant twin stars of the Imperial battle team. Handsome, free-spirited, brave, and battle-born into a century-old noble family, both were nobles class males in combat power and not yet married. Class combat power. So impressive. The foul odor on her body finally dissipated, and the black grime was washed away. A round, plump robotic cart rolled in, delivering new clothes for her. Miantang picked it up. It was a pure white dress with a square neckline designed with ruffles and lace patterns at the cuffs, appearing both ethereal and innocent. Fred and Enzo were patiently waiting outside. The two officers who usually fought on the battlefield and were not meticulous about details were now, one carefully adjusting his collar, while the other meticulously combed his hair, as if they were competing to leave a better impression on the little female. Youth is indeed wonderful. The earnest courting appearance is the most charming moment for a male. Within half an hour, noises came from the bathroom. Both brothers raised their heads in unison. When they saw the little female slowly walking out, their eyes widened. In the misty steam, her long, glossy black hair fell wetly with droplets of water rolling down onto her snow-white, delicate skin. Her eyes sparkled and her face was stunningly beautiful, so much so that they felt like kneeling right there, begging her to be their female master. When they first found her on the bug star, they noticed her beauty, but after her bath, she became even more radiant, especially her skin. The central star is close to the sun with extremely strong ultraviolet rays. Most people have light brown skin, and her snow-white, tender complexion is exceedingly rare, making one unable to resist the urge to touch it to feel its smooth softness, wondering if a little pressure would leave a tender red mark. The two felt ashamed of their beastly thoughts in their minds. Miantang, however, looked at them with a smile and said, "Thank you for the dress you brought me. Ooh, I really like it." "As long as you like it, that's good." Once again being thanked, Fred stammered a bit as he spoke, eager to do something for her. Seeing her barefoot, he hurriedly took the new shoes and knelt. "Respected Miss Miantang, please allow me to assist you in putting on your shoes." "But how can this be?" Miantang was startled by his sudden kneeling. Before she could refuse, Enzo approached with a hairdryer. "Respected Miss Miantang, please allow me to assist you in drying your hair." "Aye." Before she could finish, the two had already taken action. Enzo lifted her damp long hair, ready to turn on the dryer, when a faint ethereal scent suddenly wafted into his nose, causing his entire being to awaken with pleasure, almost wanting to transform into a beast and roll in delight. When he discovered her on the bug star, she had been tainted with the stench of stink bugs, lacking this enticing fragrance, which felt like a pheromone. However, her information C was damaged, and even machines could not detect it. This scent was so faint that it could not be pheromones, it must be her natural body fragrance. It was hard to imagine that if this scent were pheromones, just releasing a little concentration would probably make him tremble all over right. As Fred knelt down about to lift her foot, he caught a whiff of an extremely faint snow lotus fragrance, causing his hands to tremble, almost dropping the shoes. He couldn't help but lean closer to the white dress and sniff. It truly is the elegant scent of the Tian Shan snow lotus. How fragrant, how tempting. Unfortunately, it was too faint to remind one of pheromones. It should be her inherent body fragrance. It was just the scent he liked. He wished he could kneel a little longer, endlessly inhaling the charming scent bestowed by the little female. Miantang looked at the two eager officers, worried that they were acting this way because of pheromones, and so she actively mentioned, "Gentlemen, when I just woke up, was I undergoing a physical examination?" Upon hearing this, Fred and Enzo instantly snapped out of their fragrant reverie. Did she already discover something? The damage to her information C. Could she not activate pheromones? Or did she sense a complete loss and thus ask? Pheromones are as essential to females as combat power is to males. Losing them would leave anyone lost and despondent. But they couldn't bear to see the little female sad not at all. Respected Miss Miantang, may I ask if you have ever tried to activate your pheromones before? Su Miantang shook her head no. Fred, who had been quite worried, felt a bit relieved. Then there's no need to worry too much. The pheromone test just now showed unknown. Its implications can vary. It is possible that your pheromones have yet to differentiate. 60% of the females in the Empire have pheromones at birth, while the remaining 40% will differentiate between the ages of 18 and 22. This is quite common. Of course. He had to mention the worst possibility. It is also possible that your information C was severely damaged by a villain, leading to the damage of your pheromones, which is why it cannot be detected. But don't worry, the Empire has advanced technology for repairing pheromones. As long as you accept treatment and rest for a period, there will be a certain degree of recovery. We will also do our utmost to capture those who harmed you. Yet once pheromones are damaged, it becomes permanent. Even the best effects of medication can only restore 10. Enzo, fearing she might be upset, quickly added, not having pheromones will not affect your health. We will not discriminate, we treat everyone equally. Really? Su Miantang turned to him with a smile. This smile was like a fairy wood blossoming in the icy wilderness, pure and white, beautiful and resilient, utterly captivating Enzo. It was a lie. He lied. To her he would be more special and attentive than to any other female, because she was the female he liked. Really? Fred affirmed. Su Miantang felt somewhat reassured. Initially, she was worried that not having pheromones would make it impossible for her to survive here. Now it seemed that the Central Star truly engraved respect and care for females in its very bones, allowing her to survive here, just as she did on Earth. Thank you both. You're welcome. Fred smiled. Respected Miss Miantang, caring for females and males is a male's innate mission and honor. You need not thank us, we cannot accept it. Then you don't have to be so polite with me, just call me Su or Tang. Can we? The two brothers were astonished. In male-female interactions, using nicknames is a very intimate act, especially when the female takes the initiative to allow it, which is a sign of goodwill. Tang. They immediately vied to call her, fearing they would fall behind. Su Miantang laughed. They truly enjoyed the sweet feeling. Suddenly curious about what their beast forms were like, they should be gentle, right? Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside the medical room. The display screen indicated that the staff from the Female Protection Agency had arrived. Fred reluctantly released Su Miantang's calf, and Inzwa also caressed her airdried fluffy soft hair that exuded a fragrant scent, wanting to bury his entire face in it and indulge in the fragrance. Zhao Man, the head of the statistics department of the Female Protection Agency, walked into the medical room and was somewhat surprised to see the Empire's proudest and youngest twin star officers, with heads bowed and gentle expressions, caring for a female. Hadn't they always claimed to be too young for romance, only wanting to serve the country on the battlefield, refusing to input their gland information into the central mainframe for pheromone matching, and even attempting to evade royal marriage arrangements? So why were they both now so attentive to a single female? When she saw the female who had been retrieved from the poisonous insect planet, she immediately understood. She was also too fair, too slender, too beautiful. Even someone as experienced as her couldn't help but be dazzled. Colonel Fred, Major Inzwa. Director Zhao Man. They exchanged salutes, and Zhao Man walked towards Su Miantang. Beautiful lady, may I ask your name? Su Miantang. Su Miantang extended her hand in friendship. Director Zhao Man, hello, nice to meet you. Likewise. Zhao Man smiled. I've heard about your situation. They'll take you to the central mainframe now to query your identity information. Great, thank you. Zhao Man opened her optical brain, intending to hand over the task to Fred and Inzwa, but to her surprise the two officers had no intention of stopping. They followed Su Miantang closely, as if their eyes were glued to her. It seemed that the Empire's two most radiant twin stars were about to be claimed by their female master. Let's go together then. From the medical room to the flight ship, a mere 100 meters, passing soldiers stopped to gaze at Su Miantang, astounded by her beauty. It was already rare to see a female in the military, and one so beautiful at that. Most crucially, females were generally very haughty and aloof, sparing no more than a glance at ordinary men unless they were of high social status or possessed superior looks. Yet she returned a smile to everyone who cautiously looked her way. Was such a polite, gentle, and beautiful female really real? Once aboard the flight ship, Zhao Man chatted with Su Miantang. Fred and Inzwa, finding it inconvenient to listen, stood by the window admiring the scenery outside. They had never noticed how beautiful the Central Star was. The sky so blue, the clouds so white, the air so fresh, and their hearts so joyful. It was all because of one person's arrival. When I was blow-drying Tang's hair, I caught a whiff of the fairywood scent, my favorite fragrance. Inzwa couldn't help boasting, but Fred was somewhat startled. Are you sure it wasn't the scent of the Tianshan snow lotus? Of course, how could I forget my favorite scent? Brother, you forgot wolves have the keenest sense of smell. I haven't forgotten, but I wouldn't mistake the scent of snow lotus either. It's not only fragrant, but also beautiful. His last three words seemed to hint at something. Following his gaze, Inzwa saw Su Miantang, her face blossoming with a smile. It seemed his brother was determined to compete with him, but it didn't matter. No matter who he competed against, he had never lost. Fred seemed to sense his mood, and let out a light snort tinged with disdain, as if to say, "Little brother still just a little brother." Central Mainframe Information Department. Miss Su Miantang, please step in front of the detection machine. The system will scan your iris information to display your identity. Ah. Before Zhao Man could finish, she covered her mouth in shock. How could this be? Fred and Inzwa quickly stepped forward and saw the 4 large characters emblazoned on the main screen. For a moment, they were both shocked and furious, and at the bottom of their hearts a greedy, selfish desire began to stir. They were shocked that every person in the Empire had their information recorded in the central mainframe at birth, yet hers was absent. They were furious that this likely meant she had been abandoned, abducted, or hidden away and abused since birth. And they were greedy, for since the mainframe held no information about her, it meant she had no family, no mail, and now no memory either. Then from now on, wouldn't they be her closest companions? Seeing their reactions, Su Miantang roughly understood what was happening. She was from Earth, so it was normal that there was no information about her here. Would they interrogate her next? Could she continue to feign amnesia and get away with it? Just as she was worrying, Zhao Man, immersed in surprise, suddenly broke into an extremely delighted smile. Wonderful. The Empire has gained another female, and such a young and beautiful one at that. It's a gift from the beast god. Fred and Inzwa also stepped forward, saluting her formally, and solemnly promised, "Tong Tong, we will always stay by your side and protect you well." The completely unexpected reaction moved Su Miantang deeply. She opened her mouth, but for a long time only managed to say, thank you both. "You're welcome. Come with me." Zhao Man took her hand and led her to the statistics department. "Next I will register your identity information and officially make you a member of the Empire. Is that okay?" "Okay." Su Miantang nodded and cooperated as she collected her iris fingerprints and other information, recorded them in a book, and loaded them into the central mainframe. The Female Protection Agency also voluntarily provided her with housing, living expenses, and a brand new optical brain. "Do you have a medical report?" "Yes." Fred handed over the newly generated report to Zhao Man. Zhao Man received it joyfully, fantasizing about what high-grade fragrant pheromones such a beautiful female would possess, only to see that column displayed as unknown, and her expression instantly froze. When she looked at Su Miantang again, there was a hint of pity and sympathy in her eyes. Her pheromones were in question. That meant her future life would be far less privileged, and her choices in mating far more limited than those of a normal female. Thus the Female Protection Agency should pay even more attention to her. After entering all the information, she manually clicked and set a 3-month protection period. "All right, now I'll take you to see your new home. No need to trouble Director Zhao Man." Fred took the keys, and Inzwa picked up the items that had just been distributed. "The rest will be handled by us brothers." Zhao Man paused for a moment, then nodded. She hadn't expected that even without pheromones they would still be so enthusiastic. It seemed they truly liked her. Su Miantang had thought that the residence arranged by the Female Protection Agency would be a temporary shelter, but to her surprise, it was a small villa. The villa boasted 4 full floors equipped with complete smart home coverage, voice control, automatic sensors, advanced sensor systems, and everything else imaginable. Through the central live view screen, the entire layout of the house was visible. Additionally, a cute little bee-shaped robot butler hovered in the hall. The ultra sci-fi futuristic design left her dazzled. Inzwa, however, was not satisfied. "This place is too shabby." Fu Lade also frowned. "Tong Tong, if you don't like it here, I can buy you a fully equipped manor instead." Manor. The world of the wealthy was beyond her understanding. "No need, this place is fine." "Then what do you need?" "We can fulfill anything." "Need." She thought for a moment. "I've lost my memory and forgotten many things. If you'd be willing to tell me about the national affairs and conditions of this country, I would be very happy." National affairs and conditions. There was actually a female who liked hearing about this. And no male could refuse such a request, for it was precisely what interested them, and a great opportunity to showcase their talents. They nodded excitedly, sitting on either side of Su Miantang, and began to speak eloquently, continuing until nightfall, when they had to leave. Time passes too fast, doesn't it? Fleeting. The two brothers felt this for the first time. "Tong Tong, we have to go." "Good night, Colonel Fu," laid Major Inzwa. Su Miantang imitated their gesture, and gave a slight bow, her posture so graceful that it made both their hearts skip a beat, and they momentarily forgot even their polite farewells. After returning, their minds were filled with the beautiful moments of sitting intimately with her, and enjoying pleasant company, grinning foolishly from time to time, unable to do anything else, let alone fall asleep. Thus, when the night patrol passed near the Joching Villa district, they were astonished to discover that from above a certain villa, and within the bushes, came 2 unusually dense glass male auras, which according to the detector both possessed military-grade formidable combat power. The villa was surrounded by a barrier they set, preventing anyone from entering. Who exactly lived in this villa? That it could require 2 high-ranking class officers of military level to personally guard it. The next morning, as soon as Su Miantang opened the door, she saw Fu Lade and Inzwa waiting outside. One leaned gracefully against the flying ship, holding a large bouquet of crabapple flowers. The other stood behind a group of workers who were methodically unloading items from the cargo hold: furniture, decorations, clothes, and other daily necessities. Upon seeing her, they all bowed in unison. "Tong Tong, good morning." "You?" Su Miantang was somewhat puzzled. Inzwa handed her the flowers, pink double-petaled blooms of full 99 in number, nearly obscuring her entire figure. Today is your housewarming. We've come especially to congratulate you. This bouquet, do you like it? Miantang lowered her head and sniffed. The stamens were pink, the petals layered. It was the Shifu crabapple flower, famed as the fairy flower, exquisitely beautiful, with a faint warm and soothing fragrance wafting. I like it. It's very fragrant and beautiful. On the petals, dewdrops still glistened, as if the flowers had been plucked the moment they bloomed. Did you just pick them? No. Inzwa felt a bit guilty. He was too embarrassed to admit that he had been waiting since the middle of the night, and the moment the first ray of dawn light spilled down and the flowers slightly opened, he had eagerly picked. No. Miantang noticed a suspicious blush on the tips of his ears. She leaned in slightly, her warm breath spreading over his slender neck. Then what's wrong with your ears? Redder than the flowers. In an instant, the blush that had been only on the tips of his ears spread to his cheeks and neck. Inzwa, teased by her, felt his whole body turning as red as a cooked lobster. Miantang couldn't help laughing. Fu-Lade, seeing her chatting and laughing with Inzwa, a flicker of disturbance passed through his eyes. He put down the items in his hands and walked over. Tong, I didn't know what style you preferred, so I just picked a few pieces of furniture at random. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. She looked at him with curved brows and eyes. Your taste is excellent. That's good. Her light praise erased the subtle bitterness in his heart, leaving him wanting to do more and more. After unloading the goods, the two cleaned up together with the bee robot, arranged the layout, and busied themselves until late before resting a bit. Miantang was deeply grateful and thought. Unexpectedly, it was Fu-Lade who pulled out a box of candy from his pocket. Tong, this is for you. Want to try it? In the box, the candies were square, each wrapped in exquisite star-patterned paper. Just looking at them felt sweet and lovely. She had always had a sweet tooth and couldn't resist such temptation. She eagerly picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The next second, she felt terrible as a strong, cheap saccharine taste. Fu-Lade, seeing her expression turn sour, asked nervously, what's wrong? Don't you like it? This candy, where did you buy it? Not bought. It's from the Xingmei Mall, specially supplied to the royal family and meritorious nobles. Impurities only 10. Xingmei Mall. Royal supply. This? Are you kidding? Is there any other candy? Other? Fu-Lade and Inzwa looked at each other puzzled, as if saying, candy is candy, what other kinds are there? Miantang understood. Across the entire Central Star there was only this one kind of candy, with the difference being the impurity level. Civilians could consume impurities ranging from 20 to 40, while the nobility and royal palace were limited to within 20. As a person with a sweet tooth, she simply couldn't accept it. Thus that evening she began purchasing some raw materials and machines online, and started developing her own candy. Ding dong. At the break of dawn, a message came through the optical brain from Fu-Lade and Inzwa. Fu-Lade, Tong, I bought a batch of flower seeds. Can I plant them in your garden? Inzwa, Tong, I made a gift by myself. Can I give it to you? Yes. She opened the machine, smelled the fragrant finished product, and replied with satisfaction. Just in time, I also have a surprise for you. Surprise. Specially prepared for them. The two brothers were flattered and full of anticipation. How could there be such a wonderful female in the world? During this time, Colonel Fu-Lade and Major Inzwa frequently visited the Jiuqing Villa district, and soon rumors spread in the military. The twin stars of the Empire were simultaneously pursuing a female. That female was the one they brought back from the poison insect star, with extraordinarily beautiful features, but she had no parents and no pheromones. The rumors reached the ears of the Countess. She couldn't believe the protagonists were her own two sons, considering they had even wanted to reject the princess. To be safe, she went to ask them anyway, and got an affirmative answer. What? Fu-Lade, Inzwa, have you gone mad? Countess Chowie was shocked. You refuse the noble princess with high pheromone level, but instead pursue an ordinary female, without pheromone. Mother, you don't understand her, said Fu-Lade. She is not an ordinary female, she is the most wonderful female in the world. Inzwa added, yes, I have never seen a female more attractive than her. Chowie. What terrible love-struck nonsense. A female without any pheromones. What could be attractive about her? Sons, I hope you can be more rational. I heard that her beauty is remarkable, which is indeed appealing, but the princess is no less. Moreover, she has repeatedly expressed her wish to take you as her consorts. If you continue to resist, you may offend the royal dignity, and even the law, and the consequences will be severe. Regarding S-level females, there are special provisions in the marriage law. Due to their extremely scarce numbers, they have the privilege to marry all males of the same level or lower, and violation constitutes a crime. The princess happens to be S-level. Normally no one would resist, all males desire it except for the twin stars. Not only because they dislike the princess, but also because the princess, after marking her consorts, likes to confine them in the harem for training and amusement, not allowing them to go out in public, let alone work. Currently more than 100 males have lost their jobs. And since the moment they entered the military camp, they swore to serve the empire and would never give up because of marriage. Even if it means breaking the law and paying a heavy price, I will not agree. Fu-Lade frowned. Inzwa was equally indignant. Me too. You. Chowie was so angry she felt a pain in her chest. Indeed, they were twin brothers, extremely similar in character and thoughts, even in whom they liked and disliked. You can disregard the law, but what about physiological reactions? How can you resist? Phiolate, I remember the doctor said your heat period is next month, right? When the time comes without the pheromones of a same-level female, how will you get through it? The male's heat comes fiercely, especially for those of higher levels. Without matching pheromones to soothe, they could be tortured to death. Phiolate, I can take suppressants. Suppressants? You can take them for a while, but can you take them for a lifetime? Currently, the suppressants on the market only provide a temporary soothing effect, and they have serious side effects on the body. Each injection makes the next heat period come sooner and more intensely. Long-term use is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Phiolate was silent, his lips tightly pressed. Unswa didn't know what to say either because his heat period was right after his brother's. The male's craving for pheromones during heat is etched into their genes. Without it, they become restless, frenzied, self-destructive, and even lose their sanity. Thus, they are destined to be controlled by females for their entire lives. Many people, upon reaching the appropriate marriage age, automatically go to the central mainframe to match suitable pheromones. When they find a high match, they get married directly without any feeling. But they were different. They already had someone in their hearts. The count, seeing them stubbornly silent, knew that these two cubs were still young, had not experienced heat, and did not know its severity, so he tried to scare them with more severe consequences. Even if you are confident you can resist the heat, you are still warriors. On the battlefield full of dangers and difficulties, if your combat power is too high and you suffer a mental breakdown, without pheromones to soothe you, do you plan to turn into two beasts? No, Phiolate denied firmly. We will not break down and become beasts just like General Yasalandi. General Yasalandi. The Countess gasped. That was the god of war. How dare they compare themselves to him? General Yasalandi is an extremely rare S-level male of the Empire. He has undergone secondary differentiation and possesses extraordinary control. How can you two brats compare? Moreover, he is still unmarried only because he hasn't encountered a female with a pheromone match higher than 10. Xiaoi rambled on. But Phiolate and Inswan no longer wished to listen. They only knew that every word she said was trying to make them give up Tong Tong, and that was absolutely impossible. We will strive to follow in his footsteps. They left behind a restless sentence and quickly fled. Phiolate Inswa. After leaving the Count's residence, Phiolate rushed into the military training ground to punch. He knocked down dozens of soldiers, but the frustration in his chest was not relieved at all. His mind was filled with his mother's words about heat pheromones becoming beasts. In truth, he was also afraid that when the heat came he would be controlled by desire and become a slave to pheromones, and then he would never be able to be with Tang Tang. Dejectedly walking out of the training ground, he wandered aimlessly around the central star and unknowingly found himself in front of No. 007, a Joching Villa. He even rang the doorbell. Ding dong. After a few seconds, a slender, delicate figure opened the door and flashed a bright smile at him. Good afternoon, Colonel Phiolate. Only then did he realize what he had done. Aimlessly, he had actually ended up at Tang Tang's house. Having just been scolded with a bad mood covered in black dust from punching at the training ground, and without the flower seeds he had promised her standing before her in such a disheveled state. It was so rude, she must dislike him. I'm sorry, Tong Tong. He lowered his head about to apologize, but was interrupted by Su Miantang. Open your mouth. What? The colonel was momentarily stunned, but obediently opened his mouth as instructed. Suddenly, a white powdery object fell into his mouth. He tentatively chewed, and instantly an unparalleled sweetness exploded on his taste buds, a sweetness he had never experienced before. It was as if hundreds of pure sugars had been concentrated together, yet without any of flavor, and the texture was not hard but soft and fluffy. All of Phiolate's bitterness and melancholy were dissolved by this piece of candy, and even his dim eyes brightened. What is this? Marshmallow. Marshmallow. Phiolate had never heard of it. What's that? It's a candy that feels like cotton. Come here. She pulled him into the kitchen and opened the results of her experiment last night. On a beautiful plate were colorful marshmallows, apple-flavored, banana-flavored, strawberry-flavored. These are the surprises I wanted to give you. Do you like them? Phiolate immediately nodded like a chick pecking rice. Like it. He loved it. He never expected that Tang Tang could make her own candy, and it tasted so wonderful, 1,000 times better than the purest candy on the planet. She was truly a treasure of a female. Tong Tong, you're amazing. What is so difficult about this? Su Miantang curled her lips slightly. Creating little snacks and candies was a piece of cake for her as scientific researcher. If you like them, I'll give these to you. If you ever want more, you can come to me. She took out a box of colorful cotton candy that she had prepared in advance and handed it to him. Fred received a gift from a female for the first time, and it was so beautiful and precious. He held it like a treasure, carefully placing it in the pocket closest to his heart, feeling both grateful and moved. These candies, like endless courage, shattered the hesitation and cowardice that had been swirling in his heart. He was no longer afraid of anything. As long as he could be with Candy, he could overcome any obstacle. Candy, do you like small animals? He couldn't wait to show his loyalty. Small animals? Yes, I do. Su Miantang didn't understand why he suddenly asked that. That's good. The next second, a sudden gust of strong wind surged, forcing her to close her eyes as her long curled hair flew. When she opened her eyes again, the handsome colonel who had been standing before her had transformed into a massive golden-crowned eagle. one of the largest and most ferocious raptors on the planet. Its head was adorned with a striking golden crest, its feathers arranged in alternating patterns of gold and white spots, smooth and glossy. With a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters, its legs were as thick as an adult's arms, and its hooked claws were sharp and gleaming with a metallic luster seemingly capable of crushing a human skull with ease. Miantang. Although she had known that everyone on this planet had dual forms and could transform into beasts, seeing this scene still gave her quite a shock. You call this a small animal? Then what is she? A tiny ant. The aggressive golden-crowned eagle gently lowered its body before her, spreading its wings, as if in submission, or perhaps inviting her. She doubted she had understood correctly. How could a colonel who commanded troops possibly let her ride on his back? But his demeanor seemed to indicate exactly that. Seeing her hesitation, he appeared hurt, as if suspecting that she was rejecting him. She hurriedly asked, "Are you asking me to get on?" His golden crest nodded. Miantang stepped forward in disbelief, carefully placing her foot on his wing. "Can he hold on tight?" Feeling the light little female on his back, Fred's eyes flickered with satisfaction and joy, and he spread his wings and flew out of the villa. Up. Her body suddenly lifted into the air, and Miantang tightly hugged his neck in fright. Just as she was worrying about falling due to the rapid flight, she saw the beautiful planetary scenery below. Starting from Jiuqing Villa District, following the winding maglev tracks on the planet, she saw the magnificent super canopy, hall, the towering sky tower, the gleaming solar crystal station, the endless spaceport, the lively aerial amusement park, and the imperial palace, even more luxurious than the Forbidden City. Wow, it's absolutely magnificent. She had never imagined she would tour the central star in this way, as if in a dream, no longer worried about falling from the golden-crowned eagle's back. Because although he flew fast, he was incredibly steady, and the velvety texture of his feathers gave her the illusion of soaring through space on Harry Potter's flying carpet. It was then that she understood Fred's intention to show her the beauty of the Central Empire. Ha ha ha. Fred, thank you, you're wonderful. Embraced by the little female's soft arms, surrounded by her clear laughter and praise, Fred felt like the happiest person in the world, wanting to carry her and fly on forever, never stopping. Look, what's that in the sky? An extremely rare golden-crowned eagle. With such a large body, beautiful wings, and flight speed, it must be Colonel Fred, right? OMG, there seems to be a little female riding on his back, her dress flowing and hair flying in the wind. So beautiful. Could that be the legendary beautiful little female without pheromones that the twins from Gemini Star are both pursuing? In the hunting ground, Enzo was venting his fury when he suddenly caught a familiar scent. Looking up, he saw his brother carrying candy through the air. For a male to reveal his beast form and abilities before a female is a display of affection, willing submission, and even courtship, usually done only after being together for more than half a year. How many days had it been? His brother was cheating. Since his brother could do it, then his brother could too. With a sudden whoosh, he transformed into his beast form and charged out of the hunting ground. His powerful physique sent the surrounding small animals fleeing in panic, and the soldiers were also. What got into the major? Enzo lurked in the lush mountain forest. When Fred flew low, he swiftly dashed out, wrapped Miantang in his fluffy tail, placed her on his back, and then dashed down the mountain like a up. At first, Miantang didn't react, thinking she had fallen from the golden-crowned eagle and landed on layers of clouds. Because everything around her was pure white and the surface beneath her was incredibly soft. After steadying herself, she realized she was on a wolf. A wolf capable of easily tearing apart prey's skin and devouring its flesh, and judging by its massive, robust body, it was a wolf king. Her face turned pale. Just as she was about to call for help, she faintly caught a familiar scent. It was Enzo. Enzo. Is that you? She asked tentatively. Enzo's pointed triangular ears twitched, as if responding, "It's me, Candy." It was him. Really him. Miantang was amazed as the danger turned into safety. The snow wolf, known as the most beautiful wolf on the planet, had thick, fluffy fur, as white as snow, pointed triangular ears that stood erect, developed hearing and keen sense of smell, well-proportioned and slender limbs, and an extremely fast-running speed. So fast that Fred couldn't even see its figure before it disappeared into the mountain forest. Enzo. The golden-crowned eagle let out a roar that shook the forest and startled 100 birds, then flapped its wings and quickly chased after him. It possessed the sharpest eyes among raptors, capable of overlooking the planet from 10,000 meters above and clearly seeing the movement of everything. But in the forest, the dense vegetation completely obscured his brother's figure, and he soon lost track. On the ground, the level and above males who witnessed this fierce competition for the female were all greatly astonished. It seemed the rumors were true. It was well known throughout the Central Planet that Her Royal Highness the Princess had set her sights on them, intending to take them as her consorts, and had graciously granted them time to consider. Unexpectedly, not only did they resist, but they also publicly pursued an ordinary female devoid of pheromones, an act of defiance against imperial dignity that would incur severe. Undeterred even by this, they were truly the most audacious brothers on the planet. Miantang had just surveyed the general panorama of the Central Planet from above, and now Enzo brought her to the ground, offering a different perspective. His destination seemed clear. After racing down the mountain slope, he dashed southwestward until he burst into a world of vibrant blossoms, birdsong, and a kaleidoscope of colors. Is this the Star Trail Garden? It's so vast and breathtaking. Upon entering the garden, the world before them seemed to instantly shift from futuristic technology to a Grimm's fairy tale. Pavilions and towers dotted the landscape with elaborate rockeries and strange stones arranged throughout. A crystal-clear spring trickled from above while melodious orioles sang in the woods, and countless rare herbs and exotic flowers emitted intoxicating fragrances. A gentle breeze swept by scattering petals like rain that fluttered down upon them. One person and one wolf walked amidst the scene. Is that the jasper vine like a cluster of water grapes, the flower of hell, mandrake, and the toad lily? Miantang, like a curious child, touched one flower and sniffed another, brimming with excitement. Enzo, knowing she delighted in this, slowed his pace, allowing her to savor the view. For some reason, he had been vexed and irritable earlier because of his mother's words, but now his heart was utterly calm and content. Simply from seeing Tang smile, hearing her voice, and sensing her joy. This sensation was so marvelous, it felt as if he would never need pheromones again as long as she was by his side. The two lingered in the Star Trail Garden from dusk until sunset, and as night fell, Enzo led her to a cliff with an excellent vantage point to watch the stars and the moon. Miantang emerged from her excitement over the rare plants and began to observe the beautiful snow wolf before her with keen interest. The more she looked, the more she adored him, and the less she could control herself. What girl could resist a pure, white, fluffy big dog? May I touch you? She asked politely. Enzo, upon hearing this, felt so bashful that his head nearly buried itself into his fur. When he and his brother had been explaining the national customs to her, they had deliberately avoided basic physiological knowledge about males and females, thinking she was still too young. As a result, she did not know that a male's beast form could only be stroked and played with by his female master, typically during flirtation or intimate encounters. Her asking him in such an innocent and naive tone was utterly devastating. Seeing his reaction, Miantang thought he was resisting. You don't want to? No, he wanted to very much. From the moment he first saw her on the toxic insect planet, he had already decided in his heart that she was the only female master of his life. Except that he had never experienced. He tentatively brought his head closer to hers. Seeing this, Miantang joyfully wrapped her arms around him and began to ruffle him wildly. The snow-white fur was as thick and fluffy as she had imagined. The outer layer slightly coarse, the inner layer like sinking into soft cotton. So comfortable, so wonderful, she exclaimed, leaning her head against him and rubbing herself against his fur. The little female had no idea how bold and ambiguous her actions were, nor how misleading her words sounded. Under her tormenting claws, the snow wolf, overwhelmed with pleasure and ecstasy, felt his heart thumping wildly, as if it might leap out of his chest. If he transformed into human form now, she would see his skin as red as if scorched by fire, his body frozen by physiological reactions. Her hands were so soft, her body so fragrant, her voice so pleasant. It all stirred his imagination, making him crave more. Just as he was immersed in the sensation, closing his eyes in bliss, Miantang suddenly stopped. I want just play with you for free. He'll pay. Enzo thought. What did she take him for? He was not that kind of male. Oh no. He must have been provoked by his brother today into revealing his beast form, making Tang misunderstand. After all, what cheap male would show his beast form to a female after only knowing her for a few days just to seduce her? Wasn't that just blatantly offering himself to be played with? He paced anxiously in circles, his tail drooping, about to transform back into human form to explain himself, when he saw Miantang pull out a small transparent box from her pocket, filled with colorful little cubes. What was this? He twitched his ears in confusion. Cotton candy. Cotton candy. What was that? Try a piece and you'll know. Miantang took out one piece and tossed it into the air. Enzo caught it swiftly in his mouth, bit it curiously, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with sheer amazement. He let out an excited howl from his throat. Oh whoa, it was so sweet, so soft, so delicious. Ha ha ha. Miantang was so amused by his reaction that she pounded the ground with laughter. Realizing his loss of composure, Enzo quickly covered his mouth with his paw. How embarrassing. That was no way for a wolf to behave. He looked like a dog rewarded by its master. Miantang saw through his thoughts and reached out to ruffle his head. It's okay. I prepared this surprise especially for you. I'm so glad you like it. And I think howling is... Really? She didn't think it was cringy. Really? Can you stand on the cliff and howl at the moon like in the holograms? Before, she had only seen such magnificent pictures in books. Now that she had the chance to witness it firsthand, she didn't want to miss a single moment. Enzo nodded, padded to the edge of the towering cliff, raised his proud head, and let out a long, resonant howl toward the enormous full moon in the sky. The deep echo pierced through the entire forest valley, causing countless pairs of green eyes to gleam in the darkness, casting furtive glances at one another. The pack of wolves stood on rocks and in ravines, all gazing up at their king. Meanwhile, Fred, hearing his brother's voice, swiftly flew over. He swept over the forest, stirring a swift cold wind that startled countless birds, returning to their nests, each flapping its wings, as if facing a great threat. His magnificent golden wings nearly obscured half the moon, gleaming with a captivating luster under the cold light. An eagle striking the sky, a wolf howling at the moon. In the pitch-black night, the vast majestic wilderness resembled a masterpiece of nature, utterly breathtaking. Miantang had never seen such a spectacular scene. She quickly activated her holographic device to record it. Now she understood why Colonel Fred and Major Enzo were called the Imperial Twin Stars. How incredibly cool they were. Fred found Enzo intending to scold him thoroughly, but when he saw Miantang taking photos, the little female's eyes sparkled under the moonlight, her smile radiant and beautiful beyond words. He instantly forgot everything and obediently posed for her. Yes, tilt a bit, lower your wings. Enzo, change your pose one more. Good. Wait, let me take a selfie with all three of us. The upgraded rumor that the Empire's twin stars blatantly courted a female, even transforming into beast forms to vie for her favor, spread among the crowd once more, and when it reached the Countess' ears, she was incensed. She had thought that the day's admonitions would make them restrain themselves, but instead they grew bolder, even flaunting their claim in plain sight. Was it an act of rebellion against her? If word reached the princess with her ill temper, she would surely punish them severely. What could be done about this? These were her only two sons, and so outstanding, they could not fall so early. She wanted to speak with that female devoid of pheromones, but the Female Protection Agency had imposed a 3-month newcomer protection period during which no one could visit without permission, especially with such intentions. She paced anxiously in the living room when suddenly a figure flashed through her mind. General Yasselandi. He was the superior of Fulade, and Inzwa also their idol. The two had enlisted in the military under his influence, and over the years through campaigns north and south, they had risen in ranks, always following his footsteps, hoping to gain his recognition. If he were to reprimand them, it would likely be effective, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, he held an extremely noble status, and was difficult to meet even for royalty and nobles. But if she, along with several countesses and marchionesses, submitted a petition in the name of females, would he see it? Thinking so, she began to act. Jolansamermo Manor. A majestic white tiger sculpture stood proudly in the vast training ground, and in the center stood a tall, poised figure of a man. The brim of his dark-patterned military cap pressed down over his moon-white, sharp, jagged hair, casting a few shadows that veiled his solemn, cold, crimson flame eyes. From below, one could only see his black combat uniform, tightly bound by military boots, smooth and straight with crisp lines. His towering godlike stature seemed carved by the golden ratio, every detail meticulously crafted. His face was angular, features deep and refined, exceptionally handsome. The Empire's war god, General Yasselandi. From birth, he was a rare mutated breed, the white tiger, that appeared once in a century in the Duke Ire family, possessing an extremely rare S-level top combat power, standing at the pinnacle of the food chain. Since childhood, he had displayed extraordinary courage, boldness, and leadership talent. At 14, he entered the military camp and began leading the Central Corps on interstellar campaigns, repeatedly defeating invading enemies, such as the Bosika Planet X planet and Wynake planet, safeguarding the peace of the Central Star. By the age of 20, he was already appointed as general. Just when others thought he had reached the peak of power with no room for advancement at 22, he unprecedentedly differentiated a pair of wings the same crimson red as his eyes, which brought forth blazing flames with every flap. Truly like adding wings to a tiger. From then on, with his invincible combat power, he gradually expanded the territory of the Central Galaxy. Wherever he went, enemy forces trembled in fear. At only 26, he became the youngest war god ever, and the title Crimson Flame Winged Tiger spread across the entire interstellar realm. Many believed he was the incarnation of an ancient divine beast, thus bearing such immense power, and the Duke Ire family flourished to the point where even the imperial family treated. The most miraculous thing was, according to common sense, no matter how powerful a male might be, he would still be constrained by females. Because they needed to rely on females to get through the heat period and soothe their minds, which could collapse at any moment due to their high combat power. Yet General Yasselandi did not. He was pure-hearted, abstinent, and kept away from women, and had still passed 26 years peacefully. If the heat period could be overcome with suppressants and strong willpower, then under such frequent combat his mind had never collapsed even once. It could only be said that he had yet to meet his match. A few days earlier, a large-scale armed rebellion broke out on the Kalawose planet located in the southwestern part of the Central Galaxy, causing countless deaths among the innocent. General Yasselandi was about to lead troops to suppress it. The 7th Division of the White Tiger Corps was fully prepared, awaiting only the order. General. In the manner a servant handed over a document from afar. Countess Chowie, together with 5 marchionesses and viscountesses, has submitted a petition requesting your assistance. Given that the petitioners are high-ranking females, the Duke asks that you must read it. Yasselandi leisurely put on his leather gloves, his voice low and cold. Report. Yes. The servant opened the document and read it from beginning to end. In essence, it said that his 2 sons were pursuing a female without pheromones, and she begged him to help admonish them lest it bring disaster in the future. Fulade and Inzwa, the 2 budding field officers in the camp. Indulging in female allure at such a young age, they will never amount to much. Yasalandi's thin lips curled into a sneer as he gave his advice. Retire and go home to raise children. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The soldiers of the 7th Division of the White Tiger Corps burst into thunderous laughter. The general turned his dark cloak billowing in the cold wind and issued the command calm and majestic. Deploy. After Countess Chowie submitted her appeal, she waited anxiously for 2 days before receiving a reply. She tore it open eagerly, but upon seeing the words her heart sank halfway. Not only was General Yasalandi unwilling to help, but he had also treated the matter as a joke. And yet it was if her sons truly ended up with that female, without pheromones they could at any moment become frenzied beasts on the battlefield. They might as well retire early. But Fulaid and Inzwa, she happily carried the letter and rushed to the military camp. But before she arrived, the 1st Special Task Force of the Eagle Division and the Wolf Anti-Terrorism. Wait. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Although the general had not granted her request, his sarcastic mockery, if shown to her sons, would surely devastate them. Perhaps out of shame they would give up. After all, he was their most revered idol. With that thought, she happily carried the letter and rushed to the military camp. But before she arrived, the terrorism elite had simultaneously received military orders. Report. Colonel Fulaid, Major Inzwa, urgent battle reports from the front line. Taking advantage of the large-scale armed rebellion on the Kaloosi planet, the X-Planet has kidnapped hundreds of thousands of citizens, coercing General Yasalandi to go to a desolate planet. They plan to join forces with the leaders of 16 planets, including Bosika and Wynaik, to muster all their forces to kill the war god, and if necessary, they may use miasma bombs. What a... Fulaid and Inzwa slammed the table and stood up. Miasma bombs. 100 years ago, the X-Planet had used miasma bombs, which were explicitly banned by the Interstellar Alliance, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Central Star's forces and causing the deaths of numerous females. Now they shamelessly repeated the same trick. If the full power of the miasma bombs were directed at the general alone, even if he were the beast god incarnate, he could hardly escape. Urgent order from the Military Affairs Department. Command the colonel to lead the Eagle Division's 1st Special Operations Team and the Wolf Anti-Terrorism Elite to swiftly head to the battlefield. Upon meeting Admiral Yasalandi, persuade him to evacuate at all costs. Do not sacrifice your invaluable life for a single city's citizens. Yes. In the past, Fulaid and Inzwa would have set off without a moment's hesitation. But now they had someone they cared about. Ding dong. A message came through the light brain. Miantang opened it. It was from Fulaid and Inzwa. Sorry, Tong Tong, an urgent battle order has come from the front line. We must leave immediately for reinforcements and can't accompany you to plant flowers. Urgent battle order. The girl frowned slightly and sat up from the sofa. Is it dangerous? Afraid she would worry, they pretended to be casual. It's fine, just like usual. We'll come back when the mission is done. That's good. Miantang pressed the light brain and sent them a voice message. Wish everything goes smoothly. He'll wait for your safe return. The little female's gentle and soft voice reached their ears, making the two colonels standing on the cold warship deck feel sweet and warm inside. This feeling of being missed and waited for was truly wonderful. With the flower planting plan postponed, Miantang closed the Encyclopedia of Gardening, feeling that her body had recovered enough over this period. She should go out for a walk and familiarize herself with the living environment. She hadn't gone out in a while, but when she did, she discovered the national condition of Zhongyang Star, fewer females and more males, was no joke. Along the way, she could hardly see any females, all were males. Everyone who saw her stopped to stare, as if she were some rare species, making her a social butterfly almost turned into a social phobic. She didn't know that on Zhongyang Star it was illegal for a strange male to stare so directly at a female. One could sue for harassment. But the passers-by, even though they knew, still couldn't control their gazes, because they were too shocked. Shocked that such a large sun, such a hot day, a female would actually be willing to, and one so incredibly beautiful at that. If she were to go out, she should be riding the most luxurious flying vehicle, followed by a group of high-level handsome males. How could she be so unpretentiously walking alone? If not for the strictness of the law, they would have rushed over to offer care and help. After walking a few kilometers, she reached a park pavilion. Miantang finally saw females, a whole group of them. They were gathered around, layers upon layers, chattering about something unknown, very lively. She curiously approached. Dean Lu, do you still have the camellia hair growth serum from last time? I used one bottle and felt it worked well. Even the parting that was nearly bald has grown tiny hairs. Yes. And the Sime body lotion. I've only used it for 2 quarters, and I feel my whole body has become much smoother. Is there anything for spots? I really need it. I heard today's new product is the Centella Asiatica Scar Cream. Centella Asiatica for scars. Can it work? Yeah, the scar on Amy's face is stubborn. It's been there for over 20 years, not easy to remove. It seemed they were discussing cosmetics. Miantang pricked up her ears and listened intently. Suddenly she heard a warm, clear male voice from the crowd. Miss Amy, please turn your face aside. As soon as that voice rang out, the surrounding females fell silent immediately, all holding their breath. The girl tilted her head and peered through the gaps in the crowd. She saw a young man sitting in the middle, wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed chainless glasses with a slender back and handsome features. He was holding a cream spatula, evenly applying the ointment onto the face of a female whose left cheek was covered in twisted scars. Dean Luke, can the scars on my face really be removed? Centella asiatica has antibacterial and collagen-regenerating effects. It can alleviate scars to some extent. Although I cannot guarantee complete removal, long-term use will have a fading. Even a little fading would be good. Amy bit her lip. She herself was a level female with the lowest pheromone level, and her face had been unfortunately burned when she was young, leaving very ugly scars which had made her feel inferior all along. If only these scars weren't so hideous and ugly. Lucille saw her emotions and comforted her. Miss Amy, there is no perfect face in this world. Everyone has their own shortcomings to some extent. You don't need to feel inferior. Really? Really? Hey. Before he could finish, Miantang was suddenly pushed by a female rushing from behind, causing her entire body to lean forward, just bumping into the metal spatula in the man's hand. Ding-dong, a crisp sound. Lucille looked up and saw a breathtakingly beautiful face. A gentle breeze blew lightly, lifting her seaweed-like black, soft and dense hair, revealing a delicate face the size of a palm. Her skin was as white as frost, and snow, her fluttering eyelashes like the wings of a newborn bird covering a pair of amber eyes filled with stars. Her nose bridge was smooth and straight, her full lips like rose petals adorned with morning dew, tender crimson and tempting for a kiss. She was stunningly beautiful, soul-stirring, as if refuting his words just now. There truly was a perfect face in this world, and at this moment, it was right before his eyes. Lucille was stunned, staring unblinkingly. In an instant he felt the whole world fall silent, so quiet that he could only hear his own heartbeat. Thump thump one, until she spoke. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Miantang bent down, picked up the metal spatula, and handed it to him. Only then did Lucille realize how rude he had been. He had been staring straight at a strange female for over 10 seconds, enough to be sentenced under the law. In over 20 years, he had never done such a thing. I apologize, miss. Please forgive my offense. He stood up and solemnly bowed to her in apology. Miantang looked puzzled, not understanding what he had offended. But she saw something that interested her. The badge on his chest. A fiery red phoenix tail flower surrounded by sparkling stars. She had seen this badge in a book. It seemed to represent the Imperial Science Research Institute. Was he a staff member there? The sudden commotion also drew the attention of the surrounding females to Miantang. Oh my God, you are so beautiful. How can your skin be so fair and delicate? Not a single flaw, just like the finest mutton fat jade. Your hair is so long, black and thick. Under the sunlight, it's like a glowing silk fabric. And your eyes are actually amber, like two luminous gems, so rare. They shifted from discussing cosmetics to discussing her, and a torrent of compliments overwhelmed Miantang, making her a little at a loss. Lucille stood at the periphery, watching, her eyes brimming with bewildered innocence, pure and naive, as if she were beautiful, without knowing it, forming a stark contrast with her dazzling and charming exterior. A hint of amusement flickered in the depths of his violet-black pupils. She was captivating. She deserved every beautiful word in the world. As he gazed at her, he unconsciously drifted into a trance again. What cosmetics do you usually use? How do you maintain such flawless skin? She's still so young. What maintenance does she need? It must be natural. Which noble family, prestigious lineage, or political or business magnate are you the cherished daughter of? Why have I never seen you before? What does your pheromone smell like? What grade? It must be incredibly fragrant and noble, right? Faced with the barrage of questions, Miantang chose to silence all voices with a single sentence. I am an orphan, and I have no pheromones. The moment she spoke, the chattering crowd around her fell into dead silence. The females were dumbfounded, unable to believe it. She looked so noble, so beautiful, yet she was an orphan without pheromones. Looking further, she didn't even have a flying vehicle, let alone males accompanying her. Could it be true? You're lying, right? And a grade female in the crowd, unwilling to believe her, directly activated an A4 type. Friendly pheromone, typically used for mutual communication and familiarity among same-sex individuals, which would provoke a response from the target's pheromones. But Miantang remained unmoved. There were only two possibilities. One, she was a female of a higher grade than her. But she was an excellent A-grade female. The next grade higher would be the Empire's precious grade females, all of whom were recorded, and they knew every one of them. None matched her face. Two, she truly had no pheromones. It had to be the latter. The A-grade female withdrew her hand in shock. You really don't have pheromones? Miantang nodded. She never lied. No pheromones. Lucille's long lashes lowered slightly, veiling the flickering light in his eyes. The faint amusement that had spilled out earlier gradually froze. They were from different worlds. He should leave. If he stayed any longer, it would be hard to guarantee he wouldn't keep stealing glances at her. Miantang had confessed precisely to dispel their doubts and free up time to speak with the man wearing the phoenix tail flower emblem. Unexpectedly, before she could even speak, the other party left. As he passed by her, he didn't even glance her way, as if he had no interest in conversation. Hello. She was about to follow him when a group of females around her pulled her back. Stop. That's not a male you should be pining for. Just give up. The females, who had been full of envy and admiration for her, now only had pity in their eyes. He is the sole heir of a century-old scholarly family, an extremely rare grade male in the Empire. He is rational and objective in mate selection. Even we wouldn't dare to set our sights on him, let alone you. Yes, don't be fooled by his gentle and approachable demeanor, his willingness to help everyone. That's only because we are females, and he gives us extra consideration. A male like him, superior in every aspect, will only match with a female of the same grade to ensure mental stability, genetic excellence, and family legacy. No matter how beautiful you are, without pheromones, no matter how much you cling to him, he will only politely reject you. Miantang felt they had misunderstood something. She wanted to strike up a conversation, only to ask if he was from the National Academy of Sciences, to understand the level of science and operations here, and see if there was hope for her to find a job. What is his name? Is he from the National Academy of Sciences? Was he just providing you with experimental products? She asked 3 questions in a row, but the females present all shook their heads, thinking she was stubborn and not worth persuading further, so they dispersed. She would learn her lesson once she hit a wall. Miantang felt their misunderstanding had deepened and decided not to ask further. She turned to look at the grayed female with twisted scars covering the left side of her face. Were your scars caused by burns? Yes. They have long reached maturity, but topical healing ointments won't help much anymore. You need laser surgery or botulinum toxin injections. What? Amy looked completely bewildered, having no idea what she was talking about. What laser and botulinum toxin? Miantang didn't know the level of medical development or terminology here and couldn't explain it in a few words, so she asked for Amy's light brain number. After jotting it down, she noticed that the man with the phoenix tail flower emblem hadn't boarded a flying vehicle, but was walking westward. Walking? Was he heading back to work? So close. Curious, she followed him. As Lucille walked, he suddenly sensed someone trailing him. He focused his eyesight, catching a glimpse of a graceful figure reflected in the mirrored glass of the building opposite. Her. In an instant, the heartbeat that had just calmed began to thump uncontrollably again. She was probably just going the same way, not following him right. He suppressed that thought and deliberately made 2 detours to confirm that she was indeed following him, not just coincidentally. Why was she following him? Did she want to ask him for help like the other females, to get some ointment to improve her appearance? But she was already perfect with every inch of her, flawless and needing no adjustments. Or was she interested in him? He dared not think that way. The moment he did, his heart pounded like thunder. She was an ordinary female without pheromones, and he was an grade male. There was no compatibility between them whatsoever. Even if she were a grade, or even a barely passing grade with only faint pheromones, he wouldn't be so certain. But now a vast chasm separated them, and no entanglement should occur. He clenched his fists tightly, as if making a resolution, and quickened his pace. He had never been so rude before, knowing a female wanted to talk to him, yet cruelly avoiding her. And this female of all people was the one who made him. Forget it. Now she would give up, right? As he thought this, he heard the footsteps behind him grow more hurried. Because his strides were too long for an ordinary person to keep up, she even started to jog. Why was she so persistent? He was confused. The females he knew, due to their high status, were generally very proud and arrogant, especially toward males, and would never have such patience. Under the blazing sun, she followed him all the way, refusing to give up, even when he deliberately tried to shake her off. He could already imagine how tired she must be, how flushed her face was, how rapid her breathing, yet her eyes were still fixed on him, stubbornly fixed on him. How could he let such a pure, sincere, and beautiful female endure such pain? It was nothing short of despicable. He should turn around, hold an umbrella for her, wipe her sweat, offer her water, and agree to everything she asked for. That was exactly what he wanted to do in his heart. But his mind flashed through the strictly observed system of male-female, matching the instinctual craving for pheromones during the male rutting period, deeply ingrained in his genes, and the well-matched family education he had received over the years. This made him hesitate again. For the first time, he felt so unsettled, as if he had encountered a delicate and beautiful phoenix tail flower growing on a cliff. He knew it was dangerous to pick it, and a single misstep would plunge him into an abyss, yet he could not resist the temptation and wanted to give everything to obtain it. He shouldn't be like this. He should be clear-headed, rational, and calm, just as usual. He walked to his workplace. Miantang also stopped, looked up at the towering skyscraper, and saw the bold letters COS written on it. A relieved smile appeared on her face. National Science Research Institute of the Central Empire. I guessed right, it really is here. She had been running all the way out of breath and parched. Wanting to find a place to drink water, she noticed an ice cream vending shop nearby and darted inside. The Science Research Institute strictly forbids all outsiders from entering. Once inside, he would never see her again. Because of this thought, Lucille, who had been torn between conflicting ideas in his mind, finally surrendered and gave up. He turned around dejectedly, only to find the space behind him was empty, with no trace of the little female from before. She had already left. Yes. In the face of a sudden cold demeanor, chased all the way under the scorching sun, without any response, wouldn't anyone become disheartened? Moreover, she was a female, a breathtakingly beautiful one. Normally, countless people would have been flattering her, and no one would have been as neglectful as he was. His clenched hand tightened so much that his knuckles turned pale. She must despise him, this cold, snobbish, and heartless male, mustn't she? Even he himself despised it. despised the rigid system, he couldn't break through, despised the inescapable genetic craving for pheromones, and despised his own hesitant, calculating nature. He stood on the steps for a long time, so long that the sun had set. The staff who passed by after work were all alarmed, wondering what was wrong with the director. So lost and pale. Miantang walked into the shop, bought a hazelnut chocolate ice cream, and after a few bites, she noticed that the shop was getting more and more crowded, so many that the vending machine. Are they all from the Science Research Institute? It's only 4:30. Are they already off work? Curious, she looked and indeed saw a phoenix tail flower badge on each of their chests, but they were white and smaller, different from the deep red one of the man earlier. As soon as it was time to leave, Lin Xian rushed out of his workplace. Passing by the ice cream vending shop, he saw the crowded crowd and felt puzzled. This shop is usually quiet. Why so many people today? Is there something interesting going on? He approached and unexpectedly caught sight of a stunningly beautiful little female. Excited, he immediately pretended to buy an ice cream like the other males, then stood there eating while sneaking glances at her. 1 glance, 2 glances, 3 glances. Just as he was about to peek again, his eyes unexpectedly met hers. Embarrassed, he was about to apologize. To his surprise, the beautiful little female actually smiled at him. Not only smiled, but walked over. Oh my! He was so startled that he dropped his ice cream ball, and his face turned red beyond words. Hello, are you a staff member of the Science Research Institute? Yes, I am. He stuttered terribly, and it took several tries to straighten his tongue. Environmental Management Department, Intern Lin Xian. My name is Miantang. I'm very interested in your research institute. Could I go in for a visit? This. If she had any other request, he would have agreed immediately. But the research institute had strict orders from the director forbidding any unrelated personnel from. Is it not allowed, eh? Miantang raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of hopeful light. Lin Xian couldn't bear to disappoint her, so he gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Yes, of course. Who could refuse such a beautiful female's request? He certainly couldn't. He would find a way to take her in no matter what. But it's already off hours today, and many departments are closed. How about I take you to see it tomorrow? Great. Then tomorrow. Just as Lin Xian was about to discuss the time and place for tomorrow's meeting, he saw her take out her light brain. Let's add each other as friends and contact friends. Great. He was overjoyed. The surrounding males all cast envious and jealous glances. Among so many, why did she choose him? Was it because he was a pretty boy? Thank you, see you tomorrow. Miantang smiled and waved at him. Lin Xian also raised his hand, staring at her blankly, waving continuously. After adding her on his light brain, he was dazed, grinning foolishly like he had drunk cheap liquor. This state lasted until night. He had insomnia happily. He never expected that an ordinary grade male like himself would one day be approached by such a beautiful female. It was simply a miracle. At the same time, in another corner of the city inside the pitch-black Songling hillside villa, someone else also had insomnia. From the moment he turned around and couldn't see the little female's figure, Lu Silly began to regret. His mind was full of her voice and smile, and he tossed and turned until late at night, unable to fall asleep. He wanted to apologize to her, but realized he knew nothing about her. Address, light brain number, age, not even her name. In the middle of the night, he presumptuously called a group of females he had met in the park during the day, but they didn't know her either. She was like a brilliant meteor brightening his 20-plus years of dull and lonely sky, but because of his hesitation, she vanished in an instant, leaving not even a tail to catch. He was extremely regretful. The next day, National Science Research Institute of the Central Empire Materials and Manufacturing Department. This project requires researchers to independently conduct structural design modification and degradation principles of biodegradable materials. Director, what do you think? Director. A group of researchers were reporting their work, but found the man in front of them was distracted. This was already the 3rd time today. They exchanged bewildered glances, deeply puzzled. The director was a top-tier grade male, usually full of energy and with a calm and gentle temperament. But now, with dark circles under his eyes and an irritable aura around him, he seemed like he hadn't slept all night. Director, are you okay? Director, do you need a rest? It's nothing. Lu Silly came back to his senses, rubbed his brow. He was just. Continue. All right. Where is this? This is the Materials and Manufacturing Department, responsible for production planning, warehouse, storage, material, receiving, etc. Suddenly a familiar and pleasant voice came. Lu Silly reflexively looked up and saw the figure of the little female he had been longing for appear outside the window. His dark purple pupils slightly widened. Her. Could it really be her? Why was she here? Had the beast god heard his prayers and sent her back to him? He set down the report and was about to rush over, but the next second he saw the male walking closely beside her. That seemed to be a new intern from the Environmental Management Department, popular among females for his delicate features. He was enthusiastically explaining something to her, chatting endlessly with such warmth and vigor that the young female beside him occasionally broke into delighted smiles. A surge of jealousy rose in his chest. Lu Silly mobilized his combat power and appeared before the pair in an instant. Miantang was startled by the tall figure that suddenly materialized in front of her. Lin Xian was also terrified. Didin. Lu Silly glanced at the name badge on his chest, his eyes icy. Lin Xian, who authorized you to bring an outsider into the research institute? I just as luck. Lin Xian had been extra cautious, yet he still ran into the dean. Miantang looked closely. Wasn't this the man she had met in the park yesterday? He had seemed so gentle then. Why was he so fierce now? Dean, I'm sorry. A friend of mine was very interested in the institute, so I brought her in. Dean. He was the dean of the Science Research Institute. Miantang was stunned. No wonder the phoenix tail flower emblem on his chest was a different color and larger than others. It was a symbol of status. Lin Xian of the Environmental Management Department, during working hours you have openly violated the institute's regulations. Report to the Supervision and Inspection Team for disciplinary action. Lin Xian hung his head. He must be the first employee to be personally reprimanded by the dean during an internship. Not only was he about to lose his job, but Miantang, who had come to visit with such joy, would also be expelled along with him. This was simply terrible. Just as he was about to ask if he could escort Miantang out before receiving his punishment, he saw the man before him suddenly place a hand over his chest, bow to the young female beside him, and perform an extremely elegant and gentlemanly salute. Esteemed lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to tour the Science Research Institute? Lin Xian quickly lifted his head. Dean you. Miantang was also bewildered. She knew she had implicated Lin Xian and her mind was racing for a solution. But then the situation took a 180-degree turn heading in a direction she could never have predicted. Lin Xian stared at him in disbelief. Dean, isn't this a bit unethical? But then he caught the warning glare in the dean's eyes and scurried away like a rabbit. I can lose the job, but I must keep my life. Huh. Miantang watched his retreating figure. Dean, it was my insistence to enter the institute. Lin Xian is not to blame. I hope you won't punish him. I alone will take full responsibility. Fine. Before she could finish, Lucille agreed. Miantang was shocked again, slowly turning her head. He agreed. Just like that. So simple. He had been so angry, just now looking determined to punish Lin Xian severely. Was this the different treatment of the sexes in a society where females were honored and males were subservient? Thank you, Dean. No need to be so formal. You can call me Lucille, or just Lee. Lee? That would be rather too informal, wouldn't it? Miantang's brow twitched slightly. Lucille. Lucille smiled. May I ask for your esteemed name? Miantang. Miantang extended her hand in a friendly manner. We met yesterday at West City Park. Do you remember? Lucille gazed at her hand, his expression briefly frozen, then grasped it firmly. Of course. Not only did he remember, but he had been thinking of her day and night, longing for her ever since. Her hand was small, soft, and warm, fitting perfectly in his palm. This time he would hold on tight, and not let another shooting star streak across his sky so easily. Miss Miantang is so beautiful, she leaves a deep impression. Really, I actually wanted to strike up a conversation with you yesterday, but you left too quickly. He hadn't expected her to bring it up so casually, in such a light-hearted tone. He had thought that after chasing him all the way without any response she would be angry, disgusted, or even ignore him. He hurriedly offered a sincere apology. I'm sorry, Miss Miantang. Afraid that his ugly thoughts from yesterday would be exposed and disgust her, he chose to lie. I had some urgent business yesterday, so I didn't notice. It's fine. Miantang tried to withdraw her hand, only to find it still firmly grasped in his palm. She pulled hard, but couldn't free it. Wasn't this handshake lasting a little too long? Actually, I saw the phoenix tail flower emblem on your chest, and suspected you were from the Science Research Institute, so I followed you. And it turns out I was right. What? She had followed him only because he was from the Science Research Institute. Not because she was interested in him. He had thought. Lucille's face flushed crimson in an instant, mortified by his own wishful thinking. He quickly changed the subject. Miss Miantang, are you very interested in the institute? Then may I give you a detailed tour? Great. Miantang nodded happily, but then she lowered her eyes. Did he really intend to keep holding her hand throughout the entire tour? Lucille followed her gaze, and immediately let go as if zapped by an electric shock. He had been holding her hand for so long. Would she think he was some kind of lowly lecher? He had always been praised for his maturity and composure since childhood, yet before her, he became sensitive and clumsy, losing all his grace. Miantang watched his ears turn crimson and couldn't help but smile. How could the dignified dean be even shyer than an intern? Miss Miantang, this way, please. Inside the meeting room, a group of subordinates who had been waiting to report important work stared in disbelief. The dean had just abandoned them to take a young lady on a tour of the institute. He was famously known as a workaholic, rigorous and dedicated. True to his role as dean, Lucille guided her from the experimental base to the testing building, from the basement to the top floor, patiently and thoroughly explaining the names and functions of each department, the production lines, and the products on the market, as well as the institute's century-long history, culture, honors medals, and founding philosophy. Miantang listened with great interest, and her gaze toward him held a new measure of admiration. She had been surprised to learn he was the dean given his youth. Recalling what the females yesterday had said about him being the sole heir of a century-old scholarly family, she had assumed he had simply taken over the family business upon reaching adulthood. But she hadn't expected him to possess such a wealth of knowledge. Even without him deliberately showing off, she had seen the walls lined with his personal medals, earning him the title of a once-in-a-century scientific genius. This is a pure natural mineral water developed by our institute. Miss Miantang, would you like to try it? Lucille unscrewed the cap and handed it to her. Thank you. Miantang took a gentle sip and her expression showed some surprise. It's so sweet and refreshing. Are you sure there are no additives? Of course the water source is transported from the purest Qingxiu snow mountain peak. Adding any impurities would be a pollution to it. If you like, you can leave your optical brain number and address, and we will supply it to you for free in the future. Hidden intentions in his words, but Miantang didn't catch them. Her attention was drawn to a notice board nearby. Recruitment notice: due to the development needs of the Institute, we are now recruiting 3 dean's assistants, 2 office directors, 2 analysis and testing specialists, and 1 biotechnology and chemistry experiment researcher. Those with rich work experience or multiple personal honor medals are preferred. The Institute is recruiting. Great. Previously she had heard Fu Lade and Inzwa talk about the advanced transportation technology and weapon equipment of the Zhongyang Empire, and she thought that the technology aspect was the same and her own knowledge was very backward. After listening to Lu Silly today, she realized that was not the case. Although Earth and Zhongyang Star have many differences, the development process and core concepts of biotechnology are similar, so she is fully capable. Miss Miantang, Lu Silly, thank you for your enthusiastic introduction today. I still have some things to do, so I need to go back. Go back. So sudden. Lu Silly suddenly panicked. It's already noon. I have reserved a table at the revolving restaurant in Central City. If Miss Miantang doesn't mind, would you like to have another day? She needed to hurry back today, read more books, combine what she had learned with the needs here, and prepare for the application. Another day? Does that mean rejection? Did he act too eager and scare her away? Lu Silly was annoyed, racking his brains to find a way to keep her when he heard her say, "See you tomorrow." Tomorrow? Yes, I will come again tomorrow. Really? What time? Can I pick you up? He asked 3 questions full of anticipation, but Miantang mysteriously said, "No need, you'll know then." Afraid that she would disappear like a shooting star as yesterday, Lu Silly immediately took off the phoenix tail flower badge from his chest. "This is for you. With it you can enter the Institute anytime without any hindrance." No need to find that in turn. Miantang was surprised by his generosity. This was the Dean's badge representing the highest authority and honor of the Institute. After she left for a while, Lu Silly was still dazed, not understanding what she meant, but soon he was overwhelmed by the joy of anticipation. Tomorrow she would come again. After she left for a while, Lu Silly was still dazed, not understanding what she meant, but soon he was overwhelmed by the joy of anticipation. Tomorrow she would come again. He gently rubbed the fingers that had just held her soft hand, brought them to his nose, and a faint smile crept onto his lips, savoring the moment. Whether it was an illusion or not, he smelled a faint fragrance of phoenix tail flowers, incredibly pleasant. The next day, Lu Silly specially chose a white suit from his wardrobe, a custom-made double-breasted style with a notched lapel, which not only accentuated his tall and lean figure, but also exuded a gentle and elegant mature charm. The employees who were used to seeing him in a white lab coat were all stunned by this sight. The Dean is so handsome. I don't know if this outfit kills females, but it definitely kills males. Is the Dean having some special event today? Dressed so handsome. Could it be a date with that beautiful little female from yesterday? I think so. The Dean has been smiling since yesterday afternoon, completely different from his usual meticulous and serious look, as if he's in love. Like a love-struck Dean Lu, he arrived at the Institute early in the morning and waited from dawn to noon, and from noon to afternoon until the last item of the day, recruiting new employees. He had glanced at his watch so many times it was almost worn out, and his mood had long changed from great anticipation to utter disappointment. She didn't come. Perhaps yesterday's promise was just a perfunctory excuse. She didn't want to see him again at all. In the reception room, a group of senior professors from the Institute of Science saw his poor mental state with a faint gloom around his brows and couldn't help but care. "Dean, if you're tired, shall we conduct the following interviews?" "There aren't many left, seems like only one." Lu Silly stood up to leave. The broadcast announced the name of the last interviewee, Miantang. What? He quickly raised his head and saw the little female he had been longing for holding a file bag walking in from the door. His eyes lit up. She came. But why is she here for an interview? Why is it a female? Yes, she's so young, looks like she just came of age. Could she be here to play? Or to find the Dean? A group of old professors started discussing. Not to blame them for their confusion. Females in the Empire are scarce, each well protected, and provided with the most affluent material conditions. Almost none of them work. Even if they do, they engage in some light and pleasant industries like beauty, jewelry, entertainment, etc. Who would want to come to the Institute of Science? To come here, one needs years of learning experience, extraordinary talent, keen observation, and abundant creativity. The work process is also mentally taxing, and even some males find it hard to persist. So far, their institute has never had a female employee. Miantang. An old professor spoke first. His tone was not friendly because in his view, Miantang was a willful female who came to cause trouble for their work. "Are you here for an interview?" "Yes." Miantang sat down on the interview stool. "Professor Heller, hello." Before starting, she greeted the interviewers in turn according to the nameplates on the table. When it came to Lu Silly, she added a very suggestive wink, as if to say, "Dean, I'm here." Lu Silly was so captivated by this charming and cunning wink that his heart seemed to stop. Quite polite. The old professor's tone improved a lot upon hearing this. "Are you here to apply for the position of..." He had seen this situation many times. Females often sneaked into the institute to pursue the dean, making public confessions, pestering endlessly, or staying in the lab refusing to leave. The regulation "no outsiders allowed" in the Institute of Science was thus established. However, none had been so delusional as to apply for dean's assistant like her. Although the dean was gentle and courteous, never scolding females, that was only based on respect for gender. In work he was always impartial, strict, and meticulous, making no exceptions for anyone. Even if she was very beautiful and gave a wink, it was simply asking for humiliation. "Director, what is your opinion?" The old professor directly asked Lu Silly, hoping that one word from him would make the other party give up. Unexpectedly, Lu Silly stared straight at Su Miantang and nodded pass. A group of professors. What? Pass what? He didn't ask a single question, didn't review any materials, and just passed her directly. It seemed that the one who brought humiliation upon themselves was not the young female opposite, but them. They never expected that even the director, a man of extreme calm and rationality, would be captivated by female charms. It seemed they were truly old, having long forgotten the power of pheromones. Su Miantang couldn't help but smile and cleared her throat lightly. "Thank you for your appreciation, Director, but I am not here to apply for the assistant position today. I am applying for a research fellow." As her words fell, everyone was astonished. Research fellow? Was she joking? If the director really liked her, it would not be unacceptable to keep her by his side as a pleasing ornament. After all, it was just a menial job with many alternatives and of little consequence. However, a research fellow was an extremely precious and rare talent, the pillar of the Scientific Research Institute, responsible for experiments and developing new products with results accountable to all citizens of the empire. The institute had tens of thousands of employees in total, among whom there were only 200 research fellows. How could it be a plaything for her to engage in romance? This was utter nonsense. Lu Silly also sobered up considerably. He could let her easily assume the position of assistant, but research fellow. "You want to apply for research fellow?" An old professor, fuming with anger, vowed to teach this capricious female, who despised the nation's scientific researchers, a lesson. "On what grounds? Do you have any work experience? Have you ever received any personal honors or medals? Or have you developed any new products?" "None of these," Su Miantang replied calmly. "But please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Su Miantang, female, 18 years old. Currently, I have 0 educational experience, 0 work experience, 0 honors and medals, and 0 research achievements. But I have a heart that loves scientific research work." The group of old professors listened in stunned silence. Did she even have the nerve to introduce herself? After all, that the most valuable thing was her identity as a female wasn't. Did she intend to use female privileges to obtain the status of research fellow? How ridiculous. They were so enraged by her audacity that they were about to flip the table and leave when they saw her take out several documents from her file folder. "Here are my fruits of passion." Fruits of passion? What was that? The old professors took them with confusion, but after seeing the words on them, they were all shocked simultaneously. Central Empire National Scientific Research Institute Internal Test Ultimate Edition. This was the test created jointly by the first director and the most outstanding research fellows throughout the institute's history. Before taking the test, one had to pass an IQ test with a score above 145 to qualify. Every question in it was extremely brain-teasing and tricky. Even they themselves might not be able to answer all correctly. Yet now in their hands was a perfect score answer sheet. The last perfect score was achieved by the director. Lu Silly took the exam paper, his eyes reflecting deep shock. "Thighs, did you do this?" The old professors looked at her incredulously. They were asking knowingly. Anyone who had accessed this test knew that the website required real name authentication. The questions were randomly permuted and combined, and extremely strict time limits were set. Most of the content involved handstand drawing and simulation diagrams, and the few calculations required complex formulas. Only those highly proficient in scientific research could solve them. In other words, even if one wanted to cheat, there was no way. This answer sheet was really produced by her. The old professors were astounded. They all steadied themselves by the benches and sat down, re-examining the young, beautiful female before them. No matter how unbelievable it was, they had to admit that they had failed to recognize a true master. She was not at all a capricious and mischievous female. She was clearly a genius of scientific research, composed as still water with true strength. A true genius. Their previous contempt and questioning now made them look like clowns. "Su Miantang, may I ask, can the interview begin now?" Of course. Her talent was fully displayed on this answer sheet. It no longer required medals or work experience to prove. They had nothing left to examine, so they directly asked about her preferences. "Miss Su Miantang, which department of our institute are you interested in?" "Biotechnology and Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Department." She went straight for the most important and core department of the institute. "Why is that?" "I am interested in pharmaceuticals with special functions and wish to become a pharmacist." This was also her original profession. But other departments can be entered directly. The biopharmaceutical department is the core of the institute, concerning the health of every citizen of the empire. One must have many years of rich work experience or research achievements to be employed. "Professor, do you still not trust my ability?" Of course not." Professor highly looked at the perfect score answer sheet in his hand. This was something he could not achieve even in his entire lifetime. Perhaps this was the difference between a genius and ordinary people. Since she was not ordinary, she did not need to follow the ordinary path. Well, then tell us about your understanding of pharmaceuticals such as suppressants. The Empire has long needed a new type of suppressant. New type of suppressant? What do you mean? The suppressants currently circulating on the market are already 5-year-old expired products. The composition is a combination of propofol sedative and lidocaine anesthetic. A 10 milliliters injection does have, but such a large dosage not only damages brain cells, but also causes slurred speech, slow gait, nystagmus, and mental symptoms such as delusions, panic, and mania. More importantly, after one injection, the desire is not suppressed, it accumulates in the body waiting for the next estrous cycle to arrive and will become even more ferocious. With repeated use, one either loses behavioral control or becomes mentally disturbed. Such severe side effects have caused many people to resent and resist suppressants, preferring to endure the torment of estrus. Some have even resorted to crimes such as sexual assault on females and violently obtaining pheromones. This is no longer a secret. She, a female, actually knew the physiological condition of males so thoroughly. Professor Hiley was astonished. But if we don't do this, the male estrus period is so fierce that it will harm innocent females. Since when does treating the symptoms equate to using strong medicine? Treating the symptoms. Do you have new ideas? It's not complete yet, but I did some reading yesterday and thought that the production of suppressants should be linked to pheromones. Everyone has different preferences and acceptance levels. The Empire has a large population, so we cannot achieve customized solutions. But at least we should make basic classifications according to carnivores, herbivores, and omnivores. Use natural herbal materials for medicine, minimize harm to the body, and buy more time to match them with suitable pheromones. She spoke eloquently, and all the professors were astonished, turning their gazes to Lou Silly. Were these not the ideas that the director was about to publish in SCI? The results that all the research fellows in the institute had painstakingly studied for years, and she discovered them by casually flipping through a few books. Truly a genius. Lou Silly stared at her, his deep violet pupils blazing with an unprecedented brilliance, a light that transcended mere admiration for her appearance and character, resonating with a soul-deep collision of harmony. He had never imagined she could be so exceptional. Nor had he imagined that in the lofty, solitary realm of scientific research someone would share his thoughts, even surpassing him. Recalling their first meeting, he had deemed her an ordinary female, without pheromones, while he was an Shrank male, utterly mismatched. Now he saw her as a dazzling gem, while he himself was arrogant and narrow-minded. If any mismatch existed, it was he who was unworthy of her. Miss Su Miantang, please forgive my earlier contempt and rashness. Professor Hiley rose excitedly, bowing in apology, and the others followed suit. In you I see the future of the Empire's science. As she had said, once the new inhibitor was introduced, it would revolutionize the national economy and people's livelihood, making a monumental contribution to social stability. It was a great transformation, though he never expected it to be proposed by a female. Females are indeed the foundation and treasure of the Empire. It's all right. Su Miantang stood up. Oh, she could not bear the bows of so many senior scholars. Only then did Lou Silly understand the meaning of her words, I will earn one through my own strength. She had truly achieved it. He took a phoenix tail flower badge, a symbol of a scientific researcher, from the gift box, walked to her, and gently pinned it on her. Miss Su Miantang, congratulations on passing the interview and officially becoming a member of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, the first female researcher in a century. I am honored. Su Miantang curled her lips, looking at the phoenix tail flower badge on her right chest, curious. Why is it pink? She had seen online that regular researchers wore blue badges. The female badge has always been pink, but it has never been issued. You are the first to wear it. It's beautiful and suits you well. Thank you. Su Miantang looked at him. White suits you too, very elegant and charming. And the perfume, is it genius? Dressed so handsomely today, director, is there an event? Lou Silly's ears flushed slightly at her teasing. May I invite you to dinner? Fearing she would reject him like yesterday, he found a suitable excuse. To celebrate your smooth onboarding. The group of old professors had already seen through his intentions, and not wanting to disturb, left smiling. Of course, what shall we eat? There's a Serafi Star Cuisine restaurant in Central City. Want to try it? Sure. Su Miantang touched the badge and happily walked out with him. As they were about to board the aircraft, suddenly, dong, 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 a dong, 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 a dong, 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 a resonant, lingering bell tolled. The sound was mournful and desolate, shaking the earth, endless. It sounded like a death knell. Lou Silly's expression immediately turned serious. Inside the academy, thousands of employees ran out of the buildings, all looking up toward the direction of the bell, the atmosphere tense and restless. The bell seemed to come from the royal palace. Not good. Lou Silly frowned as if vaguely foreseeing something. Su Miantang, what's wrong? When the palace bell tolls, it signifies a national mourning. But in recent months, no news of any noble's critical illness has emerged from the palace. That only leaves the Duke of L's mansion, whose status rivals the royal family. General Yasalandi, who just left. He opened his light brain, and indeed received countless urgent messages. The latest one reads Central Ministry News at 1631, the Allied enemy leaders of Planet X Bosca Star Vin X Star and 13 other planets used miasma bombs on a desolate star. To protect the hundreds of thousands of hostages, Yasalandi single-handedly blocked the shells and made a heroic sacrifice. Now all nobles with titles above Viscount's rank, males and imperial relatives are summoned to Yongning Gate to welcome the wreckage of the general's battleship brought back by the White Tiger Legion. Sorry Miantang, I know, go quickly. Lu Silly boarded the aircraft and sped toward Yongning Gate. Su Miantang looked at the restless academy, turned, and walked outside. As she walked, she smelled a strong, pungent odor of burning funeral paper. Looking up, the sky was filled with flying white, soul-summoning banners and spirit money. On the streets, countless people emerged from their homes dressed in plain mourning clothes, kneeling toward Yongning Gate, weeping and praying. General Yasalandi has fallen. The miasma bomb can level mountains and seas, shift planets. All of it exploded on him alone. How much pain must he have endured? Beast God above, please guide the war god's soul home. This will always be his home. The grand spectacle shocked Su Miantang. On Earth, no one's death had ever caused such a massive uproar. General Yasalandi. She had heard from Freed and Inzwa that he was their idol, possessing an extremely rare SS top-tier combat power. Before his birth, the Central Empire was entangled in wars plagued by internal and external troubles, often bullied by evil planets. But after he joined the military, he swept away chaos, pacified the wars of various star systems, and protected the Empire's peace and prosperity. He was hailed as the incarnation of an ancient divine beast, the war god of the Empire. Miasma bomb. She had seen it before while studying the cultural background of the Central Star. 100 years ago, Planet X had released one, causing tens of millions of deaths, most of them females, directly shaking the nation's foundation. Now General Yasalandi had single-handedly blocked it. He truly deserved the title of war god and the highest national mourning ceremony. She wondered if Freed and Inzwa would be sad upon hearing this news. Were they safe now? She opened her light brain. Both their chat windows still showed no signal. The mission probably hadn't. She wandered aimlessly, eventually arriving at the Star Trail Garden, where she began observing the exotic plants, searching for materials to make potions later. In the southeastern sky, a scorching meteor-like object descended at breakneck speed, crashing into the garden with a loud boom, forming a massive crater, spraying sparks that vanished in an instant. It was over. The miasma bomb was nothing more than that. Yasalandi curled his lips slightly, his billowing cloak behind him drenched in blood, smearing his ethereal. His body was riddled with wounds, all meridians severed, blood and consciousness slipping away little by little. But his life too was about to end. With the last of his strength, he returned to the Central Star, his homeland. In this life, he fought countless battles across the stars for the planet, amassing merits and safeguarding the Empire for decades of peace. A splendid, glorious existence without regrets. The only pity perhaps was that he never started a family. There was no warm, adorable little female waiting for him at home. But that was a luxury in itself. Across the Empire, the highest compatibility rate between his pheromones and any female was a mere 10, dooming him to a lifetime of solitude and coldness, even unto death. His mental collapse value reached its limit, and his human form gradually faded away, transforming into a battered crimson flame-winged tiger. His two massive broken wings slowly dissolved, and his enormous body shrank and shrank again until he became a tiger cub. He lay on the ground, limbs limp and motionless, slowly closing his crimson eyes. He was about to return to dust. Su Miantang was deeply absorbed in observing a spotted phalaenopsis when she suddenly heard a loud crash behind her, startling her. Curious, she followed the sound and found a small red tiger in a pit several meters wide. How did it get here? Had it fallen into a hunter's trap? It looked like just a cub still nursing. Her heart softened. Using the nearby vines, she jumped into the pit and crouched before it, only to realize this was no red tiger cub. It was drenched in blood, a sight that sent chills. Poor little thing who abused you. A soft, gentle voice came from above. Yasalandi's heavy eyelids trembled, and just as his pupils were about to fade, he saw a breathtakingly beautiful face, radiant. Was he dead, seeing a deity? Or was his obsession with females so deep that he was hallucinating? Does it hurt? His entire body was torn and lacerated with not a single spot intact. Su Miantang could find no place to touch, so she gently stroked the back of his neck. At that stroke, an overwhelming surge of pheromones rushed through his ruptured glands, miraculously reconnecting severed meridians, healing shattered skin, reducing combat stats by 100, and gathering his scattered consciousness, like the hand of God restoring all that was destroyed to vibrant life. With a sudden whoosh, the little tiger opened his eyes, a brilliant light of disbelief blazing in his crimson irises as he stared fixedly at her. Su Miantang was startled, thinking he was beyond saving. But that gaze, so intense it seemed to pierce through her, conveyed a fierce will to live along with dependence and attack. Don't be afraid, he'll take you home. Those were the last words Yasalandi heard before losing consciousness. Home. Was he finally going to have a home? Su Miantang took off her coat, wrapped him securely, and used her optical brain to summon a small aircraft that the Female Protection Agency had assigned her, but never used, flying to the Qing Villa district. At home, the little bee robot that came to greet her buzzed curiously around the coat, twice its probe screen, displaying what is this? A tiger. Shall we first give him a simple physical checkup, while I prepare the medicine? Received. Miantang took some hemostatic herbs she had brought back from the Star Trail garden, indigo and purslane, crushed them into juice, and retrieved a few ampoules from the medical kit to prepare 2 injections of emergency medicine. After preparing everything, she came over and saw on the holographic projection screen species, common tiger bone, age 8 weeks, health status pass. How could that be? She walked over and saw that the little tiger who had been at death's door moments ago now had blood already clotted. Under the dried blood matted fur, the broken skin had completely healed, leaving no trace of injury. She was stunned. Did small animals in the Central Star have such strong regenerative abilities? Or was it because he was so young with a beginner's protection period? In the human world, there had been news of infants falling from tall buildings without a scratch. In any case, he survived. Happily, she tapped his tiger head with her fingertip. Enveloped in the warmth of her palm and the fragrant scent of Phalaenopsis, the little tiger felt as if he were floating in a warm current, purring contentedly. With an unconscious roll, he turned over, exposing his soft belly to her. It seemed he wanted that area touched too. Miantang was charmed silly by him. She carefully examined his entire body again, and only after confirming there was no problem did she place him in a makeshift nest. I won't bother you, sleep well. When you wake up, you'll be healthy. She pondered whether to take him to the Animal Protection Agency tomorrow, but when she opened her optical brain, she saw a note. Imperial decree: due to the fall of General Yaslandi, the entire nation will observe a week of mourning and closure starting tomorrow to honor the war god. That meant she couldn't go anywhere, and she'd have to keep this little tiger. She quickly logged into a shopping app and started stocking up. Besides basic daily necessities, she bought nursing bottles, formula, fresh chicken and pork, animal cleaning supplies, toys, and a simulated ecological nest. Finally, she grabbed a copy of the Guide to Raising a Cute Tiger. The next day, everything arrived. She and Xiaomi sorted and stored everything, busying themselves for half a day, but the little tiger didn't wake up. Still sleeping? Is he a tiger or a piglet? She walked over and gently poked his head. Immersed in a sweet dream, the little tiger felt the disturbance and slowly opened his eyes. Miantang hadn't noticed yesterday. His eyes were red, vividly bright, and sparkling like flawless pigeon blood rubies, stunningly beautiful. Now, as if just born into the world, those innocent, naive eyes blinked, curiously surveying everything around him. Finally, he looked up and saw her. The little tiger's paw about to lift froze. His crimson pupils also stopped moving. Who was she? So beautiful, like a goddess. Was she his mommy? Mommy. Miantang was amused by his reaction. His tiny body first stiffened, as if beholding a breathtaking sight, then excitedly shook his head, wagged his tail with all 4 paws on the ground, acting like a baby to his family. You're awake. How did you sleep? Does anything feel wrong? Yes. Wah! The little tiger opened his mouth and let out a cry. Miantang had expected the cub's cry to be like a kitten's, soft and endearing, but instead it was milky and quacky like a called duck. Was this the legendary roar of a fierce tiger? The girl laughed so hard she trembled, not noticing that the little tiger had stopped and was staring intently at the high, full curves bouncing on her chest, swallowing twice. Mommy. Hungry. Food. Miantang saw he had stopped acting cute and forced herself to stop laughing. Had she laughed too loudly? Was he angry? She should be more restrained. Right now she found him adorable, but when he grew up it would be her turn to be adorable in his eyes. Just as she was thinking, the little tiger suddenly leaped onto her, opened his mouth, and precisely latched onto her chest. Miantang was startled, instinctively grabbing it by the scruff and tossing it aside. The force was considerable, but the little tiger landed steadily on all 4s, its expression nothing but innocent confusion. What are you doing? Did it try to bite her? Was it already aggressive at such a young age? Scolded by its mother, the little tiger grew even more aggrieved, drooping its head with a soft whimper, lifting a paw to rub its empty belly. It was merely hungry, craving milk. Somehow Miantang understood its meaning. No wonder it had acted like it found a family nuzzling against her in affection, then opening its mouth to latch onto that place. So it had mistaken her for its mother. She had indeed heard that young animals would imprint on the first person they saw upon opening their eyes. She bent down, reaching out to ruffle its head in comfort. Sorry for wronging you, but I am not your mother. Not mother. The little tiger tilted its head, curiously gazing at her. Then what? I am. Miantang pondered for a moment. Your master. The moment the word master escaped, the little tiger felt a tingling warmth in its heart, a sensation of comfort, uniqueness, and belonging. It adored its master. Its tail wagged like a helicopter rotor, brimming with joy. All right, wait here obediently. They'll go prepare your milk. Yes, master. While she prepared the milk, the little tiger sat quietly nearby, watching with an elegance befitting a noble. When the temperature was right, it clutched the bottle with all 4 limbs, guzzling down the milk with loud slurps. As it drank, it squinted its eyes in bliss, gazing at her. How beautiful its master was. How delicious the beast milk she prepared. Previously, due to her busy work schedule, Miantang had never had time to keep a pet. She often saw friends posting videos of their dogs and cats on social media, envying them deeply, dreaming that one day she would have one too. Unexpectedly, she had started with a little tiger, majestic and impressive. The feeling of being completely depended upon and needed was strangely wonderful. By the way, you don't have a name yet. Do you want one? The little tiger nodded. Miantang stroked her chin. Let me think. Yesterday when she carried it home, she had brought back many herbs and plants from Star Trail Garden. Among them all it had taken a particular liking to that mottled leaf butterfly. How about Ban? No. The little tiger shook its head vigorously, seemingly displeased. Zaya, why easy? It continued shaking its head. Cutie. Its head shook so fast it blurred. Then, Lon. Expecting fierce opposition, it paused its drinking, as if the name felt familiar. Okay. Miantang snapped her fingers in satisfaction. Then Lon it is. Give me the bottle when you're done. Play here for a while, I'll go upstairs to prepare a surprise for you. She placed a few teething sticks and a ball on the carpet. The little tiger pounced and played with them, occasionally glancing up the stairs, wondering what surprise its master was preparing. After a while a call came from upstairs. Lon. The little tiger immediately grabbed the ball and ran over, only to see a pool of clear water. It wasn't bath time, was it? It froze, then turned to flee, but Miantang swiftly grabbed the nape of its neck. Where do you think you're going? Though her voice was gentle, it now sounded like a wicked demon. Come here for a bath. No. It didn't want a bath. The little tiger struggled desperately. Miantang ignored it. You're so dirty, even your stripes are invisible, and you still refuse a bath. Do you want to become a grimy tiger? But, despite its resistance, she directly placed it into the water. The little beast thrashed wildly, sending splashes everywhere. Miantang clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, reached out, firmly pressed down its head with one hand, and grasped its waist with the other, successfully subduing it. Then she noticed. Not only had it stopped moving, but its entire body was stiff, its round crimson eyes filled with shyness, not daring to look at her. Master had just touched its. What was wrong? Feeling its unease, Miantang paused, then looked down, realizing something. She had just touched something. Tisk, so young, and already shy. Suppressing a smile, she said seriously, Lanlan, I think I forgot to check your gender. Let me see now. No, please no. Master was a female. Females shouldn't look at male bodies. Lon suddenly panicked, ready to bolt, but struggle as it might, Miantang flipped it over. It curled its tail tightly to cover its private parts, its last act of defiance. Miantang deliberately and mercilessly pushed it aside, revealing a surprised expression. Oh, the little tiger was in despair. It was over. It had been seen completely by a female. So it's a female. Lanlan. Master must have misread. I see. Miantang nodded, expression flat, and turned it back over. What did she see? She knew nothing. It was male. This time Lon was displeased, flipping onto its back paws in the air, frantically showing its private parts, acting like a little hooligan. Miantang looked puzzled. What's wrong, little female? What? It was so angry it opened its mouth and let out a cry. Little female, your cry is so cute. Wah wah wah. It arched its furry back, trying to produce a fierce roar, but it only sounded adorably fierce, not even as intimidating as an haha. Miantang laughed uncontrollably, teasing it a few times before deciding to let it off. Maybe it's not a little female, but a little male. Sorry Lanlan, that part was too small. I didn't see clearly earlier. The words "that part was too small" struck Lon like a thunderbolt. Its expression froze instantly, its high spirits plummeted, as if crushed. It sat in the water with drooping head, turning its back to her, as if unwilling to acknowledge. Are you angry? Really angry? Miantang leaned over curiously to look at its chin, but Lon shifted its position. I was just teasing you. It's not small, really not small. Our Lon has the best development. Miantang poked its thick paw. Lon still didn't turn around, but its tail slapping the water betrayed its mood. Oh my, look who we have here, such a small-tempered male. Fine, if you don't want to see me, you'll just leave then. She made as if to rise. Lon was startled by the words, leaped out of the water, spun around, and bit her hem with a growl. No, you may not leave. Miantang was utterly melted by its cuteness. She cupped its tiger head in her hands and apologized. I'm sorry Lanlan, I shouldn't have teased you and hurt your little pride. But since your master has seen everything, I will definitely take responsibility for you. Really? At the words, a joyful glitter sparkled in the little tiger's eyes. Would the master take responsibility for him for a lifetime? It gazed at her expectantly, waiting for a promise. Miantang somehow caught the thought from those bright eyes, a lifetime. That wouldn't do. Though it was now gentler than a kitten, once it grew up, its wild nature would erupt, and it would eat her. But you must first obey, never defy your master's orders, and take a bath obediently. Lon was the most obedient to its master. After that it cooperated completely. Miantang's washing went much smoother. Pet shampoo, comb, and conditioner were used in turn, carefully scrubbing away the dried blood and mud that had clung to it overnight. After washing, she was stunned. Lon was actually a white tiger. Absolutely gorgeous. Especially after drying, its snow-white fur was fluffy and dense, evenly covered with black stripes, forming a clear king character on its forehead. Its head was round, its muzzle slightly wide, eyes like ruby gems, paws with thick pads, tail thick and long, and ears, unlike Enzo's, round, fluffy like dandelion seeds, making one want to blow on them. The little tiger truly was the king of beasts. Its form and appearance were so perfect it seemed the creator had favored it exceptionally, let alone such a rare white tiger. As a world-class protected animal and an endangered species, she had never seen one on Earth, only heard of it in myths. Azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, vermilion bird above, black tortoise below. This was one of the 4 celestial spirits, a divine beast of auspiciousness. Had she stumbled upon a treasure, Miantang couldn't resist pulling it into her arms, rubbing and scrubbing wildly. Lanlan, struck by this sudden kingly treatment, froze for a moment, then leaped, wrapping all 4 limbs around her, wagging its tail and shaking its head in a playful, affectionate manner. Just as it was enjoying this close contact, it was lifted again. Lan, what's wrong, master? Your claws are digging into me. They weren't. I retracted them. It's just that your skin is too tender. Tomorrow I'll trim your nails. Whine. No, without claws I can't play with the scratching board. It lowered its head. Whether you want to or not, don't think you can get away with being cute and violent. Somehow its pitiful tiger-headed expression always stirred Miantang's desire to bully it. This mischievous streak would be punished at night. She placed the little tiger into a fully equipped simulated ecological nest, watched it close its eyes, and then went to bed reassured. Unexpectedly, in the dead of night, something slipped swiftly and flexibly under the covers. Startled awake, she threw back the blanket to find a certain white tiger lying on its back, trying to stay here through sheer cuddliness. Master, him here, Lan. Go back to your own nest. She gritted her teeth and carried it back with a warning. The little tiger drooped its tail, looking utterly displeased. Half an hour later it tried the same trick again. Miantang carried it back again. This repeated several times, and she was nearly driven mad by sleepiness. Such a beautiful, comfortable nest, and you want sleep in it. You insist on crowding in here with me. That nest isn't as beautiful as its master, nor as comfortable. Lan wants to sleep with its master. Seeing its claws gripping the sheets, stubbornly, clearly determined to stay, Miantang had no choice. Too exhausted, she reluctantly held it, and slept together. In the deep, silent night, within the pitch-black room, the little tiger's pure, clear ruby eyes gleamed brightly, fixed unblinkingly on the sleeping maiden's radiant face. Master is so beautiful, so fragrant, so soft. It couldn't help licking her cheeks or neck. The next morning, Miantang jolted, took a deep breath, and looked down at a tiger head resting on her chest. Her forehead was covered in dark lines. Lanlan, I told you there's no milk there. It knew, but it smacked its lips. It liked it very much. Indeed, one should never sleep with a pet. After all, it's a wild beast without human emotions or cognition, unaware of how absurd its actions were. She clenched her fists, controlled her breathing, grabbed her clothes, and walked into the bathroom. Was Master angry? She hadn't held it, snuggled it, or prepared its bottle of milk this morning. Lanlan, at a loss, wagged its tail. Hearing the splashing water from the bathroom, it decided to apologize. But just as it reached the door, it saw, amidst the steaming mist, Master's skin was white as snow, her black hair like a waterfall, her curvaceous figure like a painting with crystal droplets sliding down her curves. Beautiful, truly so beautiful that its eyes went straight, feeling a torrent of hot blood surging within. Miantang was bathing when she heard soft padding footsteps. Turning around, it was indeed Lan. But why was it bleeding from the nose? What's wrong? She rushed over in concern, completely naked. The little tiger, hit by such a vivid, sensual scene up close, had a nosebleed like a fountain and fainted directly. Miantang. She performed an emergency check and found nothing wrong except some internal heat. After it woke up, she gave it a severe scolding. You stayed up all night tossing and turning, and now your health is suffering, right? That's not it. It wasn't because of staying up late. The little tiger turned away shyly, not daring to look at her. Miantang, thinking it was being defiant, rubbed its head vigorously. Do you hear me? If you dare do this again, I'll throw you out to sleep. At the mention of being thrown out, the little tiger shook its head frantically, wrapping its 4 paws tightly around her leg like a koala. No, don't throw me out, Master. It'll be good. I won't sneak a peek at you bathing anymore. Seeing it so obedient, Miantang was satisfied with her scare and went happily to prepare milk. Over the next few days, the one personipate enjoyed a very warm and sweet life. Miantang trimmed the little tiger's nails. It didn't like it, but had no choice. It pretended to bite her hand with bared teeth, but as it bit, it couldn't help licking. Master was just too fragrant and tender. Miantang bought a cat scratching board for her little tiger. It adored it, often scratching until it would roll onto her and fall asleep belly up with tiny snores. But the moment she moved it away, it would instantly wake up, making her suspect it was faking. Miantang also played with it, using a feather wand, chasing a ball in the backyard together. It leaped and bounded, full of vitality, and when it stopped to look at her, its eyes were filled with nothing but its owner. I love you so much. This melted Miantang's heart, but human energy was far from that of animals, let alone the king of beasts. Yet whenever she grew tired, she could lie down and enjoy the kneading back massage from her well-behaved tiger, though often as it needed, its nose would start bleeding again. Miantang could never find the cause, and when she asked, it would only bury its head deep in its fur, as if this was something shameful, utterly unspeakable. One day, Miantang discovered some flower seeds sent by Fred. Due to the damp weather they were about to sprout, it seemed they couldn't wait for the 2 brothers to return and would have to be planted ahead of time. She spread out the seeds and let the little tiger choose. It sniffed keenly and immediately pawed at the Phalaenopsis orchid. So you really like orchids, huh? It smells like my owner. Then let's go plant them. She brought gloves, a hoe, a watering can, and other tools to the backyard, only to find they were completely unnecessary. Lon ran over, dug a hole with its thick paws, in just a few strokes placed the seeds inside, then picked up the watering can in its mouth and watered them. Fully automated, requiring no help from her, she just cheered it on. Lon is so great. Lon is so capable. Lon is so strong, so handsome, almost done, just a little more. The more she praised it, the more energetic it became. In less than half an hour it had planted all the seeds. Finally, it strutted proudly before its owner, raising its head for a hug when a butterfly landed on its nose. It was so itchy. Its eyes shifted slightly, focusing, then it raised a paw to swat. Lanlan, no. Miantang was too late. The butterfly that had been fluttering gracefully a moment ago fell straight to the ground. Why did you hit it? You could have just blown it away, she said, walking over. She flicked its head as a reprimand, then carefully picked up the butterfly with her clean gloves. Do you know that most butterflies live only a week? They are very precious. Oh. The little tiger, as if acknowledging its mistake, followed her into the room. Miantang opened the medicine kit, thinking of what could save it, and began to tinker earnestly. At first Lon watched patiently, but gradually grew restless. Why was its owner so focused on a tiny butterfly? She was even examining its body closely, ignoring its own playful rolls and tumbles. All because it had a pair of colorful, beautiful wings. If only it had wings like that, then its owner would look at it that way too. It paced anxiously, feeling a fire burning inside its body, growing fiercer, as if it would tear through its skin and burst out. And then, a flash of flames suddenly lit up the room. Miantang turned around and saw that Lon had grown a pair of dazzling fiery wings on both sides of its spine. Startled, she dropped the medicine bottle, which shattered on the floor. How could a tiger have wings? Could Lon really be a divine beast? The wings were born from flames. Just as Lon tried to flap, it realized it couldn't fly. Its right wing was broken, leaving only half. So ugly. It was about to retract its wings in sadness when Miantang rushed over in delight. So beautiful, so magical, unlike Fred's fluffy feathers or a butterfly's iridescent scales, its wings were pure, translucent light and ethereal. Under the light they refracted a sparkling star-like brilliance, looking incredibly beautiful. Yet the slightest touch would unleash fierce flames capable of burning everything. Beautiful, but hidden danger. Beautiful. The little tiger slowly raised its head, looking at the joy in its owner's eyes, full of doubt. Didn't she think it was ugly? Only half a wing, a broken wing. Miantang noticed its hesitant right wing. Instead of avoiding it, she leaned in and examined it carefully. Owner, don't. The little tiger backed away, but she pulled it back. So this wing is broken. I thought it was naturally that cute. Don't worry, you'll find a way to heal it and make it grow back. Then our Lon will be the most special and beautiful divine beast in the world. Really? Hearing this, Lon became completely lively, leaping straight into its owner's arms, licking and rubbing against her frantically. It was so happy. Not only because its owner would help heal its wing, but even more because even in its broken, imperfect state, its owner didn't despise it, but cherished it as before. It loved its owner more than anything in the world. All right, you little cuddle monster, Miantang giggled as it licked her neck, tousling its head. While the two were bonding, they didn't notice that the little butterfly, revived by the medicine on the gauze, fluttered up, hovered for a moment over the girl's silky black hair, sprinkling a few shimmering scales, then flew out the window. Treating Lanlan's broken wing was a major project. It wasn't an ordinary tiger, and the wings weren't ordinary either. Ordinary methods were useless. Miantang tossed aside the guide to Raising Cute Tigers, Complete Encyclopedia of Bird Wings and Orthopedic Surgery, and looked at the small, simple workbench before her. She shook her head. Relying on what was at home wouldn't work. She suddenly thought of the Scientific Research Institute. There was a historic imperial museum there which housed many precious books on exotic creatures and rare species, such as fantastic beasts, and where to find them in Stranger Things. Moreover, the key laboratories contained many potions with miraculous effects like combat agent stabilization elixirs and purification liquids. If she went there, she could surely find some effective healing methods. Unfortunately, it was the off-work period, but Miantang brought the little tiger, swiped her phoenix tail badge, and sneaked into the empty Scientific Research Institute. After picking some books in the museum, she entered Key Laboratory No. 1 and was stunned by the scene. There were all kinds of experimental machines, a full range of auxiliary tools, and when she looked up she saw endless shelves of potion compartments, each locked, numbered from 0001 onward, tens of thousands in total, as sophisticated as a fortress. She woke the intelligent assistant beside her, intending to search for some keywords to obtain the relevant potion ingredients, but the screen displayed the message, only serial numbers can be entered. This must be the laboratory's anti-theft system. Only professionals can retrieve the potions by following the sequence numbers. If she had been employed for a while, she would be able to operate it, but now she is unfamiliar with everything. The little tiger walked on all fours through the vast laboratory, observing as it went, and a boundless admiration for its master swelled within its heart. The master could actually enter such a heavily guarded and utterly secret place. She must be an incredibly formidable female. If only Lucille were here. He would surely know everything. Just as she was thinking, a video call from Lu Silly actually appeared on the optical brain interface. Miantang was suddenly flustered, hesitating whether to answer. During the work suspension, being caught by her superiors sneaking into the laboratory to steal potions would not be good, but she glanced at Lon Lon. Treating its wing was more important. She steeled herself and clicked to answer. On the other end, Lu Silly had been busy for several days and nights with little sleep, his mental state poor. Afraid of frightening her, he had deliberately taken a shower before the video call. But the moment he saw her, all the exhaustion and weariness vanished without a trace. In the video, the young girl's thick jet black hair was tied up high, revealing a face of exquisite beauty. She wore transparent goggles and a laboratory-specific white. He had always thought protective suits were cold, rigid, and merely functional with no aesthetic value. But now on her it gave off an aura of coolness, mystery, and restraint, tempting one to explore, and he tightened his grip, thinking he must be too tired and mentally unstable to have such a despicable thought. "Hi, Lu Silly." Miantang greeted him warmly. Seeing his tightly furrowed brows and pained expression, she asked curiously, "What's wrong? You look unwell. Are you sick?" "No." Lu Silly shook his head, steadying himself. "I've been busy these days, a bit tired. You must rest. Health is the most important." Comforted by her concern, Lu Silly felt much better. "By the way, Miantang, how did you get into Lab 1? You noticed? Is it because I'm wearing a protective suit?" "No." Lu Silly smiled. "I know every person who swipes into the institute, let alone you. The only pink female badge. He had set a special alert for it." "All right." Miantang confessed. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sneak into the institute. My pet's wing is injured and all the hospitals are closed now, so I had to sneak in to see if I could find some healing potions." "Miantang, I'm not blaming you." Seeing her misunderstanding, Lu Silly quickly explained. "I'm just curious why you'd enter the institute at this hour, and these past few days he had missed her deeply." He dared not speak freely, only gazing steadily at her. "What I mean is, in my domain you can always do as you please." Such indulgent words made Miantang pause, then her starry eyes curved. "Thank you." The little tiger, who had been exploring the lab, suddenly heard the voice of an adult male. Its ears twitched, and it immediately dashed back at lightning speed, leaping onto the experimental table. Sure enough, in the optical brain video, it saw a flashy-looking male staring intently at its master, his eyes filled with intense flames of love, offensive and shameless. A natural hostility surged from within. Burning with rage, it bared its teeth and hissed at him. Miantang turned her face, looking at it curiously. She recalled the guide to raising cute beasts, saying that such behavior in tigers meant driving away intruders and defending territory on someone else's turf, and still so audacious. She reached out and clamped her hand over the top of its head. No misbehaving. Before it could unleash its fury, it was stopped. The little tiger grew even angrier and let out a roar. "Wow." Lu Silly, startled by the sound, paused as if thinking. "Miantang, is your pet a duck?" "Ha ha ha." Miantang couldn't stop laughing, looking at the struggling Lon Lon. "Yais. Wow. Wow. Wow." The little tiger roared even louder. He was the duck. It wanted to bite this stupid, detestable male who dared to covet its master. Seeing it becoming more unruly and almost impossible to hold, Miantang scolded softly, "Lon Lon. Sorry, it's a bit naughty. They'll teach it a lesson." Seeing it becoming more unruly and almost impossible to hold, Miantang scolded softly, "Lon Lon. Sorry, it's a bit." The little tiger looked at her and immediately calmed down. It remembered to obediently listen to its master. But Lu Silly, hearing that she was going to discipline her pet, was about to stop her, but then he heard her voice and saw the arc of her arm movements, and suddenly felt envious. This was no scolding. It was clearly coaxing with such intimate gestures and tender voice. If only she would treat him like that. He wondered if she would like his beast form, and what her reaction would be when she saw it. He couldn't help imagining that scene, then shook his head. What was wrong with him? To actually stoop to wanting to be a pet. Be good. Oh. The little tiger lowered its head and became quiet again. Miantang released it and turned back to Lu Silly. "I want to get some potions with ingredients that promote growth and wound healing. Can you tell me the relevant numbers?" "Of course." Lu Silly listed them one by one: 093, 172, to 175, 268. Miantang followed his instructions, entered the numbers into the smart assistant, and waited for the system. Meanwhile, on the table, the little tiger that had been obediently lying down, seeing its master turn away, once again bared its vicious teeth at the optical brain. It slowly stood up, and with a seemingly casual flick of its thick long tail, the optical brain fell to the ground with a clatter, cutting off the signal. Done. Miantang came over carrying a pile of potions, only to see. Where was her optical brain? On the experimental table, there was only a beautiful little tiger squinting its eyes and wagging its tail ingratiatingly at her, just like a guilty dog that had done something. Then she saw her shattered optical brain on the floor. She didn't need to guess who did it. Lon Lon. Her face darkened as she walked toward it step by step. "What have you done?" The cold-toned light of the lab stretched her shadow, gradually covering the white tiger's small body. She thought such an imposing aura would frighten it into confessing its crime obediently. Unexpectedly, when she was right in front of it and bent down to stare at its tiger head lowered with her movement, its eyes went wide and 2 streams of nosebleed flowed smoothly. Miantang was startled. Following its gaze she saw the exposed cleavage at her neckline due to her deep bow. It seemed the case was solved. While Lan Lan often had nosebleeds around her, this lecherous tiger. Miantang concocted several restorative liquids from different potions, applying them one by one to Lan Lan's wings in experiments. After a day's effort, she finally found the right one. But this potion seemed to have a hypnotic effect. From 10 hours a day to 14-16, it gradually allowed her to sleep for 20 hours, even an entire day. Yet each time she awoke, her vitality was more robust than before. Not only did her broken wings regenerate, but her body also visibly grew larger, suggesting accelerated development during sleep. Miantang was quite satisfied with this. Using the time Lan Lan slept, she began researching inhibitors to fulfill the new concept she had proposed upon joining the organization. However, who should be the target users? The first names that came to her mind were Fred and Enzo. No one needs a pure, harmless new-type inhibitor more than warriors who traverse battlefields, for their spirits are precious. Any slight damage would affect their combat effectiveness. M81 Space Station. Central Empire Military Affairs Department, calling Colonel Fred. Major Enzo. Please immediately return from the Desolate Star to attend the Admiral's funeral. Central Empire Military Affairs Department, calling Colonel Fred. Major Enzo for the last time. Immediately return from the Desolate Star. Immediately return from the Desolate Star. Offenders will be dealt with under military law. The command came through the station for the nth time. Fred picked up the receiver, his voice heavy with despair. Understood. Enzo, we need to go back. No, I don't want to go back. Admiral Islandi hasn't been found yet. Even if he were at the epicenter of the blast, there should be fragments of his body, right? Brother, do you think he might not be dead? Fred understood his feelings, but that was a miasma bomb. Enzo fell silent. A miasma bomb could level mountains and seas, shift planets. One such bomb had once claimed the lives of millions in the Empire. Even the Admiral. If he were a god, he would be annihilated body and soul. But they simply refused to believe it. After all, he was their idol, the very faith that had driven them to enlist. While en route to the Desolate Star in response to a support combat order, they had received word of the Admiral's death. Yet unwilling to accept it, they had scoured the planet for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a whole week. All they found was devastation. Every trace indicated that the Admiral had died for his country. They had never even had the chance to earn his recognition or catch his attention, and now that opportunity was lost forever. If we don't go back now, we might truly miss the Admiral. Enzo said nothing. Seeing his stubborn attitude bordering on defiance of military orders, Fred had to play his trump card. We've been away from the planet for a whole week. Don't you miss Tang Tang? As for himself, he missed her terribly. He missed every smile, every gesture. He wondered what she was doing now, how she was feeling. Tang Tang. At the mention of Miantang, Enzo's attitude softened. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a pristine white marshmallow. These days he had relied on them. Whenever his heart grew too heavy, he would open one and eat it, and he would feel much better. Now only the last one remained. All right, let's go back. According to military orders, Fred and Enzo had to first report to the Gate of Eternal Peace to attend the funeral and mourning ceremony. They arrived too late, but still managed to catch the tail end and lay eyes on the Admiral's battleship wreckage. As they prepared to leave, they were blocked by a female figure clad in elaborate robes, her hair adorned with countless hairpins. Behind her trailed a group of male consorts and male servants. Princess Catherine, is it really you? The princess smiled joyfully upon seeing them. During the moment of silence, she had spotted 2 tall, handsome figures in the crowd and felt a stir in her heart. She walked over, and indeed, it was the Imperial Twin Stars. You've returned from the Desolate Star. Fred and Enzo bowed in unison. Yes, Your Highness. Then, Catherine had intended to converse cheerfully with them, but recalling the recent rumors, her smile gradually froze on her face. I heard that you two have been courting a lone female, without pheromones, and to win her favor you even transformed into your beast forms in public. Is that true? Fred and Enzo exchanged a silent glance. On an ordinary day, they might have let it slide. But today was Admiral Aslandi's funeral. This was his memorial hall, filled with waves of mourning. Yet she chose this moment to bring up such matters. They no longer wished to engage in empty pleasantries with her. Even if it meant breaking the law, they would speak their minds today. Yes. The brothers spoke in unison, their words resounding with conviction. Catherine's anger flared instantly, a blazing fire of jealousy surging through her. Why? I have repeatedly shown favor to you two, yet you remained unmoved. Now you've set your sights on a female without parents, without power, without even a trace of pheromones. A worthless specimen. I am the princess, second only to the sovereign and class female of the empire. How am I inferior to her? Fred frowned. You need not compare yourself to her. At the word worthless, Enzo struggled to suppress his wrath. In our hearts, no one can compare to her. Fine, fine, fine. Princess Catherine's eyes reddened with rage. No matter how outstanding they were, no matter how high their combat prowess, they were still males. How dare they humiliate her, the eldest princess of the realm, in public? They had no idea their place. Surely she had been too lenient with them. Now she would teach them what it meant to be royalty, what it meant for females to reign over males, and what it meant to wield the dominion of supreme pheromones. You two are truly stubborn. Let's see if you'll stay that way. With that, she began to unleash her pheromones. The crowd was stunned. Before anyone could react, the Imperial twin stars turned pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Princess Catherine's pheromone level was S with the scent of surging sea water. What she now emitted was S1, inductive pheromones. Any male with a combat level of S or below could not resist, releasing a top-tier inductive pheromone to trigger forced heat in full view of everyone. This was a deliberate attempt to humiliate the Imperial twin stars. Truly worthy of the male she had set her eyes on. They could endure so much. An ordinary male upon contact with her pheromones would have already lost all reason and pounced to mate. Yet they still stood upright. Catherine increased the concentration of her pheromones. Fred's mouth went dry, his feet felt as if on fire, his entire being seemed to be consumed in flames. He could feel platinum feathers faintly emerging on his arms. No, he must not transform into a beast. To do so would mean complete loss of control. He struggled desperately to restrain himself, his eyes blazing crimson. Enzo's sharp wolf fangs were nearly ground to fragments. He was burning, searing with a heat so intense it made him want to tear himself apart, to rip open his chest and gouge out his heart. An uncontrollable savage howl escaped his lips, sending tremors of fear through every subject and creature for 100 li around. Catherine, seeing this, wore a triumphant smile. She approached the two who were in a wretched state, hooking her fingers under their chins. Officers, does it hurt? Do you want it? Neil begged me to be your female master, and I shall satisfy you. Fred and Enzo raised their eyes, simultaneously burning like iron brands, a terrifying scarlet. Just as Catherine expected them to relent, they spoke in unison again. Absolute. How could this be? The craving for female pheromones was etched into the very genes. No matter how unyielding one's will, it was impossible to resist. How could they? Catherine stepped back. Fred and Enzo also feared they might succumb to the primal force of their genes, losing sanity and following instinct to beg the princess for relief. But when they were induced into the throes of estrus, they discovered they did not need Catherine's pheromones. Her salty sea scent, like gasoline, only poured more fuel onto the flames within them. What they yearned for was a familiar, cool fragrance. What was it? What was that? Their heads throbbed, their minds clouded, unable to recall. They clutched their heads, their forms trembling, unaware that their cracked lips were murmuring a name over and over. Tong tong tang tang. Tang tang. More than having her dignity challenged the denial of her pheromones, enraged and terrified Catherine. She released every ounce of her pheromones with all her might. Fred was in so much agony that he tore feathers from his own body, using pain to cling to his sanity. Enzo too had transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, his body curled up, his combat strength nearly at its limit, as if on the verge of collapse. Surrounding them were thousands, royalty, nobles, and common subjects who had come to pay homage. They watched the beloved twin stars of the Empire suffer so, and every heart ached with pity. Yet no one dared to step forward and intervene. The central star was an imperial autocracy. The dignity of the royal family was not to be offended. Moreover, she was a high-ranking class female, and only 2 people in the entire planet could restrain her. One was Queen Ginny, the mother of the realm, an S-class top-tier female. Unfortunately, she had only Catherine as a daughter, and doted on her excessively, silently indulging whatever she did, let alone such a trivial matter as taking a male consort. The other was General Aslan, the most powerful male in history, standing at the pinnacle of authority. Unfortunately, he had already fallen. Finally, a Marchioness who was a friend of Lady Joey could bear it no longer. Trembling, she came forward to kneel and plead, "Your Highness, please stop. The Empire has just lost a great general. The enemy is watching hungrily. The people are anxious. If you harm 2 more outstanding officers, it may incite public outrage." Ugh. Catherine withdrew her hand, panting heavily. But it was not because of the Marchioness advice, it was because she was exhausted. Her fingers trembled, and when she looked again at the twin stars of the Empire, there was no trace of her earlier triumph, only deep terror. They had actually managed to shed their craving for pheromones. They were neither human nor beast. Let's go. They are already in heat. Without pheromones, they will either die or be crippled. She left those harsh words and hurried away with her entourage of male consorts and slaves. At the 9 Clear Villa district, Miantang had exhausted every effort to repair her broken optical brain. When she turned it on, the first messages she received were from Fred and Enzo. Tong were back. Back. She was overjoyed. But the next second, a planetary news alert pushed an urgent trending topic. Princess Love rejected. She publicly releases pheromones. Empire's twin stars forced into heat, spirits on the brink of collapse. She clicked in, and when she saw Fred covered in blood and Enzo nearly mad, her expression was as if struck by lightning. Without a moment's thought, she grabbed a suppressant, boarded a flyer, and immediately left. According to the real-time tracking of the optical brain, they were now at the Guanshan Yu Earl's mansion. My poor sons, what shall we do? By the beast god above, I beg you to save them. Female master, you must take care of yourself. What care? If Fred and Enzo turn into beasts, I won't live either. Inside the mansion, Lady Joey was wailing, her face streaked with tears, collapsed on the floor. Beside her, the Earl was also full of worry, sighing repeatedly, not knowing what to do. At the gate, the guards saw an unfamiliar female step off the flyer and head straight for the mansion. They hurried to block her. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "Miantang. I need to see Colonel Fred and Major Enzo. May I ask if you have a military pass or an invitation from the mansion?" "No, it's urgent." Miantang pushed past them and strode into the mansion. The guards, not daring to forcibly stop a noble female, quickly hurried ahead to announce her report. "Countess Earl, a female named Miantang has arrived claiming urgent business. She has entered the mansion and we could not stop her." Miantang. Wasn't she the female that Fred and Enzo were both pursuing? What was she here for? It was all her fault. She had caused the sons to become like this. How dare she show her face? Lady Joey, overwhelmed with grief and fury, clenched her teeth and rose from the ground, trembling, ready to tear the newcomer apart. But when Miantang walked in, she was momentarily stunned. She was so beautiful. "Countess Earl." Miantang entered, hastily bowed to them, and went straight to the point. "May I ask where Colonel Fred and Major Enzo are now?" Mention of her sons snapped her back to reality. It was because of this enchanting beauty that disaster had struck. "Why do you ask about them?" "Because of you, they angered the princess. She induced them with pheromones, forcing them into heat. Now their minds are deranged and they have begun to harm themselves." Her once proud and spirited sons had been tortured beyond recognition. "What use is your coming now? Without pheromones, do you intend to soothe them with kind words and gentle care? How ridiculous. I have suppressants." Miantang opened the medical kit. Lady Joy grew even more furious upon seeing this. Everyone knows that suppressants have severe side effects and can only be used a week before the heat. Are you playing with me? If suppressants were useful, she would have used them long ago. This is a new type of suppressant specifically developed for their constitution. It can be used during the heat with purely natural ingredients and no harmful effects. New suppressant. Lady Joy was taken aback. Where did this new suppressant come from? How come I don't know about it? I just developed it. Miantang was about to show her the badge on her chest when she realized she had left in such a hurry that she forgot to wear it, arriving in plain clothes. "Countess, I am a researcher at the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. This is my latest research result, complete with a safety certification for its ingredients. The situation is urgent. Every second delayed puts Colonel Fred and Major Enzo in greater danger. Please let me in to try." A researcher from the Imperial National Academy of Sciences? Lady Joy laughed, seething with anger. Did she really take her for a fool who was completely oblivious to the world outside? An institution as prestigious and demanding as the Academy had never produced a female, let alone a researcher. "Get out. Stop making a scene here." Unable to tolerate her any longer, she raised her hand and activated S3, a warning-type pheromone expulsion. She was a class female. Dealing with a low-grade female without any pheromones was as easy as stepping on an ant. One strike, even if it didn't severely injure her, would at least make her spit blood. But to her utter astonishment, "Please do not stop me." Miantang slowly raised her eyes. Her resolute gaze, like an invisible barrier, not only deflected her attack entirely, but also descended with immense pressure, causing her whole body to ache and making it hard to breathe. How could this be? Lady Joy clutched her chest, staring at her in terror. Wasn't she supposed to have no pheromones? Even if she did, she couldn't resist its class female. The only one in the world who could suppress her was Queen Jenny. Could she be carrying some kind of weapon? "Take me to Colonel Fred and Major Enzo." She spoke. The immense pressure vanished instantly. "All right." Without any time to think further, Lady Joy heard those words and felt only the urge to obey, submit, even kneel, and take orders. "My lady, please follow me this way." Miantang followed her, and soon they reached the rear mountain. There stood a towering, completely enclosed steel structure. "What is this?" "This is a temporary detention point set up by the military, usually for dangerous prisoners. Now Fred and Enzo have locked themselves inside." Lady Joy wiped her tears and opened the visible screen at the entrance. Immediately a series of shocking scenes appeared before them. Inside the cage, the two brothers had completely transformed into their beast forms, crazily crashing into the walls over and over, splattering blood everywhere. Fred's claws were mangled, while Enzo's emerald eyes radiated sheer brutality, as if all reason had been lost. "Miantang, open the door and let me in." "Yes." The girl pried open the ampoule with her bare hands, inhaled the suppressant, and holding the syringe, stepped into the pitch-black prison. In a narrow, stifling space thick with the smell of blood, a familiar cool scent suddenly intruded. Fred and Enzo were instantly stunned. Earlier they had been in pain, irritable, frenzied, even self-harming, but their consciousness had remained clear. They knew they were being forced into heat, knew they were fighting against the pheromones. If they succeeded, it would be a miracle, and they would never be controlled by the princess again. But when they smelled this scent, the taut string in their minds snapped with a crack, and they lost all ability to think. Every organ, every cell in their bodies screamed, want her, desire her, crave her with madness. Even if it meant kneeling, begging, sacrificing their lives. As long as she would give them a little. They realized they weren't fighting against the craving for pheromones. They were waiting for the pheromones they craved. Once it arrived, even a tiny bit, it was enough to drive one's mind to delirium. Miantang had originally planned to finish this quickly. As soon as she entered, she would give Fred and Enzo an injection. After all, they were now beasts in heat. She didn't know if they would still recognize her, and the situation was extremely dangerous. But after entering, she found that the cage, which had been restless moments ago, was now eerily silent. The surroundings were pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. Summoning her courage, she tentatively called out, "Fred. Enzo." Ah. The next second, a massive claw wrapped around her waist from behind, pulling her firmly into a furry, scorching embrace. Judging by the scent, it was a snow wolf. Before she could recover from the shock, a huge creature flew toward her from the front. A golden-feathered eagle. The gust of wind forced her to tilt her head and close her eyes, and the syringe in her hand was knocked to the ground. When she came to her senses, she found herself sandwiched like a piece of cookie tightly held by a wolf and an eagle, one in front and one behind. The immense difference in size and strength made it impossible for her to break free or escape. Only her legs dangled helplessly. Oh no, could they have truly lost control, turned into beasts, and were about to eat her? Fred, Enzo, don't. Just as Miantang tried to call back their reason, she felt the ferocious snow wolf behind her suddenly extend its tongue, madly licking her hair and cheeks. Its limbs rubbed against her frantically, as if desperate to obtain something from her. Dryas octopetala. It was the fresh, elegant pheromone of Dryas octopetala. So fragrant, so alluring, like snow falling in the Arctic, landing on his thick fur, quenching the blazing fire within him. So cool, so comfortable, he wanted to roll around and ask for more. Tong, give it to him, please. I beg you. Enzo, what's wrong? Before Miantang could wonder, she saw the golden-feathered eagle in front stretch its long, beautiful neck and flutter its wings incessantly, as if begging for her touch. When she remained still, the majestic eagle actually let out a whining, pitiful cry like a chick. Tong, touch me, please. If you touch me, I'll give you my life. Miantang, certain she hadn't misunderstood his meaning, gently reached out and touched his feathers. Fred immediately trembled with pleasure. Snow lotus. It was the cold, icy pheromone of the snow lotus. So beautiful, so wonderful. He had been flying through a vast sea of fire for so long, finally catching a glimpse of white, a patch of cold, a beacon of life. He was willing to dwell forever in the Tian Shan Mountains, guarding this sacred snow lotus, as long as she would release just a hint of its fragrance. Tong, it's gone again. Touch me once more, just once more, okay? Miantang's eyelids twitched. She had thought that these two esteemed eagle and wolf officers, having transformed into savage beasts, would tear her apart piece by piece. But now they were pitifully begging for petting. What difference was there from two pets? The fledgling and the big dog could be taken home to keep Lon company. Let go of me. Stand at attention, one on the left and one on the right, and he'll give it to you. Really? Upon hearing this, the golden-feathered eagle and the snow wolf obediently released her and stood at attention like schoolchildren, who said that during heat beast men were terrifying. Rumors. They were perfectly well behaved. Miantang bent down to pick up the two inhibitors. Before injecting them, she rewarded both with a gentle stroke on the back of their necks. Unexpectedly, the two beasts suddenly shuddered uncontrollably, as if struck by a sudden stimulus. Fred's eyes were unfocused, his white gold feathers fully ruffled, while Enzo had his tongue lolling to the side, limbs splayed on the ground, his body limp as a rug. Impossible. She didn't know that earlier, when they struggled against the prince's pheromones, they had torn off the protective membrane on their own necks. The sudden influx of large amounts of pheromones was tantamount to a false marking. It sent them straight into ecstasy. The eagle and the wolf in the sky and in the breeze swayed and drifted freely, completely devoid of dignity and reason. Seeing they had lost all aggression, Miantang picked up the syringe and injected each of them with the new inhibitor. Whimper. Just as they were enjoying themselves, something pricked them. Suddenly they felt so sleepy, so drowsy. In the hall, Lady Joey jolted awake as if freed from some magical control. What had she just done? She had actually led Miantang into the prison. Fred and Enzo had lost control and turned into beasts. They would tear her apart alive. Earlier, blinded by rage, she had recklessly attacked Miantang with pheromones, already a violation of the law. If she caused her death, a precious female, her entire clan would suffer. She rushed to the back mountain, frantically dreading a bloody and horrifying scene. Yet what she saw was Fred and Enzo nestled tightly against Miantang like a docile little bird, and a spoiled big dog asking for petting, rubbing, and hugs. They were even more clingy to Miantang than they had been to her as children. She was so stunned that she rubbed her eyes several times before confirming it wasn't an illusion. She opened the door and dashed in. What's going on? Lady Joey. Miantang put away the inhibitors and took out two monitoring wristbands, fastening them onto Fred and Enzo. The displayed mental breakdown values were 10 and 11. 10 and 11. Those were the extremely low values her sons had when they were infants. Lady Joey's jaw nearly dropped. How did you do it? I told you I'm a researcher from the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. This is the inhibitor I've recently developed, and it seems to be working well. She had actually saved Fred and Enzo's lives with the inhibitor, rescuing her two sons. In an instant, Lady Joey's eyes filled with tears of joy, gratitude, and deep guilt. Just half an hour ago, she had insulted her like a madwoman and attacked her with pheromones. She was utterly despicable. I'm so sorry, Miss Miantang. Earlier. I understand. You were just overly concerned for your children. She eagerly went to embrace her tormented sons, but Fred pecked her hands fiercely and Enzo kicked her mercilessly, as if to say, don't even think about separating me from Tang Tang. Lady Joey. Fine boys, you've forgotten your mother for a wife, haven't you? Su Miantang laughed. Their bodies have now absorbed the inhibitor, and they're in a dazed state. Lady Joey, please wait outside. They'll come out once I've put them to sleep. All right then. Thank you for your trouble. It's nothing. Lady Joey quietly withdrew from the prison and watched the warm, harmonious scene inside through the visible screen. She finally understood why her sons liked Su Miantang so much. Beauty was merely a superficial appearance, though gentleness, intelligence, calmness, and compassion were her true core. No one could resist such a female. After 4 hours of coaxing them to sleep, Su Miantang walked out somewhat tired and saw that Lady Joey had prepared water and food for her. Thank you. No need. Compared to what you've done for Fred and Enzo, this is nothing. By the way, Miss Su Miantang, I don't mean to offend, but may I ask if you truly have no pheromones? No, I don't. Su Miantang shook her head. That's strange. Lady Joey murmured in confusion. How did I end up taking you to the prison? At that moment she had felt as if possessed by some ghost, completely losing all autonomous thought and action. Even now it seemed unbelievable. Could it be because you were too worried about them? In times of crisis people cling to the last straw, even treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Maybe. Perhaps she had been so nervous and terrified that she had suffered a mental breakdown. Even if Su Miantang had pheromones, she couldn't possibly suppress hers, unless her rank was as high as Queen Jenny's, which was report. Outside the door a guard rushed in holding a letter. What is it? 2 court summons have just arrived addressed to Colonel Fred and Major Enzo. Court summons. Lady Joey stood up. She hadn't heard of Fred or Enzo having any disputes with anyone. Could it be? She quickly tore open the envelopes. After reading, her entire body went limp with fear, and the 2 summons fluttered from her hands to the ground. Indeed, what she feared most had come to pass. Were her sons doomed to escape this calamity? What's wrong? Su Miantang picked up the 2 summons from the floor. Central City High Court summons Fred Perez and Enzo Osborne. Case violation of the Empire's 100 Female Privileges Act. Summary refusal to marry the same rank female Catherine Angelina. Court date. The princess has filed a lawsuit. Lady Joey covered her face, unable to control her sorrowful tears. Fred and Enzo violated the law first. They will surely lose in court. Their only options are to bow down to the princess, admit their mistake, obediently enter the palace as consorts, or face a long and indefinite prison sentence. Fred and Enzo would rather endure the agony of heat and breakdown than submit to the princess, let alone the law. They never gave it a second thought. For her. Su Miantang had heard those words from her lips for the second time. Madam Joy, I believe you have misunderstood. Colonel Fred and Major Enzo's refusal of the princess' marriage has nothing to do with me. Not because of you. Then why? Before I appeared, had the princess ever proposed marriage to the officers? Did they agree? Madam Joy fell silent. No, they hadn't. Su Miantang, do you know the reason? Madam Joy shook her head. She was utterly baffled. How could Fred and Enzo resist the allure of a female of their own rank, one as noble as the princess? I've read some books on the Empire's customs. In many noble marriages, the female demands that the male give up his career and stay home to tend to the wife and children. Especially in the royal family, to flaunt power and status, they aren't even allowed to appear in public. So I suspect the reason the 2 officers declined this marriage is that they don't want to abandon their dreams of being soldiers. Madam Joy. Becoming soldiers and fighting for the Empire had always been her son's dreams, but she had believed pheromones would override all that. Su Miantang read her thoughts. Madam, don't you know that your sons are officers with great ambitions and unyielding willpower? Otherwise they wouldn't be so exceptional, achieving so much at such a young age. Madam Joy felt deeply ashamed, unable to lift her head. She had raised her sons for so many years, yet someone who had only just met them understood them better. How? How do you know all this? Did they tell you? No. Because I like them, have a dream I would give everything for. Madam Joy looked at the medical kit in her hands and recalled what she had said earlier. Was she really a researcher from the Imperial National Academy of Sciences? So young a female, and she had developed that miraculous new suppressant. Indeed, she was no ordinary person. Then, what will happen to them? They're so stubborn. Are they really going to jail? Su Miantang was silent. There are still a few days before the trial. Please take care of them. First, make sure they survive the heat safely. As for the rest, they'll think of something. Think of something. Was there any way? All right. As night fell, Su Miantang returned to Joqing Villa. The moment she opened the door, she found the little tiger was awake. It sat by the entrance like a stone, longing for its lover, staring at her with a mournful expression, waiting silently. The second it saw her, it jumped into her arms excitedly. Master, where did you go? Why weren't you by Lanlin's side? Why are you back so late? Oh dear. Every time it woke up, it was a size bigger than before, now almost half the size of a human. Su Miantang found it a bit heavy to carry, especially today, exhausted from dealing with Fred and Enzo. You're awake. Didn't I tell you the bottle of milk is in the thermos? If I'm out or something urgent comes up, just go get it yourself. She rubbed its head and was about to pull away when Lanlin, as if detecting an enemy, suspiciously pressed against her and sniffed frantically. This was the scent of other males. Not just one but 2. An eagle and a wolf. Aya. There were always reckless things coveting its master. It wanted to swallow them whole. Wow. Wow wow wow. Su Miantang saw it shaking its head, roaring and going wild, as if saying, "Master, where did you go fooling around? Explain yourself now." The little thing had quite a sharp nose. "Alright, stop it. I'm very tired today." "No." The little tiger would not let it go. Seeing she was losing control, Su Miantang cupped its head and bent down to kiss the king character right in the center. Lanlin's tiger body trembled instantly. Master kissing it. An immense, unexpected happiness enveloped it. It lifted its head, involuntarily closed its eyes, its lashes trembling with nervousness just like its heart. "Satisfied now, you little jealous kit? They are my lifesavers." Oh. After being kissed, the little tiger was still shy, wandering around pretending to be busy. When she fell asleep on the sofa, it leaped over, grabbed a blanket, and covered her. Lifesavers. Like Master saved it. Then fine. But it could cover up all their sins. It sat beside the sofa, gazing at the girl's stunningly beautiful face, licked its lips, and began its favorite project. The next day, Su Miantang, refreshed, started thinking about how to help Fred and Enzo out of their predicament. Though she knew nothing of law, she understood experiments. In the lab, no matter how potent a drug, there was always a counteracting component. So to escape the princess marriage, she had to find a way within the marriage law. But she scoured the imperial marriage law and found not a single useful clause. Every article sided with the princess, especially the 100 articles on female privileges. Disheartened, her gaze fell on the thickest book at the bottom, the Imperial Constitution. The Constitution, the supreme law of the empire, protects the fundamental rights and duties of citizens. Since its inception, the iron rule has been that when any derivative law conflicts with the Constitution prevails. Clutching that last thread of hope, she opened it and found something useful. Article 1790. For a female without parents, blood relatives, or any kin, she may apply to the Female Protection Agency for housing, aircraft, living expenses, and other means of subsistence. Additionally, a special note in asterisk stated for orphan females under 25, they may also apply to the government for male sponsorship as guardians. To avoid conflict with the marriage law's fidelity principle, the chosen male may refuse marriage proposals from other females during the guardianship period. Perfect. She had never been so grateful for her status as an orphan in the Central Empire. There were still 3 days before the trial. Applying now was entirely possible. But having Fred and Enzo become her guardians probably warranted some gesture, right? Guanshinyu, Earl's mansion. After sleeping for a day and a night, Fred and Enzo finally woke up. They had expected to go mad and degenerate into beasts after being induced into heat by the princess. Yet now their bodies felt not the slightest discomfort, but were lighter and stronger than ever. And they had even shared an incomparably sweet dream. In the dream, when their minds broke and they transformed into beasts writhing in agony and starting to harm themselves, Tang Tang came. She descended like an angel into the darkness, comforting them, caressing them, embracing them, and even injecting a vast amount of cool, sweet pheromones that healed all their wounds, making them tremble with pleasure, almost floating. When they woke, their first thought was, want Tong Tong, find Tong Tong, hug Tang Tang. Mother, did Tang Tang come here? Since learning that her sons rejected the princess marriage because of their aspirations, not Su Miantang. Lady Joy had already accepted their pursuit of her and ceased to obstruct, for she also held affection for her, and what mattered most now was not this. Really, none of it was a dream. Fred and Enzo were overjoyed. But how did she have pheromones? It wasn't pheromones, it was the Empire's new inhibitor she personally developed that saved you. Personally developed. The Empire's new inhibitor. Neither brother understood a single word and could hardly wait to fly to the 9 Clear Villa district to see her. But Lady Joy stopped them. She sighed softly and handed them the summons in her hand. Sons, take a look at this. Fred and Enzo took the summons, and their excitement instantly sank once more, just as they had imagined. The princess would not let them off so easily. But did they think this could threaten them? Lady Joy saw the expression on their faces and knew their minds were made up. Just as Su Miantang predicted, she truly understands you better than I do. Mother, did Tang Tang say anything? She said. Lady Joy opened the living room surveillance and replayed their conversation. Fred and Enzo stared unblinkingly at the girl in the video. When they heard her say they are soldiers with lofty aspirations and indomitable, willing to sacrifice everything for their dreams, and I am the same, their hearts trembled. It was a perfect alignment of souls, more stirring than any physical pleasure. Tang Tang, truly the most extraordinary person in the world, the one who understood them best. They longed to be with her forever and ever. But Fred looked at the summons in his hand. The iron-boned colonel, who had never shed a single tear, felt his eyes burn with bitterness for the first time. There was no chance left. Enzo also turned and retreated into his room. Just now, when he woke up, he had been madly searching for Tong Tong, but now, a prisoner about to face an indefinite sentence in prison did not deserve it. Su Miantang submitted the guardian application to the central government, and the next day, she received a stamped reply. Approved. She happily prepared to share the news with Fred and Enzo, only to realize that 2 days and 2 nights had passed, and they hadn't contacted her even once. They had clearly woken up long ago. That ingrate eagle and ingrate wolf. She decided to reach out herself, but before she could dial the number, she received a call from Lady Joy's optical brain. Miss Su Miantang, please come to the mansion quickly. Fred and Enzo are torturing themselves to death. What? Su Miantang's expression turned serious. Was there a problem with the inhibitor? Side effects? What happened to them? They've locked themselves in their rooms for 2 days and 2 nights without eating a single grain of rice, just drowning their sorrows in alcohol. If this continues, they'll collapse before the trial even begins. So it was just a temper tantrum. Su Miantang breathed a sigh of relief. It's alright, let me handle it. In the pitch-black room, Fred and Enzo sat slumped drunkenly in a corner, their spirits crushed, surrounded by crushed aluminum cans. They kept picking them up, drinking relentlessly, murmuring unconsciously, tong tong tang de. Ding. The ringtone for their special contact sounded like an illusion, and tang tang. Though their hearts ached for Su Miantang every moment, when they saw her optical brain number, they shrank back in timidity and hesitation. They were about to become prisoners, and should no longer have any contact with her. Su Miantang called twice, but no one answered. She was about to try a third time. If still no answer, she would go directly to the Earl's mansion. When the call went through, it was Fred. Hello. Just that single word conveyed his dejection, despair, and a hint of feigned coldness. You're awake. Is there something? No. Su Miantang, hearing his deliberately distant tone, felt a twinge of amusement. Colonel, if your acting skills are poor, don't try to bluff. I heard you received a court summons and are facing life in prison. Since we've known each other, how about meeting for one last time? The words last time struck Fred like a heavy blow. Yes, the last time. He could no longer hold himself together and agreed in a hoarse voice. All right. Perhaps this meeting would be enough to sustain him through the long prison years ahead. What about Enzo? Though he was usually jealous of his younger brother. But this last meeting was not only for him, but also for his brother. Enzo. Su Miantang said nonchalantly, forget him. I called his optical brain several times, but he never answered. It seems he has no feelings for me anymore. I won't bother. In the next room, Enzo, with his sharp wolf ears perked, jolted upright from the floor. He did. He loved Tong Tong, loved her more than anything. Without a moment's hesitation, he called Su Miantang. Tong Tong, I want to see you too. Su Miantang covered her mouth and laughed. Alright, let's meet somewhere. They'll send you the location. After hanging up the optical brain, Fred and Enzo immediately got up, showered, shaved their stubble, styled their hair, and changed clothes. All in one smooth motion. In the hall, Lady Joy was pacing anxiously at a loss for what to do when she suddenly saw her 2 sons, who had been holed up in their rooms, listlessly come out. Not only did they come out, but they were also neatly dressed, handsome, and dashing. She had spent 2 days pleading with them, tears and snot streaming, but they had acted as if they couldn't hear her. Yet one call from Su Miantang's optical brain, and they immediately went out. What a travesty! How did she give birth to such purebred, lovesick fools? Fred and Enzo followed the location to the west of the city, just as Su Miantang stepped out of her aircraft. She held a light-colored parasol, wore high heels, and a velvet dress that hugged her curvaceous figure, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Around her neck was a lace choker, her hair slightly coiled with a few loose strands falling free. She was breathtakingly beautiful, as if a celestial being, making one afraid to breathe. Even though they had seen her many times before, the 2 brothers were still transfixed, staring at her in a daze. She was simply too beautiful. They thought they would never forget her, even if they grew old and died in prison. Come here. Su Miantang waved to them from afar, and when they didn't respond, she walked over. What's wrong? Have you been locked up at home so long you've gone stupid? Aye. Tang tang. They snapped out of it, feeling a bit embarrassed that they had been staring at her in a daze. Don't just stand there. Come with me. Go in. Where to? They looked up and found themselves standing under a towering building inscribed with the words Central Empire Civil Affairs Bureau. Tong Tong, why did she bring them to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Could it be marriage? The 2 were instantly flustered, a mix of excitement, shock that made their scalps tingle, and sorrow that pierced their hearts. Tang tang. No. They were about to become prisoners, utterly unworthy of her. But the fact that she had them in her heart, and was willing to accept them, was already the greatest fortune of their lives. Su Miantang watched their shifting expressions of shock, excitement, and inner turmoil, leaning in slightly, with her dark brows arched. What are you thinking? You don't think I brought you here to register for marriage, do you? Could it be that it wasn't? With a crack, all the beautiful fantasies and painful conflicts in Fred and Enzo's minds shattered, leaving behind nothing but overwhelming embarrassment. Had they been flattering themselves? Of course not, haha. Su Miantang chuckled. Hurry up and come in, there's important business to take care of. The brothers' faces instantly turned crimson. They followed the girl hesitantly, like 2 ostriches wishing they could bury their faces in their clothes. How utterly mortifying. Tang Tang had known them for less than a month, and though they got along well, it was far from the point where she would voluntarily propose marriage, especially under these circumstances. Their minds had truly been addled by imprisonment. Hello, I have an appointment. Entering the hall, Su Miantang handed the application form to the front desk clerk. After a careful review, the clerk noticed the guardian's signature was missing and stood up to ask, Respected Miss, may I ask if the guardians you have chosen are the 2 behind you? Yes. Then please have them come over and sign first. All right. Su Miantang turned and gestured to them, only to see Fred and Enzo frozen in place. Utter guardians. What was that? It means that a female under the age of 25, who is without a mate, can apply to the state for 2 male guardians to ensure basic living needs. To better fulfill their care obligations, these guardians are not allowed to marry during the term, otherwise it would violate the constitution. In other words, you can refuse the princess marriage. Miantang curled her lips waiting for them to show happy expressions. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Several minutes passed, and the two remained motionless as if what's wrong? Aren't you happy? Before she could finish, they rushed at her and hugged her tightly. This time it was Miantang's turn to blush. An 18-year-old girl in the prime of her youth embracing men in public, and not just one but two. This was two. Too blissfully. How sweet. Around them, couples registering for marriage cast envious glances their way. Handsome males and a beautiful female. They were truly a perfect match. And those two males hugged the little female in their arms so tightly, with such strength, as if they wanted to merge into her bones. They were clearly madly in love, unlike their own mates who were as rigid as wooden blocks and utterly devoid of passion. Fred and Enzo's actions were purely instinctive, without any thought or sense of proportion, their bodies and minds overwhelmed by immense joy. They could refuse the princess marriage and continue to be with Tang. Was this not a dream? Surely it wasn't a dream, was it? Had Tang been trying to save them all these days? How could she be so good, so utterly wonderful, the most beautiful existence in the world? They adored her to death. Fred and Enzo closed their eyes tightly, holding the little female in their arms deeply, and for a long time, so long that Miantang was almost suffocating. She extended a fingertip, poking the man's hard chest, and reminded him, you should sign now. She dared not look at the clerk's expression. Would you believe me if I said it was just out of gratitude? Next came signing, taking photos, stamping, and receiving the guardian certificate. Fred and Enzo were like they had taken stimulants, grinning from ear to ear the entire time. Miantang was also infected by their smiles. She called them onto the aircraft and mysteriously closed the door, making a request. Could you transform into your beast forms? Transform into beast forms. The brothers looked at the closed door, the cramped space, and the intimate setting of two males and one female, their faces blushing once more at such an ambiguous request. Tang wanted to play with them here. Wouldn't it be too cramped? What if the noise attracted attention from outside? Still, they eagerly transformed into their beast forms, striking the most elegant and handsome poses, waiting for her to grace them. But to their utter embarrassment, Miantang produced 2 gift boxes from behind her. "Tada, these are gifts for you to thank you for becoming my guardians from today onward. It'll trouble you 2 officers to take good care of me in daily life. Gifts." So that was it. A flicker of disappointment passed through their eyes, but they wanted to refuse. After all, she had saved them. If anyone should give gifts, it should be them. "Don't move." Miantang took a bracelet from the first gift box and put it on Fred. "Originally I meant to give a bracelet, but now it looks more like an anklet." Fred looked down at the white chain looped around his sharp claws, formed in the shape of 5-petal snow lotus flowers, still carrying her faint fragrant scent, delightful and alluring. His heart seemed to be firmly ensnared as well. Then from the second gift box, she took out a silver collar engraved with Arctic scenery and fairywood patterns and put it on Enzo. Enzo squinted in delight, his tail wagging as if it would fly to the sky. His expression seemed to say, with Tang's collar on, "I am now Tang's dog." So handsome. Miantang couldn't resist ruffling his head. He was like a big dog. "Do you like this gift, eh?" "We love it." The brothers transformed back into human form, knelt on one knee, and took her hands, one on each side. They planted a kiss on the back of her hand, as if branding a mark of loyalty, their expressions solemn and devout. "We promise as guardians to care for and cherish Tang forever, making her the happiest little female in the world. This oath is steadfast and unwavering until death do us part." In the royal palace Fengyang Pavilion. How is it going? Princess Catherine lay lazily atop a massive black panther, extending her long, intricately painted nails to take a peeled crystal grape from a servant beside her, bringing it to her lips. Has the court summons been delivered to the Earl's mansion? How did the twins react when they saw it? Unafraid of pheromones, they must surely fear death, right? The prison on Central Star houses a myriad of torturous instruments, and few who enter ever emerge alive. Especially those who receive special attention. "Delivered," the servant stammered. 3 days ago it was delivered, but what? Stammering like that. "If you can't speak, have your tongue cut out." "Mercy, princess." The servant, fearing implication, fell to his knees with a thud, weeping and wailing. The subpoena was delivered, but then revoked. The court's reasoning: the twin stars had become the guardians of a solitary female, thus entitled to refuse marriage. "What a—" Princess Catherine erupted in fury, kicking the attending male servants to the ground. They trembled, not daring to lift their heads. "Calm yourself, your highness. Please calm down." "Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? A solitary female. That worthless, powerless, parentless female, who lacked even pheromones." The twin stars had defied her time and again for her sake, trampling on her dignity. An utter outrage. Since they cared so much, she would tear that female apart. "Guards, go and seize that waste named Miantang and bring her to the palace. I want to see for myself what sorcery she possesses to bewitch even the most iron-willed military males." "Yes." The hastily arrived guards began the arrest procedure, but as soon as they entered Miantang's information into the optical brain, a line of text appeared. Reporting to Your Highness, the central mainframe indicates that Su Miantang is a newly registered citizen of the Central Empire, and the Female Protection Agency has imposed a 3-month newcomer protection period. During this time, unless she initiates contact, no one may meet her. Damn it. Get out. All of you get out. Catherine smashed her favorite crystal goblet, grinding her silver teeth in fury. No one she could not meet. She refused to believe there was anyone in this world a princess could not see. The week-long national mourning ceremony on Central Star concluded, and all industries resumed operations. On Monday, the Imperial National Academy of Sciences officially posted an announcement on the electronic bulletin board. Effective immediately, the Academy welcomes its first female employee in a century, Su Miantang, a researcher in the Department of Biotechnology and Pharmaceutical Production. A female, and a researcher in the Academy's most core department. Was this a joke? The announcement sent shockwaves through thousands of employees who gathered before the building to catch a glimpse of this unique female researcher. Yet many suspected it might be a prank. When Su Miantang arrived at the Academy in a small aircraft, she was stunned by the sea of people at the entrance. Why were there so many? Was there some event? She stepped down curiously, only to realize the event seemed to be her. Because almost everyone was staring at her, her face, her body, and the pink phoenix-tail flower badge on her chest, whispering and murmuring as if she were an escaped experiment. Heavens, she's so beautiful. A female this gorgeous is really our Academy's employee. Don't fool me. They'll be motivated to get to work early from now on. She looks so young and pretty. Did she get in through connections? Saying that, aren't you afraid of being arrested? Don't be jealous. She passed the 5 elders examination fair and square, and even submitted a perfect internal test paper. The last person to do that was the dean, right? Having such a brilliant and beautiful genius female in our Academy is like a century-old iron tree blooming. A gift from the beast god. Look at the neighboring Mechanical Academy with 0 females. How can they still boast now? This is the first time I've seen a pink badge that suits her perfectly. I never knew a uniform could look so stunning, so captivating. Does she have a male spouse? If she does, is she willing to take another? I'm ready to hold a love number and wait from now on, even if in the 10th ascent. Welcome to the Academy of Sciences. They even burst into applause, the thunderous sound making Su Miantang's feet tingle. Was this how enthusiastic they were? Fortunately, she had a habit of bringing gifts for colleagues on her first day, so she wouldn't be standing there awkwardly, though it seemed she might not have enough to go around. Thank you everyone. I've prepared a small gift. Homemade candies. She took out several bags of marshmallow candies from her bag. Everyone rushed forward eagerly for a piece. Upon tasting them, their faces lit up with admiration. How could it be so soft, fragrant, and sweet? Even those who had doubted her abilities were now completely won over. Anyone who could make candies 1,000 times more delicious than those from Star Beauty Mall must be a genius. Lu Silly stood outside the crowd, watching Su Miantang's popularity, a hint of pride in his eyes. Like the other employees, he couldn't help but draw closer. He too wanted to taste the candies she had made. But when she reached him, she deliberately skipped him. His outstretched hand froze. Miantang, why didn't you give him one? The next second, a bag of marshmallow candies landed in his hand, along with her slightly leaning figure. Dean, would you mind helping me hand these out? I have something special for you. His heart skipped a beat, pausing for a few seconds. Was he special in her eyes? Don't you think the Dean and junior sister Miantang look perfect together? A perfect match. Yeah, handing out candy together like newlyweds. Amid the chatter, Lu Silly heard this, felt his face warm, and turned to give him another candy. The recipient was stunned, not because of the candy, but because he had witnessed the ever-stoic Dean blushing. The crowd gradually dispersed. Su Miantang packed up the wrappers and walked over to the man. I didn't expect the Academy colleagues to be so warm. That's only for you. Others don't get such treatment. Lu Silly looked down at her. Miantang, on your first day, let me take you to the lab to get familiar with things. Understand the current projects and special equipment in the Academy. The lab. The one in the Department of Biology. No, my private lab. The Dean's private lab. She had heard that it was a forbidden area where even the 5 Academy elders were not allowed. Yet he was taking her there on her first day? Is this also a privilege? Only I get something no one else has, eh? Lu Silly's ears tinged red, and he turned away. Hey, just kidding. Su Miantang quickly caught up. Lu Silly was not bothered by her joke. Rather, he feared that if he hesitated any longer, she would witness his face flushing with heat, like a reckless youth unable to contain his emotions. Wow. Su Miantang stepped into the private laboratory, her sense of awe no less than when she had secretly infiltrated laboratory No. On that day, rows of machines, potions, auxiliary tools, and various models were all at hand. She bent down to examine the labels on the test samples from the past week: whitening, dew, freckle removal cream, moisturizing lotion, all female products. Lu Silly emerged from changing into his work clothes and saw the young woman intently studying a bottle of hair growth serum on which was noted a female named Lisa. He hurried over to explain, fearing that if he were a second late, she might misunderstand. Miantang, these are all products jointly developed by the Academy and the Female Protection Agency. Since some females in the Empire suffer from appearance defects and anxiety, easily deceived by unscrupulous products from shady institutions, the authorities decided to launch a range of skincare and therapeutic pharmaceuticals. This is a list of volunteers, not a private order. Su Miantang nodded. The female in the park that day, was she also one? Do you remember one named Amy? I remember. Her left face was burned in childhood, leaving a large scar. She has been deeply self-conscious and even had suicidal thoughts. But the scar is too extensive, and now that she has entered maturity with the current nascent medical aesthetics technology, there is no good way to remove it. I could only make some soothing ointments to comfort her. Lu Silly seemed regretful that he could not help her. Su Miantang raised an eyebrow. I have a solution. Really? He was astonished. If anyone else had said it, he would not have believed them, but he believed her. That would be tremendous news for her. Yes, but I need your help, Director, and access to your restricted laboratory. My pleasure. What should I do? Not so fast. Before that, Su Miantang produced a square gift box from behind her back. Here the candy I promised you. Thank you, Miantang. Lu Silly accepted it with great care. Opening the lid, he saw that the round candies were wrapped in shiny foil, a testament to the giver's thoughtfulness. But when he peeled it open, the candy turned out to be coffee-colored with a firmer texture, unlike the soft white ones he had just distributed to others. What is this? It's a new flavor I've developed. Would you like to try? All right. Lu Silly bit into it without any guard, and his brow immediately furrowed. Bitter. Just as he thought it was a prank, he saw the anticipation in her eyes. Perhaps it was just a failed experiment. How is it? What's the taste like? Very sweet. Lu Silly was about to force a compliment when a rich, mellow fragrance surged back, a silky smoothness and subtle sweetness bursting on his palate, filling his eyes with a brilliant gleam. What kind of candy was this? How could it be so magical, bitter first then sweet? Without needing words, Su Miantang could tell from his expression that he liked it. It's called chocolate, made from cocoa mass and cocoa butter, blending bitterness, saltiness, fragrance, and sweetness into such a refined delicacy. Only a female as extraordinary as she could achieve it. Lu Silly ate only one piece before carefully storing the rest. What's wrong? Don't you like it? No, let's start the experiment first. She had made this for him with her own hands. He wanted to keep it well and savor it slowly. All right. Next, Su Miantang proposed her treatment concept for Amy's scar and the process for making the required medication. Since she was unfamiliar with the experimental instruments, she narrated everything while Lu Silly performed the operations. Next step, purification to obtain crystalline botulinum toxin. Su Miantang looked up from her book to see Lu Silly so deeply absorbed, sweat beading on his forehead, threatening to gather and roll down. She quickly pulled out a handkerchief, rose on tiptoe, and gently wiped it away. That simple action caused the test tube in Lu Silly's hand to fall with a clatter, but Su Miantang caught it deftly. Phew, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky it didn't fall. If this stuff is toxic. I'm sorry. Lu Silly seemed dazed. Just now, as she wiped his sweat, her fingertips, separated by the thin silk handkerchief, felt as if they were stroking his face. An electric shock coursed through him, instantly stirring his mind. It's fine. Continue. All right. Lu Silly adjusted himself and resumed, but his state of mind was completely different from before. Especially since for safety, she had deliberately stood close beside him, their clothes barely touching. In the quiet air, he could hear the faint rustle of fabric, feel each of her breaths, and catch a subtle fragrance of phoenix tail flowers. That scent he had noticed when he first showed her around the institute was not an illusion. Soft, sweet, almost like pheromones, making him want to inhale more. He made another mistake. Sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. After 4 or 5 consecutive errors, Su Miantang looked at him in surprise. What was wrong with him? He had been fine just a moment ago. Lu Silly removed his gloves, knowing he could not continue in this state. The usually calm and rational director was acting this way for the first time. With her beside him, he could not concentrate at all, his mind filled with the same romantic fantasies as in the night. Could it be that my presence is disturbing him? Or maybe wiping his sweat made him uncomfortable? After all, his confusion began at that moment. Previously, during lab operations, when sweat dripped, before he could wipe it, an assistant would help him. He had grown used to it, so he acted instinctively. But here the boundary between male and female was much stricter. Su Miantang thought as she began to step back, only to have her wrist suddenly seized by the man. Perhaps sometimes facing one's beloved one need not be so restrained. One could be a little bolder. Lu Silly pulled the young woman closer, almost into his embrace, and slowly lowered his gaze. Beastmen of the Fox clan all possess a special ability. Their eyes can emit a captivating light, enchanting the mind of the one they love, making them want to draw closer. A charm magic. The higher the rank, the stronger the charm. Lu Silly's class male could charm almost anyone, but he had never used it, considering the ability to be base and dishonest. Yet when he met Su Miantang, he could not help but use it, hoping she would draw closer. Like just now, when she wiped his sweat, and even more. In the depths of his deep, mysterious amethyst pupils, a faint, enigmatic glow flickered, refracting through his gold-rimmed spectacles, like fireflies dancing in the dark night, a beauty that Su Miantang was utterly captivated. She unconsciously rose on her tiptoes, drawing closer and closer, until Lu Silly could clearly trace the contours of her delicate dark eyebrows, her crystalline amber eyes, the smooth, elegant bridge of her nose. His gaze finally settled on her plump, rosy lips, his atoms apple bobbing as a parched, desperate thirst consumed him. The charm technique had taken effect. He longed to do things that transcended the boundaries of superior and subordinate. His large palm gently cradled the back of her head, and he leaned in, unable to resist the urge to kiss her. But just as they were inches apart, Miantang suddenly blinked, her face etched with concern. "Lu, silly, could your eyes be prosthetic? Why do they glow?" Her tone was tentative, as if afraid of bruising his disabled pride. In an instant, all the romantic, tender atmosphere evaporated. Lu Silly hastily released her, flustered and guilty, as though he had been caught red-handed in some secret impropriety. Had the charm technique failed? Or had it never worked at all? Otherwise it wouldn't have lasted so briefly. How could this be? The Fox clan's charm technique was effective against members of the opposite sex of the same or lower level. The greater the disparity, the longer the duration. Logically, her current state should have lasted an entire day. Could it all be just a rumor? Is it a? Miantang waved a hand in front of his eyes as if testing him. No. Lu Silly released her, turning away as he loosened his tight tie with one hand and gulped down water as if dousing a flame. "I'm just a bit unstable in my combat power." Miantang. So he really was about to lose his temper because of her influence, which was why he had pulled her aside to warn her. "Then I'll step out first." "No need." Lu Silly quickly grabbed her. "Just stand a little farther away." When she wasn't around, he was even more distracted. "Yes, sir." Miantang took 2 steps back, stood at attention, and blinked as she made a gesture at him. A smile crept into the corners of Lu Silly's eyes. So obedient. Around noon, a message popped up on the lab's communication system. "Director, there are 2 senior officers at the gate requesting to see researcher Miantang. Shall we let them in?" Senior officers. He pulled up the surveillance footage with curiosity. Wasn't that Colonel Fred and Major Enzo the leaders of the Eagle Special Forces and the Wolf Anti-Terror Elite? What did they want with Miantang? Huh. Miantang, who was sorting potions, suddenly spotted the figures on the monitor and rushed over in delight. "Fred and Enzo? They're here." Last night, they had messaged her saying that the Countess in Gratitude was hosting a banquet at the mansion to celebrate her smooth onboarding. She had agreed. She had planned to fly to Guanshanyu after work, but they had come to pick her up instead. "Miantang, you know them." "They're my guardians." Guardians. In the Empire's legal definition, that term was akin to elders or relatives. Yet they weren't much older than Miantang. "It's getting late." Miantang glanced at her optical computer. "Director, will clock out now, okay?" "All right." Lu Silly nodded, and as she packed up and left, he silently followed. "Tang Tang. Tong over here." At the entrance of the Science Research Institute, Fred and Enzo were waving at Miantang from afar, one holding a sun umbrella, the other an ice cream. As she approached, they quickly shielded her, as if afraid the scorching sun would harm her delicate skin. "Your institute's access control is stricter than the military's. Otherwise would have come in to get you. Strawberry flavor for you." "Thanks." Miantang took the ice cream, took a bite, and mumbled, "Of course, otherwise how would it protect this little beauty?" She was joking, but the 2 brothers took it seriously, their eyes filled with adoring smiles. "It's a big beauty." "Ha ha." Fred reached out and gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek, tucking it behind her ear. "Work been tough. Your hair's a mess." Tong, eat slower, you've got it all over your mouth." Enzo used the excuse to wipe a bit of pink cream from her soft lips with his thumb, and when she wasn't looking, he popped it into his own mouth. So fragrant, so sweet." He stared at her lips. He wanted to taste hers directly. On the 5th floor of the lab building, Lu Silly stood behind the railing watching the scene with a dark expression. Just as he had guessed. The adoring gazes those 2 officers had for Miantang. They were no mere guardians, they were clearly suitors. Though he was wholly devoted to scientific research and had little time for worldly matters, he had still heard of the Imperial Twin Stars, the youngest and most brilliant field officers in the military, both with S-level combat power honed through real battlefield experience, far more formidable than ordinary males of the same rank. He had known that a beauty like Miantang would attract many outstanding suitors, but he hadn't expected the competition to be so fierce. A wave of intense crisis. He had been worried that moving too fast would scare Miantang, but now it seemed that if he didn't act soon, he might not even get a number in line. Tong, shall we go?" "Okay." Miantang boarded the flying craft and saw Enzo directly set the home navigation. "Guanshanyu. Wait, I need to go home first." "Why? To feed my pet." She calculated. Lanlan had been asleep for 3 days. It was time to wake up. The little one must be starving after sleeping so long. If it didn't get its milk in time, it would throw a tantrum and wreck the place. A pet. Fred and Enzo were curious. "Tong, you have a pet. What is it?" "It's a tiger." They would never guess, would they? Miantang deliberately kept them in suspense. "It's a very cute little thing. You'll see when you get there." Cute. Fred and Enzo's minds conjured images of kittens, bunnies, puppies. Little animals. They never expected that as soon as the door opened, a massive white figure accompanied by a fierce roar would pounce on them. Roar. That was a tiger's roar. Miantang, recognizing the voice as both familiar and strange, immediately reacted and rushed to stop it. "Lanlan, no." At the Imperial National Academy of Sciences Department of Biotechnology and Pharmaceutical Manufacturing, Miantang officially reported to the department, greeted her new. She should have anticipated this and come in first to negotiate rather than letting things unfold like this. Fred and Enzo were S-level combat veterans. Even a fully grown tiger would be a trivial opponent for them, let alone a tiny cub. If Lanlan suddenly attacked them, it would definitely get hurt. Huh. Lan Lan had actually pinned them both down. Not only was Miantang astonished, but the twin stars caught off guard and pinned down without any chance to resist widened their eyes, as their pupils dilated instantly, their very souls trembling violently. Admiral! Admiral! They both exclaimed in unison. Miantang! Lan Lan held them down, baring her teeth in a fierce display, but after sniffing their scent she lost interest and released them, as if merely asserting her place in the household without any desire to harm them. Rising to her feet, she instantly reverted to the harmless docile appearance of a well-behaved tiger, wagging her tail and bounding enthusiastically towards Miantang. Master, you're back. Master, I missed you so much. Master, look, I didn't eat your saviors, aren't I good? Come on, give me a kiss and a hug, Lan Lan. Miantang stepped back, twice, barely able to withstand her weight. Lan Lan, how did you grow even bigger? Lan Lan was quite pleased with her current height. Her paws could firmly grip the master's slender, supple waist, and her head could nuzzle against the master's full, voluptuous bosom. It was utterly blissful. She kept rubbing against Miantang, letting out a coquettish purr like a kitten. Miantang assumed this behavior meant she was hungry and wanted milk, so she rubbed her head and said with a doting smile, "All right, I'll prepare a bottle of milk for you right away. But first I need to introduce you to two." She turned around and saw that Fred and Enzo were still frozen in the same posture, staring motionlessly at Lan Lan, with eyes full of shock and dismay. What's wrong with you two? Could it be that Lan Lan had hurt them? Thighs. Is this Admiral Islandi? Born from the Duke L family's Ancient century rare mutant breed, the white tiger unparalleled in the world, belonging only to the Admiral. But the Admiral was inherently cold, arrogant, and bloodthirsty, never approaching women. How could he be wagging his tail, acting cute, and flirting with a female like this? Miantang blinked, then burst out laughing as if she had heard the most absurd joke. How could that be possible? Ha ha ha, it's just an ordinary little tiger. A white tiger, how could it be ordinary? The two still refused to believe. To prove it to them, Miantang summoned Xiaomi and conducted an immediate physical examination on Lan Lan right there. Apart from a slight increase in bone age and the health status turning to excellent, nothing else had changed. After carefully reviewing the examination report several times, and watching the white tiger clutching a bottle of milk while lying in Tangtang's arms, sucking contentedly like a cub, without a trace of the Admiral's imposing aura, Fred and Enzo's doubts were finally dispelled. Yes, what were they thinking? The Admiral had been struck by a miasma bomb. How could he still be alive? As for the breed, perhaps in recent years, with the central star remaining peaceful and spiritual energy flourishing, many rare species had reappeared. Nevertheless, they still expressed concern about Miantang keeping a tiger. Tang, how did you come by this white tiger? I found her in the Star Trail Garden. She is a wild beast, ferocious by nature. If you're not careful, she could hurt you, especially now that she's grown so large. You should send her to an animal protection organization as soon. You're asking for death. Upon hearing this, Lan Lan's fiery crimson eyes instantly blazed with a savage, predatory glare that sent a chill through the twin stars' hearts. Out of respect for her master, she hadn't eaten them. How dare they incite the master to abandon her? She would pluck every feather from that bird and scatter them like flowers, then skin that wolf alive to make a fur coat for the master. She set down the bottle and was about to unleash her fury when Miantang placed a palm over her crown, sealing her power. Drink your milk, obediently, no wasting. Strange, even if her breed is rare, she's still just an ordinary tiger. Why do they feel a natural sense of suppression when they look at her? Fred and Enzo exchanged puzzled glances. I know. Miantang lowered her gaze, gently stroking the little tiger's head, the deep affection and attachment in her eyes, making Lan Lan unable to resist wagging her tail. See, Master loves me the most. When she first found Lan Lan, she had intended to send her to an animal protection organization, but because of Admiral Islandi's funeral, it was postponed. After so many days of close companionship, their bond had grown deeper and deeper. She had grown accustomed to bathing her, preparing milk, brushing her fur, treating her injuries, holding her in her arms to tease and cuddle, playing with her, and reading together. Lan Lan also loved to cling to her, snuggle up to her, massage her, and act spoiled. Even a brief separation was unbearable. Now sending her away would be truly heartbreaking. She was her first pet, and she had promised to take responsibility for her. Moreover, Lan Lan was so attuned to human emotions. She could discern everything from a single glance or expression. If she knew that her master was giving her up, she would certainly be deeply saddened, angry, and perhaps even resentful, wouldn't she? But she was growing bigger and bigger, and indeed, she couldn't stay any longer. Besides, keeping a protected animal privately in the Empire was illegal. Wait a little longer, Miantang was about to say that her wings hadn't healed yet, but then she remembered that Lan Lan seemed very self-conscious about her broken wings and only revealed them during treatment, so she changed her words. Her injuries haven't healed yet. Once they were healed, she would personally send her away. You two sit down and have some tea. He'll go organize her things. Tang, let me help you. No need. No need. Don't disturb their time alone. The little tiger, holding the milk bottle in her mouth, strutted proudly behind the young girl as they headed upstairs. It's the master's bed. The familiar sweet and fragrant scent. Since the last time she sneaked a drink of milk and was chased off, she hadn't had a chance to get back on. She wasn't one to abruptly say goodbye. Before that she had so many things to tell her, so many matters to address. After mulling over the words in her mind for a long time, just as she was about to speak, she saw the little tiger toss aside the milk bottle, sprawl out on her bed, with all four paws in the air, expose her belly and fall asleep. Ah, it's the master's bed. The familiar sweet and fragrant scent. Since the last time she sneaked a drink of milk and was chased off, she hadn't had a chance to get back on. So nostalgic, so comfortable, I want to sleep on the master's bed forever, and the master. Eat, and then sleep, you lazy tiger. Miantang smiled fondly, rubbed her fluffy belly, then leaned down and placed a kiss on the king character on her forehead. Sleep well, my sweetheart. She left her own coat behind, letting it serve as a comfort blanket to replace her grip, and went downstairs. Fred, Tong, where's the white tiger? It's asleep. Inzwa, will it be okay alone at home? Should we bring it to the mansion? No need, it's very well behaved. And according to the cycle, this sleep will last at least 10 days. 10 days, or more. What kind of tiger sleeps that much? Miantang smiled. When it wakes up this time, its wings should be healed. Guanshan Yu, the Earl's mansion. Early in the morning, Mrs. Xiaoyi was busy arranging the decorations, food, and guests so that when Miantang arrived, she was startled by the grandeur. She had thought it was just an ordinary meal, but now it seemed more like a banquet. The invited guests curiously gathered around her. You are so beautiful. I heard you are a researcher at the Imperial Academy of Sciences. How amazing. Miss Su, so young, both beautiful and intelligent. No wonder. Their eyes turned gossipingly toward Fu Lade and Inzwa behind her. To have captured the hearts of the Empire's twin stars at the same time. After all, they had even rejected a princess. The banquet is ready, what are you still chatting about? Mrs. Xiaoyi came over and warmly took Su Miantang's hand. Miantang, come and sit with me. Auntie, this is too grand today, you are too kind. What's this? Since Fu Lade and Inzwa have become your guardians, we are now a family. Upon hearing a family, Fu Lade and Inzwa's ears slightly reddened. Mrs. Xiaoyi smiled and seated her between the two brothers. During the banquet, Miantang hardly ever reached for her chopsticks. With just a glance, Fu Lade and Inzwa vied to pick up food for her ladle soup, wipe her mouth. Mrs. Xiaoyi was stunned from across the table. She knew her two sons liked Miantang, but she didn't realize they liked her to such an extent. As if there were no outsiders, they would have gladly picked up the bowl to feed her. They had practiced martial arts since childhood, and like most soldiers, they were rough and unrefined, never caring about trivialities. When had they ever been so gentle and attentive to anyone? But perhaps they were too gentle, appearing overly polite. Sometimes females don't entirely prefer males who are too polite and measured. With that thought, she raised a glass. Miantang, since you came to the banquet today, Annie has 3 toasts to propose to you. 3 toasts. Upon hearing this, Fu Lade was about to stop her, but was halted by a look from Mrs. Xiaoyi. Inzwa was puzzled. What was mother up to? A glass this tall, 3 inches high, would be too much for most males. Tang will definitely get drunk. Mother. It's all right, Inzwa. When an elder proposes a toast, how can one refuse? Miantang considered herself a good drinker. She had outdrunk many colleagues before. 3 glasses were nothing. This first toast celebrates your successful entry into the National Academy of Sciences as a researcher, bringing honor to us females. Thank you, Auntie. Miantang downed it in one gulp, finding the taste quite pleasant. This second toast thanks you for bringing the inhibitor, rescuing my 2 sons from dire straits. It's only right, they also saved me. Miantang finished it again. As Mrs. Xiaoyi prepared to propose the third toast, Fu Lade couldn't help grabbing her hand. Tong, that's enough, don't drink anymore, you'll get drunk. It's fine, just one more glass. Exactly, Fu Lade, you're not as sensible as Tang. This third toast celebrates my 2 sons being fortunate enough to become your guardians. May you live happily and peacefully under their care. Since it's a toast to us, let us drink on your behalf. Fu Lade snatched the glass, and Inzwa also poured himself a glass. The 2 of them downed it for her. Miantang found it amusing, shaking her head. She thought they underestimated her. What were 2 glasses of wine? She could. Wait, this wine was wrong. Why was it so strong? Suddenly, a dizzying sensation of the world spinning came over her. The glass slipped from her hand, and her seated body began to sway. Tong, what's wrong? Inzwa quickly caught her. Fu Lade also rushed over to check. Oh, as expected, she was drunk. Mother. Why are you still calling mother? Can't you see Miantang is drunk? Hurry up and take her upstairs to attend to her. Take her upstairs to ATT. Attend to her. Mother's meaning. Fu Lade and Inzwa were momentarily stunned. No way. They were still pursuing Tong, had not confessed their feelings, let alone courted her. They needed to maintain a certain distance, especially at a time like this. Taking advantage of her would surely make her hate them when she woke up. What are you standing there for? Can't you see Tang is uncomfortable? These 2 foolish boys, did they really intend to be guardians forever? Fu Lade looked down and saw the girl lying on the table, eyes slightly closed, emitting low groans from her throat. She was indeed uncomfortable. He bent down and scooped her up in a princess. Brother, you. Inzwa immediately became angry. He was taking advantage of Tang while she was drunk. He himself had never even held Tang. Mrs. Xiaoyi frowned, disciplining him with her eyes. Jealousy in a male was not a virtue, especially when the other party was his own brother. The right path was for the 2 brothers to take care of Miantang together. Inzwa understood and quickly caught up. The alcohol quickly numbed her brain and eroded her memory. In a daze, Miantang, feeling her body suspended, thought she was at home. But why was it so hot around her? As if she was being tightly embraced. Was it Lan? This bold tiger dared to sneak onto her bed while she was asleep again. She would teach it a lesson. She opened her mouth and bit its ear. Fulaid, who was hurrying upstairs, suddenly froze. His Adam's apple was caught in the girl's mouth. A warm, moist sensation suddenly struck him, and there was even a delicate tongue sliding up and down along the curve, lightly brushing back and forth, teasingly lethal. His body trembled slightly, and his face was already flushed beyond belief. His arms around her tightened and tightened again, as if he wanted to press her into his body. He was so aroused that his whole body reacted, but Miantang seemed dissatisfied with the taste. Lan, why has your ear become so hard? Not tasty. Her shaking head gently rubbed against his chest like a coquettish complaint, soft whimpers mixed with drunken light breaths. Hearing this, blood rushed to Fulaid's brain, and he felt completely off balance. Every step he took felt like treading on knife edges, extremely laborious. This feeling was somewhat like the day he was induced in a heat by pheromones, but then facing the princess, he only felt pain and torment. Now it was steeped in sweetness. The only torment was that he couldn't. Tong, don't tempt him like this. He had no resistance to her at all. One more word, and he might commit a crime. He gritted his teeth, suppressed his desire, and with all his willpower managed to send her to the second-floor room. Enzwa followed in. Enzwa, watch her for now. He'll get some water to wipe her sweat. Okay. The girl was laid on the large bed. Her exposed snow-white skin formed a stark contrast with the dark red sheets, creating a strong visual impact. Enzwa stared dumbfounded, unable to look away. He gazed from her enchanting face to her delicate slim collarbone, her full and high breasts, and then her slender waist that formed a striking contrast, and her long straight legs. He couldn't bear to look any longer. If he continued, he would lose his composure like a beast. To suppress the filthy thoughts in his mind, Enzwa could only grab the blanket beside him and cover her graceful figure. Unexpectedly, just as he was halfway through, his arm was suddenly pulled by the girl. To suppress the filthy thoughts in his mind, Enzwa could only grab the blanket beside him and cover her graceful figure. Unexpectedly, just as he was halfway through, his arm was suddenly pulled by the girl. But with just a slight tug from her, Enzwa collapsed forward, 1 part forced by momentum, 9 parts deliberate. Lan. She groped blindly and happened to touch his abdominal muscles. Tang, don't. Enzwa's heart raced wildly, his voice hoarse as he grabbed her hand. Don't play with fire. Miantang murmured in confusion. Strange. Why is the belly also so hard? Belly. At this moment, it wasn't just his belly that was hard. Enzwa gazed at the beloved's exquisite face from inches away, flushed with 2 rosy patches from the wine, like a delicate, luscious peach begging to be plucked. He felt he too was drunk, his jade-green eyes gradually turning crimson. He couldn't hold back any longer, truly couldn't. He lowered his head and kissed her directly. So soft. Fred entered the room carrying water, only to see Enzwa pinning Miantang beneath him, kissing her cheek. Brother. He threw down the water in fury and swung a fist at Enzwa's body. Knocked off the bed, Enzwa shook his head, his mind still clouded. What are you doing? I. He didn't know either. But he wanted to devour Tang. Tang is drunk now. Are you taking advantage of her? Enzwa rubbed his face, trying to sober himself up. If he acted impulsively and did something foolish, Tang would surely hate him when she woke up. The more Fred imagined that scene, the more jealous he grew. Just then he himself was still burning with desire from earlier, wanting to fight him and vent. Suddenly Miantang was about to roll off. He hurried to support her, settling her back in the middle of the bed. 1 minute later, Miantang was about to roll off again. 2 minutes later, the same thing repeated. 3 minutes later. In her world, she was playing a chase game with Lan. Lan, stop right there, let me take a good look. What's going on with your body? Master, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you see. Too naughty. Just wait till I catch you, I'll teach you a lesson. Such a seductive and enchanting beauty rolling back and forth on the bed, as if beckoning them. Come on, Fred and Enzwa's faces flushed so red they could bleed, and they barely managed to stabilize their minds with sheer willpower. Next door, Mrs. Xiao hid quietly. Hearing the loud crash of the basin hitting the floor, she left with relief. Good. At least the foolish boys weren't that foolish. Still, with such a commotion, she wondered if Miantang's delicate little body could withstand the roughhousing. In truth, it was Fred and Enzwa who were being thoroughly tortured. They were going insane. The restless movements of the little female constantly tested their reason and limits. Faintly, it also evoked memories of the day of heat, wounds, flames, and suppressants. The situation now was almost the same, except there were no suppressants left. Thinking this before long, they both caught the scent of pheromones. So fragrant, so sweet. The elegant Arctic fairy wood, and the chilly Tianshan snow lotus emanating from. They immediately walked over to confirm. It was true. Miantang dreamed that she was playing a game of chase with Lan. Yet the disparity in their strength was immense. No matter how hard she tried, she could not catch up, and in the end she was utterly exhausted. Hours later she finally awoke. Massaging her aching head, she slowly opened her eyes and found inches away a strikingly handsome face. Was this Fred? Oh. She spun around in fright and saw another face remarkably similar to the first. Enzo. How could they be lying in bed with her? Could it be that she had, after drinking with them? Help! Shocked into a daze, she frantically checked her clothes in panic. Fortunately, everything was intact. Nothing seemed amiss on her body either. Likely nothing had happened as she had simply been drunk. Phew, a false alarm. She let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. She crept out of bed, careful not to wake them, and then like a thief darted out in a flash. She had just gone to great lengths to save them from the clutches of marriage. If she had ended up sleeping with them, that would be a disaster. They would surely hate her forever. A few seconds later, Fred and Enzo opened their bloodshot eyes, watching the little female slip away as if her feet were greased. Both of them were utterly charmed. In the past, they had always wished for her to be by their side, every moment. But this time they were immensely relieved that she had finally left. If she had stayed any longer, they would truly have been tortured to death. The brothers exchanged a glance, and with tacit understanding headed to 2 separate bathrooms to relieve their physical needs. After a long while, they finally calmed down their rationality, gradually returning, and began to ponder another question. Was that scent emanating from Tang, just now pheromones? Previously, because the odor was too faint, they had always assumed it was her natural body scent. But body scent could not soothe their desires, calm their emotions, or make them so addicted. Could it be that her severely damaged information sea had healed, or was she undergoing a secondary differentiation? At this thought, they grew excited. It seemed necessary to take her for another pheromone at the Imperial National Academy of Sciences Department of Biotechnology and Pharmaceutical Manufacturing. Miantang officially reported to the department, greeted her new colleagues one by one, and under the director's guidance began to engage with a new project. Miss Sue, as the only female in the academy, please feel free to ask for any help you need. Thank you, Director. Just as she was about to start, a familiar voice came from outside the lab. Sue Miantang, come with me to the private lab. The Dean. The Dean is calling Sue Miantang to the private lab again. This is the second time. Heavens, I've worked here for over a decade, and have never seen such a precedent, least of all for a new researcher. Yes, even the 5 elders are not allowed to set foot in that restricted area. Sue Miantang was also puzzled. Going to the Forbidden Zone again. She had already been there on her first day, and now her colleagues were already looking at her with strange expressions. Dean, is there something you need in the private lab? Sue Miantang hurried out. Wasn't the botulinum toxin extraction experiment we did yesterday already completed? But I still don't know how to use it. The usage steps are simple. They'll send them to your optical brain. She had just pulled out her optical brain when Lou Silly grabbed her wrist and led her straight upstairs. Let's talk inside. I've been thinking about it all day. A sharp gasp echoed through the laboratory as the words fell. Only after they had walked far away did the room erupt into a frenzy. I've been pondering it all day, whether the Dean is thinking about the experiment or about someone else. Obviously they held hands, so it's someone. Such blatant favoritism, I'm so envious. Who would have thought that the Dean, so calm and rational, would become so clingy when in love, openly taking researcher Sue into his private lab for who knows what? With Sue Miantang's exquisite beauty, who could resist? Low-level males can't resist because they lack ability, but strength males are different. Exactly, I don't even know who to envy more. Wait for the liquid in the beaker to boil, then add 2 milliliters of saline and 0.5 milliliters of lidocaine. Sue Miantang picked up the reagents, earnestly explaining the procedure, but Lou Silly beside her was in a completely different state of mind than yesterday, his attention entirely on her instead of the experiment. Miantang, those 2 senior officers who came to pick you up yesterday, are they really your guardians? Yes, why? Nothing, it's just that through them I learned about your background. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were. It's okay. Sue Miantang knew what he was about to say. She wasn't truly an orphan. On Earth she had loving parents, family, and many friends and fans. She was only forced to become an orphan here. But now with Fred and Enzo as her guardians and a well-behaved pet at home, she was already content. I heard that a few days ago they rejected the princess courtship and were forcibly induced into estrus by pheromones in public. When he stumbled upon this news, he was utterly shocked and even resisted the inducement of a same level. The Imperial twin stars had rejected the princess for Miantang and even resisted the inducement of a same level female's pheromones. Those who had experienced it knew it was inhuman torture. It showed how deeply they loved Miantang. I was just about to tell you about this. Sue Miantang excitedly put down the reagents. Later I took the new inhibitor I developed during the holidays and injected it into them. It worked. This proves the theory and composition are effective, but we still need multiple experiments to gradually reduce data errors before it can be officially released. My Miantang's so brilliant. Lou Silly looked at her with a smile. I knew you could do it. He had already guessed. Without pheromone comfort or inhibitor suppression, even with their iron, well, they could not have gotten through the heat, let alone appear so radiant as yesterday. Then Miantang, can you develop a new type of inhibitor specifically for me? He looked down at her. He thought he would need it often in the future. Of course. Sue Miantang agreed readily. But I still don't know what your beast form is. You? Want to see it? Lou Silly asked cautiously, his eyes flickering, his emotions never so tense. Afraid she would refuse. But she would surely refuse, wouldn't she? Can I? Sue Miantang's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. She had been curious for a long time. She agreed. So easily. Did she not know that a male revealing his beast form before a female was a courtship gesture, or Regardless, he was already overwhelmed with excitement and transformed into his beast form. Miantang had wondered what his beast form might be, but she never expected such a beautiful red fox, as if it had stepped out of a misty fairyland. Its fur was delicate and glossy with only two colors, the pointed snout above, and the tail were a magnificent fiery red, while the area below and the belly were pure white, even the tip of the tail a tiny spot of white, like a brilliant sunset interwoven with white snow. Its eyes were narrow and alluring, the deep pupils a dark purple, exuding a starry enchantment. The most miraculous was the fiery red phoenix flower mark on its forehead, blooming with seductive grace. It truly looked like a fox spirit. No wonder from ancient times to the present foxes have been symbols of intelligence, agility, and bewitching beauty. Miantang was mesmerized. She felt like the King Zhou meeting the nine-tailed fox, wanting to reach out and touch it to hold it. But wake up, wake up! He was the dean, the supreme boss of the Scientific Research Institute, not someone she, a mere staff member, could casually touch or offend. Unless she wanted to be fired. She stared at it intently for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Still no movement. The red fox's pointed ears trembled slightly, and it turned its head away in embarrassment. Miantang, why no reaction? Did she dislike his beast form? Perhaps since the Imperial Twin Stars were renowned, their beast forms must be magnificent and captivating. After seeing theirs, it was natural she wouldn't care for his. Seeing him turn away, Miantang inexplicably felt a wave of dejection. Had she made the little beauty fox sad? Because she hadn't reacted? Unsure if she guessed correctly, she tentatively asked, Lulu, silly, your beast form is so beautiful. May I touch it? Touch. The red fox's body trembled. It hadn't expected her first words to be those. A female only touches her mate's beast form. That signifies love, possession, and a claim of sovereignty. It seems she hadn't been ignorant when she asked to see his beast form. He nodded repeatedly, unable to contain his excitement. Miantang could do whatever she wanted to him. Really? Miantang was delighted and took off her gloves. Her first move was to touch the phoenix flower mark on its forehead to see if it was real and if it glowed. Then her fingertips gently traced its cheek, encountering a pair of large, fluffy, pointed ears. She caught them and rubbed for a while, then moved on to the magnificent fiery red fur, which was silky and soft, like the finest silk, impossible to tire of touching. The little female's hand was soft and tender. When it touched its face, the red fox closed its eyes in satisfaction, its long lashes fluttering, feeling her inch across its body. Miantang, does she like its face? The ears are a bit sensitive. Miantang let go. She really let go. Why does it still want more? Her hands began to roam over its body. So soft, so slow, so ticklish. Why did every second feel so tormenting? It wanted to escape, yet wanted her to continue even more, even wanted to lie down and turn over its belly for her to touch. No, that would be too undignified. Lucilla, you are the dean. Not a male who has lost all reason to a female. The red fox desperately suppressed its urges, but its body was far more honest. Every place the little female touched turned crimson and trembled, and it struggled to prevent a muffled groan. After a few minutes, Miantang's hand reached its lower back. Was it finally over? Lucilla breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt immensely reluctant. But no, Miantang was just getting started. What a large, fluffy, and brilliantly colored foxtail. If she could hug it to sleep every night, it would be so comfortable. She excitedly lifted it up and hugged it tightly to her chest. In that instant, Lucilla felt as if struck by lightning. The tail, Miantang, no. A fox's tail cannot be touched. He thought she knew, but she not only touched it, she hugged it tightly in her arms. Ugh. The red fox instantly trembled all over, unable to bear the immense stimulation, and suddenly transformed into human form. His transformation was so abrupt that Miantang didn't react in time, still tightly holding on to him. It wasn't until several seconds later that she noticed something was off. Looking down at her palm in confusion and in fright, she screamed, immediately letting go and stumbling back several steps. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. Lucilla, why did you suddenly change back? She didn't even get a warning. And how could the fox's tail be? This is just too strange. Especially since she had just held him close, rubbing against him with an infatuated expression. Now thinking back, it was too embarrassing, as she could just die, really. She turned to escape through the door of the private laboratory, but then noticed. Lucilla's condition was a bit off, actually very off. His face was crimson, beads of sweat forming, and he was struggling to breathe heavily, his pale hand resting on the experimental table, veins bulging, as if he could hardly support his body, and was about to collapse. Are you okay? Miantang approached with concern. Lucilla felt her presence, and his entire body trembled once again. Miantang, don't come over. What's wrong? Miantang had never heard him command her with such a fierce tone. Could it be that her earlier actions as a seductress frightened him? I think I'm going into heat. His mind was in chaos, reason beginning to fade, blood boiling throughout his body, unbearable heat consuming him, his focus locked on the nape of his neck, desperately wanting the pheromone. These were all signs of going into heat. If he didn't receive the comfort of pheromones, he would go mad, lose control, and even transform into his beast form, thus harming her. Just moments ago, he had shown her the gentlest side of himself. Once he lost control, as an S-Rank male with combat prowess, one claw could easily disembowel someone. She had to leave immediately. Run. Hurry. going into heat. Miantang was astonished. He was such a meticulous and rational person, surely he would have accurately estimated his cycle. Now suddenly like this. Could it be that she had touched him too much? She fell into a deep sense of guilt, her mind racing. Okay, wait for me, don't move around. I'll go formulate some new inhibitors from Enzo for you. Foxes and wolves are both canids, and as SSSS-Rank males using the same inhibitor should be effective. But unexpectedly, the moment she turned around, Lucille caught a whiff of a strong fragrance of phoenix tail flowers. His eyes suddenly glazed over, as if he were under some kind of control, and he forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Lucille. Miantang was startled. Miantang, don't leave. What's wrong with you? Why was he suddenly telling her not to go? I love you so much. Can I have a bit of your pheromone? Just a little. Huh. The girl looked at his dark purple eyes, which flashed with a crazed and fiery light, clearly controlled by desire, starting to babble nonsense. She tried to push him away, but the person before her felt like an unyielding wall, unmoving. Lucille, snap out of it, let me get the inhibitor first. I don't want the inhibitor. He suddenly went wild, sitting on the experimental table, while holding her, pinning her struggling hands firmly against the cold marble wall. I only want you. He spoke each word deliberately, removing his golden-rimmed glasses. Miantang suddenly felt as if he had torn off the hypocritical mask of his usual gentle demeanor, revealing a truly cruel and ruthless side. But I don't have any pheromones. You do. Please give it to me, please. He leaned down to kiss her. Miantang instinctively turned her face away, but he captured her ear, licking it repeatedly, sending shivers down her spine, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Before she could even process the emotions, she realized a more urgent situation. Beside them, the beaker was boiling, starting to emit steam. That was toxic. Lucille, let go of me. Even if you don't let go, let me put out the fire first, or else the toxic gas will come out, and we'll both die. Lucille. Director. She tried shouting his title to ignite a sense of responsibility and reason within him, but the man seemed to have long been consumed by desire, completely oblivious, his strong arms tightly holding her, kissing her randomly from her ear to her cheek, then to her neck. No way out. To avoid dying in the laboratory once again, at a critical moment, Miantang extended her trembling fingertips, striving harder, reaching the alarm on the wall and pressing it. Ding ding ding. A sharp alarm suddenly rang out. The 5 elders responsible for guarding the private laboratory heard the prompt from the light brain and immediately took out their devices to check. What they saw was, in the laboratory, the tall and handsome director was crazily pressing the helpless female staff member beneath him while she cried out, "Director, please let me go. Director, come to your senses. Please, Director." However, the powerful SSSS-Rank male ignored her, treating her soft cries as a form of seduction, becoming increasingly excessive, his exaggerated actions even shaking the nearby experimental reagents. It was simply outrageous. The 5 elders were stunned, standing up in shock. The director was committing a crime. Previously during the interview, they had noticed the director's affection for Miantang, but at that time they thought it was mutual. Little did they know that it was the director unilaterally abusing his power to oppress and take it. With a loud rip, Lucille tore Miantang's clothes. The collar of her round uniform was forcibly torn into a deep V, faintly revealing the alluring curve of her snow-white skin. The male's eyes were bloodshot, and he lowered his head to bite her, startling the young woman so much that she pushed him hard. "Dean, don't. The alarm has already been pulled. If you continue, we'll be seen." Unexpectedly, her chaotic push accidentally scraped off the protective film on the back of his neck. In an instant, surging waves of phoenix tail flower fragrance poured into her body like ocean tides. Lucille couldn't help but let out a muffled roar, tilting his head back, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, losing all movement. It was pheromones, so many pheromones. He was about to die from the pleasure. Seeing that he finally let go, Miantang jumped down from the experimental table, extinguished the blazing flame under the beaker, and collected all the toxic gas produced. Phew, that was too close. In her past life, she had been blown up in the lab. In this life, she almost died from poison in the lab again. What kind of fate was this? After receiving the soothing effect of the pheromones, Lucille regained his sanity in just a few seconds. He shook his head, looking at Miantang beside him, her hair disheveled, clothes torn, neck covered in marks, clearly having been severely mistreated. Remembering that he had just lost control during his heat and attempted to forcibly violate her, he was instantly filled with remorse. Such a despicable, shameless, lecherous male. She must detest and hate him to the core. But then why did Lucille suddenly let her go? Miantang turned her face in confusion and saw the man drop to one knee with a thud, holding a knife in both hands, presenting it to her. "Miantang, I'm sorry. I know that even if I say it 10,000 times, it won't make up for the harm I've caused you. Take this knife. You can do whatever you want to me, even if that meant killing him." Miantang was startled at the sight of the knife. This was a diamond used for cutting glass in the lab, the hardest substance in the world. Was he using it to deal with her? Was he insane? No need. She carefully picked up the knife and locked it back in the storage compartment. "This incident isn't entirely your fault. I was the one who acted recklessly, first causing you to suddenly go into heat. Besides, I didn't suffer any substantial harm. Let's just pretend nothing happened and let it go." At most, she had been kissed a few times. Also, why hadn't anyone told her that having a hickey hurt so much? She hissed in pain, her fingertips slowly touching the love bite on her collarbone. That gesture in Lucilla's eyes was as seductive as it could be, as erotic as it could be, making him want her again. He pinched himself hard. Lucilla, have you really gone mad? Please get up. She couldn't bear to have a dignified Dean kneel before her, a mere staff member. She walked over to help him up, but as she bent down, the deep V neckline that had been violently torn open suddenly revealed a tempting sight, causing the man's Adam's apple to bob. She quickly straightened up and firmly covered herself. She had forgotten about that. Lucilla's arm now had a few more purple bruises. He took off his coat and handed it to her. Miantang quickly put it on. Both of their faces were flushed beyond belief. As they fell into a tacit awkwardness, a frantic shout suddenly came from outside the door. Dean, open the door quickly. Forcing a female is a serious crime. Even for the sake of the Academy's future, you must think twice. Miantang shuddered. It was the alarm she had just triggered. Had someone come. You stay here and don't move. He'll go out and handle it. She pressed down on Lucilla and ran out herself. Outside the door, the 5 elders expected Lucilla to come out, but it was Miantang instead. Hadn't she been? Sue. Researcher Sue, are you alright? Nothing. Imperfectly fine. Miantang's tone was relaxed, pretending that nothing had happened. Nothing. How could it be nothing? The 5 elders exchanged puzzled glances. Just now watching the surveillance, she had clearly been crying and screaming. Miantang didn't know there was surveillance in the lab, nor did she know that the video angle and audio quality were so poor that the scene looked like a... Then why did the lab alarm go off? Oh, I accidentally bumped into it just now. The situation suddenly reversed. The 5 elders were all shocked. They thought they had witnessed a crime, but it turned out they had interrupted a young couple's intimate moment. That must be it. Miantang was wearing the dean's coat, and the flush of passion had not yet faded from her face. A sin, a real sin. But them doing it in the lab. Wasn't that too dangerous? With a slight carelessness, they could touch some chemicals and cause an explosion, not to mention making such a ruckus. Young people really dared to play. The several elders all coughed. Miantang had no idea what terrible scenes they were imagining. She just looked at them inexplicably, wondering why they were suddenly coughing awkwardly. What was going on? All right, let's disperse. Let's all disperse. Professor Hiley dismissed the crowd and turned to leave himself. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and in the manner of an elder earnestly reminded, Researcher Sue, it's good for young people to have passion. It's normal to lose control sometimes, but you must be mindful of the situation. Be careful of danger. Miantang was completely confused. She felt that Professor Hiley seemed to know everything yet nothing at all. She walked into the lab and saw Lucilla still kneeling. Dean, why haven't you gotten up? I've already forgiven you. He didn't get up precisely because she had forgiven him. He had just replayed her words in his mind, and the more he thought, the more painful it became. Because he was jealous of the twin stars, he had indeed planned to transform into his beast form today, to seduce her, to make her see him too. But he never expected things to turn out, and Miantang actually said to pretend nothing happened. How could it be nothing? After what he had done to her, he had to take responsibility. Or did she simply not want him to take responsibility? He was extremely distressed. By the way, Miantang suddenly remembered something. Weren't you just in heat? How did you regain your sanity without taking an inhibitor? Because you gave me your pheromones. He lifted his head, his dark purple pupils gleaming with radiance, looking at her, as if she were a supreme deity, even using a respectful title. Me? Miantang was incredulous. How is that possible? I don't have pheromones. You do. Lucilla said firmly. Just now that surging tide, the extremely pleasurable experience, and the feeling of being completely and utterly controlled. It must have been pheromones without a doubt. Moreover, in just a few seconds she managed to soothe him and keep the mental collapse value below 15, which was sufficient evidence that her pheromones were also straight, or even higher. This realization filled him with both elation and profound disappointment. Miantang, were you deliberately claiming that you had no pheromones before? Afraid that I would cling to you because of it? Of course not. Miantang didn't know how to explain. She knew she had no pheromones because she was human with at most a natural body scent. Since you already know my background, you should be aware that Fred and Enzo found me on the poison insect star. All memories before that are gone, and my pheromone test results were unknown. They said my mental C might have been severely damaged, rendering me unable to drive pheromones, or perhaps I hadn't yet differentiated, or was simply born without pheromones. She thought this explanation would make him understand. Unexpectedly, Lucilla's expression brightened with comprehension. I see. So your mental C must have recovered, or begun to differentiate. Miantang. Miantang, would you be willing to undergo another pheromone test? Okay. To convince him once, and for all, Miantang nodded. After all, it was just standing inside a machine for a scan, painless and harmless. Then she regretted it. It turned out that in the military, due to her frail condition, the pheromone test she had taken was the most simplified version. The real detailed procedure was, first enter a sealed space, extend both hands, and follow voice prompts to perform half an hour of meditation and drive tests. Then iris hair and blood samples were collected. Everything else was manageable, but she feared blood draws the most. Sitting there seeing the sharp long needle approaching, she instinctively shrank. Miantang. Seeing this, Lucilla immediately stepped forward to embrace her soothingly. What's wrong? Are you very scared? Realizing his impropriety, he released her after a few seconds. Ever since she marked him, he had become extremely sensitive to her emotions. He couldn't bear to see her dejected or uneasy. Even a slight frown pained him, let alone her fear. If you're afraid, we won't go through with it. It's all right, Miantang encouraged herself. Since we're already here. And after this test, using the precise instruments from the Academy of Sciences, no one will ever question whether I have pheromones again. It will save a lot of trouble. Half an hour later, the test report finally came out. Lucilla's heart was tense, expecting to see grade female or higher. The Empire was about to give birth to the second S-grade ultra-rare female after Queen Jean and I. But he never expected that the result column would only read unknown. How can this be? He was filled with doubt. Miantang, however, remained perfectly calm. She had said it all along. The blood draw was a pointless suffering. Clearly what she had injected into him was pheromones, and it was the scent of phoenix tail flower that he loved most. Although he had never experienced it before, every reaction and sensation matched exactly with what was described in the books, except for the ultimate ecstasy, which words could hardly convey. Could it be that her mental C hadn't fully recovered? Lucilla's confusion was entirely understandable to Miantang. After all, his heat period had indeed come to an abrupt halt, and as a scientist, once he made a deduction, it was hard for him to deny it. But she didn't expect that after work Fred and Enzo would also suggest she undergo another pheromone test. Why? Because Enzo recalled the day he had stolen a kiss and hugged her, feeling a bit embarrassed. I think I detected a pleasant pheromone scent on you. Fred, yes, Tang. I suspect that on the day the princess induced our heat, what truly saved us wasn't the suppressants, but your pheromones. Are you questioning my research results? No. Here. Miantang directly pulled out the pheromone test report. See, this result was obtained from the precise instruments of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. Any objections? Still unknown. The brothers exchanged a startled glance. How could this be? Despite the solid evidence before them, they still firmly believed she had pheromones. Otherwise, on the day of the family banquet, given the way she had teased and tormented them in bed, without releasing some pheromones to soothe them, they would likely have succumbed to their primal urges, and maybe your mental C hasn't fully recovered, which is why it wasn't detected. Right? I've thought of a place that might help accelerate the recovery of your mental C. Enzo's eyes suddenly lit up. Lanhuan Island. What place is that? It's a tiny planet orbiting the central star, named for its blue glow when viewed from afar. It's covered with flowers and plants. Someone discovered that it has a remarkable effect on nourishing a female's mental C and enhancing pheromone concentration. So they built a spiritual cultivation hall there, attracting females from different planets to heal or train their mental Cs. Earlier, since I thought you had no pheromones, I didn't consider it. But now it seems perfect for you. Indeed a great place. Tang, shall we take you there? Miantang felt helpless that they refused to believe she had no pheromones, but she nodded in agreement. All right, you are my guardians. They'll follow your lead. She considered it a way to put their minds at ease. In truth, she knew they meant well. As she learned more about the cultures of various planets, she realized that pheromones for females represented not only power and status, but also health and lifespan. According to historical records, females with no pheromones, or the lowest grade, were often frail and had a lifespan of only about 200 years. With each ascending grade, physical constitution grew stronger and lifespan increased significantly. The highest grade was perfect genetics. Neither male nor female almost ever fell ill, with lifespans reaching over 800 years, let alone S grade. Thus they were also concerned about her health, fearing she might perish prematurely. That was why they refused to accept that she had no pheromones, clinging to any glimmer of hope. Great. Fred and Enzo cheered. Then we'll take you tomorrow. They hoped that Lanhuan Island could truly help her recover her mental C, so they could stay by her side for a long time. Before leaving, Miantang sent an email to request leave from the institute. Upon learning of this, Lucille immediately called her via light-brain communication. Even before he spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Miantang, you're going to Lanhuan Island. He'll accompany you. While studying her pheromone test report in the lab, he had already speculated whether an unstable mental C might cause undetectable results. Perhaps healing at Lanhuan Island would be effective. Unexpectedly, she had come up with the idea herself. Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. I just checked the Blue Fantasy Island. It's very close to the central star, only an hour's flight. Besides, the island is exclusively for females. Males are not allowed. Even Fred and Enzo had to turn back when they reached the neighboring planet. All right, I'll wait for your good news. The next day, Fred and Enzo arrived in a battleship to pick her up. Tang, this is your island entry pass. An island entry pass. Miantang took it. A card radiating golden light, obviously valuable. This must be very expensive, right? If it was expensive, she wouldn't go. She was only planning to slack off and go through the motions. Spending money would be a loss. It's free. Fred smiled. A female as beautiful, adorable, and outstanding as Tang. It's an honor for Blue Fantasy Island to have you. How could they charge? Tang, I brought you some snacks, all your favorites. Enzo lifted 2 gift boxes. If you feel tired from healing, don't push yourself. Rest more, your health is the most important. Also, if anyone bullies you on the island, be sure to notify us immediately. He took out a fluorescent bracelet and put it on her wrist. This is a summoning device used in the military. If you're in danger and don't have time to open your light brain, just look at its cat's eye. It will automatically scan your iris and lock your location so we can rush over quickly. Although they were nominally her guardians, they were close in age, and Miantang had never truly regarded them as elders. But now it really felt like that. She was only going to Blue Fantasy Island for a few days of cultivation, yet they acted as if she were heading off to war, giving endless instructions all the way. She couldn't help teasing, but Blue Fantasy Island is full of females. If they bully me, would you actually dare to fight? The Central Star system had respect and care for females ingrained in its bones. It would never change. Miantang thought that saying this would leave them speechless. Unexpectedly, both of them fell silent for a moment, then raised their heads, their gazes firm as they looked at her. Yes, we would. In their hearts, only the nation and she existed. If someone bullied her, they would defend her even at the cost of their lives. Miantang's heart trembled as if struck by something. She stopped joking and simply nodded. All right, I'll return safely. Upon arriving at Blue Fantasy Island, a warm staff member guided her into the spiritual cultivation hall. Everyone quiet down. Today I'd like to introduce a new student. Her name is Miantang from the Central Star. The teacher clapped to signal her to enter. Miantang walked in. The hall was filled with over 100 chattering females who instantly fell silent. She was too beautiful, wasn't she? They were all renowned heiresses and royal nobles from various planets, each with their own pride and refinement. They didn't show their astonishment too much, but their incredulous gazes revealed admiration, envy, and appreciation. Miantang briefly introduced herself, and the teacher told her to pick any seat. Here, here, here. In the last row, Yuling whispered with anticipation. To her surprise, her wish came true. The young woman chose a small corner not far from her and sat down. Miantang chose such an inconspicuous spot because she was here to slack off. She could just go through the motions for 2 days and leave. In the small corner, no one would notice her, and she could even daydream or sleep. But under the teacher's instruction, she witnessed something magical. Open your palms upward, start driving your pheromones, and imagine their shape and scent. Hundreds of people followed suit, and gradually a glow began to float above their palms with different objects at the center of the light. There were natural scenes like grass, streams, and trees, as well as everyday fruits like bananas, grapes, and cantaloupes. The girl next to her with a cute face had a bright orange carrot in her palm. Were these their pheromone manifestations? So magical. The teacher's gaze swept over. To avoid standing out, she quickly reached into the snack gift box Enzo had given her, fumbled around, and pulled out a bag of chips. If her pheromone was chip-flavored and still in the packaging, would anyone believe it? Puffed. Yuling, sitting nearby, couldn't help laughing when she saw her pull out a bag of chips. Especially when the teacher asked everyone to get close to and communicate with their manifestations, and most people slowly integrated them into their brains or hearts. Miantang simply tore open the bag and ate the chips one by one. They had assumed that someone so beautiful would be an aloof and noble goddess, but her personality was so amusing. Suddenly, they felt much closer to her. She plucked up her courage and moved closer. Hi, I'm Yuling from the Moon Comet. Immense class female, and my pheromone is carrot-flavored. In the front row, 2 females who had been secretly observing Miantang for a while turned around upon hearing someone else greet her first and introduced themselves. Hi, I'm Madina from M79 planet. I'm a class female, and my pheromone is ginkgo leaf-scented. Hi, I'm Weiwei, also from the Central Star. I'm a class female, and my pheromone is apple-scented. You're so beautiful. How come I've never seen you before? Their enthusiasm surprised Miantang. It was nothing like what Fred and Enzo had described, as if high-ranking females were all wolves and tigers ready to devour her. Because I just arrived at the Central Star not long ago. I have no rank and no pheromones. What? The 3 were shocked. You have no pheromones? Mum. Oh my, you're so beautiful. What a waste. If you have no pheromones, why are you here at the spiritual cultivation hall? Yuling was curious. Miantang had to recount her predicament again. After hearing it, Yuling sighed. Your guardians are really good to you, willing to spend a fortune to let you come here and have fun. What? Miantang didn't understand. What fortune? Yuling took out her island entry pass, the same golden card as hers. This is it. It cost a full 10 million star coins. Oh, Miantang's vision went dark. 10 million star coins. That was enough to support her for a lifetime. Fred and Enzo had even lied to her, saying it was free, making her spend a fortune to slack off. Those 2 big liars. Just wait until she got back and taught them a lesson. But I have many more of these. If you need them, I can give you some. Yuling said as she pulled out 10 cards from her pocket. Miantang was stunned. Was she looking at a sugar mommy? And one so generous? No, that's too precious. What's the big deal, eh? Yuling didn't think much of it. Star coins were worldly possessions to her. Her family had so many they could burn them for fun. What she cared about was making friends. She had come to Blue Fantasy Island many times without meeting a kindred spirit, and today, she finally did. From the very first glance, there was an incredible connection. After all, who doesn't like a pretty girl? I'm so happy to know you. Miantang took out 2 large bags of snacks, inviting them to while away the time together. Shall we share? Having just met and receiving free treats, Medina and Bai Weiwei felt a bit embarrassed. Then we'll give you a gift too. Medina said, my family runs a medicinal herbs business, and I happen to have a bottle of void essence with me. They'll give it to you. Void essence. What's it used for? It's a very special liquid. Sprinkling it on yourself grants temporary invisibility, though the effect is short-lived. A single bottle can last at most half a day. So miraculous. Miantang was astonished. She would have to take it back and study it thoroughly. Thank you. As for me, Bai Weiwei said, you know the Central Star is the most advanced in military technology. My family also dabbles in the weapons business, and I happen to have a laser gun for self-defense. It's powered by a microreactor, uses focused laser beams as its attack method, and can fire indefinitely. They'll give it to you. Self-defense. Miantang thought that if Inzwa saw this gun when she returned, he would be furious. Thank you. Yuling had left home in a hurry today and brought nothing. After thinking for a long time, she finally recalled a treasure. They'll give you my brother. Miantang. No, I mean introduce him to you. My brother is incredibly capable. Before she could finish, the teacher walked over. You four focus now. We're about to begin the most important session, the training of the information C. Alright. The four returned to their positions. Yuling still sneaked a note to her. After class, shall we go to the grassland? I have so much to tell you. You're really beautiful, even more so than my idol. Miantang, who is your idol? They'll tell you on the grassland, and also talk about my brother in detail. Her brother had been single for so many years, always with his head held high. He had rejected all kinds of high-level females, noble ladies, top celebrities. Even her idol was beneath his notice. But she could bet that the moment he saw Miantang, he would fall for her. Just thinking that such a beautiful little fairy might become her sister-in-law made Yuling so excited she wanted to pop up her rabbit ears. By the way, my animal form is a rabbit. What's yours? Miantang hesitated. If she had no pheromones and no animal form, they would consider her an anomaly. She casually made one up. A little kitten. Oh, how adorable. With your beauty, you must be a calico cat fairy. In the Royal Palace Fengyang Pavilion. Report. 2 black-clad guards rushed in from outside the hall. Inside the red silk curtains, Princess Catherine was enjoying herself with several consorts utterly indulgent. Irritated by the interruption during her pleasure, she flung out 2 pillows. Get out. Can't you see I'm having fun? Who's so reckless as to bother me with their affairs? Your Highness, it's about Miantang. The moment Catherine heard Miantang, she snapped awake. Her next get out was directed at the consorts on the bed. She draped only a thin red gauze over herself and walked out barefoot. Tell me in detail. Your Highness, the port just reported that Miantang has gone to Blue Illusion Island, escorted all the way by the Empire's twin stars. Blue Illusion Island. What is she doing there? That place was a sacred ground for healing the information C and training to enhance pheromone concentration. Could she, a worthless creature without pheromones, hope to manifest them there? Ha ha ha. What wishful thinking. Catherine laughed mockingly, throwing her head back, but her laughter gradually turned into a gnashing of teeth. Tickets to Blue Illusion Island are worth tens of millions. Hard to come by. Those who enter are either imperial relatives, nobles, or prestigious ladies. The twin stars really spared no expense to send that waste there. But this was just perfect. It was a blessing in disguise. She had been worrying that the Female Protection Agency had kept her so well guarded that she had no chance to strike, but now she was walking right into the trap. Once outside the Central Star, the laws here no longer applied. Let's go. They'll go meet her in person. She threw off the gauze, a glint of murder flashing in her brown eyes. Twin star, since you love her so much, I'll personally destroy her. In the spiritual cultivation hall, Miantang and Yuling were playing the note-passing game. Suddenly, a group of mechanical soldiers armed with pulse rifles burst through the door. Move aside. Move aside. Who are you? Don't you know that no military weapons are allowed on Blue Illusion Island? Courting death. Hands up. The mechanical soldiers, devoid of thought or emotion, had no understanding of the preciousness of females. They raised their rifles to shoot, causing the teachers and students to scream and raise their hands in panic. Amidst the chaos, a woman dressed in luxurious attire appeared, idly playing with her nails. Where is Miantang? She said casually. Get out here. She lifted her gaze and spotted the little female in the last row corner of the auditorium, which held several hundred people. Her brows were picturesque, her eyes bright and teeth white, her skin fairer than snow. A gentle breeze from the window lifted a few strands of her hair, which shimmered like silk, making her seem like a beauty who had stumbled into the mortal world. Her heart skipped a beat, and a sudden ominous premonition struck her. This person was Miantang. Only such unparalleled beauty could effortlessly transcend her own status, position, and rank, captivating the proud and unyielding twin stars at first sight, making them willingly submit. Just as she was thinking, the little female actually stood up. Are you looking for me? That's right. Her idle fingers digging into her palm tightened, the nails cutting into her flesh. At this moment, her hatred was not only for having her desired males taken away, but also a jealousy that her own beauty could not compare to even a fraction of hers. Seize her. On what grounds do you arrest people? Medina and Bai Weiwei immediately stood up, blocking Miantang. On what grounds? On the grounds that I am the Grand Princess of the Central Imperial Star. How dare you stand in my way, you blind dogs? 2 mechanical soldiers leveled their rifles at them. Medina and Bai Weiwei fell silent. The Grand Princess. They were both subjects of the Central Star System, well aware of the royal family's exalted status and the inviolability of their dignity. Oh, who do we have here? Yuling crossed her arms and rose from her seat. So it's the illustrious Grand Princess of the Central Star? Impressive. How majestic, pointing guns at the very females the nation cherishes as treasures. Yet I've heard that the royal family has produced no capable individuals for years, merely surviving under the shadow of General Yassalandi's might. Now that the war god has fallen, the borders are in turmoil and the enemy's morale is high. Shouldn't you, princess, be guarding your royal city, lest someone steals it from behind, instead of strutting around and throwing your weight about? Insolence. Princess Catherine had never been so provoked. Furious, she directly unleashed her pheromones. Yet the female opposite her was also slovel and remained utterly unaffected by her attack. Who are you? Yuling curled her lips. I am Yuling from the Moon Comet. Yuling. Catherine's heart trembled at the name. She was the eldest daughter of the Yu family, which practically ruled the entire Moon Comet system. Her family was an untouchable presence across the entire galaxy, especially her brother. Su Miantang had only been on Blue Phantom Island for a few hours. How could she have made such a formidable ally willing to stand up for her? My quarrel with Su Miantang has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle. How is it none of my business? Yuling pulled Su Miantang close, wrapping an arm around her in a protective gesture. Miantang is my dear friend. Anyone who dares to bully her is bullying me. In the future she might even be my sister-in-law. Of course family must be protected. When did this happen? Just now. You? Catherine glared at her, seething with rage, but unable to speak. She could only transfer all her resentment onto Su Miantang, wishing she could flay her alive and tear her. Born with a seductive visage, she could bewitch not only males, but females as well. Miantang, don't be afraid. She can't touch us. If she dares to harm a single hair on your head, I'll have my brother tear down her entire palace. Yuling leaned close to her ear to comfort her, but unexpectedly caught a faint fragrance. Miantang smelled so good, like flowers and grass, much more pleasant than her own carrot scent. Su Miantang lowered her eyes, her long lashes casting a shadow. So this was the imperial princess who had forced Fred and Enzo into public heat, causing them immense. You've only just met her. You have no idea how vile and debauched she is, using her seductive looks to lure my consort. She seemed very concerned about her own. Ever since she entered the room, she had been staring, and now her verbal attacks were all directed at that. No. Su Miantang spoke. Catherine, don't you dare deny it. Just as everyone expected her to explain, she blurted out, I'm not as pretty as you. How could I seduce your consort? Silence fell over the spirit cultivation hall. Everyone looked at her skeptically, especially Yuling. Miantang, what are you saying? You're 1,000, 10,000 times more beautiful than her. She can't even compare to a single strand of your hair. Are all fairy-like sisters so unaware of their own beauty? Catherine was momentarily choked. It was as if she had struck someone twice, only to be fed a candy in return. She was born noble and beautiful, long immune to the praise of those around her. But this was the first time a female more beautiful than herself had complimented her, and it felt completely different. But soon she snapped back to reality. Su Miantang wasn't complimenting her at all. She was humiliating her, because people were already snickering. You say I'm prettier than you. Yes, your monolith eyes are very unique. Sharp when raised, cool when lowered, giving you the aura of a natural supermodel. Of course. Catherine proudly lifted her eyes. Your hump nose is also just right. Most people with less striking facial contours can't carry it off, but you have no such. This was something she had inherited from her queen mother. Naturally privileged. But what I like most is your skin, light brown with a healthy and wild beauty. Ha ha ha. At these words, everyone around burst into laughter. Catherine instantly became furious. She was indeed mocking her. Su Miantang, you wretched woman, how dare you insult me by flaunting your own fair skin? Ever since childhood, she had hated her brown skin the most. She had searched the entire universe for treasures, gone through countless hardships to become even a little whiter, but to no avail. She couldn't even dream of having skin like Su Miantang's, jade white, ice smooth, like congealed cream. She dared to expose her wound in public, to humiliate her. She would kill her. She raised her hand to unleash her pheromones. But Su Miantang let out a long. So this was her weak point. After all that praise, the only thing she genuinely admired was her skin tone, but it turned out to be what she hated most. Aesthetics really are subjective. Or do you prefer white skin? Nonsense. Who doesn't prefer fair skin? The fairies in paintings all had snow-white skin like hers. She dreamed of having it. I can help you. What? Catherine's pheromone activation halted midway, as if doubting her own ears. You? Help me. That's right. Su Miantang pulled a Phoenixdale flower badge from her pocket. I am a researcher at the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. I've been working on beauty and skincare products for females, and one of them, called whitening, has shown promising results. To make her believe it, she even threw dirt on herself. The reason my skin is so fair is that I've been using it consistently. Do you want to try? Really? Catherine couldn't believe it. She took the Phoenixdale badge and swiped it on a mechanical soldier's screen. Immediately information about Su Miantang at the National Academy of Sciences appeared. Su Miantang, researcher in the Department of Pharmacognosy, the only female in the institute holder of a pink badge. It was real. Wow. Yuling was also amazed. Miantang, you're a scientist. That's incredible. She instantly became a devoted fan, even more compatible with her brother. This sister-in-law was a done deal. A glimmer of hope also flickered in Catherine's eyes. Could she really concoct such a miraculous potion? One that could make her skin as fair as Su Miantang's. She had searched the entire universe for treasures and failed. Can you really make me white? Absolutely. Why would you help me? Right, Miantang, she's so wicked. Don't help her. With me here you don't have to fear. Yuling was about to stop her, but a glance from Su Miantang calmed her. It's alright. She trusted Yuling would help her, but help could only last so long, not forever. Since the princess had held a grudge all this time, and even followed her to Blue Phantom Island, she certainly wouldn't stop at the Central Star. She might even devise new ways to torment Fred and Enzo. This matter had to be resolved once and for all. Of course there's a condition. After I help you become white you must stop pestering Fred and Enzo, and let me go. All grievance. Catherine curled her lips. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of negotiating with me. Then forget it. Su Miantang put away the badge and smiled at her. She deliberately emphasized the words, brown-skinned, enraging Catherine so much she wanted to transform into her beast form and devour someone. You? Everyone in the Lingxiu hall was laughing, and Yuling laughed the loudest. She pulled Su Miantang's arm, urging her to leave. Miantang, since she's so ungrateful, let's just ignore her. Let's go play in the grasslands, shall we? Wait. Two mechanical soldiers blocked their path. Catherine approached her, glare fierce. Fine, I agree to your terms. But if you can't make my skin fair, then you and the twin stars will all die. Deal. Take her away. She waved her hand, but Yuling couldn't bear to let go. Miantang, don't go with her. It's alright. Trust me. Then, if you're in danger or she breaks her word, contact me through your optical brain immediately. They'll come to help you as fast as I can. Okay, don't worry. Su Miantang gestured to her optical and yanked her out of the Lingxiu hall. Just as she was about to let go, Alright. Are we going or not? Catherine grew impatient and yanked her out of the Lingxiu hall. Just as she was about to let go, she noticed a military summoner on Su Miantang's wrist. The twin stars really dote on you like a precious treasure, even giving you such a rare item. She tore it off enviously. Well, why didn't you use it to call for help earlier? Let them come rescue you. Her rough movements hurt Su Miantang, who rubbed her wrist. Given the Central Empire's circumstances, princess, wouldn't it be easier for you to punish them than to punish me? Haha, you do have some brains after all. She hated dealing with fools. Though she hated it, she wasn't stupid. Catherine laughed heartily, her eyes reddening as she stared at Su Miantang's wrist, which she kept rubbing. Even the slightest pressure left a mark. She couldn't help but imagine. If she herself had fair skin like that, and such a delicate constitution, how much more pleasure she would find in the bedchamber. The thought made her eager beyond measure. Where's the whitening lotion you mentioned? I want to use it now. Wait a moment. Let me call someone from the academy to send it over via optical brain. Catherine, send it directly to the palace. Until my skin turns fair, you're not going anywhere except the Imperial Palace. Su Miantang dialed Lu Silly's optical. He answered in just a second. Miantang, have you arrived at Blue Illusion Island? Lu Silly was delighted that she thought of him the moment she landed. Yes. Su Miantang carefully chose her words. I met the princess on Blue Illusion Island. She asked me to help with her skin whitening. Could you send a few bottles of whitening lotion? The ones you saw in the lab yesterday. She had checked the ingredients. They were effective. The address is the Royal Palace. The princess. Why would she go to Blue Illusion Island? And how did she end up dealing with Miantang asking for her help? Lu Silly was exceptionally sharp. Connecting her words with the recent trending dispute between the princess and the twin stars, he immediately understood her situation. Miantang, did the princess come to cause you trouble? You're in danger. Su Miantang admired how he could grasp it in a second. No, I'm really just helping her with whitening. Despite her calm tone, Lu Silly remained unconvinced. Is the princess with you? Hand the optical brain to her. Su Miantang couldn't refuse, so she turned the camera toward Catherine. When Catherine saw the handsome male on the screen, her eyes suddenly turned seductive. It was none other than Lu Silly, the eldest legitimate son of Marquis Rothschild, the foremost genius of Central Star, and the dean of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. She had assumed Su Miantang was just calling some ordinary staff member from the academy, not the dean himself. Before she could revel in her delight, the man's icy warning chilled her heart. Your Highness, Miantang is a member of the National Academy of Sciences. She is my person. If you dare harm her, I will hold the imperial family accountable at any cost. Good. Catherine ground her teeth in fury. As the exalted senior princess, second only to the emperor, she had been repeatedly provoked lately. First the imperial twin stars, then Miss Yue, and now Lu Silly. All because of Su Miantang. Every one of them for her sake had grown audacious enough to defy the imperial family, unafraid of death. She wanted to vent her rage, but he controlled the empire's technological lifeline, and the Rothschild family wielded real power. Regardless, she had to show some deference. Dean Lu, what kind of person do you take me for? As long as Su Miantang cooperates with me obediently, I won't make things difficult for her. That's good. Lu Silly didn't want to waste another word on her. He turned to Su Miantang. Miantang, what else do you need besides the whitening lotion? Catherine, hearing his voice turn from icy to tender, wanted to smash the optical brain in irritation. I also need. Miantang glanced at the fuming Catherine and listed several chemical terms the princess couldn't understand. Lucily paused. Why did she need those intensely acidic substances? But then he thought it over and smiled faintly. His kind-hearted little angel was also capable of playing a little trick. Alright, I'll send everything over. When Miantang hung up, Catherine had already assumed a mocking posture. She snorted lightly and clapped. Impressive, impressive. A useless female without pheromones has not only captured the Imperial twin stars, but also plucked the renowned unattainable flower of the Academy of Sciences. What a skill. In the Fox clan, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate was paramount. Pure-blooded legitimate heirs were generally exceptionally handsome, while concubine-born children were far inferior, and collateral branches were even more distant. And Lucily was the sole heir of the family's century-old legitimate lineage with top-tier genes and appearance. She had long coveted his reputation and wished to take him into her harem. However, his cold temperament and exceptional intelligence, along with his position as Dean of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences at such a young age, made him beyond her easy manipulation. So she had given up and settled for a gray fox from a collateral branch, a bed partner whose charm was intoxicating beyond belief. If even a collateral member possessed such prowess, she dared not imagine what Lucily himself would be like. It seemed calling her a seductress had been an understatement. She had even managed to ensnare the real seducer. Her interest suddenly piqued. Miantang, you joined the Imperial National Academy of Sciences just for him, didn't you? Hovering around him, trying to win his favor, making him pity you. Miantang gave her a blank. Congratulations, you succeeded. So have you tasted him? Is he skilled in bed? Is he impressive? Can you handle it? He is my superior. Uft. Don't play innocent. First a superior, then a protector. You sure know how to have fun, don't you? Tell me honestly, have you ever tried it with the twin stars? How is it? Good enough to kill? Does your little body hold up? Miantang suddenly recalled, prompted by her words, the absurd scene she had witnessed at the Earl's mansion banquet after waking from her drunken stupor. Although she was certain nothing had happened while bathing, she discovered that her body was covered in the familiar scent of an eagle and a wolf. Extremely strong. It was as if she had been in zero-distance contact during the soothing of her heat. Are you savoring the memory? Catherine suddenly leaned in, startling Miantang. I've already fantasized about it. He's a military hero. Just imagine how powerful and exquisite he must be. Miantang simply put on her earphones, closed her eyes, and reclined in the massage chair, refusing to listen to her filthy words. The royal airship was truly luxurious, far more comfortable than her ordinary model. Don't play dead with me, get up. All the good meat had been eaten by her. How could such a good thing exist in the world? Just as Catherine was about to yank her up, Miantang said calmly, I'm tired. If I don't rest well, it will damage my brain, and then I might forget the whitening formula. Threatening her, Catherine wanted to scratch that bewitching face a couple of times, but she held back for the sake of her own fair skin. After waking from a nap, she arrived at the Imperial Palace. Miantang followed the mechanical soldiers down the airship and beheld the majestic, sprawling Imperial Palace with its circular domes, marble columns, beast-shaped totems, and lion-head turrets. Everywhere exuding opulence and extravagance, even the paving bricks beneath her feet seemed to shimmer with golden light. Earlier, when she was on Fred's back, she had looked down upon such a magnificent scene. Now, standing amidst it, she felt a different sensation. Seeing the gleam of amazement in her eyes, Catherine's repeatedly wounded pride received a great boost. You, a fatherless, motherless, powerless, and statusless lone female, have never seen such a scene before, have you? Country bumpkin. Miantang. She had seen the White House after all. Just look, but don't let it get into your eyes. You'll never have a chance to live here in this life unless some prince takes a fancy to you. What a pity, even the most low-born, lowest-rank prince would never take a fancy to a female without pheromones. Don't delude yourself, you're only fit to be a foot wash. Miantang had never seen anyone so prone to overthinking. She walked straight into the palace. Someone fetch the whitening dew. Remember, don't let Lucily enter, not even a single step. She deliberately raised her voice on the three words, Lucily, as if afraid she wouldn't hear. Yes. In the Fengyang Pavilion. The guards brought the whitening dew operating tools and a large bundle of mysterious chemical reagents. Miantang changed into work attire, put on gloves and goggles, and began to operate with a pile of reagents in glass vessels. Her calm, professional, and earnest demeanor left Catherine dumbfounded. She really did look the part. Before this, she would never have believed that a female could be found in a place like the National Academy of Sciences, but now she had a tangible sense of it. But she wondered if she could actually concoct something useful. As she watched, she grew angry again. Because she discovered that not only she was watching, but a group of male consorts also occasionally lifted their heads to sneak glances at Miantang, as if they had never seen such a beautiful and unique female. Earlier on the way into the palace, she had already endured it. Everyone was whispering and discussing Miantang, using words like beautiful, graceful, and ethereal, with not a single gaze directed at her. Now back in the pavilion, even her own consorts were becoming restless. All right. Miantang carried the prepared mud mask, walked to Catherine, and picked up the scoop. Lift your head, close your eyes, I'm about to begin. What is this? A face mask. Su Miantang knew that the medical aesthetics industry on the Central Star was backward, but she hadn't expected it to be so backward that they didn't even know about face masks. It's applied to the face. After a while, when you wash it off, you'll find your skin becomes smoother and more radiant. I've also added whitening due to it for a brightening effect. Hurry up and put it on me. Catherine lifted her head, already impatient. Su Miantang took the scoop and carefully spread it on her face. After smoothing half of her face, Catherine suddenly burst into rage, still looking. If you dare sneak a peek again, I'll dig out all your eyeballs and pickle them in wine. Su Miantang's hand trembled in surprise, thinking the effect had taken effect so quickly. After listening, she realized that Catherine was scolding those male consorts. Fortunately, Fred and Enzo had not been taken any, otherwise with their fiery temperaments, they wouldn't have lasted a few days. Just as she was thinking this, Catherine grabbed her wrist. You enjoy being looked at, don't you? Flaunting yourself in front of my consorts. Su Miantang, who was working hard, was taken aback. Get out. I know the basic usage now. Let my consorts apply it for me. Su Miantang. She couldn't quite understand her logic. Her consorts were sneaking peeks at her. Shouldn't she make them get out? But it didn't matter. She was happy to have some leisure. She took off her gloves and walked out of Fengyang Pavilion. Since it was rare to enter the palace, she should take the opportunity to admire the beautiful scenery. Catherine cursed Fox Spirit at her retreating back, then pointed to a gray fox nearby, and said, You come here and apply the mask for me. Su Miantang walked from the magnificent palace to the colorful back garden and finally arrived at a fresh, elegant, and exceptionally tranquil emerald bamboo grove. She opened her arms, relaxed her body and mind, and went in to breathe the fresh air. As she walked, she vaguely saw a black and white figure. Is that a giant panda? She stopped in her tracks, and her whole being became excited. She loved giant pandas the most. Back on Earth, she often went to various zoos to see them, and she knew each of their names, characteristics, and even their living habits by heart. She never expected to find such a rare animal here as well. Even more unexpected was that the royal family was so extravagant as to keep a national treasure as a pet. She suppressed her excitement and slowly approached it to confirm. It really was. Its ears twitched. It had its back to her with fluffy ears, a round body, and clean, flowing black and white fur. From a distance, it looked like a soft triangular rice ball, or a black sesame-filled glutinous rice ball. So adorable that one couldn't help but want to pick it up and give it a good squeeze to see if it was really that soft. With this thought, she looked around, and a mischievous idea arose. Back on Earth, no matter how much she liked them, she could only admire them from afar through glass, but here. The bamboo grove was deep and still, with no one around, and no fences to confine it. It looked so small, like a cub. If she secretly picked it up and cuddled it for a while, no one would notice, would they? Thus, she tiptoed stealthily, creeping with a furtive air step by step until she reached the giant panda. Then, bending down abruptly like a sneak attack, she scooped it up in her arms. See. Pheromone was quietly cultivating his combat power on Bamboo Peak. Suddenly, his entire body was lifted by someone. Who was it? He immediately opened his eyes, about to struggle, when a clear, gentle voice came from above. Wow, it's so soft and fluffy. It was a female. Turning around, his gaze froze. Not only was she a female, but she was also indescribably beautiful. Like an ethereal fairy from a painting, a sight he had never seen. Yet how audacious was she, on Bamboo Peak, to pick up a strange male in his beast form, caress and toy with him freely, and whisper ambiguous words that made one's heart race and face flush. She was like a lecher, but he had never seen such a beautiful lecher. Was she drunk? He detected no trace of alcohol, only a faint fragrance of bamboo leaves, like the tender green shoots in spring, making one's mouth water. So fragrant, so pleasant to the nose. Su Miantang was happily stroking it, when suddenly it turned its face. Its dark, round, shiny eyes stared at her without blinking, clear, shy, and even a little bashful, which stirred her beastly instincts again. Oh, so adorable and cute. Not only cute, but also incredibly handsome. She had never seen a panda with such clean fur and such beautiful eyes. Unable to resist, she kissed it, then lifted its forepaws and buried her entire face in its fluffy belly, shaking it wildly like a cat. That simple action terrified Pheromone. She had actually kissed him and buried her head in whom he could clearly feel every place she touched, unable to help but let out a comfortable, contented whimper. He had never been close to a female his age, nor had he ever experienced such intimacy. His whole body flushed crimson. Was she about to transform into her beast form and mate with him? But she suddenly stopped. Shoo! Su Miantang heard the panda's whimper and found it adorable, but she was uneasy about being discovered, so she shushed it softly, coaxing it. Don't make a sound. Let's play quietly. After all that, she still told him not to cry out. Was she trying to sneak around with him, afraid of others knowing? She really was a scoundrel. Suddenly he felt a bit angry and a little wronged. Su Miantang, oblivious, squinted her crescent-shaped eyes, pressed her forehead against his, her eyes sparkling like stars. So cute, so beautiful, so adorable. No wonder it's I want to steal you and keep playing forever. Little cutie, what color sack do you like? She expressed her fondness without restraint, completely at ease. But Pheromone was overwhelmed by such intense affection and breathtaking beauty. His pure heart couldn't resist at all, and he couldn't stay angry. Did she really like him so much that she wanted to take him home? But, in his excitement, he transformed into human form. Due to the difference in size, the position shifted to pin the little female beneath him. Their eyes met, their breaths mingled, and their trembling lips were mere inches apart. A single move would bring them together. He slowly looked down at her rosy, moist lips, but the little female beneath him suddenly screamed in shock and pushed him away. Pheromone, shoved aside, was left speechless. What was wrong? Did she dislike his human form? You. Miantang, terrified, backed away repeatedly and clutched a nearby bamboo stalk so hard that her trembling arms startled several plump little birds into flight. How can you be human? No, how could he be a panda beast man instead of a simple giant panda? Although she had known all along that everyone in the Central Star was transformed from beast forms, she had never seen anyone reveal their beast form in broad daylight, unless specifically requested or informed in advance. Thinking back to what she had just done, like a flower thief sneaking up from behind, hugging it, kissing it, rubbing it, even burying her face in its done to a strange adult male. She felt utterly shameless, mortified, and wanted to jump off a cliff. Why were you in beast form? As soon as she asked, she realized how problematic her question was. It was like a scoundrel who, after shamelessly molesting a young girl, turned around and accused her of wearing a short skirt to tempt him. Too despicable. And his expression was clearly sad, as if he didn't know how to explain. I'm sorry. Miantang suddenly offered a triple apology. To show sincerity, she even walked up to him and bowed 90 degrees. I didn't know you were a human just now. I thought you were just an ordinary panda, so I did those things. But I still offended you. You can hit me, curse me, or call the police to arrest me, whatever you want. Pheromone was stunned by her words. How could she not tell the difference between a beast man and an ordinary beast? Miantang had no idea that her cognitive obstacle here was as absurd as not knowing whether a person on Earth was male or female. But Pheromone realized she wasn't a scoundrel. How could a fairy be a scoundrel? Instead, he found her submissive posture cute and felt shy and embarrassed about his own overreaction. It's fine. He waved his hand. Miantang, head down, didn't see it and thought he hadn't forgiven her. Turning to leave, she said, forget it. I'll just turn myself in. No. Pheromone wanted to grab her, but didn't dare. In his panic, he started using sign language. Don't go. I've already forgiven you. Miantang looked at him stunned. So he hadn't known how to explain, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. He was mute. A surge of deep pity welled up in her heart. How could such a clean, handsome young man, a beautiful and adorable giant panda, not be able to speak? Truly, heaven is jealous of the gifted. Fortunately, she had volunteered at a special school and knew some sign language. Really? You forgive me? She looked at him happily and replied with a sign. Thank you. You are so kind. She knew sign language. Pheromone's eyes lit up. In that instant, he felt as if a door long sealed in his heart had been gently pushed open, letting an array of radiant sunshine, filling him with a warm, vibrant feeling. By the way, I still don't know your name, said Miantang. Pheromone picked up a withered bamboo branch nearby and slowly wrote 2 characters on the ground. The strokes were unrefined, bearing a touch of childishness, yet a hint of charm, just like him. Pheromone. Hua. It happened to share the name with her favorite giant panda back on Earth, the superstar female top streamer director of the tourism bureau of the panda world. But that one was female while he was male. Can I call you Rong? It sounded soft and fluffy, making one want to ruffle him. Rong. It felt like a childhood name. But he had never had one. No one had ever called him so intimately. Pheromone blushed slightly, turning his head, as if she could call him whatever she pleased. And you? Miantang. Mian for sleep, Tang for crabapple. Crabapple blossoms never sleep. What a beautiful name. Pheromone silently etched it in his heart. Then, if she called him Rong, could he call her Tang? Alas, he couldn't utter it. Rong, what is your role in the palace? Miantang was curious. Since entering the palace, she had only seen the princess and her consorts. But he was so innocent and looked very young, not Catherine's type. The rest were guards and servants. His combat prowess was low, he couldn't even dodge when she sneak attacked him from behind. But surely the palace wouldn't enslave or bully a disabled person. Really, a servant. He was mute and soft-tempered. Oh, she couldn't bear to imagine how much bullying and abuse he suffered in this cold palace. Really, a servant. He was mute and soft-tempered. Oh, she couldn't bear to imagine how much bullying and abuse he suffered in this cold palace. To spare him discomfort, she quickly changed the subject. Do you know why I came to the palace? Pheromone shook his head. The celestial maiden must have come to pray for the people of the Central Star, right? Aye. Miantang's voice suddenly trembled, and she lifted her sleeve to wipe her tears. I accidentally angered the Grand Princess, and she dragged me into the palace to torment me. Beat me every month, every day, 3 times a day whenever she had time. Woo. How could she do this? Treat a celestial maiden like this? Pheromone panicked instantly. He walked up to her, tugged at her clothes, and signed rapidly. Don't be afraid, I'll help you. Don't cry. Seeing the celestial maiden cry made his heart ache. Miantang heard his whimpering again, different from before, full of anxiety and distress. Realizing she had gone too far, she quickly let go and made a funny face at him. Haha, just kidding. She had only wanted to make herself sound pitiful, so he would feel better in comparison. Unexpectedly, he froze for a moment, then his face flushed red. He was angry. Are you angry? Sorry, I didn't mean to. She was totally intentional. Always teasing him. Actually, I came to the palace to do beauty treatments for the princess. Beauty treatments? What's that? Ha ha ha. Su Miantang was charmed again. Was he already over it? Did his anger not even last 3 seconds? No one needed to coax him. Wanna know? Come sit here, and he'll tell you. She sat next to a patch of sunflowers and beckoned him over. With the blush still on his cheeks, Huarong obediently sat beside her, listening attentively, while also watching their clothes brush against each other in the breeze. Su Miantang talked about beauty treatments, the Academy of Sciences, her own background hobbies, and interesting anecdotes from the Central Star. The more they talked, the more she found him pure-hearted and kind, easily trusting others. As if she asked him to turn into a giant panda for her to play with, he would agree immediately. The national treasure was adorable, and even as a human, he was still cute. While they were chatting away in peaceful bliss, the Fengyang Pavilion was in chaos. A group of male consorts had been kicked to the ground, kneeling in a dark mass. Get out! Get out! Get out! All of you clumsy fools can't even do a simple thing right. You've hurt me. Catherine's face was dry in some spots, what in others thick here, thin there. Under the uneven stimulation, her skin began to redden, and her temper flared. After scolding all the male consorts, she tried applying the mixture herself in front of the mirror. To her surprise, it hurt, even more, making her eyes sting. How could this be? When Su Miantang had applied it, there was no sensation at all. Was it just her special technique? Go! Call Su Miantang here at once. Hurry! Yes, Your Highness. The guards immediately set out to find Su Miantang, but after 5 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour. Still no trace. Catherine grew impatient. You useless lot. Can't even find a female without pheromones. What good are you? She activated her pheromone sense and detected 2 figures on the bamboo peak of the back mountain. What was she doing there? Do you prefer fresh bamboo leaves? Su Miantang asked, holding a leaf in one hand and a bamboo shoot in the other, or newly sprouted bamboo shoots. Huarong looked at them. I like both, but I prefer bamboo shoots. Because she had just dug them out with her own hands. Then hey, race a bamboo shoot. Su Miantang handed it over excitedly. Oh my, she was actually feeding a giant panda. If only he could transform into his beast form and eat it, that would be even better. Perhaps her eyes shone with too much anticipation, and Huarong sensed it. Do you want me to turn into my beast form? Can I eat? Su Miantang was thrilled. Huarong averted his gaze and nodded shyly. Just as he was about to transform, someone grabbed Su Miantang's hand from behind. Let's go. She turned around in confusion and saw a woman with patches of black, brown, and red on her face storming toward her furiously, like a zombie crawling out of a mud pit. Startled, Su Miantang screamed, Ah! Catherine, what are you screaming about? Seen a ghost? Su Miantang. Yes. Huarong was also startled by her appearance. It took him a moment to recognize the voice. Elder sister. Catherine gave him a perfunctory glance. Your Majesty. What? Su Miantang was stunned, not by Catherine's face this time, but by her word. Your Majesty. Huarong was actually her brother, the king of the Central Star. She had thought he was just a mute slave boy trafficked into the palace, bullied and oppressed at every turn, and had imagined a whole tragic backstory. But, why didn't he tell her? What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Can't you see my face is turning into a mess? Catherine was impatient. Huarong wanted to follow, but she glared at him. What are you following for? Stay here and train your useless combat skills. See if you can reach this level in your lifetime. Huarong stopped. Su Miantang's understanding was once again shaken. Had Catherine's power grown so great that she could reprimand the emperor? In a centralized monarchy, shouldn't the emperor's authority be supreme? Hurry, he'll be busy now, come find me when you're free. She urgently signed to Huarong, who clenched his fists and nodded. Princess, didn't you say you already knew the basic usage? What else do you need me for? I'd better not go lest I be accused of deliberately flaunting my charms to seduce your male consort. Catherine said, You're quite pleased with yourself, aren't you? Yes. She had even more reason to be pleased. But, why were you so harsh with His Majesty just now? Harsh. Catherine found it amusing. For a male who barely scrapes by at a level combat power, my attitude is already quite generous. If it weren't for him being the new king, I wouldn't spare him a glance. Think of my several royal brothers who are heirs. Each one a dragon among men, top-tier class males. Class males. Su Miantang had indeed heard Fred and Enzo mention it. The several princes in the palace were all class males born from the S-class top-tier female, Queen Jenny, and each listed as an heir. Then why choose Huarong as the new king? Because his breed is rather rare. That made sense. Su Miantang nodded. If there were a voting election among the royal princes, she would definitely choose the giant panda too. Seeing her seemingly convinced expression, Catherine suddenly burst into earth-shattering laughter, as if mocking a fool. You didn't actually believe that, did you? Su Miantang. Ha ha ha, how foolishly naive. Let me tell you, the reason he was chosen as the new king is simply because he's a mute who can't speak with low combat power, so he'll obediently be a puppet. A puppet emperor. No wonder Fred and Enzo never mentioned the emperor when talking about the palace. It seemed everyone tacitly acknowledged him as a mere figurehead. He was indeed a poor little thing. But one thing was strange. From her observations, the combat power level of males on this planet was closely related to the strength of their original form. For instance, Fred and Enzo were at the top of the food chain, and Lucy Lee's intelligence was exceptional, making them class males. Yet the giant panda was an ancient divine beast, the Mount of Chiyu, with a majestic name, the Iron-Eating Beast. And since he was also a child of Queen Jenny, why could others easily reach class, while he, after arduous training, only managed a class? The true ruler of the Central Star now is my mother. Until my brother recovers, she will never allow anyone to usurp. She paused mid-sentence. Why was she telling her this? Stop asking. The more you know, the sooner you die. Go put on my face mask. Su Miantang reapplied the mask for her. Catherine was satisfied, because it was smooth even in thickness and painless throughout. She stared at Su Miantang's hands with puzzlement. Why were they different from others? What magical quality did they possess? How long does this mask need to stay on before washing off? Su Miantang paused in her movements of tidying the mixing tools. 3 days. 3 days? That long? Do I have to eat, sleep, and not go out with it on? Su Miantang, are you messing with me? No, Your Highness. Your complexion has been this way since birth, lasting over 20 years. Do you expect it to change in just a few minutes? This is science, not magic. Catherine, indeed, she had spared no effort since childhood, seeking all kinds of treasures, yet never managed to become fair. Thinking about it, 3 days wasn't that long. For beauty, she could endure this hardship. But to prevent Su Miantang from tricking her, or any mishap, she decided to keep her close for all activities. At lunch, a magnetic floating tray appeared at the entrance of, "Oh, a rare visitor." Catherine's tone was sarcastic. Su Miantang looked up. It was Pheromone. Just as she was about to greet him, the princess issued an order to leave. "What are you doing here?" "I came." He signed, but Catherine was extremely impatient. "What's all that flailing about? Want to eat here? But this place is all meat from fierce beasts, nothing for you. Go chew bamboo shoots at the back mountain." Su Miantang frowned. She couldn't bear to see anyone treating a giant panda so harshly. He was a national treasure. "Catherine, don't be mean to him. If you want to be mean to me." Tang Tang. Pheromone's eyes flickered with surprise as he looked at her. It was the first time someone had dared to defy his elder sister, and it was to defend him. Catherine hadn't expected that this little weakling, who had been respectful and uncomplaining all the way from Blue Phantom Island to the palace, no matter how she insulted or ordered her around, would now flare up at her for a puppet emperor, and even boldly call her by name. She suddenly recalled the bamboo grove encounter she had dismissed earlier, thinking it was just a coincidence. But now Pheromone had come to her palace for the first time. Was it a bond between two weaklings, or... I didn't see it coming. Su Miantang. Your taste is quite diverse, huh? Su Miantang. I thought you had a big appetite, only going for premium class males. Turns out you're not picky at all. Any kind will do. Su Miantang. What on earth was going on in her head? She wanted to dig it out and study it. Elder sister, don't say that to her. They'll leave now. Pheromone finished signing hastily and turned to leave. He couldn't bear to see Tang Tang insulted, not even a little. This feeling was like 1,000 needles pricking his heart, a dense, sharp pain that was thousands of times worse than when others mocked him for his low rank or being a mute. It was all because he was too weak. If only he could be as strong as his royal brothers, then he could protect her. Hey! Su Miantang watched his receding figure, then turned to Catherine. What are you staring at? I haven't yet punished you for your insolence, just now, As Catherine spoke, a sudden sharp pain shot through her face as if burned by fire, scorching hot and maddeningly itchy. My face, it hurts so much. It hurts. It seemed the medicine was taking effect. Su Miantang sat down calmly and began to eat. What's happening? Su Miantang, what's happening? Is it your doing? The whitening cream is taking effect. I advise you not to scratch or wash it off, or all your efforts will be wasted. It hurts and itches so much. How can I not scratch? Am I supposed to just endure this forever? She went mad with pain, overturning the table. Su Miantang, foreseeing this, held her bowl and chopsticks. Beauty always comes at a price. Does it hurt? She had only added a little something into it, and it hurt this much. Back then, Fulade and Inzwa in broad daylight were induced by her pheromones into forced heat. The agony of that was 1,000 times worse than this. Kaiselin continued her frenzy. After overturning the dining table, she smashed the vase, tore down the curtains, kicked her male consort a few times, and finally grabbed Su Miantang by the collar. Don't let me find out that you're behind this. If my face is ruined, I'll annihilate your entire family, exterminate your 9 clans. Oh, Su Miantang said indifferently. She actually wanted to say that her entire family and 9 clans consisted of only herself. Kaiselin's face felt as if ants were gnawing at it, and the pain was so unbearable that she couldn't sit still even for a moment. Soon she ran out screaming. Seeing this, Su Miantang also put down her rice bowl and went to find Pheromone. She roamed around the palace but didn't spot him, so she headed toward the bamboo peak at the rear mountain, where she indeed found him. He was sitting cross-legged deep in the bamboo grove, as if cultivating. Pheromone, she called out to him from afar. The latter did not respond, but after a moment his body suddenly convulsed, and he wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Su Miantang hurried over and was shocked to see. He was coughing up blood. Pheromone, what's wrong? Why are you spitting blood? Pheromone was delighted to see her. It's nothing, just cultivation, it's normal. Elder sister, did she give you a hard time? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to find you. She had no time to discuss this with him. She only frowned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth bit by bit with a handkerchief. Normal where? Did he think she was stupid? In normal cultivation the body only grows stronger. How could it spit blood? I think you've gone astray, haven't you? Why cultivate so desperately? As far as she knew, the grades of males and females on the Zhongyang star were predetermined at birth, except for a small minority who undergo a second differentiation between the ages of 18 and 22, or those blessed with exceptional talent, like General Yasalandi, who experienced divine miracles. There would be no change. Even with cultivation, it only strengthens the body. Because he had just been scolded by Kaiserlin, and felt that he was too weak, which caused his blood to rush to his heart. Huarong, some people's dislike of you is completely groundless. You don't need to care about them, because there are people worth caring about. People worth caring about. That's the people who like you and the people you like. People you like. Huarong's gaze suddenly dodged, flustered, not knowing where to look, and his face reddened slightly. But if I don't cultivate to become strong, I can't protect the people I like. The prerequisite for protecting others is to protect yourself. Miantang sat down beside him. Moreover, the people who like you won't change because of your strength or weakness. They will simply like you consistently. She fumbled around on herself and finally found a piece of candy. Here for you. Once you eat it, you're not allowed to be sad. What is this? Cotton candy. I made it myself. Only one piece. Off. Miantang initially thought he was complaining about the quantity, but after a moment she understood that he meant since there was only one, if he ate it she would have none. Who wouldn't like such a pure, kind, and considerate giant panda, who always thinks of others? Perhaps only Kaiserlin, that spoiled princess, but she doesn't feel good either. I've already eaten many. This one is for you to try. Huarong peeled off the candy wrapper, put it in his mouth, and when he tasted its flavor his pupils first froze, then a faint mist of moisture gathered in. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever been willing to talk so much with him, comfort him, encourage him, tell him to protect himself, tell him he didn't need to become so strong, and even leave the last piece of candy for him. The person he likes. He had never understood what liking meant before, but now he seemed to understand. His chest was full, swollen, entirely filled with tang-tang, yet not painful, as sweet and wonderful as the candy in his mouth. He likes tang-tang. What's wrong? Is it not good? Miantang was puzzled. She had given it to many people and everyone's feedback was great, but looking at his expression it seemed like he was about to cry. Huarong said nothing and directly transformed into his beast form. For a male to actively reveal his beast form in front of a female is a sign of expressing affection, courtship, and even that he has chosen her alone for life. His world could no longer accommodate anyone else. Seeing that he had suddenly turned into a giant panda again, Miantang's eyes lit up, and she reflexively wanted to reach out and pet his fur, but then she pulled her hand back. He was grieving right now, she must restrain herself, but Huarong actively leaned in. What did he mean? For her to play with. The girl was overjoyed. In the evening, Miantang, who had been petting the national treasure all day and was more than satisfied, made a call to Lusalai via her light brain to report progress, and then prepare. Unexpectedly, from outside the gauze curtain, there suddenly came a rustling sound. What was that noise? She pricked up her ears alertly. Could it be some kind of beast? Is the palace security this poor? Just as she was thinking, with a rip, the gauze curtain was torn open. Through the bright moonlight, she could see a woman holding a wine bottle in her hand, her face pitch black and her clothes in disarray. She seemed drunk, staggering as she walked. Miantang, you useless waste. Actually, do you look down on me? Just think, I, the dignified elder princess, being bullied by the young lady of the Yuesher family is one thing, but even the Shuangzixing dare to dislike me and rebel against me, and now even Lusalai dares to warn me. They are just bullying our royal family because we are in decline and have no successors. In the past we still had General Yasalandi, the war god lord, to rely on, and no one dared to act recklessly. But now he has fallen, leaving only the Empress Mother and a few nominal prince brothers. Although the Empress Mother is S-level supreme under heaven as a female, she has no combat power. No matter how strong she is, she cannot withstand the enemy's cruel mecha and artillery shells. Here she goes again, being crazy. Plus she's a princess. Barely, let's call her Mad Princess. Miantang sat quietly on the bed waiting for her to finish her madness. She really didn't understand. Even with her face hurting so much, she still couldn't stay still. It seemed the dosage was too small. But she was smart enough to use alcohol to numb herself. A bit clever, but not much. But everything shouldn't be like this, shouldn't. The royal family should flourish for generations and enjoy supreme glory. Since ancient times, the Zhongyang galaxy has been the domain of our lion race. The beast god in his mercy sends down a wise and mighty lion king every few hundred years to rule over the multitudes. 20-odd years ago, unprecedented, a male lion with S-level combat power and innate double pupils was born. He is my eldest imperial brother, Jun Xingyin. He was the Empress Mother's first child, her most beloved and proudest child. He was appointed crown prince at birth, the sole heir to the planet, revered by all, celebrated throughout the realm. He was supposed to become a renowned war god, like General Yasalandi. But because his genes were too excellent, he was kidnapped by enemies at the tender age of 6 and sent into a laboratory for research and genetic modification. My imperial brother endured countless days and nights of torment inside, suffering inhuman torture, before he could escape. When he returned to the palace, his genes had mutated, his spirit had collapsed, and he had degenerated into a beast. The only shred of reason left was the final dignity of an S-level male. The Empress Dowager was heartbroken over this. She searched far and wide for high-ranking females attempting to heal him with pheromones, but none were of any use. Instead, it made him utterly disgusted with females. Until now, everyone had given up except the Empress Dowager. She burned incense and prayed to the gods day after day, hoping that a miracle would appear one day. That's why she would rather install Hua Rong as a puppet new king than let anyone else ascend the throne. Because that throne was reserved for my imperial brother. Only he is the true Lion King. But everyone knows it's impossible. After so many years, my imperial brother can no longer return to human form. If the crown prince were still well, do you think these people would dare to ride over me? Would they dare to insult the dignity of the royal family? I'm afraid they wouldn't even dare to speak loudly, ha. Catherine, half-crazed, drank one gulp after another, her words fragmented and disjointed. Miantang was utterly bewildered. Was she drunk and talking nonsense? Or had she been provoked into delusions? Catherine came to her bedside, flicked on the light with a click, and caught the look of skepticism on her face. What do you mean? You don't believe me? Miantang, as far as I know, S-level combat males are extremely rare. In Central City, there's only General Islandi. I've never heard of any in the royal family. That's because my imperial brother is a pain in everyone's heart, and no one wants to mention it anymore. Oh, Miantang still didn't believe it, but to make her leave sooner and not disturb her sleep, she pretended to believe. Your acting is too poor. Catherine saw through it instantly, and in a fit of rage yanked her out of bed. Since you don't believe me, I'll take you to see for yourself. Hey, where are we going in the middle of the night? Miantang thought she was in a drunken frenzy, and would probably take her to some desolate wilderness, and then pass out. But to her surprise, Catherine was very clear about her destination. They boarded a magnetic floating disc, weaving and leaping over a series of magnificent palaces. Catherine stopped. Drunk driving is not a coward. Immense class female. Do you think I'd let you fall to your death? Get down. Finally, they stopped before a towering hall. The entire structure was pitch black, surrounded by 18 lion-head statues, imposing and majestic even at first glance. At the top there were 2 large characters, but they were dim and hard to read. Miantang felt that this hall was different from the others. Not just because of its color lights, or even its aura. Catherine pulled her inside. As expected, entering required scanning a royal decree, undergoing infrared scanning, iris confirmation, and 4 or 5 other procedures. Then, guided by a robot, they passed through a long corridor of traps. It was even more complicated than entering Laboratory No. 1 of the Scientific Research Institute. Deep within the Eastern Palace, in the pitch-black silence, an ear hidden in a thick mane twitched nimbly. Who was it? So reckless, daring to disturb his peace. Your Highness, please. The robot performed a salute and switched on the lights. With a sudden whoosh, thousands of beams blazed to life. Caught off guard, Miantang beheld a breathtaking sight. In the vast inner hall there was no furniture, only a cage forged from dark iron. In the center of the cage lay a colossal male lion. Its eyes were half closed, its muzzle broad, its head towering, surrounded by a thick majestic mane like golden flames. It was handsome and imposing, full of awe. Its body was 4 or 5 meters long, its tail thick and long, its claws like white jade, but gleaming with a sharpness fiercer than spear tips and blades. She had never seen a lion so large with such a magnificent mane. It could only be described as majestic and grand. If not for the cage, she would have turned and fled. Courting death. Not only did they disturb his peace, but they also dared to stare at him with unblinking eyes. Suddenly the lion opened its eyes. They were a pair of extremely clear, bright azure eyes like the heart of an ocean gem. Beneath them, however, lay a cold sharpness colder than ice. The conjoined pupils were about to unleash their power when they froze. He had guessed it was another female. But he hadn't guessed. She was so beautiful. In his brief encounters with the world, he had never seen such a small female. Amidst the irritation and ferocity in his eyes, there was a rare moment of blankness. Burp. Catherine let out a drunken belch, pointing vaguely at the lion in the cage. See, believe me now. This is my elder brother, the Crown Prince of the Central Empire, an S-level combat male. Even reduced to a beast, his bearing is extraordinary. If you have any discernment, you should believe what I believe you. Miantang nodded. This time she truly believed. A lion this big was clearly abnormal. She felt it could swallow a person in one bite. Royal sister, who is she? The lion slowly rose, shaking its golden mane. It was about to ask Catherine when a low, powerful roar frightened Miantang so much that she scrambled onto the person beside her. This time it was Catherine's turn to scream. She slowly, incredulously looked up at Miantang, who was clinging to her tightly. The alcohol suddenly wore. What are you doing? How dare you climb onto me? When she was with her male consorts, she was always on top. How dare she climb onto her? Outrageous. Miantang. That's right, she had been scared by a male lion and climbed onto a female lion. Sorry. She smiled, awkwardly pointing at the cage to explain. I was afraid it would bite me. Bite her. In an instant the lion's azure eyes erupted with unparalleled fury. He was an S-level combat male born with double pupils. Even reduced to a beast, a single glance from him could reduce her to ashes. Yet she had compared him to a dog. A dog that bites. Roar. This time it truly unleashed a majestic roar, its sheer volume instilling such terror and trembling that it felt as if one might be devoured. Su Miantang dashed out immediately. Catherine was jolted, fully awake by the roar, only then realizing. What was she doing? She had actually brought Su Miantang into the Forbidden Palace grounds. Imperial brother, forgive us. Well, leave at once. Roar. The lion glared fiercely at Su Miantang's fleeing figure and roared a few more times. Females indeed were all greedy, foolish, and arrogant. Now he had added cowardly to the list. He loathed them utterly. Even if they were beautiful. That night in his dreams he tore Su Miantang's clothes apart with his claws piece by piece and devoured her whole. Having been startled in the dead of night, Su Miantang did not sleep well. Early the next morning she was awakened by the palace bells. She had intended to catch up on sleep, but to her surprise that lunatic Catherine showed up again. Su Miantang, are you playing tricks on me? This pitch-black mask is almost dried on my face, clinging like a toad. Disgusting. She was too noisy. Su Miantang could not help reaching out and forcefully peeling off a corner of the mud mask from her chin. What are you doing? Go look in the mirror yourself. Mirror. Catherine walked to the bronze mirror with half-belief, tilted her chin, and was astonished to see. It's white. It was truly white. The fair skin she had longed for her entire life had actually become a reality. Though still far from Su Miantang's snowy radiance, it was a vast improvement over her former brown skin. The suffering of these past days was not in vain. Su Miantang cast a sidelong glance. She truly felt that the light brown skin better suited her bold, wild features. Now she had lost her personal flair. Su Miantang. Catherine turned around in ecstasy and found her already asleep. Rarely she did not rush over to grab her. Instead she stood quietly by the bed, gazing at her, a new scheme forming in her mind. Who would have thought that this little useless thing actually had some tricks? Suddenly she no longer wanted the twin stars of the Empire. She wanted her. The thing she cared most about in life was her own appearance. A mere male was nothing compared to her face. And Su Miantang possessed the power to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary in terms of appearance. Since she could turn brown skin white, she could surely adjust other facial imperfections. If she could keep her trapped in the palace as her personal grooming maid, nothing could be better. Though the central star strictly forbade enslaving females, with enough temptation, she believed Su Miantang would willingly stay. Su Miantang slept until noon. Feeling a bit hungry, she got up to forage for food. Suddenly she smelled a fragrant aroma that stirred her appetite. Following the scent, she saw Catherine sitting in the main hall, a table full of colorful dishes before her. When Catherine saw her, she waved gently. Su Miantang, you're awake. You must be hungry after sleeping so long. Come and eat. A lioness who only ate meat had actually prepared rice and vegetables, and her tone was so gentle. It was utterly abnormal. A proverb flashed through Su Miantang's mind: a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. What is this about? All of this is prepared for you to thank you for whitening my skin. No need, as long as you keep your promise. Of course. Catherine lightly curled her lips into a smile. From now on I won't pester the twin stars anymore. But, let's not talk about that now. You helped me, and I must reward you. Tell me, what do you want? Gold and silver. Jewels. Su Miantang shook her head. The living allowance issued again. She had been very interested in them before, but after entering the Scientific Research Institute, she found rare herbs and exotic plants. She shook her head again. She had been very interested in them before, but after entering the Scientific Research Institute, she found that the rare herbs and magical potions stored there were enough for a lifetime of study. Then, seeing that material possessions could not sway her, Catherine glanced at the male consorts beside her, gritted her teeth, and decided to part with a treasure. Look at these male consorts in my harem. Pick whichever one you like. I'll give him to you. Puffed. Su Miantang nearly spat out a mouthful of beast milk upon hearing this. No, not enough. Catherine gritted her teeth again. Then pick a few more. Tonight they'll all be sent to your room to serve you together. Don't say I'm not generous. These are all carefully trained by me, though every one of them is a master in bed, guaranteed to make you dizzy with pleasure. She was not being ungenerous. She was being too generous. Su Miantang waved her hand. Stop, I don't have such heavy tastes. Heavy tastes. This is heavy. It was merely daily routine. Catherine was convinced she was pretending to be innocent. She must have slept with too many high-quality males like the twin stars and Rustley and looked down on her harem. If you find them boring, I can tell you an even more exciting game. Let them transform into their beast forms, and then. But with your delicate little body, you must be careful. Choose some gentle ones that don't get broken. After all, when beasts go into heat, they are ferocious and reckless. Su Miantang's mouth twitched. What had she just heard? She wanted to cut off her ears. I often feel out of place with you all because I'm not perverted enough. You? Catherine grew anxious. She was impervious to swords and bullets, immune to every temptation. Gold, silver, herbs, males. None of it worked. Did she have to use pheromones to force her? She did not want to damage her brain. She still needed it for beauty treatments. What do you really want? If possible. Su Miantang finished her meal, took a napkin from the side, and elegantly wiped her hands. Let me go now. I have to go to work. Go. No way. She refused to believe there was nothing that could control her. Report. A guard suddenly rushed in from outside and whispered something in her ear. After listening, Catherine burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, heaven helps me. Fine, Su Miantang, you can go, but after you leave, the twin stars will have to stay. What do you mean? Miantang's expression turned serious. Catherine, you promised me that after it was done you would no longer trouble them. Are you going back on your word? Don't blame me. See for yourself. She opened her light brain and tossed it to her. On it was a royal decree. Fred Perez and Enzo Osborne had forcibly entered the palace, severely wounding hundreds of Imperial guards. An emergency arrest warrant had been issued. Forcibly entered the palace. How could this be? Could it be that they knew she had been taken by the princess? She immediately pulled out her light brain, and indeed saw dozens of missed calls. It was all because she had overslept. She had not told them that the princess had captured her, fearing they would act impulsively and do something irreversible. She had also been maintaining positive contact on the light brain these days, creating the illusion that she was still studying on Blue Illusion Island, intending to tell them everything after it was resolved. Yet unexpectedly, how did they know I was here? Was it you? What do you take me for? I keep my promises. I heard that Lady Joy went to Blue Illusion Island to deliver something to you and learn the news from the staff. Blame your future good mother-in-law for being too considerate. So that was it. Miantang clenched her light brain in regret. 'Tis how touching. The twin stars defied me and spent a fortune for you, and now they dare to oppose the royal family openly. They once swore eternal loyalty to the crown. This shows how much they love you. But according to Central Star law, forcibly entering the palace and severely wounding Imperial guards carries a sentence of 3 to 5 years in prison. However, don't worry too much. Saving them is simple, just one word from me. Really? Miantang looked up. Really, but you must agree to one condition first. Another condition. She never missed a chance to profit. What condition? You stay in the palace as my maid, specializing in beauty treatments for me. Wealth and honor will be yours. Impossible. Miantang refused without a second thought. Are you sure? Catherine gritted her teeth. Refusing means sending the twin stars to prison. Miantang was silent, not responding. Guards. Wait. Thought it through. Catherine flashed a confident smile. Miantang slowly nodded. I've thought it through, but not to agree to your condition. I can help you with another favor. Another favor? I can help your Imperial brother, the Crown Prince, regain his human form. What? Catherine was stunned, then, as if she had heard an absurd tale, burst into thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha, are you joking? No. After hearing the Crown Prince's story last night, she had been thinking if his descent into a beast was caused by gene mutation leading to mental collapse, then if the artificially modified genes were restored to normal, could he also regain human form? Is this condition enough? Enough, certainly enough. Catherine laughed so hard she had to hold onto the table. If you can cure the Crown Prince, not only will the twin stars be released, but even half the Imperial city. My mother would gladly give it to you. But you? Ha ha. Don't you know that all class females in the Central Star have tried, and not a single one succeeded? You a female, without even pheromones, where do you get such confidence? That's not your concern. I have my ways. First release Fred and Enzo. Fine. Catherine backed down, for now, convinced she would never succeed. After she hit a wall, and still refused to stay, she could always arrest the twin stars again. Don't say I didn't warn you. My Imperial brother now detests females beyond measure. Be careful. He might devour you the moment you enter. Previously, the class females invited by the Empress were all rejected by the Crown Prince for their offensive pheromones. They couldn't even get close before being roared away. She remembered that last night Miantang had run even faster than them. Right. Thank you, Miantang said, and ignored her, returning to her room to contact Fred and Enzo via light brain. Tang. Tang, are you okay? Did the princess harm you? On the other end, the two young officers were anxious and worried. I'm fine. But you fought with the Imperial guards. Are you hurt? Miantang examined them carefully. The two shook their heads. No, those palace guards couldn't hurt us. But the royal palace had restrictions. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break in. That's good. I'm sorry. Miantang revealed a relieved smile and patiently explained to them. It took a while to calm the two down. After ending the light brain call, she began to seriously consider how to save the Great Lion. Before she could figure it out, Hua Rong arrived first. Rong, why are you here? She stood up happily, but Hua Rong's eyes were full of worry and his gestures seemed hurried. Tang, I heard you're going to treat the Imperial brother. Yes, are you worried about me? Or do you not believe me either? Miantang thought he was like Catherine, but unexpectedly he made a firm gesture. No, I believe you. He had searched for her information on the light brain, committing every word to memory. She was truly amazing, just like the legendary fairy. Really? But my Imperial brother was captured by bad people and taken to the laboratory when he was young. He hates researchers the most. I'm afraid he'll hurt you. That was indeed something she hadn't considered. Almost all animals that escaped from experiments never wanted to return. Even if captured again, they would have a series of stress reactions. She could handle small mice or rabbits, but a lion as big as this, she would only end up as its meal. Really? But my Imperial brother was captured by bad people and taken to the laboratory when he was young. He hates researchers the most. I'm afraid he'll hurt you. The Imperial brother was an S-class male, the highest combat power in the palace, and now so irritable that even the Empress could barely control him. Rong, can you help me look up some information in the palace? About the Crown Prince. Of course. Thank you. Su Miantang combined the secrets he had found with her own knowledge and summarized a set of 4 steps to taming a beast. Step 1. To tame a beast far more powerful and ferocious than oneself, one must first conquer inner fear. She gathered her courage and re-entered the place where she had fled yesterday. Deep within the eastern palace inside the vast iron cage, the lion's ears twitched slightly and his brow furrowed tightly. Who was it again? Disturbing his peace. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw a small female standing before him dressed in a gorgeous velvet puffball skirt. Her dark seductive curls were half up, half down, a few lustrous pearl necklaces adorning her snowy neck, the hem trimmed with lace, and the tight corset perfectly accentuated her slender waist and the graceful curve of her bosom. A truly breathtaking sight. So beautiful, so familiar. He remembered that when he was a child, a famous painter presented several paintings to the palace. The empress called his brothers together and let them choose. Everyone had their eyes on one painting called The Fairy, and they fought over it. The empress alone bestowed it upon him. The fairy in the painting was dressed almost exactly like the little female before him now, but her figure and face were even more captivating than the fairy's. But wasn't she the cowardly female who had insulted him yesterday? How dare she return thinking he wouldn't recognize her just because she had changed her attire? She even dared to impersonate his most beloved fairy. Roar. He let out another furious roar. Su Miantang's legs trembled with fright from the deafening sound, yet she kept encouraging herself. She must not show weakness. She must not show weakness. Once she faltered, she would fail. Although it now appeared as a massive ferocious lion, a shred of human rationality still lingered in its mind, so it wouldn't bite recklessly. Step 2 of taming. Making it recognize and familiarize itself with her. Starting with sight and scent. Visually, she had dressed as the woman in a painting he once adored. Judging by his reaction, she had successfully stirred some memories. As for the scent, she slowly approached the mystic iron cage and stretched her hand inside, as if testing a fierce stray cat or dog by the roadside. Hey, come here, don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here to save you. The lion had expected that a single roar would scare her away, just like yesterday. To its surprise, not only did she not flee, but she boldly walked over and reached into the cage. Was she offering her own flesh to feed him? He rose slowly, advancing with a fierce gaze, ready to tear off her arm in a bloody bite. Yet unexpectedly, the scent of peony drifted into his nostrils. The fragrance was delicate, gentle, intoxicating, with a wondrous ability to soothe emotions. He lost himself for a moment, sinking back into memories. In the endless, sunless laboratory, facing only cold needles, instruments, and ruthless enemies every day. His sole consolation was the cluster of beautiful peonies he had planted with his own hands in the Imperial Palace's rear garden. Every summer they bloomed so passionately, so brilliantly, their fragrance so exquisite and enchanting that just thinking of them ignited his hope to survive. But when he returned, he found the flowers withered and he himself transformed into a beast. Nothing could ever go back. Was it really working? Su Miantang saw him stop, showing no sign of attack. Joy filled her heart as she opened the cage. When the lion came to his senses, he realized this reckless little female had actually stepped into his cage. Death wish. Don't think he didn't know. She wore his favorite fairy's attire, sprayed his beloved perfume, deliberately trying to seduce him. Yet hidden beneath her skirt was a laser gun meant for beasts, aiming to lower his guard, and then shoot him down and take him away. She was just like those cruel enemies. His just calmed emotions suddenly spiraled out of control, and he lunged at her with ferocity. Su Miantang knew that rashly entering a lion's territory was extremely dangerous, but she hadn't expected such a violent reaction. He attacked without giving her even a moment. She had no time to draw the laser gun. As she was pinned down, she instinctively reached out to push him away. Suddenly a tingling, numbing sensation, like an electric shock, coursed through the lion. He shuddered, released her, and retreated several meters. In his fury-filled eyes, an unusual flicker of shame and embarrassment surfaced. She was utterly shameless, this little female daring to stroke a male's nape right away. Su Miantang thought she was about to meet a dire fate. But to her surprise, the moment he bared his sharp fangs, he quickly retracted them and recoiled into the corner. His gaze at her hand was both furious and evasive. She suddenly remembered that the napes of Central Star beast men were extremely sensitive, no less than humans. She scratched her head awkwardly and asked, "Didn't you put on a protective film?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she had said something wrong. Roar. Predictably, the lion roared at her again. The indignant sound seemed to say, "What do you mean? Are you implying I'm seducing you? Don't misunderstand." Su Miantang scrambled to her feet and apologized sincerely. "I have no ill intentions toward you. I just wanted to come in and make friends with you truly." The moment she finished, the laser gun dropped with a clatter. The lion looked down at it. She looked down too. Suddenly the air fell into a dead silence. After a long pause, the girl's stammering, awkward laughter broke through. "What if I said this is for protecting you? Would you believe me?" Roar. As the saying goes, bad things come in threes. This was the third time he had roared at her. His brows were furrowed, his face full of rage, and his patience was nearly at its limit. If she didn't leave, she might really be devoured. Yet Su Miantang clung to a sliver of hope, wanting to try once more. She calmed herself, fixed her gaze on his clear, bright blue eyes, and let admiration shine on her face. Wow, your eyes are so beautiful like sapphires, and they seem a bit different from others. She slowly moved closer. There are actually 2 pupils in each eye. The lion, seeing her attempt to approach, initially wanted to swat her away with a claw, but as her face gradually enlarged in his 4 pupils, he inexplicably froze. Her curved, distant eyebrows, amber sparkling eyes, delicate and smooth nose, and lips as full and rosy as rose petals. She was even more beautiful than the fairy in the painting. Miantang reached out curiously and waved her hand before his eyes. The lion snapped back to reality, realizing she had already come right before him. A hint of panic flickered in his gaze. Is this what Catherine called double pupils? Humph. This naive little female, was she captivated by his miraculous and powerful double pupils? Hearing her admiring tone, the lion raised his head slightly, a touch of smug pride flickering in his eyes. But in the next second, Miantang's brows furrowed with concern. In modern medicine, this is a sign of early cataracts. You need to seek treatment as soon as possible. Roar. Get lost. Unsurprisingly, he roared again. This time the sound wave was so powerful it blasted her right out of the cage. His innate double pupil power could crush mountains and rocks, lift the earth, and stir waves. Yet she called it early cataracts. Foolish female, utterly deserving of death. Outside the Eastern Palace, Miantang, propelled backward, stumbled, and couldn't stop herself, crashing directly into Huarong's arms. Huarong quickly caught her. Tong, are you alright? I was so worried about you. I'm fine. Miantang straightened her clothes and gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Aside from being a little startled, she was unharmed. I think the second step is already a success. That big lion had definitely remembered her, and his temperament wasn't as violent as Catherine had described. He just liked to roar a bit. A wounded beast lacking a sense of security, locking itself in a dark cage for a long time, unwilling to trust easily. She could understand that. Really, Tong, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. I still need to thank you for helping me find so many things and materials. She could feel that this outfit had played a significant role. At least it stopped him from immediately trying to kill her. Then, how about celebrating at my palace? Huarong cautiously invited her. Miantang readily agreed. Sure, I'd love to. Perhaps if he was happy, he would turn into a giant panda for her to pet again. Since Miantang entered the Eastern Palace, Catherine began counting down. Send someone to wait outside. In less than a minute, she'll come running out, scared out of her wits. But a minute passed. Princess, she hasn't come out. 5 minutes passed. Princess, she still hasn't come out. 10 minutes passed. Princess, she is still inside. Half an hour. Not could go in and check quickly. She must have been eaten by my imperial brother. Just as she was about to rush out of Fengyang Pavilion, a guard came to report. Your Highness, Miantang has come out unharmed and has gone to Chongqian Palace with His Majesty. What? She actually managed to stay with her imperial brother for so long, without getting hurt at all, and after coming out she still had the mood to toy with a male. Previously, no matter how high-ranking a female was, none had ever stayed inside for more than a minute. What exactly happened? This subordinate does not know, only heard 4 roars from outside. 4 roars. Rarely does my imperial brother get so angry. It seems Miantang was just putting up a strong front inside, stalling for time. It won't be long before she gives up. In the Eastern Palace, deep in the silent night, the lion lurking in the enormous cage dreamed again. He dreamed of that reckless little female approaching and provoking him again. Unable to bear it, he grabbed her with a claw, but she took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck and kissed the back of his neck. The unfamiliar surging pleasure from that day struck him fiercely, jolting him awake. But before his eyes there was nothing but endless darkness and solitude, just like always. Come here, don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here to save you. I have no ill intentions toward you, I just wanted to come in and make friends with you. Her voice echoed in his mind. Save him. Friend. He shook his head violently. Liar. No one would be willing to befriend a beast. Tomorrow she won't come. The next day, Miantang came again. The sleeping lion caught a familiar subtle fragrance of peonies and instantly opened his eyes. Hi. Good morning. Miantang greeted him cheerfully. How could she? Come again. Did she want to take the chance to knock him down again? But the laser gun specifically designed to attack beasts. She hadn't brought it today. He had expected another thunderous roar greeting upon meeting, but this time there was none. A good sign. Miantang directly opened the cage and walked in. Her lockpicking movements were becoming more and more skilled. Was she treating his territory as her own home? To truly make a beast submit to you, first you must provide it with food. Food. There was no food more exquisite than that in the palace except for her secret weapon. Here. Miantang opened her palm and offered him 2 marshmallows. Have some candy. Candy. The lion lowered his head, examining the 2 strange white things coated in powder. Did she really think he didn't know what candy looked like? It didn't look like that at all. The lion lowered his head, examining the 2 strange white things coated in powder. Did she? Seeing the doubt and ferocity in his eyes, Miantang helplessly unwrapped one piece and took a bite. To prevent him from thinking one was poisonous and the other not, she directly stuffed the remaining half into his mouth. You. The lion was startled by her action, his face slightly flushed. With half a piece of candy in his mouth, he didn't know whether to swallow it or spit it out. She actually put something she had eaten into his mouth. Such an intimate act was only done between mates. She truly had no shame. Wait, this candy, why was it so soft? So sweet. It was 100 times more delicious than any candy he had ever tasted. He unconsciously began to chew. Miantang found the scene somewhat adorable. Taking advantage of his relaxed guard, she approached and introduced herself. Having eaten my candy, you're my good friend now. The lion, hearing the words, slightly turned his head away. My name is Miantang, and you? Oh right, I forgot you can't speak. Then I'll call you Little Golden Retriever. What? The lion quickly raised his head, his azure eyes glaring at her in fury. Miantang suppressed a smile. Then Big Golden Retriever. No more changes. Did she really take him for a dog? He was the Lion King ruling over all the people. Just as he was about to roar again, Miantang unwrapped another marshmallow and stuffed it into his mouth. All right, no more. I'm leaving now. What? She was leaving already. Before the lion could get angry, he saw her turning to leave the cage, and he was slightly stunned. Yesterday, hadn't she kept trying to talk to him, only leaving after being roared at 4 times? Today, he hadn't roared at her, and he had agreed to be friends with her. Then why? He lowered his enormous head in some confusion, as if not knowing what he had done wrong. The soft marshmallow in his mouth inexplicably lost its flavor. Fortunately, in the afternoon, the little female came again. This time, she held an iron chain in her hand. The lion, seeing that hard and cold chain, as if triggered by some painful memory, bristled all over his claws, ready in a defensive posture. Don't be afraid, it's not for tying you up. At least not yet. I'm here today to take you out. Out. Impossible. He could never get out. In the past, he was the most honorable crown prince of the royal family, but now he was just a beast with a broken spirit. He loathed the outside, loathed the light, loathed all people, and even more. Loathed himself. He would stay in this pitch-black cage for the rest of his life until he died. Miantang knew that making him leave this place would not be so simple, so she resorted to provocation. Weren't you very dissatisfied with me calling you Big Golden Retriever this morning? Then I'll give you a chance to get revenge. Later we'll go out and compete. If you win, you can tie me up with this chain, and he'll bark like a dog for you. Tie her up with a chain. The lion dared not even imagine that scene, his burning ears hidden in his fluffy mane. On Zhongyang Star, it had always been females superior and males inferior, with only females toying with males. Was she playing some special kind of game? If you lose, you obediently crawl in yourself and bark for me. Just as expected. But, how could he possibly lose to a mere weak female like her? Seeing his disdain, Miantang leaned in slightly. Then let's go out and compete. Unwilling to fall into her trap, the lion turned his head to the left. Miantang followed to the left. What are you afraid? He turned his head to the right, and Miantang followed to the right. Afraid of losing and barking like a dog will be embarrassing. You're too timid, aren't you? Lion King, my foot. I think you're just a cowardly golden retriever. Hey, can you do it or not? The lion and the girl went back and forth like this several times. Suddenly, Miantang wrapped her arms tightly around his fluffy, massive head, her gaze firm and sincere. Jun Qingyin, trust me. I will take you away from here, and you will never be hurt by anyone again. In an instant, Jun Qingyi's heart trembled fiercely. Trust me. I will take you away. You will never be harmed again. No one had ever said such words to him before. In the cold, sterile laboratory filled with blood and slaughter, amidst the endless darkness and desolation, it seemed even the gods could not save him. But now a small female had spoken to him. She looked so fragile and tiny, yet her gaze was resolute, as if containing immense power capable of controlling his entire life. Driven by an inexplicable force, he slowly rose. Miantang noticed his hesitation and quickly laid the chain in her hand on the ground. If you're scared, just don't look outside, focus on this iron chain, follow it section by section, and let's find the end together. Come here. The small female used the chain that once bound and restrained him to pave a path from darkness to light, and she stood at the front smiling gently and brightly. It felt as if everyone in the world would betray and harm him except for her. He tentatively extended his broad paw, stepping onto the long iron chain, with each step seemingly crushing the pain he had once endured beneath his feet. Step by step, focused with only the gentle and melodious encouragement of the small female. Big Golden Fur, you're doing great, keep going, I believe you can do it. We're almost there. Finally, after more than a decade, he stepped out of the Eastern Palace for the first time. Outside, a group of guards stood in shock. Your Highness, how could he have come out? How is that possible? Surely it can't be an illusion. However, suddenly confronted by the intense and blinding sunlight, the lion turned to retreat back into its cage, but at that moment the small female tiptoed and stretched out her hand to shield him from the light. He was completely stunned. Turning his face, he gazed at her without blinking. Miantang, tang. Tang Tang. Pheromone, witnessing this scene, rushed over excitedly. Tang did it, she really did it. In just 2 short days, she brought the royal brother who hadn't stepped out of the Eastern Palace for years outside. She must truly be a celestial being possessing the ability to save and redeem every soul, just as depicted in paintings. General Aslanti had just fallen, and the enemy forces eagerly invaded the planet with conflicts and disturbances ongoing, as if war could break out at any moment, swallowing the sin. At this moment, if the royal brother could return to normal, the planet would gain another S-level combatant, ensuring the continuation of peace. She was not just saving the royal brother, but the billions of citizens on the central star. Royal brother. Huarong performed a bow towards Jun Xingyin. Yet the other party showed no reaction, staring intently at the small female beside him with his eyes and heart filled only with her. Don't rush, Su Miantang winked at him following the plan. Fearing that the large lion might be unaccustomed to being outside and want to flee back, she quickly diverted his attention. Step 3 of taming continued. The victor takes all. To truly make a wild beast submit to you, you must first provide it with food, and secondly overpower it in every aspect, making it willingly acknowledge you as the king. The thing the big golden fur was most proud of should be its pair of natural double pupils. Let's start from there. Big golden fur, let's start our promised competition at the back mountain. Competition? He did not wish to compete with her. The lion's eyes revealed resistance. Because he would surely win, and winning would mean chaining her, which he did not want. But if she were to chain him, are you afraid of losing and don't dare to compete? Alright then, let's go wrong. No. The lion, who had previously remained indifferent to her provocations, suddenly reacted fiercely upon hearing wrong, even unconsciously utilizing his double pupil power against Huarong, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wrong. Su Miantang was startled and hurried over to support him. Are you alright? I'm fine. Huarong shook his head with difficulty. Why did the royal brother become so furious upon hearing Tang Tang's name? Could it be that during the taming process, he gradually developed feelings for her? Big golden fur, what are you doing? Wrong is your royal brother. Faced with the small female's reprimand, the lion lowered his head in confusion. He did not know why he suddenly activated his double pupils, but upon hearing her call for Wrong to play with him, an uncontrollable surge of jealousy erupted within him, wanting Huarong to disappear from his sight. Wrong, are you hurt? You should see a doctor first. It's nothing. Huarong waved his hand. He thought he wanted to be with her. But, really, it's fine. With her concern, he felt no pain at all. Seeing his stubbornness, Su Miantang angrily pulled the lion's ear and headed towards the bamboo peak. Since you made a mistake, you must obediently accept the punishment. I don't care, today you have to go whether you want to or not. The big lion flicked its tail, and this time obediently followed. A female actually dared to pull the ear of the crown prince. Moreover, the crown prince showed no signs of resistance. Could it be that she used some kind of charm on his highness? The imperial guards were all stunned, running swiftly towards Fengyang Pavilion without looking back. What's going on? Catherine held a bouquet of fresh lilies, enjoying the sight. Did Su Miantang cry and plead for mercy, properly concede? Reporting to the princess, not only did she not, but Su Miantang also took his highness out of the eastern palace, and now they are at the bamboo peak at the back mountain with the emperor. What? Upon hearing this, Catherine dropped the bouquet in shock. She actually took the crown prince out of the eastern palace. How is that possible? Even the empress could not accomplish that. Nonsense. Do you all have your eyes closed, or your ears deaf? Princess, we clearly saw everything. It's absolutely true. Impossible. Catherine did not believe it, and went straight to the eastern palace, but the large cage was indeed empty. She was left speechless. What kind of enchanting technique does Su Miantang possess? Not only did she charm so many quality males, but even the crown prince, who had already turned into a beast, was willingly. She turned and headed towards the bamboo peak, but as she was about to enter, she was repelled by a powerful barrier. Ah, is that Huarong's barrier technique? Strangely enough, as an ordinary A-level male, Huarong's only strength was his barrier technique, which although limited in range was more than sufficient to guard an imperial city. This was also the fundamental reason the empress chose him as a puppet king among all the royal brothers. However, according to records, barrier techniques are only employed by males with immensely powerful combat levels and extremely rare types, such as the last user, General Aslani, whose barrier technique could protect the entire central star. Moreover, why did they use a barrier to encircle themselves when entering the bamboo peak? Deep in the Zhu Peak, two graceful figures stood along with a majestic lion. Su Miantang picked up a bamboo pole, using it as a flag. Now I declare the first event is hide and seek. Participants: Big Golden Retriever and me. Rules: I will hide in some corner of the Zhu Peak, and Big Golden Retriever will start searching. If he can't find me within 10 minutes, he loses. The referee is Huarong opened the timer and nodded. Okay. Su Miantang nervously rubbed her hands, but the lion slowly lay down, playfully sweeping her hem with his tail, as if this game was incredibly simple and boring for him. No matter where she hid, he would find her immediately, because he possessed the sharpest eyes in the world. Unfortunately, the little female knew nothing about his dual pupil power and chose a game he excelled at. Truly not very clever. Heh. Su Miantang saw through his thoughts. So arrogant. Careful, you might be embarrassed later. Tong, are you ready? With Huarong's signal to start, Su Miantang turned and ran downhill. The lion's gaze followed her, finding the little female so beautiful and adorable, with a graceful and delicate silhouette that somehow stirred his innate hunting instinct. He wanted to pounce, pin her under his paw, and then, the little female slipped into a bush, inadvertently revealing a hem of her skirt. Is that all? He chuckled, rose, and was about to dash over to fetch her back. Su Miantang, after entering the bush, took out a bottle of potion, the void essence that Medina had given her on Lanhuan Island. Just one drop could make her invisible for half an hour. Big Golden Retriever had no idea that the fundamental difference between humans and beasts was that humans could use tools. The lion was charging excitedly when halfway there, he suddenly realized. The little female had vanished, disappeared into thin air amid the bushes. He suspected his eyes were playing tricks on him. He blinked, but still saw nothing. Instantly panicked and alarmed, he lunged over, dug up the bush, completely found nothing, then urgently activated his dual pupils. For blazing pupils emitted razor-sharp light, scanning the surroundings, yet still no trace of her. Where had his little female gone? He began to worry, pacing anxiously in circles, and let out a few roars to the sky as if calling for her, or warning any hidden troublemaker who might try to harm her. Ha 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 ha. Miantang stood beside him, holding back laughter until her stomach ached. Wasn't he so proud? Boasting about his innate dual pupil power, claiming he could find anything. How could he not find her? She reached out, and suddenly pinched both of his round ears. Who? The lion shuddered, alertly looking around, but saw nothing. How could he not find her? She reached out, and suddenly pinched both of his round ears. Who? The lion shuddered, alertly looking around. See. The Lion King's dignity was offended. Just as he was about to bare his teeth in anger, he caught a familiar peony fragrance. The scent of the little female. Miantang circled behind him and tugged his tail. Unexpectedly, the lion let out a low moan, his massive, robust body trembling slightly, and he collapsed limply. Seeing this, Miantang recalled Lu Silly from the lab earlier and quickly withdrew her hand. She had almost forgotten. Animals' tails were not to be touched either. Who was it? Was it? Cough. The girl crouched beside him and cleared her throat. Big golden retriever, aren't you so powerful? Didn't you take hide and seek seriously? Why can't you find me? It really was the little female. She wasn't in danger, as she was right beside him, playing with his ears, head, and tail. But why couldn't he see her? Didn't you take hide and seek seriously? Why can't you find me? It really was the little female. She wasn't in danger, as she was right beside him, playing with his ears, head. Invisible. She could become invisible. That's incredible. So do you admit defeat? She cupped his head. Although he couldn't see her, the lion could feel her warm breath, so close, gently brushing against his cheek and ear, and he couldn't help swallowing. I concede. Seeing him nod, Miantang happily withdrew her hand, wiped off the void essence, and revealed her human form. Seeing this, the lion was displeased. Why wouldn't she touch him when she wasn't invisible? He liked her touching him, it felt so good. The 10-minute limit expired. Pheromone ran down the slope and saw the lion's huge body lying on its back, limbs pointing skyward, as if begging Tang for affection or eagerly inviting her to touch his belly. The belly is the most private and vulnerable part of a feline. They only reveal it to those they trust or love deeply. Someone like the royal brother, who had suffered much and was coldly unwilling to trust anyone, actually showed his belly to Tang. It seemed his guess was correct. The royal brother truly had fallen for Tang. A rare red glint flashed in his clear eyes as a cruel thought emerged, to tell the royal brother that Tang only saw him. The belly is the most private and vulnerable part of a feline. They only reveal it to those they trust or love deeply. Someone like the royal brother, who had suffered much and was coldly unwilling. Get up, big golden retriever, no cheating. The first round is over, you lost. Now I'll start the second round, which is also your forte, running. With the little female's slow speed, how could she compete with him? He could leave her far behind in an instant. The lion immediately stood up, energetically lowered his head, and looked at her with expectant sapphire eyes. If he won, could she touch his belly? He thought touching his belly would definitely feel even better than touching his tail. Miantang looked at the anticipation in his eyes, puzzled. You want to win and get a reward from me? He nodded immediately. Sure. Miantang replied without hesitation. But before the race starts, you need to crouch down. Why? The lion didn't quite understand, but still did it. The next second, Miantang leaped up and mounted his back. He immediately grasped her intention. She wanted to use his speed to win the race. He should have thrown her off, but her body was too soft, and he couldn't bear to. Especially when running uphill, she leaned forward and tightly hugged his neck, as if a pair of lively rabbits were bouncing on his back. Immersed in this delightful experience, the lion, as if injected with adrenaline, raced with the wind and covered 1,000 li in a single bound, jolting the little female on his back so violently that she swayed precariously. Slow down. I'm going to fall off. But he was completely deaf to her pleas. He was doing it on purpose. Miantang was certain he was deliberately speeding up to shake her off, but it wouldn't be that easy. She curled her lips, slightly leaned close to his ear, and told him a story. Big golden retriever, do you know why the rat is ranked first among the 12 zodiac animals? Because during the race it climbed onto the ox's back and using its strength reached the finish line first. With that, just before the finish line, she leaped off his back and landed first, winning the race. Yeah, I win. He knew. He had heard this story before. The lion's gaze drifted from her beaming face down to her chest, flickering slightly. But he would willingly do it again if it meant being with her this way. Next, the third round begins, the hunt. For fairness, neither side is allowed to use tools. Especially you put away your heavy pupils. The hunt. This was his forte. He didn't even need the heavy pupils. With no effort at all, he could easily hunt a large steppe buffalo, a gazelle, or a giraffe. Just as he was thinking this, Miantang interjected, the prey is a bird. The lion. As a land animal, without the power of the heavy pupils and no wings, how could he catch a bird? Seeing his bewildered expression, a glint of cunning flashed in Su Miantang's eyes. That's not my problem. Use that big brain of yours, or you can wave the white flag and surrender now. No. He had lost the first 2 rounds, but hunting was a beast's instinct and the basic way of survival. If he couldn't even find prey, the little female would look down on him. He dashed toward the mountain peak. Su Miantang watched from afar as he raised his forelimbs, swatting at the air in a futile attempt to catch a bird, and stared intently at the high nest in the tree, laughing so hard she doubled over, unable to control herself. Big golden retriever, so silly, agreeing to such an unreasonable request. A rustling sound came from the grass being pushed aside. She turned her head and saw Pheromone, who had somehow transformed into his beast form. The whole panda looked like a round, glutinous rice ball rolling toward her from 100 meters away, utterly adorable. She quickly crouched down in delight to catch him. Pheromone, why did you turn into a panda? Wasn't he always too shy, only willing to transform into his beast form for her to play with in a private space, when she was extremely eager and they were alone? Why was he taking the initiative this time? Because he had just seen Tang riding on Imperial Brother, holding him tightly, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He wanted her eyes and heart to be only on him. So he transformed to compete for her affection. Would Tang dislike him for being jealous and narrow-minded? He was overthinking it. Su Miantang hugged him affectionately, kneading and squeezing, rubbing against him, her words making him bury his head shyly in her arms. Rong, you're so adorable, so lovable. He too liked Tang so much. After a whole day of futile effort, the lion trudged back dejectedly, only to see the little female surrounded by a blushing Pheromone and a flock of birds fluttering around. How did she manage to catch the birds and make them stand obediently by her side without flying away? Su Miantang looked at him triumphantly. Because she had cheated again. Rong had long been cultivating on Bamboo Peak and was very familiar with many of the birds there. With just a wave of her hand and a feeding gesture, they naturally So, she walked over unhurriedly. You lost all 3 rounds, and they were all your specialties. Are you convinced? Convinced. The lion lowered his body and bowed his noble head to her. It was a gesture of complete submission. He was genuinely convinced by her. Then from now on you must listen to whatever I say and not resist. Su Miantang picked up the iron chain nearby. The lion nodded. Hearing the familiar clanking of metal, the painful memories etched into his bones made his limbs tremble involuntarily with fear. He wanted to bite the chain to pieces and run away. But he couldn't. He had to obediently listen to her. Su Miantang leaned close to his ear and asked with a wicked tone, so can I chain you up now? Like a dog? Dog. Her dog. Yis. Haha. Seeing his stiff body and trembling paws, his dignity trampled, and his heart filled with fear, yet he forced himself to endure. Big golden retriever, so foolishly adorable. Su Miantang raised her hand. The lion thought she was going to put the chain around him, but to his utter surprise, she threw it away and gently stroked his mane. I can't bear to the 3 words can't bear to struck his heart like a collapsing mountain, sending tremors through his very core. Tang. He stared at her fixedly, unable to look away. Unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable emotion had been brewing in his heart, restless and unsettling, never giving him a moment's peace. Now he finally understood what it was. He liked her so much that it was overflowing. Su Miantang, want to rub your belly? Belly. The lion rose excitedly. The heavy pupils, which had always been used to unleash harm, now glowed radiantly, with an ecstatic light, like a dog's. He immediately rolled over, limbs in the air, exposing his fluffy belly completely to her. His expression, full of trust and anticipation, seemed as if all the defenses he had built over the past decade had crumbled for her. Even if she now held a sharp knife aimed at his most vulnerable spot, he would not flinch. At this moment, it was true submission. No chain needed, and he would never leave her. At the foot of Bamboo Peak, Catherine kept glancing at her watch, growing increasingly agitated. They've been in there for an hour. Why aren't they out yet? 2 hours now. Are they deliberately keeping me waiting here? Damn it, no one has ever made me wait 3 hours. When Su Miantang comes out, I'll tear her to pieces. Finally, as night fell, the barrier was lifted and figures descended from the mountaintop. Catherine immediately stood up. Whether from waiting too long in a daze or from anger, she actually saw Pheromone, a lion, and a girl riding on the lion. Su Miantang was riding on Imperial Brother. The crown prince, the most esteemed figure in the palace, an S-class combat male in beast form, had become her personal mount, trampling the dignity of the royal family underfoot. Catherine was furious, rushing to pull her down, but before she could approach, she saw the faintly glowing double pupils of the lion flashing with warnings of suppression and domination. She suddenly found it hard to breathe. Her Imperial Brother had actually used the power of his double pupils against her for Su Miantang. His eyes seemed to hold no trace of her, his sister, but were entirely filled with that little vixen. The 2 of them and the lion strode straight toward the eastern palace. At the entrance, the lion lowered its body slightly, setting down the little female on its back. She rewarded it by patting its head as if petting a dog utterly devoid of dignity. Pheromone, watching from the side, actually looked a bit jealous and leaned his own head in seeking her touch. See, Catherine was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of love potion had Su Miantang poured into him, into all of them? She suddenly recalled the words they had mocked her with before she entered the palace. Even the most lowborn and lowest-ranking prince wouldn't take a female without pheromones. Don't harbor such But now the emperor and the crown prince, the highest-ranking men in the palace, had all fallen at her feet. It was infuriating. After the three of them had been affectionate for a good while they finally parted, Miantang unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth. Turning around, she saw Catherine rushing over with her neck craned, teeth clenched, and fury blazing. Stretching your neck so long you want a pet too. You. Catherine wanted to release her pheromones and make her beg for mercy, but she feared her imperial brother would come after her. What have you done to my brother? To make him so obedient to you, and staying in the bamboo peak for so long. Don't tell me you've been seducing the twin stars, debauching my brother and Huarong on the mount. The moment she opened her mouth, Miantang knew what she was about to say, and simply stuffed a piece of candy into it. Rinse your mouth. Didn't you say you were going to help your brother regain human form? I'm currently on the first step, taming him. In another 2 days, I should be able to lead him into the lab. She could sense that the big golden retriever had already placed its trust in her. Now she just needed to solidify that trust before proceeding with the treatment. I thought. Catherine started to speak, then chewed the marshmallow, and her words trailed off. What kind of candy was this? How could it be so delicious? Miantang stretched lazily. I'm tired. I'm going back to rest. Oh, and by the way, getting angry too much will accelerate skin aging. What? Catherine was so startled, she immediately cupped her face in both hands. Was that true? Or was she just messing with her? She turned her head, watching the young girl's figure fade into the distance. Her anger gradually subsided. Thinking it over, the Empire's twin stars, the fair-skinned one, and her cold-hearted imperial brother. All had been conquered by her. Everything she had said had come true one by one. Could this time be real too? She dared not imagine how happy her mother, the queen, would be if her brother truly regained human form, and how prosperous the royal family's future would become. Your Highness, a nearby guard knelt in concern. Shall I report to the queen that the crown prince has left the eastern palace? No. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. Let's observe a little longer. If everything was just an illusion, it would only cause her mother needless disappointment and heart. The final step of taming. After it submits to you, do not rush to assert authority. Play with it, amuse it, let it rely on you, wholeheartedly willing to face fear and danger for you. A loyal beast slave is. Miantang closed the book. Over the next few days, she began to cheerfully entertain the big golden retriever in various ways. She made him candy small toys, took him to the bamboo peak to fly kites, hunt, and play games. The lion was full of energy, its spirit soaring, and the mountains and fields echoed with its joyful figure and galloping footsteps. He had never been so happy, his entire being seemed bathed in bliss. The sum of over 20 years of life could not rival even half the joy of these few days spent with the little female. During the day, while practicing the power of his double pupils, he discovered a new function, X-ray vision. The first experimental target was the little female. He glanced at her inadvertently and saw the perfect full and rounded shape of her breasts. Startled, he quickly turned his head away, but unable to resist the temptation, he shamelessly turned back. This time he saw the little female bending slightly, revealing the curve of her round and perky buttocks. Instantly his head grew hot, his blood surged, and a wild, uncontrollable primal impulse coursed violently through his body. Then his nose started bleeding. Miantang bent down to pick up the kite and saw this. A nosebleed. Why did this scene feel so familiar? The last time someone had a nosebleed looking at her was Lanlin, because he had seen. But in broad daylight with her clothes perfectly decent, how could it happen? Wait. Miantang keenly noticed his sneaky behavior. He was hiding to the side, stealing glances at her from time to time, all focused on her intimate parts, and his double pupils were faintly glowing. She seemed to understand something. She bent down again, slowly picking up a thick bamboo pole from the ground. Then with lightning speed, she charged furiously at the lion. Big golden retriever, if your eyes dare to emit that sneaky light again, I'll gouge them out. Roar. The lion was startled, turned, and ran. Busted. He hadn't meant to. It was just too beautiful to resist. His crime was soon punished. Miantang caught him, gave him a thorough scolding, and then forced him to play a card game. He had never played before, and lost almost every round. His face was covered in paper strips, and his head was flicked countless times, making the triumphant little female laugh uncontrollably. But he was naturally intelligent, and quickly learned, winning his first game. Miscalculation. Miantang threw down the cards in reluctance, closed her eyes, and presented her small face to him. Go ahead and flick, but your paws are so big, be gentle. The lion was instantly captivated by her enlarged, exquisite, and enchanting face. He stared blankly, unable to bring himself to flick her at all, wanting only. He suddenly extended his tongue and licked her face from top to bottom, then ran away in shame. Miantang jolted. Why is it raining? At night the lion lay in his cage, tightly clutching the golden retriever plushie the little female had given him, inhaling her unique scent on it, thinking of her every smile and every move during the day. He was too excited to sleep, and when he finally did, she filled his dreams. He had the same dream as the first time he met her, using his sharp claws to slowly tear her clothes to shreds, devouring her whole. But this time the scene was entirely different. When he woke up, he was so ashamed he buried his head in his own body. He felt both depraved and longed for the dream to come true. Just as dawn was breaking, he opened his eyes, craned his neck to look outside, and waited patiently. Now the only thing that kept him going every day was the little female's words, "It'll come again tomorrow." It had been almost 10 days since she entered the palace. Miantang counted on her fingers. Lan was about to wake up. She had to go back. Early in the morning, she went to find Catherine. "Your Highness, I have some urgent business and need to go home." "Go home?" Catherine sneered. "I think you're trying to escape because you can't fulfill the bet." "No, I just need 2 hours. If you're not reassured, you can have the guards follow me." With their abilities, they're not even worth a few punches from the twin stars. Those two brothers now fear nothing for you. Killing guards to help you escape is nothing to them. If I were to put them in danger, I would never have agreed to your bet. Miantang didn't quite understand her reasoning. Catherine found some logic in it, but still hesitated. "What urgent matter do you have? I can send someone to handle it." "They'll send someone to handle it." "No need," she refused flatly. Personal matters not convenient to disclose. She absolutely could not let her know that she was secretly raising a first-class national protected animal, or else she would have another leverage. So cautious. Catherine thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, but..." A mysterious smile curled at the corner of her lips. "You have to put on something first." "What?" Catherine gave a signal to the guard beside her, who immediately understood and retrieved a shackle from the National Armory. This is an electronic handcuff forged from mystic iron, the hardest metal in the world. Without the password, no one and nothing can open it. As she spoke, Catherine fastened it onto her right wrist. It can track and locate you in real time, and also has a punishment function. If you don't return within 2 hours or leave Central City, it will instantly release over 1000 V of voltage, turning you into ashes and scattering your soul. 1000 volts. Miantang gave a cold laugh. "You went to great trouble, using a meat cleaver to kill a chicken. Ha ha ha, who told you to be so cunning? People like you deserve the cruelest methods." Miantang couldn't be bothered to argue with her. She just wanted to go home early to kiss and hug her little sweetheart. It had been nearly 10 days, and she missed it terribly. She hoped it was already awake. She took an aircraft and quickly arrived at the Jiuqing Villa district. Pushing open the door, she found it eerily quiet. Was Lan still not awake? That shouldn't be. She carefully climbed the stairs to the second floor, preparing to check on it. Unexpectedly, the moment she stepped inside, her legs instantly went weak. So huge a white tiger. Was it Lan? That was unscientific. Only 10 days, how could it grow so big? She remembered when she left it was just a tiny thing curled up in the middle of the bed, sleeping peacefully and obediently. But now the entire bed had collapsed under its weight. Its massive body occupied most of the room. Even in sleep, an undeniable kingly aura emanated from it. She had originally planned to come back, prepare a bottle of milk for it, and play with it for a while. But now it seemed better to just call the Animal Protection Agency directly. Lest she wake it up, and with its hunger and wild instincts bursting forth, it would conveniently swallow her in one bite. Welcome to the Central Empire National Animal Protection. As Miantang dialed the light brain, she inadvertently glanced at it, and then saw an extremely bizarre scene. Startled with a clatter, the light brain fell directly to the floor. The sleeping white tiger emitted a faint red glow around it. The glow grew from weak to strong, and when it became blinding, it suddenly transformed into a human, an entirely naked adult male. She opened her mouth in disbelief, reaching out to hold the doorframe to keep from collapsing. Her gaze traveled from those straight, long legs upward, then flickered away in panic. She looked out the window. Under the golden sunlight stood a towering, lush tree. No wonder when she had teased Lan about being small earlier, it had been so indignant. It turned out to be so astonishing. "Hello, this is the National Animal Protection Agency. How may I help you?" A staff member's voice came from the light brain. But Miantang could no longer hear anything. She knew she shouldn't turn her head again, but she couldn't control her gaze. The man's physique was simply too perfect, like a revered god sculpture from ancient Greek mythology, every part carved according to the golden ratio. Apart from a pair of excessively straight and slender legs, 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles followed the smooth lines, spreading with noble tension, containing an unparalleled sense of power and thick masculine hormone aura. His shoulders were broad chest, high collarbone lines clear and rigid, and further up. She couldn't see clearly. She tiptoed over, simultaneously taking off her outer coat to cover him a bit. Some parts were too conspicuous and not very elegant. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, she reached his side. When she saw that flawless ethereal face, her jaw nearly dropped in shock. This familiar face. Wasn't it the one that had been all over the light brain for the past half-month, mourned repeatedly by countless citizens of the Central Star, Admiral Islandi? How could he? She should have thought of it earlier. Just as Fred and Enzo said, how could a white tiger be ordinary? Moreover, his recovery ability, growth rate, and the flame-like red wings that had manifested all proclaimed the divine beast's extraordinary talent and uniqueness. To make sure she wasn't mistaken, she rubbed her eyes, bent down, slowly approached him, and carefully examined him. Confirmed without a doubt. This peerlessly handsome face could not be easily replicated. She hurriedly dialed the light brain for Fred and Enzo. If they knew, they would be overjoyed. The little female's warm breath evenly sprayed onto the man's face, causing his dense dark lashes to tremble lightly, as if awakened. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Su Miantang was about to get up and call the light brain when unexpectedly, she met his crystalline dazzling and intense ruby-red pupils. Instantly she was stunned. How could they be so beautiful? His gaze was sharp and icily beautiful, carrying a hint of flame-like arrogance. At this moment it scrutinized her from inches away, from forehead to brows, nose to lips. Inch by inch, missing nothing. Su Miantang inexplicably felt like she was being inspected as his territory. She was about to speak. He suddenly seized her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Hey! The girl fell into his arms, her hands pressing tightly against his chest. She couldn't help lowering her head. Being used to petting fluffy things every day, this sudden touch of an adult male's hard and elastic muscles felt extraordinarily amazing. Her gaze flickered, perfectly captured by the man. Little female, do you want me? Aslan, his thin lips curled slightly, revealing a mocking arc. Su Miantang's head immediately sprouted 3 question marks and 3 exclamation marks. What? Was it the one she was thinking of? No. She quickly denied it, but the man, as if seeing through her thoughts, lightly glanced downward. Then why did you take off your clothes? Su Miantang. In the bedroom, the discarded clothes, the collapsed bed, and his nakedness. The feeling of being caught red-handed with no way to defend herself. What was that about? A misunderstanding. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. Lanlan, let me explain slowly. Just as Su Miantang was about to explain, Yasalandi yanked open her. She immediately covered her eyes. I am Grand General Yasalandi of the Duke heir family of the Central Empire, you lustful little female. You may address me as Grand General, or War Godbrother, or perhaps another title, War Godbrother. Su Miantang's lips twitched. Lanlan, I never knew you were so conceited. No, wait. What did he just call her? A lustful little female. She had rescued him with her own hands, fed him so many times, played with him so often, and he had already acknowledged her as his master. But now, wait. She peeked through her fingers, casting a suspicious glance at the man. Lanlan, no, Grand General, have you lost your memory? Of course not. Thank goodness. Su Miantang let out a long breath. Otherwise she would be stuck with this blame forever. Then what do you remember? While slaying the leader of Planet X, I was struck by a miasma bomb and fell into the Star Trail Garden. There this lustful little female picked me up, hid me here, and engaged in copulation with me. As he finished speaking, he glanced at the collapsed bed nearby, as if recalling some intoxicating soul-stirring scene, a flicker of inadvertent pride gleaming in his fiery red. Indeed, that was my prowess. Next time find a sturdier bed. Su Miantang was utterly bewildered. What? He said what for 20 days? He hadn't lost his memory. His memory had been directly altered. She stealthily reached for her light brain to call Falad and Nzwa, but the next second the man snatched it, and threw. With a clang, Su Miantang could almost hear it shatter into pieces. Heartbroken beyond words, she gritted her teeth and whispered, Lanlan, this is the second time you've broken my light brain. The man acted as if he hadn't heard, striding toward her. Who were you calling? No one. Under his sharp pressing gaze she confessed. Fine, it's your 2 little admirers. If they knew you were alive, they'd be overjoyed. In truth, she wanted to send a warning. She felt like she was being scammed. At the mention of admirers, Yasalandi's narrow, deep-set brows darkened, and he gradually cornered. No, what are you doing? Before you speak, at least put on some clothes, don't you think? Seeing him draw closer, Su Miantang turned to flee, but the next second, he firmly seized her wrist, pinned her against the wall, leg against leg, toe to toe, leaving her utterly immobilized. Being pinned against the wall by a naked handsome man, the scene was too intense. She blushed ungracefully, marveling at his composure. Lustful little female, I don't like you mentioning other males in front of me. Fine, but my name isn't lustful little female. It's Su Miantang, Mian for sleep, Tang for crabapple. Susu. After she introduced herself, he directly repeated her surname. Su Miantang was slightly surprised. Most people upon hearing it would call her Tang Tang. I also don't like you calling me Grand General. Wasn't that your choice just now? But you picked the one I dislike the most. Dislikes? Could it be? He wanted her to call him War Godbrother. Su Miantang's brows twitched. Wasn't that a bit too mushy? I want you to call me the third option. Huh? Su Miantang was puzzled. Didn't you only give 2 options? There's one more. Yasalandi suddenly leaned down, his voice deep and magnetic, as if nibbling her earlobe intimately. Husband. Su Miantang's eyes widened instantly. That doesn't seem right. Husband is a term for a spouse. Susu has copulated with me for so long and marked me. Are you unwilling to take responsibility? Yasalandi's dark, dense lashes drooped slightly, revealing a fawn as he gently bit her ear. Moi. Su Miantang shuddered at the warm, moist touch, especially when he slowly teased her with his sharp fong, like a flirtation or like savoring prey. I told you there's a misunderstanding between us. What is this? Yasalandi, who was tightly gripping her soft, delicate hand, suddenly touched something cold and uncomfortable, and Su Miantang looked at it. It's an electronic shackle. Extremely powerful, made entirely of mystic iron. Before she could finish, the man, as if annoyed by the obstruction, gently pinched it with 2 fingers, and the electronic shackle shattered. Su Miantang froze, too shocked to speak. The prince's so-called ultimate weapon from the Central Star Arsenal, the hardest substance in the world, capable of discharging 1000 V, instantly unbreakable, without a password, was crushed by Lanlin's fingertips like ash effortlessly flicked away. Was this the power of an S-level mutated male, the galaxy's war god? What misunderstanding? Yasselandi continued, lowering his head to press her earnestly. Su Miantang's mindset suddenly shifted. She was certain that the bite on her ear was not flirtation. If she dared to refuse, he would devour her. No misunderstanding. It's just that between partners there should be more than just a physical relationship, right? There needs to be some spiritual resonance. Otherwise it's too hasty. A wise man submits to circumstances. She swallowed her pride and force accepted the charge of ruining his chastity. Since he could crush mystic iron in a second, twisting off her head would surely be even faster. Oh, Yasselandi drawled, his beautiful fiery red eyes swirling as if in thought. Indeed, he had been too hasty. He had neglected the courtship phase. With that thought, he released her. Su Miantang instinctively rubbed her wrist, only to find it didn't hurt. The spots that had been repeatedly chafed by the electronic shackle showed no redness, but instead felt somewhat comfortable. Had he used his combat power to heal her while crushing the shackles? Her eyes brightened slightly. For a moment, she felt the man before her was still the same caring little tiger, only with lost memories and a slightly different personality. So small. Yasselandi glanced around. You live in this birdcage. A birdcage. It is deeply harmful to her and extremely insulting. Su Miantang couldn't understand why each of them had to complain about her house being small every time they entered her home. Come on, this is a 4-story mansion at least worth several tens of millions on Earth. The interstellar beastmen are so extravagant. However, with his noble status, it is normal for him to feel disdain. It is a bit small, but calling it a birdcage is too much, isn't it? You have been living here happily with me for nearly a month. Yes, it has been quite enjoyable. The bed has collapsed. Su Miantang. The bed collapsed because of you. I know. It hasn't been as sturdy as you. It collapsed and you still. Aslanti smirked, looking at her with a meaningful gaze, causing Su Miantang's forehead to twitch. Stop. What can she do to make him believe that they really haven't had any relations? Would you like to see my residence? Su Miantang hesitated for a moment, feeling that he was deliberately showing off. After all, it is rumored that the Glancemore Manor is more luxurious than the palace. Sure, but are you sure you want to go like this without any clothes? If she continues to converse with him so openly, she will genuinely feel like she has taken away his innocence. Su, help me order some clothes. The person being looked down upon, instead of feeling ashamed, opened his arms towards her, fully displaying his strong physique and shocking curves. Su Miantang quickly covered her eyes. You know my measurements. Better than anyone else. He deliberately emphasized the last few words, and his tone was filled with ambiguous undertones. Su Miantang felt like a mute eating bitter herbs. She doesn't know anything, don't wrongfully accuse her. Since his holographic device was broken by him, she could only summon Little Honey to order men's clothing based on her impression from secretly peeking for most of the day, choosing the size of top European and American male model. Before the merchant delivered the goods, she first wrapped him tightly with her bedsheet. Otherwise, if she continued to look, it would be hard to ensure he wouldn't end up like he did before, with a nosebleed. The bedsheet was a lovely pink, and she thought he would resist. Unexpectedly, he quietly stared at her the entire time, not even blinking, as if he were enjoying her care. This reminded her of when he was just a well-behaved little tiger, and she subconsciously asked, "You've been sleeping for so long, are you hungry? Should I get you something to eat?" As she mentioned eat, Aslan, his gaze unconsciously flicked to the baby bottle in the distance. This subtle expression was noticed by Su Miantang. Does he still have some fragments of memory remaining in his mind? Or is it a conditioned reflex? If she does some things from before, shows him some things from before, could it help him recover his memory? Do you want a drink from the baby bottle? I can prepare it for you. Are you treating me like a 3-year-old baby? Aslanti raised an eyebrow, his gaze wickedly shifting from the baby bottle to her enticing bosom. I don't want the baby bottle, yours. Will do. Su Miantang. Haha, the innocent little tiger is long gone. Ooh, all that remains is a man with dark thoughts. No, the former little tiger cannot be described as innocent and simple. He had this special preference. One could only say he has always been a rather lewd tiger. Do you want to play with toys? She shook the 3 cat teaser wands in her hand. Aslanti narrowed his long eyes. Do you think I'm a sick cat? Tisk, that certain tiger used to enjoy playing so much, always biting at my clothes, asking to play with him. She accidentally let out her thoughts aloud, and Aslanti immediately pretended to throw off the bedsheet and get up. Do you need this king to reveal his true form? No, that won't be necessary. She quickly waved her hands, picked up a scratching board. What about this? A scratching board to help you sharpen your nails. Previously, he loved this item the most. A scratching board. Aslanti stared at the heart-shaped scratching board as if caught in some kind of memory, his long fingers unconsciously tightening the bedsheet. Do you want it? Su Miantang saw a hint of softening in his eyes, instantly igniting hope. If you want it, I can give it to you. Her voice was incredibly tempting, enticing the man to poke a hole in the bedsheet. He indeed liked it. Memories and forms might change, but his nature would not. Did he recall anything through this scratching board? Su Miantang smirked with pride. Just as she was about to walk over, she saw him slowly loosening his grip on the bedsheet, his tone indifferent, yet wicked. Su bought so many baby supplies. Are you preparing to raise our child? Su Miantang froze for a moment. She shouldn't have taken that extra step. You're overthinking it. She retracted her smile, placed the scratching board back in the storage cabinet, and picked up a red object inside. It seemed this was also unnecessary. Just as she was about to close the door, Aslanti suddenly teleported over, keenly picking up the bright red bow she had just mentioned. What is this, eh? This was a gift I prepared for you earlier. Because you love orchids, I made a bow tie by hand in the shape of the flower, but it probably won't be of use now. A dignified general commanding winds and rains, how could he possibly favor a small bow tie made by her? It could only be buried as a beautiful memory. Just as she was about to take it back, Aslanti suddenly raised it high. It's quite unique. Really? He likes it. Really? What is unique about it? She looked at him with an expectant expression. Aslanti pondered for a moment. Uniquely. Ugly. You. Miantang couldn't help but tickle him, giving him a firm scratch. This was something she had painstakingly made, taking each moment to sew it together carefully. Since she was not adept at needlework, she had ruined several versions, even pricking her fingers before finally presenting this perfect creation. How could he say it was particularly ugly? If her little sweetheart received it, he would definitely be thrilled and roll around in her arms. She turned away, not wanting to deal with him anymore. After a while, she realized she had actually scratched the Imperial War God. Before he could take revenge and twist her head off, she prepared to apologize, only to turn around and find the man was lifting the red bow tie to his nose, his eyes slightly closed, his expression deeply immersed, inhaling its scent. That look was somewhat perverse. She was taken aback. What are you doing? Aslanti slightly opened his eyes as if he had been caught doing something bad, his gaze still a bit dazed. This king can smell it. It seems a bit moldy. Has it been left too long? Miantang ground her teeth, wanting to scratch him again. She thought he was the one who was moldy. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, but should be the delivery person. She didn't have time to deal with him and hurried to get the package. Aslanti watched her back, a beautiful smile blossoming on his lips, enjoying the bow tie again as he brought it close to his nose. So fragrant, so fragrant. It was all the charming scent of the little female, making him almost stand up. The clothes have arrived. Miantang signed for the delivery and opened the package. She had ordered the main banquet style from a renowned men's clothing brand in Zhongyang City so that he could hold a celebration ceremony at the mansion after returning. A simple yet stylish white shirt, black dress pants, a dark vest paired with a plaid tie along with some exquisite accessories. The outermost layer was a moon-white tailcoat that complemented his hair color. Yasalandi glanced lightly and said, "Not bad taste." Of course, Miantang replied with a hint of pride, rare to receive his praise. This set of attire cost me a full month and a half salary at the Academy of Sciences. Suddenly, she regretted not accepting the prince's reward of gold and jewelry. With her meager salary, raising a tiger was manageable, but keeping a man was somewhat. Su is so generous with me. Hearing this, Yasalandi found the outfit even more pleasing. Because you are a great hero of the Zhongyang Empire. She was now also a part of the Zhongyang Empire, so it was only right to express gratitude. Are you sure it's not a reward for my performance in bed this month? Miantang, put some clothes on. I can't. Su helps me. He spread his hands impudently. Miantang turned around, completely ignoring him. You have 5 minutes. Yasalandi chuckled softly, putting on the clothes one by one with deliberate slowness. When he reached the underwear, he clicked his tongue lightly. A bit small. It seems Su still doesn't fully understand my size. In the future, I will work even harder to demonstrate it, physically engraving it thoroughly into your mind. Miantang's eyelids twitched. He should stop. That was already the largest size. All done. Within less than 5 minutes, he had completed his outfit. Miantang turned her face, and when she saw him, she was instantly stunned. The man's moon-white, sharp, tousled hair slightly draped over his narrow, captivating eyes. His facial contours were smooth and distinct, with three-dimensional deep features. A perfectly tailored haute couture suit accentuated his heaven-defying physique to the fullest, exuding both noble elegance and a lazy, casual demeanor. Paired with the silver chain at his collar, he was simply like the sun god Apollo from mythology, unbelievably enchanting. The tiger indeed was nature's most perfect creation, and even in human form he remained so. What captivated by my majestic presence? A hint of teasing gleamed in Yasalandi's eyes. Miantang touched her nose. No, not at all. But somehow she felt his tone was not as insufferable as before. Was this the power of beauty? Dressed and ready, let's go. Wait. The man picked up the red butterfly bow tie beside him. Help me put it on. This? Miantang was a bit surprised. Isn't it inappropriate? This doesn't match the overall style of the suit. But it matches me perfectly. He lowered his head slightly, his soft breath whispering against her ear, making half her face tingle. Didn't you just say this bow tie was ugly? Why are you willing to wear it? Even an ugly item made by my female master has to meet the in-laws. Who are you calling ugly? So you admit you're my female master? Miantang. She'd better keep quiet. She picked up the butterfly bow tie and moved closer to help him put it on. Yasalandi took the opportunity to lower his head, deeply inhaling the scent of her body. Every strand of her hair was saturated with the rich fragrance of Phalaenopsis pheromones, so alluring that he wanted to devour her in one bite. All done. Let's go. Miantang adjusted the bow tie with satisfaction and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, her slender waist was suddenly seized by Yasalandi, pressed tightly into his embrace. Where are you going? To the Jalansamermo Manor. Susu, are you in a hurry to meet the in-laws or to get rid of me? Neither. Then let's do something else first. Something else. Miantang was curious. What do you want to do? Yasalandi stared at her intently. You, Miantang. Can these two sentences be connected? You've returned victorious and fully recovered from serious injuries. Don't you want to tell your family, friends, and the people of Zhongyang Star right away? They've been mourning you all month, deeply saddened. If they knew you were alive, they'd be overjoyed. I don't want to. That tiger was utterly heartless, only staring at her without blinking. He only wanted to stay with his female master, not separating for even a moment. Let's go, let's do it. He suddenly lifted her up, and Su Miantang's legs trembled with fear. DDO what? Do something we love to do. For example, courtship. Su Miantang courtship. Susu looks a bit disappointed. Yasalandi activated his combat form and leaped into the air. Su Miantang, afraid of falling, quickly wrapped her arms tightly around his powerful waist. But her worry was unnecessary. In an instant, a pair of dazzling, translucent wings, blazing with fierce flames, burst forth from his shoulder blades. Su Miantang was stunned. Land on your wings. Have they fully recovered? Yasalandi lowered his gaze, his eyes warmer than a spring melting snow mountain. So beautiful. Su Miantang couldn't help reaching out her fingertips to touch them. She had known he had wings before, but when they were on the little tiger, they were bling-bling like a beautiful toy. But now, the wingspan was dozens of meters, even wider than fillets. Around them, bright flames flickered like stars, both gorgeous and majestic, making it impossible. Most importantly, they appeared directly on his human form. Having been on Zhongyang Star for so long, she had never seen such a combined state. It was simply too advanced. The girl held the man tightly, her voluptuous figure bringing him an immensely pleasurable impact. Yasalandi wanted to keep flying with her like this forever and ever. But staying exposed to the air at such high speed, he feared she couldn't bear it, so he raised his hand and summoned a warship. He'll take you to see the stars. See the stars? What stars during the day? Su Miantang, but I still have an important thing to do. Are you sure there's anything more important than me? Yasalandi lightly pinched his fingers in front of her, and the girl immediately thought of the tragic fate of the electronic shackles from earlier, instantly falling silent. See the stars. Su Miantang had thought that the stars he mentioned were a romantic metaphor. Until she entered the state-of-the-art luxurious military warship and saw the projection on the huge holographic screen, she realized. They were real stars. There was a 9D complete distribution map of the Zhongyang galaxy, stars marked with various special symbols. Red represented the battle achievements of the White Tiger Legion, led by General Yasalandi, encompassing hundreds of planets occupying about 60 of the Zhongyang galaxy's territory. She couldn't help but gasp. Half of the central galaxy was conquered by you, wasn't it? No wonder everyone says that on the central star the heir duke family status is even higher than the royal family. During these years of the royal family's decline and silence, hasn't the true king of the galaxy been him all along? Aslandi extended his arms, completely enveloping her petite figure from behind, turning his face slightly to whisper intimately against her ear, Susu, do you like it? If you don't like it. He swept his hand across the map of the central galaxy, his long fingers pausing on some surrounding stars. Which one do you like? This king will conquer it for you. Su Miantang had a hallucination, as if an emperor were holding his beloved consort standing on the city wall, saying to her, look, this is all the empire I conquered for you. Don't like it? Keep conquering. That's not necessary. These planets of the central galaxy are already beautiful. All right. Aslandi set the route on the warship. Then let's start with the animal planet. Animal planet. Was it a planet teeming with all kinds of animals? Was he really going to take her down to see it, not just look at the distribution map from the warship? Su Miantang excitedly clicked on the planet's introduction and watched with interest. Aslandi took out a high-altitude combat suit, a pair of gloves, and a set of extreme vision goggles from his private armory, and put them on her. Are you ready? We're about to set off. Su Miantang nodded expectantly, a dazzling light gleaming in her amber eyes, so tempting that the man couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. Don't look at me like that. Otherwise, if I can't hold back, you won't be able to leave. It had always been his dream to do it, and his private warship pressed among the cold, brutal weapons and shells. Su Miantang. What kind of look? Courtship, generally referring to males pursuing females, displaying beautiful plumage, dancing, or building nests, are common practices among animals. On the central star, this activity becomes more specific and solemn, including, but not limited to, males demonstrating their strength, wealth, status, and loyalty to females. Aslandi was practicing each one in order to move his beloved little female. To give her a broader view of the entire animal planet, he transformed into his beast form, carried her on his back, and soared. Wow! As soon as she stepped off the warship, Su Miantang, wearing the ultra-clear extreme vision goggles, let out an exclamation of wonder. From 10,000 meters high, she saw an extraordinarily magnificent view of natural animal life. Tens of millions of wildebeests migrating in a mighty procession, monkeys swinging in the dense tropical rainforest, herds of cattle, and sheep on the grasslands along with majestic lions, tigers, and wolves, billions of butterflies and bees dancing around flowers, and whales, sharks, and dolphins occasionally leaping out of the sea to breathe. The scene was grand and magnificent, leaving her dazzled. So beautiful. I saw a green peacock, its tail feathers are so special. And there's a long-tailed tit, round, soft, white, plump, and chirpy like a little fur ball. I want to hold it in my palm and rub it. What's that colorful flower blooming on the mountain called? Why have I never seen it before? There's a pair of swan lovers dancing in the water, forming a heart shape. What a cute golden monkey eating berries. She was overwhelmed and chattered excitedly. Suddenly she noticed something unusual. On the continent, countless animals that were moving about seemed to have suddenly sensed some powerful aura, raising their heads to look up at the height. Then row by row, patch by patch, they lowered their heads and knelt on their forelimbs like dominoes, their numbers so vast that they almost covered the entire planet. This grand and sacred ceremony seemed to be welcoming and worshipping their king. Miantang was deeply shocked by the magnificent scene, unable to speak. Were they paying homage to Lon Lon? Earlier, seeing wolves surrounding Enzo and birds dancing around Fred, she already found it incredible, but now it was the entire animal continent. Truly the ruler of the world, the king of all beasts. She imitated their postures, slightly bending down, hugging the white tiger's neck, and gently rubbing against it. Lon Lon, they are all. Before she finished speaking, Aslandi's tiger body shuddered, his wings instantly lost balance, and he plummeted from 10,000 meters with her. Miantang clinging tightly to his wings. Damn, she forgot again that a beastman's nape must not be touched. When they were near the ground, Aslandi returned to human form, pressing her breathless body firmly beneath him. Susu, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Deliberately seducing me, didn't expect you like it up in the sky. Shall we go back up and do it, or do it right here? Here I can also make you ascend to heaven. His blazing red eyes were hot, the corners of his eyes flushed with a hint of crimson, a trace of ferocity showing on his handsome face, as if he could not hold back his beastly nature and would devour her in one bite. Miantang reached out and covered his mouth, which was full of beastly words. Believe me, I really didn't mean to. I don't believe you. Aslandi curled his lips and kissed her palm intentionally. Miantang's fingers trembled slightly, and she pulled away. Really, I was just imitating the actions of other animals. They oi. The man's eyes narrowed teasingly. Susu, do you also want to worship me as your king? Just found it interesting. Or at least accept me as your master. No. Upon hearing the word master, Miantang sternly refused, firmly defending her status as the master. I am your master, even though you've forgotten. It's okay. From today on, you are still my mistress. Miantang realized that she had unknowingly fallen into his linguistic trap again. How could this tiger be more cunning than a fox? Get up first. Stirred up and won't take responsibility. Aslandi was dissatisfied, holding her tightly in his arms, closing his eyes, and indulging in sniffing her scent. No, let me hold you for a while, let me calm down. She smelled so good, so good. He wanted so badly. Miantang felt his terrifying restlessness and regretted it deeply. So, when would he calm down? It was all her fault for being too handsy. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly a young and clear bird call came from beside them. She turned her head in confusion and saw a soft, white, plump, and chirpy long-tailed tit hopping over to her hand. Little furball. How did it come? So soft, so cute, so adorable. She couldn't help but reach out her finger and lovingly poke its round belly. Aslandi suddenly opened his eyes. Not just that. He slightly loosened his grip on her and took out from his bosom a green peacock tail, feather, a colorful 7-petal flower, a handful of berries, and even a baby golden monkey not yet. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Weren't these all the things she had seen in the sky just now and murmured about liking? He had caught them all. She had originally thought that since he had transformed into a beast form, there was no one to discuss with, and she had lost some of the fun. Unexpectedly, he had remembered every word she had said. Somehow a wave of happiness filled her entire body, just like back in the villa when she was clung to by that sweet little darling who acted cute and had only her in his eyes and heart. She didn't care, he was still her little sweetheart. Even if he had become the renowned war god, he still was. Miantang's eyes sparkled, and she wanted to reach out and ruffle his head, but remembering that he was now in the prime of his vigor and prone to arousal at the slightest provocation, she forcibly restrained herself. You caught the little golden monkey, what about its mother? Aslandi raised an eyebrow. Catch its mother too. Puffed. The girl pushed him, but he seized her hand in the process. Do you like it, eh? Yes. It's a bit wicked though. She picked up the beautiful tail, feather seemingly already picturing a green peacock running away and panic covering its rear. Aslandi said, it can serve as a bookmark for your books. Just what I thought, but the size. Wait. Miantang stopped mid-sentence and looked at him suspiciously. How do you know I like reading? Aslandi was slightly taken aback. Isn't there a row of bookshelves in your birdcage? Miantang. It's a 4-story supersized standalone villa. All right. The man gave a doting smile, propping himself up on one hand behind him. Once he took her home, she would admit it was a birdcage. What kind of flower is this? She picked up the magical flower with 7 petals and 7 colors and asked curiously, why is it so special? The 7 emotions flower. Aslandi gazed at her steadily. Legend has it that only lovers can pick this flower for their beloved. Oh, Miantang nodded. Got it, the ones with overwhelming combat power can also pick it. A mischievous smile flickered in Yaslandi's eyes, and he tightened his grip on her hand. She would come to believe him sooner or later. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The adorable little fluffball hopped onto her shoulder and chirped while the little golden monkey nuzzled her finger ingratiatingly. Miantang, overwhelmed by cuteness, rubbed one with each hand, but as she rubbed, she noticed their bodies were trembling. They seemed very scared. Why don't they run? Did you use your combat power? No. Then. She brought the little fluffball in front of him. The little creature, frightened, let out a chirp and dove headfirst into her collar, leaving only its round bottom trembling in sight. Haha. She seemed to understand why they didn't run. They were scared limp by a certain domineering and wicked white tiger. I'm done playing. Send them back lest they get stressed later. All right. Yaslandi waved his fingertip and the two adorable little creatures immediately vanished from sight, replaced by a pair of white swans gracefully swimming to the riverbank and dancing elegantly. Swan dance. She ran over in surprise. They are the two we just saw. They were still dancing, stretching their necks, spreading their wings, and forming various graceful poses. It was utterly beautiful. Just as they were about to perform the most intimate gesture, Yaslandi walked over. Susu, I've been so well behaved. Don't you want to reward me? Reward you with what? Like the mouth to mouth. Su Miantang. That's just kissing, but he phrased it so elegantly. If you don't speak, you'll take it as consent. He was very domineering, pulling her close for a kiss, but just as he lowered his head, he heard a rumbling sound. Su Miantang rubbed her stomach awkwardly. I was in a hurry to come back and see you this morning, so I forgot to eat. Really? Yaslandi's eyes lit up and his intense infatuation suppressed his restless desire. Then let me take you to eat. Eat? How can we eat here? He wouldn't be planning to catch a wild chicken, fish, or boar and roast it, would he? Next stop, the gourmet planet. Another planet. But she remembered that today's training for the big golden retriever hadn't been completed yet. If she broke her promise, would the trust it had built up in her collapse? She looked at the man somewhat tentatively. Lanlin, what would you do if I mentioned another male right now? As soon as the words fell, the man's eyes, which had been filled with tender affection, instantly turned icy cold. His tone was calm, as if killing without blood. I will make you fly right here, and he leaned down and threatened her seriously. You'll cry to heaven, but get no answer, cry to earth, but get no response. You'll only be under me day and night, without end. Su Miantang trembled all over. It's just a beast. Then he'll turn into a beast too. Su Miantang trembled even more violently, and immediately interrupted him. Let's go to the gourmet planet. Yaslandi chuckled. It would have been better if she had been this obedient earlier. The gourmet planet lived up to its reputation, gathering cuisines and famous dishes from all the major planets of the central galaxy. Just the restaurant names dazzled Su Miantang's eyes. Let's go with this one. Flower Brookside sounds very fragrant. Sure. Yaslandi looked at the name, a smile forming in his eyes. It's a couple's restaurant. Su really is deliberately tempting me everywhere. Mistake. Su Miantang swiped the screen to switch to another restaurant, but the man stopped her. This one, Flower Brookside, was located in the center of a vast sky garden. Since it was a trendy couple's restaurant, there was a constant stream of customers. To ensure a perfect date without disturbance, Yaslandi put on a mask before entering. Su Miantang kept glancing at him, which made the man feel pleased. Su, control yourself outside. They'll satisfy you when we get home. I just think that with this mask on you look even more striking. A half-jade tiger mask, moon white in color, engraved with butterfly patterns, adding a touch of mystery to his already handsome and moving face. Yaslandi, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, perfectly normal. Narcissistic tiger. Su Miantang rolled her eyes at him and turned to walk toward the restroom. I'm going to wash my face. Wait for me here. All right. Just as the girl said, the man was attractive without the mask, but even more so with it. As soon as he sat down, he caught the attention of all the females in the restaurant. The handsome face below the mask, his superior physique, noble aura, and every charming movement made hearts flutter as if a little rabbit was thumping wildly in their chests. Was he too handsome? Judging by his appearance, he was probably not from the central galaxy. His temperament was completely different from the docile, submissive males here, giving off a sense of overwhelming pressure, full of sexual tension, and a feeling that he could easily take full control of your body and mind. For a moment, all the females in the restaurant were smitten, involuntarily casting glances at him, disregarding even the males in front of them. Finally, after 2 minutes, a strikingly attractive female in a red dress boldly walked over with a glass of red wine. On the central star, being approached by a highborn female was a rare honor, and no one would refuse such a courtesy. Hello, sir. The red-dressed female walked with a beaming smile to the man opposite, eyeing the empty chair. Excuse me, is this seat taken? Yes. She was about to sit down when his words halted her movement. So it was occupied. That made sense. This was a couple's restaurant after all. However, on the central star, couples were matched by pheromone and combat strength compatibility, not by emotions, time spent together, or seniority. He seemed to be of a high rank, likely a good match for her. Is it your Fem Master? I see. May I ask what her pheromone grade is? Pheromone grade. Yasalantis' dark lashes drooped slightly, concealing the greedy, lingering gleam in his eyes. He didn't know? All he knew was that her pheromones were so abundant they seemed to spill over, and without even needing to release a faint distant sniff was enough to drive him to distraction and madness. He dared not imagine what would happen if they were specifically given to him. His little tiger would surely swell and explode, wouldn't it? The red-dressed female, seeing his silence, assumed his femme master's pheromone grade was low, and a note of pride flickered in her eyes. My pheromone grade is an excellent A level. Now may I sit? Miantang washed her face and emerged from the restroom only to see. Oh, her little sweetheart had grown up and was already attracting bees and butterflies. Ysalanti was losing patience and was about to ask her to leave, but his sharp gaze suddenly caught sight of the girl behind. Not only did she show no sign of jealousy, she was curiously craning her neck to watch the commotion like everyone else. His tiger teeth itched slightly. I'm afraid not. My femme master has a rather petty heart. If she knew her seat was taken by someone else, she would hit me, scold me, tie me up, and whip me, drip wax on me, sit on me, and keep me from sleeping, tormenting me with every cruel means imaginable. I'm truly terrified. As he spoke, he looked through the crowd toward the girl. Consequently, everyone present followed his gaze to Miantang. The girl, suddenly the center of attention, pointed at herself. Me. I couldn't even come up with such twisted words. How can she be like this? She was too outrageous. As a central star female, the red-dressed woman knew how high the status of her own gender was, and how many were spoiled into arrogance and tyranny. But to have such a venomous heart, such cruel methods, and to lay hands on such a handsome, charming male, truly rare. She resolved to teach him a lesson, to show him that male lives were not to be treated as dirt. Perhaps the males watching would be moved by her righteousness. As she thought this, she turned around angrily, and saw Miantang, and her expression froze. No wonder her temper was so foul. It was because she was born so beautiful. But she was not like those males who fawned and licked her boots, as she would show no mercy. She was about to strike when unexpectedly the man beside her suddenly stood up and walked straight toward the girl. Because I love her deeply, completely. I willingly suffer her torment. Ysalanti took her hand and pressed a deep kiss into her palm, his confession so tender and heartfelt that the onlookers all sighed in admiration. The red-dressed female's face turned a mottled green and white, standing there in humiliation for a moment before slinking away. No wonder Central Star males are so loyal. They won't run away no matter how much they're beaten. Yet he's so handsome and distinguished, good enough to enter the royal family. Why would he willingly suffer under this little female? Maybe because she's too beautiful. If I had a partner this gorgeous, I'd endure 3 beatings a day. Watching the tiger, who had dumped a vat of dirty water on her while building a devoted lover persona for himself, Miantang gritted her teeth. Admiral, you're really good at pretending. A ferocious, combat-ready tiger actually accusing her, a delicate woman, of abusing him. And the worst part was people believed it. Su is angry. Ysalanti lifted his eyes, a sly gleam flickering. If you're angry, you can punish me as I just described. Miantang. But judging by your expression, it doesn't look like you're about to be punished. It looks more like a reward. It's fine. Spoil you. She ruffled his head with a fake smile. I know you're just using me as a shield to ward off other females. Of course I must stay absolutely loyal to my femme master. Feeling his head touched Ysalantis, Adams apple bobbed with difficulty. Unable to do anything in public, he restrained himself and kissed her hand again, yearning to trace his lips along those slender, even fingers inch by inch over her entire body. Su can use this method too if other males harass you. Oh, Miantang's eyes darted, and she suddenly withdrew her hand with a guilty start. How did you know that someone asked me for my personal holo number when I came out of the restroom? What? In an instant, the man who had been so meek and gentle just moments ago flashed a murderous glint in his eyes. Who was it? It's... Miantang turned her head about to say who, when the next second every male in her line of sight was thrown down the stairs accompanied by a series of screams. Miantang. Hey, she was only joking. Poor innocent bystanders, and this double-standard tiger who says one thing and does another. The dishes arrived soon. The famished girl dug in with gusto while the man beside her seemed to be maintaining his devoted lover persona. He served her soup, grilled meat, dipped sauces. A full honest-stop service, almost picking up every bite of dessert to feed her. Why aren't you eating? You'll eat after you finish. Miantang felt a pang of familiarity. She had said the same thing before when she was taking care of the little tiger. Is this repaying kindness? She suddenly laughed. I used to take care of you, and now it's your turn. You mean when I was picked up? Yes. Hearing his question, her eyes lit up. Are you remembering something? When you first opened your eyes, you thought I was your MO? No. The man denied firmly. I only remember that you took off my clothes. Stop. Miantang raised her hand. Not a single clear word. Everything was blurred into pixels. Ysalanti plucked the cherry from the cake and held it before her. Miantang opened her mouth to take it. According to your memory, which is better, the little tiger or me? What kind of question was this? Wasn't the little tiger and him the same person? Seeing him asked so seriously, Miantang also pondered carefully. They were both fine. However, she had spent more time with the little tiger. Little tiger. With a whoosh, the cherry that was about to enter her mouth flew away. Ysalanti withdrew his hand, his cool expression slightly displeased. Is it so good that you still can't forget it even now, eh? Miantang inexplicably thought of the males who had just fallen down the stairs, fearing that the next lucky one would be herself, so she quickly changed her words. You're better. Su, you really are fickle for getting it so quickly. Miantang, both are good. Fickle. He was deliberately trying to keep her from eating, wasn't he? Miantang put down her fork. I'm done eating him full. Full. Yaslandi looked thoughtfully at her still flat belly after eating. Really? Really, I ate a lot. You eat, it'll help you grill the meat. Eat a bit more. With such a small belly, how will you give birth to tiger cubs in the future? Miantang. Don't think that just because you're a tiger you can keep saying such bold words. After finishing their meal, the two set off for the next stop. The ice planet. Endless white glaciers and snowflakes covered this vast continent and ocean all year round, creating countless unique landscapes. On it lived flocks of adorable penguins, charmingly naive seals, and sea lions, and many birds unafraid of the cold hunting krill. Miantang was deeply captivated by this unique scenery. Previously, she had always wanted to join a scientific expedition to Antarctica to experience extraordinary natural scenes, but unfortunately never had the chance. Unexpectedly now Lon had brought her here, and this was a planet much larger than Antarctica. She eagerly rushed toward the bizarre azure ice caves, frantically stroked the smooth black and white fur of emperor penguins, scooped up krill to feed the snow petrels that landed on her, and also saw small flowers with pure white petals and pale yellow stamens. Could this be the fairywood flower that Enzo said he loved most? Imagining a fluffy pure white snow wolf carrying a flower in its mouth running across the polar glacier, it was quite adorable. Just as she was about to pick it, she saw something even more miraculous. Yaslandi watched her lively figure with curved brows broke off an icicle and intended to make her an ice flower. Unexpectedly, as soon as he activated his combat power, he heard her sharp cries for help. Don't chase me, don't chase me, don't chase me. Lanlan, come save me. He immediately turned and saw a vast army of emperor penguins stretching their necks and chasing the little female as if to peck her bottom. And in her hands, she was holding a smooth white penguin egg. Heh! He let out a low laugh, looking incredibly handsome, which infuriated Miantang. You're still laughing? Hurry up and Su, why steal someone else's baby? If you like it, I can give you one. I didn't. She had only seen that the egg looked novel and went to touch it, but unexpectedly a group of penguins mistook her for an egg thief and chased after her without any hesitation. The worst part was that she couldn't explain herself now, and she couldn't put it down, otherwise it would break immediately. Quick, spread your wings and fly me away. But Yaslandi hesitated. I'm tired now, I have no strength. Miantang. This man who faced thousands of troops on the battlefield every day and could even withstand miasma bombs was telling her he had no strength. Stop joking, they're about to peck my bottom. If they peck you, we'll rub it for you. You? Miantang gasped and gritted her teeth. Lanlan, you wicked tiger. Yaslandi laughed even more excessively. Maybe if you call me something nice, I'll come save you. What should I call you? What should I call you? Anything, just come save me. With a swoosh, the man spread his wings and flew to her side, reaching out to gently brush her flowing thick hair, his seductive voice close to her ear. Call me something something he wanted to hear. Miantang's mind instantly flashed back to what he had said in the birdcage. No, in her home. Lord General. No. War God, brother. Brother. She forced herself to say it despite the shame. Not that either. Then what was left? Shameless. Taking advantage of her. She would never submit to his tyranny. As she was thinking, a sharp pain suddenly came from her bottom. She seemed to have actually been pecked by a penguin, her face turning pale with fright. Without any regard for anything else, she directly shouted loudly. My lord, save me. As soon as the words fell, Yaslandi bent down with satisfaction and lifted her by the waist. As you command, my lady. Whoa, it's so scary. My bottom, it seems to have really been pecked by a penguin. They'll rub it for you. What's the use of rubbing? It's all your fault for not saving me earlier. Miantang, while complaining, looked down at the penguin group with lingering fear, only to find they had already stopped, looking over from far away at a distance of 100,000 miles. Impossible to have pecked her. So what was the pain on her bottom just now? She slowly looked at the flaming wingtip of a certain tiger and suddenly realized the truth. She rained a storm of punches on his chest. Lanlan, you're so despicable. You pretended to be a penguin and deliberately scared me. Ha ha ha. The man being pummeled laughed even more intoxicatedly. Su called me my lord just now, it sounded so nice. I did not know such thing, don't make things up. She turned her head trying to deny it, but the vast glacial continent still echoed with the increasingly loud cries of my lord from earlier, the longing in the tone making anyone blush. The two played until nightfall. Yaslandi found a perfect spot to watch the aurora. So beautiful. Miantang looked up, gazing dazedly at the hazy, mysterious, colorful lights in the sky. Lanlan legend says the aurora is the incarnation of Dawn, the daughter of the sun god and moon god. Praying to her, all beautiful wishes will come true. Is that so? Yaslandi expressed doubt. How had he never heard of this? Including the term she used. Of course. It's a rare opportunity. If you don't believe it, I'll make a wish myself. The girl crossed her hands over her chest and devoutly made a wish to the aurora. Yaslandi watched her, then slowly closed his eyes. Before meeting her, he had never believed in gods. Didn't you say you didn't believe? How come you are also making a wish? Su Miantang looked at the Tsundere tiger who said one thing, but did another. What wish did you make? May I say it? You may, but if you do it might not come true. Then I want. It seems someone made a very important wish. Su Miantang teased him. Yasalandi withdrew his gaze and looked down at her with deep intensity. Very, very important. It was not until 2 in the morning that the aurora gradually faded. Having visited 2 planets, Su Miantang was utterly exhausted. Yawning, she began to rise. Lanlan, let's go back to the spaceship to rest. No need, we can rest here. Here. Su Miantang looked around staring at him, as if he were a ghost. Are you joking? It's freezing here. Wouldn't we turn into ice sculptures after sleeping? Come into my arms, it's very warm. As he spoke, he transformed on the spot into a massive white tiger. Its physique, fur, and the faint flickering flames around it indeed looked very warm. But he must be trying to take advantage of her. Leaving a luxurious spaceship to sleep on a freezing glacier, insisting she rest in his arms. This cunning, lecherous tiger. When they were being chased by the penguin army earlier, it was unavoidable. But this time she would never yield to his tyranny. No thanks. Su Miantang turned away, angrily determined to endure the night with her iron will. Then a sudden gust of biting cold wind swept by, piercingly chilly. She immediately turned around and burrowed into the tiger's embrace. Forget what she said. Yasalandi's eyes and brows were brimming with triumphant delight. He tightly curled his limbs, wrapping the little female, without a single gap, his posture filled with possessive intent, as if proclaiming his dominion. She was his mate. A fluffy, soft, warm, and with a majestic, beautiful tiger head to cuddle while sleeping. Suddenly this idea didn't seem so bad. Su Miantang hugged him contentedly and drifted into a sweet dream. On the boundless glacial continent, the human and the tiger clung tightly together, intertwined, looking from afar as if they had merged into one. In the dead of night, Su Miantang suddenly felt in a daze as if someone was licking her, like that restless little tiger from before, accompanied by a familiar sound. Master, master. I love master so much, so much. Sacred Dawn Maiden, please let master and me be together forever, never to part. Was it Lon Lon? Hadn't it transformed into human form and lost its memory? Reality and dreams alternated, leaving Su Miantang confused. She pouted and murmured her wish. Sacred Dawn Maiden, please bless Lon Lon to return safely from every expedition without a single scratch. Above, the white tiger, absorbed in licking, stiffened at the sound. Its lowered fiery crimson eyes revealed a deep, thick, unbreakable love. Master, master, master. It could only cry out in its heart again and again to relieve the overwhelming emotions that had no outlet. The next day, Su Miantang was greeted with a kiss upon waking. Good morning, mistress. Su Miantang. Again being called mistress, again sleeping together, now with a kiss on the forehead. She was becoming numb, almost feeling a false sense of responsibility toward him. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Some fruit. Perfect, they'll take you to the fruit planet. Fruit planet. As the name suggested, the planet was covered with tens of thousands of trees laden with abundant fruit. Before they even arrived, a rich fragrance wafted over. Su Miantang's stomach growled from afar. So many fruits. She wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Yasalandi flew her down, picked a peach from the orchard, and handed it to her. Thanks. With so many fruits growing here, does anyone come to harvest them? Yes. Seeing her interest, Yasalandi began to explain the planet's origin, its development history, the types of fruit trees planted, their characteristics, and so on. Su Miantang listened with great interest, unconsciously finishing the peach. She crouched down, curiously picking a round yellow fruit from a clump of low bushes. What's this? A devil fruit. A devil fruit. Her hand holding the fruit froze. Listening to that name, something felt off. This fruit is inedible. Su Miantang looked up. Her hand holding the half-bitten fruit trembled. Why didn't you say so earlier? What happens if you eat it? It will. Yasalandi watched her with a teasing gaze as her head grew dizzier, her speech slurred, and her limbs became uncoordinated. Finally she collapsed. It would cause memory loss, blur rationality, and make one extremely obedient and docile, but the effect only lasted an hour. It seemed the effect had already taken hold. He looked down, gently cupping the girl's exquisite face with his large palm, and his address unconsciously changed. Master, are you all right? Su Miantang shook her head vigorously. When she lifted her face again, she had become a completely different person. Those amber eyes, usually brimming with intelligence and wit, now radiated a pure, innocent clarity, like a newborn child, curiously observing everything around her. She stared for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a full minute, she clasped her hands over her heart, gently bit her lower lip, and said with shy admiration, Brother, you're so handsome, I really like you. The word like pierced Yasalandi's heart, like a venomous bee sting, making him tremble with emotion. He couldn't help but pull her tightly into his arms. Really? Really? He had thought that after eating the devil fruit, she would not recognize him and would be afraid of him. Instead, she was torturing him. Especially now, looking at him with adoration, her eyes sparkling, her cheeks flushed, and her delicate rosy lips stained with glistening peach juice. He couldn't resist her at all. I like you so much, so much. Call me husband. Husband, wah. Before she could finish, the hungry male lowered his head and fiercely bit her lips, storming the fortress tightly and domineeringly, seizing the old. When a wild beast turns ferocious, a little lamb is utterly unable to withstand it. Moreover, he was the top predator of the food chain, the king of beasts. Miantang panicked, first whimpering and crying, then raining her pink fists onto his chest. Her body went limp and she collapsed into his arms. Just as she was about to faint from lack of oxygen, he finally released her. Huff, huff, huff. But within a minute, the fierce tiger pounced on her again. He was like someone tasting meat for the first time, instantly addicted and uncontrollable. He kissed her once, twice, 3 times. Countless times. When the devil fruit's effect was about to wear off, he shamelessly fed her another one. Master, so fragrant, so sweet, so soft, so intoxicating. He wished he could keep kissing her forever without end. Finally, Miantang's sobbing became uncontrollable. Her delicate swollen lips pouted high, her eyes red and tearful, as she looked at him with a mix of reproach and fear. Only then did he cease, his breath ragged and disordered as he tightly embraced her, seeking to soothe his wild, unbridled desires. Master, I'm sorry. It was all because she was too sweet. So sweet that he couldn't restrain his nature, his blood seething, wanting to tear her apart. Stinky male, bad male, big devil male. The girl angrily pounded his chest, but as she struck, she suddenly jolted awake. What was she doing? That tone of voice was so disgusting. And, sigh, my mouth hurts so much. What happened? Was I bitten by a dog? A certain dog guiltily averted his gaze. No, it's the effect of the devil fruit. Really? Miantang pushed him away, ran to a clear riverbank, and looked at herself in the water. It was so swollen. Even worse than when she had an allergic reaction to medicine. Not only her lips, but also her eyes were red. This damn devil fruit, it's so terrifying. As she grumbled incessantly, the man behind her's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The first time, no experience, no self-control. After more practice and experience, he probably wouldn't be so reckless, making her so uncomfortable. Miantang picked some berries that could reduce swelling and improve eyesight, ate a few, and handed them to him. Here, they taste pretty good. Want some? No. The man's tongue lightly pressed against his lower jaw as he refused mercilessly. The taste in his mouth was too sweet, and he wanted to savor it, endlessly unwilling to let anything dilute it. Female master, take a rest. Later I'll take you to a planet you'll surely love. Again. Miantang turned around. No. If this continued, she was afraid he would conquer Earth. The royal palace. Fomyang Pavilion. Report. Scarcely an hour after Miantang had left the palace, an imperial guard rushed in with urgent news. Your Highness, as you ordered, we followed Miss Su, but as soon as she entered the Jiuqing Villa district, she disappeared. Disappeared? Kaiselin lounged on the planetary surface sofa, idly playing with the hyena male she had just acquired. Impossible. She's wearing a Xian-Tai electronic shackle. When the time is up, it will release over 1,000 volts of electricity. Where could she run? Unless she doesn't want to live. It's absolutely true. Her residence is protected, we can't get in, but after confirmation from the villa management, she is indeed no longer inside. Impossible. Kaiselin frowned, dismissing the holographic image before her to check the tracking locator on the electronic shackle. Only 4 red characters appeared. No signal. How could this be? She stood up in disbelief, even suspecting that the holographic image was malfunctioning. That was the hardest shackle in the Central Star Treasury, absolutely unopenable, without the password, not even by twin stars with their S-class military combat power. Unless it was an S-class top-tier combatant. But that was utterly impossible. Let's go. I'll inspect it myself. Jiuqing Villa District. The staff patiently advised again and again, sorry, Your Highness, even with royal authority, the female protection law cannot be violated. We cannot allow you entry without the owner's permission. I can only tell you that Miss Miantang has indeed left the Villa District. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The electronic shackle had no signal, the optical brain couldn't be reached, and she wasn't at home. Kaiselin finally realized belatedly that she might really have run away. How did she do it? What sorcery does she know? What about twin stars? Go and arrest twin stars, punish them severely. I'm sure she'll come back. Princess, twin stars. They left the planet yesterday on a mission. Their optical brains have no signal, we can't reach them. What a... Kaiselin's face changed, and she flew into a rage. This must be her scheme. A plot planned long ago to escape together. That bitch, how dare she deceive me. Search for her. Dig 3 feet into the central galaxy if you must, but find her. Eastern Palace. Just as dawn was breaking, the lion in the vast prison woke up. It shook its majestic fluffy mane, its bright blue double pupils fixed on the entrance like a stone, waiting for its wife, yearning for the little female to appear. But today at 6:10, it waited until noon, and the little female never showed up. Where had she gone? Why hadn't she come? It went from lying down to sitting, then stood up, growing increasingly agitated, pacing back and forth in the cage. As its broad paw was about to step out of the cage, the little female's words echoed in its ears. Big golden retriever, you must be good. Eat, well, behave, wait for me in the cage. They'll come again tomorrow. She had said she would come. She would never break her promise. It slowly withdrew its paw, but today she broke her word. Until nightfall she never came. She must have been delayed by something. She would definitely come tomorrow. The lion told itself, but it didn't touch its favorite meat, and its eyes stayed open all night, clutching the golden retriever plush toy staring blankly at the entrance. Every minute, every second it hoped she would come. But the next day, she still didn't come. The lion's hopeful, radiant expression gradually turned to doubt, desolation, and silence. Why didn't she come? Did she think he was dull, boring, and no longer liked him? But she had said he was adorable, that she was happy with him, and that she would come back to see him. She had also said she would personally take him away from here. He looked at the long corridor at the entrance, which suddenly seemed dark and eerie again, filled with blood, violence, and cruelty. Just like the laboratory where he had been imprisoned, where stepping in meant endless pain. The place where he had once walked so easily with the little female stepping on the chains now seemed like hell, making him fear and retreat step by step. Tang Tang Tong Tong, where are you? I miss you so much, so much. For the first time he hated that his mind had collapsed, turning him into a beast, unable even to call out his beloved's name. In the following days, time was like an instrument of torture slicing through his skin minute by minute. The magnificent lion refused to sleep, terrified of missing the moment the little female would enter. He refused to eat, overwhelmed by extreme longing, tension, anxiety, and fear, which triggered somatic symptoms. The mere sight of food and water made him nauseous. Sometimes overwhelming exhaustion drained his strength, plunging him into a dazed, brief slumber. In his dreams, there were only the little female's words, her deeds, the races they had run, and the memories of chasing, playfully wrestling, and tenderly embracing in the bamboo peaks of the back mountain. All the sweet recollections. But upon waking he was met with emptiness and pitch-black darkness, as if falling from heaven into hell. Time and again this nearly shattered his will. This torment was 1,000 times more agonizing than the suffering he endured when imprisoned in the laboratory. Back then it was merely physical pain. He still harbored thoughts of escape and a yearning to see the light of day again. But now the spiritual devastation was like sinking into a quagmire, deeper and deeper. He missed her so much, so terribly much, that he felt he was dying. Tong Tong, where are you? Won't you come and see me? The planet of rough stones. Majestic and magnificent boulders crisscrossing in all directions were scattered across the green mountains and wild plains. When Yasalandi descended from the sky holding the young girl, she was somewhat puzzled. Is this the place you said I would love? It's barren, only mountains and rocks. What's so interesting about it? These are all rough stones. Rough stones? Su Miantang was startled. Are they the kind of rough stones I know, from which jade and gems can be cut? It was actually true. A whole planet of rough stones. How many treasures would that be? Su Miantang looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with twinkling little stars. Lanlan, you're so rich. It was the first time she had shown him such an admiring expression while fully awake. The man was overjoyed. Do you like it, eh? Yes, yes, yes. If you like it, I'll register this planet under your name as your private property. Listed as private property. Wouldn't that make her a billionaire, no, a trillionaire? A dream come true so easily. Lanlan is truly a good tiger, knowing how to be grateful. The master didn't. Su Miantang was tempted for a second, then immediately regained her composure. No need, just let me pick one stone. She couldn't forget that her little sweetheart had now turned into a little perverted tiger, and his pure feelings for his master had long since degenerated. Perhaps the moment she nodded, he would demand payment in the next second. Given his understanding that mating could last for dozens of days, she feared her life would be forfeited at his hands. Though gems are beautiful, life is even more precious. Susu, are you sure you don't want it? Yasalandi raised an eyebrow, continuing to tempt her. Not just this planet, but my house, spaceship, armory, personal property accounts. All of them can be yours, including my own self. Su Miantang. She had guessed correctly. Everything except your own self transfer to my account. Alright, but such a huge transfer of property must be legal only if we are partners. As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss her, startling Su Miantang into immediately covering her mouth. Beast! What are you doing? My lips are already swollen so much. Ha! In the empty mountain valley, the man's clear and mellow laughter echoed again and again. As Su Miantang listened, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind. She had been pressed tightly in his arms, viciously devoured by his kisses for 2 hours like a feast. Was it an illusion? The girl landed on the mountain and began to carefully observe and select rough stones, hoping to uncover a rare treasure. After examining for a long while, she set her eyes on a sharp-edged gray stone. Although she knew nothing about jade, based on geological knowledge, a stone with a sandy surface and rough texture had a very high age. Despite its modest size, it was surprisingly heavy, indicating that the jade inside had high density and was of an old variety. In summary, this should be a piece of top-quality jade. On the other side, Yasalandi was also selecting stones. However, his method was much simpler than hers. He directly activated his combat power to sense the age, water-type, color, and quality of the jade inside. Imperial green jadeite. No. Sapphire. No. Pink crystal. No. Lanlan, I've chosen. Su Miantang excitedly picked up the stone and called out to the man. Come over and help me open it. Alright. Yasalandi teleported over. Before he took the stone, he slowly opened his palm. There, quietly lying, was a crystal-clear amber diamond, radiating dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. It was incredibly beautiful. Wow, so beautiful. Miantang was stunned, and the stone in her hand nearly fell and hit her foot. It's as beautiful as Susu's eyes. Yasalandi picked it up and gestured near her neck. When we get back, you'll make it into a necklace for you. Thank you. I really like it. She couldn't even imagine how beautiful she would look wearing such a large diamond. Yasalandi opened the rough stone in his hand for her, and it actually yielded a ruby as rich and vivid as pigeon's blood. He was slightly stunned. For a moment he felt that this gem was his own eyes. Then a smile of immense joy spilled from his lips. Susu spent so long choosing just to pick a gem the exact color of my eyes. We really are in sync. Your eyes hold me, and my eyes hold you. Miantang hadn't expected such a coincidence. She looked at the two gems placed together, as if they were exchanging tokens of love. No, it's not. I don't have X-ray vision. How could I have deliberately chosen it? Speaking of X-ray vision, she thought of Dejin Mao again. During this time traveling through the galaxy, her sense of time had become confused. She didn't know how long had passed. Dejin Mao must be anxious by now, right? If she returned any later, he probably wouldn't even recognize her, let alone enter the laboratory. But now the good tiger had turned into a bad tiger, refusing to let her mention any other male. If she did, he would go crazy. Before he used to wreck the house, now he wrecks her. Truly terrifying. She had to find a way back. Doesn't that just prove we are fated? The general, who once regarded gold, silver, and jewels as dirt, now carefully placed the two gems against his chest, as if afraid of losing them. Indeed. Miantang nodded. If it weren't for fate, I wouldn't have picked you up in the interstellar garden and brought you home. But Lan, you've been calling me master because you thought I took your virginity. If it were someone else, you would still court her. I'm no different, right? Of course not. Upon hearing this, Yaslandi's gaze instantly darkened. You are just you, only you. He loved only her, no one else would do. I don't believe you. Miantang lifted her chin, insisting it was merely his instinct. Yaslandi lowered his head, his crimson eyes brimming with sincerity. Susu, how must I prove it for you to trust me? At least be obedient. Am I not obedient enough? Miantang. Where did he get the illusion that he was obedient? He was clearly a tyrant. If you truly were obedient, I have an urgent matter now, and need to return to the Central Star. She thought he would question her, and had already prepared excuses, but to her surprise he agreed without a second thought. All right. Had he really become obedient? Was this trick that effective? She suddenly recalled how, when he had been restless in bed before she had threatened to throw him out, and he had clung to her legs pleading, the Grand General truly knew when to bend and when to stand tall. Aren't you going to ask what it is? No need. I will always follow you. Good. Miantang smiled with satisfaction. Then let's go back. The two boarded the battleship laden with abundant harvest and returned to the Central Star. But in the Phoenix Sun Pavilion of the Royal Palace, chaos reigned. For several days the Imperial Guard had turned the Central Star upside down, but found no trace of Miantang. Catherine, in a rage, smashed everything that could be smashed in the palace. Whoosh. Gone, she's really gone. In all mile are upside down, but found no trace of Miantang. If she has the nerve, let her never return to the Central Star. Otherwise, if I ever catch her, I'll flay her skin, rip out her sinews, and cut her flesh to feed the dogs. Report. Suddenly a guard rushed in with urgent news. Catherine's expression hardened. What is it? Have you found Miantang? No, Your Highness. It's the Crown Prince. He has been fasting for several days. I'm afraid his health will suffer if this continues. My brother. Catherine was puzzled. Why would he fast? Then it dawned on her. It must be because of Miantang. She had trained her brother, the Supreme Lion King, to be deferential and obedient, yet at this critical juncture, she had cruelly abandoned him, driving him to thoughts of death. How utterly despicable. Prepare the carriage to the Eastern Palace. In the vast prison that had been silent for days, a sound suddenly stirred. The lion instantly opened his eyes, looking toward the entrance with eager. When he saw Catherine, the azure eyes that had brimmed with hope gradually dimmed and sank. It was not her. Catherine entered cautiously, and seeing his visibly emaciated body and lifeless, dazed state, her heart ached unbearably. Her ever-illustrious brother had never been so listless and dejected, not even when he had escaped from the military laboratory. It was all Miantang's fault, all that vixen's fault. She regretted agreeing to the bet with her. She would rather have her brother remain cold-tempered and irritable than see him like this. Brother. She approached the cage, her hands gripping the cold iron bars tightly. What's wrong? Are you still waiting for Miantang? At the mention of the little female's name, the lion immediately stirred, rising slowly. Sister, do you know where she went? Why didn't she come to see him? Brother, don't wait for her anymore. She's fled, long gone, and will never come back. Fled. The lion stood stunned, as if he didn't understand what she was saying. I'm sorry, brother, it's all my fault. Catherine was filled with regret. I captured the two males she cared about most, and threatened her to stay in the palace. To save them, she agreed to help you regain human form. I was tempted and agreed, but I never imagined it was just a trick to buy time and find a chance to escape. Now she has fled the Central Star with those two males. I've searched the entire continent, but found no trace of her. Don't think about her anymore, please don't think about her. All these days, her closeness, her companionship, her help. It was all a lie. She never treated you sincerely, as she only saw you as a beast to be used. Every word was like a venomous blade piercing straight into the lion's heart, leaving him breathless for a moment. No. Impossible. Impossible. He backed away slowly, his limbs trembling, his lush mane standing on end, his viscera feeling as if torn apart, his blood running cold. Tang Tang couldn't have deceived him. She had said she would come again. She had said she would take him away from here, that no one would hurt him anymore. She had promised. But why hadn't she appeared yet? The betrayal and lies of his beloved utterly shattered the last shred of his beast-man rationality. In extreme agony, his double pupils swelled and trembled, and with his head raised high, tears of blood streamed from his eyes. Why? Tang Tang, why did you deceive me? You are as cold and cruel as those in the lab. I hate you all, I hate this world. Having said this, Catherine could not bear to look at him any longer and turned away. But as she left the Eastern Palace, an Imperial Guard hurried over. Report. Your Highness, Su Miantang has returned. What? Catherine seemed to doubt her own ears. She's back. After disappearing for so many days, not found, even after searching every inch of the ground, she was now returning of her own accord. Where? Take me there at once. At the Yongning City gate, Su Miantang had just stepped off the battleship when she saw Catherine flying toward her on a magnetic wheel float, her ferocious approach more like a killer than a welcoming party. As expected, the moment she descended, she reached out to grab Su Miantang's throat. Su Miantang, you despicable wretch, how dare you toy with me? But before she could touch her, a powerful red light barrier repelled her, sending her flying, her limbs numb, her head spinning, her body burning with pain as she screamed uncontrollably. What kind of terrifying force could suppress her class female so completely? She had never seen anything like it. She raised her head in disbelief and saw a tall, graceful man with fiery red wings descending from the sky. The war god. He wasn't dead. He was alive. Wonderful, wonderful. In that moment, her heart trembled with excitement, and she stammered as she spoke. It wasn't just her. At the city gate, every soldier who witnessed this scene rubbed their eyes in disbelief. When they realized it was not an illusion, they stumbled to their knees and cried out, "The war god is not dead. The war god has returned. He's back, truly back. It must be the blessing of the beast god blessing the war god, blessing the central star, that such a miracle has occurred." War god. Kaiselin was about to get up when she saw Yasalandi land, fold his wings, and then tightly embrace Su Miantang's slender waist. The possessive posture left her dumbfounded in an instant. They. How could it be? How could this be? Su Miantang, that enchantress, no matter how great her abilities, could never have captured the war god. He is the Empire's protector, the Duke L's Tiger family's mutant SS top-tier combat male. How could she be worthy? She collapsed to the ground as if utterly devastated by the sight. Princess. Yasalandi slowly parted his lips, his icy voice tinged with a hint of wicked cruelty, causing the woman to shudder and her blood run cold. Just now she had insulted Su Miantang and even tried to strike her. Had he seen it all? Since they were so close. She scrambled over, trembling as she apologized. War god, just call me Xilinlin. Su Miantang's brow twitched. I'm sorry, Unfortunately, she had no chance. Yasalandi had no patience for her excuses. With a casual wave of his hand, she flew off like a shooting star, disappearing into the sky with a ding. Su Miantang. She finally understood why Lan Lan had asked her earlier, am I not obedient enough? Now it seemed he was indeed quite obedient. In the central star, imperial power was supreme, and the dignity of the royal family was inviolable. As the eldest princess, Kaiselin was even more arrogant and domineering, believing herself to be the only one. Anyone who displeased her even slightly would be punished or executed, and no one could resist or even dare to. Yet just now, upon seeing him, she was so frightened that she knelt down, and now she had flown away. Such behavior was beyond arrogance. Where did she go? Depends on luck. Yasalandi said, could be a valley snake pit, a white forest ant nest, or a swamp of marsh gas. Snake pit, ant nest, or cesspool. Su Miantang shuddered momentarily, unsure which one to choose for her. But seeing that usually overbearing woman trembling with fear and being launched like a firework to the horizon was quite satisfying. Thank you, Lan Lan. She smiled, tiptoed, and ruffled his moon-white hair. Yasalandi hadn't expected such a sudden reward, nor had he expected her to be so happy. It likely meant she had suffered in the palace. Was that electronic shackle also put on by her? What did the royal family do to you? The man's narrowed, deep eyes narrowed, concealing a barely perceptible murderous intent. Just as Su Miantang was about to speak, she saw a blazing flame gradually gathering in his left palm. As if he were about to burn the place down. Lanlin, what are you going to do? If they dare to hurt you, he'll massacre the imperial palace. Massacre? Indeed, she could only imagine what he couldn't do. No one hurt me. Kaiselin just likes to bicker with me. She quickly grabbed his arm. And that shackle, I willingly wore it because of a bet. Really? Really? Su Miantang nodded, sincerely afraid that any flaw in her expression would make him destroy the place immediately. Like this? Yasalandi withdrew his hand, staring at her thoughtfully. So Su likes playing with tools. How about weapons? Su Miantang's mouth twitched. What are you thinking? The man chuckled, thinking of some unspeakable images. Besides, if you really make a move here, you'll be accused of rebellion. Rebellion? Yasalandi sneered. The incompetent royal family had been in decline for so many years that they were nothing but an empty shell. The throne was as easy for him to take as picking something from his pocket. The only reason he hadn't taken it was that it was too boring. That's not rebellion, it's ascending the throne. If Su likes the position of princess consort, we can hold the ceremony as early as tonight. You arrogant tiger, you can easily take down the others, but what about Queen Jenny? She's at the same level as you. Then I'll have to rely on my master. Yasalandi lowered his head, nuzzling her hair affectionately, just like the cute little tiger that used to act spoiled. My master will surely protect me, right? Me. Miantang pointed at herself in disbelief, her expression exactly like when the nine-headed worm sent Ben Borba to eliminate Tang Sanzang and his disciples in Journey to the West. Then you might as well eliminate me first. They walked toward the imperial city chatting and laughing, but before they reached their destination, a deafening roar suddenly came from the Eastern Palace. The sound was hysterical, sorrowful, and desperate, filled with dense malevolence that made some low-level beastmen tremble. A lion's roar. The roar reached the beast god temple, startling Queen Jenny, who was praying, and she opened her eyes, clutching her chest in discomfort. It's Ener. What happened to him? Flesh and blood. She could feel his extreme pain. In Changqian Palace, Hua Rong, who was handling state affairs, also stood up upon hearing the mighty lion's roar. Brother. Big golden retriever. Su Miantang recognized the voice and paused. Was it his voice? It sounded similar, but she had never heard him make such a heart-wrenching roar, as if on the verge of despair. Had he encountered some danger? Yasalandi also sensed an unusual aura, an S-level combat lion. There was such a prince hidden in the palace. Interesting. Roar. Deep in the Eastern Palace, in a huge prison, a lion with eyes stained red by blood, its pupils no longer clear blue, but filled with dense murky gloom. Its last shred of human rationality was gone, completely reduced to a beast. At this moment, it only wanted to destroy the world. With its claws, it easily twisted the indestructible dark iron cage. The palace's many mechanisms were nothing but empty forms. Hundreds of imperial guards outside were crushed under its feet before they could react, letting out cries of agony. Brother, what's wrong? A group of princes who had heard the commotion hurried over. Seeing its red eyes and wild nature, they realized it had completely lost its mind and didn't recognize them. They immediately moved to stop it. But even though they were all excellent S-level males, they crumbled at the first touch under the power of its double pupils. A gerfalcon had its wing pierced by an arrow. A cheetah had its hind leg broken. A golden-banded snake had its scales knocked off. And there was a lion of the same clan as him whose legs were weakened by the roar. The crown prince's innate bloodline suppression and kingly aura made him prostrate on the ground, lacking even the courage to step forward and fight. In just a few minutes, the male lion concluded the battle. It charged straight toward the central city, rushing toward the crystal station, gleaming with dazzling light. If it could ignite, all the quantum energy cannons inside the planet would instantly burst apart and disintegrate into ashes. Crown Prince Hua Rong arrived, knowing her power was no match for him, and unable to stop him, she reached out to activate the Forbidden Formation to prevent him from escaping and harming others, but the Forbidden Formation that was usually easy to set up after several attempts today showed no response at all. It seemed to be suppressed by an even more powerful force. The art of forbidden formations within 100 miles, only one can exist. How could this be? On the central star besides him, only General Yaslandi mastered this art, and could easily suppress him. Now that the war god has fallen, there is no reason for it to fail. He quickly transmitted orders using his battle power. Emergency broadcast from the Central Department. An S-level combat male has suffered a mental breakdown and transformed into a beast form, breaking into the city. All citizens are to take shelter at home, close doors and windows, and do not go outside. Order the White Lion Legion and the War Wolf Anti-Terrorist Elite to be fully deployed, tracking and standing by. They must use tranquilizers to control it and bring it back to the royal palace. Remember, no thermal weapons are to be used to harm it. Yes. The royal order was issued, and inside and outside the central city across the star network, it immediately erupted into chaos. S-level combat male. Apart from the fallen General Yaslandi, where else in the Empire is there an S-level combat male? Could it be the legendary Crown Prince who was captured by the enemy as a child, escaped back already mentally broken, and has been imprisoned in the Eastern Palace? Oh my god, that is the legitimate eldest son of the Lion King lineage, born with the power of double pupils. If he goes mad, the harm will be incalculable. What to do? I'm outside now. Is it too late to hide? Hiding is useless. An S-level male's combat power can destroy mountains and fortresses. The central city is doomed. Now the Empire has lost the war god, no one can match him. Only thermal weapons can be used right. But the damage range would also be huge. Bad news. The Crown Prince has completely lost his mind, escaped from the Eastern Palace, and has already wounded several princes, running amok in the central city, harming people. In the Imperial City, a guard urgently relayed the news. What? Su Miantang heard this, her heart sinking. Big Golden. How could it? Just before leaving, its condition was getting better and better. Strong physique, stable emotions, almost ready to enter the laboratory for treatment. How could it suddenly completely collapse? According to the historical records of Central Star, no beast man who has completely mentally collapsed and degenerated into a beast has ever returned. Su, wait for me here. Yaslandi put a shield on her, spread his wings, and flew toward the central city. Hey, In an instant he vanished without a trace. Miantang wanted to summon a flying vehicle, but she didn't have a light brain on hand, so she had to board the magnetic wheel hovercraft that Kaiserlin had just used and flew. Ah, help, help. Lion, it's a huge lion. In the central city, waves of terrified screams accompanied by panicked fleeing and colliding crowds created an extremely chaotic scene. When General Yaslandi's figure appeared in the sky, almost at the same moment, everyone fell silent. First they were too shocked to speak, then they wept with joy. General, it's the general. He's not dead, he's not dead. Great, the protector of Central Star is back. It's the beast god's miracle resurrecting the general, ha. A terrifying aura suddenly descended. The newcomer had set up a forbidden formation covering tens of thousands of meters, making escape impossible. The male lion raised its head, glaring at him with fierce eyes. Dare to stop him. He immediately activated the power of double pupils. Yaslandi sidestepped to dodge. So this was the other S-level combat male of the Empire that his father often mentioned, the crown prince imprisoned in the Eastern Palace. Born with the power of double pupils. He wanted to see just how formidable it was. He flapped his wings and lured the lion into a desolate valley. The battle between two S-level males was unprecedented on the planet. Their immense power raised clouds of dust, shook the earth, and made the mountains tremble. Red blazing flames and sharp blue lights intertwined, collided, and exploded in the air, emitting blinding rays of light. The light spread tens of thousands of miles away. Fuel Aid and Inzwa, who had just completed a military mission and were returning, saw it, and were stunned. How could such a destructive battle be happening on the planet? And Fuel Aid picked up the remote light telescope. How is that possible? Those bursts of red flames. Are they General Yaslandi? In the valley, a daring male groundhog influencer for the sake of popularity risked his life by hiding behind a rock and starting a live stream. Unfortunately, the screen showed nothing but blinding light. General will win, General will win. The general is truly the Empire's protector, always stepping forward when his people are in most danger. The crown prince of the royal family, an S-level male, has degenerated into a beast and is fighting a national hero. How sad. If only he were still normal, how wonderful that would be. This is a battle between equals. I'm afraid both will be injured. May the beast god bless the war god, keep him safe. We cannot bear to lose him again. You're overthinking. Even if they are of the same level, their combat experience is vastly different. Moreover, the crown prince has turned into a beast. General Yaslandi has trained in martial arts since childhood, studied under the old leader of the national army, entered the military camp at age 14, participated in brutal galactic wars, hundreds of battles large and small, and has long been an invincible war god. Meanwhile, the crown prince, despite his noble bloodline and extraordinary talent, has been tortured in laboratories and prisons for decades with no combat experience, and quickly fell into a disadvantage. So this is the famed Lion King. Born with the power of double pupils, Yaslandi curled his lips, his sarcasm evident. Pathetic. General, please don't harm my son. Queen Jean and I hurriedly arrived at the valley, devastated at the sight of her badly wounded son, unable to even stand. Your Majesty, he has become a beast. Living any longer will only endanger the planet. A ball of blazing flame gradually gathered in Yaslandi's palm as he prepared to end the creature with a single strike. No, Ener. Lanlin, don't hurt Big Golden. At this moment, a clear, melodious voice suddenly came from across the mountains and forests. Yaslandi was momentarily distracted. The lion, its spirit utterly shattered and consciousness completely twisted, paused its attack upon hearing that achingly familiar voice. Its bloodshot, turbid compound eyes reflected the distant, ethereal figure of the young female, a breathtakingly beautiful silhouette. Its pupils rapidly contracted and trembled as if struck by immense emotional turmoil. Every hair on its body bristled, and with a low guttural roar it abandoned everything to charge toward her, shattered the shield, and seizing her in its jaws fled into the mountain forest. Courting death. How dare you touch my master? Yaslandi snapped back to reality, a murderous gleam igniting in her eyes. She activated her full combat power and gave chase. Big Golden Retriever. Big Golden Retriever. Wake up. Do you still recognize me? Big Golden Retriever. Under Su Miantang's incessant calls, the lion finally halted, setting her down in a narrow cave. Just as she thought it had regained consciousness, it suddenly glared with eyes wide and murderous, baring its fangs and howling furiously at her. AOO. She could feel from the voice brimming with deep anger and sorrow. He hated. Why? Why did you deceive me? Why did you abandon me? Why be just like those people? Why be so cruel? I hate you to death. It bared its sharp teeth, opened its colossal maw, and wanted to swallow her whole. If it swallowed her, they would never be separated, would they? But when it touched her skin at close range, it couldn't bear to. It raised its head high, let out a mournful cry, and even entertained the thought of suicide. Let it end. This life full of pain and disaster, loved by no one, should have ended long ago. It turned and prepared to dash itself against the jagged rocks of the mountain. Yet just as it gave up on tearing into the young female, she, as if sensing a threat to her own life, gradually gathered a mysterious light in her amber pupils. Then she bit down fiercely on the back of its neck. Ugh! In an instant, rich, sweet pheromones surged through her fangs, flooding into the lion's body like a torrent. Its four pupils trembled wildly, dilating boundlessly, losing all focus and vitality, overwhelmed by ecstasy, rendered utterly harmless. At the same time, peonies burst into bloom across the mountains within the imperial city and even throughout the entire central city. The flowers floated in the air, colorful and in full splendor, filling every particle of space, appearing with an eerie yet magnificent spectacle that astonished everyone yet caused no panic. For they radiated a golden light, dazzling and divine, enchanting all males with fascination and longing, while all females felt submission and adoration. Aboard the flying battleship, Fred and Enzo stared through the cabin window at the countless flowers, their hearts pounding, murmuring unconsciously, "Tang Tang." In the scientific laboratory, Lou, silly, absorbed in mixing chemicals, found his mind suddenly filled with thoughts of his beloved young female. In the imperial city, Hua Rome curiously picked up a white peony, only to catch a fresh, elegant scent of bamboo leaves, the pheromone fragrance he loved most. At the foot of the mountain, Yaslandi, once brimming with murderous intent, suddenly felt soothed, her mind inexplicably calmed. The five individuals in different places and under different circumstances were all guided by the same powerful and mysterious force, each moving toward the source of the fragrance. As for the lion, feeling the endless warm current flowing into its body, its bloodshot, turbid eyes gradually turned clear azure. Its completely twisted consciousness slowly returned to its body, its utterly shattered spirit mended bit by bit, and even the gene sequences damaged and altered by experiments rearranged themselves according to the original blueprint, until he transformed into human form. Miantang regained her senses and slowly released her bite. In an instant, the tens of thousands of beautiful peonies that had bloomed across the city vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The billions of citizens who had been bewitched by the flowers abruptly snapped back to reality. The starnet exploded. The hashtag citywide peony blooms quickly overtook Admiral Yaslanda Resurrected and Crown Prince Mental Breakdown to claim the top trending spot. Oh my god, am I hallucinating? How did peonies suddenly fill the central city and then vanish just as quickly? Absolutely not a hallucination. The scene was so magnificent and breathtaking, I was completely mesmerized. I'm embarrassed to say, but when I came to, I was on my knees. One, it was so beautiful, so moving, so holy. By the beast god, I would give my heart to it. How did this happen? Is it a divine miracle? Has anyone noticed that since those flowers appeared, the battle between the Admiral and the Crown Prince stopped? The live stream no longer shows them. Could it really be a manifestation of the gods? Someone just checked, but the conclusion is ridiculous. They say the colors of those flowers resemble pheromone constructs. How is that possible? An 11 level or higher superior female can only summon a palm-sized construct. These are peonies covering the entire city. The level would have to be explosively high. It's too absurd. Yeah, I'd rather believe it's a divine miracle than that it's a pheromone construct. If, just if, it really is a construct, I can't imagine how powerful, how noble, how rare that female would be. Shed spark a competition across the entire galaxy. Dream on. You single males are just too obsessed with females. You can hear all kinds of rumors online. Don't guess blindly. Just wait for the official Central News report. This is... Queen Jenny watched the peony gradually fading in her palm, and her usually calm heart surged with towering waves. A pheromone construct. Others might not recognize it, but she could identify it at a glance. When she was underage and still in S-class female, she could only summon a small white lily in her palm. But at 22, she differentiated into S-class, able to freely bloom a half-human hate lily with a faint golden glow around the flower. When she withdrew her pheromones, it vanished instantly. Exactly like the peonies just now. The only difference was that she had only one flower, while just now there were tens of thousands, countless blooms. She dared not imagine what level of powerful female the Empire had awakened. Without time to tremble, she followed the scent toward her son. What's wrong with me? Why did I suddenly bite a lion? Miantang shook her head and opened her eyes only to see. She was no longer biting a lion, but a person, an adult golden-haired man. He had a head of golden fragmented hair that shimmered faintly under the sun. His brows were long and narrow, his eye sockets deep, and his pair of clear, bright double pupils were a vivid blue. His facial contours were as sharp and handsome as if carved by a knife, exuding a majestic aura of domination over the world, yet his demeanor was extremely elegant and gentle. Especially at this moment. Kneeling on one knee before her, his eyes like a deep ocean, reflecting countless stars, burning and intense as he gazed at her, as if worshipping a deity. Tang. Tang. He had not spoken for many, many years, and now his voice was somewhat sluggish. How had he suddenly transformed into human form? Wasn't it said that once the spirit completely collapsed, one could never return to human form? Miantang was astonished. Big Gold, is that you? How did you suddenly become human? You saved me. Me. As she was wondering, Yasalandi appeared before her. The man's expression first froze, then upon seeing the transformed lion whose exposed nape was already pierced, he seemed to understand something. Consumed by jealousy, he reached out to kill him. Lan. Miantang was about to stop him when she felt a surge of energy rampaging within her, causing pain in her internal organs. She let out a pained moan. Tang Tang. Master. Jun Xingyin and Yasalandi both rushed over and embraced her. Due to the intense pain, Miantang did not notice the latter's address. What's wrong with you? Are you alright? At that moment Queen Jinny also arrived. From a distance, she stared incredulously at the unfamiliar, yet familiar golden-haired man. Even though her memories were still stuck at his age of 6 or 7, even though she never dared to imagine what he looked like grown up, the bond of blood made her recognize him at a glance. This was her most beloved eldest son. He had regained his sanity and human form. Ener. She rushed over excitedly, tears streaming down. My Ener. Yasselandi urgently activated his combat power, trying to alleviate the girl's pain, but it was utterly useless. Once, twice, 3 times. His hands trembled with anxiety. Even combined with Jun Xinjian's combat power, it was all in vain. Mother. Quick look at Tang. What's wrong with her? Tang. Queen Jinny raised her head, and upon seeing a young woman of ethereal beauty, she gasped in shock. She had never seen such a beautiful female. Suspicion arose in her heart, but she had no time to think. She directly reached out and activated her SS-3 type healing pheromones, but to no avail. Queen Jinny raised her head, and upon seeing a young woman of ethereal beauty, she gasped in shock. She had never seen such a beautiful female. Suspicion arose in her heart, but she had no time to think. She directly reached out and activated her SS-3 type healing pheromones, but to no avail. How could this be? She stared at her in shock, the suspicion in her heart, now fully confirmed. Only the pheromones of a low-level female would have no effect on a high-level female. Yet there was no female under heaven who was not affected by her. Could it be that the peonies blooming just now were her information body? Ener was also saved by her. When the surge of energy struck her heart, a sharp pain suddenly came, causing Miantang to grip the man in her arms tightly. Master. Tang. The 2 males were frantic but helpless. If even the queen could not heal her, they could not think of where else to go. To the palace there. I'm fine. Suddenly the little female in his arms spoke. Yasselandi and Jun Xingyin both looked down at her doubtfully. Really? Just moments ago she was in agony, her face pale. Really? Miantang nodded. Just now she too thought she was about to faint from the pain. But that scorching surge of energy after rushing into her heart seemed to merge with her blood, instantly spreading through her meridians to every limb. Not only was there no pain, but she felt exceptionally light, relaxed, as if her limbs were floating. Queen Jinny watched her reaction. Could this be the awakening of pheromone power? When she was still in S-class female, she could freely drive her innate pheromones. But after she evolved into an S-class, the power of each type of pheromone required long-term cultivation to awaken. Once awakened, it would be immensely powerful, crushing the next lower class by hundreds of times. This process had taken her decades, yet it took Miantang only a few seconds. She must have guessed wrong. Even though Miantang had already said she was fine, and even turned around twice to show them. Yasselandi and Jun Xingyin were still uneasy. They cupped her face and carefully examined her from eyes, nose, mouth, all the way down. Feeling the 2 large, slightly calloused male hands caressing and kneading her body, Miantang blushed, both sensitive and embarrassed. Were the 2 of them sure they were checking, not fooling around? Especially with someone else nearby. By the way, who was she? So beautiful. Miantang looked curiously at Queen Jinny. She was dressed in a magnificent court-style gown adorned with intricate patterns, wearing full jewelry and a hat. She looked elegant and dignified with an extraordinary bearing. After confirming that she had no injuries, Yasselandi and Jun Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. Then as their eyes met, hostility flared, and the flames of battle burned fiercely again. The master hadn't fully marked him yet, and he had beaten him to it. How infuriating. With a whoosh, Yasselandi spread his wings. During the days Tang had been away, she had been taken by him, right? Otherwise she would never have abandoned him. Jun Xingyin also fiercely activated the power of his double pupils. A tiger and a lion ready to strike. Miantang saw them about to fight again, and quickly stopped them. Hey, don't fight. She thought she could only persuade them verbally, without much effect. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stretched out her hand, the renowned war god swooshed down from the sky, like a little tiger being grabbed by the scruff of its neck, looking at her with surprise and a hint of grievance. Master, are you protecting him? The majestic crown prince's double pupil power had not yet been released, when it suddenly rebounded his large fluffy lion head, as if someone had slapped it hard, looking at her with innocent, bewildered eyes. Tong, is he more important than me? Miantang was dumbfounded, looking at her own hand in surprise. Had she just done something? Queen Jinny was again amazed. General Yasselandi and Ener were the only 2 S-class top combat males in the Empire. The general was a rare mutant, and Ener possessed innate double pupil power. Even she, an S-class top female, could not subdue them both at the same time. Let alone in such an effortless manner. So effortless that she seemed unaware she had even driven her pheromones. The lion and the tiger remained locked in a fierce standoff, with undercurrents surging as if battle could erupt at any moment. Queen Jinny stepped forward. Admiral Aslandi, your return from the dead is a blessing to the royal family, to the people, and to the central galaxy. I am overjoyed, and I believe all subjects share this joy, celebrating your homecoming with song and dance. On this auspicious day, may I humbly request that you refrain from stirring conflict, especially toward Ener. If he has erred, I will take him back to the palace for discipline. And Ener. She turned to look at Jun Xingyin, and before she could speak, tears streamed down her face. My son, I have waited for you for 19 long years and finally this day has come. Mother, Jun Xingyin embraced her, his emotions stirred. Thank you for never giving up on me, mother. I am well now. Mother. Miantang was slightly startled. This beautiful woman was the legendary soul and highest S-level female of the Central Galaxy, the Queen of the Empire. As beasts had long lifespans, she showed no signs of age. Yes. She nodded repeatedly. He was well now. A dream of many years had come true. The savior was right there. Queen Jenny wiped away her tears and turned to perform a grand courtly bow towards Miantang. May I know the name of my benefactor? Please accept my deepest gratitude. No. Miantang quickly helped her up. She could not bear to receive a bow from a queen. My name is Miantang, a newly registered subject of the Empire. Newly registered. No wonder she had never sensed such a powerful female on the planet. She must be a newcomer. May I ask, what is your pheromone level? Pheromone level? I don't have any pheromones. Miantang scratched her head. Queen Jenny laughed, thinking she was joking. How is that possible? Without pheromones, how could you be so beautiful? How could you have saved Ener, stopped the battle between him and the Admiral, and released such a massive pheromone field? Aslandi and Jun Xingyin were also puzzled. She clearly had pheromones. Many, almost overflowing. Why did she say she didn't? Could it be she didn't want to take responsibility? Aslandi quickly said, Su, you have pheromones. You temporarily marked me, remember? Jun Xingyin refused to be left behind. Tang, you just completely marked me and pulled me back from the brink of death. He deliberately emphasized the word completely, stirring a murderous glint in Aslandi's eyes. Had it not been for their master's restraint, he would have incinerated him in an instant. At that moment he only sneered with his eyes. Mama's boy. Jun Xingyin retorted, bandit. Hearing this, Miantang was utterly stunned. Earlier, when the big golden retriever was about to end his life, a powerful and unfamiliar hormone had surged into her head, seizing her mind. It made her bite the back of his neck. Then he reverted to human form. And just now, with a casual wave of her hand, Lon and the big golden retriever, who were about to fight, had both calmed down. Could she really have pheromones? She stared at her hand in bewilderment. But wasn't she human? And I've had my pheromones tested twice before, and both times the result was unknown. Unknown. Queen Jenny paused for a moment, then immediately understood. I see. She smiled, gently comforting her. Unknown might not mean absence, but rather insufficient authority. Insufficient authority? Yes. The Empire's current machines for testing female pheromones have their upper limit set according to the highest level female in history. That is me. However, as she spoke, her tone and eyes grew excited. I can sense that your level is even higher. You might be the world's only SS level female, breaking all records. SS level female. Jun Xingyin was astonished. Unprecedented. No wonder, even though his gene sequence had been destroyed by experiments and his mind and consciousness had completely collapsed, Tang could still save him. His beloved was truly the best in the world. Really. After hearing this, Miantang's first thought was, could she now live over 800 years? Miss Miantang, would you be willing to accompany me to the Beast God Temple to test your pheromone level? What's different about that place? There's a natural beast god statue there worshipped for over 1,000 years. It is a place specially designed to test high-level female pheromones. Legend has it that the beast god left 3 strands of battle energy within the statue. 1 strand represents level, 2 strands represent S level, and 3 strands represent SS level. The number of strands you can withstand indicates your pheromone level. I myself withstood 2 strands back then. So magical. Miantang grew interested. I am willing. Wonderful. In the Central Galaxy, where females were scarce and males abundant, every female was precious, let alone one who surpassed her and was about to create a miracle. Queen Jenny joyfully took her hand, cherishing her even more than her own daughter. Tang, come with me onto the aircraft. They'll teach you some methods to drive your pheromones. Okay. Just as Miantang was about to step onto the aircraft, she heard movement behind her. She turned around immediately and saw that the moment they were out of sight, the Admiral and the Crown Prince had drawn their swords against each other. You too. She spread her hands and made a slow, threatening, strangling gesture. If you dare to fight again, I'll drive my pheromones and punish you severely. Before, she had no pheromones and didn't think much of it, but now that she had them, it was rather fun. She could subdue these terrifyingly powerful beings. The two immediately stopped, not because they were threatened, but because they imagined the scene. Their Adam's apples involuntarily bobbed. How would she punish them with her pheromones? A pair of deep blue double pupils and a pair of blazing crimson eyes flickered, showing not a trace of fear, but rather a hint of anticipation. It seemed that this Queen Jenny couldn't help but smile as she watched the two obediently fall in line after just a scolding. As for Ener, although he had become cold and irritable over the past decade due to his torment, his nature was still gentle and peaceful. But Admiral Aslandi was notoriously eccentric, unruly, and a merciless demon on the battlefield who never bowed to anyone. Yet he had submitted so willingly to Tang. This might be the charm of an SS-level female. Soon the four arrived at the Advanced Pheromone Testing Center, the Beast God Temple. Queen Jenny instructed the staff to prepare the ceremony. Miantang saw a battle airship land at the entrance emblazoned with an eagle-wolf emblem. It was Fred and Enzo. She ran over happily. The two brothers stepped out, and upon seeing the little female they had missed so much, they rushed forward and embraced her tight. Tang Tang, I've missed you so much. Tang Tang, I've missed you too so much. Let me see how you are. Did the princess make things difficult for you in the palace? No. Miantang spun around twice. See, perfectly intact. With my intelligence, who could possibly trouble me? Fred and Enzo's eyes brimmed with indulgent smiles. Indeed, their Tang Tang was without a doubt the most adorable, intelligent, and beautiful little female in the world. After days apart, the three had endless words to share. In the hall, Jun Xingyin watched the scene, and his sister's words suddenly flashed through his mind. I captured the two males she cherished most and threatened her to stay in the palace. To save them, she agreed to help you regain your human form. Was it them? Tang Tang smiled so joyfully when she saw them. A pang of bitterness stirred in his heart. The two brothers followed the young girl into the grand hall, and only then saw the man seated on the baroque throne. They couldn't contain their excitement. General. It was the general. The general, truly still alive. They immediately stepped forward and saluted. Colonel Fred Perez of the Eagle Division, 1st Special Task Force reporting to the Major Enzo Oshaborn of the Wolf Fong Anti-Terror Elite Unit reporting to the general. Yet the man's complexion looked terribly poor. If it were anyone else holding the master so intimately, he would have shredded them with his claws without a second thought. But they were the master's saviors. If he attacked, the master would be angry. Not just angry. Beside him, the chattering little female excitedly curved her eyes toward him. Lanlan, these are the two little fans of yours I told you about. Lanlan. Fred and Enzo were stunned by her address. The general. Was he really the little white tiger Tang Tang kept at home? How could their personalities be so vastly different? And hadn't the initial test shown he was just an ordinary tiger? Tang Tang saved him. The little female spoke, and only then did Yaslandi force out a nasal sound. A brief, faint monosyllable. So aloof. Quite the idol's air. Still, Fred and Enzo seemed rather pleased. Miantang walked over to Jun Xingyin and said, "This is His Highness the Crown Prince." Seeing her voluntarily introduce him, most of the bitterness that had been gnawing at Jun Xingyi's heart dissipated. In Tang Tang's heart, he still held a place, didn't he? His Highness the Crown Prince. Fred and Enzo were stunned once more. Hadn't the Crown Prince suffered a mental collapse and degenerated into a beast for years? How had he suddenly transformed? What on earth had happened during the days they were away from the central planet? By the way, how did you know I was here? Miantang had just finished speaking when Pheromone walked in. Rong. Then to her surprise, Lu Silly also arrived. Dean. She was astonished. They were all people she knew. This could not be a coincidence. The two who entered upon seeing the formidable assembly in the temple were equally two S-class males and two top-tier S-class males. Among them General Yaslandi. Had he truly risen from the dead? And the other was. Lu Silly didn't recognize him. Pheromone paused, then a flicker of emotion shimmered in his eyes. Brother. He had thought that his brother, having suffered a complete mental collapse this time, was doomed. Never did he expect him not only to be safe and sound, but also to have regained human form. Miantang asked curiously, "How did you two get here?" Miantang. Lu Silly walked toward her, and the familiar fragrance of phoenix tail flowers eased his anxiety slightly. "I was in the middle of an experiment, when suddenly I saw flowers raining down from the sky. Inexplicably, my thoughts and heart were filled with you. I missed you terribly, wanted to see you. Guided by an invisible force, I found my way here." Pheromone signed. Tong, me too. Fred and Enzo exchanged a glance. Their feelings were exactly the same. So did we. Miantang. How could this be? While the girl's mind was still reeling, Queen Jenny emerged from the depths of the temple. Even as a queen who had seen much of the world, she couldn't help but be captivated by the scene before her. The males present were either top-tier combatants or noble science pillars of the nation, each bearing an elegant grace and handsome features, as if the beast god had meticulously sculpted them one by one. Especially the one standing beside Miantang like a center of stars around the moon, making the tableau even more vivid and beautiful. "Your Majesty, no need for formalities, everyone please be seated." She smiled gently and took Miantang's hand. "They must all be those you've marked, drawn here by the allure of your pheromones." She had indeed touched the napes of their necks, without any protective barrier. What a sin. Unknowingly she had accumulated so many romantic. She had indeed touched the napes of their necks, without any protective barrier. What a sin. Unknowingly she had accumulated so many romantic debts. In the empire, a female who marked a male was expected to take responsibility, otherwise she would be deemed a heartless female. A pseudomark is still a mark. You might not have known you had pheromones at the time and inadvertently made contact, but the fact remains. Queen Jenny added the finishing blow. The 6 males present reacted with varied expressions. Yaslandi's face turned as dark as a moonless night. There were always so many reckless souls coveting his master. What made it worse was that he was neither the first nor the one who had been fully marked. He clenched his fists so tightly that an eerie creaking sound escaped. Then he would become the most favored one. Jun Xingyin caught the key point. They were all only pseudo-marked. While he was fully marked, destined to be with Tang Tang for life, unwavering until death. He was the most special one. Lucilla's vigilance surged, yet he was also filled with relief. Originally, he had thought his rivals were only Fred and Enzo, both class military officers already formidable competition. But he never imagined the general and the crown prince would also be in the picture. They were the only two top-tier combat males in the central planet, beings whose status and power could crush all others. Fortunately, Miantang had already pseudo-marked him. With this reason, he could stay by her side forever. Mark. Fred and Enzo, too caught up in jealousy, became excited at the word. Tang had pheromones. She truly had pheromones. Coming from the mouth of the S-class top female, the queen, it must be true, and her level was not low. Wonderful. From now on, Tang could be healthy and live long, staying with them forever. The boulder that had been pressing on their hearts finally lifted, and they broke into radiant smiles. While everyone else gazed at Su Miantang longing for her attention, Huarong silently lowered his head. The others' marks, Tang must have given them willingly. Only his. He had been accidentally marked while being treated as an ordinary panda. Otherwise, he would have no right to be sitting here now. A low-ranking mute. His dark eyes glistened with an almost imperceptible sheen of tears. Queen Jenny, observing the vivid expressions on Su Miantang's face, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Afraid to intimidate her, she refrained from saying, "What are 6?" If an SS-level pheromone were truly detected, then even more powerful and superior males would be drawn to her endlessly. Just a single whiff of her pheromone would make them hopelessly addicted, unable to break free, clinging to her for the rest of their lives. The attendants are preparing the testing ceremony. Since everyone is here, Tang, would you like to try the pheromone manipulation method I just taught you? All right. Su Miantang nodded, her gaze sweeping over the 6 men. Their expressions instantly filled with anticipation. Type 1, the suppression pheromone. Who should she target? After surveying the group, her cunning eyes finally settled on Yaslandi, the audacious tiger. The man caught her signal, and the corners of his thin lips lifted arrogantly. His mistress truly favored him the most. The next second, a fierce surge of pheromones assaulted him, accompanied by clusters of butterfly orchids rapidly growing and coiling around his body. It was no longer the sweet, fragrant scent it usually was, but a powerful, murderous pressure akin to iron chains, binding him tightly, constricting until he was completely immobile. Everyone present was stunned. Tang's pheromones were so potent that they could effortlessly subdue Admiral Yaslandi. What rank must she be? SS or even SSS level? Unbelievable. Queen Jenny had long known her rank was high, but she never imagined that her pheromones and spirit form could vary so drastically from person to person, far beyond her comprehension. Is the SSS level truly that much more advanced than SS? Su. Yaslandi frowned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stared at her in disbelief, unable to accept that she had used suppression pheromones on him. Sorry. Su Miantang grinned mischievously, then quickly switched to type for the soothing pheromone. She was afraid that aside from him, no one present could withstand the suppression type. But she hadn't expected that even a slight release would be too much for him. The terrifying pressure vanished, instantly replaced by an incredibly soothing, exquisite aura that flowed gently into his body through his bloodstream. Yaslandi closed his eyes in bliss, savoring the moment, reminiscing about the beautiful scenes of their dates on various planets. Give a slap, then offer a sweet date. He understood now. So his mistress had such a heavy taste, enjoying this violent, yet stimulating game of passion. The push and pull was utterly intoxicating. He loved it too. He would play along often from now on. The big golden retriever had been captured by villains as a child, imprisoned in a lab, tortured until his spirit shattered. After barely escaping, he endured long dark years in the Eastern Palace. Now that he had just regained human form, of course, she should be kind to him. With that thought, Su Miantang released the soothing pheromone as well. As peonies bloomed June, Chang'an instantly felt the same joy Yaslandi had experienced. His mind flashed through the entire process of meeting Tang, getting close to her, playing with her, and being completely healed by her. The sensation was so blissful and beautiful that it was enough to cure all the suffering he had endured over the past 20+ years. He couldn't help closing his eyes, a foolish smile spreading across his face, utterly devoid of the dignity befitting a crown prince. Queen Jenny watched and found herself on the verge of tears again. She was immensely grateful to Su Miantang, not only for healing her son, but also for being so gentle with him. She was the most beautiful and wonderful female she had ever seen. Fred and Enzo had just returned from the battlefield, their combat fatigue levels higher than usual with minor wounds and scars. Without hesitation, Su Miantang released type 3, the healing pheromone, toward them. Pure immaculate snow lotus from the Tianshan mountains and fresh holy angelica bloomed together, spreading a sweet fragrance. Within just a few seconds, the twins' mental collapse values dropped below 10, and they felt refreshed and invigorated. Not only was there no trace of fatigue, but even their small wounds had healed completely, as if they had never existed. The brothers stared at their bodies in astonishment. This was truly miraculous. Tang was a rare treasure beyond compare. High-level female pheromones have many categories. Queen Jenny had only taught her the basics and common ones. Besides those she had just released, there was another type she was very interested in and wanted to try. Type 2, the inducing pheromone, was second only to suppression in potency. But who could withstand it? The audacious tiger? Absolutely not. Even without inducing, he would pounce on her. If she added fuel to the fire, she feared being devoured alive in public. The big golden retriever. He was quite gentle after transforming into human form, but she was still not very familiar with his current appearance. Releasing such an intimate pheromone right away felt like acting indecently. Fred, Enzo, or Lucille. Better not. She had seen their terrifying contrasting sides when they were in heat, and the memory still made her shudder. That left only Hua-Rong. Pure-hearted, adorable Rong-Rong should be able to restrain his desires. Since he was in a level male lower than the others, she drove the pheromone, gently releasing only the faintest wisp. But that single wisp was more than enough. A lush bamboo grove suddenly sprang up around Hua-Rong, swaying in the wind, rustling, and emitting a refreshing scent that was incredibly soothing. Hua-Rong was puzzled, wondering what type of pheromone Tang had released on him, when suddenly a series of explicit, blush-inducing, and forbidden images flashed before his eyes. Inside it was him and Tong both completely naked. How could this be? How could he be thinking such things here and now? It was too shameless, too depraved. Panic seized him instantly. A sweat poured down his back, his skin flushed red, as if scorched by fire, and his eyes gradually turned crimson. Seeing this, Miantang quickly withdrew the pheromone. "I'm sorry, Rong-Rong. Are you okay?" He nodded stiffly. In truth, he was far from okay. "That's good." Miantang exhaled in relief, then released a warning pheromone toward Lucille. "Wow, the phoenix tail flowers are so beautiful." Miantang. Lucille pursed his lips, looking at her with a mixture of grievance and helplessness. "Is the beauty of the phoenix tail flowers the reason you warned me?" "Ha ha ha. Sorry, Dean, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle the others." Handle? Was Miantang implying that he as an level male was too weak? His expression faltered as he noticed Hua-Rong panting heavily beside him, and he suddenly understood. So that was what she meant. It was all because of his excessive behavior in the lab last time, leaving a shadow in Miantang's heart. In truth, he could be very gentle. He would prove it to her when the opportunity arose. Warning pheromones. Hua-Rong knew little about female pheromones, but judging from Prince Yaslandi's pain reaction, the Crown Prince and the twins were also relatively calm. Could it be that the pheromones Tang released to him were different from theirs? They were merely standard functions, whereas his could induce heat. His heart raced in an instant, thumping wildly, as if it might leap out of his chest. Did this mean that Tang also liked him? The king's slightly drooping eyelids veiled his crimson burning eyes. In truth, his shyness, panic, and self-reproach were merely a facade. His true desire was to have her utterly and completely. Report to the queen. The detection ceremony is ready. Good. Queen Jenny took the young girl's hand. Tong, let's go. Miantang nodded. Just as she turned, the 6 men called out in unison. What's wrong? When you bear the beast god's power, don't push yourself. If you feel any discomfort, stop immediately. I know. Don't worry. She flashed them a sweet smile and followed Queen Jenny step by step through the ancient and mysterious ritual toward the beast god statue. The 6 males also rose and followed at a distance, their eyes fixed on the scene, each holding their breath with solemn expressions. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. 3 resounding and distant chimes from the beast god temple echoed across the entire central star, signaling that the empire was about to awaken a high-level female, a fortune and glory for the whole nation. Thousands of households, setting aside their tasks, stepped out of their homes with curiosity and excitement, craning their necks toward the direction of the beast god temple. Someone had actually initiated the beast god statue detection ceremony again. The last time it was used was for several prestigious noble daughters, all of whom were supremely noble class females. Would this time be the same? Tang. At the foot of the beast god statue, Queen Jenny picked up a dark brown book embedded in the stone tablet, opened it, and chanted words in a language she could not comprehend, a spell that seemed to summon some kind of power. The towering, majestic statue gradually radiated golden light. Now begin to channel your pheromones. At these words, everyone's attention converged on Miantang. The hall fell so silent that even a pin drop could be heard distinctly. They were both eager to see her pheromone level and fearful that the beast god's power might harm her, ready to rush over and protect her at any moment. Miantang slowly raised her hand. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly erupted, as if mountains split and earth cracked, accompanied by the rumbling of stones. The golden light vanished, and the massive commotion startled the 6 males into nearly charging forward, until they witnessed an utterly astonishing scene. Tang was completely unharmed. Instead, the beast god statue had exploded. The top-tier combat males, who usually remained unflappable even when mountains crumbled, were now all wide-eyed and stunned, their souls shaken, forgetting to breathe. How could this be? Could it be that she was not an SS level, nor an SSS level, but an SSSS level? Whether female or male, SSS level was theoretically the pinnacle. Once surpassed, their gazes trembled as they stared at the girl in disbelief. Was she human or a god? Queen Jenny, seeing this, almost collapsed to her knees. She steadied herself against an emotionless robot, but at her current level, even making a queen bow down was not an exaggeration. How could she have shattered the beast god statue? That statue was set by the beast god himself at the highest level for beast men, SSS. Who was she and where did she come from? Miantang looked at the scene before her feeling a bit awkward. Oh no. She had blown up the beast god statue that had been worshipped by the nation for over 1,000 years. This was no different from digging up someone's but she hadn't used much force. Was this some kind of naturally shoddy construction, or was it a scam? No one knew exactly when the beast god statue had originated. It existed before the beasts on the planet evolved. For millennia it had stood as a divine image in the hearts of the central star's inhabitants, indestructible by wind and rain, and even war could not damage it in the slightest. The people's worship of it had long been ingrained in their hearts, etched into their genes. They even established a beast god festival to offer sacrifices and pay homage. Now with its collapse, everyone who heard the earth-shattering sound of shattering was terrified. Some believers even collapsed to the ground or fainted. Was that terrifying sound just now the beast god statue falling? Not fallen, exploded. I picked up a fragment of the statue outside the beast god temple. It seems to have exploded during the pheromone level detection of a female. A female blew up the beast god statue. Are you kidding me? Her pheromones must be beyond Queen Jenny's level. Such a thing simply doesn't exist in the world. Maybe you still remember the bizarre peonies blooming wildly in the sky at noon. Some said they were information bodies, but no one believed it. Now combined with a female blowing up the beast, heavens. Legend says the beast god statue contains a strand of SS-level combat power, which only corresponding SS-level pheromones can withstand. If someone could blow it up, does that mean she is a higher SSS-level female? An SSS-level female. Is she even human? The Empire has given birth to an SSS-level female. It's a divine miracle. Unimaginable how powerful an SSS-level female's pheromones must be, probably stronger than all the females in the central star combined. I heard that female pheromones are linked to appearance. The higher the level, the more beautiful. If I could witness the peerless beauty of an SSS-level female in my lifetime, I'd die without regret. Wait and see. If she is really detected, the royal family will surely announce it. The Empire has so few females, yet it can still produce an SSS-level one. It must be the beast god's divine intervention bestowing this treasure to bless the galaxy with prosperity for ages. On the exploding starnet, bullet comments flew like rain. Some people amidst their discussions even bathed and changed clothes, then knelt and bowed in the direction of the beast god temple. The long princess, who had fallen into a swamp of smoke and stench covered in filth and mud, and washed 8 times in the river without removing the odors, suddenly heard the earth-shaking sound. She lifted her head in a daze, staring at the direction of the beast god temple. SSS-level female. How is this possible? How can this be? How can this be? Tang. Tang. Queen Jenny's holy scripture slipped from her hands, instinctively calling out her nickname, but then she quickly stopped herself, afraid of overstepping. Your Majesty. Miantang awkwardly withdrew her hand. What happened? This. Queen Jenny, trembling with excitement, strode forward, losing all her usual dignified composure. It's because your pheromone level is too high, too powerful. Even the beast god statue couldn't withstand it. The beast god statue couldn't withstand it. Earlier she had mentioned that the statue contained 3 strands of combat power. 1 strand represented its level, 2 strands S level, and 3 strands SS level. The number of strands it could hold indicated the corresponding pheromone level. Now that the statue had shattered, did it mean she had surpassed that limit? SSS level. Queen Jenny nodded heavily, then shook her head. At the very least, it's SSS level. In truth, the highest combat power level for males and the highest pheromone level for females in the central galaxy had always been S level. SS level was merely a beautiful fantasy, like believing in the existence of gods. It was already the pinnacle of imagination. As for SSS level, it wasn't a numerical value, but represented infinity. So high. Miantang was also startled. Queen Jenny gazed deeply at her. Tong, you hold the power over life and death of anyone in this world. Even more than that. It was beyond her realm of understanding. After all, she was merely an S-level female, oblivious to the world of SSS level. Yes, she had never imagined she would one day use the word merely to describe her pheromone, which had dominated the central galaxy for years. She finally understood why, when Enur's spirit had completely collapsed, Tang could still salvage him, and why Admiral Yasalandi, having been struck by a miasma bomb, had returned from the dead. In the presence of an SSS-level female, nothing was impossible. She possessed the life force to transform decay into miracle. Behind her, 6 males suddenly shifted from overwhelming shock to profound fear. They rushed to the young girl's side. Miantang was suddenly embraced tightly by Yasalandi, and Jun Xingyin, her hands taken by Fulade and Inzua, and her gaze locked by the scorching eyes of Hua Rong and Lu Silly. She was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Tong, please don't leave us, okay? She was perfectly fine. Why would she leave them? Could it be that destroying the beast god statue in the central galaxy was punishable by death? Jun Xingyin helped clear her confusion. Your pheromone level is far too powerful. So powerful that I fear you might transcend this world and become a god. After all, she was only 18 years old and already SSS level. What did SSS level even mean? How powerful was it? Would she undergo further differentiation? What would her lifespan, her journey, and her ultimate destination be like? No one knew, no one could predict, for it was unprecedented. A god? Miantang laughed. When had they become so superstitious? She looked at the males usually so gallant and imposing now, all with deep worry and fear in their eyes, like a pack of pitiful puppies terrified of being abandoned. She couldn't help but tap their heads with her knuckles. What god or ghost nonsense? I am human, a living, breathing human. I won't vanish into thin air. Really? Really, I promise you. The 6 of them beamed with immense relief, and Queen Jenny smiled from ear to ear. But soon a serious issue came to her mind. The beast god statue's pheromone testing ceremony has been announced to the world through the bell tolls. Now that the statue is shattered, many must have guessed that the Empire has awakened an SSS-level female. This is a national blessing, and everyone will surely be overjoyed and eager to meet Tang Tang. However, it may also bring potential danger to her. Miantang, danger. Yasalandi, as if struck by a thought, furrowed his brow lightly. Su, you are now the highest level female in the world, a priceless treasure. Your pheromone is powerful enough to mark and soothe any male, which may attract many covetous eyes. Fulade. Among them are regions not governed by the royal family or laws, such as wormholes, and even high-level males from outer space. Unable to find suitable females, tortured by the agony of heat cycles, on the verge of mental collapse, or seeking to obtain high-quality offspring, they might abduct you and force reproduction. In his years of interstellar warfare, he had witnessed how shameless, greedy, and morally unrestrained those people could be. But the Central Star has the Admiral's restrictions. The Crown Prince is in the Imperial City, and my brother and I are here. We will do our utmost to protect Tang Tang. Queen Jenny, you are all pillars of the nation, but I am not uneasy about your abilities. I fear that too many covetous eyes will make it impossible to guard against every threat. Many galaxies now have advanced weaponry, and no one can predict what new forms of abduction may emerge. If we fail to respond in time, it would be like the time I never imagined Enur could be taken from the safest Imperial palace by a group of shadow robots. In fact, the most terrifying thing is this. Lucilla's eyes darkened. Some mysterious evil organizations will set their sights on Miantang's genes. As a scientist, he knew the frenzy of those deadly poison masters for rare genes. They wouldn't even let its level go, let alone an SSS level. At this, Jun Qingyin, as if triggered, gritted his fangs fiercely. I will track their traces with all my might and eradicate them completely. Hearing their discussion, Miantang silently gazed at her hands. Good things indeed are always double-edged swords. Pheromone pondered for a moment and gestured to Queen Jenny. Mother, we can announce to the people that the Empire has awakened an SSS-level female, but not disclose Tang Tang's name or identity. For now, that's the only option. Queen Jenny summoned her attendants and drafted an imperial decree according to Pheromone's idea. However, some subtle spies hidden within the palace silently transmitted the name Miantang outward. It spread to prestigious families, to the mysterious wormholes, to the distant cosmos. And within the shattered beast god statue, 3 strands of golden combat power slowly coalesced, taking the form of a human eye, deep and scorching, fixed unblinkingly on the young girl. This night, beneath the seemingly calm surface, a storm was brewing. After witnessing the blooming peonies across the city and the explosion of the beast god statue, billions of Central Galaxy citizens were too excited to sleep, eagerly awaiting the royal family's news release. Finally, at 8 o'clock, the news came out. 3 announcements in a row, each one more explosive than the last. First, Central News: Admiral Yasalandi returns from the dead. The Empire's war god has come back. The 733rd Brigade of the 8th Division and 12th Regiment in the city will hold a grand military celebration ceremony. Second, Central News: Crown Prince Jun Qingyin has regained his human form and is reinstated as the heir to the throne, taking charge of all important state affairs. Third, Central News: the Empire has birthed the first ever SSS-level supreme female. National Day is hereby moved to today to commemorate this miracle with nationwide celebration. Wow, 3 blessings at once. What kind of magical day is this? Has the beast god descended? It really is a SSS-level female. This is no different from the beast god descending. Oh my god, I can barely believe my eyes. Does such a SSS-level female truly exist in this world? How powerful must her pheromones be? Why isn't the SSS-level female's information released? Everyone is waiting to behold her peerless beauty. One glance, and they'd probably faint right. Fool, such a treasure can't be casually revealed. Do you know how many people would covet and fight over her? It could even trigger a war. The nation is protecting her. The world's only SSS-level female was born in the Central Star. The Central Star is indeed a blessed land, a holy ground protected by the gods. Don't ignore the other 2 blockbuster news just because of the SSS-level female. The war god survived a miasma bomb and came back from the dead, and the Crown Prince, whose spirit completely collapsed, has also transformed into human form. These are also miracles unprecedented. Could it be that the SSS-level female saved them? No way. Are the pheromones of a SSS-level female really that powerful? My beast god, this is not just a SSS-level female. She is clearly the Empire's savior, the goddess of the galaxy. Now I truly believe someone will start an interstellar war to snatch her away. The people of the Central Star will protect the world's only supreme female with their lives. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The heated discussions on the Star Network made this restless night even more lively. All right. Queen Zhani issued her decree and warmly took Su Miantang's hand. After all this commotion, Tong Tong, you must be very tired, right? Why not stay at the palace tonight? I'll personally host a banquet to celebrate for you. Tong Tong, stay. Jun Xingyin and Hua Rong also looked at her with hopeful eyes. I haven't thanked you for saving my life yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Yasalandi forcefully pushed them aside. Susu, my celebration ceremony. Want you attend? Fiolaid and Inzwa, who hadn't seen their beloved little female for days, missed her terribly. This brief time together was far from enough. They wanted to invite her to the Earl's mansion for a meal, shows, and games. But, compared to the Crown Prince and Admiral Yasalandi's grand events, these reasons were utterly insignificant. Lu Silly, however, kept a calm demeanor. No matter where Miantang chose to go, she would eventually return to the Science Research Institute. He had the most ample time with her, so there was no need to rush. Faced with so many invitations, Su Miantang was momentarily at a loss as to which to accept. After hesitating, she thought of a perfect solution that satisfied everyone. It's too late today. Let's forget it. She wasn't going anywhere. Everyone's faces fell instantly, but the next second they were radiant with joy. Tomorrow come to my place. I'll make you desserts. Desserts? Tang Tang's candy is the best. Desserts must be amazing too. Is it marshmallows or chocolate? New product. Great. He'll be there on time. As everyone chatted happily, Yasalandi's face darkened. Susu, why have they all tasted your candy, but I haven't? Su Miantang raised an eyebrow. How dare he ask? When he captured her, everything on her was stripped except her clothes. Even her optical brain was sacrificed. Tomorrow I'll make you a big piece. The biggest. The Grand Princess arrives. Suddenly a guard's announcement came from outside the door. Su Miantang turned around. Oh, back already. Quite fast. As Kaiselin hurried up the steps dragging her heavy fluffy dress, she saw a group of people emerging from the Beast God Hall. The Empire's twin stars, the director of the Science Research Institute, the king, the war god, the queen, and her brother, who had transformed into human form. Each one was a dragon among men. Standing at the front, tightly surrounded by them, was a girl of stunning beauty. Su Miantang. The magnificent soul-stirring scene looked like a goddess descending, and the scattered fragments of the statue were her handiwork. As if understanding something, her lips suddenly trembled, her limbs went weak, and she plopped down on the steps. Sheesh. She was the SSS-level female who had awakened in the Empire. How could this be? How could this be? She was just a little useless thing with no pheromones. Her pupils dilated, spinning wildly as she recalled recent events. No wonder. No wonder she was so beautiful, surpassing even the queen. No wonder she could easily bewitch her brother and Hua Rong, make Lu Silly obediently listen to her, have the Empire's twin stars risk their lives for her, and even have the war god guard her. It was all because she was the supreme of the world, the unparalleled SSS-level female. So there were clues all along. She just hadn't noticed. Struck by one cruel truth after another, she was like a drowning lioness, her mind buzzing, her body as cold as ice. Su Miantang saw her reaction and knew she had guessed. She curled her lips slightly and walked over. You. Kaiselin, seeing her approach, was so terrified that her legs shrank back, and what are you going to do? Her smile was extremely seductive and enchanting, sending chills down the spine like a vengeful witch. Yes, vengeance. She must be here for revenge. Thinking back to what she had done, she had offended an SSS-level female, enough to warrant death 10,000 times over. Ew. Before Su Miantang even reached her, she suddenly smelled a stench and immediately covered her nose. Her suspicious gaze clearly asked, have you fallen into a cesspool? She quickly lowered her head, sniffing left and right. She had already bathed more than a dozen times and sprayed perfume. There shouldn't be any smell left, right? When she looked up again, she found herself prostrate at Su Miantang's feet, sniffing and nuzzling like a dog being blatantly despised, ready to be trampled at any moment. The Grand Princess' supremely noble pride was shattered. Unable to bear the humiliation, she burst into loud sobs. Oh, Su Miantang. She hadn't done anything yet, and Kaiselin was already crying. Shut up, she said coldly, frightening Kaiselin into swallowing her tears immediately. May I also call you Little Linlin? The young girl leaned over, her lush brows and eyes curved in a smile. Your esteemed highness, the Grand Princess. Yais. Catherine was intimidated by the veiled threat in her smile, especially as she slowly extended her palm. What was she about to do? Was she going to unleash her pheromones to kill her? With SSS-level pheromones, a single strike would be enough to reduce her to ashes, right? Terrified, her face turned pale and her body trembled violently as she cried out to Queen Jenny for help. Mother, save me. Please save me. Although Queen Jenny did not know what had happened, her understanding of her daughter's overbearing nature told her that Catherine must have done something to provoke Tang Tang. Catherine, do not lose your royal composure. Being taught a lesson by an SSS-level female is your honor. It was over. Completely over. Even her mother would not save her. In an instant, Catherine's body went limp as if she had fallen into hell. The fear of death made her abandon her identity, dignity, and pride. Like a whipped dog, she clung to Su Miantang's leg, crying and pleading. I'm sorry, Su Miantang. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me, okay? Oh, Su Miantang's tone rose. What exactly are you wrong about? I was wrong to call you a little waste, wrong to kidnap you from Lanhuan Island, and even more wrong to force you to stay in the palace as my bathmaid. As she spoke, the faces of the males at the temple entrance turned icy cold, especially Aslandy, whose fiery eyes flashed with murderous intent. Quite skilled at glossing over the important things. Su Miantang glanced threateningly at her own hand. Think again. What is the most important thing? The most important thing. Catherine looked up and saw the twin stars, immediately understanding her meaning. The most important thing is that I should not have unleashed my pheromones on the twin stars in public, forcing them into heat and nearly killing them. She was quite aware of her crimes, wasn't she? Su Miantang withdrew her hand. Apologize. Su Miantang implored. Not to me, to them. Apologize to them and promise never to do it again. Okay. Catherine wept as she looked at the imperial twin stars, her face streaked with tears, a stark contrast to her arrogant posture at the Yongning city gate. I'm sorry, Colonel. I'm sorry, Major. It was my one-sided obsession and reckless behavior that hurt you. I will never dare again. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Fred and Enzo were deeply shaken. Not because a noble grand princess of the kingdom had bowed to them, but because of Tang. She had endured so many grievances in the palace, yet she brushed them off lightly, only asking the princess to apologize to them. They were the ones who mattered most. Their hearts trembled with emotion at her words, and their noses stung with unshed tears. They were indestructible iron-boned soldiers, always the ones to protect others. For the first time, someone stood before them to shield them, and that someone was a delicate little female. Their hearts were so filled with happiness that it seemed ready to overflow. All they could do was stare at her intently, murmuring her name, unable to do anything else. Tang, their lives mate. Fred, Enzo, do you forgive her? Then let's go. With that, Su Miantang turned to leave. Catherine was stunned. Was that it? Was she just letting her off like that? Overjoyed, she was about to rise when Su Miantang turned back. Catherine screamed in fright again. And one more thing, from now on you are not allowed to bully or insult Rong, understand? Hua Rong waved her hands behind her. It's fine. My elder sister hasn't bullied me. But deep down she could not help but feel a few threads of sweetness from Su Miantang's concern and assertiveness. I understand. I will never do it again. And one more thing. Another one. Su Miantang looked at her now as skittish as a startled bird and patted her head. One last piece of bad news. The whitening effect lasts at most 3 months. After 3 months you will turn back to your brown skin. So that was it. It's fine. Her voice was faint. For now, just being alive was enough. She could only pray that Su Miantang would not recall some unpleasantness one day and come to take her life with a single palm strike. In high spirits, Su Miantang returned home feeling refreshed and began ordering online the ingredients needed for making desserts: butter, milk, flour, eggs, lemon juice, starch, red velvet liquid. She settled on a red velvet series, expecting to make 6 or 7 varieties: red velvet cake, red velvet muffins, red velvet souffle, red velvet sandwich cookies, and so on. With such a complete selection, they could choose freely, though the workload was considerable. Ding dong. The doorbell rang early the next morning. Fred and Enzo arrived first, dressed impeccably and bearing gifts. Tang. Why are you here so early? Coming earlier means we can help you, Fred said, lifting the gift box in his hand. For you. Open it. Su Miantang opened it to reveal a brand new light brain. Surprised, she asked, how did you know my light brain was broken? I saw your online status yesterday. It was set to home robot. Thank you. You're always so thoughtful and considerate. Fred was a little embarrassed by her praise. In truth, he had a selfish motive. He could not bear to go even a moment without news of her when he was away from the battlefield. Tang, look at my gift. Enzo eagerly opened his present to show his feelings. Su Miantang saw a beautiful brooch shaped like a hanging crabapple flower, made of platinum and adorned with pink pearls. It was very distinctive. What a lovely brooch. It's not just a brooch, it's also a hidden weapon. After hearing Queen Jinny's words yesterday, he had grown worried about her safety. Although her pheromones were now powerful enough to subdue anyone, she was still helpless against mechas and artillery. So he had stayed up all night, selecting the finest cold weapon from the armory and installing it into the brooch. My brother and I discovered this special material when we conquered Planet M. Press the pearl mechanism and it shoots out frozen needles that can penetrate any hard metal and screen control panel. Even robots are no match. Su Miantang listened to his enthusiastic explanation and nodded. I understand. Then help me put it on. Help you put it on. Enzo's gaze swept over her full, proud chest, and he couldn't help but avert his eyes. Even a casual glance usually made him secretly swallow his saliva, let alone touching it. What's wrong? Nothing. He knew he should refuse, but he couldn't. He picked up the brooch and slowly helped her put it on. Even through the fabric, he could clearly feel the softness beneath. His mind involuntarily conjured indulgent scenes, and as he fastened it, his fingers began to tremble. What's wrong with you? Su Miantang noticed his odd behavior and asked curiously. Unexpectedly, her sudden voice startled Enzo, making his large hand jerk downward, plunging into a region of fatal softness. Su Miantang. I'm sorry. Enzo's face instantly flushed crimson, his voice trembling. He didn't dare to look at her even once more, turned around, and rushed to the bathroom. Once inside, the intense reaction had already rendered him unable to move an inch. He was familiar with the procedure, but now he was at Tangtang's house using the hand that had just touched her. It was so stimulating it made his scalp tingle. Suppressing his shame, he was about to act when he suddenly noticed a laser gun on the storage shelf marked with a wolf repellent sign. Tangtang, why did you buy this gun? Is it specially to defend against him? What's wrong? In the kitchen, Fred heard the noise and curiously poked his head out. Nothing. Miantang coughed lightly, looked down, and adjusted the brooch that had been put on crookedly. She had quite a strong grip. She returned to the kitchen, and soon the doorbell rang again. This time it was Lucille. Miantang, I'm not late, am I? No, you're early. That's good. He looked up and glanced around her home, which was fully visible at a glance, and couldn't help frowning. You live in such a small place. Miantang. Even you won't let me off? No choice, the institute salary is too low, I can only live here. She shrugged playfully, and Lucille laughed. They'll give you a raise when I get back. He opened the gift box in his hand, took out a white wristband, and put it on her. This is the latest research achievement of the Academy of Sciences, a new type of health monitoring wristband that can detect your various vital signs in real time, with the data terminal transmitted to the Academy's mainframe. Miantang looked at the small phoenix tail flower emblem printed on it, and couldn't help but smile lightly. This was his latest research achievement, wasn't it? Clearly she had become much stronger, yet she was being treated like a porcelain doll by them. Lucille had just arrived, and soon Jun Qingyin also came. The crown prince wore royal attire for the first time. A distinctive metal tie clip, dazzling gemstone buttons, crisp collar insignia, symbolizing power and honor, and impeccably straight clothing lines. These accentuated his already tall and well-proportioned figure, making him even more imposing and extraordinarily handsome, exuding a young kingly aura from within. Your Highness, you look so handsome today. Jun Qingyi's ears grew warm, and he stared at her blankly. Tangtang, you are also very beautiful. In the palace, she always wore celestial garments, breathtakingly beautiful, leaving no room for wild thoughts. But now, dressed in a soft goose yellow bud skirt, her thick curly hair cascading like seaweed over her fair neck, slightly framing her bright and delicate palm-sized face, she looked lazy and sweet, like a fragrant soft little cake, tempting one to taste her charm. He withdrew the amorous thoughts in his mind and handed out the gift box. I brought you a gift. Miantang poked her head out. What is it? He unwrapped the elaborate packaging, revealing a pair of crystal shoes inside. Unlike those described in fairy tales, they were not transparent. Instead, they were entirely studded with expensive Dichuoy spring stones, dazzlingly bright. Miantang was amazed, but couldn't help teasing him, giving shoes. The implication is, to make me walk farther away. Of course not. Jun Qingyin immediately denied it. In the court, there had always been a romantic saying, if a prince puts on crystal shoes for his beloved, they can be together forever and ever. It means walking together forever. I know. Silly big golden retriever, he actually believed it. Thank you, I really like it. Then Tangtang, can I put them on for you myself? For a crown prince to put shoes on her, wasn't that a bit inappropriate? She hesitated for a moment, and then saw the man's azure blue pupils inexplicably dim a few shades like a sad lion lowering its head. Instantly she remembered how he had been trapped in a cage before and felt a bit of pity. Of course you can. Great. Jun Qingyi's eyes lit up, beaming with energy, making Miantang suspect he was just pretending a moment ago. Come in. The man stepped and looked around, and said, Tangtang, your home is so small. Miantang stabbed again, said. But this time she didn't argue, because compared to the palace, this place was indeed just a birdcage. I live alone, it's enough. Alone. Jun Qingyin secretly vowed in his heart that one day he would take her to the palace. The girl sat on the sofa. The man knelt on one knee, slowly untying her shoelaces. When he cupped that delicate and soft little foot, his palm trembled involuntarily. He had long known that she was soft all over, but he hadn't expected her feet to be the same. Not only soft, but also white, tender, and smooth, with a texture as fine as top-grade mutton fat jade, making one reluctant to let go once held. Miantang looked at the crown prince, who was supposed to be helping her change shoes, but suddenly started playing with her feet. Not only the sole, but also her toes were snow-white, tender, with nails sparkling and tinged with pink, like beautiful pink crystals. As his slightly calloused palm brushed across her sole, she let out a sensitive moan, startling the man, who was immersed in the act of kneading, and he snapped awake. What was he doing? Having a foot fetish for Tangtang. Would Tangtang think he was a pervert? He quickly picked up the shoes and stammered an explanation. Tu was just measuring the size to see if the shoe size fits. Miantang. I believe it. After putting on the shoes, he immediately ran into the bathroom, with a red face, bumping into Enzo, who had just come out. Why was his face also so red? Tangtang. Enzo walked out slowly, looking wronged. What's wrong? Who bullied my little wolf? Miantang asked curiously, his expression so pitiful. You, he said in a low voice. Miantang. The next second, he took out a wolf-repellent laser gun from behind him. Miantang. Why didn't she hide it well? Tangtang, are you using it to defend against? Of course not. I welcome you, why would I defend against you? She quickly explained, it's just a gift from a good friend, it would be impolite not to accept it. Welcome. Enzo heard these two words, and his eyes lit up. Then, Did she also welcome what he had just done to her? Tong him here. I made you a small gift. Receiving Hua Rong's brain computer message, Su Miantang ran over to open the door for him. Rong, you're here. Hua Rong froze the moment he saw her. She was covered from head to toe with extremely expensive jewelry. It was obvious who had given them. He suddenly felt that his own gift was— Su Miantang thought he was also shocked by the size of her home, and quickly stopped him. Don't say my home is small. No, that's not it. He shook his head. Rong is still the best. Su Miantang squinted. Where's the gift you made? Let me see. Or, forget it. Hua Rong shook his head again. The girl was stunned. Hadn't he just excitedly told her that he had made a small gift for her? Changed his mind that quickly. It must be something good. She noticed his left hand hidden suspiciously behind his back and immediately reached out to grab it. Hua Rong, quick as a flash, switched it to his right hand, and she switched hands as well. They went back and forth for a long time, the situation at a stalemate. Suddenly Su Miantang thrust out both hands. Then she hugged him. Suddenly Hua Rong's heart surged with emotion. Startled, his hand trembled, and the gift fell right into the triumphant girl's hands. He got it, didn't I? Let me see what this good thing is. Su Miantang took it out and saw a wool felt panda plushie. Her eyes sparkled with countless little stars. Wow, so tiny, so cute. Rong, it looks exactly like you, and the fur feels the same. Wait, you didn't make this from your own fur, did you? Hua Rong was still lost in the dizzying ecstasy of her soft embrace, somewhat dazed, and only nodded blankly at her. He had plucked his own fur just to make a gift for her. Su Miantang was deeply moved. She cherished it, and brought it to her lips to kiss it silently, deciding to make him the biggest cake today. Hua Rong watched her kiss it, and his face instantly flushed like a wildfire, as if that kiss had landed on him. Knock, knock, knock. The last knock at the door needed no guess to know who it was. Su Miantang leisurely crossed her arms, and looked at the tall, handsome man standing at the door, his silhouette blocking the sky. The general has quite the airs, arriving last. Yaslandi's thin lips curled slightly. Su has been waiting for me. No, she was waiting for his gift. Where's the gift? How come his hands are empty? She curiously scanned him from head to toe, but couldn't find any place to hide a gift. Isn't that too much? She had spent a month and a half salary on buying him clothes, and he didn't even give her a small gift in return. All that raising for nothing, stingy tiger. After waiting for a long time, she didn't get a gift from the man. Instead, he leaned down with a meaningful approach. With that expectant look on your face, Su, are you asking for a kiss, eh? He'll fulfill it. You? Su Miantang immediately reached out, pressing her fingertip against his chest to push him away. No gift, no entry. I need to bring a gift to my own home. The man raised an eyebrow, seemingly puzzled. Su Miantang's starry eyes curved slightly as she gave a fake smile. This is little Tiger Lanlin's home, not General Yaslandi's home. With that, she was about to close the door. When Yaslandi heard little Tiger Lanlin, a hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Just as she was about to shut the door, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her fiercely into his embrace, holding her tightly. You? The next second, an amber diamond necklace cascaded from his palm, like a shooting star, its dazzling bling-bling brilliance so captivating that she couldn't help but be lost for a moment. He had actually polished that amber rough stone into a diamond necklace. The pendant was a three-dimensional heart, and it was huge. Do you like it, eh? Yaslandi gently rubbed his chin against the girl's fluffy, fragrant curls, looking at the diamond. In the sparkling diamond light, his own face was also reflected. Su Miantang nodded. I have one too. Yaslandi pulled out the bright, rich red ruby he wore on his chest and gently touched it against hers, as if hinting at something. I've been polishing it since last night. My hands are all red. Won't Su feel sorry for me and give me a little reward? His mellow, sexy voice was so close his hot breath scattered disorderly on her face, as if he was about to kiss her, just like the ruby getting close to the amber. Su Miantang suddenly curled her lips and took his hand. I'll write a reward for you. How will Su reward me? By rewarding you to knead the dough for me. You're so lively and energetic every day, it's a pity not to put you to work. Su. No whining won't work. Everyone is busy. Su Miantang mercilessly dragged him into the kitchen. With everyone present, she began to assign tasks. Fried and Enzo were responsible for preparing ingredients, Lu Silly mainly for whisking egg whites, and butter Jun Xingyin and Yaslandi together for kneading dough, and Hua Rong. She only needed to participate in the making and baking. While waiting, she wrote down the methods for various desserts on her light brain, and from time to time glanced at the busy group of males, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. The excellent Imperial Twin-Star officers not only led troops and fought battles well, but also distributed eggs, sugar, milk, etc. in strict portions, orderly. The strict Dean Lu, who usually played with test tubes in the lab and made precise pharmaceuticals with the egg mixture even more finely than a machine. As for Jun Xingyin and Yaslandi, where did those two go? In the blink of an eye they were gone. She turned to ask. Fried and Enzo shook their heads. They were busy organizing ingredients and hadn't noticed. Lu Silly didn't know either. He never got distracted while working. Even if he did get distracted, it was only to steal a glance at her. Only Hua Rong hesitated whether to tell her. They went out to fight, and he had just witnessed a brutal century-class verbal duel. The General Master raised me with her own hands. Crown Prince Tang has given me a complete mark. General Master has seen me naked. She must take responsibility for me. Crown Prince Tangtang has given me a complete mark. General Master went on a trip with me. Crown Prince Tangtang has given me a complete mark. General Master kissed me of her own accord. Crown Prince Tangtang has given me a complete mark. General Master. Crown Princess Tangtang, given you a complete mark. The general struck. Flower flew and it nearly caused an explosion. He had to secretly suppress it with his combat. Rong Rong. Su Miantang looked at him curiously. Hua Rong gestured. They went to the back of the villa to fight. The back of the villa? Isn't that her little garden? Ah, the flowers she had painstakingly planted. Would they be ruined by them? She rushed over in a flash. Sure enough. Too late. Several newly sprouted seedlings had already been mercilessly killed in the soil. To avoid alarming the girl, the Crown Prince and the general had deliberately not used their combat power fighting barehanded. How did she get here? Was it that little rascal Hua Rong who snitched? My flowers. Su Miantang gritted her teeth, uttering each word deliberately. Both of them looked down at the trampled plants beneath their feet, falling silent. You two. Come over here and stand by the wall. She was furious, and without even using pheromones, she made the two top-tier combatants obediently come over. However, even then they chose opposite walls, one facing east, the other west. Speechless, Su Miantang glanced at the Crown Prince, whose face was dark with anger, then at the general, whose eyes were mocking. She decided to deal with them one by one. She pointed at the former. Follow me. Yasalandi's sharp brows instantly furrowed. Why am first. Just as he was about to speak, the girl holding a broken stem of Phalaenopsis gave him a stern warning. You stand right there, and don't move. They'll settle the score with you when I get back. The man's lips curled in delight. So his master was this angry because the Phalaenopsis he had planted with her was destroyed. She cared about him the most after all. Su Miantang walked all the way to the swimming pool before stopping. Jun Xingyin seemed to realize his mistake, his golden head drooping slightly. He had never seen Tangtang's face so severe. She must be very angry. Just as he expected punishment, the girl gently rubbed his head, then his face, her slender fingers trailing down his neck, even pulling at the collar of his shirt. He trembled, unsure whether it was from surprise or excitement. His skin grew hot, and he couldn't move, anticipating her next move. Tangtang, why wasn't she punishing him? Instead, she was rewarding him. Are you hurt? The girl suddenly stopped. After a careful examination, finding nothing unusual, she withdrew her hand. Jun Xingyin was taken aback, then a sweet warmth seeped into his heart. He had done wrong, yet Tangtang not only refrained from scolding him, but showed concern. No, she had arrived before they could fight. Jun Xingyin. Su Miantang was about to put on a stern face when she met his slightly trembling azure double pupils. Tangtang, why don't you call me Big Golden Retriever anymore? Big Golden Retriever was the nickname she had given him when she was trying to tame him. Now that he had become the Crown Prince. Can I still call you that? Yes, I like it very much. Then I'll call you that in private from now on. It would be too absurd for others to hear her calling the Crown Prince Big Golden Retriever. Big Golden Retriever, why did you fight with Lon Lon? Jun Xingyian's eyes darkened at the mention of Yasalandi, as if stirred by some unpleasant memory. Tangtang, during those days you weren't in the palace, were you taken by him? Su Miantang saw that familiar expression, the same one he had when he took her to the cave during his mental breakdown, and suddenly understood. So his condition had plummeted, and he had completely broken down because she had left the palace. He thought she had deceived him and no longer wanted to treat him. His last shred of trust in humanity had been extinguished, leading him to the brink. I'm sorry. At the time I only wanted to go home for a while, and would have been back soon. But I didn't expect Lon Lon to regain his human form, not only losing his memory, but also misunderstanding me. I was wary of his formidable combat power and his extreme jealousy. I feared that forcefully mentioning you would put me in danger and even implicate you, so I didn't return to the palace in time. However, after testing him a couple of times later, I found he meant no harm, so I rushed back. I never expected that this would cause your mental breakdown. Is that true? Jun Xingyian's eyes trembled, his heart thundering like thunder. So his imperial sister had been lying to him all along. Tangtang had not deceived him, nor abandoned him, nor escaped the planet with someone else. She had always had him in her heart. Of course it's true. Before Su Miantang could finish, he embraced her tightly, spinning her around. His clear, joyful laughter sent ripples across the pool water. Tangtang, Tangtang, Tangtang. He called her name repeatedly, pouring out the overwhelming emotions that threatened to overflow. He truly deeply loved her so much that he didn't know what to do. Su Miantang couldn't help but laugh at his silly behavior, reaching out to ruffle his golden hair. Big Golden Retriever, do you forgive me? He had never blamed her. His mental breakdown was only because he missed her too much, so much that he was going crazy. It's all my fault for not trusting you. Was he foolish? He could even blame himself for this. She waved from afar, calling Xiaomi to bring desserts. Here. This is a red velvet muffin I made especially for you as my apology. Try it. Su Miantang tore off the paper liner and handed it to him. The little female he loved had made a cake with her own hands. Jun Xingyin took one bite and excitedly transformed back into his beast form. Seeing him suddenly turn into a big lion, Su Miantang, she hadn't seen him for a few days, and her fingers itched to pet him. Big Golden Retriever, is the muffin good? The lion nodded vigorously. Better than cotton candy. If it's good, shouldn't you pay a fee? What did she want? He could give her the entire royal family. I wanna touch you. Huh. Now. Normally he would be eager, but now his expression was flustered. Yet he was also excited. Without waiting for his refusal, Miantang went ahead and rubbed his massive majestic lion head, the thick fluffy golden mane around his neck, his magnificent torso, and his softest belly. The lion squinted and pleasure limbs splayed, feeling as if he were floating. Then Miantang noticed a change beneath his belly. She snatched her hand back in shock, her face flushed, and ran away while fiercely condemning him. Big golden retriever, you pervert. Huh. The lion looked down. Roar. Tong, let me explain. I didn't mean to. In the garden, a lark perched in a dense tree curiously poked its head out to watch the lively scene. Miantang dashed to the bathroom, washed her hands and face, and cooled down her burning cheeks. Only then did she remember that Lan was still waiting for her in the garden. She picked up a red velvet souffle and walked over. From a distance, she saw him just as he irritably pinched a butterfly on his high-bridged nose, muttering to himself. Why does Master like your wings? They're not as pretty as mine. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. Lan, not amnesiac. Master butterfly wings. He remembered all of that. So the previous accusations of her taking his virginity, smashing the light brain, and bullying him across various planets were all deliberate. What a despicable tiger. He was rescued by her, and this is how he repays kindness. She would teach him a proper lesson. The young girl walked over with a souffle. Yaslandi, seeing this, lifted his long eyes slightly. Su, is that for me? As he reached out, Miantang popped it into her own mouth. The man's expression froze. Could it be some kind of flirtatious game? Sharing a bite. He pinched her chin and leaned down to take the food from her mouth, only to see the girl's stunningly beautiful face covered in a cold, frosty aura. Admiral Yaslandi. Why did she suddenly address him as Admiral? Please restrain yourself. These past few days I have carefully considered our relationship. Although your combat level is high, you are quite romantic, and the planets you took me to were beautiful, I still don't seem to like you. The upward curve of Yaslandi's eyes stiffened, and the smile on his face faded completely. And let me reiterate once more, I did not take your virginity. Even if you don't believe me, with your family background, appearance, and rank, finding another female you fancy would be effortless. She sighed as she said this. Perhaps what I truly liked was the obedient, well-behaved, and adorable sweetheart from before. Unfortunately, that person is no more. After saying this, she secretly observed his expression. Why no reaction at all? From the moment she uttered the words, I don't like you, Yaslandi's heart felt as if it had been pierced by a sharp, vicious blade, shattered into pieces, blood splattering the pain, causing his head to buzz, and leaving him numb to everything else. The war god, who had always been smooth sailing and invincible in every endeavor, suffered his first Waterloo in life. His beloved little female said she didn't like him. This pain was 100,000 times worse than when he was struck by the miasma bomb. She didn't like him. She didn't like him. Unconsciously, combat energy gathered at his fingertips, nearly piercing his palm. Still no reaction. He sure knows how to put on an act. All right, I'm done talking. You are no longer welcome here. Please, Admiral, take your leave. She turned to leave. But unexpectedly, just as she took a step, she heard the man's low, hoarse voice, Master. Miantang paused, a faint, secretive smile curling at the corner of her lips. Finally admitted it. This was the first time she heard him call her master to her face. There was a peculiar sense of accomplishment and wonder, like raising a little tiger that had. She slowly turned around, a hint of doubt in her voice. Master, have you regained your memories? He had never forgotten. Every moment, every second spent with her was etched into his heart, replayed and savored over and over. Then why did you lie to me before? Miantang walked over angrily, just as she used to scold the little tiger. By holding its head, she cupped his face with both hands and looked into his eyes. She saw his fiery red pupils, so red they seemed to bleed, and instantly panicked. Was he about to cry? Anyone else would be fine. Admiral Yaslandi, the iron-boned war god, the living Azura, who dominated the interstellar battlefield, who could withstand miasma bombs capable of moving planets and leveling mountains, was now about to be made to cry by her. What a sin. Just as she was about to comfort him, she remembered his previous misdeeds. No, she couldn't soften. This naughty tiger would only get bolder with any sign of leniency. He needed a lesson. Because I was too immature, too weak before, and I did too many embarrassing things. I was afraid Master would despise me, or always see me as nothing more. Mother said if you like someone you must completely conquer them, possess them, tease them. Otherwise they will run away. Outside the garden, Lucille, who happened to be passing by, found this amusing. Duchess Air. She was the famously formidable female of the Central Star System. Swap her gender, and she would immediately don armor and charge into battle. To have such a top-tier S-level mutant as her son, she doted on him like a precious pearl, teaching him courtship in the manner of a noble female, never instilling the proper male attitude and virtues. No wonder Miantang was angry. Puffed. Miantang couldn't help but laugh after hearing that. What had he learned? What kind of childish love method was that? Not at all. You were never immature or weak before. You were actually very adorable, and I like you a lot. Adorable. A flicker of light briefly appeared in Yaslandi's eyes, but quickly died out. Adorable. A word used to describe small animals. Master truly only liked him like a pet. He didn't want that. He refused. He wanted Master to love him as a female loves a male. His mind was restless and he was deeply uneasy. In the past, he could have used his combat power to force her. Even if she hated him, loathed him, she would still be by his side. But now she was far stronger than him. If she didn't like him, she could discard him like a piece of clothing, a piece of trash. And he was powerless. As Miantang spoke, she faintly heard a creepy sound of bone grinding. Creak, creak. Looking down, she saw blood seeping from his tightly clenched. Lan, what are you doing? Let go. Since Master doesn't like me anymore, why do you still care? Yaslandi, in self-abandonment, tightened his fingers, further blood streaming down, yet he— Miantang murmured between her lips. I said all that just now, just to force you to admit you hadn't lost your memory. What? Yaslandi froze. Then his fiery red eyes began to tremble uncontrollably with excitement, erupting with incomparable joy. Master had just been deceiving him. She didn't dislike him, and she hadn't told him to leave. He knew it. Master loved him the most. His burning gaze full of love threatened to incinerate her. Miantang raised her head to bear it, feeling that if she hadn't awakened her pheromones, she would never have been able to resist that power. Just as he lowered his head to kiss her lips, she suddenly reached out and covered his mouth. Wait. First promise me. Will you lie again in the future? No. Will you smash the light brain again? No. Will you dare to toy with me, go crazy with jealousy for no reason? I won't dare. The way he shook his head obediently was exactly the same as the little tiger from before. Miantang was delighted. Her little sweetheart had fun. Will you still be naughty? Yaslandi fell silent. Miantang. Huh. Why isn't he talking? You? She wanted to ask further. Yaslandi directly buried his head in her warm and fragrant shoulder and neck, his moonwhite soft hair rubbing back and forth like before. Lan loves Master the most. Master is the most beautiful, kindest, and cutest little female in the world. Will you forgive Lan? Lan will be obedient from now on, never make Master angry, never let Master be sad, and love Master forever and ever. Miantang's lips curved into a smile, her mind dizzy from his sweet words, almost forgetting the true purpose of her visit. A spoiled tiger trying to get away with cuteness again. Yaslandi let out a sexy, breathy sound, as if indulging in his pampered favor. If Master liked little tigers, he could always be one. Because he also loved to cling to Master. Why do you always fight with Jun Xingyin? Because. He gritted his sharp feline teeth in displeasure. When mentioning that lion, Master gave him a permanent mark. Do you want a permanent mark too? Miantang suggested, expecting him to be delighted, but he flatly refused. No. I want a temporary mark. Temporary mark. That meant licking the back of the neck. Miantang's eyes flickered with confusion, wondering why he wanted that. Like this, Master will have to give me a temporary mark forever. Always give me a temporary mark. Mark me for a lifetime. Miantang. You little rascal, you're quite clever. After returning from the small garden, everyone noticed a change in Yaslandi. He became clingy, spoiled, calling Miantang Master, a stark contrast to the aloof, unruly, unapproachable general he used to be. Fred and Enzo exchanged glances. Had Tang cast a spell and turned him back into a little tiger again. In the following days, the situation intensified. As soon as the young lady got off work and returned to the villa, he would appear punctually, following her every step without any restraint. Fred held the reply letter from the Duke of Ayer's residence, which he had found at home, hesitating whether to show him what he had once said. General, is this letter for your mother? Yaslandi took it and immediately saw two sentences: indulging in female charms at a young age will never amount to much. Retire and go home to take care of the kids. Yes. After many days, the bullet he had personally chambered was fired, hitting the bullseye. Yet the general remained calm and composed, his eyes fixed on the little female arranging flowers nearby. Master, if the military no longer wants me, would you be willing to bear my cubs and let me stay home to raise them? Miantang's temples twitched, and she threw the flower branch at him. He caught all three perfectly, a proud smile playing on his handsome brows. Meaning 3 cubs. Fred and Enzo. Indeed, fans should not get too close to their idol's personal life. Previously, they had ample time to monopolize Tong, but now the general occupied most of it. Occasionally, when military duties were too pressing, the crown prince would take over. It had been ages since they had been alone with her. The two energetic, hot-blooded brothers grew increasingly restless. Especially once, when they entered the villa, they were caught off guard by a sexy, hoarse voice. It was General Yaslandi's. Through the crack in the door, they could see him holding the little female, possessively pressing her tightly against his chest. And Tang was giving him a temporary mark. Master. I love you so much, I love you to death. The general's unusually ecstatic, intoxicating tone made them feel uneasy. The intense physiological reaction forced them to flee quickly, and the surge in combat power began to erode their sanity. Miantang soon noticed their odd behavior. During the ride to work, she asked curiously, Fred, Enzo, what's been bothering you lately? Is it something at work or in your personal life? Is there anything I can help with? Fred found it hard to speak. After all, in the Central Star, jealousy and envy among males were considered signs of poor character and vile nature. He didn't want to become that kind of person and be hated by Tang. Enzo could no longer contain himself. He tugged at her sleeve and asked, Tong, do you like the general and the crown prince more? After all, they were both Double's ultimate combat males, and their beast forms were the majestic, ferocious top predators of the food chain. They were much stronger than them. Miantang finally understood their worries. What a pair of sensitive, sentimental military males. She smiled and ruffled their heads. Of course not. You are also. Words were powerless, so she reached out to their napes, activating her pheromones. Fred and Enzo's pupils dilated instantly, their bodies trembling. They hadn't expected such happiness to come so suddenly. The airborne vehicle, which was mid-flight, suddenly wobbled violently, as if hit by a terrifying air current, drawing curious glances from passers-by wondering what was happening. Soon Fred stepped out with unsteady legs. Enzo also staggered, barely able to see the path ahead, almost falling flat on his face. They hadn't expected that after awakening her pheromone power, Tang would become so terrifying. A mere touch on the nape left them delirious with pleasure, unable to discern. They dared not imagine that if they grew even closer, they might simply die from the bliss. Recently, the military base, shrouded in gloom, saw everyone treading carefully, afraid of being punished by the irritable, volatile colonel and major. But to their relief, starting this morning, the two officers had suddenly become gentle and calm, as if soothed by something like a spring breeze. A first sergeant walked into the camp and was astonished to see Colonel Fred daydreaming, with Tang written densely on the paper before him, a blissful smile on his lips. Elsewhere, Enzo's mind was also filled with the little female, so happy he could barely resist transforming into his beast form and rolling around. After being soothed by the pheromones in the morning, both he and his brother were reluctant to let Tang leave. They clung to her for over half an hour, delaying her precious work time, yet she showed no impatience, leaving their restless hearts completely at peace, as sweet as soaking in a honey jar. However, such bliss did not last long before it was shattered by a piece of news. White Tiger Corps military base. Report. A soldier rushed into the camp breathless. General intelligence from the front lines. Planet X intends to ally with the leaders of 16 planets, including Bosika Star and Wying Star, to launch a united assault on the Central Star, and they have vowed to seize the SSS-level Supreme Female. They seek death. On the high platform, Yasalandi's face was icy, exuding a suffocating regal aura that crushed the morale of all the officers present, making them unable to lift their head. Over the years, Planet X had been stirring restlessly on the border. To avoid triggering a second interstellar war, he had only administered minor warnings. He never imagined they would first deploy miasma bombs and now set their sights on his master. Truly deserving of death. Planet X. Officer Safante was puzzled. Last time they used miasma bombs against the general, they were severely punished by the Interstellar Alliance and are still recovering. How dare they encroach again? Do they not know that the general has been resurrected? According to reliable sources, they do not believe the general has truly revived. They think no one could withstand the power of the miasma bombs, and that the current general is merely a cloned robot fabricated by the royal family. A bluff. Heh. A scornful sneer curled Yasalandi's lips. The officers raised their heads to look at him, awaiting orders. Annihilate them all. Central Star News: in 2 days, over 400 armies, including the White Tiger Corps, the Lion Regiment, and the Falcon Strike Force, will assemble at Yongning Gate, led by General Yasalandi, to launch an all-out offensive on the X-Galaxy, annihilating it completely. Complete annihilation. The news shocked the citizens. Some panicked, others were exhilarated. Panic arose because the X-Galaxy encompassed hundreds of planets, vast in territory and power, and the outbreak of war might well trigger a second interstellar war. For so many years, out of fear, the Central Star had tolerated its provocations. What had driven General Yasalandi to such a desperate resolve to annihilate it at all costs? Exhilaration came from the fact that the X-Galaxy was the Central Galaxy's ancient nemesis, a festering tumor that had clung to it for millennia, oozing and torturing endlessly. Finally, the decision to eradicate it completely, truly worthy of the undefeated war god. Lanlin, you're going to fight again. Miantang saw the news and looked at him with concern. Yes, I'll be away from my master for a while. Yasalandi took her hand and gently pressed it against his own cheek, his gaze ambiguous. I will miss my master. Will my master miss me? How he loved to act spoiled. Miantang pinched his cheek in return. I'm just worried. You've only just regained your human form, and now you're going to the battlefield. Will your body be able to handle it? Handle it. Yasalandi narrowed his eyes, a wicked glint traveling over her figure. It seems I must demonstrate my prowess to my master, so she knows just how formidable I am. Oh, how formidable. Miantang smirked. In the past she might have believed him, but now. I wonder which tiger couldn't bear the slightest release of pheromones, and cried out uncontrollably. Hearing this, Yasalandi recalled the last temporary marking. His eyes had reddened from the stimulation. Did she even know how potent her pheromones were? So potent that just the mere mention of them made the little tiger stir. Master, I want. Didn't we just mark recently? Not a marking, I want. He pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice hoarse and urgent as he bit her ear and whispered 2 words so crude and blunt that the maiden, unversed in carnal matters, flushed crimson and smashed a vase over his head. It seems you have more than enough energy. No need to worry at all. Fuelade and Enzwa entered just in time to witness the scene. They wanted to laugh, but dared not, so they clenched their fists and pressed them against their lips to suppress their amusement. Yasalandi removed the vase and was about to continue his spoiled antics when he saw them. Instantly his expression turned serious. Master, rest assured. The X-Galaxy is already on its last legs after the Interstellar Alliance's sanctions. With this campaign, it will be completely annihilated within a month at most. Remain at home in peace and await my triumphant return. Fuelade and Unswa's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Were they discussing this very matter? As it happened, they hadn't come today to see Tong Tong, but the general. Ever since hearing X-Planet's arrogant declaration about seizing the SSS-level Supreme Female, they had been burning with rage, longing to charge onto the battlefield and slaughter them all. But the Central Star's assigned forces did not include the Eagle Division's 1st Special Task Force or the Wolf Anti-Terror Elite. So, before their thoughts could be revealed, Yasalandi glanced at them. You're not on the recruitment list. No, sir. Come along with the army then. What? Fuelade and Unswa were stunned momentarily, unable to believe it. What, afraid of death? No. The two brothers immediately snapped to attention, saluting with exhilaration. Thank you, General. Miantang was happy for them too. She remembered they had once said their greatest dream was to fight side by side with the Empire's war god, General Yasalandi. Now that dream was finally coming true. Unable to do much else, she made a few boxes of candy and sent them off before their departure. Tang Tang. Tang Tang. Inside the Eagle Wolf barracks, Fuelade and Unswa hugged her tightly. We're parting again. We'll miss you. Didn't you say you'd be back in a month at most? Yes, but they didn't want to be apart from her for even a single second. As the farewell drew near, Fuelade gathered his courage and made a request he usually found hard to voice. Tong Tong, after we return, could you give me a marking too? Unswa, me too. Ever since that day at the villa entrance when they had secretly witnessed her performing a temporary marking on the general, they had spent their days lost in wild fantasies and their nights in indecent dreams. They yearned for it so badly that they could no longer be satisfied with fake markings. They craved something deeper. Sure. Miantang nodded. Compared to a certain lecherous tiger's request, this one was much simpler. So she sent a box of malt candy to the White Tiger barracks. Yasalandi gazed at the unfamiliar packaging and candy pieces, his joyful smile impossible to conceal. This was made specially for me, different from theirs. Yes, Miantang nodded, holding back a laugh. It's especially different. You can have a taste. He couldn't bear to taste it just yet. Preciously, he placed it in the pocket near his heart, then leaned down slightly and closed his eyes. Master, could you kiss me? Like before. It was rare for a lecherous tiger to make such an innocent request. Miantang rose on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on his forehead where the mark of a king should have been. Returned safely. En route to the interstellar battlefield, Yasalandi touched his forehead, unable to contain his good spirits, and took out a piece of malt candy. Then he discovered. It was sweet, but also terribly. Fred and Enzo seemed to notice his predicament. As a gesture of gratitude for his exceptional selection into the unit, they generously offered to share a piece of marshmallow. Unexpectedly, they were met with refusal. No need. The Admiral savored the candy with growing relish, as if recalling something, and even the corners of his eyes and brows were tinged with a proud smile. This is the Master's special intention. He simply enjoys sticking to me. The twins. At the palace, Jun Xingyin finished his affairs and glanced at the time. Tang Tang was about to get off work. He rose to head to the Science Research Institute to pick her up, but was stopped by Queen Jenny, who entered the hall. Ener. Mother, are you going to see Tang Tang again? Yes. Mother knows you like her and wish to see her. Queen Jenny took his hand and said earnestly, but you have just regained your human form and reclaimed the position of Crown Prince. There are many people and matters across the Central Star that you need to familiarize yourself with and handle. Countless citizens of the Twin Star are watching you, expecting you to achieve remarkable results. Only by handling state affairs with ease and winning hearts can you truly become a Lion King. You know, I have always held high hopes for you. Once Admiral Yasalandi returns victorious from this campaign, I intend to have Hua Rong abdicate and hold your coronation ceremony before the eyes of all. But before that, you must prove to everyone that you are worthy of this position and the throne of the Central Star. So do you feel that time is insufficient? But I'm not forbidding you from seeing Tong Tong, but isn't the frequency a bit too high, eh? Queen Jenny smiled. Moreover, Tang Tang is a SSS-level female, naturally possessing a fatal allure to males. In the future, there will be an endless stream of competitors. If you are not strong enough, how can you contend with them? The last sentence deeply motivated Jun Xingyin. Your son understands. Thank you, mother. He would redouble his efforts to keep Tang Tang by his side forever. Outside the hall, Hua Rong, who had overheard the conversation, withdrew his steps and walked away with a dejected expression. It was not because of the abdication. He had never been attached to this throne which never belonged to him, nor did he care about lineage or power. But now, he looked at the exquisite felt doll of a beautiful girl he had just crafted in his hands. He had found someone he liked in his heart. Yet his strength remained so weak, his level so low. Facing a group of S-level and S-level combat males, he had no competitiveness whatsoever, let alone protecting her. He gazed into the distance at Bamboo Peak and silently made a decision in his heart. At the Imperial National Science Research Institute, with the assistance of Lu Silly, the research and development of the new inhibitor was finally officially initiated. As the primary project lead and team leader, Miantang devoted herself wholeheartedly to the work, not resting until the weekend. Just as she was about to enjoy a peaceful sleep with no interruptions, she received a call from Weiwei on her light brain. Weiwei's. She paused for a moment, then remembered. A friend from the Central Star she had met on Lanhuan Island, an A-level female with an apple-scented pheromone. Since they parted on the island, they had never contacted each other. Why was she calling now? Tang Tang. Weiwei leaned excitedly into the screen. I saw your latest update on the Star Circle. You've left the palace and returned to the Science Research Institute. I've been out for a while. You're amazing. This is the first time I've seen anyone escape from that arrogant, domineering, and unreasonable eldest princess. We must celebrate. As she spoke, she pulled out 2 concert tickets from her hand. Tada, look what this is. Tickets to the global concert of the superstars Sci-Fi. A ticket so coveted that it's nearly impossible to buy. I got them through my uncle's connections. Come with me. A concert. But I have very important work next week. Miantang was about to decline when Weiwei gaped in disbelief. No way. Tong, you're not just a workaholic, but you'd even refuse a concert by Sci-Fi, the most famous singer in the galaxy, the most beautiful mermaid. Mermaid? Miantang was intrigued. She hadn't expected that among the interstellar beastkin there were aquatic species, and especially the legendary, most mysterious mermaids. She had never seen one. Alright. After agreeing, she searched the star net for information about Sci-Fi. A beast-form mermaid-level female, 25 years old, from Hubo, star, a renowned interstellar singer with a beautiful face and a captivating voice. Legend had it that her voice was like a celestial melody with a mesmerizing charm. Anyone who heard her sing would become a fan. Below were accompanying images, indeed very beautiful, especially her shimmering, iridescent tail composed of scales that gleamed like gemstones, dazzling beyond words. She began to look forward to it. On the weekend, Weiwei came to pick her up in a flying vehicle. The two of them flew cheerfully toward the concert venue, the Super Celestial Hall. There the crowd surged shoulder to shoulder, tens of thousands of people all enthusiastically waving electronic banners and glow sticks, creating an electric atmosphere. A few minutes later, the host stepped onto the stage and announced that Sci-Fi was about to appear. Everyone shouted her name in unison. Sci-Fi, Sci-Fi, Sci-Fi. Hello my dear fans. I'm so happy to finally meet you all in the Central Star. A clear, ethereal, and utterly gentle voice accompanied by the appearance of the beautiful mermaid instantly ignited the entire venue. Through the sea of waving glow sticks, Miantang was just about to get a clear look at her face when a loud click echoed, and the massive dome of the Super Celestial Hall suddenly sealed shut. Red warning lights flashed at the highest point, emitting a piercing shrill siren. Miantang immediately sensed something was wrong, but the others thought it was a stage effect, and continued cheering and waving their glow sticks. She opened her light brain. Sure enough, the signal had been cut off. Weiwei, check your light brain. Is there a signal? Huh. The noise was too loud. Weiwei had to listen several times before she understood. She casually opened her light brain, saw the empty signal, and shut it dismissively. There are too many people here, it's normal for the signal to be bad. You don't. Before she could finish, a sudden intense laser burst from the center of the stage, forcing everyone to close their eyes. What is this? It's so blinding. Ha. A specially processed, grating, and arrogant mechanical laugh suddenly echoed from all directions within the dome, enveloping the space. Hello my dear idol, I'm so happy to finally meet you in the Central Star. As the radiance dissipated, everyone opened their eyes to see hundreds of translucent, shadowy figures materializing on the center stage. Among them two were holding Sci-Fi hostage, their pulse guns pressed firmly against her chin. Who are you? Let me go. Sci-Fi attempted to unleash her pheromones, but to no avail. Dear idol, please stop wasting your precious grade pheromones. They are utterly useless against robots. Save them for Dr. Lauren's research. Laser cannons, robots, Dr. Lauren. These keywords instantly reminded Miantang of the shadow robots that had once abducted Jun Qingyin. Recently, he had reopened the case and even shown her the files. The shadow robots were a heinous organization that targeted S-grade females, S-grade males, and even S-grade males with exceptional genetic traits and special abilities across the galaxy. They devised plans to kidnap their victims and deliver them to their leader Dr. Lauren for genetic research and recombination, aiming to artificially create the most perfect and powerful male or female pheromones or combat levels in the universe. Back then they had coveted Jun Qingyin's innate power of dual pupil vision. Now they seem to have set their sights on Sci-Fi's enchanting voice. Taking advantage of the Central Star's war with X-Planet and the resulting military vulnerability, they chose this location for the abduction. First they used a laser cannon to temporarily blind everyone, then swiftly snatched their target in plain sight. Exactly the same method they had used to take Jun Qingyin. Release Miss Sci-Fi. Several elite A-grade male bodyguards rushed forward to protect her, but before they could reach the shadowy figures they were struck down by pulse guns. The gunfire sent the audience into a panic. They fled in all directions, crashing into the gates, leaving Sci-Fi alone on stage, tears streaming down her face. Tong, run. Weiwei barely tugged her hand before being swept away by the surging crowd. They were robots immune to pheromones and armed with powerful weapons. Any attempt to intervene would likely result in instant death. Besides fleeing as fast as possible and notifying Jun Xingyin to dispatch a pursuit, there seemed to be no other viable option. Just as Su Miantang was about to turn away, she heard Yosefini's sobs. "Help me! Help me! Please, I beg you, please save me." The voice of the mermaid indeed possessed a bewitching power. Hearing those desolate and pitiful pleas, Su Miantang found herself unable to move. She turned to look at the stage where the shadow robots had already shackled Yosefini's hands and feet. Tears flowed down her beautiful fragile face, turning into white pearls that fell to the ground in despair, as if she had already foreseen her tragic fate. The members of that organization are utterly cold and brutal. They will tear off any part of your body without hesitation. The beautiful are left disfigured, the gifted reduced to cripples, blindness, deafness, loss of limbs, insanity. All too common. Some are even turned into specimens, permanently preserved in formaldehyde. Once they tried to gouge out my dual pupils, but they failed. I escaped, becoming the only person to walk out of that experimental base alive. Yet to this day no one knows the location of their base, their members, or their comings and goings. Jun Xingyian's words echoed in her mind. Perhaps this abduction would yield new clues for the case, or perhaps it would lead nowhere. But Yosefini's fate was already sealed. Amid the screams of the crowd, they vanished into the starship with Yosefini. As the hatch closed, they failed to notice the girl drenched in void essence who had slipped in them. After the shadow robots had fully subdued Yosefini, they opened the massive superdome skylight, summoned a starship, and fired another laser cannon. Amid the screams of the crowd, they vanished into the starship with Yosefini. As the hatch closed, they failed to notice the girl drenched in void essence who had slipped in a moon comet. "You clan. Sienna, you're back. Your mother was just sorting through some photos. Take a look." Duchess Hillary energetically spread a pile of photos of high-quality females before her son, inviting him to choose. "This is Clara, the youngest daughter of Federal Bank Chairman Face. An scrayed female, only 20 years old, and extraordinarily beautiful. You met her at the last banquet, and she came over specially to toast you. This is Barry, the sister of Supreme Judge Edson of the military court. Also an scrayed female. She has admired you for a long time, and has visited our home and this one is even more distinguished. Not only an scrayed female, but also the president's niece. She works at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a career-oriented female. I've heard she often asks about you. Do you like her?" She talked on and on for a long time, only to find her son had casually removed his mecha combat helmet, tossed it aside, and picked up an urgent intelligence report from the desk, not even glancing. "Sienna." She walked up to him displeased, and snatched the report away. "You're becoming more and more disrespectful to your mother. You didn't even spare a look at the photos." "Mother." Yu Zhongxian rubbed his temples with his slender fingers, the hard alloy gleaming faintly under the light. "I've told you many times. I have no interest in any female yet. How can you know you don't like them if you haven't even looked?" Duchess Hillary chided him. "I think you've been the favored son of heaven for too long, always looking down on everyone. You have no idea how sought after these top-tier females are on other planets. It's only because Moon Comet has a higher female population that the exceptional ones all set their sights on you, the galaxy's premier commander. Take another look. There's every type here, from delicate beauties to voluptuous, one's sure to have one you like." "Oh." Yu Zhongxian took the thick stack of photos, flipping them like a deck of cards, each one flying swiftly. The plastic photos brushed against his metallic fingertips, producing a pleasing sound. "This one's too skinny. This one's too plump. This one's too tall. This one's too short. This one's hair is too short. This one's hair is too long." A dozen servants below the steps were drenched in sweat, barely managing to catch them. Duchess Hillary initially thought he was seriously selecting, but as she listened she realized he was just playing. "Sienna, how old are you? Still acting like a child?" "Mother, I'm only 22, still very young. What's the rush?" His sharp, elongated eyes tilted slightly, exuding a charmingly electric gaze. Duchess Hillary couldn't help but feel both doting and exasperated. Mother feels that in her past life, she must have cultivated immense blessings to give birth to the first S-grade male in the herbivore clan's history. Such exceptional genes should be passed on as early as possible. Don't you want to expand the Moon Comet system and become the dominant power in the galaxy? Through reproduction. Yu Zhongxian smirked. Little rabbits are indeed fertile. You have no idea. I heard that the Central Star System recently witnessed a miracle, giving birth to an SSSS-grade female, the supreme being of the universe. I can't even imagine how wonderful it would be if she were on Moon Comet. The offspring she would bear with such superior genes and levels. Such a pity. Duchess Hillary paused, suddenly struck by a thought, and looked at him warily. By the way, I heard from your sister that there's been a disturbing trend of admiring males on the planet. You reject one female after another. Could it be you prefer males? What? Yu Zhongxian was amused by her anger. Yuling, is it? When I get back, he'll tear her mouth apart. You can't blame her entirely. Duchess Hillary deliberately provoked him. Who told you to be so picky in choosing a partner? Whether they fly in the sky, swim in the sea, or crawl on land, no matter how outstanding, you never take a liking to them. It inevitably raises suspicion. Fine. Yu Zhongxian couldn't be bothered to listen to her nagging any longer. He picked up his war helmet and prepared to leave. Just wait. He'll go grab that SSS-Rank supreme female from the central star and make her bear a litter of little bunnies for you, alright? You little rascal. Duchess Hillary was amused by him, but her laughter was soon drowned out by a panicked scream. Bro. Brother. Great, I finally found you. Bro. Brother. Great, I finally found you. Yuling rushed in from outside on a magnetic wheel floating disc. As soon as she entered, she anxiously tugged at Yu Zhongxian to leave. Quick, my idol, she. Yu Zhongxian, having just perfunctorily dealt with his mother, had no mood to play along with her. Not interested. If you like her that much, marry her yourself. You're always talking about various females, I think you have quite the feminine allure. Yuling, why did her brother suddenly attack her? No. I'm not trying to set you up. It's my idol Sci-Fi. She's been kidnapped by the shadow bots. The news has spread across the entire Interstellar. She's missing now, and I'm really worried. I want you to help rescue her. Shadow bots. Yu Zhongxian's interest was piqued upon hearing this. This mysterious, evil organization with robots at its core had been rampaging across the Interstellar for years without anyone being able to capture its leaders. He had only been investigating for a few months when he traced its lair to Ghost Lake on Moon Comet. He had planned to deal with them after finishing his current affairs, but unexpectedly, they delivered themselves to him. Got it. He leaped down the steps, and instantly a massive sharp silver battle armor materialized around him. Its sleek design was exquisite and elegant, exuding a strong sense of technology. The joints were flexible and nimble, and the whole ensemble radiated an unparalleled top-tier combat prowess. Wow, bro, you're so cool. Little Rabbit Yuling clenched her fists, bouncing 3 feet high, so excited that even her rabbit ears popped out. Wait for my good news. Okay, after Yu Zhongxian left, Duchess Hillary curiously approached Yuling. Linger, your idol is that famous interstellar superstar Sci-Fi. I heard her original form is a mermaid. Not only is she beautiful, but her voice is also enchanting. Now that your brother is going to rescue her, do you think they'll fall in love at first sight and develop feelings for each other? Probably. Yuling scratched her head. After all, Sci-Fi's charm is so great that everyone who meets her loves her. But with my brother being so picky, it's not certain. Deep down, I still think he's more compatible with Miantang. She muttered softly, and her mother heard it. Miantang. A female without pheromones. Before she could finish, she was met with a flick on the forehead. Like your brother said, if you really love feminine charm so much, marry her yourself. Marry her if she would have me. After all, Miantang's beauty could make a person bend toward the same sex. On the way to Ghost Lake aboard the shadow bot vessel, Miantang stood before their intelligence screen, carefully observing their operational patterns and every move. As expected, just as Jun Qingyin had said, the reason they all looked like identical shadows was because they applied a special material, modified acrylic ester powder, which was stored in each of their charging pods. Coincidentally, her void essence couldn't last much longer and needed to be saved for the critical moment of rescuing Sci-Fi. To remain hidden and avoid detection, she had to replace one of them. Taking advantage of a robot entering a charging pod by inputting a password, she followed closely. When it revealed its most vulnerable brain-computer interface, she struck it dead with the ice needle given by Enzo. Then she took its place, applied the modified acrylic ester powder to herself, and waited quietly for the charging time to end. When the time came, the starship also reached its destination, slowly landing beside a pitch-black, eerie lake. The robots brought Sci-Fi out of the cage, her hands and feet in chains, her face streaked with tears. They opened the communication device. Report to Dr. Lawrence that his new plaything has arrived. Dr. Lawrence replied, first send her to the key lab and inject her with a dose of propofol. He can't bear to let the little mermaid shed pearls. Roger. Receiving the order, a group of robots escorted Sci-Fi toward the lab. Miantang silently followed. Along the way, she committed to memory every entrance exit mechanism, password, and route they passed. Finally, they reached the lab. Even as a scientist who had seen all kinds of horrors, Miantang was still shocked by the scene inside. The orc corpses confined in water tanks had been hollowed out. Severed limbs, soaking in sealed jars, still twitched flexibly. Rows upon rows of various knives gleamed with sharp light, and specks of uncleaned blood, whose it was, or perhaps mixed together, dried on the workbench, bearing witness to the cruelty that had just occurred. She clenched her fists involuntarily. She watched as a pill was forced into Sci-Fi's mouth, instantly transforming her into a mermaid. Then the robots roughly bound her with iron chains to a massive stone pillar, unable to move an inch, surrounded by deadly instruments of torture. Had Jun Qingyin been treated like this too? No wonder he was so afraid of iron chains. As Miantang sank into deep anger, a robot beside her handed her a syringe. You inject it. It's propofol. There's no need for another sedative. After they fed Sci-Fi that shape-shifting pill, she was already disoriented. Now they've increased the dosage, it seems they can't wait to act. She took it and skillfully located the superficial vein on the mermaid, ready to inject. Outside the laboratory, above the silent Ghost Lake, thousands of elite mecha squads suddenly appeared, and immediately the vast experimental base sounded a top-level red alert. Diwu. Abnormal operating environment detected. High-level code is invading the system, attempting to modify original data. Stop it immediately. Firewall activation failed. Firewall has been destroyed. System crashing. What's going on? How could this happen? How could this happen? In an instant, almost all the shadow robots in the experimental base stopped operating. Dr. Laoluin, incredulous, leaned over the mainframe, frantically typing at the keyboard, trying to stop the external program invasion. But it was already too late. With a bang, the door of the mainframe control room was kicked open. Yu Zhongxian gracefully retracted his mecha wings, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a deep sense of mockery. Your technology is too outdated, Dr. Laoluin. Time for an upgrade. Dr. Laoluin turned, and upon seeing the visitor, his brown eyes widened abruptly. He is the master of Moon Comet, the first interstellar commander, Yu Zhongxian. A male with innate S-level combat power, an indestructible body possessing the ability to control mecha combat and destroy all high-end intelligences. It's over. Just as he was about to use a laser cannon to escape, the man detected him, activated his combat power first, and under the supreme pressure, he was forcibly transformed into his beast form. So it's a skunk. Tisk, so cute. Take it away. He disdainfully tossed it to his subordinate and walked straight to the mainframe screen, watching the live feed from Laboratory No. 1. A group of shadow robots and a mermaid. Among them, one robot was about to inject the mermaid with a serum. This must be the idol my little sister mentioned. Just as he was about to press the pause command, he saw something very interesting. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? A group of shadow robots urged the robot holding the needle. That robot slowly felt for the mermaid's vein, then suddenly stopped. What's wrong with you? The shadow robot behind leaned in curiously, and it immediately reached out to grab its nape, adroitly sliding a brooch hidden in its sleeve into its palm, pressing the mechanism, and firing an icy needle at its brain-machine interface, causing it to instantly shut down on the spot. What's the matter? Another robot wandered over curiously, then suffered the same fate. Soon, one by one, all the programmed robots were silently taken down by it. A mutiny among the shadow robots. Poisoned or gone mad. Of course, because Yu Zhongxian activated his combat power. Sure enough, it was not under his control. It is not a shadow robot at all, but a human. Interesting. Someone actually arrived at the lab before him and effortlessly dealt with the shadow robots that had troubled everyone. He wanted to see what else he could do. The commander, interested, crossed his arms and sat down in front of the main screen, watching with great amusement, stunning his subordinates. Hadn't they agreed on a quick strike? They thought the boss was watching the beautiful mermaid on the screen, but unexpectedly, he was staring intently at a shadow robot the whole time, unable to look away. After taking down all the robots, that person did not leave, but walked straight to the mermaid, carefully examining the chains binding her. Discovering that the chains were password-controlled, he unhesitatingly sat down before a nearby mainframe. According to previous investigation data, the password device used in Dr. Leyland's Laboratory No. 1 consisted of dozens of complex programs composed of different chemical elements. When handed to the National Academy of Sciences for decryption, dozens of senior chemistry professors studied it for over a month without any progress, let alone him. Should he lend a hand? Yu Zhongxian was thinking. With a click, all the chains on the mermaid were instantly unlocked. The man's eyes, which had been gleaming with interest, suddenly turned sharp. In just a few minutes, he actually cracked the code that had baffled the entire nation's chemistry elders. When had such a genius appeared on this planet without his knowledge? Nearby, the skunk doctor, whose tail was firmly held, was also stunned at the sight. Who was this top-tier big shot now? Destroying his life's work, the shadow robots, was one thing, but cracking the chemical password he had painstakingly set up so easily was simply unscientific. Yisafini rolled off the huge stone pillar, her mind hazy and expression pained. Miantang initially wanted to drive pheromones to ease her, but feared that if she suddenly woke up and saw her current shadow robot form, she would scream and attract outsiders. So she took out void essence, dabbed it on herself and the mermaid, then supported her and walked outside. Get out of this damn place first. Invisibility potion. So that's how she did it. Interesting, more and more interesting. Yu Zhongxian rose and followed. Somehow, even with his combat power activated, he could not sense any aura from that robot at all, and could only track the mermaids to determine the location. As Miantang supported Yisafini walking out, she was amazed to find that all the shadow robots at the base's mechanisms and exits seemed to have entered a dormant state, standing still. What happened to them? She was extremely puzzled, but dared not stop hurrying outside. In less than 10 minutes, she exited the experimental base and pulled out her light brain, only to find no signal. Where is this? Before her there was a quiet and serene lake with a pitch-black path to the left and a brightly lit avenue to the right. She instinctively walked toward the avenue. At this hour, heading to Sin City. With a mermaid. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Yu Zhongxian stroked his chin. So he wasn't here to rescue the mermaid, but to snatch the prey from the tiger's mouth, intending to steal her and sell her in Sin City. A person with such high intelligence and courage would be a top talent anywhere. Yet he was doing such a cheap trick. He bent down, picked up a pebble, and threw it at his feet. Sorry. I promised my little sister I would bring this mermaid back. Plop. Unexpectedly, he only threw a tiny pebble, yet a huge splash erupted from the lake, as if that robot had fallen in. How amusing. He laughed for a while before realizing something was off. A genius who had silently eliminated dozens of shadow robots and effortlessly cracked Dr. Leyland's top-secret device actually scared into the water by how amusing. He laughed for a while before realizing something was off. Why no movement? Could it be that he couldn't swim and was about to drown? That won't do. Such a rare genius in the world, he wanted to recruit him as his subordinate. He leaped up, spread his mecha wings, and was about to dive into the water. Suddenly, there was movement from the lake. The bright moonlight poured down, scattering in dappled patches upon the serene and tranquil lake, like clusters of silver blossoms blooming in full splendor. In the midst of these blossoms, strands of thick, wavy, pitch-black hair gradually floated up, slithering like serpents, followed by a pair of clear, translucent amber-colored eyes. Reflected in the shimmering water, they moved with a vivid liveliness more dazzling than the stars in the heavens. Yu Zhongxian was suddenly stunned. He was actually a female. Such a clever, bold, calm, and extraordinarily courageous person. Actually a female. Did she just hear someone laughing at her when she fell into the water? Su Miantang cast a suspicious glance around her eyes, found nothing unusual, and then swam to the surface. Every inch she emerged, the man in the sky held his breath a little more. The young woman's face was as exquisite as a painting, with a delicate straight nose and lips shaped like rose petals, full and crimson, tender and luscious. Her skin was like the finest mutton fat jade, glowing white and luminous under the cascading moonlight. Her clothes, soaked in the lake water, clung tightly to her body, accentuating a figure that was breathtakingly perfect. Voluptuous bosom, slender waist, and long straight legs. Each step she took resembled a goddess emerging from her bath, ineffably beautiful. An angel's face, a devil's figure. Yu Zhongxian had never seen such a unique and beautiful little female before. For a moment, he felt as if something was deeply wrong with him. His usually sharp mecha sensors became sluggish, the heart power unit reacted with unprecedented intensity, and the alarm from the detection instrument rang in his ears. Warning! Warning! Detected that your brain is secreting a large amount of dopamine, stimulating an adrenaline surge. Please regain calm immediately, or the control center will issue commands to your lower body, easily causing premature estrus. Shut up. Yu Zhongxian struck the cold alloy shell hard. Never before had he experienced a physiological reaction to any female, especially while in mecha mode. It must be because her contrast was too great, stirring his emotions. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he told himself this, yet his eyes still uncontrollably snapped a photo of her and began searching through his mind. Name Su Miantang, gender female, residence planet Central Star, age 18, pheromones unknown. Additionally, top secret information provided only to the commander by the Yuehui Star. The SSS level supreme female born on Central Star, named Su Miantang, with attached image. The attached picture showed 6 males holding her tightly. With a boom, an uncontrollable blaze of jealousy ignited in his mind. Yu Zhongxian's joints creaked with envy, and the detection instrument rang twice in the same time. An unprecedented warning. Warning. Detected that your combat power value is skyrocketing. Please control it immediately, or it may affect surrounding intelligences. With a bang, Su Miantang, who had just climbed ashore, discovered that her personal communication device had exploded. Burned by fire she could understand, but exploded by water. What kind of devilry was this? She looked at the lake with deep suspicion, scooped up a handful of water, and her brain nearly fried. She would rather believe her own brain had sprouted blisters than believe that water could cause a communication device to explode. This was already the 3rd device. She must be born with a device-destroying constitution. Wait. She looked down at her body, clearly visible in the air. The modified acrylic acid powder and void essence had both failed upon contact with water. Misfortunes never come singly. Still at the entrance of the experimental base, with no time to lament, she continued walking toward the bright avenue, accompanied by the mermaid. Not only had a physiological reaction occurred, but also a psychological one. Yu Zhongxian had to admit that he had fallen for her. His desire had shifted from wanting to recruit her as a subordinate to wanting to hold her in his arms as his one and only little female. The intelligent brain detected his thoughts and immediately analyzed the feasibility and difficulty of the task. The feasibility was given an extremely low 10, while the difficulty, incredibly, was listed as 10 stars. Even when he first commanded the mecha in battle, defeating several enemy stars and becoming the overlord of the Yuehui star system, he had never encountered a top-tier 10-star. Why? According to the intelligent brain analysis, Obstacle 1, she is an SSS level supreme female and does not harbor admiration for the strong toward you. Obstacle 2, you are not on the same planet. Obstacle 3, her suitors are all extremely outstanding, including the invincible Star War God, a powerful king, and Prince, the twin stars with limitless potential, a top-tier scientist, and many of them are S-level. Shut up. Yu Zhongxian interrupted it again impatiently. For the first time he loathed cold data analysis, and for the first time he realized how stubborn he could be. Difficult. The more difficult, the more he wanted to try. Sin City. During the day, it was tranquil and desolate, empty of people like a dead city. At night it was ablaze with lights and bustling with business, but it was not a place for ordinary people. It was filled with robbery, trafficking, fraud, and even murder. A gathering place for galaxy. In the past, a natural beauty like Su Miantang and a mermaid walking on the street would have been snatched away by villains within seconds. But today, wherever they went, the streets were empty and deserted. Only because an overwhelmingly powerful force shrouded them from behind, declaring death to any intruder. Damn it, did you see that? That little female is so beautiful, she doesn't look human. Watching her makes my body burn. A gorilla beastman lay on the wall staring at her with a distorted, lecherous fantasy. A hippopotamus beastman beside him also drooled, unable to resist acting obscenely. Me too. Even if I can't have her, getting that mermaid beside her would be enough to satisfy my craving. Another hyena beastman was disgusted by the sight, and sneered, brothers so thirsty. Rush out and snatch them. If they could, he might get a taste of the leftovers. Dog, do you think we don't want to? If it weren't for the terrifying power behind them, they'd already be under me. I can smell it. At least an S-level male. S-level male? That would be the commander. I've seen his might before, and I don't want to feel it again. Yu Zhongxian, hearing those filthy words, conjured blades in his palms. He was about to pierce them into the darkness, but suddenly changed his mind. He concealed his aura. In an instant, the gorilla beastman, hippopotamus beastman, hyena beastman, and the ravenous crow beastman, and crocodile beastman lurking in the shadows. All of them were overjoyed. Commander, are you no longer planning to protect them? Then those two beautiful little females would be their prey, wouldn't they? They had never tasted such exquisite prey before, and in their frenzied excitement, they all leaped out at once. Miantang was puzzled. This place seemed so lively yet completely empty, and the atmosphere was unusually ominous. Then the crowd emerged. But clearly none of them were normal. Little beauty, you're far too tempting. You drive us mad. Come here, let us brothers have some fun with you. The gorilla beastman rubbed his hands impatiently, licking his lips as he approached her. The hippopotamus beastman grinned lecherously, walking over while tearing off his clothes. The hyena, crow, crocodile, and others all encircled her with ill intent. Miantang's eyes dimmed. Move aside. Move aside. Ha ha ha. She said, move aside. So cute, so naive, so innocent. I love this type. Let me be the first. Little beauty, you're even adorable when you're angry, driving me wild with desire. I can't hold back anymore. I've already warned you. She gently set down Yosefini and raised her palm. Don't hurt them. Suddenly a pure white figure dashed out from the dark alleys, standing before her. Where did this pretty boy come from? Get lost. Daring to stand before the three villain brothers. Are you tired of living? A mere youth trying to play hero and save the damsel. Get lost, or well, deal with you. No. He stood there firmly, arms outstretched, his protective stance unyielding. Miantang was somewhat surprised. She guessed he must be of a very high level to dare stand before a group of burly beastmen. Then, damn it, the group of enraged beastmen charged at him, pinned him against the wall, and rained down fists as big as sandbags, beating him until he couldn't even. Miantang paused for only a second before activating her pheromones. SSSS Level 1, Suppression-type pheromones. A mere trace flowed from her fingertips, and the rampaging savage beastmen felt as if they were engulfed in blazing fire, letting out the most agonizing screams. My leg is gone. My wings are burned away. Mercy, mercy. I was wrong. Please spare me. I'll never dare again. Only upon hearing their pleas did she stop. You. The beastmen, who had been drooling over her like a piece of meat, now looked at her as if they had seen a living demon. They scrambled away, dragging their broken limbs behind them, while some of the weaker ones fainted on the spot. Miantang walked toward the boy, who was clutching his head against the wall, asking gently, "Are you all right?" Under the streetlight, the youth slowly lowered his hands and raised. A warm, dim glow spilled over his light honey-brown hair, casting dappled shadows. His skin was as pale as cold jade, his facial features cleanly defined. His eyes slanted slightly downward, and a tiny teardrop mole adorned his left side, giving him an innate look of innocent vulnerability. As he looked at her now, his eyes shimmered with a clear radiance, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Miantang's expression softened in surprise. So beautiful, so delicate. If this were on Earth, he would surely be a top-tier idol, captivating countless girls. Big sister, it hurts so much. His voice, trembling yet clear, stirred deep sympathy. They'll take you away. Miantang extended her hand to him. The boy hesitated, then cautiously reached out and slowly placed his hand in hers. Okay. Can you still walk? Yes. Yu Zhongxian nodded. That's good. Otherwise she alone couldn't carry two people. Let's go to that convenience store. Miantang pointed at a nearby unmanned convenience store with lights on. She walked over and pulled Sci-Fi up. They'll help you heal. All right. Good. Yu Zhongxian stood up, gazing at the orcs fleeing in the distance, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. These scum, how dare they even sniff her pheromones? From afar a series of screams came. The girl turned her head in confusion, but before she could see clearly, a smiling youth rushed over and blocked her view. Sister, let me help you. You're still injured. It's fine. The three soon reached the convenience store. To relieve their pain and leave this place quickly, Miantang directly activated her pheromones. SSSS-3 healing pheromones. A warm breath suddenly surged forward, accompanied by a faint scent of tulips, forcibly restraining the first interstellar commander, rendering him unable to move. He couldn't help but close his eyes, quietly savoring the wonderful sensation of the pheromones spreading and flowing through his body. Wherever they went, his meridians relaxed, all wounds healed, and his mood became joyful. Even his eyelashes trembled slightly, as if it were a bit overwhelming. So fragrant, so alluring, so unbearable. Is this the pheromone of the supreme female of the universe SSS level? Utterly pure, captivating the soul. Just the healing type, even through the air it's so intoxicating. If it were marking, how blissful would it be? Feeling better. Miantang withdrew her hand. The youth's eyes were still closed as if savoring the afterglow, and he only hummed a soft sound through his nose. It's so comfortable. Off. All wounds healed, it's so comfortable. At the same time as Finey also woke up. The little mermaid slowly opened her eyes, looking around in panic. When she saw them, she let out a frightened scream like a startled bird retreating backward. Don't come near, don't come near. Don't catch me, please, no. Mrs. Finey. Miantang pressed her hands firmly on her shoulders and said calmly, don't be afraid, you've been rescued. Rescued? She looked down at her hands and feet. The shackles were indeed gone, and the surroundings were no longer the sinister laboratory, but a convenience store. Before her stood a young man and woman with exquisite features. Really, she was rescued, she was rescued. She cried with joy and threw herself onto Miantang. Whoa, thank you for saving me. I was so scared they would pull out my scales and dissect my body. It's okay, just treat it as a nightmare, it's over. Miantang patted her gently, comforting her tenderly. Yu Zhongxian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect being rescued came with such treatment. He lightly rubbed his knuckles and began to line up. But this mermaid was crying for too long. In a blink, 10 minutes passed. Her scent must have already gotten on him, right? He frowned with slight displeasure and reminded Mrs. Finey. As Finey came to her senses, slowly let go of Miantang and looked at him. Hello, may I ask who you are? Miantang thought he called as Finey for something important, but he said nothing, just extended his arms straight toward her. She looked at him questioningly. Yu Zhongxian sensed a strong awkwardness in her expression, and his movements froze because she showed no intention of hugging him. He cleared his throat. My arm still hurts a bit. Still hurts. That shouldn't be. Could it be that her pheromones only heal external injuries, not internal ones? Once we get to a safe place, I'll apply medicine for you. Great. He happily agreed. Mrs. Finey, my name is Miantang from Central Star. Today I was originally attending your concert, but I witnessed the shadow robots kidnapping you, so I followed and rescued you. Now we're on a street not far from the experimental base. They might find us soon and recapture us. The situation is very dangerous, we must find a way to leave immediately. Miantang briefly explained their current situation to her. As Finey nodded and frantically felt around her body, my light brain was confiscated by them, and the conch I used to contact my clan is gone. Otherwise the king would definitely come to rescue us upon hearing the horn. Even with a light brain it's useless. There's no signal here. By the way, Miantang turned to Yu Zhongxian. Are you from here? That's great. Where's this? Moon Comet, the city of sin. Moon Comet. Miantang didn't even hear the city of sin part. Her attention was entirely on Moon Comet. She remembered that Yueling was from Moon Comet. Is this the planet where Yueling lives? She murmured softly. The youth's honey-colored pupils contracted slightly, wondering if he had misheard. Elder sister knows her. We're good friends, we met on Blue Fantasy Island. Do you know her too? Blue Fantasy Island. So the fairy sister that his little sister had been chattering about after returning from Blue Fantasy Island was him. He suddenly regretted his arrogance. I don't know, but... Before he could finish, his Finey let out a cry and stood up excitedly. Yueling. I know her. She's my fan, and I have a way to contact her. Miantang looked up and saw her extending a small red bead worn on her wrist. Fortunately, they only regarded it as an ordinary ornament and didn't remove it. This is a sensing bead, a gift from Yueling. She said that as long as I'm within the range of Moon Comet, by gently squeezing it, she can sense my location and come to me immediately. Saying that she squeezed it. Lockfeller Castle. Yueling was anxiously pacing in the hall when she saw the sensing bead light up. It was as Finey. The location. The city of sin. Without a second thought, she summoned her aircraft and flew swiftly toward the destination. After squeezing the sensing bead, as Finey let out a long sigh and waited for rescue with peace of mind. Miantang's brow furrowed slightly. Yu Zhongxian keenly sensed her mood. Elder sister, what's wrong? I'm worried that the Shadow Robot organization won't let us Finey go easily. Once they find she's gone, they'll search everywhere. If they discover that Yueling rescued her, it might implicate Yueling. After all, she is also its class female. What if she gets captured too? Yu Zhongxian looked at her, and in his mecha chest a heart harder than alloy softened a little. He had seen intelligent people who were often selfish, brave, people who were often reckless, kind people who were often foolish and naive. But he had never seen someone who possessed all these fine qualities with kindness still prevailing. And now he was about to take advantage of that kindness. No, it won't. Finey waved her hand with a smile, dispelling her worries. You and Yueling are friends. Don't you know how powerful her family is? Especially her brother. I don't know. Miantang shook her head. Actually, we only talked briefly, but she did mention that her brother is very powerful. Oh. Yu Zhongxian curled his lips and looked at her expectantly. How powerful? Not sure, I didn't ask. Isafini said. Her brother is an S-level combat male, the first interstellar commander possessing the innate ability to command troops in mecha battles and destroy all high-end intelligent products. He is the overlord of the Yuehui galaxy, and no one in the entire interstellar realm dares to provoke him, let alone that insignificant shadow robot organization. So formidable. Then she felt relieved. Yes, sister, Yu Zhongxian leaned in, blinking his starry eyes at her, acting cute. Yu Zhongxian is super powerful, maybe. He will help you destroy the shadow robot organization. It will definitely happen. Isafini said as she smoothed her beautiful long hair, her expression slightly shy. I heard from Yu Ling that her brother has liked me for a long time. This time when we meet, I will ask him to avenge me. He will definitely not refuse. Suddenly the slandered Yu Zhongxian. Miss Isafini, please show some respect. His tone suddenly turned cold, and his expression became extremely serious. Commander Yu Zhongxian has never had anyone he liked. At least not before today. How do you know there isn't? Isafini was a little unhappy because his tone was too harsh. Not to mention that she was a noble-level female possessing an appearance and pheromones that countless people were obsessed with. Just by virtue of her heavenly voice, she was famous across the entire interstellar realm with numerous fans. Even the most powerful male would find it normal to like her. Miantang was also puzzled. Why was his reaction so strong? He seemed very anxious. Yu Zhongxian glanced at Miantang, afraid of seeing suspicion in her eyes. I am a fan of the commander. So he was a little fanboy, unable to see his idol having a favorite female. Isafini could understand but still proudly raised the corner of her mouth. I will prove it to you right away. Yu Zhongxian's eyes darkened, feeling that this mermaid was a bit annoying. He looked up at the girl with sparkling eyes. Sister, do you believe what she said? Or do you believe what I said? Miantang was amused by him. This tone, why did it sound so much like a child acting spoiled and seeking favor? However, he indeed looked very young, obedient, and innocent, curled up beside her, his honey tea-colored fine hair pressed against her hand like a timid and cute rabbit constantly tempting her palm. She couldn't help reaching out and ruffling his head like teasing a little pet. If I believe you, what benefits are there? The head had always been the most sensitive spot for the commander. From childhood to adulthood, even his mother was not allowed to touch it, let alone anyone else. Once the enemy hit his helmet with an energy gun, and in his rage he annihilated their entire clan. And now, someone was openly and blatantly stroking his head. Yet the young man felt no disgust or anger in his heart. Instead, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body, like an electric shock, extremely pleasant. He wanted more. Not just the head, but the whole body. There is. His voice suddenly trembled, turning from the fierce battle rabbit, just now, into a pitiful little rabbit, a wronged look of being played in the palm of the master's hand, but unable to resist, which made Miantang even more playful. She rubbed his head again. What is there? Sister. There is. A trace of moisture glistened in Yu Zhongxian's honey tea-colored eyes. He looked up at her with a pitiful expression, while his hard fingertips were already tightly pressed into his palm. Stop touching him. Otherwise he would not be able to resist pouncing on her, tearing her apart, devouring her. In front of outsiders. Can't say it. Then Isafini is right. Of course I can. There is that he will cling to her for life. There is that I will always believe in you, sister. Trust for trust. Indeed, it was a child's nature. Oh, Miantang smiled as she extended her pinky finger to him. Then I will believe you too. Yu Zhongxian looked at her slender fair finger joints, and almost immediately hooked his pinky around hers. Pinky promise, with sister, never change for life. Hey. Isafini watched the two of them as if they had set up a barrier, creating a pleasant and relaxed atmosphere that others couldn't break into. She inexplicably felt that something was off. Miantang seemed to treat the young man before her only as a little pet, or a little brother, teasing and playing with him, her feelings pure as a handful of clear water. Yet the young man, seemingly naive and innocent, unaware of the world, occasionally revealed a gaze that stared straight at her, deep and scorching, filled with a male's intense possessiveness and desire for a female, more terrifying than coveting prey. Especially just now when he said, I will always trust you, sister, it was like, I will always like you, sister. The way he hooked his pinky finger with hers was also gently and ambiguously caressing. Especially just now when he said, I will always trust you, sister, it was like, I will always like you, sister. The way he hooked his pinky finger with hers was also gently and ambiguously caressing. Just as she was about to speak up to warn, she heard a noise at the door. Isafini. Miantang. Yu Ling hurriedly ran down from the aircraft and was pleasantly surprised to see Isafini, Miantang, and, besides Miantang, a young man with delicate features, obedient and clever. Who is he? Why does he look so familiar? Just as she was about to ask curiously, she suddenly remembered something, and her whole body felt as if struck by lightning. He couldn't be. Her brother could he? The only S-level combat male of the herbivore system since ancient times, possessing an innate dual form. One is an ordinary human form, and the other is a mecha warrior. After adulthood, the most intelligent, durable, agile, and handsome mecha grows inside his body, continuing to this day. Perhaps because the mecha form was too handsome, he never transformed back since, then causing her to almost forget his original appearance. It was only when she saw the iconic teardrop mole under his left eye that she recognized him. But even if his appearance changed, that was fine. How did her super cool and domineering brother beside Miantang seem to have turned into a docile and obedient little pet? Yu Ling could hardly believe her eyes. She rubbed them doubtfully, and just as she was about to confirm, Yusufini rushed over excitedly and embraced her. Yuling, you're here? Great, great. I was just kidnapped by shadow robots, and I was so scared. At the same time, she sensed the unique secret transmission technique of the Yu clan. Pretend you don't know me. It came from her brother. This creature before her. I know this young man. Was he really her brother? What had he gone through in just one night? How had he become like this? Had his neural chip been attacked? Miantang also walked over and greeted her. Long time no see, Yuling. Sorry to trouble you right away. This is... She reached out and patted Yu Zongxian's head, shocking Yuling once again. No one was allowed to touch her brother's head. Anyone who did would die. Even his mother couldn't touch it, yet Miantang had just reached out and stroked it. And her brother actually looked as if he was enjoying it immensely. Had his neural chip truly been attacked? Had he turned into a fool? Brother, you. Say it again, and you're dead. Yuling. Alright, that familiar tone confirmed he hadn't been attacked. He was doing this willingly. But why? She looked at Miantang. Could it be? There was only one possibility. Her brother had fallen in love at first sight with Miantang. One only makes exceptions for the brother about Miantang. Before she could finish, he gave a faint affirmation, as if he had already anticipated it. Yuling's heart went wild. Ah, she knew it. Miantang was so gentle, beautiful, and adorable. No male in the universe could resist her. Her brother was no exception. He had sworn before that he would never meet any female, let alone fall for one. Now he was eating his own words. Sister-in-law. She joyfully threw her arms around Miantang. The corners of Yu Zongxian's lips lifted slightly. For the first time, he found his little sister's big mouth quite pleasant. Miantang was bewildered. Why was Yuling calling her both brother and sister-in-law? Yuling, what's wrong? Nothing. Yuling forced down her excitement, taking both Miantang and Yusufini by the hand. I'm just so happy to see you that I'm rambling. By the way, you said he is. She deliberately glanced at her brother, waiting for Miantang's introduction to gauge how far things had developed. Surely they hadn't fallen for each other at first sight and pledged their lives. She was overthinking. Miantang said calmly, he's just a passerby we met on the street who stepped in to help. Passerby. Yu Zongxian lowered his gaze, his eyes wavering as he looked at her. In her mind, was he nothing more than an irrelevant passerby? Seeing this, Yuling couldn't help but stifle a laugh on the side. She had thought that someone as powerful as her brother could easily win any female's heart. Yet here he was transformed into an obedient little rabbit for Miantang, still not earning a second glance. No wonder she was her goddess. Truly extraordinary. Perfect. This would humble her brother's arrogance a little. Miantang saw the young man's eyes flickering, looking as if he might burst into tears. Fearing he would shed little pearls like Yusufini, she prepared to change her words and appease him. But Yuling grabbed her and pulled her away. Miantang, Fanny, this street is filthy. Let's not talk here. Let's hurry back to my place. With that, she summoned a flying vehicle. From the moment Miantang said the word passerby, Yu Zongxian had been staring at her intensely, on the vehicle inside it, and after they got off. Everyone noticed his abnormality, especially his neural chip, but this time it gave no data analysis. Because his emotions were far too complex. The turmoil, irritation, and sulking from being disowned by the girl. The urgent desire to possess her, yet the restraint to keep from revealing his wolfish ambitions and scaring her away. The selfish craving for her to look only at him and speak only to him, yet the necessity to endure and maintain his current persona until he entered her heart. It was so complex that it nearly burned out his neural chip, far beyond what machines could analyze. Wow, so beautiful. Yusufini sighed as they stepped off the flying vehicle. Even Miantang, who had seen many magnificent structures, was stunned by Lockefeller. The Gothic spires of the ancient castles pierced the clouds, towers and walls shimmering with extraordinary radiance. Bathed in moonlight, the cluster of castles looked like layered mountain ranges, vast and endless. The Disney castle she had once marveled at seemed like a mere toy in comparison. Inside the castle, mysterious family crests, magnificent murals, expensive sculptures, and exquisite furniture art. It felt like stepping into the Renaissance, every detail reflecting the owner's noble taste and status. According to Yusufini, Yu Zongxian was the master of the Yu clan, the ruler of the Yuehui galaxy. So this was like the imperial palace of the Central Star, just with a different political system and cultural expression. Yuling ordered the servants to prepare a banquet for the honored guests. Yusufini couldn't wait to ask, Yuling, where is your brother? Is he home now? Can we meet him? Her eyes stiffly shifted to Yu Zongxian. Meeting his chilly gaze, she shook her head firmly. He's not here. Then where is he? After hearing about your kidnapping, I came to ask for his help. He's already set out. I don't know how far he's gotten. Really? He went to rescue me. Yusufini clutched her heart, deeply moved. She turned to the young man proudly. Did you hear that? Your idol hasn't even met me, but he's willing to risk himself for me. Isn't that love? The culprit of the misunderstanding, the big-mouthed little rabbit, Yuling dared not lift her head to face her brother's murderous, chilling glare. Actually, for my brother, destroying the shadow robot organization is just a piece of cake. It's not really risking himself. She tried to make amends and salvage the situation. I know, he's the best. Yusufini's eyes sparkled with stars. I'm even more eager to meet him now. Oh no, oh no. Not only had she angered her brother and caused Yisafini to misunderstand, but most importantly, would Su Miantang also. Yuling cautiously peered over only to see the girl's face light up with sudden comprehension. No wonder. When I brought you out of the experimental base, I found all the robots around had been scrapped. And it's been so long yet they haven't tracked us down. Could they have already been destroyed? Sister. Fearing she might misunderstand, Yu Zhongxian was about to explain when he heard her continue with relief. If your brother really did destroy the Shadow Robot organization, that would be wonderful. Not only would Yisafini be grateful to him, but I would be too. Yu Zhongxian watched the faint smile welling up in her sparkling eyes as she seemed genuinely delighted. Sister is destroying the Shadow Robot organization that important to you? Of course. They had kidnapped and tormented Jun Xingyin for so many years it still haunted him. He had never stopped hunting them down. If he learned that organization had been wiped out, how overjoyed he would be. Moreover, the sooner such an evil organization vanished from the world, the sooner high-level beastmen would be free from its threat. Yu Zhongxian lowered his gaze and issued a command through his neural interface. Bring that skunk over. Yes. Luckily Miantang didn't dwell on it. Fearing they would continue the previous topic, Yuling quickly changed the subject. Neither of you has had dinner yet. You must be starving. Come on, are you at least? You have to try the lunar signature dishes. Wait. Su Miantang interrupted her, making Yuling tremble slightly. Miantang, is something the matter? Was she going to question her about her brother and Yisafini? There was really nothing between them. It was all her fault for playing matchmaker. Now that her brother had finally taken a liking to a female, if she ruined his chance, he would surely skin her alive, and she would never forgive herself either. Yuling, is there a medical room here? Yes, there is. Yuling nodded, looking at her flustered. Miantang, are you hurt? Where? Let me see. Namiats. Su Miantang turned to Yu Zhongxian, and only then realized that in her anxiety, she had not yet asked his name. Me? Sister. Yu Zhongxian's eyes suddenly lit up. The gloom that had shrouded his heart because she had called him a passerby instantly dissipated. So she had been thinking of him all along. Yuling. Brother. Injured. She couldn't even bring herself to connect those words. He had the innate, indestructible body of Yu Zhongxian, it's not that serious, sister. Just apply some medicine for me, and I'll be fine. Huh. So this was his real motive, wasn't it? She never expected that when her brother fell in love he would be like this. Playing weak, feigning illness, getting Miantang to take care of him. What a schemer. To make up for her mistake, she hastily had the servants bring a medical kit. Miantang, here are the medicines. Then come over and sit down. Su Miantang took the medical kit, pulled out iodine cotton balls, gauze ointments for blood stasis and swelling, put on sterile gloves, and looked quite professional. Meanwhile, Yu Zhongxian sat timidly beside her, as if he were frightened, pressing so close that their clothes overlapped before he stopped satisfied. Sister, will it hurt? No, we'll be very gentle. That's good, I'm a bit scared. Don't be afraid. First take off your clothes. Yuling. Is this something I'm allowed to hear? She poured 2 cups of tea and brought them over, overhearing Su Miantang asking his age. How old are you this year? Yu Zhongxian just turned 18. Yuling's hand trembled, nearly spilling the tea. In her mind, his clear, youthful baby voice echoed, just turned 18, brother, you're utterly shameless. Not only does he play weak, he also plays young. He's actually 22, a full 4 years older than Miantang, and yet he calls her sister. What about your family? Yu Zhongxian, as if struck by a painful memory, lowered his head slightly, his voice barely audible. There's no one left in my family. It's just me. Yuling staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Brother, do you have to sacrifice our entire family just to get a girlfriend? I'm sorry, I didn't know. Su Miantang quickly apologized. Then what's your name? I have no name. Yu Zhongxian shook his head. Just a stray in the city of sin. They call me beggar vermin, an unwanted wild. Enough. Su Miantang couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted him. How could such a handsome, well-behaved, righteous young man have such a tragic background? If sister doesn't mind, you can call me that too. Of course she minded. These were all highly insulting words. I do mind. Su Miantang looked at him with some pity. What is your beast form? Yu Zhongxian was momentarily stunned. Beast form. Such a private question was only asked between males and females who had mutual interest and had reached a certain stage in their relationship. Could it be that she was starting to become... She really did fall for this tactic. Lop-eared rabbit. Lop-eared rabbit. Su Miantang's eyelashes fluttered, and a ripple of light shimmered in her amber pupils. It really was a little rabbit. Such an adorable little rabbit, just like him. Yu Zhongxian wanted to see her reaction, but inadvertently drowned in those radiant, brilliant eyes. He felt as if he were standing in a splendid starry sky, beautiful beyond words. He was extremely close to her. From her eyes, nose, lips, neck, collarbone to the faint curve of her chest. He could see it all with a single downward glance. And the faint scent of tulips lingering around his nose. How could there be such a beautiful female in this world? Such intoxicating pheromones. And such a kind-hearted person. Every single point was brutally testing his patience, making his heart itch. Then can I call you little ears? Yes. Whatever she called him. Even if it were those harsh names he had just mentioned, as long as it came from her lips, he would find it beautiful. Then, he looked at her tentatively. Little ears won't be alone anymore, right? Su Miantang paused her application of the medicine, understanding his meaning. An orphan who had drifted from place to place, never settling, indeed lacked a sense of security, but staying by her side was hardly appropriate. Fanny, don't you smell a sour lovey-dovey stench? Yuling and Yisafini were eating melon together, munching and looking toward the sofa. No. Yisafini shook her head. I only smell a whiff of conspiracy. Indeed. Yuling nodded. Her brother's current appearance was just like the fox spirit in the myth, transforming into a beautiful fragile woman to deceive and devour an innocent scholar. All right. Su Miantang bandaged him up and lifted her head slightly, inadvertently meeting a pair of eyes as deep and dark as a pool, faintly tinged with a hint of fervent light. Little ears, what's wrong? Yu Zhongxian snapped back to reality, instantly switching to a clear and innocent gaze. With a slightly bashful expression, he lowered his head and murmured, "Sorry, sister is too beautiful. I accidentally got lost in looking." As if that aggressive look from before had been just an illusion, instinctively popped into his mind. Yu Zhongxian couldn't help. Then would sister like to have a taste? That sentence instinctively popped into his mind. Yu Zhongxian couldn't help frowning and massaging his temples. What was happening to him? The mercilessly beaten smart brain, it's so itchy, feels like it's growing a love brain. Miantang, dinner is ready. Okay. The four of them took their seats in order. Beside the rectangular dining table that could accommodate over 100 people, Yu Zhongxian insisted on sitting next to Su Miantang. He stood up to replace the waiter, pulling out her chair, spreading the napkin, cutting the steak, serving the soup, dipping sauces. Every step was performed with utmost grace, thoughtfulness, and skill. Thank you. Su Miantang took a sip of the pumpkin cream soup, enjoying his meticulous care, yet also feeling a hint of confusion. Little ears, you seem to know a lot about dining etiquette. According to what he said, he had been wandering in the City of Sin since childhood, so he should have had little opportunity to interact with nobles, let alone be so familiar with these intricate and complex rituals. Yu Zongxian's hand holding the knife and fork paused. Yuling also froze. She slowly raised her head, waiting for her brother to slip up. Unexpectedly, he answered fluently without a blush or a waver. To make a living, I once forged an identity and worked as a servant for the nobility for a while. But later they discovered my background, were disgusted, and fired me. Yuling. So that's it. Just a short period, and he could do so well. It showed he was not only clever, but also hardworking. Su Miantang silently noted his strengths in her heart. Yuling quietly lowered her head to eat her salad. She had never realized her brother was such a good liar. Yisafini kept lifting her head, looking toward the door. Yuling, isn't your brother coming back yet? Yuling hesitated, then caught the hinting gaze of the person opposite. She quickly and cleverly said, he's not coming back. He just sent a message on his light brain saying the army has a mission, and it won't be over for at least a few months. Off. Unable to see the person she wanted, Yisafini suddenly felt listless, finding even the delicious food on her plate tasteless. A few months, that long? Then tell me first, what kind of person is your brother? Yuling secretly looked up, glancing at the young man across the table who was sticking close to the girl. In the past, she would have boasted to be the one who understood her brother best in the world, but now forget it. He was just too unfamiliar. He's quite multifaceted. Yisafini became interested. For example, knowing that her brother's heart already belonged to Miantang, and he could no longer see anyone else, Yuling didn't want Yisafini to fall deeper, so she changed the subject. Let's talk about you first. Fanny, you are so beautiful with a sunny and cheerful personality and such fame. What kind of male would you like? Me. Yisafini cupped her face as if thinking of something and looked a bit shy. Maybe I'm different from ordinary females. Don't laugh when you hear it. I won't. I like those who are aloof, abstinent, and unworldly. Having promised not to laugh, Yuling still couldn't help it. Mainly because none of those three words could describe her brother, so she could rest assured. Such high standards, there probably aren't many who can meet them. Who says that? Admiral Yaslandi of the Central Galaxy, do you know him? Of course, he's the famous war god of the Interstellar. I think he's that kind of person. Su Miantang couldn't help but pause upon hearing this. Was the Admiral Yaslandi they were talking about the one she knew? Central Galaxy war god. It seemed it could only be him. But, aloof. He was clearly a secret flirt, no, an open flirt. Abstinent. Was it the kind who wandered naked in front of you during the day, or the kind who kidnapped you to a glacier and forced you to sleep in his arms? Especially recently, a strange memory had appeared in her mind. What Sessiva did to her after eating the demon fruit on the fruit planet was simply too insane. When he came back, she would definitely unworldly. That went without saying. He tasted everything she made. Fanny, do you know him? Yuling was curious. No. Yisafini shook her head. Then how do you know his personality? I remember once I was having a concert on the sea. A military fleet passed overhead, and almost all the soldiers looked at me except him. That aloof, abstinent, and extraordinary back view has been unforgettable to me ever since. Ha ha ha. The thing you like is indeed different from ordinary females. It must be because you are usually pursued too much, so you care about those who ignore you. But those might just be a beautiful illusion. Su Miantang put down her knife and fork. Upon hearing this, Yuling and Yisafini both looked at her curiously. Illusion? Although Lanlan had many merits, they were absolutely unrelated to what she had just said. What do you mean? Oh right, Miantang, I almost forgot. You're also from the Central Galaxy. You don't happen to know the war god, do you? The three were discussing enthusiastically at the table, but Yu Zongxian's eyes darkened, especially knowing that the subject of their conversation was the top formidable rival in love that the smart brain had analyzed for him. Sister, try this bread I dipped for you. He deliberately interrupted them. Yu Ling seemed to smell a sour scent and smiled without speaking. The Duchess. The Duchess has arrived. Suddenly the announcement of a guard came from outside. Everyone rose to pay their respects. Duchess Salali heard that her son had brought the famous interstellar superstar, Yisafini, home. Believing everything was going smoothly as she had envisioned, she was so excited she couldn't sleep and insisted on coming over late at night to see if it was true. But unexpectedly, after entering the dining room, the first thing she saw was not Yisafini, not her son, who had taken human form, nor her youngest daughter. Instead, it was a female sitting at the end of the long table dressed in the most understated, yet most captivating manner. Who was she? How could she be so beautiful? So beautiful that one couldn't look away. Good evening, Duchess. Yisafini performed a curtsy. Hello, you must be Linger's idol, the famous interstellar superstar, Miss Yisafini. Yes. I'm very glad you could visit our home. She offered a slight smile of greeting, then passed by her son and daughter and walked straight towards Su Miantang. Su Miantang rose, but before she could curtsy, Duchess Hilary grasped her hand and gently lifted her. No need for formalities, fair lady. May I ask your name? I am Su Miantang. Su Miantang. What a melodious name. Wait. The Duchess paused as if struck by a sudden recollection, her fingers freezing midair. Su Miantang. Wasn't she the one Linger mentioned? The female, without pheromones. How could this be? She was so strikingly beautiful, her demeanor so refined. Yu Zongxian observed their clasped hands, the faintest smirk curling at the corner of her eyes. Mother always conducted herself with propriety and discretion, never initiating physical contact so abruptly. This meant she too was utterly charmed. Duchess Hilary lamented inwardly, only to see her son transform into his primal form, his gaze fixed on the maiden before him with an unprecedented, fervent, and burning adoration. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Could her son have set his sights not on Yisafini, but on her? It was only natural. She was so dazzling that even she, the Duchess, had been drawn to her first. But, absolutely not. Yu Zongxian sensed her mother's telepathic message and furrowed her brow. Why? Because she is a female without pheromones. Had it been any other child, she would have let them be. But not him. He was the pride of the herbivore clan, bearing the honor of the entire family. He could never be matched with a pheromoneless female. It would ruin him. With that, she turned and strode toward Yisafini. Even if she had no pheromones, even if she had nothing at all, I would still want only her. You. Duchess Hilary fumed, seeing through his little trick. Just as she was about to expose him, she caught the latter half of his message. What's more, she is an SSS-level female. Well, what? Duchess Hilary nearly twisted her back as she spun around. Su Miantang quickly steadied her. Duchess, are you all right? I am fine. The ever-graceful Duchess Hilary for the first time lost her composure. She stared at the young woman, before her disbelief written all over her face. She was the legendary newly emerged SSS-level female of the Central Star, the supreme being under heaven. No wonder her beauty and grace were so ethereal and transcendent. She had thought. There was no way she could be a pheromoneless female. Yu Ling too was rooted to the spot, utterly stunned by the revelation. Miantang, an SSS-level female. What did that even mean? Nearly divine, wasn't it? As she was about to lose it. Why wasn't she born male? What a waste, letting her brother have the luck. Honorable Miss Su Miantang. Duchess Hilary's demeanor shifted entirely. She took Su's hand with fervent excitement. Would you care to join me for a tour of the castle after dinner? Of course, Su Miantang nodded. It would be my honor. For some reason, she felt the Duchess' warmth was excessive, especially when she stayed for dinner, fussing over her like a mother hen. Could it be that she, like Queen Jenny, had perceived her pheromone level? After dinner, the party began their tour of the castle. From the grand moat to the majestic towers, through the inner courtyard, across the gardens, they finally arrived at the gallery, housing countless exquisite artworks. There, Su Miantang was captivated by a painting. It depicted a man from behind. More precisely, a man fused with machinery. He was clad in hard, sharp silver armor with a pair of elegant, yet fierce mechanical wings. His entire form emanated a cold metallic sheen, and atop his head a censer bore a string of optical brain code. He strode alone through a battlefield shrouded in smoke, exuding an overwhelming sense of technological intimidation that surpassed the threat of any conventional weapon. Yu Zongxian noticed her fixed gaze on the painting, and his heart sank with a heavy beat. Sister, do you like this painting? I do. It's quite unique. This was painted by the most renowned artist on Comet Yuehue, commissioned for my son. Duchess Hilary said, approaching and observing her son's smug expression at the compliment. She couldn't help but smile. It's also my favorite. She and Sienna were truly destined. Amid so many exquisite, priceless artworks, she had stopped here. What else could this be if not a match made in heaven? So this was Yu Zongxian, the first interstellar commander, a fusion of Beastman and Mecha. No wonder he possessed the unparalleled ability to destroy all high-end smart devices. She just wondered what his face looked like from the front. Duchess. Just then a servant rushed in from outside carrying a cage. What is that stench? The crowd wrinkled their noses in disgust, covering them. Your Grace, this was just delivered from the military base. The commander specifically instructed it be presented to a lady named Su Miantang as a gift. Su Miantang looked puzzled. What is this? The servant pulled off the cloth covering the cage, revealing a skunk inside. This is Dr. Lawrence, the head of the Shadow Bot organization. Dr. Lawrence. Su Miantang was shocked. Yu Zhongxian had actually destroyed the Shadow, but why hand the ringleader over to her? As if he knew of their enmity. And they had never met. How could there be a gift? The commander said he witnessed Miss Su Miantang rescuing Miss Yisafini in the lab, and he deeply admires your wisdom and courage. Thus he entrusts Dr. Lawrence to your disposal. So that was it. Su Miantang accepted the cage, her heart filled with gratitude. It's a pity he's not here, or I would thank him in person. Please convey to him, my lady, that I love this gift more than words can say. Duchess Hilary glanced at her son, a meaningful tone in her voice. Very well, but I believe you two will meet eventually. So you were the one who wanted to harm me. Yisafini, upon hearing Dr. Lawrence, charged angrily, ready to unleash her pheromones and strike him dead. Su Miantang stopped her. Feigning spare his life for now. Why? He's a devil who has done countless evils. Su Miantang, because there is someone who has been harmed even more deeply by it, and they will surely want to handle it personally. It turned out that she didn't want it for herself. Who was the one harmed even more deeply? It sounded like that person was very important to her. Yu Zhongxian slightly furrowed her brows. All right. Yisafini withdrew her hand. He'll listen to my savior. Letting it die like this would indeed be too easy. When there's a decision on its disposal, you must tell me. Then let's take a photo. Yisafini pulled out her light brain. I want to record this beautiful moment and post it on my social media account, firstly, to let my fans know I'm safe, secondly, to celebrate my narrow escape today, the successful destruction of the Shadow Robot organization, and meeting my savior, and all of you good friends. Great. Yuling cooperatively posed. Su Miantang, remembering Queen Jenny's words to conceal her identity as much as possible, thought appearing in an Interstellar Superstar social media account would be too conspicuous, so she only showed one hand. It didn't come out well. Miantang stand in the middle. Yisafini reached out to embrace Su Miantang, but was subtly blocked by Yu Zhongxian. No need, right? Sister is so beautiful, being exposed on a large social media account would bring her a lot of unnecessary disturbance. An SSS level female, the number of coveters probably couldn't fit on a whole planet. That's true. Yisafini nodded. Su Miantang looked at the young man beside her. Such a considerate little ears shouldn't have to keep wandering anymore. Miantang, let's take a few private photos later, stored in a private album, never to be leaked. Yuling, include me. The three females started taking photos in the vast castle from various angles and poses. After a full half hour, they were stopped by Duchess Salali. Linger, you're too playful. You've forgotten to properly entertain the guests. Miss Su Miantang, Miss Yisafini, it's getting late. You must be tired, right? I have arranged rooms. Later, I'll have a servant take you there. Great. Yisafini agreed readily, but Su Miantang refused. Thank you for your kindness, Duchess, but I need to go back. Go back. Everyone said in unison. Too soon. We just arrived. Why not stay a couple more days? Tomorrow is Monday, though I have to work. Besides, if she disappeared for too long, the males around her would worry. Fortunately, before coming, she had posted a status saying, catching up on sleep over the weekend, so no one should disturb her, but if she didn't show up during work hours and her light brain couldn't be reached, they would definitely suspect something. Miantang, you're too diligent. Working is one thing, but you're so punctual. I just met you, I haven't had enough fun. Yuling and Yisafini came over and wrapped their arms around her left and right. Yu Zhongxian silently walked behind her. Duchess Salali, though eager to persuade her to stay, could understand. If their country had an SSS-level female, she would worry even if she just stepped out, let alone leave the planet. Moreover, her son seemed to have a way to stay by her side. It's okay, when the holidays come, he'll come visit you all, or you can come to the Central Star. Deal. Miantang, when this interstellar tour is over, I must take you to play in the sea. There are plenty of fine wines, beautiful scenery, and handsome males. You'll love it. The three parted reluctantly. As she was about to board the spacecraft, Su Miantang looked at Yu Zhongxian. Little ears, do you still want to keep wandering? The meaning of those words. No. The young man immediately lifted his head, his eyes bright. He knew it. She would take him along. Yuling. Unexpectedly, the girl turned directly to Yuling. Can I ask you a favor? Miantang, why are you being so polite with me? Let alone one favor, even 10 or 100, as long as you need it, I'll do my best. All right. Little ears is smart, kind, attentive, and hardworking. Can you arrange a steady job for him on the moon comet? What? As the words fell, the air instantly froze. Yuling's expression froze. The light in Yu Zhongxian's eyes also froze. She didn't plan to bring him along. This. What to do? Yuling was suddenly so embarrassed she scratched her head, regretting agreeing so readily. Brother would kill her. Brother. She wanted to sneak a glance at him for help, but unexpectedly saw a terrifying sight that made her whole body shudder. Su Miantang, puzzled, followed her gaze and saw, on the head of the young man beside her, two pure white fluffy long ears had popped out. The ears drooped slightly over his beautiful face, just right to wipe away the large crystal clear teardrops welling up in his honey tea eyes. Sister doesn't want me anymore. You? He actually cried, and used his ears to wipe his tears. That was too unfair. Su Miantang's heart instantly felt as if someone was squeezing it so tight she couldn't speak. She didn't know if she was overwhelmed by his cuteness or frightened. Yuling. Brother, don't be like this, I'm scared. Yisafini suddenly understood the appeal of being bullied to tears while calling her sister. That was simply too thrilling. Duchess Salali. I'm worthy of being my son. I didn't. You did. You're going to abandon me. Yu Zhongxian lowered his head, dropping little pearls of tears one by one, startling Su Miantang into quickly pulling out a handkerchief to wipe them for him. Does sister also despise my identity? Like everyone else thinking I... No. Su Miantang interrupted him. I just think you are a moon comet native, grew up here, staying here would be better. I don't want to. Yu Zhongxian shook his head, crying while tightly gripping her hand. His slightly reddened, shattered gaze made anyone who saw it feel heartbroken. I don't want to stay on the moon comet, there are all bad people here. Right. Yuling, scared stiff, stammered in agreement. In the moon comet system, the status of males is indeed very low, especially for someone in his special situation. He would face discrimination wherever he works. Sister, let me follow you to the central star, okay? I just want to stay by your side. He pleaded with her in a clear, trembling, sobbing voice, gently rubbing his fluffy long ears against her palm, gradually breaking down her defenses. I can wash clothes, cook, sweep the floor, clean windows. I can do anything. All right. Su Miantang, completely defenseless, nodded. Really? In Yu Zongxian's moist eyes brimming with teardrops, a glint of cunning flashed. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. He truly could do anything, including. He stared intently at her. Thank you, sister. I will definitely strive to survive on the central star and not hold you back. The aircraft had vanished without a trace. Yuling was still trying to process what had happened. As if seeing a ghost in the dead of night, she patted her own cheeks and turned to her mother. Mother, don't you think he's a little too terrifying? He actually had two faces. Having grown up together for so many years, she had never once seen him cry. And now tears were falling just like that. The galaxy's top commander reduced to such a spine-chilling sight. What's wrong with that? Duchess Hillary was not only unshaken, but rather gratified. It's only natural to put in some effort to win the favor of an SSS-level female. Her dear son had finally grown up. Central Star Imperial Palace. Ever since Isfini was kidnapped, Jun Xingyin had been investigating the case. Just when he finally found a clue, he saw a photo posted on Isfini's social account. A hand in the picture. With a buzzing sound, his mind went blank. His fingers trembling, he dialed the girl's optical brain. Once, twice, 3 times, but no one answered. Terrified, he activated his combat power and raced toward the Jiuqing Villa district. Why was Tang Tang with Isfini? Had the shadow robots taken her too? What had they done to her? He dared not even imagine. Meanwhile, within the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, Lu Silly, who had been closely monitoring the shadow robot incident, was also shocked and rushed to the Jiuqing Villa district without a moment's delay. Fortunately, by the time they arrived, Su Miantang was just stepping off the aircraft. Miantang. Tang Tang. The two males rushed over and embraced her tightly. Having just returned home, Su Miantang was lifted off the ground by both of them, her feet dangling. What's wrong with you two? Tang Tang, are you all right? Countless unanswered questions melted into overwhelming concern. Jun Xingyin carefully examined her body, while Lu Silly, still somewhat rational, saw from the new health monitoring bracelet that all her vital signs were normal. However, Miantang, why were you in Isfini's star chart? Su Miantang. They could recognize her from just one hand. It's a long story. But your highness, I brought you a gift. A gift? Tada. She lifted the cage in her hand and pulled off the cloth, revealing a panicked skunk inside. Lauren, the leader of the shadow robot organization, the demon who had tormented his body and soul for years. Even if turned into his original form, even if reduced to ashes, he would recognize him. The shadow robot organization has been completely wiped out by Yu Zhongxian, the first commander of the Yuehui galaxy, and he gave me the mastermind DR. Lauren, now I'm giving it to you. You can deal with it yourself. Facing his enemy again with the chance to slay him with his own hands, Jun Xingyin thought he would be overjoyed. But the moment he realized that Tang Tang had risked her life for this, his heart felt as if pierced by needles, aching beyond endurance. In his heart, hatred had long been replaced by love. No one and nothing mattered more than a single strand of Tang Tang's hair. Lu Silly also frowned, his gaze reproachful. Because of his obsession, Miantang had nearly been put in danger. Tang Tang. Jun Xingyin held her tightly, almost embedding her into his body. Don't risk yourself for me anymore, okay? No one is more important than you. Feeling his trembling frame and choked voice, Su Miantang was slightly surprised. The big lion. Was he about to cry? She hadn't expected that infiltrating the shadow robot organization would frighten him so much. Reaching out to tousle his hair, she promised solemnly, okay. Behind her, Yu Zhongxian stepped out of the aircraft and happened to witness the scene. So Dr. Lauren was a gift for him. The crown prince of the Central Star System, one of her suitors. His eyes darkened slightly. Suddenly he regretted giving that gift. He had done all the work for someone else's gain. After Jun Xingyin and Lu Silly heard the girl's account of the past 2 days, they saw a strange young man emerge from her aircraft. Miantang, who is he? He's the little ears I just told you about. Su Miantang waved at him from afar. Little ears, come here. Let me introduce you. This is the Dean of the National Academy of Sciences, Lu Silly, and this is the crown prince of the empire Jun Qingyin. Yu Zhongxian approached polite and reserved. Hello brothers. So this was the herbivorous beast man who had helped Tang Tang in the city of Sin. He looked very weak. Seeing that he was young and orphan, and had helped Miantang lose silly bore him no ill will. But even so weak as he was still a male, and it was highly inappropriate for him to live in a female's home. Your little ears. How about coming back with me to the Academy of Sciences? Academy of Sciences? Yu Zhongxian seemed unaware of the place, muttering it to himself a few times. Suddenly his expression turned panicked as he grabbed Su Miantang's sleeve and hid behind her, not daring to lift his head. Sister, is that the place where they dissect little bunnies for experiments? No, I don't want to go. I'm scared. Su Miantang laughed. Dean, don't scare him. He's very timid. Lu Silly didn't think much of him, but Jun Qingyin sensed something peculiar about him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what. He looked like nothing more than an ordinary little rabbit. Then come back with me to the palace. The palace? That could be considered. Su Miantang rubbed her chin and was about to look at Yu Zhongxian when she saw him trembling even more. The palace. I once wandered the streets and was beaten by the palace guards. Seeing them triggers me. Triggers? Then forget it. Let him stay with me for a few days. Once he finds a suitable job, he can move out. He'll arrange it. Before Jun Qingyin could finish, Yu Zhongxian interrupted him. Don't trouble yourselves, brothers. My job is simple and ordinary. We'll find it easily. By the way, where's Rongrong? Su Miantang was a bit curious. She hadn't seen him for a while. Jun Qingyin shifted his attention away from him. He set up a barrier on Zhufeng Peak. He won't come out until he reaches S-Rank. S-Rank? How is that possible? Last time he had forced himself because of Catherine's humiliation. What was the reason this time? Did Catherine bully him again? No. Then he'll go find Tang Tang. Jun Qingyin pulled her back. Huarong probably thinks his level is too low to be worthy of you, so he's overthinking. Give him some time to cool down. He'll come around. Okay. Su Miantang couldn't help but clench her hands in worry. After Jun Qingyin and Lu Silly departed, Yu Zhongxian slowly raised his head, gazing at their retreating figures, yet his hand still clung tightly to Su Miantang's sleeve. He had long known that his rivals for her affection were numerous and formidable, but he hadn't expected them to be so vigilant. It seemed he needed to redouble his efforts. Sister, do the brothers not like me? Not at all. Didn't they warmly offer to help you find a job? But they all want me to leave you. Perhaps they're not yet familiar with you, so they still have reservations. And you, sister, are you at ease with me? Of course. Su Miantang took the wrist of this insecure young man and led him toward the villa. Come in, little ear. Treat this place like your own home. Yu Zhongxian lowered his gaze to her hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. All right. Xiaomi, sensing its owner's presence from afar, flew out to greet her. Upon seeing Yu Zhongxian, it curiously circled him twice. The display screen was about to flash the word rabbit when it suddenly seemed to be controlled, paused, and then buzzed happily as it fluttered its wings. A super handsome guy has arrived. He looks absolutely perfect with our owner. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Su Miantang had never seen Xiaomi so delighted or speak so much at once. It seemed to have become much more intelligent. Had it secretly upgraded without her knowledge? She curiously picked it up to inspect its system, but found nothing unusual. It seems to really like you. I like it too. Its owner. Yu Zhongxian curled his lips, discreetly lowering the finger behind his back as he walked into the villa. But the moment he stepped over the threshold, his smile froze. Sister, is this your home? It's so. That familiar rhetoric. Su Miantang immediately grew wary, looking at him. He wore an expression of utter admiration. So big. Bingo. That was the normal reaction. Her 4-story oversized villa had finally been acknowledged. She couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, completely oblivious to the cold gleam in the young man's eyes as he lowered his head. Her suitors had let her live in this cramped space. It wasn't even big enough for his shoe collection. Sister, did the brothers buy this villa for you? No, it was provided by the Female Protection Agency, so it was even state-funded. His expression grew even colder. Once I earn money, I'll buy you a bigger one. No need, I'm quite content here. Such a tiny place, and she was content. Yu Zhongxian frowned. But within moments, he would be proven wrong. The sofas, curtains, carpets, cushions, and even the air in the house were saturated with the fragrant pheromone scent of the young maiden. Immersed in it, he felt as if he were in paradise, so lightheaded that he wanted to transform into a lop-eared rabbit and roll around. It was too comfortable. He longed to stay here forever. It seemed a small space did have its advantages. It preserved the scent. Little ear, get familiar with the room. They'll go water the potted plants. All right. Yu Zhongxian walked into the study, using his smart brain to scan the titles of various books she often read. In the living room, he stored a digital copy of her hand-painted artwork on the wall. In the kitchen, he found a strange white box and examined it for a while. Sister, what is this? Sugar. Sugar. Nothing special. He was about to put it down when he heard the girl's next words. I made it myself. It's called marshmallow. He immediately picked it up again. May I have a piece? Of course. The young man curiously unwrapped one and put it in his mouth. He had thought the best taste would be no different from the 5-star nutritionist's creations in the castle. But to his surprise, it was aromatic, soft, dense, and smooth. A sweetness he had never experienced before. For a moment he was stunned. Sister, it's so sweet. I'm glad you like it. I love it. I absolutely love it. This candy felt just like her, surprising and sweet, always beyond expectation. Sister, you read books, paint, grow flowers, and even make candy. You're a treasure of a female. May I take a few more pieces? Of course, there's plenty more. He greedily pocketed a few pieces and walked toward the balcony. And then, he saw the real treasure. Hanging on the clothes rack were a few pieces of the young maiden's lace lingerie. His smart brain instantly measured the size, 36C. 36C. His honey brown eyes narrowed involuntarily. How could such a slender waist bear such a burden? In his mind, an uncontrollably exaggerated, blood-pumping, tantalizing image emerged, and suddenly, he felt completely off-kilter. Warning. Severe warning. Detected a rapid surge in your male hormone levels. Please control it immediately, or else. Huh. Why was the owner completely unresponsive? Miantang was watering the potted plants when a thought struck her. Her expression froze and she dashed toward the balcony at full speed. Little ear, the balcony is not. It was too late. The young man stood on the balcony staring fixedly at the two pieces of lingerie above. Don't look. She rushed over, blushing with embarrassment, and quickly gathered them up. Yu Zhongxian obediently looked away, but his gaze gradually shifted from the lingerie to her figure, and he couldn't help swallowing. So big, especially as they swayed with her movements, trembling back and forth like. Miantang stood on her tiptoes and covered his eyes with her hand. Little ear, where are you looking? Such a young age, and you're not learning properly. Sister. Yu Zhongxian's eyes were covered by her warm, soft palm, plunging him into darkness, which only expanded his imagination. He curled his lips mischievously. I was talking about the view outside. What were you implying? Miantang turned her head and saw outside on a slender branch of a fruit tree 2 plump, ripe peaches hanging. You'd better be talking about those. At night, Yu Zhongxian lay in bed, his hands behind his head, recalling the enchanting allure of the blushing girl. A silly smile crept across his lips. So tempting. He wanted to tease her. Smart brain analysis, obsessed expression. Smart brain analysis, not unresponsive, but beyond saving. The young man tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He flicked his fingers, instructing Xiaomi to sneak into the owner's room and record the girl's sleeping face for him to watch. Watching the serene and beautiful little female on the live feed, his body began to grow restless, aroused with unbearable longing. When would he be able to sleep with her? The next day, before Miantang went to work, she took out 50,000 star coins from the storage cabinet. Little ear, here. Sister, what's this? Yu Zhongxian took the money, a look of slight bewilderment on his face, as if he hadn't quite processed it. This is your living expenses. You can spend the next few days getting familiar with the Central Star environment. Buy some daily necessities at the supermarket. Don't rush to find a job. If you need money, just ask me. Yu Zhongxian, who had shouldered the burden of his family's honor and prosperity since he was a teenager, received money from a female for the first time. He didn't know how to react. The feeling was both sweet and unfamiliar, and it carried a strange sense of belonging, as if he were a favored male being cherished by his matriarch. He looked at the star coins in his hand, and the part of his heart that had collapsed instantly crumbled further like a cascade of dominoes. Sister, are you keeping me? Miantang said, this is called sponsorship, not kept. It's the same. The young man suddenly rushed over and hugged her tightly, pressing her against his chest to soothe the surging love. Miantang was stunned. Showered, will you? Sister. Thank you, sister. I suddenly feel like I have a home. So it was from being moved. She couldn't help but reach out and lovingly pat the little rabbit's head. If you wish, you can consider this your home for now. I do. But he wanted not just temporarily, but permanently. And even more, he wanted her to be his mistress, his lifelong mistress. Then sister will go out during the day to find a job and come back at night to cook for you. All right. The moment Miantang left home, Yu Zhongxian spread his wings and flew onto the warship. After watching her enter the National Academy of Sciences, he headed straight for the U Comet. Brother. Yuling looked at him in astonishment. Aren't you supposed to be on the Central Star with Miantang? Why are you back so soon? Don't tell me. You were discovered for who you really are and kicked out. Shut your crow's mouth. Yu Zhongxian squinted, his dangerous expression instantly silencing Yuling. Fortunately, he was in a good mood today. Not only did he not argue with her, but he also tossed her a piece of candy. From your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Miantang. She immediately tore it open, and after tasting the wonderful sweetness of the cotton candy, a look of shock burst into her eyes. So delicious. Are all the candies on Central Star this soft and sweet? She made them herself. Wow. Sister-in-law is amazing. She's so beautiful and can do everything. She's like a fairy. Her heartfelt praise made the corners of the man's eyes slightly lift, as if he felt proud of it. Brother, is there more? I want to eat some too. Don't be greedy. Yu Zhongxian ignored her. There were only 6 pieces in total, not even enough for him. You only gave me 1 piece and call me greedy. You're so stingy. I see your pocket is bulging. You must have dozens. These, Yu Zhongxian casually pulled out 50,000 star coins from his pocket. Your sister-in-law gave me this as pocket money. Yuling was dumbfounded. Brother with candy in one hand and money in the other, did he go to Central Star to be a kept man? Brother, are you being kept? And he seemed proud of it. At the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, Miantang was conducting an experiment when her secretary Oliver knocked on her door. Researcher Sue, sorry to interrupt. The dean would like to see you in his office. Do you have time? Yes. She removed her gloves, paused the experiment, and followed him. Inside the office, Lucille was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, intently reading a document in his hands. Dean, Researcher Sue is here. Good, you may leave now. He nodded coolly, but after Oliver left he stood up and firmly closed the door. Dean, is there something? Seeing his serious expression, Miantang thought it was something important, but after closing the door, he produced an ice cream from behind his back. Strawberry flavor, her favorite. Miantang working hard. Have an ice cream. Thank you. Miantang accepted it with curved brows. Dean, how did you know I like this? Last time he saw it from the gift given by the twin stars. Just a guess. Sit down. She had only taken one bite when he led her to the seat. This was the dean's seat. Being called into the office, fed treats, and occupying his chair. It felt like a cliché drama where a spoiled employee and a cold-hearted boss have a secret affair. A bit too thrilling. She was about to stand up when his words mesmerized her. Miantang, ever since your new inhibitor theory was published on the Academy's official website, many people have signed up. These are the personnel lists and profiles after system screening. The Academy has decided to start a pilot program with some of them. Take a look. All right. She took the documents and flipped through them page by page carefully. When she reached the end, she froze. Chinyenjo. Need for new inhibitor, urgent, approaching heat period. Special note, 26 years old, class, male, large feline beast man. Note, after professional medical evaluation, there is a possibility of delayed differentiation into an S-class, male, requiring close monitoring. Blood and pheromone matching matches with hundreds of females in the galaxy at 40 qualified or above. Need for new inhibitor, urgent, approaching heat period. Special note, suspected criminal history. These few lines of text revealed many puzzling points. Dean, why is this person on the list? He doesn't meet the criteria for the new inhibitor distribution at all. The first batch of new inhibitors targeted males with a matching rate below 40 with female pheromones and a number of matches not exceeding 100. Without inhibitors, they could face life-threatening danger at any time. But this person who had a matching rate of over 40 with hundreds of females listed his need for the new inhibitor as urgent. Lucille lowered his gaze. It's him. Who is he? He is the largest arms dealer in the galaxy. His family has immense wealth and power. Perhaps that's why he was admitted as an exception, especially since the Central Star and X-Planet are at war, involving such critical national security. So that was it. Then since his conditions are so excellent, why doesn't he directly match with a suitable female? That's unclear. Lucille shook his head, slightly frowning. But this person is very dangerous. Dangerous. The last column, suspected criminal history. According to what I've heard, the version circulating on the Star Net is that at the age of 6, he pushed an adult female into the water, nearly drowning her. Because of this, he was even wanted by the galaxy's female protection agencies, but due to his family's overwhelming power, the matter was eventually dropped. At only 6 years old, he had harmed a female. Either it was a misunderstanding, or he was extremely aggressive. If it was the latter, then if he successfully differentiated into an S-class male, and couldn't get through his heat period, he would mentally collapse into a beast, and no one knows how many people he would hurt. It seems he truly does require the new inhibitor. Miantang withdrew his personal file, and placed it on the first page. Lucille. On Wednesday, these volunteers will gather at the Institute to have their blood samples collected. Ensure all staff remain vigilant, and proceed with caution. What troubles you, Director? I worry they may lose control at any moment. The others are one thing, but if they harm you. He paused mid-sentence. It was likely because her sudden disappearance yesterday, appearing in the photograph of his Finey, had startled him. He had subconsciously still regarded her as a pheromoneless female in need of his protection and tender care, utterly forgetting that she was now an SSS-class female supreme under heaven, and even the strongest SS-class combat male in the galaxy would submit meekly before her. Forgive me. Lucille lowered his head, inadvertently catching sight of the girl's lips, as rosy and full as rose petals stained with a few traces of unmelted milky white ice cream. He gently flicked his tongue over them and swallowed slowly. His ink-violet pupils constricted, sharply gleaming faintly. Suddenly he no longer wished to shelter her beneath his wings and care for her tenderly. Instead, he wanted to press her beneath him and take her fiercely. A rustling of footsteps outside the door pulled his rationality back slightly. This was the office. What was happening? Ever since meeting her, his prized self-control and gentlemanly decorum had all crumbled, his mind filled with images that could not see the light. If the last heat cycle had been provoked by her pheromones, now merely looking at her was enough to arouse him. The man's breath began to grow restless. Yet the girl remained unaware of the danger, holding her ice cream with a radiant smile, like a seductive, enchanting phoenix tail flower. The others are one thing. Director, how heartbroken would everyone be if they heard you say that? Miantang. Lucille unconsciously placed his hands on the girl's chair, enveloping her completely beneath his tall frame. His slow, leaning approach from above left Miantang momentarily stunned. Moi. You are different from the others. I know. She was a female. Miantang, why do you always call me director? Because this is the research institute. Do you truly see me only as a director? Outside the institute am I nothing but an insignificant passerby, just like these names on the list. His voice grew slightly hoarse, and his expression gradually turned stubborn faintly, reminding Su Miantang of his terrifying appearance during his last heat. He was utterly unlike his usual self. Could it be that before these high-risk individuals on the list go into heat, he would be the first to do so? Who was truly more dangerous? Of course not, Director. Are you all right? Yes. He was fine. The corners of Lucilla's eyes softened, gratified by her answer. It seemed that every time she called him Director it was merely a form of flirtation. But, Miantang, I wanted. The man leaned down, his warm, erratic breath spilling over her cheeks, his eyes fixed on that alluring red lips, as if he would bite down the next moment. Su Miantang was certain he was in heat. Recalling the last time in Laboratory 1, his reckless, uncontrollable frenzy, and fearing that the commotion would alert Secretary Oliver outside, she quickly raised her hand and activated her pheromones. SSSS-4 type, calming pheromones. An intensely seductive phoenix tailflower pheromone surged in violently, overwhelming Lucilla, without resistance, forcing him to transform into his beast form on the spot. Su Miantang, now holding the massive crimson fox in her arms, felt a bit awkward. Forgive me, Director. I misjudged the dosage. She had intended to release only a little to ease him slightly, but she had overdone it. Immersed in the rich, sweet SSS glass female pheromones, Lucilla had lost all reason. Whether in human or beast form, he was driven solely by the love in his heart and primal desires burrowing desperately into her embrace. To please her, he even lifted his paw, rolled onto his back, and wrapped his fiery, fluffy tail around her arm. This clingy, seductive demeanor. Where was the dignity of the King of Qingqiu, the authority of the Institute Director? He was nothing but a bewitching male Daji incarnate. Su Miantang could not resist the temptation and began to toy with him. First she touched the resplendent fiery phoenix tailflower mark on his forehead, then tapped his round nose, tugged his pointed ears, and stroked his fine lustrous fur. Finally he extended his massive fluffy vibrant red foxtail before her, as if inviting her to play with it. Su Miantang immediately recalled the corresponding part of his human form, and her mind went blank. Are you sure this is something you can touch? Miantang, please, I beg you. The crimson fox buried its head shyly in its body, too ashamed to show its face. With a sudden bang, the office door was pushed open without warning. Director, I found. Professor Heller rushed in, excitedly clutching a stack of documents, only to see Su Miantang. In a panic she shoved the crimson fox under the desk. As their eyes met, the first thought that flashed through both their minds was, why you again? Researcher Su, what are you doing here? And sitting in the director's chair? I came to see the director too. I found him not here, so I started reviewing the files. Oh. Su Miantang was stammering through her lie when a soft, involuntary moan escaped her throat. It was because the crimson fox, displeased that she was distracted while playing with him and talking to another male, had gently bitten her finger with its sharp teeth. Professor Heller was stunned. He slowly looked down at the desk where a vibrant red foxtail, unmistakably the director's, was barely hidden. His reading glasses nearly fell off in shock. Favy in this position in the office. I interrupted. Hey. He fled without looking back, leaving Su Miantang helplessly waving after him. Professor, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Last time it was the lab, this time the office. Each time more thrilling, even transforming into beast form. It was utterly scandalous. He had already forgotten this was a workplace. It seemed he would have to find a time to have a serious talk with the director. He was not like this before. As the end of the workday approached, an older researcher from the new inhibitor development group approached Su Miantang with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Team leader, sorry to interrupt. Could you spare a moment to discuss something? Of course. Su Miantang set aside her current task. Senior Rogers, what is it you need? Excuse me, do you know about the Balenciaga Grand Show? It's the most famous runway in the Central Galaxy. This year they produced a top model, John, my little nephew. The girl looked somewhat bewildered. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with the fashion circle. That's all right. Rogers shook his head and began to introduce his little nephew. John is an outstanding A-level male of bird beast man. Not only is he a galaxy-renowned model, but his family is also well off with over 10 million followers on the StarNet. However, his quest for a mate has never gone smoothly. Recently he heard that our team is developing a new safe suppressant, so he became interested. But his qualifications don't meet the criteria for the first batch of suppressant recipients, so he wanted to invite you to dinner tonight, and in the meantime, take a private sample. He looked a bit embarrassed as he said this. After all, it violated the Institute's regulations. Moreover, the other party was a respected female. It was truly presumptuous. Yet his fondness for this little nephew was so great that he couldn't refuse his request. Su Miantang didn't know how to decline his request. For one, he was a senior veteran of the Academy of Sciences for decades. For another, he was a core member of the team. Tonight. Yes, he just finished a runway show and returned to the central city. Let me first make a light brain call home to ask. She had promised little ears she would be home tonight to eat his cooking. Good. Rogers nodded repeatedly. Was this a sign of opportunity? He knew that the team leader was the kindest female. At the Nanxing Villa district. The commander, who had just returned from the moon comet, and spent a whole day learning culinary arts from a 9-star chef in the castle preparing to cook a meal with his own hands, received a light brain call from his beloved little female and was in an extremely joyful mood. Sister, are you off work? Not yet. Then sister, are you thinking of little ears? He seized the chance to act spoiled. Miantang curved her lips. I was thinking whether you've started cooking. In preparing the ingredients. Today you'll make flame pancakes, lobster bisque millefeuille. He was interrupted by the girl. Little ears, just cook enough for yourself. I won't be home for dinner tonight. Why, oi? Yu Zongxian's enthusiasm was completely doused. She wasn't coming back. Then what was the point of his cooking? I have an invitation tonight. An invitation? Yu Zongxian's pupils narrowed slightly, instinctively thinking of the males around her. Are your brothers inviting you to dinner? No, it's a work-related dinner. Work? According to his investigation, the Central Star Science Academy had only one female, her, so it was still a male. Oh, the young man's head drooped slightly. He tossed aside the ingredients and spatula, his voice filled with unprecedented disappointment. Miantang felt as if she could see a once energetic little rabbit suddenly deflate and grow sad because of her words. Little ears, even if I'm not home, you can still cook something delicious for yourself. No need. Yu Zhongxian shook his head, his voice low. Eating alone is so lonely, just like being homeless before. In fact, going to bed hungry is fine. Little ears is used to it. After hearing this, Miantang had only one thought. Bring him along. She glanced sideways at Rogers. Senior, can I bring one more person? Of course, of course. Good. Little ears, would you mind joining me for the dinner? Sister wants to take me. Yu Zhongxian immediately lifted his delicate face, his eyes sparkling, his two long rabbit ears seemingly about to pop out from his head again. Great. Sister is the best. I love you most. Miantang was once again caught off guard by his cuteness. After hanging up the light brain, she sent him the time and place of the invitation, waited for work to end, grabbed the sampling tools, and flew over. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at the restaurant, she saw the young man in his seat enthusiastically waving at her from afar. Sister, over here. He had already arrived. Not only had he arrived early, but he had also changed his clothes. A simple clean white t-shirt that slightly revealed his distinct collarbone paired with a light blue casual jacket. Around his neck hung a metal chain, and a transparent rhinestone stud in his left ear complemented the teardrop mole beneath his left eye. His overall appearance was stunningly beautiful. One might mistake him for a top-tier superstar sneaking out on a date. Little ears, why are you here so early? I couldn't wait to have dinner with you. He stood up to pull out her chair. Sister, where's your colleague? Not a colleague. Miantang explained the sampling arrangement. Yu Zhongxian nodded. Oh, so it's a strange male. And he's late. If it were me, I'd never let such a beautiful sister wait so long. Miantang laughed. She had only just arrived. Upon hearing the brief information about John, Yu Zhongxian immediately searched his brain chip and extracted a crucial detail. Male model. He pretended to pull out his light brain. Sister, this brother John is a supermodel. He's so popular with females. As he spoke, he showed Miantang a picture on his light brain. In the picture, John was posing with several female models looking quite hot. His physique is really good, isn't it? Just so-so. Miantang gave a neutral evaluation. It was hard to believe that she was making such a comment about the top male model of a planet with hundreds of billions of people. But the males she had seen before, the Imperial twin stars, the Academy Dean, the Interstellar War God, the Crown Prince, and the youngest King Rongrong, all had far superior physiques. It was her own fault for having seen too much. Compared to Yu Zhongxian, the young man suddenly asked. Miantang was puzzled. Why did you think of him? He's my idol. There's no comparison. He's a perfect fusion of beast man and machinery. A perfect existence. Yu Zhongxian hadn't expected such a high compliment. He was stunned for a moment. Then, sister, would you like him? Like it? Miantang was a bit baffled. I don't even know him. How can I know if I like him? But I am curious about him. I'd like to take him into the lab and see if he's a human or a mecha. A little rabbit about to be dissected fell silent. After a while, he leaned close to her ear and whispered in a wicked tone, Sister, I heard he has the emotions of a beast man and the body of a machine. He can express passionate love while being fiercely relentless, never stopping. Miantang didn't know why, but upon hearing the words never stopping, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Forever. Never ending. She seemed incredulous, stammering in confirmation. Yes, just like a perpetual motion machine. Forever perpetual motion machine, then his partner. That's why he's always unbeatable on the battlefield, because his energy is limitless. Yu Zhongxian said with admiration, noticing the girl's cheeks had turned red at some point, and curiously asked. Sister, why is your face red? Are you associating it with something? I'm not, I didn't think of anything. Miantang denied it 3 times. It turned out they were just talking about fighting. When did her thoughts become so impure? The deliberately provocative boy leaned closer to her, revealing his sharp little tiger teeth. Really? Sister? Of course. His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing a tingling sensation in her earlobe, and half her face felt a bit numb. Mian quickly shifted the topic. How do you even know this? The boy didn't reply, but picked up a handkerchief. Sister, let me tie it for you. Soon you will know too. Sir, please come this way. A commotion came from the entrance. Miantang looked up and saw the male figure from the photo. It should be John. John had just come down from a show and rushed back to Central City without even changing his clothes. After all, the other party was a researcher from the Scientific Research Institute, and she was a distinguished female. It wouldn't be good to keep her waiting. He arrived at the restaurant about 10 minutes late according to the time and location sent by his uncle, only to find a stunningly beautiful young female sitting at the table momentarily dumbfounded. His uncle only mentioned she was a female researcher. He never said she was this beautiful, stunning enough to make his heart skip a beat. It seemed he had fallen for her at first sight. He was an outstanding A-grade male, having been pampered by his family since childhood due to his relatively rare breed, and looked down upon females of a grade and below. But unexpectedly he encountered a desirable female here today. He wondered what grade her pheromones were. If they were below a grade, he would be willing to. But unexpectedly he encountered a desirable female here today. He wondered what grade her pheromones were. If they were below a grade, he would be willing to settle for her. Hello, I am Su Miantang, the leader of the new suppressants research team. Su Miantang stood up to greet him. Hello, I am John, a model for Fengxing fashion. Respected female, you are truly beautiful. Since entering, John had not taken his infatuated gaze off her face. He lowered his head, wanting to perform the most intimate kiss on her hand, but before he could reach out, another person tightly grasped his hand. Respected female, you are truly beautiful. Since entering, John had not taken his infatuated gaze off her face. He lowered his head, wanting to perform the most herbivorous beastman, so lowly ranked that he couldn't even sense his combat power, yet dared to assert dominance. Truly laughable. He wondered what it was about this beautiful and intelligent female that attracted her to him. A pretty boy couldn't protect anyone, only an outstanding male like him deserved to stand by her side. All right, he replied perfunctorily, then released his hand, continuing to reach out eagerly towards the girl. However, Su Miantang had already sat down, formally taking out her sampling toolbox. You must be the nephew of Senior Logus. I have understood the basic information, and there are some details I need to ask later. Let's start with a blood draw for a sample. Respected Miss Su Miantang, I just rushed back from out of town and haven't had dinner yet. How about we eat while we talk? This would also deepen our understanding of each other. What dishes do you like? Order as much as you want it tonight, it's all on me. As John spoke, he casually flicked his hair and lightly winked at her, a common way he expressed affection to fans. Generally, females love this and respond well. He believed she would too. Unfortunately, Su Miantang not only didn't receive the signal, but also raised her eyebrows with satisfaction, saying that's perfect. Blood draws should be done on an empty stomach. Yu Zongxian's lips curled slightly, almost unable to hold back his laughter. Oh, well then we can chat while drawing blood. Excuse me, could this young brother move aside? He deliberately walked next to the boy, using the blood draw as an excuse to get him to move. You can sit across from me. Just as Su Miantang was about to speak, Yu Zongxian stood up. It's fine, sister. Let brother come over. I can sit anywhere. A lowly ranked beastman, yet so perceptive. John wore a proud expression. Xiaoerdwa was always so obedient and considerate. Su Miantang looked at him, her eyes smiling as she put on her gloves. Mr. John, please extend your left hand. All right. John responded, while still not stretching out his left hand, but instead placed a remote sensor on the table, which was specifically designed to control the latest developed aircraft of the Central Star System. He took off the watch on his right hand, which was surrounded by a circle of diamonds looking worth over 1 million star coins. He slightly unbuttoned several buttons on his suit jacket, blatantly revealing the high-end luxury jewelry around his neck and his bare chest. Suddenly, Su Miantang remembered that Senior Gress said he was a bird beast man. Previously, she always thought it was the kind that flew in the sky. Now it seemed, are you a peacock? How did you know? John was surprised. Was his aura so distinctive and unique? Su Miantang, it's obvious. Yu Zongxian smirked. His sister scolded without using foul language. John, I am the rarest and most beautiful green peacock beast man on the central planet, only 29 this year. He spoke while quietly edging closer to the girl. With each inch he drew closer, the boy's face darkened. You don't need to get so close, just extend your wrist. Just as Su Miantang finished speaking, a robot waiter approached with a tray and politely poured a glass of red wine over John's head. Sir, please enjoy your drink. Su Miantang was startled and quickly retracted the syringe, fearing it might get contaminated. John's carefully styled hair was ruined, his expensive suit was soaked, and he lost face in front of the desirable young female, making him utterly embarrassed. He stood up in a fit of rage. Damn it, what are you doing? You actually poured wine over a guest. Call your manager over. Sister. Yu Zongxian was frightened by his fierce demeanor, shrinking back and hurriedly pulling Su Miantang closer. Brother is so fierce. Come here, I'm afraid he will hurt you. His words were like adding fuel to the fire, making John even more furious. It was clearly the robot going crazy, yet they blamed him for being too fierce. What kind of green tea statement was this? Looking for a beating. Just as he was about to vent his anger on him, he noticed the girl next to him was staring at him. Oh no. In his anger, he forgot to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Nowadays, young females all prefer gentle and considerate males. Sorry, I didn't scare you, did I? He took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his anger and apologizing to Su Miantang. I was just a bit triggered earlier. I'm usually not like— What happened? What happened? The restaurant manager rushed over anxiously. Just as John was about to reason with him, Yu Zongxian smiled and said, it's fine, brother was just a bit triggered. Meanwhile, the robot also chimed in, I was scared to death. I'm leaving, manager. What happened to his robot? There wasn't this language program. John. He was about to explode. Mr. John, are you alright? Miantang watched him swell, like a pufferfish on the verge of bursting, and her hand, holding the syringe, couldn't help but hesitate. Can you still cooperate with the sampling? I can. For her sake, John forced himself to endure. This time he was much more obedient. Mr. John, are you alright? Miantang watched him swell, like a pufferfish on the verge of bursting, and her hand, holding the syringe. Miss Miantang, I haven't had the chance to give you a detailed introduction yet. Now I work at the largest fashion company on the Central Planet as their flagship model. I just won the Best Male Model Award at the Balenciaga show. Mr. John, none of this is necessary. Just tell Senior Rogers about your medical reports from the past 2 years, medical records, detailed symptoms of your first heat period, and whether you have used suppressants. He will relay them to me. Miantang made herself clear, and John understood. She seemed uninterested in him, but he had no intention of giving up. Females are hard to pursue, especially one as beautiful as her with countless males lining up behind her. Perhaps she didn't like his personality, but she absolutely couldn't refuse his body. As a top male model on his planet, he was 100% confident in his physique. With that thought, he picked up a glass of red wine and toasted her. Under the table, however, he quietly took off his shoes, extended his toes, and slowly probed toward her, intending to rub against her skirt and stroke her leg. Who would have thought? The moment he took off his shoes, the boy across from him leaned over, picked up his shoe with a curious expression. Whose shoe is this? How did it end up under our table? Miantang looked up. John exploded in an instant. That damn brat. Ruining his plans time and again. He wished he could skin him alive. Furiously, he stood up, snatched the shoe from his hand, and headed toward the restroom, afraid that even a second's delay would let the little female see the twisted expression on his face. Miantang watched him with one shoe on and one foot bare. Sister, he's so unhygienic taking off his shoes during a meal. It stinks. Yu Zhongxian looked at his hand that had just held the shoe with disgust. Unable to bear it, he stood up. Sister, I'll go wash my hands, I'll be right back. Miantang silently picked up a glass of cola to calm her nerves. Inside the restroom, John was splashing water on his face to suppress his rage, while cursing the restaurant, the robot, and Yu Zhongxian under his breath. He didn't notice at all that the latter was standing at the door, the bright light stretching his shadow across the cold floor. After washing his face, John spat out some water, turned around, and saw Yu Zhongxian, immediately revealing a fierce expression. Fine. He hadn't even gotten around to settling scores with him. And now he comes to him himself. You brat. You dare to ruin my plans again and again. Let me teach you a... He was about to unleash his combat power, but before he could even finish the word lesson, the boy suddenly rushed to him and grabbed his neck with one hand. Then slowly lifted him up. You. His face instantly turned red, unable to breathe, his nearly 1.9-meter body suspended in the air, his legs flailing helplessly, and his eyes bulging slightly. How is this possible? He was clearly just a low-level herbivorous beastman, so why wasn't he affected by his combat power? He looked like a mere youth, so where did he get such strength? The hand around his neck was like a hard mechanical claw, as if with a little more force it could twist his head off. Where did you come from, you little pheasant? How dare you try to seduce her? Yu Zhongxian slowly lifted his eyes, shooting out an extremely cold and sharp glare. His expression was full of mockery and wickedness, completely different from the innocent and weak boy just moments ago, sending chills down John's spine. What kind of monster was he really? In the interstellar space, only males with combat power above grade could conceal their aura. Could it be? Aye. He opened his mouth to admit his mistake and beg for mercy, but it was already too late. Under the overwhelming pressure of combat power, he was about to reveal his true form, green feathers sprouting on his chest and arms. These feathers are quite bright and colorful. Plucking them off to make a shuttlecock for sister would be nice. With that, he reached out to pluck them. No, don't. John trembled with fear, grimacing in pain, but the boy showed no sign of stopping. Please. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Miantang had finished her glass of cola, but the two still hadn't returned. John's behavior was strange. It was fine if he didn't come back, but why hadn't little ears returned? It was just washing hands, wasn't it? Wait. As she lowered her head, she suddenly recalled the tense electric atmosphere between the two before they left. Could they be fighting in the restroom? Without time to think, she ran over. Yu Zhongxian was gleefully plucking peacock feathers when suddenly he caught a familiar scent. He abruptly let go, tore his own clothes, then turned the faucet on his face, drenching himself completely, and finally curled up in the corner. A series of baffling actions left John utterly stunned. What was he doing? The next second, Miantang rushed in and saw this scene. John, grimacing with a ferocious face, red-faced and thick-necked, glared fiercely at the boy in the corner, who was disheveled, soaked, hugging his head, eyes red, and trembling incessantly. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Brother, I was wrong. He'll never approach sister again. Please don't hit me. John. Miantang's breath caught for a moment, little ears. Sister, you finally come. The young man saw her, as if she were the dawn of his life, rushed over and tightly embraced her. Miantang felt his trembling form, the droplets of water falling from the tips of his hair, and his ecstatic voice, as if he had been rescued. A surge of anger instantly churned up from the depths. She looked at John and said word by word, "You did this to him." No. John waved his hands repeatedly. It wasn't me. It was him. He just rushed over, grabbed me by the neck, lifted me up, and plucked my feathers. And, caught red-handed, he still tried to frame Shower. Shower is so fragile that even a gust of wind could knock him down. How could he lift you? The young man, buried deep in her neck, greedily inhaling the fragrance, hummed softly and nodded. He was the most fragile. He needed his sister's protection. No. He's not weak at all. He must be at least an S-level male to be able to conceal his aura. S-level. There were few in the entire central galaxy, let alone on the moon comet. What was he talking about? He's faking it, all of it. Really, he not only beat me, but also warned me not to get close to you. Otherwise, he would pluck all my feathers and throw me into the sea to feed the fish. Miss Miantang, please believe me, he is pretending, deceiving you, lurking by your side with ill intentions. He was babbling as if out of his mind. Miantang lost her patience and raised her hand to activate her pheromones. Those who bullied her people would pay the price. Unexpectedly, the young man suddenly grasped her hand. Sister, I'm so cold. Let's go home, okay? He didn't deserve to smell your pheromones. The warmth of his touch brought Miantang back to her senses. She had almost forgotten that he was the nephew of Senior Rogers. I won't develop the new type inhibitor for you anymore. Take your blood sample yourself, or you'll throw it away. Miss Miantang. John tried to explain, but the girl had already turned and left. He watched the young man holding her hand, tightly rubbing his face against hers, affectionately snuggling beside her with a beaming smile. Recalling his extreme contrast just moments ago, which was like a demon, John stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Why didn't she believe him? One day she would definitely regret it. He was only being plucked a few feathers. But she could very well be tricked, devoured clean, not even a scrap left, and then it would be too late. Wednesday. Imperial National Science Academy New Type Inhibitor Research Group. How many volunteers have arrived? Over 500. They've been queuing outside the academy since early morning. The rest are still booking online. It might last until the afternoon. David is recording iris information. Good. Remember to send the hair and blood samples to the lab immediately. Avoid prolonged exposure to contamination. The entire group was busy in an orderly fashion when suddenly the person in charge of contacting volunteers, Brooke, said in a heavy tone, "Oh no. What's wrong?" Miantang looked over. The Qin group just sent a message. Their CEO, Mr. Qin Yinzhou, has arrived at the Crystal Tower, his temporary residence on the central star from the planet Dorant, and needs to hold an emergency meeting there. He has no time to come to the academy. He demands that we send someone to arrive within 2 hours to collect samples, otherwise it will be too late. After he spoke, all members of the group were furious. Too late. What a big tone. What do they take our National Science Academy for? His subordinates. Exactly, he begged us to develop the new type inhibitor for him. It's not like we're rushing to serve him. Don't think that just because his family is powerful he can order everyone around. Well, actually he can. A senior professor frowned and spoke slowly. The Qin family is the largest arms supplier in the Interstellar, almost monopolizing half the industry. When the planet is at war with its archenemy, angering them would bring no benefit. There is a precedent. Once the planet Persia violated their group's interests and was directly cut off from weapon supplies, leading neighboring countries to attack and annihilate it. The reason they were granted special admission to the volunteer trial list this time is also due to the special recommendation from the National Cabinet, which shows the level of importance. At these words, all members fell silent. In the face of national security, even the highest scientific academy had to bow. Upon hearing this, Miantang stopped her work, took off her gloves, and said, "I'll go." Fred, Enzo, and Lon Lon were engaged in fierce battles on the front lines, the rear defense, and supplies must not be cut off. Team leader, you're going. Everyone was surprised. Even if someone had to go, sending an ordinary staff member would suffice. As the team leader, the founder of the new type inhibitor, and the only distinguished female researcher in the academy, her going personally was far. You all have your own work to do. My procedure is later, no rush. Besides, I can handle any unexpected situations on the spot. That was true. Such arrogant and self-centered financial groups were usually very picky. If they had objections to the new type inhibitor and raised tricky questions, ordinary staff might not be able to handle them, leaving them with leverage to attack the empire, which would be bad. Then team leader, please be careful. It's okay just taking a sample. She quickly gathered her sampling tools and set off in an aircraft. The Qin group set a limit of 2 hours, but just traveling took an hour and a half. At the last moment, Miantang arrived at her destination, Santos City Crystal Tower. The tower stood atop a towering peak, its entire body made of nanomaterials shimmering with a dazzling brilliance like stars and diamonds. She walked inside. Summit conference room. A subordinate received the news, approached the man on the central seat, and said softly, "Patriarch, the person from the Science Academy has arrived." Miantang entered the Crystal Tower and was led by a servant to the reception hall. She curiously looked around, finding that it was more like a fortress than a residence, and even the servants were extraordinary. Each one wore dark combat suits, had burly builds, and carried the most advanced firearms, as if they were terrorists ready to riot at any moment. Yet they spoke in a rigid, emotionless manner like a group of robots. For example, she had already asked 3 times, "Excuse me, when will Mr. Qin Yinzhou arrive?" Wait a moment. They said wait, but never sent anyone to urge. They had agreed to complete the sampling within 2 hours, but now it was severely overdue. Not understanding their way, Miantang prepared for a long wait, but suddenly saw a scene on the holographic projection screen. Crystal Light Tower. The door of the top-floor meeting room suddenly opened, and a group of businessmen in suits chatting and laughing walked out. At the center of the crowd was a tall, nearly 1.9-meter-tall handsome man with an upright posture. His brows were cold and sharp, his lips and nose thin, his facial lines clean and fierce. Compared to his striking appearance, his temperament was even more arresting, exuding an overwhelming aura of natural authority palpable even through the screen. His attire was particularly unusual. In July on Central Star, though not hot, it was certainly not cold, yet he wrapped himself up tightly. Wearing a high-end custom-made Best in Noble suit with metal buttons neatly fastened up to his chin, his short hair pressed under a military-style cap, brim cuffs extending to his wrists, and a pair of black high-tech material gloves on his hands. From top to bottom, except for his face, no skin was exposed, adding a cool ascetic aura to his noble temperament. The image on the holographic projection screen disappeared instantly. Sounds came from outside the reception hall. The door slowly opened, and dozens of attendants bowed and chanted in unison, "Patriarch." Miantang turned her face and met the eyes of the man from the screen. At the moment their gazes locked, Qin Yan's his figure suddenly froze. In the vast cold reception hall sat a young female. Her long hair was black as a waterfall, her delicate brows curved like distant mountains, her clear amber eyes brimming with starlight. Her nose was straight, her lips full and rosy like rose petals glistening with morning dew. Her snow-white skin under the light was dazzlingly white. Standing in the crystal light tower which stored cold weapons and ammunition, she was like a gorgeous, enchanting flower blooming in the ruins. Beautifully unreal and incongruous. A flicker of light passed briefly through his dark eyes, then his handsome brows furrowed. Why is it a female? Female. Beside him the steward, hearing the word, immediately tensed up. He glanced uncertainly a few times. It really was. Who would have thought that there could be a female inside the National Science Academy of Central Star? This was rare throughout the entire Interstellar. Was she really an employee of the Academy, or was she deliberately brought here? After all, she was so beautiful. Could there be some conspiracy? Without waiting for a response, the man turned to leave. Seeing him about to leave as soon as he arrived, Miantang stood up in confusion. "Patriarch, if I'm not mistaken." "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Yanzhou?" The girl's voice was clear and melodious, strikingly so, in the crystal light tower, filled with weapons and masculine presence, causing the man's back to halt. He ignored her, but the steward was the first to ask, "Who are you?" "Hello, I am an employee of the National Science Academy of Central Star, assigned today by my team to collect samples for making a new type of inhibitor for Mr. Qin." "How can there be a female employee in the prestigious National Science Academy? I think you were sent by the government, right?" "Government?" In just a second, Miantang understood his meaning and frowned slightly. "The Imperial National Science Academy is connected to the StarNet. All employee information is open and transparent. If you don't believe me, you can log in and check." The steward naturally didn't believe it. He had been on Central Star for many years and knew the situation. While females were rare, males numerous, females were revered, males humble. Female status had been elevated to the heavens, treasured from birth, not even attending school let alone working. And in a place symbolizing the Empire's highest intellectual level, it was simply ridiculous. Really, when he saw the photo on the official website, his hand trembled, his face full of disbelief. "Patriarch, she is indeed an employee of the National Science Academy, not just an employee, but a core researcher, and more importantly, the founder of the new inhibitor." He had thought that Central Star was using a honey trap on the Patriarch to negotiate arms contracts, but unexpectedly, it was the founder of the new inhibitor herself. How could this be? It seemed he needed to re-evaluate the females on this planet. The steward was shocked. But Qin Yanzhou merely glanced coldly at the girl's ID photo on his optical brain and uttered two words, "Change personnel." "Change personnel." Miantang heard him clearly, her frown deepening. Why? They already knew her identity, yet still didn't want to believe her. If they didn't want to believe, why did they sign up for the new inhibitor development pilot? Could it be? She suddenly remembered what Lu Silly had said before. This person is very dangerous. At the age of 6, he pushed an adult female into the water, nearly drowning her. Having harmed a female at such a young age, could he hate or even discriminate against females? "Mr. Qin, I heard you're leaving Central Star after the meeting, but from here to the Science Academy is a only and a half hour journey, probably too late." For the new inhibitor, he was willing to wait. Qin Yan's jet-black lashes fluttered lightly. He wanted to speak, but was surprised to realize when he had become so patient with a female. He lifted his foot and quickly left. The steward gave an order, "Go back and bring a male staff member instead. Our Patriarch can wait, but time is tight. It must be done within 2 hours. Another 2 hours. Miantang's eyes flickered slightly. Watching the man's retreating back without looking back, she seemed to have made some kind of decision. "I'm afraid that won't work. According to the new inhibitor pilot plan, all volunteer information must be collected by tonight, sent to the lab for development. If late, you'll have to wait for the next batch. 3 months. Qin Yan's steps suddenly halted. 3 months later. His private physician had warned that he was at risk of entering a heat period anytime soon. If he couldn't control it, and his mental state collapsed, then his S-level differentiation would fail. "Can't you wait a bit?" The steward's expression was displeased, his tone stern, but the girl showed no sign of backing down. No. You? What was wrong with her? Even the government of Central Star showed them deference, yet she dared to be so arrogant. Moreover, the patriarch didn't want to let her collect samples, but, moreover, even if you send someone else, these samples will eventually come to me, and I will personally develop and produce the inhibitor and inject it into you. Miantang continued. May I ask, Mr. Chin, what difference does it make? No matter how much he tried to deceive himself, he had to admit that he was using something developed by the very females he looked down upon. Into my hands, by my own hand, injected into your body. Every word she uttered like sharp blades assailed Qin Yan's body, making his scalp tingle, his breath quicken, and his frame tremble, as if struck by a stress reaction. Almost instantly he tore off his gloves to inspect the reaction. Nothing. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his face. How could this be? The butler was incensed by her words. Miss, I suggest you first discuss this with your government before coming here. Before he could finish, he saw the family head actually turn and walk toward her. He had never been able to tolerate females before, had he? Not even the faintest trace of a female's presence or scent within 100 meters of his living area. And now, could it be that he intended to deal with her? The Central Galaxy was a colossal entity in the interstellar realm, home to numerous outstanding class, males, battle-hardened officers, and especially the renowned S-level war god Generalist Lang. Word had it that recently the royal family had produced another S-level top-tier male, the Crown Prince. None of them were easy to provoke. If the family had harmed their precious female, especially one so exceptional and beautiful, it would surely provoke a frenzy of retaliation far more troublesome to resolve than the incident. The butler was about to advise against it when he saw. He actually sat down in front of the young lady. This was impossible. Miantang, seeing him change his mind, breathed a sigh of relief. That saved a lot of trouble. She opened her toolbox, put on gloves, and began the sampling process, only to realize that the man, though seated opposite her, hadn't glanced at her once. As if every second he spent here was an exercise in suppressing his revulsion. She didn't look at him either, taking out sterile vacuum tubes and a device needle, preparing to draw blood. Mr. Qin, please extend your arm. Qin Yanzhou stiffened, hesitating. Miantang thought he was deciding which hand. Left hand. At her words, the man slowly extended his left hand, and to his astonishment still felt nothing. The butler watched as if witnessing a fantasy, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. When had the family had ever been so obedient to anyone? Especially to a female? Please remove your glove and roll up your sleeve, exposing the skin of your wrist. Knowing how much he detested her, she tried to verbalize every step, avoiding contact. Yet just a simple sentence made his expression shift, a dark glint flashing across his eyes, as if she had made an outrageous demand. Draw it like this. His voice was cool and magnetic. Miantang was utterly baffled. In all her years of research, she had never heard such an unreasonable drawing blood through clothes. What kind of quirk was that? Apart from being unhygienic, how was she supposed to find the vein? Did he think she was a golden retriever with X-ray vision? Sorry, I can't see your veins like this. Then switch. Fine. Hearing that he was about to replace her again, Miantang hastily interrupted. He'll try. Just as her colleagues had said, a difficult scion of a conglomerate fond of making things hard with a capricious and unfathomable temperament. She lowered her head, held her breath, and relying on years of experience and intuition, slowly pushed the needle through the fabric toward his wrist. The first attempt failed. Normal after all. It was a delicate task, and she couldn't see. She consoled herself inwardly, withdrew the needle, and tried again. The second attempt also failed. Third attempt failed. Fourth attempt failed. Fifth attempt. She had lost count of how many needles she had inserted. The reception hall was deathly silent, not a sound. But Miantang was in full panic, her breathing growing ragged. At this point it looked less like drawing blood and more like murder. Behind the man stood a group of towering thugs armed with weapons and guns, ready to blow her head off at a single command. The hall was silent because everyone was stunned. The family head had actually allowed a female to stab him like this. Like a lifeless scarecrow, he felt no pain no matter how many needles pierced him. I'm so sorry, she said, fearing she might be shot in the head. Miantang immediately apologized. Her absolute confidence from earlier gradually evaporated until she dared not even lift her head to meet his gaze. My primary job is a researcher, not a doctor, so I'm not very skilled at drawing blood, let alone through clothing. He made no sound. His expression was unreadable, his thoughts unfathomable. He probably hadn't yet formed murderous intent. Summoning her courage, Miantang pushed the needle again. Still, again. The experimental subject had been turned into a pincushion without reaction, but the butler could hardly bear it any longer. The family head was a body of infinite worth, supremely noble. How could he allow a mere female to stab him haphazardly, needle after needle? How painful it must be. Yet the family head issued no command. Qin Yan's expression was calm, not only feeling no pain, but while the young lady was looking down, he slowly turned his gaze toward her. Countless questions and explorations lurked in his slightly stunned black eyes. Why, when he made such an unreasonable demand, had she not become angry, but instead agreed? Afraid of hurting him, she even apologized. Weren't females all extremely selfish, willful, despicable, unreasonable, and unrestrained? Like those he had encountered before, like that one from a dozen years ago. Ordinary as they were still like that. And she, Miantang, having failed to push the needle after countless attempts, could already sense the restlessness of the butler and bodyguards, each itching to draw a gun and press it to her temple. I've thought of a great idea. She suddenly lifted her head, her radiant amber eyes like a brilliant sunburst unexpectedly crashing into the man's cold, deep gaze. It stirred his heart, his pupils constricted for an instant, then quickly and flusteredly he averted his eyes. As if caught red-handed. Miantang. That reaction, like he'd seen a ghost. Did he really despise her that much? Mr. Chin, I've thought of a good way to quickly find a vein. May I use it on you? Chin Yanzhou didn't respond, as if he hadn't heard. He only felt the pounding in his left chest. Thump, 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 thump. Each beat faster and heavier than the last. He slowly raised his hand and pressed it to his chest. Was this also a stress reaction? He didn't object, so she took it as consent. Miantang took his hand. The moment her fingers tightly gripped his gloved hand, Qin Yan's mind went completely blank. His ability to think vanished, and his already rapid, heavy heartbeat became utterly chaotic. Female had touched him. His first instinct should have been to dodge, to pull away from her grip, but he didn't manage it. A beast man on the verge of evolving into an S-class top-tier combatant, the fastest on land, couldn't evade a delicate little female's grasp. Or perhaps he simply didn't want to. In the living room, the attendants, bodyguards, and butler were all stunned. For over a decade, a full 10 years, no female had touched the family head. And now it had happened again. Strangely, why wasn't the family head furious? Why didn't he unleash his combat prowess and kill her? Why didn't he even shake her off? Could it be that he had no allergic reaction? As everyone was lost in bewilderment, Miantang's next move left them even more astounded. Slap. After pulling the family head's hand, she actually raised her hand and struck him. First she jabbed him with a syringe, and now she was hitting him. Was this little female truly tired of living? With each slap, the pitch-black depths of Qin Yan's eyes trembled violently. Even through his gloves he could clearly feel the tenderness and softness of her knuckles, the arc of her raised hand, the force. Not only did it bring no pain or humiliation, but it inexplicably stirred a sense of pleasure, a craving for more. Truly he was mad. Enough. After several strikes, Miantang finally located the slightly raised vein on his wrist, picked up the syringe, and jabbed it in with satisfaction. This time crimson blood flowed like water from the vessel, smoothly filling the sterile vacuum tube. She breathed a slight sigh of relief and looked up at the man in good spirits, only to find his face flushed, his breathing rapid, faint beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, as if he was in great discomfort. What was wrong? Could it be from her hitting? A sturdy, imposing man standing at 1.9 meters, reduced to this by a few slaps from her. He must be terribly frail. She quickly pulled out the needle, having extracted enough for testing. Mr. Chin, are you all right? She asked with concern. Clearly he was not. Not only did he exhibit various abnormal physical reactions, but his face was also flushed beyond reason. His handsome, slightly lowered face dripped with sweat that fell to the floor in beads. The butler, seeing this, was horrified, believing the family head was having a severe allergic reaction, all caused by this female researcher's presumptuous touching and hitting. Miss, please leave immediately, he began sternly, just as the man's slightly hoarse voice rang out. It's fine. Fine. In his state he called it fine. Miantang was also shocked, unable to fathom what ailment he might have. Good to hear. The girl nodded, half doubtfully stored the blood sample, and retrieved a transparent sealed bag from her toolbox. Could you please give me a strand of hair? Fresh with the follicle intact. The man slowly removed his hat, plucked a smoke gray strand from his scalp, and placed it on the table. Miantang looked at it, her expression hesitant. Was his hair dyed, or its natural color? Mr. Chin, for the hair it's best, if it's from your beast form. More primal, yielding the most authentic data. Her words caused another stir. Everyone in the reception hall stared at her in astonishment. They swore they had never seen such a bold little female step by step pushing the family head's limits. And the key was the family head tolerated it. But this beast form request, who could tolerate that? It was akin to a stranger female asking a stranger male to strip naked in front of her, and in front of so many people. Teasing, insulting, belittling. Every point struck the family head's sore spot. This time she wouldn't escape. The family head would show her the ruthlessness and decisive action of the Star Trace's top financial magnate. Beast form. At those words, Qin Yan's boundless dark eyes suddenly erupted with cruel, violent light, as if an old wound sealed for years had been torn open, causing him immense pain. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at her incredulously. Indeed, she was like those females, just as. The girl suddenly raised her hand, firmly covering her eyes. Her delicate palm-sized face was completely hidden beneath her palm, leaving only her jet-black soft hair, and her voice came out muffled. Don't worry, I've covered my eyes. I can't see a thing. Like this. She resembled the chinchilla cat he kept at home, lifting its fluffy pink paw pads to cover its round eyes. For a moment his fierce glare flickered. The word cute suddenly sprang into his mind. Cute. For a female. He left the reception hall almost instantly. The bodyguards who had been anticipating bloodshed were speechless. The family head had left. Just like that. He had let her off so easily. The butler was also shocked. This little female had offended him to such a degree, yet the family head hadn't lost his temper. It seemed. He shifted from wariness to curiosity, gradually appraising and pondering. What was so special about her? Miantang felt a gust of wind whip past her, and curiously released her hand to find Qin Yanzhou had vanished. Had she scared him away? Was this request really that unreasonable in front of medical personnel? Just as she was utterly perplexed, the man returned, appearing before her with astonishing speed, without any warning. She recalled his beast form was a large feline. With such speed was it a leopard. The man held a strand of hair and placed it back on the table. Everyone fell into complete silence. Was this truly the family head they knew, obediently complying? Miantang picked up the strand and made an immediate judgment. Snow leopard, also known as the winter or jumping leopard. Its original beast form primarily inhabits high mountain snowfields, earning it the title king of the. As an endangered species on Earth, she had only seen it in documentaries. A fluffy snow-white coat dotted with black-gray or smoke-gray spots, looking incredibly cute like dandelion seeds, making one want to pet it. It was beloved for its habit of biting its own tail and rolling and frolicking on snowy mountains. However, these traits bore no resemblance to him. The only similarity might be his icy mountain-like demeanor. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Qin. There's one last item: collecting iris information. You don't need to do anything. Just look at me. Just looking at her. That might be the hardest thing. Qin Yan's slender fingers twitched slightly, then clenched tightly together. Miantang took out the device from her toolbox, adjusted the parameters, ready to scan the iris information within seconds, only to find. She hadn't said anything, but once she spoke he turned away. That pair of cold, profound black eyes fixedly stared into the distance, as if she were something filthy and turbid, resolutely refusing to glance at her. He had seen discrimination against females, but never such intense aversion. Excuse me, Mr. Qin, please, look at me. She repeated each word deliberately, afraid he might not hear clearly. However, the man merely let his thick, dark lashes tremble, showing no intention of turning his face. Miantang paused, then changed her wording. Please turn your face and look at the machine. This time he slowly, tentatively turned his face, only to be tricked by her. The moment he turned, he saw her gently arched dark brows and amber, shimmering eyes brimming with laughter. As if struck by an arrow, he instantly flinched away in panic. Miantang. Sorry, I wasn't ready yet. But still, did he have to act as if he wanted to gouge out his eyeballs and wash them after just one glance? He'll count 1, 2, 3, then raise the device. 1, 2, 3, okay sir, look over here. Clinging to the last shred of trust he had for her, Qin Yanzhou turned his face again. This time her dazzling eyes were indeed blocked by the device. But what he saw was her fair, delicate cheeks and the elegant curve of her nose. He withdrew his gaze once. Miantang about to press the button. Mr. Qin, you move too fast. There are afterimages in the instrument. Please look at the screen for at least 3 seconds to complete verification. 3 seconds or more. Okay, let's try once more. Miantang coaxed him with an incredibly soft and gentle voice, utterly irresistible. Qin Yanzhou held his breath slightly and made one last attempt. This time he saw her rosy, luscious lips glistening with a watery sheen like rose petals blooming seductively under the sun, tempting one to pluck and kiss them. Uncontrollable images flashed through his mind. Qin Yanzhou exhausted nearly all his self-control, but only managed to hold for 2 seconds before lowering his head. Miantang. Did he have ADHD? How could a distinguished CEO be more troublesome than a child? Her patience was completely exhausted as she was ready to take matters into her own hands. How could he think of those things? What was wrong with him? Qin Yanzhou frowned, lifted his head with deep self-loathing, and saw a radiant, exquisite young girl's face suddenly magnified before him, her hands about to cup his cheeks. His dark pupils dilated, and his entire body froze. Yes, that's it. Hold still. Miantang was extremely satisfied. She withdrew her hands, raised the device, and recorded his iris information. In those brief yet eternal 3 seconds, Qin Yanzhou stared at her starry eyes, red lips, and smiling face, enduring the impact of ultimate beauty, feeling the surging waves in his chest. At the bottom of his deep millennium-frozen eyes, something seemed to be quietly cracking and melting. Looking at a female didn't seem so hard after all, but it seemed very hard too. After looking, it was hard to look away. Phew. Finally it's over. A sampling that should have taken just a few minutes was dragged out for half an hour. Miantang let out a long breath, feeling more accomplished than after finishing a difficult experiment. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Qin. The sample has been collected. Since you are a distinguished guest of our central star, the development and production of the new suppressant will be prioritized. It will be completed within 2 weeks at most, and the Institute will send someone to deliver it to you. By then, will it be you again? In Qin Yan's chaotic mind, the first sentence that flashed was this. Knowing that he hated females, and especially hated her, Miantang didn't linger for a moment. She packed up and prepared to leave. They'll be going now? Goodbye. She picked up her toolbox and was about to turn around when unexpectedly. Perhaps she had been sitting there too long, and when she stood up abruptly her legs were numb and she swayed, falling toward the ground. Careful. In an instant Qin Yanzhou stood up and firmly caught her in his arms. Instead of thanking him, Miantang's first reaction was astonishment. A person who hated females so much, he actually helped her. In the reception hall, everyone simultaneously gasped the scene, even more terrifying than the head of the family being pricked, touched, or obediently following orders. He actually took the initiative to hug a female. Could it be? He's fallen for her. This would be reasonable for any male after all, she was so beautiful. But not for the head of the family. The young girl raised her head in slight surprise just in time to meet the man's deep, dark, and profound eyes. Her rosy lips parted the words, "Thank you," not yet spoken when the next second she was ruthlessly pushed away. Miantang stumbled, and just as she was about to fall, a powerful force pulled her from a distance, seemingly combat power. Was he helping her, or toying with her? Qin Yanzhou, while activating his combat power to steady her, trembled, and tightly covered his mouth and nose. His gaze at her had shifted from previous panic and wavering to fear, deep, profound fear. The scent of pheromones, emitting from her body. It was jasmine, fresh and fragrant. A single wisp could purify the soul. Mr. Qin. After steadying herself, Miantang turned to look at him in confusion and saw his exaggerated reaction. What's wrong? Nothing. He shook his head, but his tall, handsome figure retreated. His frantic eyes were full of vigilance, as if he regarded her as a ferocious beast, the source of all evil. Miantang lowered her head and sniffed herself. No strange odor, only the scent of flowers. Why did he look as if he had encountered a stink bug, so disgusted? Was it because he accidentally touched her just now, making him feel nauseated? The constant feeling of being discriminated against and despised began to unsettle her. Her face turned cold, and without a word she turned and left the reception hall, completely unaware that her handkerchief had fluttered down onto the marble floor. The young girl's figure carrying the toolbox faded into the distance until it disappeared into the towering Jingguang Tower. The man's deep gaze still followed. She was gone. The scent gradually dissipated. He should have let down his guard, but his eyes and heart felt empty. Head of the family. The steward, seeing him standing there for a long time as if in a daze, was terrified and quickly ran over to check for any allergic symptoms. In the past, whenever any female came close or tried to talk to him, he would break out in red rashes all over his body for no reason and incurable. The most renowned doctors in the interstellar realm judged that it was most likely caused by psychological factors. Only by overcoming the childhood trauma could he possibly recover and return to normal. But an unfortunate childhood requires a lifetime to heal. To this day, the head of the family had not recovered. Instead, his condition had worsened to the point that no female was allowed within 100 meters. That was why he had been so resistant when he first saw Miantang. But that little female had touched him, hit him, and even thrown herself into his arms, yet he had no reaction, not even a single rash. The steward was shocked. Could it be that the head of the family had found his cure? It was a long while before Qin Yanzhou came to his senses, his gaze gradually falling upon the silk handkerchief left behind by the young girl on the marble floor. He walked over, bent down to pick it up, and as his fingertips barely brushed against the soft corner, he paused. His keen sense of smell detected the intense jasmine fragrance upon it, enough to drive him to distraction, to make him lose all reason. His mind screamed, "Stay away and don't touch," yet his hand uncontrollably retrieved it. In the center of the soft, lotus-colored silk handkerchief was embroidered a delicate shifu, crabapple blossom, as breathtakingly beautiful as its owner. "Team leader, you're back." "Team leader, why so late?" "Team leader, did you meet the CEO of the Qin Group? How did it go? Did he give you a hard time?" As soon as Miantang returned to the research institute, her team members swarmed around her like soldiers welcoming a triumphant warrior waiting for her summary. "It was fine, but I won't go again." "Huh?" Everyone was astonished. Even their usually gentle and composed team leader was unwilling to go again, which showed how terrifying the other party was. And she was a beautiful female who would have received preferential treatment anywhere. Couldn't even that move Qin Yanzhou? Seeing their panicked expressions, Miantang smiled and comforted them. "Don't be afraid. Send a male next time. He should be very happy." The crowd. That sentence carried a lot of implications. It made them even more reluctant to go. In the evening at Jiuqing Villa District. Sister happy coming home. So beautiful. She took them joyfully, lowered her head to inhale their fragrant scent. The slight displeasure from working in the crystalline tower during the day was instantly swept away. So beautiful. She took them joyfully, lowered her head to inhale their fragrant scent. The slight displeasure from working in the crystalline tower during the day was instantly swept away, leaving only a deep sense of happiness in her heart. "Thank you, little ears." She looked up with a smile, but her expression suddenly froze. "Hell, little ears. What was he wearing?" From bottom to top, shiny patent leather custom short boots, black tight pants, a bodysuit, with minimal fabric revealing the smooth and well-defined lines of the youth's physique. On his arms and neck were matching black metallic and punk-style bands, yet on his chest was tied a small pink belly band. On the belly band was printed a round, adorable honey-tea-colored lop-eared rabbit. When he turned slightly, she noticed a short, fluffy tail behind him. On top of his head, long rabbit ears, one standing tall, the other drooping slightly. Were unclear whether they were his real ones or just decorations. Wasn't this blatantly a bunny girl? Oh no, a bunny boy. What was Little Ears doing? Cosplaying. Little Ears, what are you doing? Miantang was so startled she stammered. But the youth imitating the seductive moves from the matching video that came with the costume formed a heart with his slightly curled fist and bowed to her sister. Please feel free to command little ears. In an instant the girl felt as if struck and tightly covered her mouth. This little rabbit was far too unfair, far too alluring. It was practically tempting her to commit a crime. Yu Zhongxian performed the movements while observing her reaction. During the day he had deliberately retrieved from his smart brain the male characteristics favored by Central Star females. Gentle, gentlemanly, obedient, but not too dull or boring. One must occasionally create romance and surprises, play a little thrilling intimacy for just the two of them to maintain novelty and thus firmly capture the mistress' heart, making her stop thinking about outside males and dote only on you. That was why he had thought to dress up like this. Little ears, where did you learn this? Take it off now. Unexpectedly, the girl's reaction was completely different from what he had imagined. Su Miantang's breathing quickened, her face flushed red, her heartbeat fell off too, whether from being charmed or stimulated. Yu Zhongxian watched her body stiffen, her gaze fixed into the distance. Two rosy clouds floated on her cheeks, and her flickering amber eyes were filled with bewildered, glistening tears. Of her overly innocent reaction made his heart itch. He had dressed up like this to seduce her, to make her unable to resist devouring him, but now he was the one tempted, wanting to pounce on her and devour her bit by bit. Imagining her shy, moaning, alluring appearance beneath him, a glint flashed in the youth's honey-tea eyes. His voice became clear, yet delicate, and his expression was filled with innocence. What's wrong with this set? Sister, this is an apron I bought online specially for cooking for you. Cooking apron. This was clearly a sexy cosplay outfit. Had he been scammed? Sure enough, there were always unscrupulous people trying to deceive her innocent little rabbit. Su Miantang was furious. If sister doesn't like it, he'll take it off now. Yu Zhongxian lowered his head, looking dejected, and reached out to remove the clothes. Hey! Su Miantang immediately stopped him. Don't take it off here. Then she realized her hands had landed on his exposed abdominal muscles. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Yu Zhongxian looked down, a hint of a wicked smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Sister, you really do like it, don't you? I don't. I didn't. Don't wrongly accuse me. She sprang back as if on a spring. Her eyes darted around. Unexpectedly, little ears, who looked so slender and weak, had such a well-built body. Wait, what was she thinking? Yu Zhongxian chuckled softly, slowly stepping closer to her, gradually pressing her against the doorframe. Even though he was wearing a submissive rabbit butler outfit, even though he was timid and delicate by nature at this moment, Su Miantang inexplicably felt an extremely dangerous sense of oppression. Hell, little ears, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. Sister, do you really not like it? Like it? Su Miantang panicked, blurting out the words, then quickly corrected herself. No, I don't like it. Yu Zhongxian's eyes sparkled, his smile deepening. So adorable. How could she be this adorable? So adorable it made one want to. He slowly propped one hand against the doorframe, his tall shadow enveloping her petite figure, leaving her no escape. Then with a distracted mind, he lowered his head. Then came a series of gurgle sounds. Su Miantang was wondering how Xiaoduo had become like this when she heard her own stomach growling. She had skipped lunch while working at the Jingguang Tower all afternoon, and now she was hungry. Yu Zhongxian's movements also paused. Still saying you don't like it? Sister's stomach is rumbling. Oh, aren't you hungry and want to eat me? Xiaoduo. Before he could finish, alarm bells went off in Su Miantang's mind. Blushing and embarrassed, she interrupted him. Who taught you to say such things? Dressed as a bunny boy, striking a cabinet pose and uttering such improper words. Who had taught Xiaoduo to be so mischievous? What's wrong? The boy, who had been suddenly scolded, looked pitiful, as if he didn't know what he had done wrong. Sister, aren't you hungry and want to eat the food I made? Su Miantang's lips twitched. Did he mean eat the food? And Yu Zhongxian reached out and plucked a withered leaf from the top of her head. There was a leaf on your hair, sister. I helped you remove it. He had cabined her because there was a leaf on her hair. With a boom, Su Miantang's face instantly turned redder than the sunset clouds. Such a huge misunderstanding. How embarrassing. She was truly hungry, and yet she had imagined such lewd and dirty thoughts on a Xiaoduo, who was so innocent. What's wrong, sister? Yu Zhongxian leaned in to look at her, a teasing glint in his eyes. What are you thinking about? Su Miantang tightly covered her face, unable to face him, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Nothing, I might be going crazy from work, just ignore me. Ignore her? He couldn't do that. But I want sister to eat me, the dinner I made. The boy suppressed the urge to tousle her hair, took her hand, and led her toward the dining room. When Su Miantang saw the table full of delicious aromatic dishes, all her shyness and embarrassment vanished without a trace. Only the greedy cravings stirred within her, and she silently swallowed. Xiaoduo, did you make all this? Mom, this is way too lavish. Come and try, sister. Yu Zhongxian guided her to sit in the chair, picked up the utensils, and began to serve her. This millefeuille. Mom, do you like it, eh? Yes, I love it. Su Miantang nodded while eating. This time the word, like, came from the bottom of her heart. The millefeuille, wrapped in layers of pastry, interwove rich vegetables and smooth chicken, filling the air with aroma. The thick soup with shrimp, crab, and shellfish was fresh, savory, mellow, and exquisitely smooth. The combination of high-quality foie gras and black truffle danced on her hungry taste buds. and the roasted lamb chops perfectly blending the virtues of herbs and lamb and the golden crispy French fries. Everything made her unable to stop, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Zio, your cooking is amazing. How did you learn? This meal was better than anything she had ever eaten at the Earl's Mansion, the Imperial Palace, the Yusher Castle, any restaurant. Anywhere. Learning with the world's smartest brain. If sister likes it, it'll cook for you forever. Yu Zhongxian watched her eyes squint slightly in satisfaction, her thick lashes curling like a beautiful ragdoll cat. A strong sense of fulfillment inexplicably rose in his heart. He wanted to keep feeding her like this forever. Fill her up completely. Everywhere. Sister. When the boy once again brought a spoonful of creamy white soup to her lips, Su Miantang realized that he had been serving her all along dressed in his bunny boy outfit, as if she were truly his master. Zio, stop fussing and sit down to eat with me. Okay. He sat closely beside her, his fluffy big ears brushing against her arm. Su Miantang almost reflexively reached out to touch them to see if they were real or not. Ahem, Zio, maybe you should go change your clothes. Sitting like this beside her made her momentarily unable to tell whether he was a person or a dish. To capture a female's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Yu Zhongxian deeply understood this. From that day on, he actively studied cuisines from various places and planets, preparing a variety of dishes for Su Miantang, including drinks, salads, and snacks. Besides that, he also took over all the household chores, just as he had promised. Ever since he arrived, even Xiaomi was out of a job. After eating her fill, Su Miantang lay sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish. She felt that she had been gaining weight lately, but it wasn't her fault. It was Zio's cooking that was just too delicious. Initially, she had brought Zio to Zhongyang Star to help him become independent, but unexpectedly, in less than half a month, she was almost spoiled by his care. Meals were cooked, clothes were washed, bedding was aired, everything was attended to. Even commanding the robots didn't require her own effort. This couldn't go on. Just as she was about to protest, the boy walked up behind her. Sister, tired from work? Let me give you a massage. Okay. He had learned some delicate technique from somewhere highly skilled with moderate pressure, making the massage very comfortable and effectively relieving fatigue. But last time when he was massaging her calves, he suddenly rushed into the bathroom, claiming he had eaten something bad and had an upset stomach needing to vomit. He didn't come out for a full hour. Since then, he hadn't mentioned massage again. Today, with her good mood, she naturally couldn't refuse. Just the shoulders. Okay. Ever since the last massage when he had a reaction himself, Yu Zhongxian dared not easily touch her again, but he truly missed that feeling. When his palm finally touched the girl's soft, tender skin as he wished, his fingertips trembled slightly. He struggled to divert his attention to avoid repeating the same mistake. Sister, do your brothers also cook, do chores, and give massages like me? No, they all have work to do. Su Miantang shook her head. But they always send me things. Her 4-story, oversized standalone villa seemed to be getting crowded with the constant influx of gifts. Oh, brothers are so capable, they can do many things, unlike me who knows nothing except to care about sister, he said while gently nuzzling into her shoulder, acting spoiled. Su Miantang couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Indeed, no one had a sweeter mouth than him. Yu Zhongxian was about to speak when he saw the folds of her collar shift as she raised her hand, revealing an incredibly delicate and full cleavage. His pupils instantly Zio. Su Miantang suddenly lifted her head. Yu Zhongxian's breath caught in his throat, as if caught red-handed, his ears turning red. What is it, sister? Do you think I've put on weight recently? No. Yu Zhongxian frowned. Sister, you're very thin. If he hadn't known how splendid her figure was, he would have suspected she was malnourished. A female weighing only 46 kilograms, yet possessing a 36C bust. It was unimaginable if she gained a little more weight would that place. As he pondered, he resolved to fatten her up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Nearby Xiaomi flew over inopportunely to correct the data for its master. Reporting to master, your current weight is 46. 7 kill. Ouch. Before it could finish, the youth slapped it away. Sister, you're the same age as me, still growing. True, maybe you'll get taller, but being taken care of so well every day. Eating only delicious food without exercising like a parasite. Impractically useless. I really need to work out. Little ears, any exercise recommendations? Exercise. Yu Zhongxian raised an eyebrow as if struck by an idea, and suddenly withdrew his hand. Sister, wait for me. In a moment, he came running downstairs with a shuttlecock in hand. I made this for you. What a beautiful feather shuttlecock. Su Miantang's eyes lit up as she delightedly stroked the glossy, smooth feathers, but the more she touched them, the more uneasy she felt. The texture feels exactly like green peacock feathers. Little ears, where did you get the materials? From the Star Network. They're sold everywhere. The Star Network sells green peacock feathers. Was he joking? That species was a critically endangered protected animal on the planet. Yeah, they're just cheap plastic imitations. Sister, let me tidy up the back garden first, you can try it out now. Alright. Su Miantang nodded, but after he left, she took out a long green peacock tail feather she had kept between the pages of a book, half doubtful. This was the feather Lan had plucked from a live green peacock when she took her to the animal planet, and its texture was exactly the same as the shuttlecock's feathers. Could the Star Network really have such realistic counterfeit products? Suddenly John's words surfaced in her mind. He not only hit me, but also warned me to stay away from you. Otherwise he would pluck out all my hair and throw me into the sea to feed the fish. Miss Su Miantang, you must believe me. He's pretending, deceiving you, lurking by your side with ill intentions. Compelled by some impulse, she plucked a feather and took out a lighter. Burning protein would produce the smell of scorched feathers, completely different from polyethylene. With a whoosh, an orange flame flickered eerily. Just as she brought it close to the feather, the youth's clear, cheerful voice came from, "Sister, I've finished tidying up. Come on, let's have a contest." She looked up, and in the brilliant sunset, she saw his face shining with a smile. His eyes and heart seemed to hold only her. A pang of guilt struck her, and she extinguished the flame. What was she doing? Little Ears had been so good to her, yet she was doubting him. She tossed the lighter aside, picked up the shuttlecock, and laughed. "All right, I'm coming." To thank the youth for all the wonderful meals he had cooked for her recently, Su Miantang left work early after finishing her research at the institute, bought some ingredients, and went home to bake a cake. Yu Zhongxian returned from the moon comet carrying a large bag of fresh ingredients. As soon as he entered, he spotted a familiar pair of shoes. "Sister, you're back. Why so early today?" He rushed into the kitchen excitedly and saw the girl in an apron busy by the oven. "Sister, what are you doing? Why are you cooking yourself? Little Ears, come here." After finishing, Su Miantang picked up a ribbon-tied box and solemnly, mysteriously handed it to him. "A surprise for you. What's this? Open it and see." He untied the ribbon and saw a very delicate cake with a small lop-eared rabbit, his beast form, drawn in cream, and 4 big characters, "Happy Birthday." "Birthday? Today wasn't his birthday." "Yes," she said. "Didn't you say you've been wandering since childhood, never celebrated a birthday, and didn't even know when you were born? From now on, today is your birthday. Your birthday in the central star." So that was it. So she remembered every casual word he had said. He suddenly felt a pang of regret for deceiving her. "Why today?" "Because today is also my birthday." Perhaps it was. She distinctly remembered that before coming here her birthday was approaching. However, so many things here were different from Earth, including the laws of time and space, so she could only guess roughly based on intuition. When Yu Zhongxian heard my birthday, his honey-tea-colored eyes trembled gently, and the last fortress in his heart that constantly reminded him of his identity finally crumbled. It crumbled completely. She had set his birthday on the same day as hers. Same year, same month, same day. This was the most beautiful promise in any oath. From now on they would be the closest people in the world. "Taste it. See if you like it." Su Miantang gently scooped a bit of cream from the corner of the cake with her index finger, and was about to put it into her own mouth, when the youth, lost in adoration, hummed softly, and then sucked her finger into his mouth, licking. The warm, slippery sensation sent a shiver through Su Miantang's entire body. "Too meant for you to taste the cake, not my finger." "Sweet. Your finger is even sweeter." The youth's eyes curved, a glint of triumph flashing through them, perfectly captured by the girl. Oh, so he was deliberately teasing her, was he? She grabbed the remaining cream beside her and smeared it on his face. "Ha ha ha. Now you're a spotted bunny." She ran off after smearing him, but the youth was quick. He seized her slender waist, pinned her firmly in his arms, and retaliated by smearing cream on her. "Then you become a spotted kitten." "Ha ha ha, it tickles." "Little Ears, let me go." "No." In their laughter and play, neither noticed how intimate their posture had become. Suddenly Su Miantang felt something pressing against her from behind. She turned her face to look at the youth in confusion. "What's that?" Yu Zhongxian froze completely. "Let me see." She reached out curiously to touch. Yu Zhongxian's voice changed in fright. "Sister, don't." Why was he so nervous? She was determined to see what it was. Su Miantang grabbed him, and just as Yu Zhongxian was about to flee, she pulled a mechanical figurine from his pocket. Wow, what an exquisite figurine. An AI-generated face, silver armor, enormous wings, a brain chip, digital weapons, a body that glows and radiates heat, all in a steam. It was both cool and fierce. Su Miantang had never seen such a beautiful figurine. Intrigued, she held it in her hands, playing with it for a while, lifting its armor and flicking its wings. Finally, she looked up and gazed at the young man curiously. "Little Ears, what is this?" But the young man's eyes were tightly shut, his lashes trembling, and fine beads of sweat glistened on his cheeks. His arms around her waist tightened, as if he was enduring something with great pain. So that was what she meant, he thought. "Little Ears, what's wrong?" "Nothing." After a long moment, Yu Zhongxian's breathing returned to normal. "Do you like it, sister?" "This figurine?" "I do." She turned it over, looked at its back, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. "But I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." "At Rockefeller Castle, right? In the museum of the Welling family, there was a painting." "Yu Zhongxian. Mom, how do you have a figurine of him?" "He's my idol." Yu Zhongxian took back his mini figurine and began showing off its features. "He is an innate mecha warrior with an indestructible body. The brain chip in his head can acquire information, control, and destroy all high-end smart devices and command mecha units in battle. Behind him is a pair of silver wings that can soar through the sky and burrow into the earth unaffected by any harsh environment, be it floods or raging flames. Press this button on the left to freely control the state of his wings. When they're spread, he can fly." As he spoke, he released his grip. Yu Zhongxian's figurine flew into the air, its posture both graceful and dashing. "So cool," Su Miantang couldn't help but exclaim. Although she had heard many legends about this first interstellar commander, she still found it hard to believe that a beastman's body could merge with machinery. Is he really entirely mechanical? Even there. What? Yu Zhongxian stared at her in shock as if doubting his own ears. But her expression was so pure and innocent that even when asking such a bold and private question, it was as if she were asking about the weather. It can be. For once his gaze was awkward and wavering. Then how big is it? Is it as big as yours? Yu Zhongxian was even more shocked. She not only asked but inquired so thoroughly. And how did she know about his? It should be. Like. His shy gaze gradually fell on a nearby thermos. Off. Unexpectedly, Su Miantang shook her head in disappointment. So big but with a cold mechanical texture. What a waste of a gift. It's not cold. The temperature can be adjusted as needed. Yu Zhongxian was about to explain hurriedly when the girl smiled and reached out to ruffle his hair. I still prefer your ears, big, fluffy, and so warm. Yu Zhongxian. So she was talking about ears. Then what about the button on the right? What does it do? Su Miantang continued to ask curiously, but the young man gritted his molars in frustration. Was she doing this on purpose or not? She was driving his brain chip to the brink of dementia, making his mouth hang open like a fish, yet she remained completely oblivious. It was driving him crazy. Su Miantang, the master angler, raised an eyebrow. Yu Zhongxian took a deep breath, summoned the figurine back, and continued to explain to her, with doting affection. I've infused combat power into this figurine. As long as someone gently presses this button on the right, no matter the time or place, I will rush to their side instantly. Really? Su Miantang was amazed. Sister, do you look down on the combat power of this low-level beastman? Of course not. She denied. She just thought that with this function it would make a perfect gift. So special and romantic, suitable for someone very important, or a crush. Just as she was thinking, the young man gently placed the figurine into her palm. Sister, I've been working on this figurine for a long time just to give it to you. And it happens to be today. Happy birthday. He was giving it to her. Su Miantang was momentarily stunned. Seeing no reaction, Yu Zhongxian thought she didn't like it. Sister, you don't like it. I do. Tada. She produced a champagne-colored gift box from behind her. Inside were a pair of sports wristbands. Tada. She produced a champagne-colored gift box from behind her. Inside were a pair of sports wristbands, one adorned with a tulip, the other engraved with little ears, exclusive, clearly custom-made. Did sister prepare this specially for me? Yu Zhongxian picked them up, brought them to his nose, and sniffed lightly. He caught a faint, alluring scent of pheromones and clutched them in excitement. Not only custom-made, but handmade by her. Mom, do you like them? I love them. Wasn't this a matching couple's wristband? The tulip represented her. Little ears represented him. Together they meant she belonged to him. Yu Zhongxian's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. He took them out on the spot and put them on. From now on, little ears will wear them every year, every month, every day, every moment. They might get smelly if you wear them all the time. No way. The young man's brain chip seemed to sense something, and he looked outside. Sister, look what's out there. Su Miantang looked in confusion and saw a magnificent, dazzling scene across the sky. It was a drone show. Glowing machines floated in the dark, silent night sky like sparkling stars, forming various shapes, words, patterns. The moment she looked up, they happened to form. Happy birthday. How could it be so coincidental? A gleam of surprise burst from the girl's eyes. Yu Zhongxian's lips curled slightly as he flicked his fingers lightly. Maybe sister and I were lucky enough to encounter someone else's birthday celebration with a drone show. Beneath the night sky, the advertiser testing the drone effects thought. What the hell? So beautiful. Su Miantang leaned on the railing, enchanted by the performance. Not only were there happy birthday messages, but also flowers, candles, a cake. Finally, it even formed an image of a young girl, hands clasped together, bowing to blow out a candle. Whether it was an illusion or not, she felt it looked very much like her. Little ears, don't you think? She turned her face and saw the young man mimicking the drone display, lighting a candle, placing it on a cake, and carefully holding it as he walked toward her. Sister, make a wish. Okay. She closed her eyes, moved, and clasped her hands together, just like the scene in the night sky. I hope that little ears can spend every day safely and happily in Central Star. I hope to always be sister's little ears and be with her. The young man gazed at her with deep affection and also made a wish. Under the flickering candlelight and the grand drone show, they spent a warm birthday. While cleaning up, Yu Zhongxian suddenly saw the girl clutching her stomach and rushing into the restroom with an expression of great discomfort. Sister, what's wrong? He quickly followed. It's nothing. Did you eat something bad? No, really, it's nothing. After Su Miantang repeated herself several times, the first thing she saw when she stepped out of the restroom was the young man waiting outside. Little ears, I'm really fine, don't worry. Seeing she wouldn't say, Yu Zhongxian directly activated his brain-computer interface, a physical condition detection scan. The result, menstruation. He'll go buy medicine for Su Miantang looked puzzled. What medicine are you going to buy? Leafin. That was a medicine in the Interstellar specifically for treating female menstruation, safe and with no side effects, but how did he guess? Surprised by his thoughtfulness, Su Miantang smiled helplessly and pulled him back. Really, no need, I'll be fine in a moment. Her physical condition had always been excellent. Each time her period came, she only felt pain for half an hour as a sign. Seeing her insistence, Yu Zhongxian could only search again in his brain computer for relief methods. Keep the abdomen warm, he thought for a moment. The next second, he transformed into his beast form. Little ears. Su Miantang's breath caught, unexpectedly charmed by his cuteness. In front of her crouched a round, plump little rabbit, its entire body honey tea-colored with fluffy and soft fur. Only its two long, large ears were pure white like snow, slightly drooping, almost covering the entire body, incredibly adorable. He leaped up with excellent jumping ability directly into her hands, then wrapped his body with his ears and curled into a ball nestling against her belly. So cute. Little ears, are you being adorable? Unfortunately, the girl completely missed his intention, her eyes sparkling with stars, eager to pet him. Before that, she learned her lesson and glanced at the back of its neck, finding the protective film before relaxing. She opened her hands like a demon, wantonly squeezing and kneading it, playing with it repeatedly. Don't touch, the ears are very sensitive. The belly even more. She even didn't spare the feet. The poor little rabbit was played with by the girl until it was on its back, dizzy, feeling both pleasurable and stimulated, wanting to turn back in a human form and bully her back fiercely, but seeing her slightly furrowed brows, he forcibly held back. While playing, Su Miantang got tired. Holding the warm little rabbit, she fell asleep comfortably, but Yu Zhongxian was in trouble. Since the first day he entered the villa, he had dreamed of sleeping with the girl. Finally his wish was fulfilled, but he never expected it to be like this. In the dead of night, he gradually transformed into human form, looking at the beautiful girl nestled against his chest, her sleeping face incredibly serene, but her posture was anything but. Her arms looped around his neck and her legs were draped over him. He could clearly feel how soft her body was, how smooth her skin was, and with each breath her pheromones were rich and intense like a fire igniting his entire body. It was pure torment. The ultimate temptation constantly challenged his nerves. If his rationality was slightly weak, he would want to press her beneath him and move, but as soon as his hand moved slightly, she would let out dissatisfied whimpers. It was deadly. Little demon. Yu Zhongxian held her tightly, intertwined pain and pleasure, unable to sleep a wink. Until the later part of the night, he couldn't take it anymore, tiptoed back to his room and resignedly reached his hand into the blanket. Sister, 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 sister. The east gradually showed the pale light of dawn, tree shadows rustled and swayed. In the dim room, hoarse and rapid breathing accompanied the rising and falling figure, drowning out the brain computer. At the same time, on the other side of the planet, on the island of Jinsalizi, there was a tall and straight figure of a man, also gripping a silk handkerchief in his hand, deeply inhaling the scent of a crabapple flower in the middle, calling the girl's name in a hoarse and lingering voice. Su Miantang. Ever since they returned from the Crystal Light Tower, Count Brooklyn and Mrs. Qin felt that their son was very off. He often spaced out, during meals, while talking with them, even during meetings. This was too abnormal. He was a tireless workaholic, always serious and meticulous in his approach to his career, yet now he was spacing out during such an important summit meeting. Why was that? They observed carefully and found the source was a handkerchief. Every time he spaced out, his gaze fell on it. A soft pastel lotus-colored handkerchief with a flower embroidered in the middle. It looked like a female's item. But how could he have a female's item? He couldn't even bear to hear about it. Absolutely impossible. The couple summoned his personal butler to ask Carrera what exactly has happened to the head of the household recently. He's listless, not in the state for anything. Is he sick? And S-rank male, even one about to evolve into S-rank, falling ill was extremely unbelievable. The butler hesitated, unsure whether to speak. After all, no one could fathom the master's thoughts. He should be sick, but it's lovesickness. Lovesickness? Yes. He recounted the events of that day at the Crystal Light Tower in detail, especially the interactions between the master and Su Miantang. Count Brooklyn and Mrs. Qin were stunned after listening. In the whole world, there was actually a female that their son could contact and still think about. Was this the beast god manifesting, blessing the bloodline of the Qin family? Regardless, they had to find her. The next day, Su Miantang woke up comfortably, stretched sleepily, and heard the faint sound of water outside. She curiously walked out and saw a certain little rabbit washing bedsheets. Little ears, why are you washing clothes so early in the morning? Isn't there a washing machine? It's not convenient. What's so inconvenient about it? She walked over in confusion. Yet Yu Zhongxian suddenly covered the wash basin, leaning over it so heavily that half his body was draped across it. Sister, don't come over. Su Miantang. Why is he acting like a dog guarding its food? So nervous. Could it be that there's something on the sheets? Before she could think further, the young man interrupted her. Sister, aren't you going to work? You'll be late. The young man, who used to cling to her, pester her, watch her finish breakfast, and then see her off, had today ruthlessly issued an order for her to leave, without even turning his face to look at her. Could it be that she had teased him too much yesterday? Little bunny, quite vengeful. I know. Breakfast is on the table. Angry, yet waking up early to make breakfast with a cold face. So adorable. Before leaving, Su Miantang couldn't resist ruffling his head again. Yu Zhongxian's back suddenly stiffened. Seducing him again. He couldn't take it anymore. But he didn't dare turn his face to look at her, afraid that a single glance would bring back the seductive voices and postures that had been floating in his mind all night. He silently stared at the bedsheet in the water, pondering a serious question: when could he revert to his original form and confess to her? And how to confess without being discarded by her? Imperial National Science Research Institute. Team leader: the first batch of new suppressants has been successfully developed. The warehouse is already bottling them. When should we distribute them? Immediately. Miantang picked up the suppressant vial inscribed with the name Qin Yinzhou. This box, have Alan deliver it. Okay. As she finished speaking, a photon communicator on the experimental table suddenly rang. Report researcher Su, a couple at the door wishes to see you. Who? Mr. Brooklyn, chairman of Qin Corporation, and his wife Mrs. Qin Su. Qin Yan's his parents. Why were they looking for her? Hearing this, the team members began to murmur among themselves. The chairman of Qin Corporation and his wife. Aren't they extremely arrogant, requiring even high-ranking government officials to make appointments in advance? Why would they come to the institute in person to see the team leader today? Yes, even if there was something urgent, they could just notify via light brain. There's no need to come in person as they've done before. Could they be here to pick a fight? I've sensed an ominous vibe. Team leader, did you provoke them during your last visit to Jingguang Tower? Provoke? She had never even met them. At most, she had stabbed their son with a dozen needles. But Qin Yinzhou, a grown man, wouldn't tattle to his parents over a minor grievance and have them come to her workplace to settle the score, would he? Team leader, you absolutely must not see them. Who knows what they're plotting? Yes, let Alan go. No, Alan is only in a rank male while the Qin couple are both S-Rank. Better notify the dean. But the dean left for Blue Water Star yesterday to give a lecture and won't be back for 3 days. Don't worry, they might just be concerned about the new suppressants formula and have come to inspect it. Su Miantang removed her gloves. Please bring them to the reception room. Team leader. Don't worry. The young woman left the laboratory and headed for the reception room, expecting to face stern interrogations from the Qin couple as soon as she entered, and had mentally prepared herself. Unexpectedly, the formally dressed Mr. Brooklyn and Mrs. Qin Su, upon seeing her, performed the kneeling and clasped hand salute. In the Central Star, this was the most solemn courtesy, typically reserved only for benefactors or imperial nobility, let alone from such esteemed figures. A bit flattered, Su Miantang helped them up. Mr. Brooklyn, Mrs. Qin Su, what are you doing? Are you Miss Su Miantang, the developer of the new suppressant? Mrs. Qin Su lifted her head. Upon seeing her, she instantly understood why her son had been drawn to and yearned for her. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a uniquely ethereal aura like a goddess, irresistibly captivating. Yes. Brooklyn, respected Miss Su Miantang, we the couple have specially visited your institute today to offer our apologies. Apologies? We have learned of what happened when you came to Jingguang Tower to take samples from Yinzhou. We sincerely apologize for his behavior and attitude at that time, and hope to obtain your forgiveness. Su Miantang was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected them to come in person over such a trivial matter. This was completely different from the reputation of an arrogant, haughty, and cold-blooded top-tier conglomerate. They were actually humble, gentle, and courteous. It's fine. I didn't take it to heart. Not only are you beautiful, but you are also so kind. However, I can't help but defend my son. He didn't mean to treat you that way. He has a hidden affliction. Su Miantang, hidden affliction? Have you, Miss Su, heard the rumors about him? That at the age of 6, he pushed a female into the water, nearly drowning her. I've heard a little. Actually, that's not the whole truth. Mrs. Qin Su said, covering her face in sorrow on the verge of tears. Yinzhou is our eldest son and the sole heir of the Qin Corporation and S-Rank male. He was gifted, handsome, and exceptionally capable from a young age. But precisely because of his high status and excellence, he aroused jealousy and covetousness. Over a decade ago, our commercial mortal enemy Abigail lost in competition, and her family went bankrupt overnight. To recover and take revenge on us, she kidnapped Yinzhou and with deranged cruelty attempted to forcibly mark him, a 6-year-old child. He was so young then, unable to even use his combat abilities. Though he fought back until he was battered and bruised, the protective membrane of his gland was still damaged. However, at the moment of destruction, the natural resistance of high-level combat power to low-level pheromones triggered an explosive force, directly hurling Abigail into the nearby sea. Thus, the rumors spread, leaving Yinzhou with a permanent affliction. Since then, he has feared, loathed, and resisted females. His condition was so severe that contact with a female, or even smelling their pheromones, would cause him to break out in rashes all over his body, and sometimes even go into shock. For years we have searched for renowned doctors across the galaxy, but none could cure him. The doctors say it's a psychological disorder, and only by overcoming his childhood trauma and fear of females can he fully recover. The malicious rumors outside have only worsened his condition, so that's how it was. Su Miantang was suddenly enlightened. Now she understood why he had asked for a replacement the moment he saw her, why he refused to look her in the eye during the sampling process, why his attitude was so cold, and why he had immediately pushed her away when he accidentally hugged her. So he wasn't discriminating or detesting females, he had a severe psychological shadow. And despite that, he had endured her presence for so long. Suddenly she felt guilty for having misunderstood him and harbored prejudice all along. Did I cause him any harm by touching him that day? No. Madame Su shook her head excitedly. Why, oi, that's exactly what we as a couple want to know. Could it be because of her pheromone level? Miantang frowned listening as they continued. Aside from doctors, we've also invited many high-level females over the years, including class females, and even your queen. Yet even with such rich pheromones, none could get close to him. Even Queen Jenny couldn't. It seemed unrelated to pheromone levels. You are the sole exception so far. Brooklyn couldn't suppress his inner thoughts. Miss Miantang, the truth is we came to visit you today not only to apologize, but also with a selfish desire, to ask for your help with Yenjo. Help him. If it were a physical injury she might consider it, but a psychological shadow. Even pheromones wouldn't work. Yes. No need to do anything else. Just be willing to approach him, become his friend, and help him overcome his fear of females from the heart. Right? We won't let you work for nothing. If you agree, gold, silver, treasures, rare objects, anything you like, anything you desire, we will offer with both hands. Here is a check. Fill in the deposit amount as you wish. It will be credited immediately. Madame Su took a check from her bag and handed it to her. Miantang caught a glimpse of it. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. 100 million. And this was just the deposit. She suddenly felt as if she were in a drama where the CEO's mother gives the innocent girl 5 million to leave her son, while Madame Su was giving her 100 million. No need. She immediately declined. Madame Su, you're too kind. It's not about the money. Then, the couple was puzzled. Miantang hesitated. Since the high-level females they had previously invited had achieved little, she might not fare any better and might even worsen his condition. Miss Miantang, seeing her about to refuse, Madame Su burst into tears, 2 streams of hot tears streaming down her face. Yenjo is not only the sole heir of the Qin group, but also the life of my husband and me. If he remains like this, I don't know what meaning there is in living. Please save him. Save the pitiful child who was only 6 years old back then. As long as you are willing to save him, we will do anything. As she spoke, she was about to kneel, startling Miantang, who quickly supported her. Madame Su, please don't do this. Give me some time. Let me think it over. All right. Members of the new inhibitor research team, fearing their team leader might be bullied, hid outside the reception room eavesdropping. They heard nothing, but they saw the couple perform a grand bow to the team leader as they saw her out and quietly slip a check into her pocket. How is that possible? That couple was the helm of the Interstellar's #1 financial conglomerate, Mr. and Mrs. Qin. And that check was from the Interstellar USB Bank, denominated in hundreds of millions. After seeing them off, Miantang turned around to find her team members huddled against the wall, wide-eyed. What are you doing? Team leader, you even conquered Mr. and Mrs. Qin. Are you a goddess? Team leader, why did they give you so much money? They're not trying to buy your life, are they? Jinshali Island. Patriarch, as you instructed, we have been closely monitoring Miss Miantang's activities. Today she posted a video on the Central Star National Academy of Sciences official website explaining how to use the new play it. Yes. In the holographic projection screen, the young woman stood in a cold laboratory, her jet black hair tied high, wearing goggles and a protective suit, holding an inhibitor as she demonstrated its operation. The scene was exceptionally beautiful, but her expression was focused and meticulous, and the video was brief, purely work-related. He watched it once and remembered everything. Yet the man standing tall before the large screen watched it once, twice, 3 times. Countless times. He stood as still as a statue, leaving the butler utterly bewildered. No matter how beautiful, after so many viewings, he should have memorized every expression and recited the content. After a while, the butler couldn't help but remind him. Patriarch, the meeting with Prince Charlie is about to begin. Any news on the new inhibitor? Yes, the Academy just sent word that it has been prepared and will be delivered tomorrow. Who? The butler was taken aback for a moment before realizing he was asking who would deliver it. Caring about such a trivial detail must mean he was expecting Miss Miantang. Unfortunately, the message mentioned a male researcher named Alan. At the mention of another's name, the inscrutable light in Qin Yan's eyes instantly dimmed. So she really wouldn't come again. His jet black lashes drooped slightly, and the fingers holding the begonia silk handkerchief tightened. It must have been his attitude last time that made her loathe him, never wanting to see him again. The financial magnate who could manipulate the business world with a flick of his hand felt a deep sense of helplessness. The jasmine fragrance on the silk handkerchief had gradually faded, just as she would never appear in his life again. The thought made his left chest ache faintly. Are the Central Galaxy and X-Galaxy still at war? Yes, it's raging. Draft a contract. The Qin Group will permanently and unconditionally sponsor all military supplies for the Central Galaxy's campaign with no upper limit. Wow, what? The butler, who had never questioned the Patriarch's decisions, was stunned into a spine-chilling numbness by this statement. Permanent, unconditional, no upper limit. This would be a colossal deal starting in the trillions with an incalculable ceiling. Was the Patriarch doing all this just to curry favor with Miss Su? He swore this would be the largest dowry pursuit expense in the entire interstellar history spanning eons. Juqing Villa District. Miantang, who was lying in a cradle seriously considering whether to help Qin Yenjo, suddenly received several calls, all from the bank. She answered one. Hello, is this Miss Miantang? Yes. Dear Miss Su, the star coins you deposited in our bank at 1750 have reached the upper limit. We will send staff to your residence tomorrow to handle the latest. What? The young girl paused mid-bite of her lollipop. What? The bank's storage limit reached. What kind of obscure term was that? A scam call. She glanced suspiciously at the number. It was indeed official. May I ask what the storage limit is? 9,999,999,999 star coins. How much? Did you say how much? Who made the transfer? According to records, the remittance department belongs to the Qin Group. Before she could be astonished, a call from the Scientific Research Institute's light brain came in. It was Professor Hyler. He was usually taciturn and stern with subordinates, but now he was grinning from ear to ear on the other end, his words brimming with praise for her. Researcher Su, I never expected you to not only excel in your work, but also be a hidden tycoon and philanthropist. The Institute feels immensely proud and moved to have a talent like you. When we compile the Institute's history next time, we will definitely put you on the first page. Why, oi? What else could it be? You've donated a building to the Institute, a prime location in Central City over 100 stories high. I hear the construction cost nearly 100 billion star coins. Such a monumental achievement, I plan to hold a charity commendation ceremony for you at the Institute. No, make it a month. A building. 100 billion. In her name. Could it be the Qin Group again? She was still processing this when the Central Star National News Department suddenly released 3 joyful announcements proclaiming to all beast citizens across the galaxy. Special thanks, the Qin Group has permanently provided all military supplies to the Central Star System free of charge, becoming the planet's closest partner. The top-rated comment reads, shocking. The cost of supplies for a single battle starts at trillions of star coins. Poverty limits my imagination. I know nothing of the true wealth of the interstellar financial magnate. Weapons can't be bought with star coins alone. In wartime, star coins are the least valuable thing. Did someone in Central Star save Qin Yan's life? 10 billion, 100 billion, a trillion. Su Miantang was overwhelmed by these astronomical figures. Was the Qin family a snow leopard clan, or a money leopard clan? It seemed she no longer needed to reconsider her earlier promise to Lady Qin Su. Since they had such determination, she could give it a try. In the Golden Sands Palace, Count Brooklyn and Lady Qin Su were also astonished by their son's grand gesture. They had only offered a check worth 100 million star coins, asking Su Miantang to help cure his psychological illness. But their son's move. Was he planning to marry into the Central Star? His generosity paid off. Soon they received a light brain message from Su Miantang. She accepted the request and promised to do her utmost to help him, though she could not guarantee the outcome. The couple smiled with relief. To them, even trillions of star coins were mere numbers, worthless compared to their son's health. Lady Qin Su happily contacted her, looking forward to an early meeting. 1020 M. High-level executive meeting of the group. 1130. Negotiate contract with Duke Benjamin of Valen Star. 10 p.m. Golf match at Lingyun Yefeng Long, booked by Prince Henry. In the main hall, the butler was reporting the day's schedule. Qin Yanzhou put on his gloves, ready to leave. Before he could step out of the hall, Lady Qin Su blocked his way. Son. She approached with a smile, reaching out to take his arm, but he stepped back, imperceptibly evading her touch. Her hand hovered awkwardly in the air. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. At first, Yanzhou had been willing to interact with her, but as his condition worsened, even she could not touch him, not even through gloves. How painful it was for a mother who could not even caress her most beloved son. Fortunately, a savior had now appeared. Mother, is there something you need? Yanzhou, are you off to work? Work is never-ending. Postpone today's schedule. I've recently met an exceptionally outstanding female. He'll introduce you to her later. At the word female, Qin Yan's handsome brows furrowed tightly. Over the years, she had gone to great lengths scouring the galaxy for high-level females to bring before him, all in hopes of curing his condition. But each one repulsed him deeply, only intensifying his aversion to the opposite sex. Yet she refused to give up, persisting endlessly. No. Are you sure? Lady Qin's tone sharpened, devoid of her usual patient persuasion and tearful pleas. Yes. From now on, he would not even grant her face in this matter. No matter who. No matter who. What a pity. Qin Yanzhou turned to leave, unwilling to engage further. Lady Qin Su called out slowly from behind. It's a pity that Miss Su Miantang is so outstanding. Before he could react, a familiar melodious voice, clear and gentle, reached his ears, making him lift his head almost instantly. Hi, Mr. Qin. We meet again. Outside the hall, the young girl stood with cascading black hair like a waterfall framing her delicate fair face. Her bright eyes sparkled, her lips were red against white teeth. She no longer wore the cold work uniform, but a soft white floor-length dress, cinched simply with a ribbon that accentuated her slender, graceful figure. At that moment, standing on the threshold, she was like a holy jasmine blossom bathed in radiant sunlight, abruptly leaping into the gloomy hall, and into his heart, making his pupils contract. He could not tear his gaze away. It was her. She had come again. Was it an illusion? A hallucination born of excessive longing, like in a dream? Miss Su Miantang, you came. Lady Qin Su greeted her joyfully, stepping forward to welcome her. Yes, I came to deliver a new inhibitor to Mr. Qin Yanzhou. but I just overheard he has matters to attend to. Before she could finish, the man immediately denied it. No, Lady Chin Su was astonished. Hearing was one thing, seeing was another. It was the first time she had seen her son stare so intently at a female, the first time he had been so impulsive and blatantly contradicted himself. It was simply incredible. This only strengthened her conviction that Miss Su was his savior. Barely containing her excitement, the woman took Su Miantang's hand. Yes, Yinzhou has a very busy schedule today, he said, no matter who. Mother. Her words were cut off again. Qin Yan's expression was resolute, yet a hint of pleading flickered in his dark eyes, begging her to stop. He had not known that his mother's guest was her, nor had he known she would be willing to come again. He did not want to leave any more bad impressions on her. Madame Qin Su could no longer bear to tease him, so she immediately changed her tune. But as soon as I heard it was you, I turned down all my work and came to welcome you in person. Have a good chat, I won't disturb you. Her last words were barely audible, as if afraid the man would hear. Su Miantang nodded, lifted the medical kit in her hand, and walked toward him. Mr. Qin, this is your new suppressant. 3 vials, 15 milliliters in total. The specific usage instructions are in the manual, and your physician can also refer to the video demonstration on the Scientific Research Institute's platform. As she drew closer, a pure fragrance of jasmine blossoms rushed toward him, so pristine it seemed to purify his very being. The man's fingers trembled, slightly tempted beyond endurance, yet he fought the urge to cover his nose and mouth to avoid any misunderstanding. Still he dared not look at her, fixing his gaze solely on the suppressant in her hand. Miss Su, could you administer the injection for me? Off. Now, Su Miantang was startled by his request. First, she had jabbed him so blindly last time. How could he still let her try? Was he not afraid of pain? Second, even with a new suppressant, it was meant to be used before, during, or after the heat cycle. How could it be injected so casually? Qin Yinzhou, upon finishing his words, also realized what an absurd request he had made. A flicker of chagrin passed through the depths of his pitch-black pupils. He was merely afraid she would leave, trying to find a way to keep her, even if just for a few more minutes, enough to save her in memory. But his normally sharp and agile mind seemed to rust in her presence, unable to turn at all. I misspoke, it's next month. He tried to cover up. Under normal circumstances, Su Miantang would never agree to such a request, but since she came with a purpose, it was a completely different matter. Sure, she agreed. A flash of surprise lit the man's eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, meeting her beaming smile, but in the blink of an eye he turned away. His mind went blank for a moment. So beautiful. Then she would come again. How could she be so kind? Just like the last time, when she faced his unreasonable demands. Her kindness only made him want to become more shameless and push further. His fingers tightened slightly as he ventured, to express my gratitude, may I invite you to lunch? Su Miantang. 10 o'clock lunch. She had originally planned to ask him to take her around the island to enjoy the natural scenery, but switching the order was fine too. Sure, thank you. Qin Yinzhou ordered the servants to prepare the meal. Su Miantang thought his initiative to invite her to lunch was a signal of goodwill. At least it would narrow the distance, not as icy as before. Unexpectedly, in the vast dining hall, the luxurious Baroque-style table stretched over 100 meters. She sat at one end and Qin Yinzhou at the other. Someone slightly nearsighted could barely see the other person, let alone talk. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Every morning the CEO wakes up from his 800-meter bed. It seemed he genuinely wanted to, but she had just eaten the breakfast made with love by Xiaoduo, and her stomach was still full. She had no appetite. However, when the dishes were served, she changed her mind. Once again she witnessed the extravagant style of the top tycoon. Dozens of attendants elegantly filed in from outside holding trays. The appetizers alone numbered over a dozen, followed by main courses, side dishes, soups, desserts. Soon the 100-meter table was fully laden. So it turned out he hadn't chosen such a large table for no reason. Mr. Qin, do you have other guests today? Only you. From a safe distance, Qin Yinzhou dared to lift his head and look straight at her, shamelessly taking in every detail of her brows, eyes, and every curve of her body. Are you sure? Sure. Su Miantang was astonished. But isn't this too much? Isn't it wasteful? Qin Yinzhou had never considered the question of waste, but since she cared, he said, I only wished for Miss Su to taste the specialties of Delunt Star. The leftovers will be consumed by the... That's good. Su Miantang set aside the principle of every grain is hard-earned, instilled in her since childhood, picked up the serving chopsticks, and began to taste. 5 head chefs stood by her side, introducing, in turn, the characteristics, flavors, ingredients, and serving methods of each dish. The crimson flame mushroom soup is made from the rarest fungus species on the planet, using only the most tender part beneath the cap. Each mushroom yields only a few grams edible. The flying dragon scale fish is a rare species caught 5,000 meters below the waters of Cubostar. The head, tail, and viscera are removed, leaving only the succulent crescent-shaped meat on both sides of the gills. The fairy pagoda is the dessert with the highest purity in the entire interstellar realm, surpassing even the supply grade for royalty. Extremely lavish and undeniably delicious. She picked up a piece of fairy pagoda, and upon taking a bite, let out a cry of pain. What's wrong? The next moment Qin Yinzhou was right in front of her, his speed astonishing. The man's long fingers, clad in black gloves, gently pinched her chin, forcing her to tilt her head and open her mouth as he examined her with a tense expression. But he found nothing. Instead he saw, her lovely lips were shaped like rose petals, crimson and full. Inside, her wet, delicate tongue was pink and soft, as if it would yield moisture at a touch, irresistibly inviting. Thoughts of forbidden images flashed through his mind. Qin Yan's brows knitted tightly, his breathing grew heavy, his fingertips trembled, and he released her almost instantly, as if her pain had been transferred entirely onto him. Miantang was baffled by his reaction. Nothing serious. I just bit my tongue by accident. It hurts a little, but there's no blood. Okay. After a long pause, the man, still facing away from her, finally replied. If one listened closely, they could hear the tremor in his voice and a hint of self-reproach. What was he thinking? How could he be so filthy, like a shameless brute? Even with delicacies from land and sea, Miantang, who had a small appetite, ate little. In less than 10 minutes, she put down her chopsticks. Thank you very much for your hospitality today, Mr. Qin. I thoroughly enjoyed the meal. So soon, was it ending? Had he not served enough dishes? The tall man, sitting silently at the far end of the table waiting for her farewell words, gradually grew dejected. So much so that when Miantang cordially invited him to take a stroll around the island to aid digestion, he kept his head low, silent, and reluctant to respond. Did she ask for too much? Has it caused his aversion? It seems I need to be more patient and take things step by step. Miantang took a napkin to wipe her mouth, preparing to say goodbye to him. However, the butler quickly leaned over, reminding the man beside him. Master, Miss Su wishes to invite you to the island for a visit. At a crucial moment, how did the master zone out? What? Qin Yanzhou quickly raised his head, his gaze flickering, as if to confirm. Miantang. The dining table is too long, can he really not hear me? Yes, if you are unwilling. I am willing. His swift reply made even the usually taciturn butler chuckle to himself. This reaction felt reminiscent of the wedding ceremony where the officiant asks, are you willing to be loyal to her, for life no matter? Before the vows were even finished, he had already answered. It's hard to imagine that a man usually characterized by a cold and aloof demeanor could have such an uncontrollable moment, like a young boy, unable to hide his feelings, truly one object. All right then. Miantang's eyes curved with a smile. Let's go. As she thought she could finally get a bit closer to him. After all, walking requires being side by side. Ahead were a group of guides, introducing the scenery. On the left was a servant holding an umbrella, just like the one on the right holding a drink. Behind them was a group of staff and bodyguards ready to assist at any moment. As for the protagonist, Qin Yanzhou, he stood at the outermost edge of the crowd, the farthest from her, almost like a passerby. Miantang felt an inexplicable sensation, as if she were a beloved concubine being escorted out, one who carried the royal air and needed a group to take care of her with every step. Mr. Qin. She turned her face, stealing a glance at the man's back before quickly averting her gaze. My, isn't there a bit too many people, eh? It's a little stuffy. Qin Yanzhou immediately waved his hand, instructing everyone to step back, yet he still stood 5 meters away from her, neither too close nor too far, like a bodyguard, only directing his combat prowess to keep the umbrella floating high above her head. Miantang looked up, suddenly puzzled by his attitude toward her. Welcoming yet seemingly not very welcoming. Willing yet also not very willing. What a contradictory man he is. As she walked lost in thought, she failed to notice the cobblestones beneath her feet, stumbling forward. Be careful. The usually quick-witted man, caught up in the immense delight of being invited by a young female, was a beat slow, and when he reached out to catch her, he ended up grabbing her skirt as well as the strap beneath it. With a sudden whoosh, the air seemed to freeze. Qin Yan's dark eyes widened, his fingers halted. Miantang's mind went blank, her body frozen. The awkward atmosphere lingered for several seconds, and with a bang, Qin Yanzhou was the first to release his grip. Due to the elasticity, the delicate and full contours of the girl trembled, mirroring the intensity of his unfathomable gaze. Miantang's face immediately flushed visibly, especially when she saw the man bowing his head, staring intently at it. After a brief moment of shock and bewilderment, a mixture of embarrassment, regret, and guilt emerged on Qin Yan's stern face. In a flustered panic, he unexpectedly knelt on one knee before her, lowering his head to apologize. I apologize, Miss Su. I didn't mean to. You can punish me however you like. To do such a thing to a female was simply despicable and shameless, utterly despicable, not to mention he couldn't control his gaze. She must despise his lowly nature. Miantang felt a bit embarrassed, but it was only about how could this happen, not directed at him. After all, he did have good intentions in trying to catch her. It was just, now seeing him so serious and earnestly apologizing, the little anger in her heart dissipated. It's all right just now. I accidentally almost fell. Thank you for catching me. She tried to feign ignorance, as if what had just happened never occurred. This island is too large, it doesn't seem suitable for walking. How about we take a magnetic hoverboard to enjoy the scenery up there? Sure. Qin Yanzhou sensed her attempt to change the subject, promptly summoning 2 magnetic hoverboards, though he was even less daring to look at her than before, especially. Wow. Up in the air, the view was indeed much broader. Miantang stood on the magnetic hoverboard, glancing around at the islands. This place was different from all the scenic views she had seen before, possessing a unique charm of tropical rainforest, lush and rugged mountains, spectacular waterfalls, rare animals wandering between cliffs and caves, the refreshing sea breeze blowing towards her, and the golden sand beach scattered with colorful shells. In the distance, there was even a volcano. It inexplicably gave off a romantic feeling. Mr. Qin, could you explain some of the landscapes to me? Okay. For some reason, Qin Yanzhou sensed a hint of closeness from her cheerful tone, nervously, yet excitedly moving closer to her. Madame Qin Su returned to the palace, hearing from her servant that her son had not only had lunch with Su Miantang, but also walked out together, unable to stop smiling. Rarely in such a good mood, she began playing golf on the mountain, but amidst her swings, she heard her attendants chattering excitedly beside her. It seemed they were stunned by something in the sky. Heavens, am I seeing things? This is the first time I've seen a female by the master's side, and she's so beautiful. Yet even just her back is enough to make one swoon. They seem so well matched, right? A stunning female and a handsome male, it makes my heart bloom with joy. Madame Qin Su looked up and saw the shadows standing on the magnetic hoverboard in the sky. Astonishingly, it was her son and Miss Su Miantang. One stood tall and imposing, exuding a captivating aura, while the other had flowing hair and a graceful figure. As they flew side by side, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, breathtakingly beautiful, making it hard to look away. Deep down, a greedy thought suddenly sprang forth. Initially, she only wanted to ask Miss Su Miantang to help treat her son, but now she fantasized about Miss Su becoming her daughter-in-law, the future matriarch of the Qin. She was so gentle, beautiful, clever, and kind. If she could become her daughter-in-law, it would be such a joy, a blessing accumulated from her past life. She hoped her son could be a bit more assertive, overcoming his psychological shadows, soon to win her heart. The only doubt was, what level was her pheromone? Regardless, she certainly did not surpass Yance's combat level. After all, the doctor had said he was about to evolve to SS level. That was the most powerful level in the world. Only Queen Jenny could match it, but he had no interest in her, so they would absolutely not be together. Thus, she summoned the Shadow Star Guards, deciding to inquire about Su Miantang's pheromones. This is the desert sea. The two finally arrived at the seaside. The endless beach resembled luxurious satin, the sand embedded within gleaming golden and soft, delicate, making it so comfortable that the girl couldn't help but take off her shoes and play. Wow, so comfortable. Mr. Qin, why don't you come and play too? Qin Yanzhou looked down at her pure white, delicate feet that resembled natural crystal, and the meanings of comfortable and play in his mind had already shifted. He quickly turned and left. No, I'll go prepare cold drinks for Miss Su. As he left, he took her shoes to his side. Su Miantang watched, momentarily stunned. She didn't expect that he, born into a top-tier wealthy family surrounded by pampering and attendants, would still be so meticulous and considerate. However, she quickly changed her mind. When Qin Yanzhou approached with 2 cups of cold drinks, he saw the girl lifting her skirt, running towards him with her long hair, flowing, her tone frantic. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin, help me. She even called his name. Qin Yanzhou. He had taken her shoes, leaving her now barefoot and chased by a large black scorpion. If she paused for even a second, she would be stung. Qin Yanzhou was momentarily stunned by her calling his name, but quickly regained his composure and saw the scorpion following her. Since it was a harmless rainforest scorpion, he did not activate his combat abilities to kill it, but instead waved his hand to drive it away as it leaped high. Yet accidentally, its stinger pierced through his clothes and into his flesh. Qin Yanzhou. Su Miantang grasped him nervously. You've been stung. Qin Yan's body stiffened slightly, trying to withdraw his hand, but failing. She held it so tightly that all his attention was focused on that grip, making him feel no pain at all. It's nothing. What do you mean nothing? Su Miantang frowned, recalling his extraordinary pain tolerance. He didn't even feel a dozen injections from a syringe, so naturally, he wouldn't register the scorpion's sting. But scorpions are venomous. Qin Yanzhou was about to explain that it was a harmless rainforest scorpion when she said, we need to go back and treat it immediately, bandage it up before the poison spreads. Treat. Bandage. He suddenly remembered the last time she collected samples from him. But scorpions are venomous. Qin Yanzhou was about to explain that it was a harmless rainforest scorpion when she said, we need to go back and treat it immediately, bandage it up before the poison spreads. But once they arrived at the palace. Doctor, please check him. He was stung by a scorpion. What kind of scorpion? I don't know, but Su Miantang recalled carefully. It was as long as a person's forearm, entirely black, with a tail of about 5 or 6 segments. 8 legs and 2 large pincers at the front. It looked extremely fierce. It must be a highly venomous scorpion. But the doctor smiled after hearing this. That's the most common rainforest scorpion on the island, also known as Peter's heterometris, harmless and non-venomous. Due to its docile nature, many people keep it as a pet. However, the size you described is unusually large. That would be a scorpion queen. Docile. Su Miantang seriously doubted they were talking about the same scorpion. Then why was it chasing me so aggressively? And why did it sting, Mr. Qin? Based on your description, it likely wanted to claim you as its master, but was blocked by the head of the family, so it acted out of retaliation. Su Miantang pursed her lips, frightened. Even if it caught up, she wouldn't adopt it. She was most afraid of cold-blooded animals. Scorpions, lizards, turtles, even frogs. She dared not approach, especially snakes. If she encountered a rare species with bright patterns or odd shapes, she could faint on the spot. Indeed, it's that one. The doctor saw the wound. Only slightly red and swollen, if brought any later, it would have nearly healed. Don't worry, with the head of the family's combat level, this injury is less severe than a cat scratch, he reassured. But seeing the beautiful young woman beside him so worried, he still took out some gauze and bandaged it properly. The man sitting nearby had remained coldly silent since the doctor was called in. He had thought she would bandage him herself. This island should not have a hospital. The doctor, while bandaging the wound, suddenly felt a chill on his head. Had he hurt the head of the family? Miantang, however, was completely oblivious to the man's thoughts. First, because she had a purpose, now she dared not touch him lightly, fearing that rushing things would backfire and provoke his aversion. Second, she thought he had been stung by a venomous scorpion and didn't know what antiserum to use, so naturally, she had to leave it to a professional. All done. Thank you, doctor. After the private doctor left, she curiously looked down at the gauze wrapped around his wrist, gently poking it with a fingertip. Is this enough? Is it really non-toxic? Do you feel any discomfort? Indeed, he felt uncomfortable, letting out a pained groan. Miantang quickly withdrew her hand and looked at him nervously. Did I hurt you? The man only turned his head slightly, a faint blush creeping to his ears. Miantang. So it wasn't pain but shyness. Just moments ago he had swatted away the scorpion without blinking, and now, with just a light touch through a thin layer of gauze, his ears turned red. She hadn't expected this cold and ruthless tycoon to be so innocent. A mischievous urge arose within her. If it hurts, I can blow on it for you. Blow? Qin Yanzhou looked astonished. Before he could respond, the girl lowered her head and gently blew on his wound. The warm, soft breath, accompanied by a faint jasmine fragrance, struck him like a wave, making his whole body tingle and his mind tremble. Especially when she said, blow and it won't hurt anymore, as if coaxing a child. Never before had a man been treated with such tenderness, intimacy, and indulgence by a young woman. A surge of unprecedented sweetness and long-buried emotions welled up in his heart. These emotions, suddenly laid bare before him, felt unfamiliar, thrilling, and shameful. He fled the scene almost instantly. Miantang watched the man who had vanished in an instant. She had been too forward, hadn't she? Had she scared him away? But she had only blown on his arm. Qin Yanzhou had been absent for a full 10 minutes. Miantang glanced at the time. She needed to return to the research institute, but before that she should bid him farewell. While waiting, a cat's meow suddenly came from upstairs. Meow meow. She looked up and saw a pure white chinchilla cat standing on the high steps, its fluffy tail raised, tiptoeing and gazing at her with curiosity. Then it leaped down and burrowed into her arms. What a beautiful little cat. With its short pointed ears, emerald eyes, adorable round face, and fluffy snow-white fur, it looked as exquisite as a little princess. Just as she was about to play with it, she recalled her previous experience with Pheromone. To be safe, she took out her light brain and scanned it. This was a software that could distinguish ordinary animals from beastmen. Usually it displayed only a few words, but this time a line appeared. Chinchilla cat Chloe, the beloved pet of Qin Yanzhou, CEO of the Qin Group, and a celebrity in the pet world of Dornstar. Chloe. Meow. Chloe responded. You're a celebrity. She relaxed and began to pet it lovingly. Chloe tilted its head, nestled into her arms, and purred contentedly, belly up. Princess Chloe. Upstairs, a servant was about to rush down and search for it, only to find it lying in the arms of the family's honored guest, rubbing against her wildly. He was astonished. Chloe was aloof by nature, never paying attention to strangers, and especially influenced by its owner. It disliked females. Yet now it was desperately burrowing into her arms, acting coquettish and fawning like a cat begging for a fish treat. It was utterly incredible. The servant quietly retreated. By the window, a cool sea breeze brushed her face, beneath her the soft warm sofa, and in her hands the adorable well-behaved cat to play with. Unconsciously, Miantang fell asleep. Chloe also dozed off lazily with her. Afraid of keeping her waiting too long, Qin Yanzhou returned after calming his emotions. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the young girl curled up on the sofa, sleeping with Chloe in her arms. Her bare feet were snow-white and smooth, her legs slender and well-proportioned like a piece of art, now slightly bent, revealing a pitiful curve. Her hips were round and pert, but at the waist they suddenly dipped inward, so slender that it seemed a hand could encircle it. Higher still. It was a dangerous place, and he dared not look. Her figure was enchanting and alluring, so seductive that any upright male would be tempted by wicked thoughts. He lifted his head again, his dark gaze falling on her face. That supremely beautiful sleeping face seemed to possess a magic that drew him closer, closer, ever closer. When he was only a hair's breadth away, he caught the intoxicating fragrance of jasmine. In her sleep, she unconsciously released more of it. And as he inhaled, he was instantly overwhelmed, his willpower crumbling to nothing. He couldn't control himself, urgently lifting a strand of her hair and bringing it to his nose, breathing deeply like an addict. His tall, slender figure was almost leaning over her, trembling all over. After smelling it, he wanted to kiss her cheek, even to caress. Little cat, can I steal you away? The sleeping girl suddenly murmured unconsciously, her voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper, but it struck him like a thunderbolt, snapping him awake. He stumbled back repeatedly. What was he doing? What did he want to do? He had actually intended to do such a vile, despicable thing while she slept. He had truly lost his mind. He had to admit he had fallen for her. He had fallen in love with a female. The very kind he detested and hated most, the kind that had betrayed the weak, helpless. But he couldn't resist at all, and not only that, a more greedy, frenzied possessiveness began to grow in his heart. He wanted her to be his, from top to bottom, inside and out. Every part of her, every strand of hair belonged to him, to Qin Yanzhou. With this thought, his gaze turned sharp, even toward his pet Chloe. He wanted to throw it away and have her hold him instead. A snow leopard would probably be more comfortable to hold than a cat, wouldn't it? But he was too big. He didn't know if she would like it. The awakening of love, the torment of betrayal, and inexplicable jealousy. All these complex emotions ignited like fire in his heart, burning away his reason. What was he thinking? She was so beautiful. There must be countless outstanding males around her. Why would she look at him? An impure male? Perhaps she saw him only as an eccentric client. He slowly took off his coat, draped it over her, and then vanished from the hall in an instant. Half an hour later, after her nap, Miantang found that Qin Yanzhou still hadn't returned. She had an afternoon test and couldn't stay any longer. She rose and a coat slid off. It was Qin Yanzhou. Had he come back? Where was he now? The strong sea wind pounded against the windows, the weather on the island changing in an instant. In a blink, clear skies turned to dark clouds, and drizzling raindrops fell like threads, spreading a layer of moist mist in the air. The daylight became a somber ink color. She gently put Chloe down and looked out the window. In the bluish-black mist, she vaguely saw a tall, straight figure, standing there alone, silent and deep like an isolated island. Was it Qin Yanzhou? It was raining. Why was he standing outside? She remembered that snow leopards were extremely clean animals and didn't like rain. Qin Yanzhou didn't know how long he had been standing outside, nor did he notice the change in weather. He only felt the cold raindrops hitting him, dousing the blazing fire within. Gradually his reason returned. Yes, why would Miss Sue like someone like him? He should face reality. As for himself, he needed only to hide his love, while never to show it, and sully her eyes. Behind him, he suddenly heard light footsteps. His body tensed instantly. It was her. Miantang approached slowly with an umbrella. At his height of 1.9 meters, she had to stand on tiptoe to shield him from the rain. Mr. Qin, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Qin Yanzhou didn't dare turn to look at her, his mind consumed by those 4 words. His sharp brows pressed slightly, a bitter smile twisting at the corner of his tight lips. It looked more like a sob. Was she here to say goodbye? Once she left, she would never come back. He tried to respond, but his throat was dry and hoarse, unable to produce a sound. He didn't want her to go. But, tomorrow when I come, can I have some time alone with you? Without any interruptions. Tomorrow. Alone. Qin Yanzhou's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He suspected he was hallucinating. Slowly turned around, lowered his head, and stared at her with dark, unblinking eyes. Tomorrow, aren't you welcome, Mr. Qin? No, it wasn't that. He just never expected that she would still be willing to take the initiative to see him again. And being alone, undisturbed by anyone. Even a fool could tell it meant a date. She was asking him out. She didn't dislike him, nor did she find him strange. In an instant, all the previous entanglement, anxiety, torment, and pain vanished without a trace. He was like someone who had struggled desperately to crawl out of the mud about to reach the mountaintop, but because of her words fell completely into her gentle embrace, where a small flower bloomed in the heart that had long been dark, damp, cold, and neglected. He was like a child suddenly rewarded, his face full of hope as he sought confirmation. Really? Really? Don't believe me. Miantang extended her pinky. Pinky promise. Qin Yanzhou slowly extended his finger, the cold, wet, black glove intertwining with hers. Miantang lowered her eyes. Tomorrow she would make him take off those gloves and try to initiate normal physical contact between the opposite sexes. Qin Yanzhou hooked her pinky tightly, so tightly that he felt his soul was being hooked by her. The two stood in the rain for who knows how long, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, their fingers entwined. A scene more beautiful and romantic than any scenery on the island. In the evening, Miantang played with the Yu Zhongshin figurine in the back garden. She twisted the robotic brain, pressed the wings, and watched him display his heroic and unrestrained commanding posture in the air, unable to resist cupping her face and leisurely tapping. He's so handsome, right? No wonder Little Ears regards him as an idol. She really liked this gift and wanted more. For example, the little golden eagle flying in the sky, the little snow wolf running in the mountains, the little red fox standing atop Qingxiu Peak, the little white tiger turning into a cub, the big golden retriever pitifully lying in a cage, the lop-eared rabbit whose ears could be easily lifted, and especially the fluffy giant panda. She could already imagine its round body swaying as it walked out of the bamboo forest. So cute. Wait, a gift. Right, she could give a gift to Qin Yanzhou. Giving gifts best bridges the distance between people. Maybe once he received it, he would treat her as a friend, his first female friend. But he was so wealthy and had seen everything. Well, what should she give him? Sister, dinner's ready. From the kitchen, the boy poked his head out and shouted, but saw the girl lost in thought, staring blankly at the figurine in the sky. TSK. He suddenly felt a bit jealous. Jealous of himself. Sister, do you really like this figurine? The boy's disappointed voice suddenly appeared beside her. Miantang looked over, a slight smile on her lips. Yes, it's so handsome. What's wrong with you? Wasn't this the gift he gave her? Why did he seem a little unhappy? Nothing. Suddenly Yu Zhongxian lowered his head, extended 2 index fingers, and poked them together gloomily. I was just thinking. Does sister only like strong males like Yu Zhongxian and not like little ears? Who is weak? Miantang looked at his suddenly pressed together fingers. Was he being cute? How could that be? You each have your own strengths. Really? Then can sister play with my beast form again? Yu Zhongxian and little ears must be treated fairly. The robotic brain, I feel like the master is going to split. Can I? Did you put on a protective film? Yes. Then come on. Who wouldn't like such an initiative? Lop-eared rabbit extending its fluffy, adorable big ears for a touch. By the way, little ears, I have something to do tomorrow night. I might be back very late, so you eat first. No, he'll wait for sister to come back and have supper together. With that, he instantly transformed back into his beast form, afraid of wasting even a second. Okay. Miantang smiled indulgently and began to extend her claws freely, playing with this little rabbit that loved to act cute and prank. After a long while, Yu Zhongxian limped into the room with weak legs and a dazed look, as if he had taken some kind of drug. He was almost done for, but still couldn't help adding, but Yu Zhongxian is indeed very handsome. Miantang was amused by him. Did he want her to like this figurine or not? She reached out to recall the Yu Zhongxian still in the air, intending to put it back into the storage box, but inadvertently noticed. There was also a tear mole under his left eye, exactly in the same position as little ears. The smile at the corner of her mouth gradually froze. She paused for a few seconds, then shook her head. Was she dizzy from playing too? How could she connect 2 such vastly different people? Since Miantang left, the butler actually saw the usually aloof, indifferent, taciturn, and even stingy with expressions actually smiled. And he looked so beautiful when he smiled. During dinner he smiled again. During a business negotiation he smiled again and again. While flipping through documents he smiled again and again and again. Eventually the butler became numb and took it for granted. But when checking the patrol soldiers on the island at night, seeing the master not asleep, standing alone by the sea smiling at a black rainforest scorpion he was holding in his hand, the butler still found it a bit creepy. Miss Su, did she put some kind of spell on the master? This symptom was much more serious than lovesickness. Qin Yan's his smile lasted until the next afternoon when the girl arrived. Miss Su. Perhaps because of the date, she had dressed up specially today. Even without makeup she was already breathtakingly beautiful, but now she was even more soul-stirring and mind-bewitching, making it hard to look directly at her. You're here. Mr. Qin, you look so handsome today. It's the first time I've seen you in evening attire. You too. He slightly averted his gaze, his fingers twitching slightly. Dinner is ready. As she requested, all the servants on the island had been dismissed, so no one would disturb them. Now in the empty hall, only the 2 of them remained. A private space exclusively for 2. He turned to walk to his seat from yesterday, but his cold, black technological glove was suddenly grabbed by the little female. He looked down in shock at her hand, confirming that she was holding his hand, not his arm or wrist. Wait. What? What's wrong? The man's voice trembled slightly. The girl noticed, but did not pull her hand back this time, which was a good sign. Open your palm. Close your eyes. When Qin Yanzhou opened his eyes, he saw a small, delicate, fluffy leopard head lying quietly in his palm. It was a snow leopard. What is this? So cute. Even cuter than when he first saw Chloe. This is a gift I made for you called Love Leopard. It can be worn around your neck or on your wrist. Do you like it? When Qin Yanzhou heard Love Leopard, his face flushed. What could the meaning of this gift be? Or was he overthinking it? After all, her expression was so calm and composed. I like it. I really like it. It was the first time he received a gift from a little female. And it was the one he cared about the most. Having seen countless rare treasures and priceless artifacts in the universe, the CEO gently placed the leopard head in his formal wear pocket. I will cherish it well. Just like I cherish you. Okay. Miantang happily took her seat, picked up the knife and fork. Qin Yanzhou, can I arrange tonight's activities? Unbeknownst to her, her address for him had completely changed from Mr. Qin to Qin Yanzhou, and every time she said it the man's heart would flutter. Then after dinner, shall we go to the mountaintop to watch the stars? Bring Chloe. He would comply with all her requests, but when he agreed to the last one he froze. Chloe, that again. Why? Bring it. Because I like it. When the word like came out, the man's long lashes lowered, a cold light covering the depths of his gaze. It seemed that no cats should exist on this island. Meow meow. Chloe, completely unaware that she was about to become a stray cat, curiously poked her head out from upstairs upon, or did he have possessiveness over Chloe not wanting others to touch her? No, I'm just curious. Meow meow. Chloe, completely unaware that she was about to become a stray cat, curiously poked her head out from upstairs upon hearing someone call her, and then she dashed into Su Miantang's arms, acting adorably. Watching it stick out its tongue, lick her arm, raise its tail, rub against her cheek, and look up at her with a face full of expectation as it meowed for praise. Qin Yan's fingers tightened around the knife and fork, and he couldn't help but reveal black and white spotted fur on his arms. He wanted to transform into a beast form like Chloe. to rub against her, lick her. Unfortunately, his tongue had barbs, and he could accidentally hurt her, especially since her skin was so delicate. Once he evolved to SS grade, this problem should no longer, but his tail was thick and long, easily able to wrap around her, completely much more fun than Chloe. Realizing that he was so jealous, he was fantasizing about competing for affection with a pet. Qin Yinzhou frowned, forcibly activating his combat instincts to suppress his, Chloe, you are so cute. So proactive and enthusiastic. Do you want to go home with me? He wanted to, but suppressing it was really difficult. He wanted all those hugs, caresses, and praises to belong to him alone. The long and arduous meal finally came to an end. 8 o'clock. The vast night sky, thick as a curtain, was dotted with shining stars that sparkled brilliantly. So beautiful. Miantang looked up, holding Chloe, gazing with admiration. The air quality here was excellent, without a hint of dust enveloped under the vast sky. Each star seemed so close that one could reach out and pluck it. Qin Yinzhou, do you like stars? I do. But he wasn't looking at the stars. He was staring intently at her beautiful profile, illuminated by the starlight in her amber-colored eyes, more dazzling than any star. Then you. The girl suddenly turned, her face piercing through his lie. Qin Yinzhou felt like he was caught red-handed. Just as he was about to turn away, she grabbed his tie, forcefully pulling him in front of her. Wait. Qin Yinzhou, your eyes are so beautiful. Unexpectedly, the two locked eyes. The moment he saw her eyes, Qin Yan's heart shook, his mind buzzed completely, losing the ability to act or think. She didn't know that this intimate gaze was equivalent to a mental kiss. Even more so, she didn't know this was his second time looking into the eyes of a female since he was 6. The first time was her, and the second time was also her. All special experiences were given to him by her. But this time the distance was too close, so close that he felt he could kiss her. Her sparkling eyes, her enchanting face, and her cheeks holding a gentle smile were all reflected in his sight. In the night sky, the most beautiful and brightest stars seemed to have fallen into his eyes. Really, Miantang sincerely praised him. She surprisingly didn't notice that his eyes were black, like a pair of top-quality obsidian, glowing beautifully in the starlight, not as rare as colorful eyes, but oddly similar to those of earthlings, giving her a strange sense of the unparalleled financial giant of the starry sky. Seemed to be just her ordinary friend at this moment. I like it so much. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yinzhou felt a rush of blood to his brain, as if he was about to smoke. His dark pupils rapidly dilated and trembled, looking at her in disbelief and excitement, as if he had fallen into an indescribable frenzy. What? What did she say? Liked him. She liked him. Was he hallucinating? He had been so nervous and excited that he couldn't even hear what she said clearly, only catching the last part, still muddled and fragmented. I really like you. Fearing that he was imagining things, he restrained his racing heart, his thin lips trembling as he confirmed, really, is it true? Of course. Miantang replied cheerfully. His eyes were already very beautiful. She had no need to lie to achieve her goal of healing him. Miss Su. Qin Yinzhou, do you still want to call me Miss Su? With one I really like you followed by another, do you still want to call me Miss Su? Even someone emotionally dull would understand her meaning. Qin Yinzhou felt as if his heart had truly exploded. The little female he liked could be close to him, and she just happened to like him back. How could there be such a wonderful thing in the world? So wonderful it felt like a dream. Fate had never favored him so much. They had met 3 times already, shared meals, excursions, exchanged gifts, and now stargazing together. Even if he didn't consider her a friend, shouldn't she be closer than a stranger? Mr. Qin, Miss Su. This is too formal. Miantang raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Wait. What's wrong with you? Why was he suddenly burying his head so low, almost into his clothes? A grown man making such a gesture. Wasn't it too adorable? Qin Yinzhou. Thinking she was pressing for an answer, the man, overwhelmed with excitement and unsure how to respond, his voice muffled and low from within his clothes. I feel the same. He liked her, really liked her. He wanted to confess his feelings madly, tell her how much he liked her, how much he wanted to be with her, but afraid of frightening her, he could only restrain himself, expressing it in the most controlled manner. Miantang. Same as what? Can you lift your head and speak first? All right. After a moment, Qin Yinzhou obediently raised his head. The starry sky was brilliant, illuminating the mountains and wilderness as bright as day. Miantang saw at once, his flushed face red as a boiled shrimp, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. In her arms, Chloe was also so frightened that its fur stood on end, as if suddenly not recognizing its owner. Qin Yinzhou, what's wrong? From a snow leopard to a pink leopard. His eyes were also moist, as if overwhelmed by something. At this moment, he was no longer like the CEO of the Qin group, but more like a little kitten waiting to be pampered. Qin Yinzhou turned his head away. Was he indeed too embarrassed, making a fool of himself in front of her? Can you wait for me? I want to go into the sea. Go into the sea for what? To turn into a seal. Ha ha. Miantang laughed uncontrollably, holding Chloe, and only stopped after a while. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Why are you so shy? I just wanted you to change Miss Su to Mian. Tang. Tang. Tang tang. Tang tang. Before she finished speaking, the man with his head turned started calling out on his own 3 times in total, his low, gentle voice, as if murmuring the name of his beloved. Miantang was stunned. She had planned to gradually get him to call her Su Miantang first, but unexpectedly, he directly called her by her nickname. It seemed the treatment was quite effective. Since he performed well, there was a reward. She mysteriously pulled out 2 lollipops from her pocket. Look, what's this? Qin Yanzhou looked, not recognizing them. What's this? It's called a lollipop. I made it myself. He'll share one with you. Hearing it was handmade by her, he reached out to take it, but she suddenly closed her palm. Hey, as if deliberately teasing him, playing with him. Tang tang. Hee, you can have the candy, but first you must promise me a request. Qin Yanzhou misheard it as, you can have tong tong, and his heart, which had just calmed a little, started thundering again. You agree without even knowing what the request is? Be careful, you might regret it. I won't. As long as it was her, any request was fine. Really? Su Miantang lowered her eyes, looking at the black technological gloves he had worn for years, as if they had become part of him, completely bound to his hands. If he took them off, would it mean he had completely let down his guard against females? Take off your gloves. Her voice, cold, as if saying take off your clothes, made the man's tall figure suddenly freeze. For a full 2 minutes, he had no reaction. Not willing. Su Miantang slowly raised an eyebrow. In Qin Yanzhou's mind flashed the memory of when he was 6 years old, crawling out of a mud pit covered in bruises, only to be ruthlessly kicked back, and his hands desperately protecting the back of his neck, but they were pried open one by one, as painful as being broken. His deep, narrow eyes were filled with endless fear and trembling. If you're not willing, then forget it. No lollipop, and I'm leaving. With that, the young lady stood up to leave. No Tang Tang. For some reason. In his mind, the brutal image of demons sucking blood and eating flesh was now less frightening than her words, I'm leaving. In a panic, Qin Yanzhou's expression flickered, and he painfully tore off his gloves, grabbing her arm. Tong Tong, don't go. Su Miantang suddenly stopped in her tracks. She lowered her head, looking at his hand. Had he really taken off his gloves? She knew this was cruel to him, but without cruelty, his psychological shadow might never be overcome. Qin Yanzhou, your hands are beautiful. Since they had been hidden from the sun for years, his hands were as white as cold jade, with distinct knuckles, long and well-proportioned, yet full of strength, with blue veins visible beneath the thin skin. Realizing he had taken off his gloves, and even grabbed her, Qin Yanzhou was about to pull his hand back in fright, but unexpectedly the young girl firmly grasped his palm. He let out a sensitive groan. His hands, hidden under gloves for over a decade and never touched by a female, were now suddenly tightly held by a female's hand, feeling soft and tender. Before his brain could react, his body responded first. You did very well. Su Miantang praised him, without stint handing him one of the lollipops. A reward for you. Qin Yanzhou thought that with this, she would finally let him go. Unexpectedly, after giving the candy, Su Miantang didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she sat back down beside him, even closer, clothes touching, hands intertwined, so close that he hardly dared to breathe. Just as he thought this was the closest they could get, the young girl suddenly leaned to his ear, as if gently nibbling his earlobe, her breath warm, her tone mischievous. Since you've taken them off, how about we play a little exciting? In an instant, Qin Yanzhou's pupils dilated to the maximum. In his mind flashed the dream from last night. No, not allowed. He had just made contact with a female, who just having his hand held by her was already. He looked down. If he hugged her, he would surely faint from excitement, or go completely mad, losing control. Just as Qin Yanzhou was about to flee, Su Miantang opened her palm and gently tapped the center with her fingertip, causing him to tremble all over. Shall we play a word-guessing game, okay? Word-guessing? So it was word-guessing, not. His face flushed crimson, almost bleeding, and he felt utterly ashamed to face her. He had actually been thinking of that. Is it okay, eh? The girl's voice seemed to shift from a request to a hint of coaxing, making him utterly unable to resist. Yet even this simple word-guessing game was enough to drive him to the brink. Then let's begin. Su Miantang was delighted by his obedience. She lowered her head slightly, holding his hand in one while using the index finger of the other to trace characters on his palm. Her nails were pink and rounded, and her touch was feather-light, yet on the sensitive palm of a man rarely exposed to the outside world, it felt like a cascade of intense electric currents. Piercing through the skin, boiling the blood, seeping into the marrow, following the bulging veins to spread through every limb and bone, stimulating every nerve, ending until he was almost unable to control himself. Done. The first character Su Miantang traced on his palm was Qin. Guess it. He didn't know. Qin Yanzhou shook his head, drenched in sweat. The stimulation alone was enough to kill him. All his focus was on that single spot, leaving no room to guess the character. Huh. You didn't get it. Su Miantang was a little surprised. To better engage with him, she had deliberately let him off easy by writing a character he was most familiar with. The family head, who had been exceptionally intelligent and brilliant since childhood, didn't get it. Was he pretending? It's Qin, your surname. Wrong guess, no switching. Continue until you get it right. Again, Qin Yanzhou tried to pull his trembling hand back, but failed. The second time Su Miantang traced on his palm, Yen. Surely he could guess it now. Following the order, he should have guessed it. But Qin Yanzhou still shook his head, his mouth dry, and his scalp tingling, not daring to look at her, afraid that if he did he would lose control of his beastly instincts. Still didn't get it. Was this man really pretending? Or was he pretending? Su Miantang chose to believe in his pure nature and tried again. This time obviously she wrote Zhou. But Qin Yinzhou still shook his head, his breathing so heavy that Chloe felt a sense of impending danger, as if a fierce beast was approaching, exerting unnatural bloodline suppression. He was definitely pretending. She had actually believed that a merchant's nature was pure, this cunning snow leopard. Su Miantang narrowed her eyes, deciding to teach him a lesson. This time she wrote on his palm with full force like a sharp blade, as if engraving the character into his heart, forcing Qin Yinzhou to almost let out a muffled growl. Tong, don't punish him like this. It was too unbearable, too agonizing. He was about to explode. Meow. Sensing danger, Chloe, who had been nervously curled up in the girl's arms, bristled. Suddenly she saw a large rat leap out from her master's body. Her instincts kicked in, and she pounced but the next second the faster snow leopard grabbed her by the scruff and tossed her aside. Meow. She let out a sharp cry, startling Su Miantang, who quickly stood up. Chloe. Meow. Chloe was suddenly thrown onto the grass. Since it was a soft landing, and the other had deliberately restrained its strength, she wasn't hurt. But her fragile princess heart, pampered by the Dorantion star dwellers, shattered into pieces. Her master had actually thrown her away. Usually he would at most ignore her, but this time. Meow, meow, meow. She raised her pitiful wrinkled face, and kept crying to Su Miantang, as if saying, "Master is bad, Chloe will follow mommy from now on." Su Miantang's heart ached, and she quickly ran over to pick her up. "Chloe, are you okay? Does it hurt?" She stroked her, and checked her body. After confirming nothing was wrong, she frowned at Qin Yinzhou. "Qin Yinzhou, you. What's wrong with you?" Her slightly reproachful tone instantly turned tense. The man sitting by the cliff had his head deeply bowed, trembling visibly, with large beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks like beans, as if suffering from a severe stress. Had she been too eager, causing excessive physical contact that backfired? "You? Don't worry, he'll take you back right now." She opened her optical brain to summon a spacecraft, but before she could turn around, her hand was suddenly seized tightly by the man's large palm. He slowly lifted his head, his handsome features drenched in sweat, his dark pupils reflecting the vast starry sky. He looked at her, burning so intensely that it seemed to set her ablaze. It's Tang." "What?" Su Miantang didn't react. "The character you wrote, it's Tang." That character had been deeply and permanently etched into his heart, never to be erased. Su Miantang hadn't expected that at this moment he was still guessing the character. And he hadn't even guessed his own name correctly, but he had guessed hers. Tang. Don't talk now, I'll take you back for treatment." "No need." "How can there be no need? You're shaking, and you're sweating so much." Qin Yinzhou slightly loosened his trembling hand. "It's because you touched me." Su Miantang. That made her sound like a female hooligan. "Just sit here, don't move. I'll be fine in a moment." Afraid she might misunderstand, Qin Yinzhou paused, and added, "Wait until I've regained a little self-control, then you can touch me again." Su Miantang. That made it even worse. The corner of her eye twitched slightly. She held Chloe, and slowly sat down. No need. Today she wasn't going to take any further measures. "Why?" Qin Yinzhou turned around quickly, thinking she was angry, and would never touch him again. His dark eyes flickered with anxiety. Su Miantang met his panicked gaze. Had she accidentally caused a problem? From being completely unable to touch females to becoming addicted to it. Clearly the latter was more terrifying. "I'm afraid you'll have a stress reaction." "No," Qin Yinzhou shook his head. "Not with you. Never." "That's good." But seeing his current symptoms, she dared not touch him again, easily fearing it would backfire. Removing his gloves and having physical contact today was already a big step forward. "Then let's quietly watch the stars together." She placed Chloe on her lap, supported herself with her hands behind her, and relaxed as she gazed at the brilliant starry sky. But as she watched, she broke her promise. She leaned her head against the man beside her, her arms firmly wrapped around his strong waist. Qin Yinzhou, who had just suppressed his desires, felt the girl's soft embrace and fragrance, and instantly his heart pounded like thunder, his body ablaze with fire. She had actually hugged him. She wanted. "Tang, isn't this too fast?" He had already refused once, afraid that if he refused again she would think he was incapable, or even leave. A male who couldn't satisfy a female was useless. So he lowered his jet black lashes, a fierce gleam flashing in his eyes. "Tong, 7 days in total, can you here? Do you like being outside? Isn't the environment too poor? Don't worry, I'll try to control myself and not lose my mind to hurt you, but don't be too forward. If she moved even a little, he might go mad." As he spoke, his eyes were already tinged red, and he slowly turned his face to look at her like a predator. Uncomfortable. The bed was too hard today. Uncomfortable. The sleeping girl muttered discontentedly, like a bucket of cold water dousing Qin Yinzhou from head to tail. So she had been asleep. What was he thinking? Ever since meeting her, what had been occupying his mind every day? Qin Yinzhou was both embarrassed and annoyed, but the desire born from his fantasies had already shattered his reason, spiraling out of control. His gaze burned as he stared at the girl's delicate face, so close to his. After a long struggle, he could no longer resist, and pulled her slender waist into his arms, pressing her tightly. Indeed, even a simple embrace made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Yet he was still unsatisfied. The man lowered his head, his hot lips and tongue falling on her face in a chaotic, urgent manner. Tang. "I like you so much, really like you, what should I do?" Disturbed from her sweet dream, the girl let out a dissatisfied coquettish moan. Qin Yan's expression paused. Afraid of waking her, he slightly restrained his madness, but only held her tighter, trying to relieve his unfulfilled desire. But the more he tried to relieve it, the more fervent he became. Finally, he stood up, carried her in a princess hold, and slowly walked toward the grand hall. Under the starry sky, a man and a woman followed by a little cat, their silhouettes stretched longer and longer. At 10:30 in the evening, Miantang slowly awoke from her slumber. Where was this? She looked around the magnificent hall in a daze, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and glanced at her optical brain. Oh no, it was almost 11 o'clock. She had promised Little Ears she would be home for his midnight snack. She lifted her skirt, quickly summoned her aircraft, and raced non-stop to the Jochi. The agreed time had already passed. Little Ears. Was he asleep? He was so obedient and well-behaved, he wouldn't be like Lon stubbornly waiting at the door until she arrived, and then throwing a fit. Sure enough, after arriving at the Joching Villa district, the place was pitch black, all lights off. He must have gone to sleep. She tiptoed in, afraid of waking him, but unexpectedly, as soon as one foot crossed the threshold, with a ding sound, instantly all the lights in the four-story villa turned on. Miantang looked up and saw the young man standing far away at the kitchen door. Half of his figure was swallowed by darkness, the other half exposed to the light. His expression was as gloomy as the most popular meme on the Starnet with the caption, "I will always stalk you forever." She shuddered in fright. Little Ears, you're still awake." Not only was he awake, but standing there in the dark, how terrifying. Luckily he was handsome, or she would have thought he was a ghost. "Sister, why are you back so late?" Not only was his expression gloomy, his voice was also icy, as if he wanted to devour her, this untrustworthy person. "I'm sorry, Little Ears, I was busy and got a bit late. How about I get off work early tomorrow and make you a midnight snack?" "Okay, no need." Yu Zhongxian walked out from the darkness holding a spatula, his expression and tone extremely dejected. "But the midnight snack has been reheated several times, it's no longer." Hearing this, Miantang felt even more guilty. "Little Ears, what can I do to make you feel better?" "Sister wants to make it up to me." His eyes suddenly lit up. He looked down at her, his excitement making the previous gloom seem like an illusion. Miantang felt that an apology might work, so she nodded. Whatever you ask." After all, he wouldn't make any excessive demands. Then, the young man threw away the spatula, and without any hesitation transformed into his beast form. Given his frequent invitations for her to pet him over the past 2 days, the implication was clear. Miantang was surprised. She was also a bit charmed. She had thought he would take the opportunity to make a slightly excessive request, but unexpectedly, he just wanted her to play with his beast form. Such an adorable lop-eared rabbit for her to play with. Was this punishment or reward? Little Ears, truly obedient and lovable. Unexpectedly, as soon as she reached out to stroke the back of his neck, the clingy little rabbit who used to act cute and burrow desperately into people's arms today, with a plop collapse. Unexpectedly, as soon as she reached out to stroke the back of his neck, the clingy little rabbit who used to act cute and burrow desperately into people's arms today, with a plop, collapsed onto the desk. His long, large ears went stiff, his limbs slightly rigid, his honey tea-colored pupils trembling and frantic, like chaff sifting. The whole rabbit lay limp on the table like a blanket, impossible to lift. He even let out a rare rabbit cry as if struck by some terrifying force, unable to bear it, and about to faint. Yu Zhongxian couldn't believe it. Thighs was the pheromone of an SSS-level female. He had experienced it before when being healed, and over the past few days he had secretly peeled back a corner of the protective film, feeling immense pleasure, getting more and more addicted. But he never expected that a pseudo-marking would feel so blissful. Just a wisp released unintentionally sent an extreme pleasure straight to the crown of his head, blurring his consciousness, almost causing hallucinations, driving him crazy. He didn't want anything else, just to brutally. "Little Ears, what's wrong?" Miantang was so frightened, she quickly withdrew her hand, her expression panicked. Could he be having a stress reaction, going into shock? This scream, along with the withdrawal of the pheromone, pulled Yu Zhongxian's reason back. The next second, he transformed back into human form, his eyes red, his voice trembling as he looked at the girl, as if he had done something unforgivable. "Sister, it's bad." "What's wrong?" I just took a shower and peeled off the protective film, but forgot to put it back on." Forgot to apply the protective film. So she had marked him. Miantang's mind went blank for a moment. "Sister, it's all my fault." The boy lowered his head, raising his hand with a look of tears on the verge of falling. "Even such an important thing slipped my mind. It must be because it's too late, I've waited too long, and am drowsy from fatigue." Miantang, I know you didn't mean it, sister. You always used to remind Little Ears before. Today must have been too tiring from work, and you just overlooked it. Miantang, sister is so outstanding and beautiful, surrounded by a group of powerful males. You must not fancy a low-level, weak herbivore beast man like Little Ears. Don't worry, I'll never speak of this and tarnish your reputation. Miantang, forget it, I'd better leave. After being marked, Little Ears' eyes and heart will only hold you, sister. He'll think of you day and night, miss you, cling to you. Surely that will bring you trouble. Miantang, Little Ears will pack up right away and wander off into the night. He'll never appear before you again, sister. Even if the heat season arrives and I ache for pheromones till my whole body hurts, my spirit breaks, I go mad and rave or drop dead on the street. They'll never disturb you even a bit. Su Miantang. But I'll never have the chance to cook for you, sweep the floor, wash clothes, wipe windows red with you, plant flowers, play games, turn into my beast form to amuse you and make you happy anymore. Su Miantang. Sister, I'm leaving. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. From now on. There is no from now on. As he spoke, his voice choked up and suddenly 2 large, fluffy, drooping ears sprouted from the top of his head. He turned to leave. Wait. Su Miantang grabbed his wrist. After a few seconds of silence, as if after deep deliberation, little ears, stay. They'll take responsibility for you. It was she who was late for the appointment, she who forgot to remind him, and she who had played with him. How could she just kick him away like a heartless woman after something happened? Moreover, if he left, he would experience all the things he had just mentioned. The mere thought was terrifying. In truth, knowing that his intense reaction earlier was only because he had forgotten to apply the protective film, not because he had been toyed into shock, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Yu Zongxian's lips curled into a sinister smile filled with boundless joy and triumph, where she couldn't see. He had been marked by her. The most loyal covenant in the world, until death do them part. From now on he belonged to her alone. They would never be apart again. Never. Sister, thank you, sister. You are the best person in the whole world. He whirled around and hugged her tightly. Su Miantang was overwhelmed by the boy's vibrant strength. Not only was his scent all around her, but his straightforward, fervent confession echoed in her ears, making her face feel hot. Little ears really, really like sister. Sister, you're so beautiful, so fragrant, so alluring. Little ears wishes to see sister every day, hug sister, and kiss sister. Su Miantang. Was it just a false mark and so brief at that? Could it really have such an effect? Or was this kid? As she thought, she truly felt him bury his head in her neck, taking a deep breath, as if assuaging a long-suppressed thirst, and letting out a deeply satisfied groan from his throat, as if saying, finally got it now, I can openly inhale her scent. Su Miantang. How did she feel? Like she had fallen into a trap. Little ears, did your midnight snack get heated again? I think I smell something. Don't move, sister. Let me hold you a little longer. Midnight snack. How could it compare to her fragrance and taste? Over the next few days, Su Miantang still arrived on time for their appointments on Jinshali Island. She strolled side by side with Qin Yanzhou through the cool, romantic coconut grove, picked colorful seashells on the Golden Beach Road, sea jet skis, together played golf, took photos in front of the cascading waterfall, and chased Chloe across the boundless lawn. Free and unrestrained, joyful like a pair of celestial lovers. Here, on the cruise ship, Su Miantang handed him a lollipop. This is a new flavor. New. Try it. She looked at him expectantly. Qin Yanzhou peeled off the candy wrapper, put it in his mouth, and his expression changed only for an instant before returning to normal. How is it? Su Miantang, who had been ready to laugh at him, was a little surprised. Lemon flavor. Why didn't he react? Isn't it sour? Qin Yanzhou shook his head. Sweet. Very sweet. Impossible. Su Miantang doubted she had picked the wrong one, so she unwrapped one and put it in her mouth. Woo, so sour. Her small face instantly scrunched up, and beside her came the man's deep, mellow laughter. Fine, Qin Yanzhou, you big liar. She reached out to hit him, but he caught her hand and gently rubbed her delicate skin, his handsome brows deep. No, it's really sweet. Being with her, whatever they did, whatever they ate, he felt incredibly sweet. Oomph. Su Miantang didn't believe him. She withdrew her hand and leaned on the railing, gazing at the surging sea in the distance. Thinking of the request from the Qins and Qin Yanz's recent behavior, she felt her mission was nearing completion. From his initial resistance and aversion to her, he had gradually stopped avoiding her, and even actively approached, naturally making eye contact and physical contact, though he was still very shy. Now he even joked. Everything was heading in a good direction. Soon he would fully recover and be able to interact with other females. Then, by the way, Qin Yanzhou, I forgot to tell you something. What? I never had a chance to thank your parents, Mr. Bulu O'Kellen and Mrs. Qin Su, for providing free military supplies to the Central Star and donating a downtown building to the Academy of Sciences. It's incredibly generous. I can never repay it, but I really can't accept the 100 billion star coins in my account. They'll apply to the bank to return them in a few days. Please let them know. Why, oi? Qin Yanz's expression faltered when he heard she wanted to return the star coins. Did Tang not like his money? His mother had said that if a female liked a male, she would surely enjoy spending his money, because they gave far too much. I can't bear it, and I don't need it. What if? Qin Yanzhou looked at her. What if it was from me? Huh. Su Miantang turned sideways and met his eyes. From you. The 100 billion deposit, the 1,000 billion building, and the trillion level arms. All from you. Su Miantang. If it was the Qins spending so much money to ask her to treat their son, she could understand. After all, a parent's love is the greatest in the world, and no price is too high. But why would he? Could it be? Noticing the blazing, scorching love burning in his dark eyes, the girl's gaze suddenly flickered and drifted toward the sea. There the waves surged and roared. So did he? Why did you give it to me? Her voice began to stammer. No reason. Qin Yanzhou seemed to recall something as he lowered his head slightly. If he told her that he had fallen in love with her at first sight, would she think he was a pervert? I simply wanted to give it. Su Miantang's lips twitched. If she believed that, she would truly be naive. That was a fortune worth trillions. Just as she was thinking, a dense wave of masculine pheromones suddenly enveloped her from behind, overwhelming and suffocating. Qin Yanzhou extended his hand, gently gripping the railing completely, enclosing her petite figure in his embrace. From behind it looked as if he were holding his lover, and an ambiguous atmosphere rapidly spread across the yacht. Qin Yanzhou, what are you doing? Su Miantang could feel the heat behind her. Burning gaze, burning body. Afraid the ship might capsize, protecting you. For his first bold move, Qin Yan's face flushed crimson and his heart raced, yet he couldn't control his actions at all. Su Miantang. How could such a massive yacht possibly capsize? If he was going to make up an excuse, he could have at least chosen a better one. After being fervently confessed to by a youth who had harbored his feelings for who knows how long, and then realizing that the financial magnate she had been treating, so pure and deeply affectionate, was looking at her with an unusual gaze. Su Miantang's mood at that moment was like the ocean before her, unable to calm down for a long time. Sure enough, the suspicious financial magnate soon revealed his true colors. He lowered his head slightly, his voice deep and almost coquettish, whispering softly in her ear, "Tong Tong, I want to give you all my money." Su Miantang. I own several thousand banks in the central galaxy with branches across the interstellar territories. They'll transfer the shares to you later, so no matter where you go, you'll always have funds. I can't spend that much. You have to spend it even if you can't. You must spend it. Su Miantang. In all her years, she had never seen anyone force someone else to spend money. Within just a few days, from the servants to the Qin couple, everyone on the island noticed astonishing changes in Qin Yanzhou. His demeanor was no longer as cold as before, nor was he as relentless in his work. He would daydream, smile, pay attention to whether his attire suited the aesthetic of the opposite sex, visit Lady Qin Su in the palace to pay his respects, and even remove the tech gloves he had worn for years. Lady Qin Su watched with great relief, secretly shedding tears several times in private. This was the son she had always hoped to see grow up. This day, delayed by a full 20 years due to Abigail's mischief, had finally arrived. All thanks to Su Miantang. She must reward her generously. As Lady Qin Su was planning a banquet, she suddenly received a confidential report from the family's shadow guards. Opening it, she read, "For the chairman's wife's eyes only. Upon investigation, we have discovered that Miss Su Miantang's true identity is the newly born SSS-level female in the central galaxy, the supreme ruler of the world." When Lady Qin Su saw the words SS level, her legs went weak, and she let out a long cry, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, the attendant beside her caught her in time. Madam, what's wrong? Are you all right?" "I am fine." Lady Qin Su shook her head dazedly, but it took a full half-hour before she could compose herself. Miss Su was actually an SSS-level female, the supreme ruler of the world. No wonder. No wonder someone like Yanzhou, who would have a severe allergic reaction just by looking at a female, fell for her at first sight and became so deeply entangled. No wonder she had the confidence to save Yanzhou. In the past, for the sake of her son's condition, she had also kept a close watch on certain high-level females in the interstellar realm. Whenever she discovered an exceptional S-level or S-level, she would spare no expense to invite them to the mansion, begging for their help and treatment. But not only could they not activate their pheromones, even a single glance made her son nauseous with disgust. Over time, she grew disheartened and believed that no matter how high the level of the female, it was useless. So she stopped putting in the effort and ceased paying attention. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was still a high-level female who saved her son. And what's more, she was an SSS level. As everyone knows, whether in terms of pheromones or combat strength, being one level higher allows one to crush all low-level beastmen. All of them. Let alone the fact that she skipped 2 entire levels. A miracle unseen in the world. The wonder and power of her pheromones were far beyond the imagination of ordinary S-levels, but, holding the confidential report, she couldn't help but start worrying about another matter. She was only in S-level, and casually marking a male consort was enough to make them willingly submit and follow her for life. Yanzhou was now so close to and infatuated with Miss Su. If everything developed according to her beautiful vision, the two of them falling in love, understanding each other's hearts, and becoming partners in the future, that would be wonderful. But if Miss Su didn't like Yanzhou and only regarded him as a treatment client, then his fate. Her hand trembled. She dared not even imagine it. Any male who has ever come into contact with or fallen in love with an SSS-level female will never again have room in his eyes or heart for any lower-level female. For the rest of his life, it would be her or no one. Suddenly, she didn't know whether she had cured her son or pushed him into an even deeper abyss. Panicking, she grabbed the report and was about to go find her son when unexpectedly her son came to her. "Mother." Before Qin Yanzhou could even finish his greeting, Lady Qin Su rushed over excitedly, holding the report. "Son, you're finally here. What are you smiling about? Is there something good that happened?" "Yes." Qin Yanzhou lowered his head slightly, looking a little shy. He had held Tong Tong, and for a very, very long time. So long that even now he was still dazed, losing his composure in front of his mother. "Does it have to do with Miss Su?" Lady Qin Su, with her wealth of experience, saw at a glance that he was immersed in the sweetness of love, unable to extricate himself. Only she didn't know whether it was one-sided longing or mutual affection. "Yes." She probed tentatively. Son, mother knows you like Miss Sue, and mother likes her very much too. But, do you think she likes you? Qin Yanzhou recalled the romantic scene where they watched the stars played games and confessed their love atop the mountain peak. A trace of warmth crept across his handsome face. Really? Lady Qin Su was overjoyed. Wonderful. Take a look at this. She handed him the confidential report. Qin Yanzhou opened it, and when he saw the SSSS level he was stunned. It was not because the girl was an SSS level. She was so intelligent, beautiful, kind, and gentle. The most perfect being in the world. Even the highest level suited her perfectly. He was only shocked that an SSS level female could actually fancy him. How fortunate he was. A sudden electric current surged through his body, making his heart tingle and swell. He had already been content just holding her in the air for half an hour at sea. But now he was missing her again. Lady Qin Su was immersed in excitement, already speaking incoherently. Her son was saved, completely saved. Not only him, but the entire Qin family would be proud to welcome such a noble matriarch in the future. Yanzhou, when you spend time with Miss Su, with Tang, you must take good care of her, cherish her, and never let her suffer the slightest grievance or anger. Since this is your first love, if there's anything you don't understand or know how to do, feel free to ask your mother. An SSS level female was a treasure of the world, worthy of the worship and adoration of all beasts in the galaxy. Yet Tang was so low-key, and she even took such a small request to heart and handled it perfectly. Whether in character or level, she was simply too perfect. She had regretted all her life not being able to give birth to a precious female child. Unexpectedly, fate had bestowed upon her such a wonderful daughter-in-law. She was so moved she could cry. Once she became Yan's mate, she would treasure her like the apple of her eye. Qin Yanzhou nodded firmly. Whether she was an SSS level top female or an ordinary female, without pheromones, he would protect and cherish her for a lifetime, shielding her from any storm, let alone any grievance. The Royal Palace. East Palace. Closely monitoring the war with Planet X, training reserve military forces, balancing the conflicts among various court factions, formulating technological policies, overturning old orders, establishing new laws, formally taking over foreign affairs. The Crown Prince, who was steadily approaching the pinnacle of power and revered by the people, had been diligent and industrious, working tirelessly for weeks. Finally, he had a moment of leisure today. His first thought was to go see the little female he yearned for day and night, but as soon as he left the palace, he encountered Queen Jennifer. She seemed to have come specifically to find him. Mother. Before she could speak, Jun Xingyin bowed first. All state affairs for this month have been handled. Your son. He understood that the planet was at a critical moment in its war with the old enemy. General Islandi and a host of excellent officers were charging into battle on the interstellar front. As the future king of the nation, he should not have his heart filled only with love and romance. But your son will go mad if he cannot see Tang. He missed her terribly. Every day he thought of her. Just video calls on the light brain, watching her through the screen, hearing her voice. That was far from enough. He wanted to see her, feel her, even touch her in person. This torment of longing was 1,000 times more painful and agonizing than being imprisoned in a cage. Queen Jennifer smiled. She had come today intending to talk to him about this matter. Unexpectedly, he brought it up himself, and in such blunt terms. It seemed he truly couldn't bear it anymore. All right. You have performed exceptionally well during this period, far exceeding your mother and the court officials' expectations. You have also received widespread acclaim from the people on the Starnet. I was just about to reward you. Since you missed Tang so much, go see her today. Really. It was true that Queen Jennifer wanted to reward him, but it was also true that she had heard he had signed Tang on confidential cabinet meeting documents, and had called out Tang's name in his sleep many times. Although she hoped he could take over all state affairs as soon as possible, she also did not want her son, who had just recovered, to suffer a mental breakdown again from missing his female too much. Thank you, mother. But before Queen Jennifer could finish her sentence, she saw her son disappear before her eyes. She shook her head helplessly but fondly. So impatient. Wonder if he would scare Tang. Jun Xingyin rushed to the Jiuqing Villa district with burning anxiety, his mind full of the little female's image. Before he even reached the door, he couldn't wait to activate his combat power, the clairvoyance ability of his double pupils, to see what she was doing. And so he saw. Tang. What was she doing? In the living room, the girl stood barefoot on a piece of moongloss brocade carpet, slightly lifting her head, tiptoeing, arms naturally extended, and body leaning forward. Her neck, elongated arms, graceful collarbone, delicate and thin. Lower down, her perfect bust, tender, full, fair, perky, and astonishingly large, made the Crown Prince stare dumbfounded. His double pupils fixated on that spot, without blinking, faintly glimmering. He knew he shouldn't look, but he simply couldn't tear his eyes away. Within seconds, a surge of heat rose in his nose. He quickly turned his head, slightly restraining the light of his double pupils, feeling guilty and annoyed. After so many days apart, the first thing he did was lust after Tang in his mind. How despicable. But even as he scolded himself, his eyes couldn't help but lift again. This time she had changed positions. An inconceivable high-difficulty pose that no beast man could, standing sideways, legs together, doing a full split, her long straight legs dazzlingly beautiful. Then the leg behind her bent slightly. At the same time her body leaned backward and her waist, so slender it seemed as if it could be encircled, bent into an impossibly extreme arc allowing the back of her head to touch her toes. For a moment Jun Qingyin suspected she had broken herself, and he was about to rush in. But just as he reached the door the girl stood up, her expression relaxed as she looked at the light brain, even saying, "So easy," before starting the next move. He was stunned. How could Tang Tang's body be so flexible, so soft that it was unbelievable, making his mind wander to how soul-stirring and life-taking she would be in bed. What was he thinking? He shook his head violently, as if trying to shake off all those filthy, turbid images from his mind, but they only grew clearer. Had he been holding back too long, gone too wild? He was still thinking. In his mind flashed the sage books he had read since childhood and the political content he had engaged with after recovery. He tried to cleanse his dark thoughts with noble righteous ideas and silently swore to take only one last look before retracting his double pupils. Just one last look. Unexpectedly, that last look showed the girl standing on the carpet using both hands to forcefully lift one leg like a golden rooster standing on one leg. In an instant blood gushed from his nose, his veins bulged, and his glowing double pupils widened to their maximum. All his powerful self-control and healthy sunny thoughts crumbled and fell before the absolute temptation of beauty, leaving not even a trace. This move is also so easy, no challenge at all. In the hall, Miantang was practicing yoga. She reached out to scroll through the light brain video when she suddenly caught a familiar special scent. As soon as it opened, she saw Jun Qingyin standing dazed at the door, his eyes glowing suspicious red marks under his nose, his prominent atoms, apple. As soon as it opened, she saw Jun Qingyin standing dazed at the door, his eyes glowing suspicious red marks under his nose, his prominent atoms, apple bobbing, as if stunned by some shock. Big golden retriever, why are you? What's wrong? When a young girl with a ravishingly beautiful face appeared before him, Jun Qingyin finally came to his senses and lowered his head in panic, stammering, "Nothing." Unexpectedly, as he lowered his head, he met the girl's gaze. Miantang, caught off guard by his faintly glowing pupils, thought, double pupil power. Why was he activating his double pupil power outside her house? Wait. She quickly looked down at her own figure clad in a thin, form-fitting yoga outfit and recalled the various poses she had just performed, exposing every part of her body without concealment, including. Had he seen? Could it be that he was using his X-ray vision again? On her. She quickly looked down at her own figure clad in a thin, form-fitting yoga outfit and recalled the various poses she had just performed, exposing every part of her body without concealment, including. Had he seen everything? In an instant the girl's face flushed redder than the blazing sun. Shy, angry, and furious, she stood on tiptoe and grabbed the man's ear, enunciating each word. "Jun Qingyin, you big perverted lion." Hearing her shout his name, Jun Qingyin realized he had even forgotten to retract his double pupils, and his dirty deeds were completely exposed. "Oh no. Tong, I'm sorry. Tong, stop, my ear itches." Thus the crown prince of the central galaxy, a man of high stature, was dragged into the house by a small female clutching his ear. As soon as they entered, before he could even change his shoes, he was shoved onto the sofa. The small pink sofa was completely occupied by the man's tall, robust frame. Just as he was about to get up, the girl suddenly leaned over him. Thus the crown prince of the central galaxy, a man of high stature, was dragged into the house by a small female clutching his ear. As soon as they entered, before he could even change his shoes, he was in his mind, all he could see were her incredibly supple body and the various poses she had just struck. "What do you think?" Miantang curled her lips, slightly propping herself on the sofa and inching toward him. "Of course it's to punish you." Punish? How was she going to punish him? Would she drive pheromones? Or? Either way it felt like a reward, yet also a punishment, because if she exerted even a little it might kill him. Under the extremely ambiguous position, Jun Qingyin couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, holding his breath, nervously afraid to disturb her. Miantang thought this would scare him, but instead his expression looked rather expectant and excited. Truly a crown prince with audacious courage. Where should I start? She frowned, slightly pondering. Anywhere was fine. He wanted it everywhere. Jun Qingyin closed his eyes, slightly signaling her to start with a kiss. Then he tilted his neck, exposing the back of his neck, inviting her to tear off the protective film herself. He wanted her pheromones too. The last time he was fully marked, the exquisite sensation had dispelled the hatred buried in his heart for over a decade, allowing him to forgive everything in this world. So wonderful it was. He hadn't spent a single day without savoring that feeling. What was he doing? Miantang was amused by his expression of awaiting favor, laughing until her body trembled. She turned to the storage box and took out a bright green peacock feather. Why wasn't she coming yet? The crown prince was getting impatient. A thin layer of sweat had formed on his skin. If he weren't of royal blood and hadn't been subjected to the strictest and most noble etiquette training from childhood, he wouldn't have been able to endure it for a second. He would have already pressed her beneath him, devoured, and consumed her completely. After all, he was born as the most brutal apex predator in the food chain. Miantang walked over, twirling the feather in her hand, and looked at him. "Your Highness, may I ask where you are most sensitive?" "Everywhere is." "Ah." Before he could finish, his hoarse tone changed. Feeling a warm, soft touch sliding slowly across his chest, he shivered sensitively and opened his burning eyes only to see the girl holding a feather. What is this? This is a green peacock tail feather I got from the animal planet. Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful. Was she taking it out now as a tool for flirtation? Big Golden, were you using your double pupils to peep at me outside just now? Jun Qingyi nodded shamefully. Since you admitted it, you have to accept punishment. You're ticklish, aren't you? Watch me tickle you with this feather. Tickle me. Jun Qingyi paused, took a long time to react, and then looked incredulously at her innocent, pure expression devoid of any lustful thoughts, falling into a long silence. So this was what she meant by punishment. Really just a simple punishment, tickling him with a feather. He had thought that. Was she trying to torture him to death? Shall I start? Miantang was about to begin her mischievous act when her small hand was grabbed by the man, pulled forcefully into his embrace, and then he flipped her over, pressing her down onto the sofa at an incredible speed. Caught off guard, she sank into his hard, burning chest, and the soft concave sofa, letting out a startled cry. Big Golden, what are you? Looking up, she met the male's heavy-breathing, bright, fiery pupils, sapphire blue and deep, like a boiling, surging ocean, rolling waves that engulfed her completely. Tong, I miss you so much, so much. Not a single day goes by without me missing you. I'm going crazy with longing. Miantang was struck by the overwhelming surge of his longing, her heartbeat quickening slightly. You missed me, so you came to spy on me. Jun Qingyi's handsome face flushed slightly. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't wait to see what you were doing. Little did he expect to witness such an alluring scene. Oh, by the way, as if recalling something, he pulled out a gift box from his pocket, opening it with one hand. In an instant, the villa was bathed in brilliant light. Wow. Miantang's eyes sparkled with awe as she gazed at the fist-sized orb radiating a dazzling emerald glow. What is this? A night pearl. A night pearl? Such a treasure truly existed in the world. Yes, it's a supreme treasure of the planetary treasury. At night, it emits a light as bright as the sun, illuminating hundreds of meters. I give it to you. Will you forgive me? Forgiving you is fine, but giving me a treasure. The girl raised an eyebrow. Is that appropriate? Why wouldn't it be? The entire central planet, the star system, and even I, all belong to you. Jun Qingyi lowered his head, burying it in the crook of her neck, seeming somewhat shy. You are my only treasure. Miantang's lips curled slightly. The crown prince, just restored to human form, was already so sweet-tongued. Was it innate, or had he learned it from someone? The planet and star system are negotiable, but as for you, Tang. Jun Qingyi's gaze tightened, his large hand gripping her slender waist, slightly causing her to let out a soft moan. I was joking. He knew. She would never abandon him. Tang. Yet he didn't release her. Instead, he pressed her tightly against his chest, caressing her, feeling the incredibly soft and smooth female body, trembling slightly from the intensity of his desire. Tang. His lifelong mate. He loved her so much, missed her so much, wanted her so much. Miantang suddenly remembered. Big Golden Retriever, how is the war between Central Star and the X-Planet going? Very smoothly. At the mention of war, Jun Qingyi's body stiffened slightly. That Islandi, though a bandit, is indeed experienced in battle. In less than half a month, he captured nearly 60 of the X-Star System's territory. Officers Fred and Enzo have repeatedly penetrated deep into enemy territory, taking the heads of many high-ranking officers and earning outstanding military merits. With continuous victories on the front lines and the Qin Consortium's unconditional supply of military resources on the rear, the annihilation of the X-Star system and the restoration of interstellar peace are just around the corner. Good. Hearing that Lanlin, Fred, and Enzo were all doing well, the girl felt much relieved. Seeing his awkward expression, she couldn't help but suppress a smile. Jealous Golden Retriever, still angry with Lan. Not at all. Jun Qingyi turned his head away. If not for the war, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to him. What upset him was, he slowly loosened his grip around her waist and reached into his pocket, his movements slow and hesitant, as if making some momentous decision. Miantang noticed and directly snatched it out. What's this? So mysterious. 3 gold embossed black cards, thick and weighty, with the words War Report written on them. Tang. Jun Qingyi instinctively wanted to take them back, but recalling his mother's earnest advice, he held back his hand midair. These are the war reports handwritten by Islandi, Fred, and Enzo. War reports? Aren't those top-secret national documents? How did you bring them out? Because... He turned his head slightly, his voice tinged with displeasure. They were written for you. For me. War reports. Miantang was surprised. She knew that on the interstellar battlefield there was no signal to make video calls or send messages, so she had prepared to lose contact with them for a while. But she never expected they would come up with such a way to contact her. It was practically using official channels for personal gain. It was both laughable and touching. It seemed the war was indeed going smoothly. Yes. Jun Qingyi nodded. At first he thought they were just ordinary war reports, and was curious why they would send them in such an ancient way when modern warfare relied on photon communication arrays. When he opened them and saw the words "for my mistress's eyes only" and "for Tang's eyes only" with the contents encrypted by combat power, he realized these weren't war reports at all. They were He had wanted to throw them away, but his mother saw them. She scolded him, saying that as a male he must not be jealous, but should have tolerance. especially since his mistress was the SSS-level supreme ruler of the world destined to attract many people. Given his status, he would eventually compete for the position of primary husband and must set an example in everything. So he endured it. Hearing that they were written by the three of them, Su Miantang reached out to open them. But the next second Jun Xingyin snatched them away and tossed them aside. The man firmly grasped her tender wrist, pinning it above her head, his eyes flickering and voice tight, already seething with jealousy. Tong Tong, don't look at them. Just look at me, okay? At most he could tolerate handing over the war reports to her, but he absolutely could not bear her reading love letters from other males in front of him. Okay, Su Miantang looked at him with a hint of indulgence. Seeing her so permissive, Jun Xingyin felt a sweetness in his heart. Tong Tong, how could she be so good that he couldn't help but want to go further? The girl seemed to sense something, her eyelids drooping slightly. Your Highness, could you please get up? After days apart, meeting again, and using his double pupils to see through her, pinning her on the sofa and threatening her with that little golden retriever for so long. Wasn't that a bit impolite? No. The usually obedient man was surprisingly rebellious today. Perhaps because his longing and desires had been suppressed for too long now, inhaling her fragrant and intoxicating pheromones, holding her perfectly curved and exquisite figure, he could no longer control himself. He wanted too much. Like a large cat, he lowered his head, rubbing his forehead against hers, pouring all the intense, passionate love from his burning pupils into her eyes. Tong Tong, I miss you. I know. Tong Tong, I miss you so much. I know. Tong Tong, I want you so badly. I know. Huh. Su Miantang paused mid-response, stunned. Was that how you expanded a sentence? Before she could answer, the man impatiently leaned in, taking her earlobe into his mouth, his sharp teeth lightly, ferociously grinding against the soft, tender flesh, as if he truly wanted to devour her. The girl trembled, her beautiful neck arched, eyes widening. Big golden retriever. It seemed he was indeed a bit hungry. You let go of my hand. No. Tong Tong, you smell so good, feel so soft, look so beautiful. I can't take it anymore. Big golden retriever, be good. Su Miantang comforted him patiently. First let go of my hand. I promise I will give myself to you and satisfy you. Really? Hearing this, Jun Xingyin's soul trembled, his double pupils glowing, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Tang Tang had agreed to give herself to him. He couldn't even imagine the ultimate ecstasy, already too excited to contain himself. Su Miantang nodded. Of course it's true. The man instantly released her, his face filled with eager anticipation, making Su Miantang laugh. Why was he so excited? She had already fully marked him, giving herself to him was only natural. With that thought, she raised her hand and released her pheromones. A sudden rich peony fragrance assaulted the senses, forcing the crown prince to tilt his head back and let out a stifled groan of discomfort. Ensclass combat male, under the seduction and torment of this aura, became dizzy, weak-limbed, and utterly defenseless. He indulged, pressing himself against her, inhaling deeply, and gradually transformed into a golden lion. How is it? Su Miantang raised an eyebrow. Do you feel any relief? It had been days since she last saw his beast form, and she couldn't resist reaching out to stroke his thick, luxurious mane and massive head. Majestic, heroic, truly handsome. A golden retriever of a lion. When playing with others' beast forms, she was always careful, afraid of causing damage, but with him and Lon, she could be as rough. No matter how hard she pulled, they seemed to enjoy it. Jun Xingyin was too overwhelmed to speak, only letting out a soft breath of contentment. Bliss. Pure bliss. So blissful it felt like flying. Her pheromones were both a life-saving remedy and a deadly poison. Good, Su Miantang said, looking at him. Then can you get up now? His human form was heavy enough, but now he had turned into a colossal lion, crushing her. Get up. But she hadn't given him what he wanted yet. Immersed in the lingering sweetness of her pheromones, the man snapped to attention at her words, staring at her with anxious, questioning eyes. Su Miantang actually understood the meaning in those sapphire blue eyes, and she looked equally puzzled. No, I didn't. I already gave it to you, didn't I? She glanced at her hand. Was the concentration of pheromones not enough? How could that be? He's already turned into his beast form. Last time at the academy office, when I calmed Lu's silly, I accidentally lost control and turned him into a beast too. Afterward, he tactfully suggested that next time she should dial down the concentration. Otherwise he might die. After all, the gap in their ranks was enormous. Dying from the pleasure of pheromones. He would be willing, but if news of his death spread because of this, it would cause a scandal and embarrass her. Since then she had been careful. But just now he said he wanted it so badly. It had been so long, and he was class. So she released a bit more, never expecting this. Tong Tong, that's not what I meant. Jun Xingyin's eyes were filled with urgency. Su Miantang read his expression again. Then what is it? Before she finished, she saw him slowly lower his gaze, looking at her body. The implication was unmistakable. A long silence stretched for over 10 seconds. Suddenly, Su Miantang caught on to his thoughts, and her gorgeous face flushed crimson. What was this lecherous lion thinking? She covered his eyes with her hand, about to flee, but when Jun Xingyin tried to grab her, he realized. His hands had become paws, and his body was covered in fur. When had he turned into a beast? He didn't even know. Seeing the confusion in his eyes filled with innocent stupidity, Su Miantang couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you big golden retriever, you're so silly. Hearing her laughter, Jun Xingyin realized she had tricked him. Tong Tong, turn me back, he urged frantically. Miantang wagged her finger. No, why turn back? To do something bad. This way is cute. I like it. Hearing that she liked it, he was pleased. But like this he couldn't. Just stay like this. I haven't ridden a lion in a while, ha ha ha. She laughed brightly and wildly, not noticing the danger creeping in. Tang Tang was mocking him. Never mind. Beast form would do. Jun Xingyin shook his head going wild and pounced on her, pinning her to the soft carpet. He licked her hair, her face, her neck, and began to move downward. No, that tickles. At first Miantang thought he was playing, but sensing the glint in his eyes she realized he might intend to go all the way in beast form. You beast, she screamed, starting to crawl away. Jun Xingyin grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. She tricked him. Ow ow. Miantang yelped as her neck was bitten. He immediately let go, looking panicked. He had gone into battle mode. How could he hurt her? As he leaned in worriedly, the feigning girl grabbed his ears. He got you. See if you dare bully me again. One human and one lion chased each other joyfully around the hall. Miantang taught him yoga, but his body was stiff as iron, unbending, and his forelegs moved independently, making her laugh till her stomach hurt. Miantang whistled at him as if calling a dog, which made the crown prince coil his tail and walk over to her, lying at her feet, rubbing against her legs and begging for head pats. She fed him cotton candy, and he was so happy he rolled onto his back, exposing his soft belly as if to repay her. Miantang rode him, holding a feather and pointing out the window like a general commanding troops. Big golden retriever charge. Let's defeat the enemy. He lifted his head proudly, as if demanding a kiss before obeying. They were thoroughly engrossed in their fun when a clear, youthful voice came from upstairs. Sister, I'm back. Yu Zhongxian, holding a large bouquet of bright tulips and a bag of snacks the girl loved, landed gracefully on the villa's top floor. Only to see a majestic lion and a charming girl playing in the hall, their intimate posture and radiant smiles instantly darkening his sunny expression into a stormy night. It was him, the crown prince of the Central Galaxy, one of her many suitors. A nation's heir apparent in broad daylight, turning into a beast to be ridden by a young female, just to please her, utterly shameless. And his sister seemed genuinely happy, amused by him. His hand tightened, crushing the bouquet until petals withered, his honey-brown eyes turning red with jealousy, a terrifying crimson. The lion and the girl were having such a delightful time that they didn't hear the boy's voice, but gradually they noticed. The light strip above flickered, emitting a crackling sound of electricity. On the wall, the thermostat value soared from the usual 26 to 50. Xiaomi and all the home voice assistants chimed in unison. Master, why are you unhappy? The quietly placed speakers suddenly blasted static, automatically playing, breaking up is happy, and then. Miantang quickly looked at her fourth optical brain, a sudden ominous feeling rising in her heart. No. She whispered softly, as if something had actually heard her, and the optical brain that was about to explode in the next second instantly calmed down. What was happening? Jun Xingyin sensed the anomaly, immediately transformed into human form, enveloped the girl tightly with his combat power, and looked around vigilant. But he saw nothing. He only faintly caught a peculiar scent. This scent was somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. It's okay. Miantang breathed a sigh of relief, ran over with some luck, and picked up her optical brain. It must be a problem with the smart home control system. Luckily, the optical brain is fine. She immediately disconnected the optical brain from the network. Tang Tang. Although he had been rejected many times, Jun Xingyin still persisted. Come back to the palace with me. This place is too small and too unsafe. Living here you are both wronged and make people worry. As soon as he finished speaking, all the out-of-control smart home devices suddenly returned to normal, as if what had just happened was merely an illusion. Miantang shrugged. See, it's just a temporary short circuit. Nothing to worry about. But I have a health monitoring wristband. She extended her wrist to comfort him. As long as there's anything slightly off with my body, it will alert you. All right. Jun Xingyin wanted her to move into the palace. On one hand, it was for her safety, on the other, it was for his own selfish desires. He had originally thought that seeing her today would ease his longing at least enough to sustain him until the war ended, but unexpectedly once he arrived, he simply didn't want to leave. Titles like Crown Prince or Planetary King were not what he desired at all. All he wanted was to stay by her side, to play, laugh, and frolic with her until the end of time. He had already been kissed and hugged, and had given enough pheromones, yet he remained unsatisfied, as if poisoned. Then, Tong Tong, can you come back to the palace with me? There is an official banquet there, and I would like to invite you to dance. He lowered his head slightly, his golden strands falling over his eyes. That blazing, expectant gaze actually reminded Miantang for a moment of the expression of a child with separation anxiety she had once helped, and her heart softened. Just in time, he'll send someone to replace all the smart control systems in the villa, he added, and also to search for where that familiar scent actually came from, to avoid leaving any hidden dangers. Actually, he didn't need to find so many excuses to invite her. Miantang was about to nod when a loud crash suddenly came from upstairs. She turned around and saw Little Ear had actually rolled down the spiral staircase. Little Ear. She was startled and immediately ran over him. The moment Jun Xingyin saw the young man, his handsome brows furrowed tightly. Why is he still here? Little Ear, are you okay? Are you all right? Miantang crouched down and helped him up. The young man's eyes were tightly shut, his clothes disheveled. Faint bruises appeared on his exposed hands and ankles, and a red mark was on his forehead from the fall. He looked extremely miserable, yet the strawberry-flavored ice cream tightly clutched in his hand was perfectly intact, without even a trace of melting. Sister. His face was pale, his voice trembling, as if in great pain. I went to buy sister's favorite ice cream hoping to bring it to you before it melted, but I was walking too fast. Don't talk anymore. Miantang, seeing his bruised and battered state, felt her heart ache unbearably. She raised her hand and activated the SSSS-3 type healing pheromones. Tang actually activated pheromones for him. Jun Xingyin was shocked. His gaze towards the young man was no longer that of looking at a low-level combat, extremely ordinary beast man. What had he done during this time? While the girl was healing him, Yu Zhongxian secretly reached out his arm and wrapped it around her waist, silently proclaiming his possessiveness. Sister is his. And Miantang only thought he was in pain, hurting so much that he grabbed her. Jun Xingyin stepped forward, noticing his subtle movements, and his brows furrowed even deeper. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Zhongxian casually opened his eyes. Brother, hello. Little ear, how are you feeling? Miantang withdrew her hand. Feeling great, extremely great, incredibly great. Especially she was now holding him, not him. The young man leaned tightly against her shoulder, his arms tightened even more, but his voice still trembled. I feel much better, but it still hurts a lot. They'll take you upstairs to check on you. But what about brother? Sister, I just seemed to hear that brother wanted to invite you to the palace to dance. Did I interrupt your date? I'm sorry, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Just leave me here alone, I'll recover in a few hours. I can crawl back on my own. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you hit your head and get dizzy? Miantang touched his head worriedly, not finding any abnormal temperature. She looked up and said to Jun Xingyin, Big Golden Retriever, sorry, I can't go to the banquet with you tonight. Little Ear is injured and I need to stay and take care of him. Tang. Thank you, sister. Before he could speak, the young man cut in. Sister is so kind. I believe. Brother will surely understand, right? His voice sounded fragile and trembling, his words gentle and considerate, but his expression was very proud. Especially the slight curve at the corner of his thin lips, which looked like a victor's provocation, instantly infuriated Jun Xingyin. What was he pretending? He raised his hand to activate his combat power, but suddenly felt that mysterious and special aura again rushing towards him, as if it was emanating from him. Like an illusion, it was fleeting. Who was he? He could actually conceal his own aura. Lurking beside Tang, what did he want? The Crown Prince's azure pupils contracted violently, with complex and angry emotions churning within. He could easily kill him with one palm strike now, but looking at the girl beside him, her face full of worry. Yu Zhongxian, seeing that he was reluctant to leave, was about to speak again when the man's expression returned to normal. He nodded slightly to the girl. Tang, you'll go back to the Okay. Miantang watched his back, feeling a little guilty. Contact me on the optical brain. When she had time, she would go to the palace to find him. He left so easily. The moment Yu Zhongxian saw him disappear from the villa, his brow slightly furrowed, a trace of suspicion rising in his heart. Little Ear, let me help you into the medical pod. Okay. After Jun Xingyin stepped out, he did not leave the Jiuqing Villa district. Instead, he activated his double pupil ability, clairvoyance, scanning and observing the interior bit by bit. The young girl helped the young man into the medical pod. After a round of examination and bandaging, each returned to their own room. Everything seemed perfectly calm. Not until nightfall. The young man hobbling on crutches and with a cast limp to the rear garden. He picked up a watering can, watering the flowers while glancing toward the girl's room as if afraid she would catch him. Only when the light in her room clicked off with a snap did he slowly tear off the cast and toss away the crutches. He was indeed faking it. After Yu Zhongxian removed the plaster cast, he began to contemplate how to confess to the girl. Suddenly, a formidable combat force struck from behind. The opponent had concealed his aura so thoroughly that Yu Zhongxian barely had time to react before his throat was seized in an iron grip and he was slammed heavily against the wall. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The young man steadied his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He really hadn't left. Who are you? Jun Xingyian's face was cold and stern, veins bulging on his arm, as if he would snap the boy's neck at any moment. Yet the young man, whose life was firmly in the other's grasp, remained astonishingly calm. Little Ears, Your Highness. Still pretending. He immediately activated his double pupil ability, Phantom Pierce, trying to see through his true form. But there was nothing. Before him was merely an ordinary young man. He refused to believe it, and continued with his double pupil ability, Fatal Deterrence. This was the most lethal of the double pupil abilities, requiring no combat power amplification or learned training. It was innate, the unique deterrence bestowed by the creator upon the Lion King, capable of emitting nearly 1,000 degrees of heat, like a blazing sun that melts all things. No matter how skilled a pretender, they would be forced to reveal their true form. Under the overwhelming, terrifying radiance, the silver armor on Yu Zhongxian's neck, arms, and around his eyes began to flicker faintly, and his mental core instantly switched to combat mode. So this was the legendary, innate double pupil ability of the Central Star Crown Prince. Truly worthy of its reputation. After being confined in the Eastern Palace for decades, it still possessed such power. Yu Zongxian's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of seriousness creeping into his demeanor. Seeing the mecha form gradually emerging under the immense pressure, Jun Qingjian's expression stiffened. What was this? Was he an insect race? A robot? But even the king of the insect race with the hardest shell would be melted by his double pupil ability. If he were a robot, how could he have the flesh and blood of a beast man? Moreover, his flesh seemed utterly unaffected by the double pupil ability, as if indestructible. How could this be? Speak. He tightened his grip, his voice harsh. Who are you really? What are you plotting by lurking beside Tang? Sister is so beautiful with such powerful pheromones. What do you think of? Yu Zongxian's brows were slightly arched, his demeanor exuding a wicked charm, and the frivolous tone of his words filled Jun Qingjian's heart with murderous rage. He even knew that Tang was a SSS-level female. So this was a long premeditated scheme. A despicable wretch like you dares to covet Tang. You're asking for death. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to unleash his combat power to annihilate him, he heard the other snort disdainfully. Your Royal Highness, are you sure you want to kill me? Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind transforming into a combat form and dueling him. But a battle between S-level males would shatter mountains and seas, devastating heaven and earth, and it would definitely alarm Sister. I am Sister's good little brother, now the little ears she loves and adores most. If I die, do you think she would be very sad? And do you think she couldn't sniff out your handiwork? Guess how she would see you after she finds out. She would never forgive. Shut up. Enraged by his words, Jun Qingjian was about to land a punch on his face when he heard the girl's voice from the villa. Little ears, where are you? You're so badly injured. Why are you wandering around? Tang. The man's heart blazed with fury, burning with a desire to tear him to shreds, but he had to suppress it. He was right. He knew nothing about his identity, origin, or purpose. Until now, like Tang, he had been deceived by his perfect disguise. If he were to die at his hands today, all of this would be forever buried, never to be uncovered. And the deceived Tang would only loathe him. Just imagining that scene was unbearable. Little ears, can you hear me? Strange, where did he go? Miantang searched from upstairs to downstairs, from the living room to the kitchen. When she passed by the rear garden, she faintly caught the scent of the big golden retriever and puzzled pushed open the glass. In an instant, Jun Qingjian vanished without a trace, leaving only the frail young man slowly sliding down the wall. Little ears, what's wrong? She ran over and was about to help him up when he suddenly lunged at her, wrapping his arms tightly around her. The girl froze. Little ears, you. What happened? Yu Zongxian buried his delicate face deep in her neck, his eyes dark and profound. Sister, you won't abandon little ears, will you? Why are you suddenly saying that? Miantang found it somewhat amusing. Did he think he would be abandoned just because he was injured? Of course not. Never. The young man slowly lifted his head, gazing at the pair of blazing double pupils shining from afar in the darkness, and curled his lips into a sardonic smile. He wanted him to leave Sister. Dream on. He would cling to her for life. Damn it. He would make him pay with blood. Witnessing that scene, Jun Qingjian was beside himself with rage. Like a hurricane, he shot out of the Jiuqing Villa district and charged straight into the Beast God Temple, the High Priest's residence. The High Priest, upon hearing that the Crown Prince had arrived, hurriedly scrambled out of bed and knelt in obeisance. Your servant pays homage to your highness. High Priest, no need for formalities. Look at this. Who is this person? As he spoke, he activated his double pupil ability and projected the image he had just seen onto the holographic screen. Sai Lute, the High Priest of the Central Galaxy, has lived for over 8 centuries, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of all cosmic mysteries, from the ancient to the contemporary, from the celestial to the terrestrial. He stands as one of the most erudite and venerable elders within the Imperial clan. Therefore, when faced with doubt, Jun Qingjian came to him first. And with just one glance, he immediately recognized the person on the screen. Isn't he the overlord of the Yuehui Galaxy, the master of the Yu family, Yu Zongxian? Yu Zongxian. Exactly. The High Priest walked up to the holographic projection screen, scrutinized it carefully, and nodded. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has only recently regained human form, and your attention has been fully focused on the war. You are not well acquainted with the current situation in the interstellar realm. About 22 years ago, the Yuehui Galaxy was still under the rule of the Convention Federation. The rulers extorted heavy taxes and were insatiably greedy, causing the beast folk to suffer unbearable misery. As the most powerful family in the galaxy, the Yu family's Duke Yuxian had the will to resist, but feared the many S-level officers of the Federation. It was not until Duchess Salali gave birth to the only S-level combat male of the herbivore faction, Yu Zongxian, that everything changed. He gained the support of nearly all the beast folk on the planet. Faith and authority gradually shifted to him. When he first stepped onto the interstellar battlefield at the age of 14, people were astonished to discover that he possessed the ability to command troop mecha and destroy all high-end intelligent products. Therefore, the wars he participated in were all invincible, never suffering defeat. He was hailed as the first commander of the Interstellar, crushed the Convention Federation, and became the true overlord of Yuehui. Under his leadership, the Yuehui Galaxy also entered the ranks of the 8 major galaxies. Even more terrifying, after he reached adulthood, his body evolved a third form beyond beast form and human form. the mecha warrior. In the video he had faintly revealed part of his mecha form, but not completely. The full mecha warrior is arguably the most intelligent, sturdy, agile, and handsome in the world. No robot or mechanical mecha developed by any Beastman or Beastman scientist can match even a tenth of its magnificence. Mentioning Yu Zhongxian, the high priest couldn't contain his praise, completely unaware that the man behind him was growing darker in the face. Yuehui Galaxy S-level combat power third form. No wonder he could conceal his aura and appearance, deceiving everyone. High priest, is there anything else you know? Anything else? Sai Lute pondered. There actually is. Your Highness, wait a moment. He walked into the inner sanctum of the beast god and took out a bead shaped like an eye. This is the heavenly god pearl. It has the same function as a surveillance camera. Although it's nothing special, it is naturally formed and not controlled by any intelligent product. Over the years, although the Yuehui Galaxy has always been at peace with the Central Galaxy, its growth has been too rapid. The Queen, fearing Yu Zongxian's ambition, sent someone to place this pearl in the Yu family's Luokafilisi castle, bypassing intelligent control to monitor his movements. If your Highness wishes to obtain more information, you can examine this pearl. Good. Jun Xingyin took the heavenly god pearl. Thank you, High Priest. He turned around. When he reached the door of the hall, his figure suddenly halted. As the High Priest wondered why he had suddenly become interested in Yu Zhongxian and how this image had appeared in his double pupils, he heard him slowly speak. High Priest, if I were to fight Yu Zhongxian, what are my chances of winning? Wow, what? Sai Lute was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. Only then did he notice that ever since he entered the hall, the usually calm man had been exuding a fierce, killing intent, and the hand on the holographic screen that had forced Yu Zhongxian to faintly reveal his mecha form. It seemed to be his. Your Highness, you must not do this. Although you are both S-level combat males, he is extremely skilled in piloting mecha and possesses an indestructible body. He is notoriously unbeatable on the interstellar battlefield. The risk is enormous. Even if Admiral Yasalandi came, it would be hard to tell who would win. Moreover, the planet is currently engaged in a great war with its sworn enemy. You must not provoke another powerful foe. Please prioritize your sacred body and the people of the Central Galaxy. As he spoke, he performed a grand bow. I understand. After a long silence, the man's voice was deep. Eastern Palace. Jun Xingyin picked up the heavenly god pearl, activated his double pupil power, and examined the surveillance footage in Luokafilisi Castle. There were very few images of Yu Zhongxian and no important information. Just as he was about to put it down and fly directly to Zhoqing Villa District to expose Yu Zongxian's identity to Tongtong, he suddenly saw a very important piece of content. A conversation between the matriarch of the Yu family, Duchess Zalali, and Yu Zhongxian. Son, you don't know? I heard that a miracle recently occurred in the Central Galaxy, giving birth to an SSS-level female, the supreme one under heaven. I can't even imagine how wonderful it would be if she were in our Yuehui, and what excellent genes and grades her future offspring would have. What a pity. Wait for me. He'll go capture that SSS-level supreme female from the Central Star, and bring her here to give you a litter of little bunnies, alright. Finally, a flaw was exposed. Approaching Tang was actually for such a despicable purpose. Utterly shameless and vile. Jun Xingyin was so furious that he nearly crushed the pearl in his hand. For the sake of interstellar peace, he could not touch him, but with this video, it was enough to make him get away from Tang and get out of the Central Galaxy. Alyang Star Y Zippelin Sanatorium. Since more than a decade ago, the head of the Lock Arms Group, Abigail, attempted to forcibly mark Qin Yanzhou, but failed. She was struck by his combat power into the seas, suffering severe physical and mental trauma, and became a vegetable. The Female Protection Agency fulfilled its duty and sent her to the best sanatorium in the galaxy, providing meticulous care. After years of treatment, she finally woke up, but was left with permanent disability, doomed to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. When she first woke up, she couldn't accept that her family fortune was gone and her body was crippled. She once wanted to end her life, but then received a letter from a loyal old servant. The letter said that after Qin Yanzhou was rescued, he developed a hidden ailment. He could not touch females, speak to females, or even see females, otherwise it would cause an allergic reaction, and severe cases might lead to shock. Madame Qin Su visited renowned doctors across the galaxy for this, but there was no cure. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After seeing this, she laughed maniacally, and suddenly found a reason to continue living. Back then the Qin couple gave her no way out in business, causing her to lose everything. Now she would make their most precious son the only heir to the Qin group, forever trapped in the torment of memories, suffering unbearably step by step toward hell. Take it as their retribution. She would not stop until she saw his destruction. She took pleasure in this. Yet today she received the latest news. Miss Abigail, how are you feeling? A nurse walked in holding a letter. Very well. The weather is good and my mood is good too. That's good. I believe you will be discharged soon. By the way, here is a letter for you. She handed over the letter. Abigail took it and opened it eagerly. It must be that Qin Yanzhou's allergic reaction had flared up again. How was it this time? Had he died outright? She was extremely excited, but upon seeing the content of the letter, she was doused with cold water. Madame Qin Su from somewhere found an extremely beautiful female. She could not only appear within Qin Yanzhou's line of sight, but also approach him, speak with him, and engage in physical contact. In recent days the two have been dating frequently, as if they were in love. Qin Yanzhou was deeply infatuated with her. His personality seemed to have undergone a great change, and his illness appeared to be improving. Even the gloves he had worn for over a decade were taken off. The old servant observed. It seemed he was about to return to normal. Return to normal? Ah, her face suddenly twisted as she screamed. How could he return to normal? How could he so easily return to normal? It was his parents who ruined her family, leaving her bankrupt. It was he who caused her lifelong disability. How could they so easily obtain happiness? She would not allow it, absolutely not. The nurse, startled by her sudden outburst, was about to calm her down when she heard her say, I want to be discharged from the hospital. Jinshali Island. Patriarch at 1130. The CEO of Xingyu Technology invites you to a lunch at Winfengtang to discuss the development of the fire meteor core energy. May I ask if you will accept? Patriarch. Nearby the butler was inquiring about the itinerary when he suddenly noticed that the man behind the desk was distracted, staring fixedly at the optical brain in his hand, murmuring, Tong Tong, will she come today? Miss Su. It seems not. I heard that the first batch of new inhibitors has been fully deployed. She needs to stay in the lab to monitor the data in real time. Hearing this, Qin Yanzhou came to his senses and quickly withdrew his fingers that had been pressing on the dialogue box for a long time. He could not disturb her. Tang Tang was a scientist most diligent and rigorous in her work. If she were disturbed, she would definitely be unhappy. He had to learn to control himself and not always cling to her. Perhaps she did not like such clingy males. Thinking this, he was about to turn off the optical brain, but at the moment of pressing the button, he gave, what if she sent a message? Let's go. Go. The butler was taken aback. Where to? Anywhere. How come it felt like the patriarch was not going to work, but just looking for something to numb his emotions? It had only been a day without seeing Ms. Su, and he was already like this. If in the future they became partners, wouldn't he be strictly controlled? The butler couldn't help but find it amusing. Okay, then let's go to Winfengtang first. As the aircraft took off, a figure stared intently, then quickly disappeared behind a pillar in the hall. Winfengtang is a famous outdoor garden restaurant featuring various scenes and booths available only for distinguished guests with advance reservations. At 11 o'clock, when Qin Yanzhou arrived at the destination, what he saw was not the CEO of Xingyu Technology, but a slowly rolling wheelchair. On the wheelchair, an empty trouser leg fluttered. Further up, there was a terrifying female face like a demon that had entangled and tormented him for countless days and nights over a decade. The man's pitch-black pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, his mind flashed back to his childhood. The bone-chilling cold of being thrown into an ice cave, the suffocating despair of having his mouth and nose tightly covered, and the desperate screams for help when being forcibly marked. His entire being seemed engulfed in immense pain and darkness. His whole body stiffened, blood vessels rapidly dilated, breathing became difficult, his skin trembled violently, and the health monitoring bracelet on his wrist beeped with alerts. You are. The butler was also stunned, taking several seconds to recognize her. Abigail. She was actually still alive. Ha ha ha. Are you happy to see me? Old butler Deming, you're still with the Qin family. Abigail laughed uproariously at the sight of them, especially at Qin Yanzhou's reaction. And the young Master Qin, you've grown so big. She deliberately provoked him. You've become so handsome and charming, so alluring. I must say my taste is excellent. I've had my eye on you since you were 6, haha. Do you still recognize me? Back then in the ice cave. Shut up. The butler scolded her, then turned to see the man showing signs of an allergic reaction. He wanted to find emergency medicine, but realized that because his condition had recently improved, he had forgotten to bring it. Terrible. Patriarch, do you have any medicine on you? Medicine. Qin Yanzhou's mind was in a fog, and he mechanically searched his body by instinct. He didn't find medicine, but instead found a lollipop. He lowered his head, looking at the pink strawberry-flavored lollipop. A beautiful young girl's face suddenly leaped into his vision. Like a ray of bright light, it instantly dispelled all the dark, terrifying images in his mind, leaving only her radiant smile, her hand tightly holding her long hair resting on his shoulder, the figure walking side by side with him, and the refreshing, incomparably fragrant jasmine pheromone. Finally, it materialized into a complete person walking to the edge of the cold ice cave, smiling and reaching out to him, her voice infinitely gentle. Qin Yanzhou, I've come to save you. Don't be afraid. Come with me, okay? He seemed to fall into a trance, slightly opening his dry hoarse throat, extending his mud-covered little hand, looking at her, and responding with a childish voice, okay. What? Patriarch, you. The butler was extremely anxious, but before he could find the medicine, he saw that all the symptoms of the allergic reaction had disappeared. The data on the monitoring bracelet gradually returned to normal and stopped alarming. What was going on? Qin Yanzhou's breathing gradually steadied, and his reason returned. He raised his head and looked into the eyes of that demon, no longer with any panic or fear, only endless disgust and violence. A wisp of murderous intent gradually rose from his palm. Abigail felt that immense combat power so strong that a single light blow could take her life, and she immediately panicked. Do you think that female named Su Miantang truly likes you? Tang Tang. How did she know about Tang Tang? What does she want now? You're asking for death. A flicker of sinister darkness passed through Qin Yan's eyes, and the combat power in his palm turned icy and sharp as a blade. Abigail's wheelchair was instantly overturned. She lay on the ground like a dog driven out of its home, dragging a crippled limb, struggling, crawling, and trembling uncontrollably. Yet from her throat, she still let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Did I hit the mark? Are you humiliated into rage? Just now I clearly saw that he had already shown signs of an allergic reaction, but after touching something from his body, he miraculously remained unscathed. That thing was small and pink, clearly a gift from a female. It seemed the old servant was right. The little female that Qin Su brought in indeed had some skills capable of curing the shadow that had plagued him for over a decade. But if she couldn't attack his body, she could still attack his heart. Qin Yanzhou. Her face twisted hideously. Don't forget your gland membrane has been destroyed. If I remember correctly, it should be on the lower right side, right? Ha 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 ha. That symbolizes a male's chastity. Chastity is the best dowry for a male. In this world, which female wouldn't mind? Which female would like an unclean male? Especially Su Miantang, she's so beautiful, ha ha. Her wild laughter like a monster with a gaping maw roared and snarled in the air, slowly devouring him. The deepest scar hidden in his heart was suddenly torn open, bleeding profusely. Qin Yanzhou suddenly felt cold all over his hands, trembling, his combat power barely under control, and he sank into a deep panic. No, he didn't. The butler gritted his teeth, looking at her in fury. Abigail, you're already like this, yet you still won't behave. Do you really want to die? Ha ha ha. That's exactly why I'm not afraid. I've been reduced to something neither human nor ghost by the Qin family, with only half a rotten life left. What do I have to fear? But your master should be afraid. Afraid of how to hide his impurity, so that Su Miantang won't find out, won't loathe. Shut up. He quickly turned to the man. Master, don't listen to her nonsense. The doctor examined you and confirmed that your gland is perfectly fine. Besides, Miss Su is fully aware of all these circumstances. Of course she knows. Abigail interrupted him. Because she never truly approached you or liked you. She's just a doctor your mother hired at a high price to treat your condition. In an instant, the scene before he fainted flashed through his mind. His long, slender fingers trembled. He had imagined how exquisite the taste would be, but never that it would be so exquisite it was lethal. Enough to make him faint. Ha 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 ha, what a pitiful fool. Ask your loyal servant here. He's Qin Zu's confidant and knows everything crystal clear. He slowly turned his face. When he looked at the butler, the man lowered his head, showing a hint of guilt. Miss Su was indeed a doctor invited by the madam. But she didn't accept the check, and no one expected the situation to develop so quickly. No, impossible. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The man's hollow eyes were filled with disbelief. Ha 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 ha, why can't it be? Qin Yanzhou, everybody knows it. Only you, the poor fool. Before Abigail could finish her sentence, her body suddenly lifted into the air. It felt as if a steel cable was strangling her neck, tightening relentlessly, bringing a terrifying suffocation that turned her face purple. If you kill me, Su Miantang will only loathe you even more. An impure male who also harms females. Before she could finish with a crack, her neck was snapped. The last image her purple face saw was the man's bloodshot, beast-like, terrifying eye. Master! The butler was startled. The next second, the man vanished before his eyes. Chaotic voices flooded his mind. Boiling blood expanded his emotions. At that moment, he was like a true beast, devoid of any clarity or reason, driven only by the urge to seek out his mother. But before he reached the great hall, he overheard a conversation. Madam, these past few days Yanzhou has visibly improved. He even took off his gloves. It's all thanks to your brilliant idea of inviting Miss Su to treat him. Of course, Miss Su is an SSS-level female, the supreme one under heaven. She can effortlessly conquer any male in the world, let alone our son. Yan's little problem is a piece of cake for her. With a deafening boom, the man's tall figure instantly collapsed. Even when Abigail's words had provoked him earlier, his skin hadn't broken out. Now his exposed hands, neck, and face were rapidly covered in dense red rashes, like a spreading disaster, masking his original features and sending a chill down the spine. His hollow eyes became even more barren, as if all the usual light had drained away. Before him, chaotic voices and images intertwined endlessly. Mr. Qin, when I come tomorrow, can we be alone? Without any interruptions. This is a gift I made for you, a DIY called Love Leopard. You can hang it around your neck or string it on your wrist. Do you like it? Blow on it, and it won't hurt. I really like it. Oh, Qin Yanzhou, I forgot to tell you something. I've never had the chance to thank your parents. She never truly approached you or liked you. She's just a doctor your mother hired at a high price to treat your condition. In this world, which female wouldn't mind? Which female would like an unclean male? Of course she knows. Everybody knows it. Only you, the poor fool, don't. In a daze, he seemed to fall into a hallucination. The girl, like a ray of brilliant sunshine, reached out her hand into the muddy, icy cave, pulling out the small, filthy him. She gently blew warmth onto his hands, dried his body, illuminated his eyes, and promised to be with him forever. But the moment she saw his gland membrane, a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. It's broken. So you've been unclean all along. But I don't care, because I'm only here to treat you. I don't like you. As she finished speaking, she vanished from his world along with that dreamlike sunshine. No matter how he chased, called out, or begged desperately behind her, she never appeared again. His world was left with nothing but endless darkness. A piercing pain struck. No, no, don't. Tong 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 tong, don't leave me, don't leave me. He suddenly fell into a fit of hysteria, his hands clawing wildly at the air. The scene, like a severe patient in the throes of a seizure, nearly scared the wits out of Mr. and Mrs. Qin, who had just stepped out of the Great Hall. Yinzhou, what's wrong with you? What happened? Why are you allergic again? Your whole body is covered in red rashes, and it's so hot. How can it be this severe? It's never been like this before. Yinzhou, my son. They were shocked and heartbroken, asking and calling out, but Qin Yinzhou didn't register any of it. He only pulled out his optical brain, his fingers trembling as he frantically typed into it. Tong 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 tong, where are you? Don't abandon me, please don't abandon me, okay? But each video call was rejected one by one, and text messages sank like stones in the sea. The screen was flooded and a notification appeared: the other party has set a do not disturb mode. He stared at those words, his eyes bloodshot, as if stained with blood. Tang Tang was truly gone. She had completed her mission and left. Just like in the illusion, she would never return. But without her he would die, he would truly die. No, that cannot be. He must be with her, he must be with her. Even if it meant coercion, confinement, or kidnapping. Using the most despicable means. Even if she didn't like him, loathed him, found him disgusting. He still wanted to be with her. As long as he could be with her, that would be enough. As long as he could be with her, that would be enough. He mechanically repeated this phrase. What? Before the Qin couple could hear, clearly he suddenly vanished before their eyes. Yinzhou, where are you going? Yinzhou is so ill it's dangerous for him to go anywhere. Hurry, notify Miss Su. Imperial National Academy of Sciences. Lab 3. Team leader, here are the latest monitoring data for Group C volunteers. Alan handed the document to Su Miantang, who took it and carefully flipped through it. The values are all within the normal fluctuation range, and there's even improvement compared to Group B. Continue monitoring Group D, and then integrate the data for a unified Yes, but team leader, you've been busy all morning. Why not take a break? Otherwise, when the dean finds out how hard you've been working, he'll punish us again. Again? Has the dean punished you because of me? No, Alan stammered. Even if he had, he wouldn't dare say it. It's just that you finished all the work, so the dean thinks we're slacking off. Su Miantang smiled and glanced at the time. Before she knew it, it was already 12 o'clock. All right. She took off her gloves, removed her protective suit, walked into the break room, and drank a few sips of water. Only then did she remember to turn on her optical brain. As soon as it was on, she saw hundreds of unread message notifications. Startled, she even put down her water. Tapping to open, all were from the same person, Qin Yinzhou. Dozens of video calls, and the rest were all text messages. Tang tang tong tong, don't leave me, don't. Don't leave me, don't abandon me, don't. I can't live without you, please don't go, okay? Almost all were repetitive broken words, giving the impression of accidental touches, or as if he was suffering from some mental illness. He wouldn't. Alarm bells immediately went off in her mind. Just as she was about to go out, she heard a commotion in the lab. Who are you? How did you get in? Call security, call security. She pushed open the door and saw a tall, handsome male figure with a heroic bearing. He was wrapped up tightly, his short, smoky gray hair pressed under a military-style cap brim, and he wore a pair of black high-tech material gloves. Exactly the same as when she first saw him. The only difference was that today he also wore a mask and sunglasses covering all the remaining exposed skin. As soon as she entered, it was as if he had caught her scent. His figure flashed over like a ghost, lowering his head to gaze deeply at her. Even through the mask and sunglasses, Su Miantang could feel his heavy, low breathing, a gaze so scorching it could almost incinerate someone, and his robust, trembling body, tightly wrapped in clothes, seemed on the verge of bursting, as if he was forcibly holding back some emotion that could collapse at any moment. Team leader, be careful. What are you trying to do? Seeing the situation, the team members thought he was about to harm Su Miantang and immediately activated their combat power to rush over, but the girl raised her hand to stop them. It's fine. Qin Yinzhou, why are you here? What's wrong with you? Was he in heat? But she didn't smell any particular scent. Qin Yinzhou. He was actually Qin Yinzhou, the legendary CEO of the Qin Group, daring to break into the Imperial National Academy of Sciences in broad daylight, dressed like a top-level thug, giving them all a fright. Nothing. After a long silence, Qin Yinzhou finally spoke, his voice hoarse and turbid. Nothing. But his appearance, voice, behavior, and the hundreds of messages he sent clearly indicated something was wrong. Can I borrow a little of your time? Of course. Before she finished her sentence, her slender waist was tightly grasped by the man's strong arm and pulled into his embrace. They quickly disappeared from the academy. The domineering manner. Alan was dumbfounded. Why does it feel like he's not borrowing a little time, but borrowing a person? Are you sure it's borrowing a person, not kidnapping? Using abduction seems more appropriate. Oh no, the team leader has been abducted by the most terrifying arms dealer in the galaxy. Could she be in danger? His speed was so fast that the scenery before their eyes turned into blurred shadows and the wind around them was sharp as knives. Su Miantang had no choice but to tightly hold his strong waist, burying her face in his chest. Through the swelling muscles she could hear his heartbeat. Extremely heavy, extremely fast, unnaturally fast. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yinzhou finally set her down, and instead clenched his hands tightly. Miantang looked up in confusion and saw a fortress-shaped warship in front of her covered with special metal alloys and nanocoatings. The hull was equipped with multiple propulsion nozzles and propellers along with the most advanced communication and energy emission equipment towering into the clouds. It looked immense and indestructible. "Come inside with me." "Inside?" She looked curious. "Where is this?" But the man did not answer. He simply held her hand tightly, leading her forward with a strong and silent demeanor. As they walked, the girl began to feel something was off. Before entering, they had to swipe a mysterious family seal pass through infrared scans, robot guidance, and more than a dozen mechanisms. This procedure felt so strangely. It seemed that the palace where the big golden retriever was once imprisoned had such setups. And this place was clearly more technologically advanced and secure than the royal palace, so much so that even the most dangerous enemy could not escape if they entered. It was not until they reached the most core and confidential area of the warship, the 90-year turret, that Qin Yanzhou released her and turned to walk outside. "Wait!" "Qin Yanzhou," the young girl called out to him. "What is this place exactly?" The man halted his back to her, and his hoarse voice uttered each word with deliberation. "From now on, your place of residence." "My place of residence?" Miantang glanced around. Aside from various advanced weapons and artillery shells, there was only the cold, hard floor. How could this be a place? "I will have someone remodel it bit by bit according to the style you like." That was not all. "I will bring the most delicious food in the world, the prettiest dresses, and the most amusing Wait. I will also move and stay by your side, never leave for a moment, so you won't be bored." Listening to his muttered soliloquy, Miantang couldn't help but recall the information on the optical brain. It was as if he had fallen into a frenzied state, unable to extricate himself. "Qin Yanzhou, are you all right?" Her soft inquiry abruptly cut off his words. Qin Yanzhou's back trembled slightly, the fingers inside his tech gloves tightening, until they emitted a creaking, chilling sound. After an unknown length of time, mustering immense determination, he finally spoke again. "Tang, were you specially hired by my mother to treat me?" He already knew the answer. He had reached this point. Yet deep in his heart he still clung to a sliver of hope that she would say something different. "Yes, didn't you know?" Her light, casual words struck like a thunderbolt, utterly shattering the last shred of his sanity and extinguishing the final glimmer of hope. It was true. It was all true. So that demon had spoken the truth. She had never loved him. Everything had been nothing but his own daydream. Huh. The man's tall, robust frame suddenly began to tremble violently, as if he might collapse at any moment. Miantang wanted to support him, but then he slowly straightened up, as if returning to normal. A moment later he turned around and slowly removed his mask and sunglasses. In an instant, Miantang clearly saw the dense red rashes on his face and the overwhelming dark aura in his eyes. "Qin Yanzhou, you're having an allergic reaction." But more terrifying than the allergy was the sickly, abnormal light glaring in his eyes like a mad beast. His words were icy sharp and perverse. "Miantang, from now on you are not allowed to go anywhere. You can only stay by my side, always by my side. You belong to me, only to me. I can do whatever I want with you, treat you any way I please. You cannot resist, nor can you push me away, not in this lifetime. Until we grow old, until death, I will never let you go, never." Miantang. Was this reaction not lust or illness, but a dark turn? Had the little snow leopard turned into a big black panther? Why? Could it be because she was the one his mother Qin Su had hired to treat him? She had thought he already knew, so she never mentioned it. "Qin Yanzhou," she called out. The man ignored her, striding toward the ship's shield system, opening the defense black box, and taking out a pair of electronic. No matter what she said or did, he would not soften his heart, would not let her go. Never. Looking at the familiar cuffs, Miantang said, "I was indeed hired by Madame Qin Su to treat you, but throughout this process I have been sincere." Sincere? At those words the man's figure suddenly froze. Was everything she did, every word she spoke, sincere? As if reading his gaze, Miantang nodded. At first his discrimination and aversion to females had made her uncomfortable, but after learning the reason, his tragic childhood, she felt sympathy. Through their time together she discovered that his nature was actually simple, sincere, and brave. That sympathy gradually turned into a tender ache in her heart. Such an excellent person should not have his life ruined by a demon, nor be forever trapped in shadow. She genuinely hoped he could heal both physically and mentally. No. Impossible. Impossible. Qin Yanzhou's pitch-black pupils flickered incessantly. How could she possibly like him? An unclean male. The entangled demonic voices kept flashing and echoing in his mind, tormenting his nerves. You must be saying this just to escape, right? Just like dating him was only to fulfill his mother's task. Miantang, don't delude yourself. I will never let you go. In this life you will be imprisoned here forever and ever, only with me, never to see the light of day again. In an instant he rushed before her, his dark brows filled with ferocity and paranoia. Clutching the iron handcuffs tightly, they emitted a sinister clink, terrifying like a beast about to devour human flesh. But Miantang was not afraid at all. She knew how pure and kind his nature truly was. He was only pretending to be this way to protect himself because he was too afraid of being hurt again. No. She lifted her head, her clear amber eyes fixed on him, as if laying herself completely, unreservedly open and bare before him. Tell him that she was sincere, unrelated to anything else. Tell him that he could hurt her if he wished, but she believed he wouldn't. If she had hit him, cursed him, or hated him, he could have continued. But facing such a gentle, yet resolute gaze brighter than the blazing sun, he was utterly shattered. All his pretense crumbled. How is that possible? How could you possibly like me? I am so tainted. You must despise and loathe me, don't you? Just like in the nightmare. He suddenly lowered his head like a child who had done wrong, reaching a trembling hand to touch the broken gland membrane on the back of his neck. His voice became rough, hoarse, as if his vocal cords were torn. Tainted. Despise. How could he say that? Miantang's heart jolted. Seeing his action, she suddenly understood. So this was the real crux of his psychological disorder. The Cheens had told her that when he was a child, Abigail had attempted to forcibly mark him, damaging his gland membrane. She hadn't thought much of it, but she never imagined it had caused him such immense trauma, making him so self-loathing and fearful. Since he cared so much about this membrane. Miantang slowly raised her hand. Sure enough. Seeing her drive her pheromones, Qin Yan's flickering eyes suddenly revealed a relieved. Sure enough, she loathed and despised him. Especially now that he was trying to imprison and take her by force, just like that demon back then. He had even said so many despicable things, surely making her hate him, feel sick of him. She was a SSS-level female, the supreme of the world. With just a wisp of pheromones, she could easily kill him. Let her kill him. With a clang, the cold handcuffs fell to the ground. He knelt down, head bowed deeply, like a prisoner who had abandoned all hope at the end of his rope. He simply couldn't bring himself to imprison her. When he saw her, he only wanted to be close to embrace her, to make her happy and smile. He couldn't bear to see her frown or sad expression, let alone imagine her being afraid of him. Every harsh, shameless, hurtful word he uttered made him want to kill himself. Since he couldn't win her love and be together with her forever, then dying by her hand would be a blessing. He quietly closed his eyes, waiting for the killing stroke of his beloved's pheromones, waiting for death to arrive. But the wall clock tick-tocked second by second, but the deadly killing pheromone he imagined did not come. Instead, in the Ninastery turret, a fresh, elegant, and utterly pure jasmine fragrance gradually floated and permeated the air, growing from light to deep, from faint to strong, slowly seeping into his body. First it soothed his agitated and collapsing emotions, then gradually eliminated the dense red rashes covering his body. Finally it merged into his blood, making his entire body burn, veins bulging, heart pounding heavy, and frenzied sweat beading on his skin. His mind was filled with the young Bowtai's enchanting, soul-stirring voice, face, and silhouette. He wanted to embrace her, pin her down, and possess her. Even now, kneeling before her, he wanted to lean down and reverently kiss her feet. This feeling was so intoxicating that it drove him to the brink of madness, almost losing control, forcing him to let out a low growl and snap his eyes open. Tang Tang. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the girl's faint smile. Qin Yinzhou, touch the back of your neck. He seemed to be under her control, obediently and numbly reaching his hand toward the back of his neck, and then discovered it was intact. His protective membrane was she not only didn't drive killing pheromones toward him, but instead used soothing, healing pheromones to restore his protective membrane to its original form. In an instant it seemed as if a sharp sword had struck into the depths of his enigmatic eyes. That sword blow shattered the illusion that had tormented him for years, pulling out the small, dirty child from within and filling it into his soul, completing his life. Just like this membrane, no longer broken. He lifted his head high, gazing at the girl who was as radiant and dazzling as a goddess, his eyes burning with love so intense it was about to burst forth. You? Miantang was about to pull him up, but he caught her in a lightning-fast movement, pressing her tightly into his arms. His strength was immense, as if to embed her into his bones. His face, buried in her thick black hair, was burning hot, and his voice trembled slightly. Tang 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 Tang. Tang Tang, I'm sorry. It's okay, it's all better now. Miantang reached out, wrapped her arms around his waist, and gently patted him, as if comforting a wronged, crying child. Although she didn't know what had happened to him today to make him like this, she would stay by his side until he recovered. Tang Tang, there is no pheromone from her inside me, nor have I been marked by her. That membrane was just accidentally scratched during the struggle. I am not dirty, not at all. MMI, no. She knew he was talking about Abigail, but she didn't want to hear him mention her anymore, didn't want to see him reopen old wounds again, and again, heartbroken and sad. Qin Yinzhou, no matter whether you have that membrane, no matter whether it is intact or broken in my heart, you have always been the cleanest, purest person. She didn't know how much impact these words had on him, as she only felt that he was about to crush her bones, her whole body, so tight. Tang Tang, Tang Tang, how could she be so good? So good. Better than any dream goddess, 100, 1,000, 10,000 times better. Even if he pushed people away, even if his protective membrane was broken, even if he went mad wanting to imprison her, she never gave up on him. He truly loved her, so much loved her to the point of wanting to give her everything. Qin Yinzhou. When Miantang felt pain all over and could hardly breathe, the man finally released her, letting her go limp in his arms, taking several deep breaths. Unexpectedly, her slightly parted, rosy, moist lips were firmly fixed by his deep, dark gaze. Qin Yinzhou. She was about to speak again when her lips were suddenly taken by the man. The girl's amber pupils widened in shock, meeting his black eyes brimming with extreme depth and wild passion as sparks burst and exploded in the air. He was a first-timer, had no experience, and didn't know what to do. He only clumsily and eagerly sucked and rubbed her soft lip flesh, following instinct slowly prying open her teeth. A strange, intense, burning masculine scent suddenly rushed into her mouth, and Su Miantang's body felt like it was electrified, a tingling shiver. Before she could react with a loud bang, the man actually collapsed on top of her. Before Qin Yinzhou lost consciousness, his last sensory system was stimulated to the point of explosion. How could there be something so soft, so tender, so hot, so sweet? Jinshalacy Island Main Hall. Doctor, how is Yinzhou? Madam, rest assured, everything is normal. All body function test data are stable, and the allergic reactions on his body are all gone. As for the fainting, the doctor looked at Su Miantang with some confusion. It seems he was stimulated by something. Miss Su, do you know? Su Miantang licked her lips, her eyes flickering guiltily. No, I don't know. Maybe. It was the pheromone I released towards him too much. It couldn't be that he was stimulated to faint by a kiss, right? Maybe. The doctor nodded. Looking at the symptoms, it is indeed caused by excessive emotional excitement and blood rushing upward. Especially since the master has been away from females for years, even holding hands or skin contact would make him tremble, let alone being injected with pheromones. Su Miantang really fainted from a kiss. Tangdang actually released pheromones toward Yinzhou, so potent that it made him faint directly. Could it be a mark? Logically, they wouldn't have progressed this quickly. It must be that Yan's condition suddenly flared up and Tangdang had no choice but to save him. With this thought, Lady Qin Su clasped the young girl's hand with immense gratitude. Tangtang, thank you, truly thank you. You saved my son. Today my husband and I saw him covered in dense red rashes, his mind unclear beyond recall. We were nearly scared to death. His condition had never been this severe. We thought there was no hope. Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise I dare not imagine how I would live without him. My lady, do not grieve. It is all in the past, Su Miantang consoled her. But what happened today that triggered his allergic reaction? We don't know. We've been searching for him all along, no time to investigate yet. The Qin couple turned to the steward. Demeng, you've been with the head of the household the whole time. What exactly happened? The head of the household. The steward recalled the morning's events, his expression tinged with guilt as he lowered his head. He encountered Abigail today. What a... The words sent a shock through the entire hall. Forgive me, sir and madam. This is all my fault. I thought the head of the household's condition had recently improved, so I didn't clear the premises as usual. I never expected her to appear. Please punish me severely. After years hearing that name again, Brooklyn and Lady Qin Su still gnashed their teeth in hatred. That demon. Hasn't she been a vegetable all along? How could she still crawl out and cause trouble? I'm not sure. She seemed prepared, arriving first at our negotiation site, and then provoking the head of the household with the old kidnapping incident. So that was it. Su Miantang looked at the unconscious man on the bed, her brow slightly furrowed. So the culprit who had left him with psychological scars had reappeared. No wonder he suddenly had a relapse and uttered words like disgusting and filthy. What a naive and foolish leopard. The steward spoke, then glanced up at Su Miantang, swallowing the words that followed. Where is she now? She has been expelled from the planet and will never return. Never return. Lady Qin Su caught the deeper meaning in his words and waved the attendants out of the hall. Tangtang, I'd like to go to the kitchen to cook some porridge for Yinzhou. Could you trouble yourself to watch over him for a while? He'll be back soon. All right. She and Brooklyn hurried outside, her face grave as she asked Demeng, where exactly did Abigail go? She is dead. Dead? Was it Yan's doing? Yes, at Wenfeng Pond in front of everyone. The couple's hearts trembled. That demon Abigail had harmed their son once, and after all these years, she had risen from the ashes. They absolutely wanted her dead, but there were 10,000 covert methods. Why did Yinzhou choose to kill her outright? If this got out, who knew how those interstellar news and media would twist it? After all, years ago, a mere child victim could be portrayed as a dangerous criminal. Why would Yinzhou be so impulsive? Not like him at all. It's likely that during her threats, Abigail mentioned Miss Su, which provoked the head of the household. Fearing she would harm Miss Su, he killed her in a fit of rage. So it involved Tangtang. That made sense. Lady Qin Su nodded. Yinzhou was utterly in love with Tangtang. Knew anything concerning her robbed him of all reason. Is the scene taken care of? Especially those many eyes and mouths. They must be tightly sealed, not a whisper allowed to leak out otherwise. Rest assured, sir and madam, everything has been handled. This time it won't be like over a decade ago. Good. Now reputation was not the most important thing for Yinzhou. What mattered most was Tangtang, and she must not find out, lest it frighten her. Also, a person fresh out of a madhouse couldn't have such well-connected information. She knew about Tangtang, and even Yan's private schedule. There must be a mole on the island. Yes. Tangtang, Tangtang. Tangtang. On the large bed, the unconscious man suddenly snapped open his eyes. His first instinct was to search for the little female, terrified that the beautiful moment just now was only a dream. But as he sat up, he saw the beautiful girl quietly resting by his hand, her long silky black hair spread out like satin. It wasn't a dream. It was real. All of it was real. His Tangtang. His deity. Slowly he raised his hand, his gaze burning as he brushed aside a few strands of hair that had fallen across her cheek, revealing the delicate, glistening rosy lips, crimson as if they had been fiercely bitten. In an instant the scene before he fainted flashed through his mind. His long slender fingers trembled. He had imagined how exquisite the taste would be, but never that it would be so exquisite it was lethal. Enough to make him faint. His dark brows knitted tightly, betraying a hint of mortification. Tang wouldn't think he was inadequate, would she? That feeling was both thrilling and addictive. It made one want to experience it again and again. Compelled by an irresistible urge, he reached for it once more, but this time before he could touch it a soft, small hand firmly grasped his. It made one want to experience it again and again. Compelled by an irresistible urge, he reached for it once more, but this time before he could touch it a soft, small hand firmly grasped his. Before he could utter an excuse, he realized. Tang, why are you calling me Mr. Qin? And using a respectful term. What's wrong with calling you Mr. Qin? Miantang curled her lips, deliberately teasing him. Weren't you calling me Miantang just a moment ago, in the warship? One sentence instantly pulled him back to the scene just now. His mad behavior, his shameless drivel. Every moment, every detail filled him with such shame that his face burned, and he could. I'm sorry, Tang. I just now went crazy. Can you forget all that? Or he would accept any punishment she wished. Miantang leaned in, slightly a soft laugh escaping her. Oh, the head of the household, so pure that a mere kiss makes you faint, and you still want to play the little darkroom game. She thought he would be even more mortified. Instead, he suddenly looked up with an urgent expression of fiery determination to prove himself, burning in his deep eyes. Tang, I was just too excited earlier. He had never been in contact with a female in his entire life, never knew a female could be so delicate, so soft, so sweet. And besides, he adored her so much that just seeing her made his heart race uncontrollably, let alone. Give me another chance. I won't let you down. Miantang. Did she look disappointed or unsatisfied? Really, this time I'll activate my combat power. I won't faint again. Even if I can't control it, I'll wake up quickly and carry on. Miantang. That sounded a bit perverse. As Qin Yanzhou spoke, as if recalling that exquisite sensation, his dark eyes gradually narrowed, taking on the look of a ravenous beast. This time he wouldn't faint, he would only make her. A blush crept on Miantang's cheeks. Qin Yanzhou, what are you saying? The man belatedly realized, his face instantly reddening. Sorry. After handling the matter of Abigail, Lady Qin Su led a group of servants into the great hall, intending to wait for her son to wake, and then host a banquet for Miantang. Unexpectedly, as soon as she set foot inside, she saw two big red faces staring at each other. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, the atmosphere so shy and intimate that she feared to disturb their moment, and quickly withdrew. My lady, what's wrong? Nothing. Your head of the household is in love. How are you feeling? It was Miantang who broke the awkward silence first. Fine. Qin Yanzhou lowered his head. Miantang placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned in to look at the back of his neck, a faint, warm, and fragrant breath cascading down, causing the tall man's figure to freeze instantly. Tang checking his gland. Indeed, it's fine. That membrane has healed well. No one will ever damage it again. You must not lose control anymore, understood? No one will ever damage it again. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's gaze suddenly trembled with tension. My. Seeing he didn't respond, Miantang was about to ask if he had other concerns when she met his slightly raised gaze burning with an almost viscous intensity. Tang, I want you to pierce it. Miantang. On the Ector planet at the Central Expo Hall during a touring lecture, Lu Silly suddenly received a call from Alan's optical brain. His expression changed dramatically, and without a second's hesitation, he vanished from the live broadcast, leaving hundreds of thousands of on-site listeners and countless netizens buzzing with speculation. Why did Dr. Lu leave mid-lecture? Right, he's always been dedicated, never abandoning his fans. His face looked really off. Must be some urgent family matter. Tang, are you sure you want to stay for a meal? There's still a lot of work at the institute. He'll come another day. Alright then. Miantang bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Qin, with Qin Yanzhou closely following her. Tang, I'll see you off. Just as she was about to respond, she spotted a familiar spacecraft in the sky. The Dean. Why is he back? Wasn't he on a galaxy-wide lecture tour? No need, the Dean has come to pick me up. The spacecraft navigation indicated arrival at the health monitoring bracelets location, Central Star Gold Sands Island. Lu Silly, burning with anxiety, was about to leap down when he saw the little female he had been yearning for appear before him, riding a magnetic hover disc. Lu Silly, why are you here? Miantang, are you alright? The man immediately grasped her shoulders with both hands, his gaze scanning from top to bottom, anxiously and meticulously checking for any abnormality before final. I'm fine, absolutely fine. Did the institute report something to you? From the moment Qin Yanzhou entered the Academy of Sciences, she knew something would go wrong. That's why she rushed back so urgently, but she was still too late. Yes. A dangerous class male with a history of harming females had forcibly entered the academy and abducted her without permission. When he heard the news, his heart nearly stopped. What did Qin Yanzhou want at the academy? What did he do to you? From 10,000 meters above, Lu Silly's gaze turned sharp as he looked down at the male on the ground, his handsome face stripped of all its usual calm. And how How dare he force his way into my territory and take Miantang? He deserves to die. Sensing the combat power radiating from him, as if he would rush down and fight Qin Yanzhou at any moment, Su Miantang quickly stopped him. He didn't do anything to me. Then why did he abduct you? Because. Su Miantang took his hand and led him into the spacecraft. Let's sit down and talk slowly. She recounted the truth about Qin Yanz's harm to a female and the request from the Qin couple for her to help with his treatment from beginning to end. After listening, Lu Silla's expression did not improve, instead it darkened further. But it was for an entirely different reason. Miantang, you've been with him these past few days. Yes. As she finished speaking, the man turned his face away, but his grip on her hand tightened. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder the look in his eyes just now was so sticky felt even from this distance. Although he had been on a touring lecture on an alien planet recently, he was still aware of a major event, like Qin Group permanently provides military supplies to Central Star for free. At the time he thought it was just a government-negotiated cooperation. Now he realizes. It's because of Miantang, right? Because the master of the Qin Group harbors improper intentions toward Miantang. He raised his hand and rubbed his brow. He had always thought that in the future he would be a magnanimous, composed male who could face any situation no matter who the beloved female was. He never expected that seeing someone else cling to Miantang so persistently, and Miantang not being repulsed would make him feel so unsettled inside. It's nothing. He said it was nothing, but his hand tightened even more as if asserting his claim. Su Miantang inexplicably sensed a sour scent in the air. A faint smile touched her lips as she reached out to smooth the stray locks of hair on his forehead. The usually gentle and elegant Dean had lost his temper and his composure. Clearly he had been truly worried this time. Dean, did you come back from an alien planet? Your hair is a mess. And his heart was too. How about? Su Miantang, somewhat moved, leaned in closer to soothe him. Next time you go on a touring lecture, take me along. No. Lu Silly refused outright. If he took her, he wouldn't be able to focus on work at all. Men so hard to please. Su Miantang raised an eyebrow. Fine then. Feeling her initiative and intimacy, Lu Silla's mind wandered. The jealousy and bitterness from moments ago dissipated like smoke, replaced by a desire to shift into his beast form and let her groom his fur, and also. Miantang, do you have time later? No time. Su Miantang shook her head coldly and tried to pull her hand from his grip. Is there something you need? Yes, I want to invite a male to dinner. At the word male, Lu Silla's brows instantly furrowed and his tone turned sour. Who this time? He is a handsome, elegant, gentlemanly, and intelligent male. Hearing such high praise, Lu Silla's eyes turned green with jealousy. When did you meet someone like that? So gentlemanly and refined, yet he makes a female treat him to a meal. Could he be a hypocrite? That shouldn't be the case, right? Su Miantang frowned, slightly propping her chin in thought. It's been a few months now, and he's always been good to me. A few months isn't enough to see clearly. Miantang, you're too innocent. You don't know how good males are at disguising themselves, especially when they have a goal in mind. They're incredibly patient. Don't let your... Is that so? But... Su Miantang blinked her sparkling, watery eyes and looked at him with confusion. I have nothing. What could he possibly want to trick me out of? How can you say you have nothing? Lu Silly grew anxious, gazing at her, as if she were a dazzling, enchanting treasure that she herself was unaware of. You are so smart, beautiful, gentle, kind, and interesting. You are the most wonderful female under heaven, and everyone wants to have you. Including me. His almost confession-like praise made the girl secretly stifle a laugh. What you said makes a lot of sense. It seems he does have ulterior motives. Then I want to go eat with him, and he'll block his contact info, right? Lu Silly nodded, a glint of sharp light flashing in the corners of his slightly raised eyes. The next second, he received a message on his optical brain. Our director says you're a patient hypocrite, so let's stop contacting each other from now on. He was first stunned, then astonished, and finally overwhelmed by a surging wave of sweet. Miantang, the outstanding male she had just praised so highly. Was it him? He stared intently at the girl beside him, a hint of mischievous smile curling at the corner of her lips, and couldn't contain his excitement as he pulled her into his embrace. Miantang, you're playing with me again. Again. Director, don't wrong me. No. From the very first meeting, she had begun to toy with him, stirring up a heart that had been calm for over 20 years, leaving it restless, haunted, and no longer his own. It's you. The accused girl showed no anger at all. So, are you still going to accept the invitation? Yes. Of course he would. He closed his eyes and held her tighter still. A patient hypocrite. He didn't deny it. After all, he did have ulterior motives toward her. Miantang, in your heart, am I really as good as you just said? Even better than that. Her simple praise sent Lu Silly into rapture, even triggering a physical reaction. Restlessly, he took her soft hand and gently guided it toward his chest. Miantang, it's not just my heart that wants to be played with. My body wants to be played with too. SSS. As his words fell, a collective gasp of shock came from all around. Su Miantang started and turned to see. Inside the cabin, on the massive holographic screen, the faces of all the members of the new inhibitor team were crowded together, each one wide-eyed and utterly stunned, as if they had stumbled upon a gigantic piece of gossip. How could they be here? Had they seen and heard everything just now? Her delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Seeing the situation, Lou Silly quickly stood up, buttoned his shirt, and positioned his tall figure in front of her. With a serious expression, he shut down the screen. Everyone back to work. Oh my god, the director and the team leader. They're so sweet, so mushy. As soon as the video call ended, the lab exploded into chatter. Especially the director. It's not just my heart that wants to be played with. My body wants to be played with too. I got goosebumps just hearing that. I never imagined those words coming from the usually aloof, serious, and meticulous director. What a contrast. It's pretty normal, isn't it? The team leader is so beautiful and knows exactly how to flirt. Who could resist? Who was it that made that sound just now? Ruined a great moment. Didn't you see the director's buttons undone and his abs exposed? Who knows what would have happened after? What are you thinking? What comes after is pay-per-view content. Pay-per-view. Forget that. Do you still want to keep your job here after spying on the director's privacy? This isn't spying, it's called looking openly. It's clearly because the director was so excited to see the team leader that he forgot about our video call. Ahem. Sorry, Miantang. I was just asking your team members about Qin Yan's forced entry into the Academy of Sciences and forgot to turn off the video. Embarrassed by his lapse in front of subordinates, Lou Silly turned to see the girl burying her head in her clothes like an ostrich, and he couldn't help but smile. They saw everything. Her voice was muffled. The man leaned down slightly, gently stroking her head with a large hand, his eyes brimming with laughter. Do you think there's anyone in the Academy who doesn't know about our relationship? That's different. Before it was just speculation. Now they might openly tease and mock her. But Lou Silly didn't care at all. His mind was full of the thought that now he could be openly affectionate with her even in the Academy. Director, what should I do? Su Miantang looked up and saw the man's eyes full of a smile as warm as a spring breeze, like a sly fox that had gotten what it wanted. Wait a moment. Lou Silly, you didn't do that on purpose, did you? The man chuckled. I'm wrongly accused. The girl gritted her teeth. Confirmed. After having dinner with Lou Silly, Su Miantang returned to the lab and picked out some medicinal remedies specifically for treating bruises and strains and for strengthening the body, planning to leave work early. Team leader, you're actually leaving work early. Did I hear that right? Did the sun rise from the west? Yeah, is there something urgent at home? No. It's just that there's a little injured rabbit that needs someone to accompany and take care of him, or he'll die of loneliness. Remembering the boy lying on the desk, showing her his fluffy long ears and watery honey amber eyes begging for her touch, a slight smile curled at the corner of the girl's lips. She then stopped by the supermarket to buy some of his favorite snacks, and even picked up a few. With an injured leg, he can't run around. He must be pretty bored, right? This carrot-shaped squeeze toy looks nice. He should like it. She tested the feel. A lop-eared rabbit playing with a carrot. Just imagining the scene was adorable. When she got home, the first thing she did was call out for the boy, Little Ears. Little Ears. Where is he? Could he have gone to work, even though he's injured? She opened her optical brain, and just then saw the message he had sent. Sister, wait for me at home after work. I have a surprise for you. Even with a leg injury, you can't stay still. She smiled, put down her things, and took out 2 battle reports from the storage cabinet. Fred and Enzo's letter was enclosed in a single envelope. As soon as she tore it open, 2 waves of intense longing rushed toward her. Tong, I miss you so much, truly miss you. Every moment I eat and sleep I think of you. She missed them dearly as well. I touch the anklet every day, the patterns on it have been worn smooth by my fingers. Huh, didn't she give them a bracelet? Had Fred misunderstood something? I take it off every day to sniff it. There's no trace of pheromone left on my collar now. But I've discovered it might not just be worn around the neck. It could also be what? Besides his neck, where else had Enzo worn it? Tong, don't worry about our safety. The war is going smoothly. Under Admiral Aslan his command, we've been conquering cities and advancing deep into enemy territory. We'll soon reach their central city. For the first time I find fighting enjoyable. It lets me forget everything. But the moment I stop I think of you. Missing you without being able to see you is like having my heart clawed and my liver wrenched. The strategists predicted we could end the war this month and completely wipe out the X galaxy. But unexpectedly their Federation leader Austin has evolved into an S-level combat male. It might take a bit more time to resolve. Tong, while we're away, remember to take care of yourself. Eat well, sleep well. I hope the war ends soon so I can be with you forever. After reading, Su Miantang's heart felt warm. All her previous worries about their safety on the battlefield vanished like smoke. She set the letter aside gently and opened Aslantis. Since the war seemed simple for Fred, and Enzo, her sweetheart with explosive combat power, must be even more capable. With that thought, she opened the page and was startled by the first few lines. Master, I'm injured. Master, I think I have mental anxiety disorder. I can't sleep all night. Master, I'm so hungry and thirsty. There's nothing here. How could this be? He was injured. He was the Empire's war god, an S-level combat variant male. The last time he was injured was under a miasma bomb. And insomnia. Mental anxiety disorder. No food, no drink. Was the war so harsh with scarce supplies and immense mental and physical pressure? But Fred and Enzo's letters were filled with ease and warmth. Could it be that they were only reporting good news, hiding the bad? Her heart immediately tightened again. Then she saw. My heart is cracked from missing you too much. When I return, I'll need pheromone therapy. A lot of it, to heal. The army bed is too hard. The battlefield smells awful. Not as soft or fragrant as you master. I have to hold you while doing XXXX to fall asleep. The food here is terrible. The water is awful, and there's no bottled milk. When I get back, I want to drink your XXXX and eat your XXXXX. Last night, I dreamed of doing XXXXX with you. When I return, I'll XXXX you. The letter, several pages long, was entirely censored. Miantang read it with a face full of black lines. She suddenly understood why he had encrypted the letter with combat power, not to hide it from the big golden retriever, but because he couldn't let him see it. This lecherous tiger. Even war couldn't drain his abundant male hormones. Blushing, she read to the end, and finally found a serious sentence. Master, I miss you so much. Beside it, there was a simple sketch of a little white tiger wagging its tail, looking up at her with bright eyes, and a king character on its forehead, exactly the same as when she had taken care of it before. She couldn't help but smile, gently stroking it with her fingertip, murmuring, Master misses you too. On the interstellar battlefield, the Empire's admiral, who had infused his letter with combat power, felt the response of his little female's pheromones. A faint, handsome smile curved on his lips as he kissed the red bow on his chest deeply. Master. After reading the letters, Miantang treasured them like precious gems, placing them in her storage cabinet. After a moment's thought, she turned back and added an encryption, afraid that someone might accidentally find Lanlin's letter and think she was secretly reading smut. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. She walked over and opened it. Little ears, it's you. Big golden retriever. Why are you here? She was pleasantly surprised. Lately he had been so busy with state affairs that he only sent messages in the middle of the night. Now, he actually had free time. She was about to invite him in when she saw his grave expression. Big golden retriever, what's wrong? Tang Tang. Jun Qingyin looked down at her, a trace of worry flickering in his azure eyes. I have something to tell you. Don't be sad when you hear it. What is it? Seeing his grim face, her heart skipped a beat. It's not about Fred, Enzo, and Lanlin, is it? No. Phew. That was a relief. She let out a long sigh. Then what is it? That little ears by your side is not an ordinary herbivore beastman, but the overlord of the Moon Comet Galaxy, the Moon Immortal. What? The smile on her lips froze, then she said incredulously, how is that possible? It's true. Jun Qingyin fixed his gaze on her. Then with a sweep of his hand, he projected onto the holographic screen in the living room all the scenes he had seen through the heavenly pearl and his double pupils. In the luxurious and familiar Rockefeller Castle, a mech warrior descended clad in a massive sharp silver armor. He tossed his helmet aside, casually lounged on the sofa with a lazy posture, his long eyes half closed, and his face as exquisite as a high-tech AI composite. Identical to the Moon Immortal figurine Little Ears had given her. Under the left eye there was also the same teardrop mole. And Yueling's mother, the noble Duchess Hilary, walked over to him warmly and dotingly, introducing various excellent females. But the photos were scattered on the floor. Duchess Hilary sighed sadly. You have no idea. I heard that a miracle recently occurred in the central galaxy. A SSS-level female emerged, the supreme under heaven. I can't imagine how wonderful it would be if she were in our moon comet, what excellent genes and rank her offspring would have. What a pity. Enough. Hearing this, he impatiently picked up his armor and left. Wait, I'll go to the central galaxy and capture that SSS-level supreme female for you to birth a litter of little bunnies. Tang Tang. At this point, Jun Qingyin handed her the photo. The Moon Immortal in the video is Little Ears. This is a photo of him before he turned 18, before he differentiated into a mech warrior. Miantang took it, and her gaze froze instantly. The young man in the photo looked exactly like Little Ears, but the background and demeanor were completely different. He sat on the main seat of Rockefeller Castle, stood before the star-studded army, walked through the smoky battlefields. His expression was evil, arrogant, and contemptuous of everything, as if all things in the world were under his control. Completely different from the obedient, smiling young man who always clung to her, acting cute and calling her sister. Here are some details: his personal information. Yu Zhongxian, leader of the Free Federation in the U-Comet system, S-class, male, combat power, 22 years old, possessing innate dual forms, currently residing in Rockefeller Castle. After arriving in Central City, he did not go out to seek employment, but continued to travel between Central Star and U-Comet, which serves as proof of his access to the star realm. Jun Qingyin flipped through a pile of documents, sealed with an official stamp, finally projecting the footage recorded in his double pupils from the night before onto the screen. And this one. Miantang raised her head and saw, deep in the night, in her back garden, a limping boy walked in, threw away his crutch, and tore off the bandage she had just wrapped around his wound. He was discovered by Jun Qingyin, who forced him to reveal his true form through sheer combat power and questioned his identity and why he was disguised and hiding beside her. He merely scoffed. Sister, you are so beautiful and your pheromones are so powerful. What do you think I want to do? That teasing and arrogant laughter felt like an invisible hand gripping her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Just moments ago, when she saw the photo, she was still trying to find excuses for him, thinking perhaps it was merely a coincidence that they looked alike. How could that little ear be Yu Zhongxian? They were completely different people. But now, it was all fake. Everything was a lie. His appearance, identity, age. From the help he provided during their first meeting to the injury he sustained the night before. Every word he had spoken in between, every action he had taken, every gift he had given, and every attempt to please her was merely a facade crafted to obtain her pheromones. Yu Zhongxian, the #1 commander in the galaxy possessing the most advanced and intelligent AI in the world. Indeed, it was well-deserved. Her thick eyelashes trembled lightly, and her amber eyes shifted from the vibrant green peacock feather on the storage cabinet to the punk figurine hanging from her back. During this time, he had shown signs that made her suspicious, but she repeatedly chose to believe him, trusting that he would not deceive her. In his view, was she really that foolish? Like a fool being played around by him, not just him, but also her so-called good friend Yu Ling and Duchess Hilary. This was merely a scheme from their family. In the double pupils the footage finished playing. Jun Xingyin turned around and saw the girl holding the photo with a slightly pale face as he hugged her with some heartache. Tang, I'm sorry. He had gathered this information that night. The reason he only revealed it now was that he feared she would be heartbroken upon learning the truth. But rather than a brief moment of sorrow, he was more unwilling to see her continuously deceived. Are you okay? I'm fine. Miantang remained silent for a while before regaining her breath, slightly loosening her grip on the photo. Big golden retriever, thank you for telling me this. Little bee. Master, I'm here. The little bee, which had been listening the whole time, flew over with a flapping of wings much smaller than usual. Please tidy up, little ears. She paused. Tidy up Yu Zhongxian's things. Yes. In the Jiuqing Villa area, a small flying vehicle hovered above the lawn. Previously, Yu Zhongxian would leap down gracefully, but today he was particularly patient, carefully holding a thermos as he walked out. Inside was health tea. It was meticulously brewed from red dates, ginseng, Ophiophagon, goji berries, astragalus, and rose, beneficial for nourishing qi and blood, and enhancing beauty, making it perfect for females after their menstrual period. He had specifically traveled to Kailuo Star to seek advice from a renowned herbalist, and spent an entire day brewing it. After tasting it, he found it particularly sweet. Sister. He slowly turned around and saw the man in the living room. Jun Xingyin. And behind him a holographic screen was repeatedly, I made something for you to try. Yu Zhongxian. Before he could finish, a clear and cold voice interrupted him, causing him to freeze in place. Sister. He slowly turned around and saw the man in the living room. Jun Xingyin. And behind him a holographic screen was repeatedly playing his conversation with his mother. His honey-colored pupils instantly widened, bursting with a sharp light. Had these been gathered to expose him to his sister? He raised his hand ready to release an attacking laser beam, but was stopped by Miantang. Don't fight in my room. Sister. He quickly withdrew his hand, looking at her in panic. Those? Don't call me sister. Tang. Commander Yu Zhongxian, it seems we aren't that familiar, are we? The girl looked at him with a cold expression, her brows distant, and even her voice carried a layer of chill, making him feel a tightening sensation in his heart. A sense of unprecedented fear arose. Sister. Those were things from long ago, lies I made up to refuse my mother's introductions to females. At that time I didn't know you. Then what about these? Miantang released her hold on the documents. A flurry of personal information, photos, and transit permits scattered. These are also lies you fabricated. Yu Zhongxian stared at the documents. The evidence was indisputable. No room for argument. His identity had been completely exposed. He clenched his fist. From the first moment I saw you by the Ghost Lake, I liked you, but you didn't know me then, and were eager to return to Central Star. To understand you better and get closer, I deliberately disguised myself as Little Ear. I'm sorry, sister, I deceived you. But I meant no harm. I simply liked you, purely liked you. He looked at her with a fervent gaze, more urgent than ever and more sincere than ever before. This is my first time liking someone who I didn't know what to do or how to make you happy, so. Like, if it were in the past, she might have believed his earnest and straightforward attitude. But now, his acting was too impeccable. From blocking her in the Sin City to accusing John of hitting him in the restaurant and rolling down the stairs the night before. He had deceived her too many times. Do you like my pheromone level, or do you like me? Of course it's you. Then why didn't you say anything when you had so many chances to confess? I was planning to say it, but I hadn't found the right moment yet. The longer he concealed it, the more anxious he became. He was very afraid she would get angry upon finding out. So he planned to find the perfect moment to confess, but unexpectedly. Enough. Miantang lowered her gaze lightly. I no longer know which of your words are true and which are false. Buzzing. Next to her, the little bee controlled the smart suitcase to fly over. Respected Commander Yu Zhongxian, my master requests you to take your luggage and leave this house. Thank you for your cooperation. What? She wants to kick him out. Yu Zhongxian widened his eyes in disbelief, instantly engulfed by overwhelming panic, his whole body slightly cold and trembling. No, he couldn't leave. He couldn't leave her. Sister, everything I said just now is true. I like you, I really like you very, very much. I only want to stay by your side and be with you, not because of your pheromones. Even if you aren't an S-class female, even if you don't have pheromones, I still like you very much. He looked at her eagerly, wishing he could take out his heart to prove it. I'm sorry for deceiving you all this time, but you can hit me, scold me, or punish me however you want, just please don't let me go, okay? I can't live without you. I really can't live without you. Sister, I beg you please, okay? He said as he rushed towards her. Miantang, who was trying hard to ignore him, silently took a step back. Jun Xingyin in a flash positioned himself between them. His face was cold and his tone was sharp as a knife. Tang Tang has made herself very clear. Can't you understand? The master of the Comet system, so shameless. Yu Zhongxian stared at her. The panic, helplessness, and pleading that had filled his eyes instantly transformed into a sinister, vicious brutality, surging with murderous intent. It was him. All of it was him. He had tattled to his sister, making her so furious that she wanted to cast him out of the house. He wished he could grind him to dust and scatter his ashes to the winds. With this thought, his neck, arms, shoulder blades, waist, and legs faintly revealed the form of a silver metallic battle armor. In the living room, the light strips flickered, emitting a crackling electric sound. The wall thermostat's value skyrocketed. The holographic screen's smart furniture and voice system all crashed. Xiaomi buzzed frantically like a mad creature. Even the aircraft parked on the lawn began to emit smoke. Everything was exactly the same as that day when he tumbled down the steps, and the man opposite him was also provoked into activating his combat power. Jun Xingyian's double pupils shone brightly as he clenched his fists. Although the high priest had warned him not to fight him as long as it could make him leave Tongtong, it was all worth it. Yu Zhongxian. Big Golden. Don't start a fight here. Miantang frowned. She had witnessed the combat power of two S-level males. It would not only raise the entire Qingjiu Villa district to the ground, but could also cause severe casualties. But the two males locked in a confrontation, burning with raging fury, seemed on the verge of eruption and could not hear her voice. Helpless, she could only raise her palm. A sudden, overwhelming scent of tulips burst forth. It was no longer the subtle, fragrant aroma of healing and comfort as before, but filled with an overwhelming, oppressive force, easily sending him crashing out of the villa, his entire mecha form retracting. It was an SSS-level warning pheromone. Yu Zhongxian knelt on one knee, one hand firmly clutching his chest, lowering his head to gaze at the wrinkled, fluttering hem of his clothes. His honey-tea-colored eyes were filled with bewilderment and disbelief. His sister had actually used warning pheromones on him, just like the pheromones she used on those scum that night in Sin City. Although it was only a faint wisp, not even enough to drive him away, it hurt so much when it struck him. His sister, who was always gentle and doting, who even didn't get angry when he deliberately didn't attach the protective film and was falsely marked, had now driven warning pheromones at him. She was truly angry, and she was really going to drive him away. His sister had been hurt by him. In the hall, Miantang slowly withdrew her trembling hand, her gaze flickering. Tang, what's wrong? Jun Xingyin thought her trembling was due to overexerting the pheromones, and checked her body worriedly. The girl shook her head. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Miantang forced a faint smile at him, and comforted, Big Golden, don't worry. All right. Jun Xingyin sensed her low spirits, and didn't want to add to her burden. He transformed into his beast form, and quietly lay at her feet, keeping her company. Tick, time passed minute by minute. Inside the villa, it was as quiet as if no one was there. Outside, the sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds, of furious wind howled, and blinding lightning and thunderclaps intertwined like a roaring beast. Soon a torrential downpour covered the entire central city. Xiaomi activated the external smart circulation system, closed all windows and doors, and flew to the girl's side. Master, should I send out Commander Yu Zhongxian's luggage? He hasn't left yet. She lifted her eyes slightly. No, he's still outside. Miantang stood up and walked to the window. Through the heavy rain, curtains shrouded in mist, she looked at the youth. He was completely drenched by the rain. Water droplets rolled down his hair, across his cheeks, neck, and arms, finally flowing from his tightly clenched fingers. Was it an illusion? It seemed to be red. Yu Zhongxian was also looking at her, staring fixedly without blinking. His slightly reddened, honey-tea-colored eyes were filled with trembling and pleading. Sister, I'm sorry. Sister, please don't drive me away, okay? Sister, give me a chance to reform, all right? I will never lie to you again. Sister, don't make me leave. I can't go. I'd rather die. Sister, it's so cold outside. Can I come inside? Confronted with that familiar face full of pleading, she couldn't bear to watch cruelly. She turned her head away. Send it out, and tell him to leave immediately. All right. Xiaomi pushed the smart suitcase and flew out. When it reached the entrance, it tilted its head, curiously staring at a new pod it had never seen before. Master, what's this? Is it also Commander Yu Zhongxian's belongings? Miantang walked over and opened the lid. A fragrant, sweet herbal aroma instantly rushed toward her. The scent revealed red dates, red ginseng, Ophiophagon wolfberries, astragalus roses. All ingredients that nourish blood and chi, replenish energy, and benefit health. What was he doing all this for? Unbidden, the image of the boy transforming into a lop-eared rabbit curling up to warm her belly during her period flashed into her mind. And then there was the time he lay on the desk, tickling her hand with his ears, blinking his big eyes to capture her attention, the countless experiments in the kitchen, tasting dish after dish just to prepare the most exquisite meal and present it before her, the daily bouquet of fresh flowers or small gifts he brought back, the drone show he orchestrated for her birthday, and even the cosplay costume he donned to serve her personally. The supreme overlord of the Yuehui galaxy, the first interstellar commander, had stooped to such lengths merely to obtain her pheromones. Truly a man of exhaustive scheming. Little ears, I feel like I've never truly known you. She murmured softly, her voice transmitted through the smart home system to the boy's cyberbrain. His throat was tight and hoarse. Sister, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Xiaomi. Yes. Send this out too. All right. In a moment, the little bee flapped its wings and flew outside. Commander Yu Zhongxin, here are your luggage and health tea. Master says go. Don't let me see you again, don't make me loathe you. The boy, who had remained unbroken through the exposure of his identity, the expulsion via pheromones, and the throwing out of his belongings, was shattered by that simple word, loathe. He wished she would hit him, curse him, punish him. Anything to vent her anger. But the one thing he could not bear was her hatred. What he craved most, what he desired above all, was her. But now, there was nothing left. A raindrop fell from the sky, tracing the corner of his eye, moistening his lips, warm, salty. The boy with red-rimmed eyes turned around. The same commander who had always been free-spirited, arrogant, confident in his mastery over all things in the universe. Yet now his back emanated a profound sense of dejection and helplessness. Miantang watched his figure disappear into the Jiuqing Villa district before slowly closing the window. Tong Tong, Jun Xingyin, now in human form, took her hand. How about coming back to the palace with me for a while? No need. She shook her head. I'm fine. Really, I have to work tomorrow. It was just exposing a fraud. It wouldn't affect her life in the slightest. You should go back and rest too. Don't let me delay your state affairs. Before Jun Xingyin left, he set up a royal prohibition around the Jiuqing Villa district. Though his cultivation was still brief, and his control limited, it was enough to fend off Yu Zongxian's omnipresent cyberbrain intrusions, preventing him from continuing to harass Tang Tang. On the Yuehui planet inside the Luoka castle, Yu Ling, who was playing a game, heard the servant's announcement and joyfully tossed aside her light brain. Brother is back. Brother, did you bring any candy for your sister this time? She rushed out excitedly, expecting to see a massive, splendid mecha, but instead she saw his human form. And an utterly disheveled human form at that. He was drenched from head to toe, strands of hair clinging together, water dripping continuously. His honey-tea eyes had lost all their former luster, his face was deathly pale, and his entire being seemed devoid of soul. If not for the familiar aura, she would have suspected he was not her brother, but an emotionless clone. Brother, what happened? Brother, did something occur? Brother, don't scare me. In Yu Ling's memory, her brother had always been carefree and spirited, full of vitality. Even when attacked by over 100 class males of the Covenant Federation, he hadn't blinked. But now he was utterly dazed, his spirit shattered. What could have happened? Was the Yuehui galaxy about to collapse? Impossible. She had been closely monitoring interstellar affairs and situations. Aside from the Central Galaxy and X-Galaxy engaging in conflict, all other regions were peaceful, especially the Yuehui galaxy. Then, the only time she had ever seen her brother so unlike himself was in front of Miantang. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? No way. My intelligent brain, the most advanced and wise existence in the world, could never let the Heart Hunt project fail. Even if it did fail, there's no need for such a reaction, right? As she pondered this, she saw him enter the castle and lock himself in the secret chamber. The last time he went in, he transformed into a diamond mecha warrior form, worried about hurting others. Brother, what are you doing in the secret chamber? Brother. Yu Ling initially thought he entered just to sort out his emotions, but unexpectedly he remained inside for 3 days and nights. During these 3 days he neither ate a grain of rice, nor drank a sip of water, nor did he speak a word, remaining indifferent no matter how she shouted or persuaded him from outside. He looked like a soulless corpse. In the dark corner of the secret chamber, the young man lay on the ground, staring blankly at the motionless holographic screen, the corners of his mouth gradually curling into a bitter smile as ugly as a cry. He had implanted the consciousness of the intelligent brain into every smart home device in his house and infused combat power into each gift he gave her. However, the intelligent system had been replaced. His gifts had never felt her touch, as if they had been discarded just like him. Sister, do you really not want me anymore? Sister, didn't you say that you would never abandon Little Ear? He lowered his head, dejectedly sniffing a pair of wristbands marked Little Ear's exclusive. The scent of tulips had completely faded, offering no solace to his anxious emotions. Frantically, he opened his suitcase, searching for anything that carried her scent, only to find an orange carrot rolling out quietly. Sister, wait for me at home after work. I have a surprise for you. After sending that message, the response he received was, Little Ear, I have a surprise for you too. The young man trembled as he picked up the carrot, tightly gripping it in his palm, large crystalline tears of regret falling down. Can I call you Little Ear? Happy birthday, Little Ear. Little Ear, you're so cute. Little Ear, your cooking is amazing. Little Ear, what can I do to make you less angry? Little Ear, please stay. Oh, I will take responsibility for you. In these few days, her voice, face, and figure, every frown and smile, every pout and anger circled in his mind, filling his entire heart. Yet when he tried to reach out to touch her, she would instantaneously vanish without a trace, as if she had never existed in his life. Sister, I miss you. Oh, I miss you so much. Throughout, she had faced him with the most sincere and candid attitude, even believing he was merely a lowly beast man. But he had always deceived her. Sister, I was wrong. Oh, I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. He buried his head tightly, suddenly bursting into tears, his hoarse and suppressed sobs resembling a despairing little beast abandoned. Sister. Sister. Sister, sister. The heart flutter he had felt at first sight made him think it was just a beautiful embellishment in life, but unknowingly she had deeply rooted herself within his heart, sprouting growing leaves and blooming flowers. When someone tried to forcibly uproot her, it was like tearing away his very soul. It hurt, it really hurt so much. On the first day Yu Zhongxian entered the secret chamber, Yuling frantically shouted outside. Realizing it was useless, she turned on the brain video to reach Su Miantang only to find she had been blocked. On the second day Yu Zhongxian was in the secret chamber, Yuling brought her parents to persuade him, but still received no response. On the third day of Yu Zhongxian's confinement, the entire Yu family feared something would happen to him, and summoned warriors from the military to forcibly blast open the door. A ray of sunlight finally shone into the dim, secret chamber. Through the swirling dust, Yuling witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. The young man lay on the ground, his gaze hollow, his face as pale as paper, looking as if he had lost all life. She gasped in shock, rushing over only to discover his face marred with tear stains. Brother crying. The Grand Commander of the Galaxy, an invincible figure on the battlefield, is actually crying. For some reason, seeing this scene made her nose tingle, and she felt like crying too. Brother, what exactly happened? What on earth happened to make you end up like this? Yuling. Brother. Seeing that he was finally willing to speak, Yuling excitedly leaned closer. Do you really think I am indestructible? Of course you are the only S-class male combatant of the herbivore family, a born mecha warrior, the pride of all your kin. Nothing can destroy you. But why do I feel like my heart is about to burst with pain? Well, upon hearing this, Yuling completely lost control, bursting into tears. Brother, is it because Miantang discovered your identity and got angry? It's all my fault for not telling her the truth. I will go explain to her, plead for her to forgive you. She had no idea how long she had been crying. Before she could get up to take action, he stood up first. Brother. Yuling looked up. Where are you going? To the Free Federation. Government. What does he want to do with the government? Working. But looking at his state, it doesn't seem like it. Backlit Yuling couldn't see his features and expression, but faintly sensed a hint of mad. Brother, what are you planning to do? Hey. Before she finished speaking, the figure vanished before her eyes. He thought he could lose everything, but he could never lose her. Central Star. Jiqing Villa District. On the first day Yu Zhongxian moved out, Su Miantang followed her usual routine of washing up, sleeping, eating, going to work, and coming home, everything orderly, as if nothing had changed because of his departure. But on the second day after work, after hanging up her bag, as usual, she turned around with a smile, little ear, I'm back. Only to realize, staring at the empty hall, that he had but it seemed like he hadn't left. She walked into the hall and saw the young man holding a ladle, peeking out with a smile. Sister, wait a moment, the meal is almost ready. She adjusted the thermostat to 24, took out some ice cream, and heard a dissatisfied voice echoing in her ear, Sister eating ice cream, while blowing the wind. She took out some documents, intending to look at the experimental data for a while, but found a cute floppy-eared rabbit jumping up to her, rubbing its long ears against her hand, blinking its honey-colored big eyes. Sister, pet little ear, are the documents cuter than little ear? Sister, sister, sister. She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off those voices and images. Habit, what a terrifying thing. She turned around, preparing to go out for a walk to breathe. Suddenly, she heard the doorbell ring. Upon opening the internal display, she was startled to see a massive leopard, causing her to instinctively step back. Its head was round with a broad forehead, a high nose, and a short muzzle, eyes deep and dark like obsidian. Its fur was pure white, clean and fluffy, adorned with evenly spaced regular black or smoky gray spots. The body lines were powerful and fluid, with long, elegant limbs and a thick, fluffy tail that was both coarse and long. It was now crouching at the door, its posture as graceful as a noble and inviolable aristocrat, handsome and majestic, utterly beautiful. Wait. A snow leopard. Black eyes. Smoky gray spots. And that distinctive aristocratic aura. Could it be? Qinyanzhou, is that you? She tested through the receiver. Outside the door, upon hearing the little female's voice, the snow leopard immediately stood up, excitedly swishing its tail. It really was him. She quickly opened the door. How did you turn into a beast form? Could your combat power have collapsed? Oh. Before she could finish, he pounced on her with the speed of a ghost, pinning her onto the carpet. He extended his tongue, madly licking her hair and face, and then pressed his fluffy, massive head against her neck, as if frantically sniffing her pheromones or expressing his Tongue, I finally found you. Haha, stop licking, it tickles. Qinyanzhou, stop. Su Miantang's body trembled and tingled from his heavy breath and scorching tongue. She tried to turn over and crawl away, but he grabbed her by the collar of her clothes and dragged her back. She hugged his head, trying to control his movements, but he shook her off mercilessly. With no other choice, she reached for his belly. Sure enough, the massive snow leopard stiffened abruptly, then released her, and quickly retreated to a corner of the room. Even in beast form, his body was still sensitive. Tang had almost touched his. Su Miantang stood up, watching his large body desperately squeeze into the tiny corner, his head awkwardly turned away, afraid to meet her eyes. She could already imagine how embarrassed he was. If he were in human form, he would probably be flushed red by now. Now you know, shyness. She stood up and straightened her clothes slightly. Why was your behavior just now so passionate and unrestrained? He thought she liked it. Kellaway, I always treated her that way, and every time she laughed happily, holding it, and kissing and rubbing it repeatedly. He wanted to be treated the same way. Not a bad figure, huh? Miantang looked at her own hand, a faint smile playing at the corner of her lips. To punish him for not obeying earlier, she decided to tease him, but the compliment was sincere. His body was long and sleek with solid fluid muscle lines. Every part looked full of strength and beauty. No wonder many top luxury cars on Earth drew inspiration from leopards for their designs. Let me touch you again, okay? Let her touch him again. Where? The mood of a feline can usually be judged by its tail. Miantang saw his head drooping, his body stiff, and his pupils wavering, thinking he was terrified. But unexpectedly his tail was wagging so fast, it could almost fan her into a cold. Seemed like he was rather looking forward to it. Qin was both eager and afraid. He longed for her to play with him. He feared that if in beast form she aroused him, and he couldn't revert, it would be a disaster. From then on, Tang would be scared of him. With that thought, as the little female extended her evil claws, he swept his long tail around and tightly wrapped her entire body. Huh! Miantang was stunned. She knew his tail was long, but she never imagined it could be long enough to bind her. With both hands and feet restrained and unable to resist, she rolled her amber eyes and opened her mouth to bite the fluffy tip of his tail. No. Tang. A warm, fragrant breath accompanied by an incredibly soft, wet sensation instantly enveloped the tail. The little female's sharp teeth gently bit down, and in an instant the snow leopard felt as if struck by lightning. His entire body went limp, lying on the floor as a tingling, numbing electric current coursed through him, tormenting him repeatedly. It was utterly devastating. The girl regained her freedom and looked at the king of the snow mountains, now lying motionless on the ground, like a well-behaved little kitten, a hint of triumph in her expression. But soon she grew flustered. Qin, are you okay? Why is your body twitching? She had played with the tails of Inswell Lanlin and the big golden retriever before, and none of them reacted like this. Except for Lucili's. Could it be his the same as Lucili's? No way. Qin lay on the ground, trembling in waves, and faintly white light seemed to flash before his eyes. Nothing. He was just enjoying it. It must not be. Miantang shuddered at her own imagination, shook her head, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She reached out her fingertip and poked his big head. Did you learn your lesson for not obeying earlier and daring to tie me up with your tail? Are you being disobedient again? It wasn't that he was disobedient, he was afraid the checkup would reveal that he had already. Qin, did your She coaxed him with gentle words, tried to tempt him with a lollipop, and even tried to drag him by the paw, but he simply pulled her into his embrace. Are you being disobedient again? It wasn't that he was disobedient, he was afraid the checkup would reveal that he had already. Qin, did your combat power collapse? Why did you turn into beast form? Could it possibly be that he was deliberately playing with her? He had undergone differentiation. Why did you turn into beast form? Could it possibly be that he was deliberately playing with her? He had undergone differentiation. From S-rank to S-rank. Originally, the doctor predicted the differentiation date would be half a year later. Since it was a delayed differentiation, the process would be extremely painful and agonizing. He had already prepared himself. But unexpectedly, due to her pheromones, the date came early and the process showed no abnormal reactions. The only symptom was that he turned into beast form and couldn't revert to human form using combat power. How long it would last was unknown. But unexpectedly, due to her pheromones, the date came early and the process showed no abnormal reactions. The only symptom was that he turned into beast form and couldn't revert to human form. But unexpectedly, due to her pheromones, the date came early and the process showed no abnormal reactions. The only symptom was that he turned into beast form and couldn't revert to human form using combat power. How long it would last? Qin, you differentiated to S-rank. Yes. Congratulations. Tong, after differentiating to S-rank, I feel like I've awakened a new ability. Do you want to see it? The snow leopard lowered its head, its dark beast eyes looking at her with anticipation. You want to demonstrate your ability? Miantang understood his intention. The snow leopard nodded. Is it convenient here? If it were like the golden retriever's dual pupil power, it would be fine, but if it were like Lanlin's crimson flame wings, it might set this place ablaze. Very convenient. Then go ahead. She raised an eyebrow, waiting expectantly. The next moment, she saw him transform into two snow leopards, 3 for a full 5. She rubbed her eyes, almost doubting her vision. Is this a clone? He had awakened the ability of duplication. Currently, it could last at least 2 hours, and once the division fully stabilized, the duration would grow even longer. Wow, how amazing. More than amazement, Miantang was utterly delighted. 1 leopard was already enough for her to pet, but now 5. She couldn't pet them all, absolutely couldn't pet them all. She rubbed one leopard's head, poked another's tail, immersed in the joy of being surrounded by a pack of beautiful big cats, completely unaware that with more numbers the one being petted had changed. 5 robust leopards stared at her with gleaming eyes, then pounced all at once. Some sniffed her hair, some licked her cheeks, some tickled her waist, some rubbed their furry heads against her legs, and they even didn't. Tang. Mine, all mine. Haha, it's so ticklish. Don't come over, all of you, stop. Qin, no, stop, please stop. Too many. Miantang was now utterly defenseless, pinned down on the carpet, and thoroughly teased, letting out uncontrollable, trembling laughter. Wait. A sudden thought struck her. Qin, your beast form can split. What about human form? She asked out of sheer curiosity, but the 5 leopards all blushed in unison. It could too. The CEO, who was extremely self-conscious about his earlier embarrassing behavior of fainting after a single kiss in the spaceship, silently lowered his head. In his mind he thought, never again. Even if his main body was knocked unconscious by stimulation, his clones could continue. Yuehui Star. Lockefiel's castle. Yu Ling, pacing anxiously in the grand hall as she waited for her brother to appear, never saw him. Instead she received an utterly earth-shattering peep. For an instant she felt as if the sky had collapsed. Not just her. The entire Yu family, the heavens of the Yuehui star system, had fallen. The Star Lord was actually going to. Yu Ling's first instinct was to find Su Miantang, but as an SSS class female, and the treasure of the Central Star, she was exceptionally well protected by the nation. No information could be found, and even if she could, she would never be found, and even if found, she would surely refuse to meet. So instead she went to Yisafini. What a... Yisafini, who was applying makeup, heard the news and smudged her eyeliner. You mean that little ear? Is your brother? Yes. Your brother is too dark. The glorious image of the interstellar top commander, cold, ascetic, and otherworldly, that she had long anticipated, completely shattered. Instead she felt a bit relieved that he hadn't set his sights on her, otherwise with her intelligence wouldn't she be played like a fish on a chopping board at his mercy. Fanny, what should we do? Your brother deceived Miantang like this, she's bound to be angry. But she's so gentle and kind. She wouldn't go so far as to ignore you and even block you unless there's some misunderstanding between them, right? I don't know. Yu Ling shook her head on the verge of tears. I don't want to lose my brother, and I don't want to lose Miantang either. Don't worry, let me make a video call on my optical brain and ask first. Imperial National Academy of Sciences. Laboratory 3. Su Miantang was monitoring data when her optical brain suddenly rang. Yisafini. Wasn't her concert tour still ongoing? Why would she call her? Puzzled, she answered the call and saw a little rabbit, biting her lip, eyes red, face full of grievance. It was Yu Ling. Her instinct was to hang up the call, but she heard her sobbing and stopped her finger midair. What? Miantang, I'm so sorry for hiding it from you. Hit me, scold me, but please don't ignore me or block me, okay? In my heart you've always been my best friend and sis. I never intended to deceive you. It's fine. Su Miantang shook her head. I don't care anymore. Don't care? Didn't that mean she wanted to sever ties completely? Hearing this, Yu Ling cried even louder. Nearby, her team members, hearing a female's sobs, cast surprised glances at her. The team leader had actually made a female cry, and so heartbroken as if she had suffered a romantic wound. Could it be that her charm was so great that not only males fell for her, but even noble females were powerless? Su Miantang had no choice but to take her optical brain and leave the lab. Miantang, please don't be like this, okay? My brother and I know we were wrong, especially him. When he got home, he locked himself in the secret chamber and didn't eat or drink for 3 days and nights. Su Miantang paused at the mention of 3 days without food or water. Her lips parted. In the end she asked nothing. Who knew if this was another act? He was the best at that. Miantang, it was wrong of my brother to disguise himself, approach you and deceive you, but he only did it to win your favor. He had no other intentions. Please forgive him, give him a chance to change, okay? No other intentions. Capture the SSS class female and breed a litter of bunnies with such powerful pheromones, sister, can't you just? Those words had come straight from his mouth. Enough, Yu Ling. I don't want to hear any more. From now on, let's stop contacting each other. With that, the young woman was about to hang up. Seeing this, Yu Ling quickly shouted, Miantang, are you really going to abandon my brother? He's gone mad. What? He? Yu Ling was frantic, her words stumbling. This morning, he suddenly came out of the secret chamber and said he had something to do. I thought he'd finally come to his senses, but then he went to the family registry, destroyed his household registration identity documents and all personal records, then submitted his resignation to the Federation government, announcing not only his separation from the Yu family, but also his deregistration from the entire Yuehui star system. The entire family, parents, siblings, clan elders, gathered. Renowned local gentry, high-ranking officials in the Federation government, countless soldiers under his command in the military, even netizens on the Interstellar network, all tried to persuade him, but it was useless. He was dead set. Leave the family and the Yuehui galaxy. Su Miantang frowned, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Why, wasn't he the master of the Yuehui galaxy? I don't know, but I heard from those who went to persuade him that he muttered to himself, if I leave here, will you stop suspecting me? The words crashed into Su Miantang's heart like a tidal wave. Was he going to prove in this way that he approached her not for her pheromones, not to continue the family line, nor to strengthen the Yuehui galaxy? Had he truly lost his mind? She logged into the Star Network and saw a blazing orange trending topic that had just appeared, overshadowing even the war. Yu Zhongxian announces departure from Yuehui galaxy. Explosive below. The citizens of the Yuehui galaxy wailed in despair. Woke up and the sky fell. Are you kidding? This must be a rumor. It's true. The Yuehui planet's population inquiry website no longer shows any data about the commander. My beast god, what happened to make the Star Lord abandon his planet and people? Crying my eyes out, someone must have bewitched him. Could he be under threat? Who in the universe could threaten the commander? The Free Federation must pay any price to stop this. The Yuehui Galaxy cannot lose its master. Miantang, you don't know. My brother was born the pride of the herbivores, the hope of the entire galaxy. From his teens, he bore the rise and fall of the Yu family, personally forged the Free Federation, and ushered in a new golden age for the Yuehui Galaxy. Miantang, you don't know. My brother was born the pride of the herbivores, the hope of the entire galaxy. From his teens, he bore the rise and fall of the Yu family, personally forged the Free Federation, and ushered in a new golden age for the Yuehui Galaxy. I know you were deceived and must be furious with him, but he truly loves you. Loves you more than anything. You must believe that, okay? I know you were deceived and must be furious with him, but he truly loves you. Loves you more than anything. You must believe that, okay? Watching the explosive discussions on the Star Network and listening to Yu Ling's intermittent sobs, Su Miantang fell into confusion. Even if he were the best actor, he wouldn't joke about something like this, would he? After work, she returned to the Juqing Villa. In a daze, she seemed to glimpse a familiar figure flash by, but it was too fast to see clearly. She thought Qin Yanzhou had come to see her again, but after waiting a while, no one appeared. The next day, she was feeding the stray cats and dogs in the villa area when she suddenly heard a rustling sound from the grass behind her. She turned and parted the grass, but found nothing. Strange. Researcher Su, what are you thinking about? Professor Brenda walked over with a stack of documents. She was thinking that someone might be lurking near her home. Su Miantang snapped back to reality. Nothing, Professor Brenda. What brings you here? He was a professor in the Department of Life and Neural Research, a field different from hers. Professor Brenda smiled sheepishly. I was hoping you could help me with something. Would that be convenient? Please go ahead. I've been giving a lecture at the Delhi's kindergarten in Central City, and part of it is about the new inhibitor. I'd like to invite you to speak. Since the content is quite profound, I'm afraid the children might find it boring or hard to follow. If you as the founder of the new inhibitor explain it yourself, being so young and a beautiful female, it will surely capture their attention and work wonders. Hearing that it involved children, Su Miantang agreed immediately. She had always enjoyed participating in activities that helped the elderly and the weak and educated children, and it was rare to have such an opportunity here. Professor Brenda was immensely grateful. In the afternoon, they arrived together at the Delhi's kindergarten. The principal received them warmly and led them to the playground podium. Wow, the new female lecturer is so beautiful, like a fairy. Fairy sister, thousands of children vied to call out to Su Miantang, some raising their hands, others shaking snacks, trying to catch her attention. Standing on the high platform, the young woman imagined their animal forms, all adorable little cubs, and was instantly overwhelmed by their cuteness. Good afternoon, children. Can you quiet down a bit and listen to my introduction? Yeah, tens of thousands of cubs chorused in unison. My name is Wananoa. Are you ready? Before Su Miantang could speak, a sinister, eerie underground melody suddenly surrounded her from all directions. Along with it, spider-like black robots rose from the ground, floating in the air, densely blotting out the sunlight. Their bulging bellies were marked with a vivid red X. The terrifying music and the venomous spider shapes frightened many children into tears. The principal and teachers were also panicked, staring helplessly at the robots. What were these? Su Miantang had never seen such a scene, but she sensed danger. Bang! Sure enough, the next second a black spider dropped an energy bomb onto the playground. Su Miantang instantly drove her pheromones toward the children within the blast radius, saving their lives. It's a terrorist attack. A terrorist attack from Planet X. Protect the children, protect the children. Only Professor Brenda, who was older and had experienced the war between Central Star and Planet X, reacted. 100 years ago, a similar terrorist attack had occurred. At that time, on the interstellar battlefield, the war was fierce and deadlocked. Planet X sent a batch of energy robots to places like kindergartens and hospitals in Central City to launch terrorist attacks, resulting in the tragic deaths of many children, leaving a painful lesson for Central Star. But now, with Admiral Aslante's protective barrier over Central Star, how could they infiltrate? Could it be that they had been secretly stationed during the time Admiral Aslante was injured? Professor Brenda, along with the principal and teachers present, activated their combat power, forming a protective barrier over the playground in an attempt to block the black spider's attacks and protect the children. But their power was far too weak against the powerful energy bombs. They couldn't hold out for long. Su Miantang took the opportunity to open her light brain to call for help, but there was no signal. It's useless, they've been lying in wait. The signals are all blocked, the entrances and exits are sealed, and we're in a remote location. Even if we were leveled to the ground, no one would notice. As Professor Brenda spoke in despair, a tear opened in the protective barrier. A diving spider robot grabbed a child. In extreme fear, the child transformed into a lynx cub. The spider robot's claws firmly gripped its forelegs, preparing to tear it apart. No. Su Miantang's pupils dilated to the extreme. The next second, she too was seized by a black spider. Researcher Su. A sharp pain shot through her. As her body swayed, the Yu Zhongxian figurine hanging from her backpack swung down. A clear, youthful voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Sister, I infused combat power into this figurine. Just gently press the button on the right side, and no matter when or where, I will arrive at once. Without hesitation, she pressed the button. Ding! In an instant the figure radiated several brilliant beams of light dazzling to the eye. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The AI detected a summoning of the Master's combat power, initiating autolocation. Detected a high-end attack program in operation entering destruction mode, bypassing normal security protocols to infiltrate the system in 0.01, implanting a virus to infect the chip hardware and software in 0.2 seconds, altering the system data chain and control pathways in 0.3 seconds. Miantang was about to close her eyes against the blinding light when she felt the twisted spider leg that had been roughly grabbing her suddenly stop moving. Across the vast playground, waves of astonished cheers and admiration erupted. Wow, so cool. Teacher, look. It's a mecha warrior, super cool and super stylish. The mecha warrior is here to save us. She raised her head slightly and saw a huge magnificent silver mecha blotting out the sky, the complete mechanical form of Yu Zhongxian, the diamond mecha warrior. Behind him were a pair of sharp, swift, streamlined wings that gleamed with metallic luster under the sun. His entire body was composed of hard, intricate, and exquisite alloy components with faintly shimmering icons on his chest, shields, energy hubs, laser controls, and a perfectly proportioned form that seemed meticulously carved by an AI, following the golden ratio, blending mechanics, technology, and aesthetics, proclaiming unparalleled top-tier combat prowess. Wherever he passed, the terrifying black spider robots either turned to dust or fell like a dense rain. Even though she had seen many images and videos of him battling across the stars, Miantang was still awestruck by the scene before her. Sister, I'm here. Without a moment's thought, the next second, he was already before her. A cold mechanical hand gently grasped her waist, instantly warming upon contact with her delicate skin. His eyes, sharp and cold like sensors, now blazed with an intense heat, as if concealing boundless deep emotion. The speed at which he had rushed over could almost be measured in milliseconds, yet when he descended it was extremely slow and gentle, as if those brief seconds were something his heart had longed for a very. Professor Brenda stared at the scene in astonishment. Someone who could instantly control and destroy all the high-end intelligent robots, and who possessed such a magnificent cool mecha form, there was only one in the entire galaxy. The Lord of the Moon Comet Galaxy. As the two descended slowly, a group of children joyfully surged forward, swarming around them. Ah, Mecha Warrior, let me touch the Mecha Warrior. Thank you, brave Mecha Warrior. Is the Mecha Warrior here to save the fairy lady? The Mecha Warrior is so handsome. The fairy lady is so beautiful. They look perfect together. But one hand of the Mecha Warrior is bigger than the fairy lady's waist. Amid the uproar, Yu Zhongxian released her and stepped back 2 paces. Then placing one hand on his mechanical alloy chest, he knelt on one knee and saluted her. Since she said they had never known each other, let them start anew from now. Moon Comet Galaxy Commander, Herbiver Class S-Level Combat Male. Yu Zhongxian pays homage to your excellency, Miantang. As the words fell, the ground was littered with broken limbs, and the black spiders that had not been fully destroyed suddenly rose again, causing panic as people thought a new wave of attack was beginning. It ascended to the highest point in the sky, and then, bang, 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 countless brilliant and dazzling fireworks burst forth. Wow, what beautiful fireworks! Here too, and here the sky is full of fireworks, so romantic. Everyone looked up in awe, admiring the grand spectacle. Under the beautiful fireworks, Yu Zhongxian gazed at her with burning, deep affection. This sudden terrifying attack now seemed like a celebration of their meeting. He had not only destroyed the black spiders in this kindergarten, but also obliterated the robots X-Planet had deployed elsewhere. Researcher Sue. Sister. Yu Zhongxian. Professor Brenda smiled, as did the other teachers, and the principal, all looking expectantly at Miantang, waiting for her to give a positive response and commendation to the hero who had saved them. But none of them expected. She showed no expression at all, turned around, and walked away. Professor Brenda smiled, as did the other teachers, and the principal, all looking expectantly at Miantang, waiting for her to give a positive response and commendation to the hero who had Miantang walked out of the kindergarten, and he followed her all the way out, his massive mecha folding and his head slightly lowered, as if he had done something wrong. He looked both huge and aggrieved. Passers-by turned their heads frequently. Isn't this robot too handsome? You never seen one like it. I wonder which company made it. The owner really can't bear to ignore him. Miantang boarded the aircraft, and he spread his wings, flying closely behind his dashing silhouette, fully captured on the monitor. She landed at the 9 Clear Villa district. He wanted to follow her inside, but sensing the barrier, he forced himself to stop. This must have been set up by her with Jun Qingyin's help, right? It was to keep him out. He walked silently to a corner of the garden, crouched down, preparing to wait as usual, until sunset, through the night, until the next morning when the sun would rise, and she would come out, pass by here, and feed the stray cats and dogs, pausing for a full 5 minutes. It would be quick. He couldn't help but look up, casting one last lingering glance at her retreating figure today, then withdrew his gaze in gloom. A few seconds later, as if realizing something, suddenly he looked up again. Sister didn't close the door. Could this mean? His eyes flickered intensely, and he rushed over, almost frantically tore through the barrier, and charged into the 4-story villa. Back home, Miantang put down her bag, glanced at the figure hanging above, then turned and walked into the kitchen. She placed the pre-prepared ingredients into the cooking appliance, set the timers for the various smart systems, washed her hands, and pricked up her ears slightly. Still no sound. Xiaomi. Master, I'm here. I forgot to close the door just now. Go and close it. Buzz. Xiaomi scratched its head with its antennae somewhat awkwardly. Master, the door won't close. Why? Go out and see for yourself. The girl frowned, walked out in confusion, and saw the majestic, cool, magnificent diamond mecha warrior was stuck in the doorway. She almost couldn't help but laugh. Yu Zhongxian was extremely embarrassed. His wings and mechanical arms were stuck in the door, unable to move forward or backward. He feared using his combat power would break the door, and transforming into human form might annoy her. After half a day without solving it, she walked out and saw him. He was so embarrassed that his intelligent core felt like it was overheating, and he wished he could bury his face in his wings. He had wanted to reintroduce himself, but instead ended up exposing such an awkward scene. Xiaomi flew left and right, anxiously trying to think of a solution for him. Master, how about you give him a pull, eh? Su Miantang crossed her arms and looked at him leisurely. How could my little strength pull him? She spoke. That clear and moving voice was what he had been dreaming of for days, and finally he heard it. Although it wasn't directed at him. A kick would be more like it. Kick away. As long as it could relieve her anger, he would take any number of kicks. Just don't kick him out. Yu Zhongxian stared at her urgently, but she subtly turned her head away as if she hadn't seen anything. True. Xiaomi circled twice, then helplessly squatted on her shoulder. It's all because Master's home is too small. Before he finished, the girl slapped him away. She turned around gracefully and walked back to the kitchen. Aren't there two forms? That murmured whisper, so light it seemed like an illusion, reached Yu Zhongxian's ears. He froze for several seconds before realizing. Was that sentence directed at him? She allowed him to transform into human form. She was no longer angry or disgusted with him. In an instant, the massive mech warrior's mind trembled, his heart pounding like thunder, hormone levels on his intelligent display off the charts. He almost instantly transformed into a youthful human form and rushed toward her. Sister, sister, sister. Huh. Before Su Miantang could react, he leaned over and pressed her onto the kitchen counter with a hint of leaning in to embrace and kiss. She quickly used a spatula to block his chest. What are you doing? Distance. He was taking an inch and asking for a mile. She had just forgiven him, and he already wanted to climb on top of her. Yu Zhongxian placed his hands on the cold marble, trapping her firmly, as if afraid she would run away. His burning honey-brown eyes were as hot and searing as the torrent of words poured. Sister, I missed you so much, so much. Sister, I thought you really didn't want little ears anymore. Sister, you're so good, you're the best little female in the world. Sister. Stop. Su Miantang felt that if she kept listening to his sweet talk, she would fall for his tricks again. Yu Zhongxian, were you the one lurking around the villa these past 2 days? Yes. So it was him. She knew it. He was so familiar with the terrain around her home, and had arrived so quickly just now. He must have been following her. What do you want? To steal something? He missed her. He was going crazy with longing. He could only hide and peek at her, sometimes unable to bear the torment of missing her. He wanted to rush in recklessly and take her away, hide her for a lifetime, so she could only be with him forever. But whenever he thought of her disgusted eyes and cold face, he couldn't bear it. To steal you. Su Miantang. Sometimes being too honest isn't good. Why did you leave your family in the Yuehui galaxy? Because I wanted sister to trust me. Childish. It was indeed childish. But he really had no other choice. The young man's eyes slightly reddened, as if triggered by the scene. He could still stand here, talk to her, hear her coquettish scolding and reprimands from so close. This was something he wouldn't dare dream of. He knew he was despicable, shameless, and irresponsible, but he simply couldn't control himself. As long as she could forgive him, he didn't care if he became the sinner of the entire galaxy. In his heart, there was only her. Without her, living felt meaningless. Enough. Su Miantang took in his expression and gently tapped his chest with the spatula. Step back. Move aside, sister. Hearing this, Yu Zhongxian's burning gaze wavered, and he began to tense up again. What was sister going to do? Was sister rejecting him again? No. Not only did he not step back, but he tightened his arms, trapping her tightly. His anxious, insecure look made Su Miantang want to laugh. How many days have you gone without eating? No lying. I don't remember. He shook his head. He thought of her every day, missing her so much his heart felt like it would burst from pain, completely unable to feel hunger. Then why aren't you stepping back? The food is almost ready. Yu Zhongxian stood there for a long time until he was pushed away, and then realized. She was cooking for him. Not only had she forgiven him, but she was also cooking for him. Sister, let me. No need. Do you even know what's being made? Just go out and wait. She turned and opened the lid. Steam mixed with fragrant aroma surrounding the girl's bright and delicate face, like a dream. Yu Zhongxian was afraid this was just an illusion. Su Miantang switched to a new spatula and was about to stir when she felt arms wrap around her waist, pulling her tightly into an embrace so tight it felt like they were glued together. Sister, how can you be so good? I'm sorry I deceived you before. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. From now on, no matter what, I will never hide or deceive you. Otherwise you can kill me. His voice trembled, but was resolute as if swearing to a deity. Su Miantang was silent for a moment before softly replying, I understand. That page was completely turned. Yu Zhongxian sensed it too ecstatic beyond measure. He buried his face in her fragrant soft neck, greedily inhaling, calling, "Sister, sister, sister." "What's wrong, sister? Do you know what made me most angry during this time?" "What?" His voice unconsciously became weaker. "It's..." The girl turned around, glared at him, and gave him a sharp flick on the forehead. "You're clearly 22-04 years older than me, yet you keep calling me sister. Aren't you thick-skinned?" Yu Zhongxian's thin lips curled slightly. At first he had only wanted to disguise his identity. He never expected to get so into the role that he couldn't extricate himself, and even the nickname couldn't be changed. "Sister, I only developed my mech form when I was 18, so I'm only 4 years old this year." "Have you ever seen a 4-year-old baby who kills without mercy?" "Thick-skinned indeed. There's even thicker." He lowered his head, gently nuzzling her hair, his bright eyes fervent and clingy. "Then how about calling you little sister? My good little sister, Miantang, little sister." It was as if he was calling her a sweetheart. "Better call me sister." She finished cooking, and the rabbit devoured the food like a wolf. It was as if he was calling her a sweetheart. "Better call me sister." She finished cooking, and the rabbit devoured the food like a wolf, then patrolled around the huge 4-story villa like, "What, haven't been here for a few days, and you don't recognize it?" No. He felt that every table, every chair, every flower and blade of grass here was so beautiful. So beautiful that it evoked endless attachment. Before, when he lived here, everything felt taken for granted. Now he found it immensely precious and cherished it deeply. He picked up the begonia-patterned handkerchief the girl had left on the table and brought it to his nose to sniff, only to smell a strong, beastly scent. "Sister." Soon the little rabbit lowered his eyes, walked over looking aggrieved, and laid his head on her hand. "What's wrong? Did someone else come while I was away?" He had only been gone a few days, and someone already wanted to steal his home. "Yes." "Then why didn't he come today?" He entered a differentiation hibernation period, so he hadn't taken his place yet. With a pop, 2 long snow-white ears popped out on the young man's head, and he frantically rubbed against her. Rub, rub, rub off all his scent. "Ha, it tickles so ticklish." Su Miantang laughed at his rubbing and couldn't help reaching out to touch the 2 fluffy rabbit ears on his head. "Let me touch them. Stop rubbing, ha. Little rabbit, be good." Her gentle and infinitely doting voice made the young man's eyes redden. "Sister, the little rabbit is not good. The little rabbit wants." With that he pounced on her. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Su Miantang's leg moved slightly and accidentally touched his. Then stimulated, he instantly transformed into his mech form. The massive and magnificent mech warrior loomed over the delicate and soft girl, creating a huge contrast in both size and color. Su Miantang had always been curious. Could he in his mech state? As it turned out, not only could he, but it was also extremely exaggerated. "Sister, I want." In his mech state, his body temperature gradually rose, and his voice became magnetic and mellow. The thoughts blatantly displayed on his intelligent brain sent a chill down the girl's spine. Think again. Was he trying to kill her? "Get up. Ring, ring, ring." At that moment, a rapid ringing came from outside the door. In the central city, brilliant fireworks filled the sky, and countless citizens stepped out of their homes to admire the magnificent spectacle, assuming it was a celebration by the government for consecutive victories on the front lines. However, after an urgent investigation by the National Security Department, it was revealed that it was actually a terrorist attack orchestrated by Planet X. According to investigations, after Planet X struck Admiral Yaslandi with a miasma bomb in May, they secretly deployed a large number of energy robots in crowded places for the elderly, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant, such as major hospitals, kindergartens, and welfare centers in the central city. Due to the strained war situation and the military's depleted strength, these robots were only activated now, aiming to create internal chaos and force the front lines to retreat. Fortunately, with the help of the Lord of the Yuehui Galaxy, Yu Zhongxian, the crisis was successfully averted. Jun Qingyin received an urgent report during the meeting. Upon seeing the name Yu Zhongxian, he was stunned. How could it be him? On the Star Network, where the news had leaked, it was also a buzz. The Lord of the Yuehui Galaxy saved the Central Star from dire straits. Is it true? Absolutely true. Someone even saw his mecha form. It's incredibly cool. Artificial machines can't even compare to a tenth-thousandth of it. As expected of the top interstellar commander, he turned countless energy robots into ashes in an instant. His combat ability is simply max. Thank you, Commander, for your help. I saw the photos online. May I ask if a planetary marriage is needed? For the harmonious and friendly relationship between the 2 planets, I am willing to marry over. Attention, attention. He is no longer the master of the Yuehui Galaxy. Helping the Central Star like this, he might become a naturalized citizen of the Central Star. Oh my God, is there really such a windfall? Am I about to succeed? Unimaginable. If the Central Galaxy had Admiral Yaslandi, His Highness the Crown Prince, and the Commander standing as a tripod of power, who would dare to invade in the future? Hey, damn it. We the people of the Yuehui Galaxy are heartbroken. Well, fight, you Central Star. Give back our Star Lord. Doesn't anyone feel that since this year the Central Star seems to be blessed by the gods? First the War God returned from the dead, then the Crown Prince regained human form. Now the executive of the Qin Corporation is donating weapons for free, and the top interstellar commander has lent a hand. It's too miraculous. The Central Star has a succubus, it must be. Is it possible that this succubus is the legendary mysterious SSS-level female? Wait, so many top-tier combat powerhouses suddenly appear in the central star and offer their help. Could it really be for? Even though you are powerful, you are not allowed to take away our supreme female. She is a treasure belonging to all the people of the galaxy. The last comment was soon pinned with over 100 million likes. Jun Xingyin opened the photos of the accident scene. The first one made his face turn pale and his pupils constrict. Inside there was actually Tang. Ring, ring, ring. The doorbell rang urgently, as if the visitor would break through and force their way in the next second. Not being obedient again. Okay, I'll go. Haha. Threats still work. The girl reached out, picked up the thermos beside her, and took a smug sip. Sister, but I've already. His voice was hoarse, and his tone trembled slightly, clearly in great discomfort. Moi. Not being obedient again. Okay, I'll go. Haha. Threats still work. The girl reached out, picked up the thermos beside her, and took a smug sip of water. Then she stared at it, and fell into deep thought. How did it become harder than it? Tang. As soon as the door opened, Jun Xingyin saw a massive mecha, and his voice stopped abruptly. It's him. Yu Zhongxian saw him, and the various parts of his body that were about to smoke instantly calmed down. It's him again. Who is it? For several seconds, Su Miantang heard no movement, and curiously leaned over to see two S-level males fiercely confronting each other at the door. Afraid they might start fighting, she quickly, big golden retriever. Tang, are you okay? Jun Xingyin rushed in, looking at her with concern. I'm fine. Su Miantang shook her head and looked at the young man beside her. He saved me. Jun Xingyin had already figured it out. Otherwise he wouldn't have appeared in the central city so timely, let alone lent a hand to the central star. Although he hated him, he had saved Tang. Nothing was more important than Tang. He turned around. Commander, haven't you left the Yuehui galaxy? What are your plans next? Su Miantang raised her eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. A few days ago he was calling him a liar and a scoundrel, and now he's addressing him as Commander. Your Highness, you have two faces, don't you? No need for your Highness to worry. I will return to the Federation to confess my guilt and restore my original status. Little ears, you've become quite polite too. That's good. Fortunately, he wasn't planning to become a citizen of the Central Star. He didn't want to have just gotten rid of Yaslandi only to have Yu Zhongxian appear. Jun Xingyin silently tightened his grip on the girl's hand, as if they were a perfect match. Yu Zhongxian noticed this detail, and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. He walked over casually, took the girl's other hand, and brought it slightly to his lips. I am preparing to send troops to— What? Su Miantang was surprised. He was going to send troops to Planet X. He wasn't even from the Central Star, could it be? Anyone who dares to bully sister, I will kill them one by one. After saying that, he planted a kiss on her palm. Then with an ambiguous expression, he kept approaching, nuzzling her temple, nibbling her ear, displaying it openly and intimately in front of the man, as if in provocation. When the war ends, sister, will you give me a reward? Jun Xingyin heard this, his azure pupils constricting, as if ready to unleash the power of double pupils at any moment. The front lines are reporting consecutive victories. The war will end soon. There's no need for an alien planet to trouble itself. He deliberately emphasized the words, alien planet. But Yu Zhongxian was completely indifferent, his tone sarcastic. Are you sure? I heard that the leader of the X Galaxy A sighting has differentiated into S level and awakened telepathic control, causing considerable trouble for the soldiers. Do you think he can control beastmen? Can he control mechas? Hey, you too. Su Miantang looked down. She saw one male tightly holding her waist, pulling her into his embrace, while the other discreetly took her hand and pressed it against his chest. They were fine just now. Why are they suddenly competing again? Seeing that she was about to scold them, the Crown Prince and the Commander both suddenly pressed close to zero distance, their voices clingy, like coquettish pleading, each more cloying than the other. Tang. Sister. Su Miantang. Today, if they didn't release 2 streams of pheromones simultaneously, they wouldn't let it go. At the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. Please save my son, will you? I beg you, I'll kneel before you. Madamuna, please rise. We cannot bear this. I beg you. Begging us is futile. The antidotes are all used up, and we are powerless. What's happening? Su Miantang had just finished an experiment, took off her protective suit, and walked out of the lab to witness this scene. A young female knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, desperately pleading, holding a child who appeared to be no older than 5. His body was swollen and flushed, covered in blisters, his lips and eyes were purple, and he was unconscious, clearly poisoned. Researcher Su, you're here. Researcher Su, leave this troubled place quickly. Professor Imogen emerged from the crowd, ready to escort her away, when the mother saw Su Miantang, like a beacon of hope, scrambled over and clutched her leg tight. You're the one who developed the new inhibitor, the only female in the National Academy, aren't you? You're so capable, you must have a way to save my son. Please save my child. Please rise. She bent down to help her up, but the woman remained motionless. No, unless the Academy saves my child today, I won't get up. What exactly happened? A month ago, the government confiscated a batch of invasive venomous snakes in the Star Realm. Due to negligence by the administrators, they escaped into nearby waters. This morning, a group of children playing were bitten. According to statistics, there are about 80 and Since those snakes are an alien species, the hospitals don't have the corresponding antivenom, so they turn to the academy for antidotes. But even after exhausting the entire warehouse, we only have about 60 usable life-saving doses. According to the law, priority is given to females. The remaining 20-odd male cubs can only wait for death. Please find a way to save him. Look, he's only just 4, so adorable. How can he? Please find a way to save him. Look, he's only just 4, so adorable. How can he die? She thrust the child desperately towards Su Miantang, refusing to be pulled away by anyone, her mind already somewhat unhinged. Can't we ask for help from other planets? The smugglers have all fled, and the origin of the snakes is unknown. Moreover, the biggest characteristic of invasive species is their ability to mutate rapidly according to the environment. Even if the state investigates and finds the serum, transports it here, and the medical academy modifies it, these children will have already died from the poison. They can only hold on for 3 more days at most. 3 days? That's just waiting to die, isn't it? Su Miantang frowned and picked up the child. Researcher Su, what are you trying to do? Can I try using pheromones? Pheromones? Indeed, they are the most precious and rarest elixir in the world. But, may I ask your level? The mother was also flustered. My child isn't a level male. Then your pheromone level must be above his. Moreover, the child appears deeply poisoned, his breathing already very weak. If you don't control the concentration of pheromones, well, you might cause the toxin to invade his heart meridian, causing instant death. Hearing the latter part, Su Miantang immediately withdrew her hand. Although she possessed SSS-level pheromones, she had not yet mastered them flexibly and could not take. Is there really no other way? Truly. Everyone shook their heads in despair. In the academy, only the mother's wails could be heard. After a long while, Professor Imogen suddenly looked up as if struck by an idea, but then sighed softly and shook his head. What's wrong? Professor Imogen, have you thought of a good solution? Perhaps there is someone who can save him, but still. Forget it. Forget it. We can't forget it. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, even if I have to trade my life for his ID, willingly do it. Hearing this, the mother reignited with hope, clutching him tightly. Su Miantang also looked at him. Professor Imogen, please speak. Now it wasn't just this one child waiting for treatment, but over 20 others. If there was any hope, she would do her utmost. That person is the king of snakes in the galaxy. His beast form, an anaconda, recently evolved into an S-level combat male. The antivenom produced from his blood can cure all snake venom in the world. Unfortunately, he is from the X-galaxy. Is he in the X-galaxy now, No, he's in the Manchester Newton prison, the most heavily guarded prison in the Central Star, housing the most dangerous and heavily sentenced criminals in the galaxy. Could we ask? No. Professor Imogen shook his head. He deeply hates Central Star people. If he heard about this, he'd be glad of our misfortune, let alone lend a hand. Don't even think about it. A few years ago, someone in the neighboring medical academy had the same idea, to use his blood to create a universal antivenom. But they went into the prison and came out battered and mentally deranged, muttering his words, next time send a female and it'll be gentler. He hasn't recovered to this day. Since then, no male has dared to see him, and of course no female has dared either. Female, Su Miantang murmured softly. Yes. Professor Imogen nodded. Forget it. We've done our best. Researcher Suyu. He looked up, inadvertently caught her thoughtful expression, paused, then, as if realizing something, widened his eyes, and issued a stern warning. Researcher Su, don't you dare think of going. He is the #1 dangerous criminal in Manchester Newton prison, extremely vicious and brutal, with countless Central Star lives on his hands. The last mention of a female was just a deliberate provocation to the medical academy, not sincere. If you went so beautiful, he dared not imagine what would happen. In short, you absolutely must not go otherwise. Otherwise, he'll report to the dean. Su Miantang. Ever since the live broadcast in the airship, they had all started using the dean to threaten. Don't worry, I absolutely won't go. Don't tell him. She smiled, comforted the mother for a while, then turned and went back to the lab to pack her things. Team leader, there's still an experiment this afternoon. Why are you putting the equipment away? The experiment is postponed for now. Alan, you're coming with me somewhere this afternoon. Where are we going? You'll know when we arrive. Got it, Alan replied cheerfully. As the first team member selected to accompany the team leader on an official assignment, he felt profoundly honored. So much so that he half joked about adding it to his resume. From the very moment he learned of it, anticipation had taken root. During lunch, Su Miantang searched the stellar net for information on the X-system Anaconda and Manchester Newton prison. Only 2 sparse lines appeared. Tingleshin Esper, an Anaconda-type shifter male with S-class combat capability, was incarcerated 3 years ago for brawling and causing multiple fatalities. His sentence 100 years. His age, identity, occupation, family background, all remained unknown. Not even a single photograph existed. It was as if his official record began only upon imprisonment. A handful of netizens claimed he hailed from the X-system, but verification proved impossible. How then should one even begin approaching such a man? Perhaps 4 hours later. The Manchester Newton tropical rainforest. Alan gazed at the prison, a fortress swallowed whole by tens of millions of hectares of dense jungle wreathed in perpetual mist, and a chill crept up his spine. Team leader, are you certain we haven't come to the wrong place? This was, after all, the infamous Manchester Newton maximum security prison. the most heavily fortified facility in the Central Star Sector, housing the galaxy's most perilous criminals. What could the team leader possibly want here? Yes, Miantang nodded. This is precisely where we need to be. Why are we here? To locate Tingleshan Esper and obtain a blood sample from him to save 20 critically ill children. Tingleshan, the legendary king of serpents, the most dangerous inmate in Manchester prison. Alan, who had heard rumors of the mad doctor from the neighboring medical academy, felt his scalp prickle and his knees tremble so violently he nearly collapsed. Team leader, are you serious? He's an S-class combatant and a convicted felon. Aren't you afraid? Afraid. She had feared cold-blooded creatures since childhood, especially snakes. Their vivid kaleidoscopic patterns alone unsettled her. Confronting the largest known serpent species, the anaconda's sovereign, was unimaginable. Though she'd never seen one in person, its legend loomed large, the star of the film Anaconda, whose flickering tongue could snatch away dozens, or hundreds, at a single coil. Yet she thought of the mother she'd met earlier, and the child cradled in her arms barely clinging to life, as well as the 20-odd other infants awaiting death, eyes wide open helpless. Just a cold-blooded shifter, she reminded herself. Not a true cold-blooded animal. Not afraid. Team leader, you're incredible. In Alan's eyes, Miantang's already lofty stature now radiated golden sacred. Oh, not really. Miantang offered a slightly sheepish smile and retrieved a small orb from her bag. I have this. What is it? The Aurora Disc, a personal defense device. When activated by pheromones or combat energy, it emits blinding light, obscuring vision, while accelerating escape at twice the speed of any commercial aircraft. I've heard of it. It's a priceless talisman reserved exclusively for the ultra-wealthy. You actually own one. A gift. Indeed, from a top-tier tycoon. An imperial leopard who, anticipating his own hibernation cycle, had sent her an arsenal of toys, all military grade or higher solely for protection. Alan instantly recalled the CEO of Qin Corporation, the galaxy's wealthiest individual, who'd appeared unannounced in their lab that day. Now everything clicked. I have another one. I meant to give it to you. But since you're frightened, I'll go in alone. Wait. Alan immediately regretted his words. I'm not afraid. If you, a female, aren't afraid, why should I, a male, be? A faint smile curved Miantang's lips as she handed him the Aurora Disc. If we succeed, we save over 20 children. If we fail, don't hesitate. Run. Ha. Right. By the way, though she knew it unlikely, she asked, just in case, could he suddenly shift into his beast form? Absolutely not. Alan retorted. Shifting publicly before strangers is no different from stripping naked and assaulting someone. That's sheer perversion. Good. Miantang nodded, relieved. Other shifters' forms were manageable, but she simply couldn't withstand it. Let's go. They swiped their credentials and entered Manchester prison. The duty warden glanced repeatedly, first at their ID photos, then at Miantang, back and forth 4 times. Feeling slighted, Alan frowned. May we proceed? Though the team leader's beauty warranted a second look, he'd never encountered such blatant rudeness, especially on this. Apologies. The warden rose and addressed Miantang directly. Respected female researcher, do you truly intend to enter the prison? Yes. To see Tingleshan Esper. Correct. Are you aware of his reputation? Yes. Both wardens simultaneously drew sharp breaths and exchanged glances. Someone who doesn't fear death. That male could perish, but she was a noble female, breathtakingly beautiful. If harm befell her, should we alert the warden? How? Have you forgotten? The warden was incapacitated last week by Tong. He cut himself off, closed his mouth, and pulled a document from his drawer. If you insist on seeing him sign this, Miantang and Alan leaned in. A visitation waiver requiring liability release for life safety. After signing, the warden led them inward, baton in hand. At this hour, inmates aren't confined. They're gathered in the recreation zone, most relaxed and most volatile. Proceed with extreme caution. He continued, briefing them. Miantang surveyed her surroundings. She'd imagined interstellar prisons as gleaming cyberpunk fortresses, sterile mechanical high-tech. Instead, this was primal, nearly open air. Perhaps due to its rainforest location, the air hung thick and oppressive. Distant thuds and shrieks echoed from the jungled depths. Soon corpses were carried out. Blood saturated the humid air. Less a prison, more an execution ground. Zone 11 recreation area for maximum security inmates. You scum-scaled beast, dare you climb above me? Ah, so good. Give me more. More. My leg, only 5 left. That blood stinks, disgusting. Move it farther away. Brawls, drug abuse, mass bullying, public self-mutilation. The recreation zone reeked of violence and depravity. These convicts didn't merely embody bestial instincts, they reveled in them. Unrestrained, unashamed, monstrous. Inmate 0117, 2 researchers from the Imperial National Academy of Sciences request an audience, female and male, arriving shortly at the recreation zone. A sudden electronic announcement silenced every shout, every brawl. Seconds later, deafening chaos erupted. A female's entered the prison. Academy again. Last time that hamster from the medical academy came seeking our boss, and fled half mad. Still raving, they say. Who dares return? And she's female. Our boss must have finally listened. Maybe the government sent her as a reward, knowing how starved we've been. Boss. Boss, boss. Shifters scattered across the zone leapt down groveling at the feet of a man seated in the northwest corner. Boss, I've starved for over a decade. Can this female get lost? Before he finished, a reptilian shifter slammed a fist into his skull. Blood gushed freely. You stinking lizard. Dare you mate with a female? Such precious resources belong to our boss alone. You damn monkey. You don't even know how to lick properly. Don't you know our boss has never touched a female? Otherwise those queues of eager females lining up for his bed would have long since filled with eggs. If the boss refuses, then I claim her. I hear Central Star females are exquisitely delicate. Different sensations entirely. Me too. Me too. Within moments the narrow corner overflowed. Hundreds of hungry gazes converged on a single figure. The man exhaled smoke slowly. The curling haze softened the hard angles of his face. You all want her, eh? A smirk lifted his lips. Ruthless, effortless, intoxicating. Yes? Yes. Yes. Then line up, one by one. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Let me go first. Let me go first. Big mouth bird, get away. Don't open your beak and stun the little female. I prefer them alive. Stinky crocodile, do you think you're any better? Thick-skinned and rough. Don't fight over it. I'll use my 44 feet to hold her down firmly. Ha ha ha, you're so considerate. Drip. Permit passage. A crisp electronic prompt sounded, and the gate to the free activity area swung open. The gathered prisoners turned their gazes toward the entrance. When they saw the newcomer, the clamorous noise, violent clashes, and ferocious expressions all froze in an instant. The first thing that came into view was a hand. A female hand, fair and delicate, slender, and distinct, gripping a metallic medical case tightly. Higher up was a cool, mysterious, and alluring white uniform. When worn by the male leading the way, it was merely an ordinary lab coat. But on her it outlined curves of sensual allure, making one's imagination run wild. How tender and full the bosom beneath must be, how slender and soft the waist, how straight and smooth the long legs. Until one saw her face. The little female's jet-black thick hair was tied high, cascading down to her waist. Her exposed face and neck skin was fair, smooth, and dazzlingly white. Yet her delicate lips were a stunning, vibrant red, forming a stark contrast with her pure, clear amber star-like eyes. Both pure and seductive, exuding thousand charms. She appeared here like a pure, delicate gardenia blooming in the dark, damp rainforest teeming with countless sins. Inconsistent, yet utterly tempting. Ward 11 fell into dead silence. When facing ordinary or moderately attractive females, this group of arrogant criminals would whistle and make obscene jokes without restraint. But when confronted with true, breathtaking beauty, they were all stunned, momentarily forgetting to react. The deathly stillness disturbed the man in the corner. Wisps of smoke curled from between his fingers. He lifted his gaze lightly, and when he saw the young woman at the entrance, his expression also faltered. Unexpectedly, on this land stained with filth and sin which had spawned countless base and despicable beings on the Central Star, such a female could grow. Beautiful. So beautiful it made one want to destroy it. A male who had never been interested in females or carnal entanglement now felt a thought sprout in his mind. Even if the soul was filthy, this perfect body was worth playing with. Play with it, then discard it when broken. A flicker of scarlet at his fingertip was crushed heavily, and he rose from the cold stone. Researcher Sue, we've arrived. Please. Be careful. The prison guard opened the door and turned to remind her again. Although he had worked here for years and witnessed countless killings and violence, he still couldn't bear to see her enter. After all, she was a female, and so beautiful. If she angered Tung Lezen, everyone knew what the outcome would be. All right. Su Miantang nodded and looked toward the activity area. Her eyes immediately fell on the most conspicuous one. The man's tall figure leaned slightly against the narrow northwest corner, a cigarette dangling from his fingers. He was about 1.9 meters tall with a crew cut, thick black and shiny stubble. His brows were deep and sharp, slanting into his temples like swords. His thin eyelids were as sharp as blades, exuding a fierce, murderous aura that could kill with a single glance. Below his left ear stretched a tattoo totem, spreading wildly down his neck, like a terrifying serpent disappearing into his collar. His skin was wheat-colored, his atoms apple prominent and sharp. He wore only a simple black vest and loose casual cargo pants unadorned. Yet this casual attire accentuated his bulging, powerful muscles, broad back, excessively long legs, and wild, surging male pheromones to the fullest. Wow, is this what the females call full sexual tension? Even Alan, another male, couldn't help swallowing when seeing such a man. He suddenly seemed to understand what the female he had pursued earlier meant when she said she didn't like bookworms like him. They weren't real males. In front of a man like this, he indeed seemed to have little to offer. When the little female's vivid, starry eyes glanced over the stunned group of prisoners, erupted wildly. They stared at her with greedy, lustful gazes, saliva dripping to the ground. By the beast's dung, I've lived over 300 years and traveled the stars, but I've never seen such a beautiful female. Simply incredible. As he spoke, trembling as if in a hallucination from drugs, he reached out a hand, seemingly already touching her body. I really want to tear her uniform apart. The centipede beastman's all feet tensed up, and the crocodile beastman licked the drool from his lips. Heavens, she's so beautiful, so white, so tender. I thought the female this time would be like the male from the medical academy last time. Hundreds of years old, ugly as a gnarled branch. But she's so young and beautiful. Was she just born? Could she be Queen Jenny's daughter? She's far more beautiful than Queen Jenny. I can't take it anymore. I want to pounce on her and... Suddenly, I don't want to share. I want to enjoy this delicacy alone. You worthy. The boss is here. Boss. Tung Lezen slowly emerged from the crowd, his muscular arms crossed over his chest. Meeting her gaze, his prominent Adam's apple rolled back and forth, concealing contempt and disdain deep in his eyes, while spilling out lazy, seductive smiles. Like a perfectly disguised venomous snake waiting to see his prey show the same cheap look of joy, desire, and eagerness to pounce that all previous females had shown him. But their eyes met for only a second before the little female looked away. It wasn't the kind of shy, feigned modesty or playing hard to get that other females displayed. It was truly like looking at a flower, a blade of grass, or an animal by the roadside. Calm and emotionless, her gaze continued to sweep over the surrounding beastmen, as if searching for a target that interested her. The man's sharp jawline tightened involuntarily, exuding a hint of coldness. Oh, she's so beautiful. I can't stand it. He'll go first. A given beastman, his eyes gleaming with greed, eagerly extended his long arm to pounce on the girl. With a bang, the next second, he was slammed against the wall, his brains splattered dead on the spot. The crowd was startled. They looked at the expressionless boss, beside them, chills running down their spines. They silently withdrew their eager claws and dared not move. Boss, didn't we agree to take turns? Serves him right. Let him be so hasty. Didn't you see how beautiful this little female is, eh? The boss has already moved. Yeah, not many people can make the boss move. It's fine. The boss plays first. When he's bored, we'll take over. With the boss combat power, I'm afraid this delicate little female will faint. Alan, who had never seen such a bloody scene, was badly frightened. Team leader, did you just release pheromones? No, I didn't. Seeing a living person die so brutally before her, Miantang's expression also changed. Fortunately, she had witnessed quite a few along the way, so she didn't scream. She was looking for someone, Tung Lezen, I suppose. But didn't the prisoners here wear uniforms or have identification numbers? The prisoner she was searching for stood right in front of her in the most conspicuous spot. His sharp, narrow brows furrowed slightly, as if pondering something. Ever since he had differentiated into and shrank, he had awakened a special ability, mind reading. He had never used it until now, but at this moment he felt a tinge of curiosity. He raised his head again and heard the girl's thoughts. Where is Tung Lezen, I suppose? Humph. She came looking for him, but didn't recognize him. Interesting. Then he would make sure she got to know him properly. A faint, eerie smile curled at the corner of Tung Lezen's lips, his voice low and deep. I'm here. As his voice fell, Miantang turned to look. A massive python dozens of meters long suddenly rose from the ground, like a towering vine, rapidly covering all the light above the crowd. Its body was covered with intricate, dazzling dark cloud patterns, and its diameter was several times that of a man. The forked tongue it hissed out was like a sharp trident. Its vertical pupils glowed with a fluorescent green light, now staring down at the little female on the ground. Most importantly, it was a two-headed snake. Wow, the boss is so cool. The boss is handsome to death. I want to be the boss underling for life. Around them, a group of beastmen, suddenly witnessing such a majestic and awe-inspiring beast form, were filled with reverence and admiration. Some even knelt on the spot to pledge loyalty. Even Alan was stunned, gazing unblinkingly and sighing. Indeed, handsome in human form, even more handsome in beast form. And the one being stared at by the massive anaconda, waiting for her to show expressions of amazement and flattery, was the only little female present, and the only human. Suddenly she fainted straight away. Pervert. Tung Lezen. Why are his two heads different from other snakes? Tung Lezen. To think of a male like that at first sight. How lewd. She almost deceived me with her pure and innocent appearance. Indeed, this is the true nature of a Central Star resident. Researcher Sue. Team leader. The prison guards and Alan were startled. The inmates were also dumbfounded. Why did she faint? We haven't even done anything. Could it be that she was stunned by the boss beast form? Ha! Quick, take her to the lounge. The guards hastily set up a protective barrier and relocked the door. As the four figures gradually disappeared from the 11th block, the inmates grew anxious, desperate to snatch her back, but wary of the gibbon's fate, they all looked to the Anaconda King. Boss, she's gone. Boss, should we go and grab her back? Boss, I'm fast. Let me do it. Imin too. We can't let this delicious morsel slip away. The giant anaconda slowly reverted to human form, its emerald snake eyes narrowing as it fixed a sinister gaze on that slender, graceful figure. Its ethereal voice was filled with the certainty of a predator claiming its prey. She's not going anywhere. Stepping into his territory meant only death, or what do we do? The guard looked nervously at Alan. Should we call the administrative medical? No. Fearing she might be hurt, Alan couldn't wait a second. He reached out to pinch her philtrum. 2 seconds later, the girl opened her eyes. Her breathing was rapid, her heart pounding like thunder. Team leader, are you alright? She was far from alright. She was in deep trouble. Ordinarily, even a rope-thin snake would make her jump 3 feet in the air. But just now she had seen a giant serpent, several men thick tens of meters long with a forked tongue patterned scales and 2 heads. 2 heads. Why? Why does he have 2 heads? Alan. Who? Who has 2 heads? He looked puzzled. The 2 guards didn't understand either. Didn't you say he wouldn't casually transform into his beast form? Alan scratched his head awkwardly. Maybe he's a bit perverted. But team leader, didn't you also say you weren't afraid? Miantang. Tung Lezen is cruel, violent, and unpredictable, but he's not as perverted as some inmates. Today was the first time he transformed. It seemed like he was showing off. A guard frowned while another poured a glass of water and handed it to her once again, trying to dissuade her. Researcher Sue, maybe you should leave. Transforming into his beast form is probably the gentlest scare this prison has to offer. Alan also looked worried. Team leader, can you keep going? Miantang slowly rose, massaging her temples. He is a human, not a python. He is a human, not a python. She kept brainwashing herself, and after a few minutes she stood up. I'm fine. The best way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. Seeing that the group had been gone so long without any movement, Tung Lezen was about to activate his combat power and drag her back when he saw the little female return. She had been scared unconscious. Her face was as pale as paper, yet she dared to come back. Could it really be, as they said, that she wasn't scared faint? After all, before she passed out she was still thinking about his. She's back? She's back. Ha, I told you no one can resist the boss' majestic presence. Damn, her lips are a bit white. The fragile broken look stirs up beastly desires. Makes me want to bully her even more. The inmates were noisy and restless while Tung Lezen sat in the center, arms casually draped over the bench, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the stone slab one after another, as if waiting for something. He is a human, not a python. He is a human, not a python. The girl repeated it 1,000 times in her heart, but the moment she saw the man her mind flashed. He is a python, not a human. The best way to overcome fear is still to avoid it. She immediately turned her head away. This overly obvious movement perfectly confirmed the man's thoughts. Shy. Humph. Miantang took a long breath, walked toward him, and extended a trembling hand. Hello, I am Miantang, a researcher from the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. Although she spoke to him, her head was lowered, her eyes fixed on the ground. A few strands of jet black hair slipped from her temples, slightly concealing her flickering amber gaze, making her pale complexion appear even more innocent and pitiable, causing the man who had been staring intently at her to narrow his deep pupils. He always detested others using little tricks of seduction, but he had to admit she was indeed alluring like this. Both afraid and wanting. Both fragile and greedy. Her voice was soft and gentle, her snow-white fingertips trembling slightly. It stirred a cruel impulse within him. He wanted to destroy her utterly, mercilessly. Cotton candy. His deep voice carried a hint of teasing roguishness, making the surrounding inmates burst into laughter. Miantang ignored it and stated her purpose directly. Mr. Esper, over 20 children in Central City have been bitten by invasive venomous snakes and are in critical condition. What does that have to do with me? She was interrupted before she could finish. I've heard that your blood can produce a universal antivenom. I would like to ask for your help to save these children. Help me. The man suddenly laughed, a deep, resonant wave of sound floating in the air, but his emerald pupils were ice-cold. As expected of selfish, despicable Central Star people, you all like to treat others as blood banks to save your own lives. The loathing in his heart suppressed even the rising desire. Miantang had known he wouldn't agree easily, so she had prepared well before coming. I apologize, this is indeed presumptuous, but it only requires 300 cubic centimeters of blood, well within the range of a single donation for an adult male. And we will offer you generous compensation. Compensation? Yes. Miantang nodded. If you successfully save the lives of these 20-plus children according to Article 368 of the Central Star Criminal Code, it constitutes a major meritorious act and can reduce your— Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This time, before he even reacted, the surrounding inmates burst into laughter. They were doubled over, unable to contain themselves, which puzzled Miantang. For a prisoner, wasn't the greatest temptation the chance to regain freedom early? Tung Lezen curled his thin lips, withdrew his hand from the bench, and looked at her leisurely. I worked hard to get in here, and you want me to leave? Miantang. Worked hard to get in. Was he being hunted down, or in debt to someone hiding here to lie low? He was an S-rank top combatant male. There was no reason to fear being hunted. So it must be debt. If you don't care about the sentence, you can also receive monetary compensation. Monetary compensation? How much? A nearby owl beastman, extremely greedy for money, curiously poked his head in. How much do you want? Her casual tone, as if you can have as much as you want, made the beastman skeptical and mock her. Liar. How much money could a little female have? The rewards from this kind of system are the stingiest. I bet it's no more than 100 star coins. As soon as the words were spoken, Miantang opened her light brain and swiped her card. A cold mechanical voice announced, your card balance is 999999999 star coins. The astronomical number left everyone present dumbfounded. Who was she? How could she be so rich that even her bank card had reached the limit? Is she trying to keep our boss? Fake right. Can a bank card hold that much? I think it's a bluff. If you don't believe me, we can have the bank deliver the money right now. Su Miantang looked at Tung Lezen intending to ask his opinion, but in his deep green eyes, she saw only amusement and mockery. Everything except greed. I didn't expect to be worth so much. Unfortunately, I don't care for wealth. Then what do you care for? She regretted asking the moment the words left her mouth. Because his gaze lecherously lingering over her from head to toe had already said it all. Lust. If you want my blood, sit on my lap first. He rested his arms on the lounger again, a predatory glint in his eyes. His two long, restless legs sprawled lazily apart. Though he wore the loosest work pants, the sight was still jarring. Ho! The surrounding inmates immediately cheered and jeered. More than money, they loved watching a beautiful high-status female being toyed with by the boss until she lost her mind and begged for mercy. You. This is utterly shameless. Never had he witnessed such disrespect toward a female. Alan clenched his teeth in fury, a tingling sensation spreading across his scalp. He yearned to charge forward and teach them a lesson, but the man's indifferent glance made him halt. No matter how exceptional he was, he remained merely in a class male. Against an S-tier supreme combatant, a single glare could effortlessly reduce him to ashes like that given. What? You, a mere white crane, wish to challenge us. Have you grown tired of living? Shameless. You call this shameless? There's even more shamelessness to come. Having spent so long in prison, I find this male quite tender-skinned. Hyena, aren't you fond of targeting the lower body? What? What are you planning? Stay back. Seeing them encircling Alan with ill intent, Su Miantang spoke. Her voice, previously clear, polite, and tinged with a hint of apology, now concealed a barely perceptible chill. Are there any other options? Other options? Tung Lezen gazed at her, his fingers tapping leisurely on the lounge chair. From the southeastern corner of the activity area, a clamor arose. It was the prisoners of the 10th Ward being released for fresh air. Go tell that one in the yellow shirt to come kneel before me and kowtow 3 times. The crocodile beast man looked over, his eyes widening. The head of the 10th Ward and class male combatant. Compared to our boss, he's nothing, of course. But he's stubborn. Even after countless beatings, he refuses to yield. To expect him to kneel and kowtow is utterly preposterous. The centipede beast man added. His beast form is a giant bear and his hands are stained with countless lives. I fear the moment you approach, before you even speak, he'll rip out your heart and lungs. The lizard beast man said. Seize her card, lest she wield her financial power again. Come on. Tung Lezen's voice was languid. He seemed not to have considered that she might choose the latter. But as his words faded, the young woman turned and strode without hesitation toward the southeastern corner. Hiss! Amidst the incredulous gasps that rippled through the crowd, the man's inscrutable pupils abruptly constricted. She would rather court death than. Just moments ago, she had been blushing, fantasizing about him, trembling with excitement. What was she thinking? Almost involuntarily, he checked her combat power again. When he was about to read her mind, he forcibly restrained himself. Let's see how long she can hold out, and how soon she'll come crying to him for help. Captain, don't go. To Alan, this was akin to leaping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. The prisoners of the 11th Ward were equally baffled. Is she insane? Our boss is so handsome. She's not interested. And she's going to that ugly giant bear instead. Is there something wrong with her mind? I bet that as soon as she repeats the boss words, the giant bear will make her bleed and die a gruesome death. No, don't do it. Such a beautiful female, it would be a pity if she dies. But the giant bear was in class beastman, and none of them could oppose him. Only the boss could handle him. The monkey beast man stealthily glanced at the man whose gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the young woman's figure, dark and unfathomable. Su Miantang headed toward the southeastern corner simply because she couldn't agree to the first demand. She hadn't yet figured out how to make the head of the 10th Ward come over and kneel. But, seeing the black dice box he kept holding, a flash of inspiration crossed her mind. Hello. She stepped forward to greet him. The prisoners of the 10th Ward noticed and gaped in astonishment. One was so overwhelmed that he fainted. How could such a beautiful female exist? Even the giant bear, who was usually indifferent to females, couldn't help but stare. Who are you? But he quickly regained his composure and turned to glance at the man not far away who was lounging lazily on a bench, arms crossed, watching the spectacle. Did she come from the Anaconda King? Was she trying to devise some new trick to torment him? Don't waste your time on me. I'm not interested in females. Do you know how to shake dice? Su Miantang interrupted him, and a burst of laughter erupted around them. Ha ha ha. Of course. Our head is the gambling king. Undefeated across the entire star system. The giant bear, basking in the flattery, picked up the dice box with pride, shook it twice, muttered 6 ones, then lifted the lid. And indeed it was so. This seemed to be his greatest pride. See that? I see. Su Miantang nodded, noticing his slightly trembling ears. So it was by hearing. I have a friend who also excels at this. How about a game? What? The giant bear doubted his ears. Was there anyone in this world daring enough to gamble with him? Utterly reckless. That friend of yours, is it the Anaconda King? No. Then where is he, eh? He's not here, but that doesn't matter. I can send him a message via the light brain. Ha ha ha. The giant bear thought she was joking. Shaking dice and guessing the numbers was all about listening to the sound and identifying the patterns. How could it work if the person wasn't even here? Still, since she proposed, he would accept the challenge. Across the star system, there was no game he couldn't win. If you want to gamble, there must be a wager. If I win, you He pointed at her, his eyes revealing a long-suppressed resentment and unwillingness. Go over and slap the Anaconda King twice. Miantang. What grudge did they hold against each other? All right. In the distance, the man who had been lounging with arms crossed heard their conversation, and his narrow eyes dimmed slightly, especially when she agreed. Heh. His gaze inexplicably fell on her fair, delicate hands. Miantang, and if you lose? I can't possibly lose. So will you cheat if you lose? Of course not. When it comes to gambling ethics, I dare say no one dares to claim they're better than me. If I lose, it'll be at your mercy. The giant bear waved his hand grandly, never imagining he could lose, especially to a mere female. Then who guesses first? You go first, of course. I want to see what extraordinary ability your friend possesses. Guessing the numbers without being here to hear the sound. 6 dice. As long as he guesses 4 correctly, you win. Deal. Miantang smiled. Then she was sure to win, wasn't she? She looked at her medical kit, as if she could already see it filled with snake blood. Let's begin. Meerkat, shake the dice. Got it, boss. While they were shaking the dice, Miantang opened her light brain and tapped a contact in her communications. In the cabinet, the highest executive council was in session. At the central seat, Jun Qingyin was reviewing newly added legal provisions when his optical brain suddenly chimed. Ding dong. It was the notification tone for special contacts. The ministers looked up in confusion. During the meeting, everyone's optical brains were turned off. Only emergency and special contacts would sound. Who was the person that the crown prince had set as a special contact? With gossipy eyes, they watched the young heir radiate as he opened his optical brain, as if afraid that delaying even a second would keep the other party. Tang. It was rare for her to send him a message during work hours. Big golden retriever, am playing a dice game with my colleagues. Can you help me? Betting 10,000 if I win, I'll treat you to a meal. Dice. He understood her intention at once. Okay, stop. The moment Miantang called out stop, the meerkat slammed the dice box heavily onto the table. The big bear had already discerned the numbers from the sound, his eyes brimming with smugness. He was certain of victory. He couldn't wait to see the arrogant Anaconda King get slapped by a tiny female. What a thrilling spectacle it would be. Wait a moment. The girl waved off the meerkat, and just before opening the video looked at the bear beast man. From now on, go by the numbers inside. Don't use combat ability to cheat, or he'll know. TCH, the big bear sneered. Are you questioning my gambling integrity? I bear 3 to test those shameless cheaters above all. Miantang, the shameless one, silently shifted her gaze in guilt and opened the video call. In just 1 second, Jun Qingyin used his double pupil power, X-ray vision, to see the numbers inside. The video was quickly ended. He sent the numbers 111,234. Miantang held up the screen to Bear 3. Is this it? Of course not. No one in the world can just glance at it. Before Bear 3 could finish his confident words, he saw the numbers and leaped up in shock, his face turning pale. How is this possible? Who was that friend of yours? He had practiced for years to master the skill of discerning positions by sound, becoming the gambling king. He never imagined that someone in this world could guess the numbers inside a dice box with just a glance, without even needing to listen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the god of gambling in his prime couldn't possess such an unreasonable talent. They'll tell you later. I want to know now. Now you should accept the loss and fulfill the bet. You. Bear 3 clenched his fists, glaring at her with eyes wide as if they would split. After a long moment, he ground out through his teeth, tell me, what do you want me to do? After Jun Qingyin sent the numbers, he waited for a while before sensing something off. The entertainment facility in the Science Academy was dice rolling. How strange was that? He looked at the numbers again, and suddenly, as if discovering something, rearranged the order 131,421. Homophone, 1 life, 1 love, love you. Tang wasn't playing a game with colleagues at all. She was confessing her love to him. His heart pounded like thunder, blood rushed to his head, and his mind went blank. He wished he could dash over right now and hold her in response. He loved her too. Very, very much. He tossed aside the legal documents and frantically typed in the chat box. 04592, you are my greatest love. 20609, love you forever. 04551, you are my only. 1545. 2830, I miss you every moment. I want you to. Miantang turned slightly and looked toward the 11th detention zone. In the northeast corner, a burly muscular bear suddenly stood up, baring his teeth and glaring fiercely at the delicate petite girl before him, as if he could devour her. She, looking pitiful, bit her lip and turned toward the man as if seeking help. The corner of Telesen's mouth curled into a cold sneer. What had her playing hard to get finally remembered to beg him for help. But this wasn't tempting enough. He flexed his wrist slightly. The prisoners in the 11th detention zone thought the same, watching the scene with bated breath, fearing that she would be eaten in a blink. Alan, disregarding everything, was about to rush over. But never in their wildest dreams. The next second, the big bear rushed over like a gust of wind, knelt before Telesen, and kowtowed 3 times with a loud thud. Had today, because of a few words from a little female, knelt and admitted his mistake. All the prisoners present, including the guards, stared dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Bear 3, who would rather be beaten black and blue, even-skinned for fur, than bow to the Anaconda King. Had today, because of a few words from a little female, knelt and admitted his mistake. Who was she? What had she done? The sneer on Teleson's lips froze in an instant. His inscrutable gaze didn't linger on Bear 3 for a second, get fixed directly on the girl behind him. She was carrying a medical kit, strolling slowly toward him. This seemed to be their first meeting of eyes. In the air, invisible sparks collided and burst forth. Only then did he see clearly that in her pure bright eyes there was no trace of pity or fear. Only infinite calmness that made it impossible to guess what was in her heart. Irrepressibly, he still activated his mind reading. Respected Mr. Esper, may we begin the blood draw now? The little female's eyes were crescent-shaped, her smile sweet, her demeanor gentle and polite. But in her heart, can we draw blood now? You lecherous giant python. Heh, a hypocritical little female. He was lecherous. Who was it at first sight lusting after his? What are you staring at? Those two green eyes are so gloomy they're terrifying. I'm getting goosebumps. He's not going to turn into a two-headed giant python to scare me again, is he? So her earlier fainting shyness, trembling, and not daring to look at him weren't because she liked him, but because she was frightened. The man's gaze darkened, a glint of sharpness hidden deep within. Interesting, but two-headed. Better draw the blood quickly before he changes his mind again. Miantang quickly set down the medical kit, took out the blood-drawing equipment, and tightly wrapped it around his arm. Teleson's train of thought was interrupted. He looked down at the little female's movements. Her hands were fair, delicate, and soft. She almost needed both hands just to grasp his arm properly. Her slender fingers kept stroking and winding around his bronze skin as if seducing him. It made his heart itch. He wanted to grab her hands tightly to see if he could squeeze out some water. He couldn't help but imagine that if she held them, she would also need both hands right. Maybe even that wouldn't be enough. Then, just as his dark gaze fell on her rosy lips, he heard her thoughts again. Why would such nice skin be covered in all these tattoos? These are my markings. Miantang suddenly remembered the terrifying, intricate patterns that covered him when he transformed into a snake, and her small hand trembled in fright. The man let out a low, amused chuckle, as if pleased with his prank. Miantang glanced at him quickly, regained her composure, and picked up the syringe. But the veins on this arm are quite beautiful, gnarled, and clearly visible. Medical staff love that. As she was thinking this, she felt the man lean down, his hot breath brushing against her ear. His deep voice was sultry and ambiguous. I have veins elsewhere too, even more beautiful. Do you want to? Miantang was surprised. How did he know what she was thinking? Was her gaze on his veins too intense? She looked up in confusion. Where? Can I also draw blood from there? No. Then I won't look. Thanks. The man inexplicably found her words adorable and let out a low laugh. When he laughed, his voice was extremely pleasant, but the girl's attention was caught by the resonance of his pectoral muscles. He's so robust, if I secretly draw a little more it should be fine, right? Little marshmallow, are you a grim reaper? Miantang. Was she being seen through again? What was going on? Was it that obvious? Very obvious. As Teleson leaned in again, he caught a faint, extremely delicate scent of gardenia from her, and was momentarily stunned. It wasn't pheromones. It must be her natural scent. What is your pheromone level? I'm afraid it would scare you to death. Huh? Teleson sneered mockingly. How scary could it be? If it were very high, she would have already used it to suppress him. Females always used that trick, didn't they? Whenever a male was unwilling, they'd force him into submission with pheromones. As he thought this, he heard her thoughts. SSS level. SSS level. How audacious of her. Wait. Suddenly a thought flashed through Tung Lezen's mind, freezing him stiff. A pair of dark green serpent pupils emitted an inscrutable and eerie gleam. Some time ago, the Central Star government released a blockbuster announcement. The Empire had for the first time in history produced an SSS-level female hailed by the populace as the supreme under heaven, rumored to possess the formidable power to control the life and death of any beastman in this world. Could she be? Miantang felt the stiffness in his arm and thought it was because she hadn't answered his question, displeasing him. Afraid that he might act rashly and refuse to cooperate, she looked up and smiled gently. Level. With brows and eyes as radiant as stars, a captivating smile, a peerlessly gorgeous countenance, and a luminous aura. If she wasn't SSS level, who in the world could be? Really? The man's voice was deep, as if tempered with ice. False. Since she was one, why conceal it? Didn't all females pride themselves on and love to flaunt their pheromone levels? Why not directly drive him, use pheromones to forcibly suppress him into drawing blood? Even if they drained him dry, it wouldn't matter. Aren't all Central Star people just as selfish, greedy, and despicable? There was absolutely no need to be so humble and submissive, enduring his cold sarcasm and even agreeing to such absurd demands. He stared intently at her, his eyes brimming with an intense desire to explore. For the first time, he felt that even with the ability to read minds, he couldn't understand a person. Why what? Miantang was puzzled. Why don't you use pheromones to suppress me? I'm level, you're S level. How could I suppress you? What if you could, Even then I wouldn't. Miantang lowered her head. Why, is he a walking encyclopedia of whys? Do you know who I am? Criminal. Where do I come from? X-planet. Then why don't you use pheromones to suppress me, Not only did he not relent, but his voice grew even more forceful and pressing, as if he wanted to drive her into a corner with no escape. Miantang was left speechless by his barrage of questions. What was the point of this hypothesis? Final suppress you okay? Tung Lezen was also stunned by her tone, which seemed like she was coaxing a child. In his heart, he subconsciously replied okay. He knitted his brows, fiercely ready to press further when he heard her inner voice. No matter who you are, or what mistakes you've made in the past, right now in my eyes you're just the savior of over 20 children. I'm grateful to you, so why would I suppress you with pheromones? A strange, intoxicating emotion suddenly spread through his heart, like a flame burning in the dark night, growing fiercer and fiercer, until it was about to scorch his soul. Then the man he let out a cold sneer, his stern face slightly averted. Hypocrite. Miantang had no idea why he suddenly said that. But it didn't matter. She glanced at the prisoners around her, their gazes filthy and manners crude, then at the slowly filling blood bag in her hand. Anyway, once I've drawn the blood, I'll leave and never come back here. The revelation of her inner thoughts sent a sudden, inexplicable wave of irritation washing over Tung Lezen's heart. His brows were sharp, his whole demeanor gloomy as he yanked out the transfusion needle. Fresh blood seeped from the needle tip. Miantang was startled, fearing the blood sample would be contaminated, and quickly attended to the emergency. What are you doing? Enough. It's not enough. This is only 100 cc. The rest. Tomorrow. Miantang understood that he still wanted to make things difficult for her. Mister, I suppose we agreed that as long as Xiong-san came to kneel before you, you would cooperate with the blood draw. Indeed. Tung Lezen's smile was ambiguous. But did I say how much I'd donate? Rascal, why is he so hard to deal with? The rascal in question watched her cute look as she neared the brink of anger, a hint of mischief flickering in his eyes. For some reason, he felt a strange anticipation in his heart. I'm quite easy to entangle, especially when I transform into my beast form. I can wrap around you several times. The young girl imagined the scene, and all the anger in her heart dissipated like smoke, replaced by a deep unease. What did he want to do? Was he going to scare her with his beast form again? It seemed that drawing more blood today was impossible. She'd have to take this and save the children first. With that thought, she took a sealed plastic bag from the medical kit. Tung Lezen had expected that she would be frightened and flee immediately with the blood bag, but the first thing she did was press a cotton ball to the needle hole on his arm. As if surprised that such a tiny self-healing Jinsecon's needle hole required special attention, he stared at her snow-white fingers and the pale yellow cotton ball, his deep pupils slightly dazed. There, it's done. When you shower tonight, be careful not to get the wound wet. Miantang finished and stood up, picking up the medical kit. A few pieces of candy slipped out of her pocket. White square. Tung Lezen noticed and picked them up. What are these? Marshmallow. As she spoke, just as she reached out to take them back, he suddenly closed his hand, almost brushing her fingertips. Finders keepers, right? She understood. Marshmallow. A faint smile curled at the corner of the man's lips. He thought had misheard the name. Who would have thought such a candy actually existed? A little marshmallow eating marshmallows. He looked at her with an ambiguous gaze. Miantang gave a generous smile. There for you. Thanks for donating blood to save over 20 critically ill children. See you tomorrow. With that, she turned and called out to the dazed Ai Luan before leaving. Tung Lezen stared at that slender, graceful figure until it completely vanished from sight. See you tomorrow. That sounded much sweeter than never coming back here. He tore open the wrapper and tasted the candy inside, his expression freezing. Several seconds later, he looked at his palm in doubt. How could these candies be so sweet? Was everything about her so special? In the 11th prison block, a group of prisoners watched the supremely beautiful little female leave the prison, all filled with regret, their hearts itching like a cat's claw. They had thought the boss was staring at her rear just like them, but long after she had left, his gaze still lingered at the entrance. A sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. The last time the hamster doctor from the medical school had nearly lost half his life and was driven mad before being released. But today this little female left unscathed without a single injury. Not only that, but the boss kept talking to her and smiling more than they had seen since entering prison. Could the boss have fallen for her? That would be terrible. They wouldn't get a share of the spoils. The lizard beast man cautiously asked, Boss, why did you let her leave? Could it be you've fallen for her? When Tung Lezen heard the word fall, his lips stiffened. Just playing around. That's a relief. The lizard relaxed, eyeing the candy in his hand. Could you spare a little piece for me? I want to see if it's sweet. Before his hand could even reach out, the man's cold gaze swept over, sending a shiver through his entire body. It's bitter. After leaving the 11th detention block, the fear in Miantang's heart finally dissipated, and she began to ponder another question. Did Tung Lezen possess the ability to read minds? Otherwise, how could he see through her thoughts so clearly? According to her observations, S-level top combat, males all awaken some special abilities. For instance, Lon Lon grew crimson flame wings, Big Golden had the power of double pupils, Little Ears was a born mecha warrior, and Qin Yinzhou could create doppelgangers. So was Tung Lezen's ability mind reading. This ability was simply too overpowered, wasn't it? No one's thoughts could escape his scrutiny. Then everything she had just been thinking in her mind. Did he already know it all? Including cursing him. Why didn't he react? With his brutal nature, shouldn't he have swallowed her in one gulp? She furrowed her brows slightly. Alan, has there been any precedent in the empire of beastmen awakening mind-reading abilities? Alan, She turned and looked at the dazed male with confusion. Off. Alan snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, Team leader, what did you say? What's wrong with you? I am fine, just too shocked. Team leader, how did you manage to convince Xiong-san to kneel and kowtow and obtain blood from tongue lesion in such a short time? It's simply incredible. Oh, I can't believe my own eyes. Before entering, he had prepared for the worst, expecting to come away empty-handed and ready to activate the Aurora Frisbee to flee at any moment. He never expected the process to be so smooth and effortless. The two prison guards also regarded her with newfound respect. They had thought that entering the prison would be like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. Who would have imagined that a small female could subdue two of the prison's most fearsome bullies simultaneously and without even using pheromones? It was utterly astonishing. Xiong-san. Stop. Stop right there. Before she could finish, a loud panting roar came from behind. The big bear was shouting. He was racing toward them, followed by a group of pursuing guards wielding electric batons. You haven't told me yet. How did your friend know the exact number at a glance? Was he? You want to know? Of course. Then come here. Miantang walked to a secluded spot and confessed to him. Yes. What a... Xiong-san was instantly enraged, baring his teeth and fuming with fury. This shameless scoundrel. What's his name? How did he cheat? I'll fight him when I get out. Are you sure you want to fight him? Of course. Do you think him a coward? No, but... Do you know the Crown Prince of the Empire? Of course I know. He's the wise and mighty leader of the Central Galaxy, a generation's Lion King in S-class combat, male born with double pupils. As he spoke, his voice suddenly faltered and his eyes trembled slightly. No, it can't be him, using his double pupils. Miantang nodded silently. The next second, Xiong-san slipped away, disappearing in a flash. Pretend I never said that. Am a coward. Haha. The young woman laughed to herself, remembering she hadn't thanked Big Golden yet. She opened her optical brain and saw a long string of numbers scrolling across the chat window. In the afternoon at the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, the entire biochemical department halted their work to participate in the urgent production of anti-venom serum. Miantang brought the serum to the hospital. Although the quantity was limited and couldn't cure all the children, it had successfully pulled them back from the brink of death. Some of the higher-level ones had even awakened. Sister, you're so beautiful. A little raccoon cub lay in her arms, blinking its dark, shiny eyes and staring straight at her. Miantang reached out and patted his head. You're very cute too. Sister, will I die, eh? Of course not. And my brother? No, neither will he. You, your brother, and all the other little friends will grow up healthy and happy together. Then when my brother and I get better, we'll climb the tree and pick berries for you to eat. Okay, big sister will wait for you. She walked out of the ward and saw the female mother who had burst into the academy with her child in the morning approaching, followed by a dozen females and several hundred males. All were tearful, sobbing, and talking about kneeling before her. Researcher Sue, thank you, truly thank you. You saved our children's lives. I'm sorry, please forgive my offense of forcing my way into the academy this morning using my female identity. I was just too worried about my child. Researcher Sue, please accept my bow. Madam, please rise quickly. Miantang looked at their grateful faces and the children waking up one after another and suddenly felt that all the risks she had taken were worth it. She would have the strength tomorrow to go find that great python again. Manchester Newton Prison. Cell 0117. In the steam-filled bathroom, water flowed down the man's hard facial contours across his muscular, wheat-colored chest and finally disappeared into his narrow waist. His deep pupils stared intently at the spot on his wrist where the needle mark had already disappeared, recalling the scenes from the day. That night he had a dream. In the deep, humid rainforest, a pure white gardenia blossom bloomed like snow, its fragrance seducing a jungle anaconda. It slithered its massive body, coiling around the flower ring by ring like a loyal guardian, not allowing any danger to approach, including wind, rain, and scorching sun. It was its own little pure white gardenia. It couldn't help but secretly kiss it in the dead of night. At some point the gardenia transformed into a maiden of supreme beauty. She walked over from a distance carrying a medical kit, saying she had come to draw his blood. But when she crouched down, she didn't take out any blood-drawing equipment. Instead, she opened her mouth. What she drew was not blood either. He clenched his teeth, his brows twisting, his face contorted with pleasure almost to the point of death. Just as he was about to recklessly pin her beneath him, she suddenly kicked him away mercilessly. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest and looking at her in pain. She emerged from the mist again, her voice sweet and her smile lovely, holding a white cotton candy in her hand and placing sweet. All the pain turned into sweetness. He stared at her mesmerized as his heart pounded wildly. Thump, 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 so violently that he suddenly opened his eyes. The cell was pitch black and silent, so silent that only his heavy breathing and the frantic heartbeat threatening to burst from his chest could be heard. The strange, intoxicating emotions that had been hidden deep in his heart and forcibly suppressed during the day now surged back with 1,000-fold intensity, so strong that his heart thundered like thunder, leaving him powerless to resist. It was an erotic dream. It was perfectly normal for a male to feel desire for a female, especially such a beautiful one. But the palpitations, possession, protection, the heartache of being rejected, and the sweetness of being coaxed, that was love. In an instant his dark green serpent pupils turned pitch black with no bottom visible. Had he fallen in love with her? A Central Star person? Ha 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 ha. A sinister bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of his lips. He slowly reached his hand to the back of his neck, where there was a distinct indentation. It itched so itchy. Why had it suddenly become so itchy? Was it a reminder? He's an X-planet being. Mud vermin, an unwanted mongrel. Go to X-planet, and find your parent. You a mere low-level male dare to reject my courtship. How ungrateful. Let me show you the power of my pheromones. A wretched spawn worthy of differentiation. Watch me tear it out, ha ha ha. Run, run. He's still differentiated, and at S level. X-planet beings are the most cruel. He will kill everyone. Great Commander Esper, your mother, father, elder brother, elder sister, and 3-year-old younger brother. All 918 lives of your clan perished at the hands of the Central Star people. Are you sure you don't want to return to your planet for revenge? Just as dawn was breaking, the lizard beast man pushed open the door of cell 0117 as usual to deliver breakfast, but witnessed a shocking scene. Boss, what are you doing? Stop right now. By the bed the man held a gleaming military knife. The sharp blade pierced his skin and cut upward along the needle mark, leaving a deep, long, twisted wound. Blood flowed everywhere. In his pitch-black eyes there was not a trace of light, only a faintly flickering sinister malevolence, as if using this pain to remind himself over and over. Must not like her. Must not like her. Must not like her. Team leader, I'm ready. When do we set off? Early in the morning Alan was already waiting in the lab with the medical kit for Miantang. Miantang was a bit surprised. Why are you so eager today? Not scared anymore. Not scared because I believe the team leader can do anything. Then let's go. When the two arrived at the prison they were informed by the guard. 0117 doesn't want to see you. Why? Miantang asked, perplexed. Hadn't he been the one to schedule this meeting yesterday, and now he had changed his mind? The prison guard shook his head. We don't know. Then, Researcher Sue, please don't make things difficult for us. If it were an ordinary inmate we could force him to come see you, but 0117. Even the warden is at his wit's end. Please leave. With that the window closed. Hey you all. Alan furrowed his brow, his face etched with anxiety. Team leader, what do we do now? The children at the hospital are still waiting for the second batch of serum. That Tangleson is way too unpredictable. Don't worry, let me think. Miantang glanced at her bag. Inside, aside from some self-defense weapons, there was a nearly empty bottle of void essence. For 2 people it would only last a few minutes, but it was enough to— I've got it. Cafeteria Block 11. The beastmen who usually liked to crowd around Tangleson and curry favor now kept their distance, having sensed the gloomy and terrifying aura emanating from him. What's up with the boss today? He's been staring at that cotton candy for almost an hour and hasn't touched his food at all. Could he be thinking about that little female from yesterday? No way. If the boss wanted her, he could have her in an instant, right? Why would he play such a pure secret crush? Then what's the matter? The stinky lizard said there was a lot of blood in the cell today. The boss was hurting himself. What? Stop guessing. Oh, no one has ever been able to read the boss mind. Mr. Esper. A clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out from close by, piercing through the noisy, chaotic crowd. Tangleson slowly raised his head and saw a strikingly beautiful young girl sitting across from him at the table. His deep, dark pupils dilated slightly. Why won't you see me? Miantang asked, but instead of an answer she got him, reaching out a hand, pinching her cheek, then pinching it again. What was he doing? Pinching her cheek. Was he being a pervert? Warm, soft, tender, smooth. Her skin felt as delicate as congealed fat. A gentle pinch brought out a charming cherry blossom-like blush, tempting one to press harder, even harder, to see if it would yield water. He unconsciously applied pressure with his fingertips. The girl cried out in pain. Now the crisp sound, along with Alan materializing in the air the next second, made the man's expression stiffen. He withdrew his hand, and his dazed pupils were swiftly veiled by coldness and gloom. How did you get here? He had thought it was an illusion, reached out to touch, but it turned out to be the real person. Using this void essence. It can make you invisible. Miantang smiled and held up the empty bottle, but before she could finish he cut her off coldly. I asked, why did you come in? Didn't the guards tell you I didn't want to see you? Why? Didn't we agree yesterday? Agree? He let out a light sneer, his long brows arching slightly. Agree on what? A date? Or? Realizing what he was about to say, Miantang quickly interjected, agreed to draw blood here. You promised. Do I look like a man who keeps promises? At that, Miantang knew he was about to be difficult again. Before she could speak, Alan jumped in. Mr. Esper, your blood saved over 20 children yesterday. Once they fully recover, they'll sure thank me. The corners of Tangleson's lips lifted, a savage and unruly light flickering in the depths of his dark pupils. To disgust me more like. When will the selfish, vile Central Star people all die? That would be true gratitude. Best if this entire planet gets destroyed too. You. Alan clenched his teeth, his neck red with yesterday he had insulted him and the team leader, but now he was insulting the planet he loved and all its people. Unforgivable. What right does someone from X Star have to insult Central Star? For centuries hasn't every war been started by X Star? Burning, killing, looting. They stop at nothing. Alan. Miantang saw the murderous storm brewing in the man's face and tried to stop him, but it was too late. With a bang, before Tingleson could erupt, one of his gathered minions threw a lunchbox, hitting him squarely on the head. Who do you think you are? A pretty boy daring to talk back to our boss. You've got some nerve. And what are you? Soup and sauce spilled all over his white-coated, disheveled. Alan pushed to the limit, charged straight at them, and started brawling. Oh, he actually dares to come. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. Alan. Miantang immediately stood up. Although he was an 11 male stronger than most, it was hard to tell if there weren't inmates of the same caliber. Indeed, a crocodile punched him to the ground. Law-abiding as he was no match for these thugs. Without hesitation, she activated her pheromone. Oh. The next second, screams rose and fell in the cafeteria. A bone-gnawing, heart-piercing pain struck the inmates. Unable to stand, they trembled in terror, staring at her as they backed. No longer were they drooling and coveting her as they had at the start. Who exactly was she? How could she possess such terrifying pheromones? This power seemed thousands of times stronger than any S-level female they had ever encountered. Alan was stunned too. It was his first time seeing the team leader activate her. Hadn't she claimed to the Institute that she had no pheromone? Now, not only did she have one, but it was also absurdly powerful. While everyone was stunned and terrified, no one noticed that the man across the table had his eyes shrouded in a bone-chilling gloom, exuding an extreme oppressive coldness. Alan, are you all right? Miantang was about to rush over when someone grabbed her hand. With a slight pull, she crashed into a hard, solid embrace. She tried to struggle, but he coiled around her body like a deadly serpent from behind. Tingleson. His muscular, wheat-colored arm crossed her chest, crushing the soft fullness beneath. His hot, searing breath fanned against her cheek, carrying a nameless, sinister fire that seemed ready to spill down her neck, bare its fangs, and inject venom. Little cotton candy, yesterday you were bullied like that, and didn't use your pheromone. But today, for this pretty boy, you can't hold back. Who is he to you that you defend him so fiercely? As he spoke, he actually opened his mouth and bit her slender, graceful neck, his sharp, venomous fangs pressing tightly against the snow-white skin and pulsing veins. If she said one wrong word, he would release his venom instantly. Let me go. Miantang shuddered all over. Whether from extreme tension or the scorching touch of his lips and tongue, her voice trembled slightly. Yet the man's tone was fierce and overbearing. Answer me. It sounded like a command. What business is it of yours? Why should she answer him? Miantang's hands gradually clenched, wanting to drive her pheromones toward him, but the remaining 200 cc of blood kept her rational. Tingleson fixed his gaze on that hand, his pupils deep and startlingly bright. She still wanted to drive her pheromones at him. For him. Because his life is in my hands. As he spoke, Alan, lying on the ground, suddenly had his neck bound and was hoisted high onto the beam. The man's cold, knife-like glare shot at him like a powerful cannonball, bombarding every part of him with pain. Struggling, he was on the verge of suffocation. Yet he still did not relent, as if intent on killing him. At that moment, the girl suddenly spoke. He is my colleague. We came to work together, so of course I have to protect him. Tingleson did not believe her and activated his mind-reading ability. He discovered. Her heart matched her words. She was not lying. He was not her gigolo either. In an instant, the gloom covering his eyes quietly dissipated. Alan fell to the ground. The man's tongue licked her smooth neck with satisfaction, reluctantly let go, and a series of low chuckles flowed from his throat. I see. Miantang had no idea where his delight came from. Her chest was filled with rage. Now can you let me go? She looked down at his arm wrapped around her chest, gripping her waist, his fingers digging into her soft flesh, squeezing and deforming in a completely possessive posture. It was no different from harassment. But the man felt perfectly comfortable. Instead of letting go, he held her even tighter, lowering his head, his breath chaotic and ambiguous as it rubbed against her ear. Little cotton candy, do you want blood? Hope surged again in Miantang's heart. She gave a soft hum. Then let me have you, and you can have as much as you want. This utterly frivolous and dissolute remark infuriated the girl, leaving no trace of reason in her heart. Blazing anger ignited, and she raised her hand to drive her pheromones toward him. In the past, it would take only 1 second, or even less, to take effect immediately. But today, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The concentration of warning pheromones kept increasing, yet it had no effect. How could this be? Her amber pupils suddenly dilated, and she turned to look at him incredulously. Tingleson was stunned by that beautiful glimmer for a moment, as if his breathing had lightened. Did you agree? Agree my ass. Pheromones useless. She directly lowered her head and bit his arm. Expecting him to scream and shake her off, instead his laughter grew even more rampant and wicked, faintly tinged with a hint of enjoyment. Little cotton candy, your teeth are so soft and sticky, biting me feels so good, especially your tongue. Is he really a pervert? How does my arm feel? I just shed my skin so the scales are fresh. Ah! A sudden storm of terror surged in Miantang's heart, her scalp tingling and trembling uncontrollably. She was actually biting a snake. A giant python dozens of meters long. She stomped hard on his shoe. Tingleson slightly released her. The girl immediately pulled out an aurora flying disc from her pocket. Alan, let's go. In an instant, the two disappeared from the prison. The man stared at the cafeteria exit, his expression dazed. The laughter that had filled his eyes gradually dissipated, and the corners of his mouth pulled into a stiff, ugly, little cotton candy, hate me forever. We can only be enemies. His hand unconsciously clenched tighter and tighter until blue veins bulged knuckles white and blue intertwined. On his arm the freshly scabbed wound split open, and winding serpentine crimson blood dripped down his trembling fingertips drop by drop. Back at the Academy of Sciences, Su Miantang felt somewhat dejected. She had failed to retrieve the remaining blood, and had also caused Alan to be injured. Filled with guilt, she locked herself in the lab. Professor Imogen knocked on the door. "Researcher Su, you haven't finished work yet. Don't be too hard on yourself about today's events. You've done your best. To be honest, I can't believe you managed to safely extract 100 cc of blood from tongue lesion on your first try. That was already a miracle. Without you, those children poisoned by snake venom might not even have had a chance to wake up. The rest is up to fate." As for Alan, the doctor said, "He's out of danger. He's an 11 male strong as an ox. A couple of days of rest, and he'll be fine." Fate. The snake venom had not been eradicated, it was only a matter of time before it flared up. She had given them hope only to snuff it out with her own hands. Su Miantang lowered her eyes, recalling another matter. "Professor Imogen, under what circumstances would a female's pheromones have no effect on a male?" "That's simple. When the female's pheromone level is lower than the male's combat level." But she was an SSS level female, and he was an S level male. Like Lon Lon Big Golden Retriever Xiao Erdwa and Qin Yanzhou, why did they all succumb to her pheromones while he did not? Any other possibilities? None. Professor Imogen was about to shake his head, but his rigorous scientific mind quickly ran through all possibilities. Perhaps there is one more. What? The male has no glands. No glands. Su Miantang had never heard of such a thing. Are there beastmen without glands? No, all beastmen are born with glands, even deformed infants. But being born with them doesn't mean they keep them. There was once an extremely brutal murder case on the planet. A criminal gouged out a person's glands, and that person died soon after. Died? Yes. When a beastman loses their glands, their life becomes very short. At most they won't live past 40. Either they die from combat collapse because no female can soothe them with pheromones, or even if their combat level is strong enough to withstand collapse, they will be tormented to death during the rut, because no female pheromones can mark them. So gouging out glands is the cruelest punishment for beastmen. Not only is the process excruciating, but the death is also horrific. It's better to just kill them outright. By the way, Researcher Su, why are you asking about this? Nothing. Su Miantang frowned slightly, a thought flashing through her mind. Tongue lesion. Could he have had his glands gouged out? Let's drop this. The dean is on Lan Shui Xing. He just sent you a light brain message, but you didn't reply, so he asked me to check the lab and give this to you. Professor Imogen lifted the case in his hand. What is this? He said it's the botulinum toxin you developed together. It's completed now and can be delivered to the client's home. Hey Ray, alright, leave it here for now. Su Miantang reached out and took it, then saw the name on it, Ai Mi Isapoer. She remembered Ai Mi, the female whose left face had been burned in childhood, leaving a large scar. But she also had the surname Isapoer. What a coincidence. Perhaps the same surname reignited her fighting spirit. She had originally planned to deliver the botulinum toxin later, but since she had nothing else to do, she might as well go now and think about how to get the remaining 200 cc of blood from Tung Lezen along the way. Following the address, she soon arrived at Wote City, Miwu Town. Standing at Ai Mi's doorstep, a pair of dim, deep green snake eyes lurking in the shadows suddenly narrowed. Why was she here? Number 149. Su Miantang stood before a European-style countryside house, with a large courtyard, somewhat astonished. Initially, the Female Protection Agency had arranged for her a house in the Jiuqing Villa district, which caused severe dissatisfaction from Fuelaid and Inzwa, who kept insisting on changing her residence. Later, every male who came inside felt the same, but compared to the current house, she felt as if she were living in a wealthy district. A female living in such a place on the Central Star. She pressed the doorbell with curiosity. Ding dong. A few seconds later, the door opened, revealing a cute little boy. Behind him, a group of chattering children were happily playing games, all of them male. Hello, little friend, she said, bending down with a smile to greet him. Unexpectedly, the moment he saw her, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, staggering backward in terror. The other children in the yard scattered like birds and beasts, hiding fearfully in their rooms. Was she that terrifying? In the past, children had always liked her. She scratched her head, looked up, and saw an old man on the second floor watching her. He first gave her a once-over, then frowned, and walked down with faltering steps, as if encountering a major trouble. Greetings, esteemed and beautiful female. May I ask, whom are you looking for? Hello, I am Su Miantang, a researcher from the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. I am here today to see Miss Ai Mi Isapoer. Imperial National Academy of Sciences? Upon hearing such an imposing affiliation, the old man hurriedly set down the things in his hands, looking even more flustered. May I ask, has Ai Mi done something wrong or offended you in any way? Of course not. Su Miantang was slightly taken aback, not understanding why he would ask such a question. She wanted to explain her purpose, but out of respect for the client's privacy, she changed her words. I am her friend, here to visit her. Friend. The old man opened his mouth in surprise, as if he had never imagined that his great-granddaughter would have a friend so beautiful and of such high status. After a moment of hesitation, he let her in with a mixture of doubt and belief. Then come with me. She's in the attic. She's been in a bad state lately. Please understand. Okay. As Su Miantang followed him into the yard, she overheard the whispers of children hiding in their rooms. She's too beautiful. I've never seen such a pretty big sister like a fairy. The more beautiful a female, the more dangerous. Right? Hide quickly, or she'll use her pheromone to catch you. She couldn't help but laugh. Who had filled their heads with such ideas? Seeing her go upstairs, the children poked their heads out. She's going up. Is she going to bully Sister Aimi? What do we do? She's so beautiful, her pheromone must be powerful. Brother's son isn't here to protect us. Upon reaching the attic, the space suddenly became cramped. Stepping on the creaking wooden stairs, Su Miantang worried that the old man might fall. Grandpa, it's a bit steep here. I'll go up by myself. The old man paused for a moment, whether due to her address or his concern, but his tense expression inexplicably relaxed. It's fine. Go ahead, as she might not open the door if you don't. Dong dong. He knocked on the door, and a low, listless voice came from inside. Who is it? Aimi, it's great-grandpa. The door's unlocked. He pushed the door open and made a pleased gesture to Su Miantang. Thank you. The young girl nodded and was about to step into the room when she saw a shocking sight. Her memory had always been excellent, and the scar on Aimi's face had left a deep impression, so she clearly remembered her appearance, now completely different. She had lost a great deal of weight, her chin was sharp, her complexion sallow. Though it was daytime, she wore a nightgown, her messy hair was uncombed, and she sat listlessly by the bed staring at the falling leaves outside the window. Her mental state was extremely poor, and she didn't even glance at her visitor. She tried calling out Miss Aimi. Only then did Aimi react slightly, turning her face to see her, as if glimpsing a dazzling ray of sunlight through gloomy weather. It's you. You remember me. Of course. You have no pheromone, but... She averted her gaze with a self-deprecating smile. You're so beautiful. Even without pheromone, you must be very popular. Unlike me. I work at the academy now. This is the botulinum toxin powerful scar removal agent that Dean Liu personally tailored for you. She set down the medicine case. Unexpectedly, upon hearing powerful scar removal, Aimi seemed triggered, her expression turning disgusted and her voice suddenly sharp. Su Miantang was stunned. Why? Why? Because it's useless. Since I was a child, how many injections and ointments have I used? Not one worked. Even the most expensive scar removal lotion on the planet was useless. Take it away. But this? What about it? What's different? Will it work instantly? Will it make my scars disappear right away? Although botulinum toxin was currently the best treatment for scars instantly. No. Then take it and get out. Miss Aimi. I said get out. Aimi, in a fit of agitation, rushed over from the bedside, grabbed the medicine case, and hurled it heavily from the attic. The sound of glass shattering reached her ears, and Su Miantang looked on with a pang of pity. But what needed her attention most now was Aimi's condition. Her eyes were full of hatred, her body trembling, as if she were caught in some kind of madness, or perhaps showing signs of severe depression and anxiety. Get out. You get out too. Why are you still standing there? Are you here to mock my ugly face like everyone else? Miss Aimi, you need not concern yourself with the opinions of irrelevant people. Afraid of provoking her, Su Miantang considered turning to leave, but she feared that if she left while Aimi was in this state, she might turn and jump out the window. Not concern myself. Ha ha. Aimi suddenly burst into laughter as she looked at her. You don't care because you were born beautiful, adored by everyone. You have no idea of my suffering, of how I've lived through these years. Everyone mocks me, everyone despises me. I'm living a life worse than death. With that, she suddenly turned and really tried to jump out the window. Su Miantang, quick as lightning, grabbed her. Let me go. Let me go. Miss Aimi, if you don't mind, could I try using my pheromone? What? Aimi froze for a moment. But you must keep it a secret. Bang. The sound of a glass medicine case shattering came from the attic. The old man, who had just come downstairs, stopped in his tracks. The children hiding in their rooms rushed out in worry, and even a pair of dark green snake eyes lurking in the shadows grew tense. What happened? What happened? There's a scuffle. That pretty fairy must be bullying Sister Aimi. Charge. Charge. Save Sister Aimi. It's the scent of pheromone. Had she come here to investigate his background and use them to threaten him? Tung Lezin, instantly transformed into human form, dashed to the attic and was about to break through the window when he saw the scene inside. The young girl was driving her pheromone toward Aimi. The scars that had plagued her face for years, twisted and tangled, fused with the skin, incurable even by the most expensive medicines in the world, were gradually healing, becoming smooth, as if reborn. Like a miraculous spell. His gaze, momentarily stunned, gradually settled on the girl, growing deep, burning, and urgent, as if he wanted to pierce through and devour her alive. Little cotton candy, you've come to provoke me time and again. I let you go once. This time I will never let go. It's healed. My face is healed. Splat. The mirror in Aimi's hand fell to the ground, accompanied by her trembling voice and ecstatic cries that echoed through every corner of Mist Town. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I can't believe my eyes. She hugged Su Miantang, unable to contain her excitement, pouring out her gratitude. Su Miantang smiled slightly and patted her back. Congratulations. Wah wah wah. The overwhelming joy turned into tears, releasing the pain and grievance she had endured for over 20 years. She rushed downstairs as if reborn. Great-grandpa, my face is healed. My face is healed. Xiao Kai de Lucio. Big sister's face is healed. Big sister's face is healed. Really? AI me let grandpa see. Yeah. Sister AI me's scars are gone. Sister AI me is beautiful. Su Miantang walked out of the attic looking at the joyful, harmonious atmosphere in the yard with a sense of relief. She bent down to clean up the shattered medicine remains when she caught a peculiar scent. It felt somewhat familiar. Following the scent, she came to a door left slightly ajar. Pushing it open slightly, it appeared to be a male's room with a minimalist black and white design, every corner spotless and tidy, but it seemed no one had lived there for a long time. The scent seemed to come from under a pillow on the bed. Unable to resist, she walked over and was about to call for AI me when a low magnetic voice suddenly sounded behind her. What are you doing? Oh. Su Miantang was startled and fell straight onto the bed. The next second, a tall, handsome male figure loomed over her, firmly gripping her wrists and pinning her beneath him. Tongue Lezen. Su Miantang's amber pupils instantly dilated. Why are you here? That's what I should be asking you. Tongue Lezen's thin lips curled slightly, his tall nose bridge pressed against her delicate fair face, every breath intermingling with warm, ambiguous air, stirring restless thoughts. Why are you in my bed? This is his bed. Wait. The same surname, the familiar scent. Is he really related to this family? Have you agreed to my morning proposal? Come to throw yourself into my arms. As he spoke, his gaze darkened. Unable to resist the temptation, he lowered his head to kiss her. I did not. Su Miantang quickly turned her head away, recalling his morning teasing and insults, her heart filled with rage. She wanted to resist, but her hands were pinned to the headboard by his completely immobile. She struggled a little, her delicate wrists chafed by his rough palms. It hurts. Hearing her cry out, the man instantly released his grip. The girl took the opportunity to push him hard, her first shove landing on his head. His hair was a crew cut short and coarse, bristly to the touch. She recoiled as if touching a hedgehog, shook her hand, then shifted her aim downward. This time a loud smack rang out, accompanied by considerable force and a resounding sound, looking strikingly like she had slapped him. Su Miantang's breath caught. She stared at his slightly turned head and thought, it's over. She only meant to push him away, never expecting to actually slap him. Though he was a rogue and a scoundrel and deserved the slap, he was still the most dangerous criminal leader in the Manchasinidan prison. And her pheromones had no effect on him. Would he in a fit of rage transform into a giant anaconda and swallow her whole? No, please. Just as she was contemplating whether to apologize to save her life, the man gently pressed his tongue against his slapped left cheek, turned his head slightly, and his lazy, roguish, deep eyes revealed a faint hint of mischief, making it impossible to read his emotions. Little cotton candy. I am sorry I didn't me. Didn't you have breakfast? Su Miantang. This side too. As he spoke, he turned his right cheek with its strong, chiseled contours toward her. Su Miantang. After a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds of bewilderment, a single thought popped into her mind. He's definitely a pervert, confirmed. Heh. Hearing her assessment, the man couldn't help but chuckle lowly. A series of rich magnetic sounds resonating from his broad chest were quite pleasant to hear. You call this perverted? She had no idea. Lying in his bed, pinned beneath him, constantly feeling her graceful, supple figure, admiring her stunningly beautiful face, and inhaling the intoxicating, deadly pheromones. It was a tremendous challenge to his reason and self-control. There were 1,000, 10,000 more perverted, more thrilling ideas in his mind, all wanting to be imposed on her. Pervertedly afraid she couldn't handle it, the girl whose thoughts were perfectly read said, "You're using mind reading again." Again? Tongue Lezen was somewhat surprised. You've known about my mind reading all along. No wonder you're an SSS level female, the only female researcher in the Academy of Sciences. Not only beautiful and sexy, but also incredibly smart. Thank you for the compliment. Su Miantang smiled faintly. The way a rogue compliments was indeed unique. But please turn it off. It's an invasion of privacy, a very invasion of privacy. Tongue Lezen raised an eyebrow. He glanced at her, then at his own room. Su Miantang caught his meaning and looked a bit embarrassed. I didn't mean to barge into your room. The door was open and I caught a very familiar scent. Now that she thought about it, it must have been his. Very familiar. Her casual remark deeply pleased him. We've only met a few times, and already little cotton candy is so familiar with me. My fear of snakes is ingrained in my bones. Tongue Lezen's expression paused. Then I'm not reading your mind on purpose. It's just that you always keep me guessing. How did she keep him guessing? For instance, right now I'm dying to know what's really going on in that fake smile of yours. Su Miantang immediately retracted the false curve of her lips. I'm thinking nothing. Her adorable reaction made the man let out another low, muffled laugh. It's off. Really. You're lying. I caught you. Your expression is way too obvious. Little cotton candy, weren't you just wondering what's under my pillow? Want me to take it out and show you? His sudden, generous invitation with a hint of sinister mischief in his eyes sent a chill of foreboding down Su Miantang's spine. Well, what is it? A frequently used bedding item full of the scent of a single male. Guess what it could be? His exceedingly wicked description successfully turned the pure girl's thoughts yellow. Could it be that kind of cup? I don't want to see. She immediately regretted it. Oh, Weren't you curious? Let's take a look. As he spoke, he reached under the pillow. Alarm bells rang in Su Miantang's mind. She grabbed his arm, frantically stopping him. No, I said no. Let's take a look. No. Take a look. In the midst of their tug-of-war, unbeknownst to her, the girl had gone from pulling his arm to hugging it tightly against her chest. The taut, bulging muscles rubbed against her soft, full curves, the sensation maddeningly exquisite. The man's deep, searing, emerald green pupils were fixed on that spot, his prominent Adam's apple bobbing dryly again and again. Suddenly he craved candy. It was unbearable, insufferable, but even more unbearable than desire was. The back of his neck suddenly itched intensely more than last. He frowned deeply, a thin layer of sweat breaking out on his forehead from the effort of suppressing the itch. What's going on? Ever since he met her, his wound had started to itch. Su Miantang also noticed his agitation. What's wrong? It itches. Badly. Where? The back of my neck. The back of your neck. As she spoke, the suspicion she had earlier came rushing back. Had his gland been removed, leaving a wound? May I see? She lifted her head slightly, trying to look at the back of his neck, but was immediately pinned down. No. Fine. The suspicion deepened. Itching usually means bacterial growth in the wound or new skin tissue forming. What a... Tung Lezen froze for a second, then stared at her intently, his burning gaze erupting with unparalleled shock, dazzling and startling. The back of his neck was covered with a protective film. Bacteria couldn't grow. The wound had existed for years. New tissue growth was impossible. So what was itching now? Was it a gland growing? Heh. He. Years of pain, despair, and decay. A body like barren land had now sprouted hope. Just like in his dark, damp heart, a small, pure white gardenia had bloomed. All because he had met her. An overwhelming mix of emotions twisted his expression, making it impossible to tell if he was crying or laughing, his eyes slightly crazed. Little cotton candy, you really are a treasure. Why were his eyes so bright? Unnaturally bright, and his smile was strange too. Sure enough, the next second, he lowered his head to kiss her. She was his. His alone. He would possess her completely. No one else would ever lay a finger on her. Su Miantang. She kindly told him medical knowledge, and he actually wanted to act like a pervert. This despicable and lecherous giant python. As the man's sharply angular face pressed down, the girl swiftly covered her mouth with her hand, but this did not successfully curb the anaconda's beastly behavior. Unable to kiss her lips, he kissed her perky nose, snow-white cheeks, sparkling eyes, and thick dark hair. Domineering and scorching kisses fell like sparks, burning her delicate fair skin wherever they landed. Su Miantang's heart was in turmoil. Little cotton candy, you are so beautiful, so fragrant, so soft. Tung Lezen's voice was low and hoarse, mixed with heavy breathing and disordered desire, inexplicably giving off a seductive vibe. Help! I was kissed by a giant python. What? You want a French kiss? Damn it. He curled his thin lips, wicked and roguish. I don't have a sister, but you can be my little cotton candy sister. He said, then, actually no longer satisfied with kissing her cheeks, he slowly moved his gaze downward to her neck and her particularly eye-catching fullness. That was what he had long coveted. Su Miantang. What did he want to do? She tensed up, and through her tightly covered mouth, she made a muffled sound. Tung Lezen. Giant python, don't even think about it. How do you know what I'm thinking? Need to guess. His thoughts were all written on his face, even his eyes were turbid. Little cotton candy. The man slightly bent down. The dangerous aura and strong sense of aggression came together. The girl directly let go of her hand and shouted sternly, 0117, shut up. As she spoke, the man's action indeed paused. He looked up in surprise, eyes bright. You like this kind of thing? Su Miantang. What kind of thing? She called his prison number, just to intimidate him, to make him afraid. How do you like to play? The man's lips curled with interest. You be the prison guard, I'll be the prisoner. I made a mistake, you punish me. Need handcuffs and an electric baton. Madam Prison Guard. Su Miantang. How perverted is he? Tung Lezen, I just want to remind you, don't forget your identity. You are a heavy criminal serving a sentence. By the way, how did you get out? Too shocked by his appearance, she had forgotten to ask such an important question. Escape from prison. How could he say escaping from prison as simply as eating and drinking? Manchester prison, isn't it said to be the most heavily guarded prison on the planet? Yes. Tung Lezen. But why do you think it is so heavily guarded? Tung Lezen laughed, laughter reaching his eyes. Little cotton candy, you are really the smartest female I've ever seen, no beast man. Su Miantang. Really guessed right. It's over. He was simply a rascal, shameless, with terrifyingly high combat power and immune to pheromones. She could only be like a fish on a chopping board at his mercy. It was all because of her curiosity, insisting on entering this room. Wait, this room? Just now he said this bed was his, so this must be his home. She had a brainwave. Giant python, if you dare to act perverted again, I'll call your family. Sometimes you're a bit silly, but silly in a cute way. Tung Lezen bent down and couldn't help kissing her again. Do you think if even prison can't hold me, my family can control me? You? Before Su Miantang could call for help, another sharp female cry came from the door, shaking the air currents. Tung Lezen and the girl turned their faces. Ai walked out of the joy of regaining her appearance, intending to come up and thank Su Miantang. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound from next door. She walked over and saw A familiar tall and straight figure pressing a graceful little female tightly onto the bed, holding her in his arms as if his broad back almost completely covered her petite figure. The huge size difference and extremely intimate posture and kissing made her think it was an illusion. She blinked and looked several times before she saw clearly, then screamed. They both looked over as if disturbed in the middle of something. Her face instantly flushed bright red as if she had seen something she shouldn't have, and immediately covered her face and ran away. Hey, Aimi. She's gone, let's continue. Continue my head. Aimi, what's wrong? As soon as Aimi ran away, covering her face, great-grandfather walked in with a curious expression, saw the exact same scene, made the same expression, but had a completely different reaction. Xiao son, when did you come back? What are you doing? Xiao son. Miantang noticed his address, and also noticed the man's expression changed. Not only did it change, he also released her, stood up, and called out, great-grandfather. Grandpa. The other grandpa was called out faster than his. The girl sat on the bed, one hand covering her mouth, sobbing slightly, with a tearful expression. Tung Lezen, he bullied me. Tung Lezen looked at her face that changed in an instant. Little cotton candy, her beast form is a fox, right? Heh, what a... The old man, upon hearing this, immediately glared angrily, walked over, and twisted his ear. Xiao son, when did you learn to be so bad? Daring to bully a female, come here. Great-grandfather, there are people here, give me some face. You still want face? Let me teach you a good lesson today. He twisted his ear all the way downstairs. Miantang watched him slightly hunched, leaving the room in disarray, and couldn't help but curl her lips in a vengeful arc. Who would have thought that this vicious giant python could be so cowardly? Didn't he say his family couldn't control him? Miantang straightened her clothes, got out of bed, and stood on the attic. In the distance, she saw Aimi standing by the river, so she walked over. Hearing her footsteps, Aimi swiftly turned her face. I'm so sorry, Miss Su. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Oh no, you've misunderstood. She waved her hands repeatedly. How could I possibly misunderstand? Brother Sun has always been aloof and indifferent to beauty, even more so to females. He wouldn't even spare an extra glance, let alone behave like just now. Pressing her onto the bed, holding her in his arms. The gaze brimming with deep affection and possessive posture seemed intent on devouring her alive. Something she had never witnessed before, feeling utterly strange. Having been disturbed, there was a hint of displeasure in his brows and eyes. Even if the other person was her. Miantang heard aloof, indifferent to beauty, wouldn't even give a glance, and doubted they were talking about. Are you talking about Sun Gu Tung Lezen? Yes. Then why is he completely different from the one she knows? Are you close to him? Of course we grew up together, though we haven't seen each other for a few years. She said, a subtle flicker of loss in her eyes. It's precisely because I know him so well that I can tell you Miss Su are very compatible with him. He is class male, and just now I sensed your pheromones are also very rich and powerful, at least class, or even above. You really have misunderstood. I am a researcher from the Academy of Sciences. Because some children in Central City were poisoned by snake venom, their parents sought help from the Institute, so I went to the prison to draw his blood, hoping to help those children. We only just got to know each other recently. Prison. She knew about Brother Sen's imprisonment. Aimi, upon hearing this, immediately became anxious, thinking she was disdainful, and quickly explained. Miss Su, please don't misunderstand. Brother Sun is a good person. His imprisonment is due to unavoidable reasons. Unavoidable? Miantang was curious. What unavoidable reasons? Since Aimi had grown up with him, she must know a lot about him. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Perhaps she could find a better way to get us. Aimi, can you tell me about Tung Lezen? Aimi looked up, her gaze firm as she met her eyes. She was her savior who pulled her out of the abyss, and also the person Brother Sun liked. She was willing to tell her. Then please sit down, Miss Su. She sat on a nearby cool chair and began to speak slowly. Actually, Brother Sun is just like the other children in the yard, all adopted by great-grandfather. The difference is that he is from X. I remember great-grandfather once said that it was a winter morning. He heard crying by the river, walked over, and found a baby lying in a cardboard box. The box was painted with the flag of X planet. Although X Star and Central Star had been long-time enemies, the baby was innocent after all. Great-grandfather with a kind heart couldn't bear to see him freeze to death, so he took him back. He was raised smoothly until he was 8. For some reason his identity suddenly spread, and all at once everyone knew he was from X Star. Before that, Brother Sun always thought he was a Central Star native and loved this planet very much. I remember he even taught us kids to sing the national anthem and draw the national emblem. But after that his household registration was cancelled, his identity destroyed. No matter where he went, he was discriminated against, bullied, and verbally abused. Every day high-level males would block his doorstep, cursing him as stinking bug mud bastard X Star scum, exhausting all the most abusive words in the world. They would also gang up on him, attack him with weapons, as if wishing him dead. His personality gradually became withdrawn, cold, and violent, and he even began to hate this planet. Females were slightly better, they lived in privilege, and neither saw nor cared about these matters. But as Brother Sun grew up, they coveted his appearance, but couldn't have him, so they used pheromones to suppress and torment him, causing him to develop a strong aversion and never get close to females. So that was it. A flicker of shock passed through Su Miantang's eyes. No wonder he hated Central Star people so much, despised females, said many harsh words, and even demanded why she didn't use pheromones to suppress him. So he had experienced all this. Although life was always mired in dirty mud, Brother Sun stubbornly endured. What truly changed him was an extremely cruel incident that happened a few years ago. Brother Sun was very intelligent with a highly rational mind and keen senses. From a young age, he aspired to become a resource prospector. At 18, astonishingly, he evolved from a class male to an S-class male. The doctor said there was potential for further evolution into an S-class top combat male. We were all overjoyed, thinking that from then on we would never be bullied again. But who would have thought that one night a large group of black-clad figures suddenly appeared in the yard. They seized great-grandfather, restrained Brother Sun, and with a dagger, cruelly gouged out his gland. As she said this, as if recalling that scene, her voice couldn't help trembling. Su Miantang's back also felt a chill running down her spine. She had guessed correctly. His gland had indeed been dug out, which was why he was immune to her pheromones. In her mind, all she could think of was what Professor Imogen had said about the extreme pain and severe consequences when a beastman's gland was removed. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She shouldn't have called him a rogue. If he hadn't experienced all this, he would be very outstanding now instead of becoming a serious criminal. Amy, do you know who those people who removed his gland are? I don't know. Amy shook her head. I only know that the leader of them is called Kueong. He claimed to be sent by the Central Star government, saying they would never allow X-Planet to evolve an S-class male, and he cursed a lot of foul language. Oh, the surveillance in the yard captured half of his face, but it's of no use. In recent years, Brother Sun has been searching for them. He has killed most of their accomplices, but hasn't gotten any information about the mastermind from them, nor found Kueong. He went to prison to gather information about him. Kueong, can you give me his photo? Sure, but what do you want it from, Miss Su? Nothing much, I just know many people at the Academy of Sciences, maybe I can help inquire. That's great. Let's add each other on our light brain. Sure. After adding each other on the light brain, Su Miantang looked at her. Are you also a child adopted by Grandpa? No, I am great-grandfather's own great-granddaughter. Then, I know what you want to ask, Miss Su. The Empire's protection of females is always the highest priority, but I like it here and can't bear to leave Grandpa. So I don't want to leave. Don't be fooled by the old houses, we live quite comfortably. The money Brother Sun sends back once is enough for us to spend a lifetime. That's why great-grandfather, as he gets older, actually adopts more and more children. As she spoke, she realized something and quickly explained. Don't misunderstand, Miss Su. Brother Sun's money comes from legitimate channels. He helped resource prospecting agencies find energy. I know. Su Miantang nodded, looking at the man in the distance who was forced by the old man to put on an apron and was being lectured while cutting fruit in the kitchen. The scene was so incongruous, it was somewhat amusing. I want to play with the pretty sister. I want to play with the pretty sister too. In the yard, after a group of children learned that Su Miantang was not a bad person and had helped Amy restore her appearance, they all revealed their true nature, pestering and clamoring to play with her. Then let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to play with the pretty sister first. Okay. Two children were engaged in a fierce competition when Tung Lezen suddenly walked over carrying a plate of fruit. The two looked up in unison. Brother Sun, why are you cutting in line? Because. His thin lips curled slightly as he looked at the young woman. I also want to play with the pretty sister. Su Miantang. With a crack, the filter she had just built up all shattered. Although being called a rogue and base might have been unjust to him, he was definitely not a hooligan. Then let's play together. Pretty sister, Brother Sun is playing with us. Brother Sun, you haven't been back in so long, I missed you so much. Shao Kai too. Brother Sun, I've never seen your beast form. And strength beast form must be super cool. Can you show us? Yeah. Transform. 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 In the crowd, some mischievous kid had started the chant. Su Miantang's expression shifted instantly. She pulled aside the one who was shouting the loudest and whispered, don't. The two-headed snake is terrifying. Huh. What two-headed snake? The little boy blinked his big eyes in confusion as if he didn't understand what she was saying. Two-headed snake. Tung Lezen's sharp brow arched. The me you saw in the prison that day. Did I have two heads? Su Miantang, what else? Didn't he know what he looked like himself? Heh. The man let out a soft laugh. Little cotton candy, she must have been truly terrified. She was seeing double. No wonder she had said that. You saw wrong. Want to take another look? He leaned slightly, his deep, burning gaze fixed intently on her. The girl stiffened and immediately refused. No need. Nothing to see. Indeed, nothing special. But aside from two heads, I also have two. As if anticipating his next words, Su Miantang moved swiftly, grabbing a piece of mango from the fruit platter and stuffing it into his mouth. It suited him perfectly, yellow all the way through, inside and out. Ami returned from the riverbank just in time to see this scene. The tall, imposing man leaned toward the girl, casting her entirely in his lengthy shadow. A playful smile curled at his lips, yet his eyes held a depth of affection too profound to dissolve. The girl leaned back slightly, her expression a mix of annoyance and reproach as she fed a piece of mango into his mouth. His eyes instantly curved as if in this vast world he could see only her. The girl leaned back slightly, her expression a mix of annoyance and reproach as she fed a piece of mango into his mouth. His eyes instantly curved as if in this vast world. She cast her eyes down slightly and slipped past the crowd. Tung Lezen swallowed the mango in a flash. Before she could react, his warm, moist tongue deftly brushed past her fingertips, as if giving a hard suck. Miantang shuddered as if electrocuted and yanked her hand back. Why did it feel like a snake's tongue had licked her? So sweet. Such a pervert. What's perverted about it? Isn't this exactly what little cotton candy was thinking? I didn't. Don't you wrong me. Before he could finish, the girl stomped hard on his shoe and twisted it mercilessly. Just then the old man emerged from the kitchen. Xiaosen, I told you to apologize to Miss Su. What are you doing? Grandfather. Miantang immediately withdrew her foot, her face a picture of aggrieved innocence. As she bit her lip, Tung Lezen didn't apologize. He threatened me. What a... The old man fumed, his beard bristling. Tung Lezen looked down at the cute footprint on his shoe, a smile dancing in the corners of his eyes. What a little fox. A spiky one too, and a tattletale. Xiaosen, come over and apologize to me right now. All right. He carried the fruit platter, sauntered over lazily, and bowed to the girl at a 75-degree angle. My apologies, Miss Su. I was out of line earlier. Miantang crossed her arms, delighted that someone could finally reign in this unruly python. So will you do it again? Tung Lezen lifted his eyes. No. Next time he wouldn't let anyone else see. Miss Su, are you satisfied with this apology? If not, I'll make him apologize again. Very satisfied. Thank you, grandfather. Wrong generation. Tung Lezen reminded the little fox, whose expression was sly and smile radiant. She knew. Miantang arched an eyebrow slightly. But she did it on purpose. Could he take advantage of her, and she not take advantage of him? Fine. Tung Lezen chuckled softly. My little darling. The old man was astonished at the smile that had lingered on his face, and the way his gaze clung to the girl in such a short time. Xiaosen must really like Miss Su, right? Except for his childhood, he had never seen him smile so happily and genuinely. Tung Lezen, apology fruit platter. What would you like? Miantang glanced over it. Lychee. It suited her perfectly. White, tender, bouncy, smooth, and juicy. Just as she reached for one, the man peeled a large plump fruit and held it to her lips. A little disgusting. Her mouth twitched. Ignoring him, she took two for herself and walked over to a nearby lounge chair to sit down. Tung Lezen followed. Dalu, pass the ball. Watch my insane outside foot. Ha ha ha, goal. Wei is awesome. In the yard, a group of children chattered, cheered, and played joyfully. Miantang looked at the heartwarming scene and thought of the poisoned children lying in the hospital clinging to life, the parents who kept vigil outside the wards day and night, and the little raccoon who had promised to climb trees with his brother to pick berries for her once he recovered. Actually, the first thought that rose in her heart when she saw Tung Lezen was surprise. Surprise that he was here. Surprise that she might have a second chance to draw blood. But after hearing Imus' account, she simply couldn't bring herself to ask for help from a man whose gland had been gouged out, who had been so cruelly mutilated by the Central Star people. The smile faded from her lips. She looked up at the sky but inadvertently caught a pair of eyes quickly retreating from the attic bay window, as if caught red-handed. Why was Imi peeping at her? No. She looked at the man beside her who had been silently peeling lychees with his head down. She probably wasn't the target. Looking at her wouldn't require such stealth. So it was Tung Lezen. She recalled the admiration and heartache in Imus' voice when she mentioned brother Sun, and it dawned on her. Could Imi like him? A secret crush? Was she that desperate? She looked at the man in surprise. Tung Lezen placed one peeled lychee after another in front of her, forming a small mountain. Little cotton candy, if you keep staring like that I won't be able to hold back. Tung Lezen, can you use your mind-reading ability on the right things? She gestured with her eyes toward the attic. But the man lifted his head slightly, not following her gaze, but staring straight at her. Do you think I read everyone's heart? Miantang was stunned by his suddenly searing, piercing gaze. Well, what did he mean? Without flinching, Tung Lezen laid his love bear before her, direct and open, blazing like the sun, too dazzling to look at directly. He picked up the last peeled lychee and held it to her lips. Eat this, and I'll agree to donate blood. Really? The girl's eyes flickered as if she couldn't believe her ears. If you don't believe me. The next second, she gobbled the lychee in one bite. Tung Lezen watched her cheeks puff out, and her mouth even caught his fingertip. His gaze darkened, his Adam's apple bobbed. He wanted to push deeper. Miantang chewed the sweet, juicy lychee, a smile sweeter than the fruit shining in her eyes. Deal? You can't play tricks this time, or I'll tell grandfather. All right. Tung Lezen withdrew his finger wet against his palm. But this time it's only 100 cc. Why? Don't worry. You'll get the rest soon. A curve tugged at the corner of his lips, but it quickly vanished into the deep shadow of his eyes, which held a somber, unreadable gleam. After I finish one last thing. Miantang didn't push further, just nodded. Okay. Then won't you give me some reward? What do you want? Anything. From his flippant tone, Miantang caught a hint of something improper and immediately refused. No. So stingy. Can't even spare a few pieces of cotton candy. Realizing she had let her mind go dirty, Miantang. So it was cotton candy. She generously pulled a few pieces from her pocket and placed them in his hand. You really like cotton candy. The man raised an eyebrow, his eyes burning as he looked at her. I do. Even more, I love eating little cotton candy. After Su Miantang had her blood drawn, she returned home, opened her optical computer, and looked at the information and photos related to Kuei-ong that Amy had sent her. In the surveillance footage, the man revealed only half of his face. He appeared to be about 1.8 meters tall, around 40 years old, with a rice grain-sized scar on the right side of his nose. He claimed to work for the Central Star government. But over the years, Tung Lezen had searched the entire galaxy, even going to prison, yet never found him. Could it be that this information was false? If only Little Ears were here, his cognitive computer could search the most advanced and hidden information in the world. With so many clues, it would be enough to find him. Unfortunately, he was on the battlefield now. She cupped her face in her hands, a slight frown creasing her brow. Little Honey, noticing this, immediately buzzed over, fluttering. Master, is there any trouble I can solve for you? No, you can't. Only Little Ears' cognitive computer can. I can too. Little Honey bristled, raising its antennae slightly. Before leaving home, Commander-in-Chief Yu Zhongxian upgraded my system. For your convenience in searching information, he also transferred all the data from his cognitive computer. However, due to local network restrictions, I can only access information within the Central Star system, and it's not even updated. Really? Su Miantang's eyes lit up. Little Ears was so thoughtful. It's already more than enough. She quickly input all the information about Kuei-ong, but when she clicked search, the screen displayed the words "person not found." How could this be? There was no one in the world whose information could escape Little Ears' cognitive computer. That left only one possibility. This person was not from the Central Star system. Night. Water City, Mist Town, No. 149. In the small courtyard, the lights in the rooms of the elderly and children were turned off one after another. Up in the attic, another dim, flickering light faintly illuminated the silhouettes of adults who had lived and grown up together 2 decades ago, now each with their own families. Brother, have you really decided to go back? Yes. We're not trying to stop you from seeking revenge, but the Central Star Front is reporting victory after victory. 80% of the X-Galaxy has been destroyed. Not only is Admiral Aslandi pressing toward the capital, but the first Interstellar Commander has also joined the battle. The defeat is already decided. Once I go, things will change. But your gland. It's already regenerating. Regenerating. The group exchanged astonished glances while only Amy covered her face, weeping bitterly. Brother, son, if you fail, will we never see you again? If you succeed, will you become an enemy to us and to Grandpa? I will only target the government. I won't stoop to their level and harm the people. With that, he turned and vanished into the darkness, his tall figure swallowed by the night. Amy wept as she chased after him. Even if you don't care about us anymore, what about Miss Sue? The man lifted his head slightly. Though he stood beneath the most brilliant and dazzling starry sky, his eyes seemed darker than the night itself. At the Jiuqing Villa district, Su Miantang was pondering who Kuei-ong really was, why he had dug out Tung Lezen's gland, and why he had falsely claimed to be a member of the Central Star government, when she heard a frantic doorbell. She opened the electronic peephole and saw on the screen a giant python. Why was he here? Tung Lezen, how did you? As she opened the door, her words died in her throat. The man stood with his head bowed. His entire body was drenched. A cascade of water droplets streamed down the tattooed totem on his skin, trickling into his bronzed, muscular chest. His clothes and pants were completely soaked, and the smell was faintly familiar. It seemed to be from the lake in the Villa district. Had he just turned into an anaconda and swum over from the lake? She shuddered involuntarily, then turned on the overhead light at the entrance and noticed several wounds on his body, some still oozing blood. You're injured? Only when he heard her voice did the man slowly raise his head. His battle-worn, sharp and cold face was expressionless, but his deep pupils burned with a strange, abnormal light as he stared at her. There was a damp, indescribable quality to his gaze. Come in quickly, let me bandage you. As the young girl turned to go upstairs for the medical kit, he firmly grabbed her wrist. What? Had she heard him correctly? He wanted to draw blood now. No, you're not in the right condition to draw blood. He repeated himself, his voice low and commanding, leaving no room for argument, as if she didn't draw it now, she would never have another chance. Su Miantang hesitated for 2 seconds, then relented. Fine, but you have to come inside first, right? She turned up the indoor temperature, handed him a new pair of slippers and a towel, and instructed Little Honey to fetch the medical kit and blood-drawing equipment from the 2nd floor. Throughout the entire process, Tung Lezen stared at her unblinkingly, his gaze never leaving her for a moment. Su Miantang noticed and found it amusing. The way he looked now was so much like Lon Lon when he turned into a clingy cub, or Little Ears when he was pretending to be scared. Could a terrifying dozen soft-meters-long giant python be trying to act like a pitiful little thing? Tung Lezen, how did you end up like this? Did you get into a fight? Should we bandage you first? Do you need some water? She asked 3 questions in a row but received no response. So she stopped talking, opened the equipment, and silently drew blood while tending to his wounds, waiting for him to speak. Finally, he shifted his gaze away from her and glanced around the villa. It's this small. Su Miantang, you'd better not say anything. 100cc was soon drawn. She removed the needle and instructed Little Honey to rush the blood pack to the Science Academy. The snake venom incident that had plagued her for days was finally resolved, lifting a heavy weight from her heart. She looked at the man, gratefully worried that he might collapse from the earlier fight and the loss of 100cc of blood. so she prepared to inject him with a recovery agent. What is this? A rapid physical recovery agent, Miantang said. Or if you don't want an injection, I can cook for you. At the mention of cooking, the abnormal light in his eyes flickered with a hint of disbelief. You? Will cook for me? Yes, why? He let out a low chuckle. Nothing. He lowered his head, concealing the indescribable absurd smile in his eyes. Then he'll go? Wait a moment. She turned, but as soon as she took a step, her wrist was caught again. The man who had been acting strangely all night reached a peak of abnormality. He looked at her, his lips slightly curved as if in a smile, but there was no trace of warmth in his eyes. Little marshmallow, don't be so kind to me. You know I'm not a good person. What? Miantang was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. The next second, everything went black and she fainted. The lights in the 4-story villa went out. The young girl was carried out of the villa. I am taking her away. When Miantang awoke, she found herself staring into a pair of deep emerald green serpentine eyes so close that they startled her. Tung Lezen, you're awake. What just happened to me? It felt like I suddenly fainted. She tried to raise her hand, only to realize something was wrong. Her body seemed bound by an invisible force, lying motionless on the spacious sofa. The surrounding furniture, decorations, rows of robots clutching thermal energy weapons, and the opulent palace. None of it belonged to her. The man before her no longer wore the battle-worn casual clothes from earlier. He was dressed in a formal military uniform. He wore a military cap and boots, his black combat suit crisp and sharp with the insignia of a Federation fleet commander engraved on his shoulder epaulets. The metal belt at his waist gleamed with a brilliant luster so unfamiliar that she almost didn't recognize him. Where is this? Tung Lezen rose and poured her a glass of water. Planet X. What? As the words fell, Miantang noticed the prominent X emblem on his right sleeve, identical to the symbols on the robots nearby. Her pupils dilated. This was really Planet X. How did she end up here? And how had he come to wear the military uniform of Planet X, bearing the supreme rank of commander? The worst thought flashed through her mind. He had joined the army of Planet X, become a fleet commander, and kidnapped her. Instinctively, she glanced at her wrists and pockets, channeling her spiritual energy to sense the Xiao Erdwa figurine and the small defensive weapons Qin Yanzhou had given her. But there was no response. Looking for these, Tung Lezen approached. A new health monitoring bracelet, a Yu Zhongxian figurine, and a pile of small defensive weapons lay scattered on the floor. No wonder she couldn't sense them. He had removed them all. Drink. He bent down, bringing the glass to her lips, as if to feed her. Miantang lifted her face, frowning, slightly gazing at him with confusion. 1,000 questions swirled in her mind, but in the end she asked only one. Why did you kidnap me? Tung Lezen paused, setting down the glass, seemingly unwilling to answer. She asked again, expecting no reply. But this time he suddenly lowered his head, his long powerful fingers gripping her chin, firmly forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. A gaze burning with fierce, blazing fire. Because I love you. I've fallen for you, little cotton candy. He had never imagined he could love a Central Star citizen, those he had despised for so long as selfish, despicable, and shameless. Yet his love was so intense it had already clouded his reason, his judgment, and even the beliefs he had held for years. Even if she was a Central Star citizen, she had to be with him. Miantang was startled by the fierce flame blazing in his eyes. Earlier in the small courtyard he had said he didn't read just anyone's heart, and had looked at her with such direct, candid eyes. She had sensed something then, but dismissed it as a misperception. She hadn't expected it to be true. But before she could finish, he sealed her throat with his combat energy. I don't want to hear refusal from you, nor do I want you to speak a single word defending the Central Star citizens. Even if she rejected him, he would never let her go, nor would he spare the Central Star. He would personally annihilate that planet. He turned to leave, but heard the girl struggling desperately, sounds escaping her throat. His fists clenched, turning white and blue. Little cotton candy, you must hate me, don't you? Hate me for bringing you here, hate me for targeting your home. But you provoked me first. He suddenly appeared beside her, as if his emotions had erupted. He pulled her tightly into his arms, staring at her delicate rosy lips, as if he would devour them alive. Only when he saw the fear flickering in her eyes did he restrain himself. I already let you go once. Why did you have to come back to Miss Town? Do you have any idea how much I want you? He wanted her so badly it was driving him mad. He wanted to tear her apart piece by piece and fill himself with her so they would never be separated. His expression was ferocious, savage, as if revealing his true, hidden nature. If you like the Central Star, don't worry. He'll soon His expression was ferocious, savage, as if revealing his true, hidden nature. If you like the Central Star, don't worry. He'll soon conquer it and give it to you. Then he'll kill Jean and I and make you queen. Miantang's scalp tingled, and she shook her head. Don't like it. The man curled his lips, a hint of condescending amusement in his eyes. Then what do you like? After the war ends, I'll stay with you, accompany you. Whatever you like, well do, wherever you like, well go. The girl shook her head again. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything she was already shaking her head. That reaction was not about disliking something. It was clearly about disliking him. The blatant rejection instantly ignited his fury. His deep eyes narrowed, his expression turning dangerous. He lowered his head to kiss her. But when he kissed her hair, she dodged. When he kissed her forehead, she evaded. He tried her cheeks, the tip of her nose, her lips. Every attempt failed. She used all her strength to escape, as if she loathed his touch. Every movement pierced his eyes, driving him into a frenzy of rage and loss of control, almost making him want to tear her clothes off and take her right there. But he couldn't bear it. He couldn't bear to see her cry, to see her hate him. Why do you hate me? He pressed her hard against his chest, his strength so fierce it seemed he wanted to embed her into his bones. The pain made the girl furrow her brows. Is it because I'm an X-planet citizen and am going to attack the central star? Miantang was too pained to move. Tung Lezin felt her finally stop, and a bitter smile curled at the corner. Just as he thought. The redness in his eyes gradually faded, and his manic emotion stabilized. He held her gently, closing his eyes. His dark eyelashes cast a shadow over his eyelids. Did Amy tell you about my origins? The girl nodded. Little cotton candy, do you know? I'm not actually an X-planet citizen, nor an abandoned orphan. I have a family. What? Miantang was startled. He wasn't from Planet X. Not an orphan. A family. They were all killed by the Central Star Army. The girl lifted her head. He pressed his forehead slightly against hers, his gaze enigmatic. Do you want to know why? More than 2 decades ago, I was born into the Kosamadro family on an independent planet called Surfa, which harbored extremely precious ice crystal mines. Guarded by my father leading the Anaconda clan for generations, that nation was free, equal, and neutral, never involving itself in the political or factional struggles of any planet. Yet it was often coveted by some planets, among them the Central Star. During the war between the Central Star and X-Star, military energy sources ran short, so the government sent people to negotiate with my father, attempting to purchase the ice crystals. After being refused, they harbored resentment and secretly took me, just born away, branded me with the label of X-Star, and abandoned me in this town, where I grew up, enduring endless humiliation and torment. My father and family searched for me for over a decade, finally finding traces. When they confronted the Central Star government with evidence, the latter denied everything with a unified front. In a fit of rage, my father accepted Austin's invitation and led the entire planet to join the X-Galaxy, intending to avenge me. Yet before they could dispatch troops, your renowned Central Star war god, Aslandi. As he spoke, his teeth clenched and his eyes burned like red-hot iron. That very night, he led a surprise assault on Surfa, bloodily sweeping every corner of the Hela Temple. The entire family, 981 lives in total, none spared, including my father, mother, siblings, and even my newly born younger brother, not yet 3 years old, who was slain in his cradle, left without a complete corpse. Lon. Miantang's expression flickered. She believed him up to a point, but toward the end she utterly disbelieved. She recalled that when Fred and Enzo had discussed state affairs with her, they mentioned that the Central Star's laws regarding enemies and prisoners had been harsh in the past, but after the Admiral took power they were reformed. Now all punitive measures targeted only hostile governments and soldiers who refused to surrender, never implicating their families, especially the elderly, women, and children. A wholesale massacre before a war even began was impossible. Moreover, when Lon had boasted about her battle achievements on the warship, she had never mentioned a planet called Surfa. This cruel style of ambushing and slaughtering the vulnerable resembled more. Her mind flashed back to a city's citizens being used as hostages to lure Lon into a miasma bomb, and black spider robots lying in ambush at hospitals and preschools, swooping down to drop energy bombs in an attempt to wipe out every trace. It resembled X-Star. Could it be that the real mastermind behind all this was actually X-Star? After killing my entire family, they still weren't satisfied. They sent Qian to gouge out my— Miantang had only been suspicious, but upon hearing this sentence her speculation was perfectly confirmed. Because Qian was not a Central Star citizen at all, and it was highly likely that he was from X-Star. Back then, if the Central Star truly wanted to retaliate against the Anaconda clan, they would not have gone to such lengths to steal him, brand him with an X-Star label, and inexplicably torture him. Still less would they have created enemies for themselves during wartime. In the end, the ice crystal mines, the planet Surfa, and the S-level combatant Tung Lezin, who was filled with hatred for the Central Star, all belonged to X-Star. The Central Star, on the contrary, gained nothing. The one who benefited was the real instigator. This was fundamentally a conspiracy of X-Star. She struggled, wanting to tell him all of this. But Tung Lezin's narrow, deep pupils contracted entirely, as if he had plunged into an incomparable hatred, emitting a dazzling and startling light. And I only learned of all this just now. Little cotton candy, the grievance of having my gland gouged out, and the hatred of my entire clan being annihilated. How can I let it go? How can I forgive? I must take revenge. I must make them pay with blood. No one can stop me. His hoarse, deep voice snapped her back to reality. He was already completely submerged in pain, blinded by hatred. The ingrained disgust towards Central Star people over 20 years and the fury over the massacre of his entire clan in one night made it impossible for him to believe a word from a Central Star citizen. Even if it were her, he would consider it sophistry or slander. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sealed her mouth. Only the most direct and powerful evidence could convince him. What should she do? Her eyes glimmered with thought. Just then a robot's announcement came from outside the door. The Star Lord arrives. Tung Lezin held her tightly in his arms, calmed his emotions for a moment, then kissed her forehead. Sit nicely and wait for me. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Before the figure appeared, a resounding laugh echoed into the hall. Austin had just come from the battlefield, racing all the way to the Valori Palace. Upon seeing Tung Lezen, he excitedly took off his military cap and saluted him with the highest level of X-Galaxy etiquette. "Welcome, great Commander Esper. Your arrival is the nation's fortune and the galaxy's lifeline. No need for formalities. How is the battle situation now?" "The situation is not good, especially after the Interstellar First Commander joined the enemy camp. Things have become even more troublesome." However, Austin looked at him, a gleam of determined hope igniting in his eyes. "Now I have awakened mind control, able to manipulate the consciousness of all beasts in this world over a vast range. And you have evolved into S level. With us brothers joining forces, we will surely defeat them. Mind control." Hearing these familiar words, Miantang slightly raised her head and looked toward the door. She remembered that in the letters from Fred and Enzo they mentioned that Austin, the leader of X-Galaxy, had suddenly evolved into S level and awakened mind control, affecting many soldiers and slowing down the war's progress. Little Ears had also rushed to the battlefield because of this. Was it him? Austin heard the commotion and looked into the hall. With just one glance, he froze completely. Black hair, snow-white skin, a radiantly beautiful face, a seductive and enchanting figure sunk into the sofa. She exuded an irresistible, soul-stirring charm. How could there be such a beautiful female in this world? He was completely stunned, the sound of him swallowing saliva clearly audible. Miantang met his gaze and slightly furrowed her brow. Central Star people were inherently reserved and respected females. Even when expressing admiration or affection, they would never stare with such naked, lustful eyes like a starving dog eyeing a meat bone. Got it. A flash of inspiration struck her mind. Who was she? Why was she here? So beautiful that he wanted to. Austin's unbridled fantasies were blocked by a dark, icy, handsome face. Tung Lezen stared at him, his eyes pitch black, his tone cold and dangerous, full of threat. "She is my mate. Look one more time, and I will gouge out your eyeballs." "Oh, ha. Austin was a master of disguise and quickly withdrew his gaze. "I was just curious. How could there be a female in this hall?" "So she's the sister-in-law." "A misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Tomorrow at dawn, a very important battle will take place at the Forn's Gate. Aslandi has gathered all the Central Star's military forces, and the Moon Fairy, who has been directing from behind the scenes, will personally appear to join the fight. If we fight well, this will be a battle that turns the tide. If poorly, it may be the final battle. At this moment, I truly need you, Commander Esper. But time is tight, and there's no time to hold a welcome banquet. Hofburg has already set up a feast. Please move there, Commander." "No need. It's a must, otherwise it would seem too disrespectful. Commander, just consider it as conserving energy for tomorrow's battle, alright." Tung Lezen was about to refuse again when he heard the struggles of the girl behind him. Austin also looked over. "You go back first. He'll be there soon." "Alright." Austin nodded. As he turned, his smile-filled eyes were filled with darkness and greed. That little female would be his sooner or later. Tung Lezen returned to the sofa, bent down, lifted the girl into his arms, and walked straight toward the bedroom. In his arms, the girl, desperately making sounds, moving her hands and feet, frantically signaling him to release her body and unseal her throat, looked at the man's calm, expressionless face. Was he blind? Tung Lezen, big python. Not only wouldn't he let her move or speak, but even his mind reading, which he usually used constantly, was now nowhere to be seen. "Rest well here. He'll come back to accompany you later." The man placed her on the soft bed, carefully covered her with a blanket, and before leaving couldn't help but drop a kiss on her forehead. A warm, moist sensation came. Miantang stared quietly at the ceiling. The battle was tomorrow morning. Tonight was the last chance. She had to seize it. Otherwise the loss would be too great. Tung Lezen stood up, about to leave, when something seemed to catch his hem. He turned and saw the girl lying on the bed, her small snow-white finger gently hooking his military uniform, her shell-like teeth lightly biting her red lips, her amber eyes holding a pool of pitiful, utterly fragile begging light. The expression and meaning. Without mind-reading, they leaped directly before him. "Snake brother, please let me go. Just let me say one sentence, okay? Please." As if he didn't agree, she would burst into a grieved sobbing the next second. Tung Lezen looked at the scene, his blood boiling, his breath surging, and the violent surge of beastly desire almost overwhelmed his reason. He had already prepared for her to hit him, scold him, despise him, even hate him to the bone, but he never expected her to do this. To persuade him, she would actually resort to playing the beauty card. What a painstaking effort. Yet he couldn't resist it at all. Seeing her like this, his heart, as hard as stone, melted into a complete mess. His Adam's apple tightened, his knuckles clenched into his palm, almost piercing the skin, but he finally gave in. "You can only say one sentence. If it's about the Central Star, it'll shut you up immediately." Miantang nodded frantically like a chick pecking rice. The restraints were removed. The girl finally regained her freedom and could speak. She let out a long breath. "I want to eat too." Tung Lezen paused. All she wanted to say was she just hungry? "Are you hungry?" "Of course." Miantang rubbed her stomach. "When I got home last night, I had to draw your blood and bandage your wounds, and I haven't had the chance to eat yet." Her tone of complaint was mixed with a hint of innocent coquetry, which made the man feel a sense of pleasure. "Then he'll have someone prepare dinner for you." "No." The girl immediately refused walking to his side, her big shimmering eyes blinking. I want to eat with you. Her sudden closeness and initiative made Tung Luzin's heart race. As he became entranced, a trace of doubt arose. Activating his mind-reading ability, he indeed heard, I want to have dinner with Austin. His expression instantly turned cold, his deep-set eyes filled with jealousy as he narrowed them dangerously. Little cotton candy, have you taken a liking to him? Su Miantang. At this time you remember to use mind-reading. Answer me. What if I say I like him, what will you do? Kill him. That's great, I indeed have been on you. He ominously added the latter half of his sentence, causing Su Miantang's expression to freeze, and her words came to an abrupt halt. Forget I said anything. Actually, I want to do one thing. But rest assured this matter has nothing to do with the Central Star or the war. I won't let you go. Tung Luzin's expression was cold. Su Miantang, it has nothing to do with this either. Then what is it? It's something very important. Su Miantang looked at him, her gaze firm. As long as you cooperate with me, I promise to let you stay here. Really? Tung Luzin's pupils suddenly constricted. This sentence was an immense temptation for him. Her willingness to stay on Planet X meant she wanted to be by his side, to be with him together for a lifetime. No backing out. Afraid she would back out, the snake, tightly grasping her vulnerable spot, immediately agreed. Rest assured I won't back out. The corners of the girl's lips curled slightly. As long as he doesn't back out. Then from now on you must obediently listen to me. Okay. Tung Luzin raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone teasing and roguish. My commander wife. Big Python, don't be too confident. I want to go to Hofbug with you for the banquet. I can't be wearing home clothes, can I? Help me pick an outfit. On Helker Star, during the final speech of the Futuristic Technology Seminar, Lu Silu suddenly received a prompt from his holographic brain. Alert, your new health monitoring wristband has been violently destroyed. His dark purple pupils suddenly widened, his face turning pale. At this hour Miantang shouldn't be sleeping. How could the new health monitoring wristband be suddenly destroyed? She is in trouble. The Cabinet Supreme Administrative Meeting. The holographic screen that was originally displaying the new national legal provisions suddenly showed 3 urgent red exclamation marks, and then the signal was cut off. A senior prosecutor from the Star Realm hurriedly adjusted his hat and reported anxiously. Report. Level 1 alert, just now an S-class combat-capable male has abducted a female from the planet, forcefully crossing borders. The opponent's strength is too powerful, having destroyed multiple warships, and has escaped the airspace of the Central Star heading towards Planet X. Now broadcasting footage captured by TM-4087. As the face of the unconscious girl appeared before everyone, the prince, standing in front of the holographic screen, seemed struck by lightning, losing all ability to react, the documents in his hands scattering all over the ground. Meanwhile, on the island of Ginsalis, sensing that the tracking photon given to the little female had been destroyed, the dormant snow leopard forcibly opened its eyes, its dark eyes filled with a sense of crisis that seemed to swallow the entire night sky. Tang Tang is in danger. 3 figures disappeared from the spot at the same time. There are no female clothes in the Villeroy Palace, only robot outfits of different sizes. Tung Lucin originally wanted to have a custom dress sent from his private workshop, but the girl refused. It's too late, no need to be so troublesome. I think these robot outfits these are not suitable for you. Really? Su Miantang raised her eyebrows, skeptical of the misfortune, picked out a set in her size, and walked into the room. Tung Lucin was certain. Because he knew how charming she was in beautiful little dresses, even a plain, unadorned nightgown would make him. I think it looks good. The girl walked out of the room wearing an elegant and cool robot outfit, stunning the man to the point that he almost forgot to breathe. She looked like a mechanical princess. Designed by AI from a fictional future world, her beauty was otherworldly. A pair of silver elf earrings peeked out from her fluffy black hair, and a hollow camellia flower ornament adorned her forehead, adding a touch of mystery to her already bright and beautiful features. The cool, ethereal vibe, a snake-shaped necklace adorned her neck, winding from her chin to her waist. Soft metallic accents decorated her wrists and ankles, emitting a faint iridescent sheen, and superfiber materials outlined her curvaceous figure. From head to toe, there was not a single imperfection, not a single enchanting detail. This was more than just good, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Little cotton candy, you are so beautiful. Tung Lucin was mesmerized, simply voicing the most primitive thought from his heart. Su Miantang, I think so too. Although she had been here for a while, her outfits had always been no different from those on Earth. This was the first time she felt a strong sense of futuristic technology surrounding her, still a cool female warrior. She reached for the energy long gun beside her, but didn't pick it up. Tung Lucin reached out to her, but Su Miantang deftly dodged. It looked good, but it wasn't for him. Let's go to Hofbug. Upon hearing Hofbug, Tung Lucin slightly frowned. Suddenly he regretted agreeing to her request. She was so beautiful, he just wanted to keep her to himself, to possess her, to let her bloom beneath him day and night, not allowing any other male to see her. Hofbug. Austin prepared the feast, waiting for Tung Luzin's arrival to discuss the battle plan for the morning together, but unexpectedly the attendant reported that the commander and the commander's wife had arrived together. Even more unexpected was that the little female had changed into a new outfit, beautiful. Even though he kept reminding himself not to be overly eager, he couldn't help but stare at her, mesmerized. The style of Planet X was indeed more suitable for her than that of the central star. She should stay on Planet X, but not as the commander's wife, but as Austin's lady of the star. Austin, Tung Lucen interrupted his gaze and fantasy with a gloomy face. Upon seeing the deep warning in Tung Lucen's eyes, Austin quickly withdrew his gaze, smiling broadly. Commander Esper, commander's wife, please take a seat. During the meal, the two males discussed military strategies, tactics, command deployments, equipment supplies, and such. The maiden sat nearby, focusing on her dinner. Halfway through, she stealthily reached under the table and tapped the man's leg. Tung Lucen received the signal and glanced at his beeping monitoring wristband. Apologies, my training time has arrived. I cannot stay long. Austin, training time. After I differentiated into an S-class, I awakened infinite stamina. Though this ability is powerful, it remains unstable and requires 1 hour of training daily. Infinite stamina. Austin was astounded. This ability was excellent. In this way, he could cultivate him into a permanent war machine. Miantang pursed her lips, slightly amused by the fabricated ability he casually invented. Infinite stamina. What a wishful thought. Commander, please take your leave. Training combat prowess is paramount, it must not be delayed. But, Miantang set down her knife and fork, looking at him with slight embarrassment. Brother son, I haven't eaten my fill yet. Tung Lucen's heart lurched at the term, brother son, nearly losing his composure. He had heard countless people address him that way without reaction, but her voice was uniquely soft, sticky, stirring a carnal desire to bully her fiercely. Steadying his mind, he turned to Austin. Could the Star Lord trouble himself to escort my wife back to the palace after she finishes her meal? Austin, suddenly granted this pleasant task, was taken aback, then suppressed the joy in his expression and nodded calmly. Of course. I'll take my leave then. Tung Lucen rose. According to the plan, he should depart swiftly, but instead he leaned down and kissed the maiden's soft lips, still moist with glistening fruit juice. Enjoy your meal, my lady. It was a fleeting butterfly-like kiss, leaving Miantang frozen. Though I lack infinite stamina, I am more than capable of attending to a little female like you. After the kiss, his deep magnetic voice whispered faintly by her ear, leaving a sentence with the last word barely audible. Miantang's cheeks flushed crimson. She gritted her teeth at his retreating figure. This lecherous python. How dare he take advantage of her? Tung Lucen curled his tongue lightly over the corner of his lips, a satisfied smile escaping. Truly sweet. Once he had completely vanished from the hall, Austin, who had been careful not to meet the maiden's eyes, finally dared to gaze at her openly, brazenly, and without restraint. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Every gesture, every movement was elegant and enchanting, like a painting, pleasing to the eye, as if she transcended the current world and dimension, a goddess from the future. But alas, he could not yet have her. After the war ended, after he fully controlled Tung Lucen, then she would be his. He could toy with her, ravage her, and she would be powerless to resist. As his gaze indulged in lascivious fantasies over the maiden, he suddenly met her lifted eyes. Before he could look away, he saw a gentle curve at the corners of her lips, a faint sweet smile. She smiled at him. Her originally expressionless, silent, and aloof temperament was already breathtakingly beautiful. Now with a smile, she became even more radiant, alluring, and soul-stirring. Star-Lord, Miantang not only smiled at him, but also spoke first, her voice sweet and soft. Thank you so much for your generous hospitality today. I enjoyed the meal immensely. It is my duty. Please, commander's wife, do not be so polite. You are too kind, Star-Lord. Calling me commander's wife is too formal. My name is Nemesis. You may call me by my name directly. Nemesis. He could call her by her name. What did this mean? Could it be? Austin's excitement made his voice change pitch. What a beautiful and unique name. Do you like it, Star-Lord? Miantang raised an eyebrow, slightly picked up a glass of wine, and rose to walk toward him. As the maiden's graceful, seductive figure slowly approached him, Austin's heart suddenly raced, his soul trembled, and he was ecstatic beyond control. The doubt in his heart was completely confirmed. Could she also? His aura stared fixedly at the scene. It seemed she was not only beautiful in appearance and sweet in voice, but also possessed the best taste in males. He was far superior to Tung Lucen. Behind the hall's curtain, an S-class male who had concealed his aura stared fixedly at the scene. A fire gradually gathered in his dark green pupils, and his cold, handsome face was covered with frost like a jealous husband in the night. Little cotton candy, what exactly is she up to? Nemesis. He had heard that name before. It was the goddess with poisonous snakes coiled around her head. Her appearance often symbolized revenge. For our first meeting, I toast to you, Star-Lord. Miantang handed him the wine glass. Austin followed the glass, gazing at her slender arms, fair neck, full chest, soft waist, long legs. He was already utterly intoxicated, his actions no longer under his control. All right, up. Just as he reached to take it, the maiden's glass tilted slightly, spilling wine all over his clothes with deliberate intent. My apologies, Star-Lord. I've soiled your clothes. Let me wipe it for you. As she spoke, she took out a handkerchief, but before it touched him, he couldn't help but exclaim, ah, being favored and touched by such a beautiful female was simply delightful. The maiden had never seen such a lecherous male. She didn't want to touch him at all, so she simply delivered her line. I heard that your beast form is an octopus, Star-Lord. You are a cold-blooded animal, yet I feel your body is so scorching hot. As she spoke, her expression was shy, seductive, and alluring, stirring the man behind the curtain into a blaze of jealousy. He nearly burst out to tear apart the one she was little cotton candy. Usually in front of him, she was as pure as a gardenia, as holy as an innocent goddess. He never expected her to be so skilled at flirting. It seemed he had been too restrained. His long fingers clenched until they creaked, and he silently recited the repeated instructions and promises she had made before coming, only then managing to. Big Python, I want to do one thing. As long as you cooperate with me, I'll agree to stay here. Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with the Central Star or the war, and I won't put myself in danger. At tonight's banquet, find an excuse to leave early, then hide and activate mind reading on Austin. He gritted his teeth, enduring the torment, and obediently followed her instructions, activating mind reading on Austin. Nemesis, you are so beautiful, so tempting. Let's. Austin, driven mad by her words, consumed by burning desire, had lost all reason. He pulled her toward him, intending to pin, but the maiden, like a startled deer, quickly shook off his hand. Star-Lord, what are you doing? Please behave. If Brotherson finds out, there will be trouble. He won't find out. Why, oi? Why? Because he is stupid as the entire Anaconda clan. To this day, he doesn't even know that the one who secretly stole him away and abandoned him on the Central Star was the X-Star people. He doesn't know that the real killer of his entire clan is me. Just like his foolish family and father, who not only handed over the Surfa planet and the ice crystal mine, but also naively fight for me, becoming my sharpest blade against the Central Star. Utterly stupid. How could he ever discover that his beloved little female is about to be taken by me? Huh. His smug thoughts burst like a thunderbolt in Tung Lezin's mind. Before his eyes, and in his ears, white light flashed, and a buzzing roar filled everything, leaving him unable to perceive anything else. Because I understand him. Austin reached out, attempting to wrap his arm around her slender, supple waist, but the girl sidestepped with a nimble dodge. But she bit her moist lips gently, her thick lashes fluttering as she looked at him with concern. I'm still terrified. Brother Sun is an S-level top fighting male. Gazed at by such a breathtakingly beautiful little female with such delicate, fragile eyes, as if seeking protection, Austin felt his entire being swell with pride, eager to display his strength and prowess before her in full. What's there to fear? I'm also an S-level top fighting male, and if it really comes to a fight, he's no match for me. Really? Of course. Star-Lord, why are you so confident? Brother Sun has boundless stamina. Boundless stamina means nothing. He spoke with disdain. To prevent him from rebelling, I had his gland removed long ago. Once his combat power is unleashed to its peak, he will collapse into beast form. Even boundless stamina is useless. Behind the curtain, the man who heard every word, every sentence, felt as though a blade coated with deadly poison had sliced through him, skin and flesh split open, blood gushing forth. Rage blazed within him, nearly bursting through his chest, and his bloodshot eyes brewed a frenzy of murderous ferocity. His form trembled with such ferocity that even his soul seemed to quake. So it was the explanations who had stolen from him, annihilated his clan, seized the crystal mines and the Sulfur planet, and even gouged out his gland. How laughable. All these years he had been desperately searching for his enemies in the Central Star, hating those utterly unrelated to him, and nearly mistaking the master for a servant. If not for little cotton candy. Torrential hatred finally engulfed Tung Lezin. With a thunderous crash, a colossal statue toppled in the hall, sending billowing dust and smoke surging forth. Su Miantang's expression sharpened as she turned to see a several dosimeter-long anaconda rising from the ground. It tore through the curtain, shattered the roof, and its massive body sent countless attendants screaming in terror, scattering in all directions. Its once beautiful dark green pupils now blazed a fiery red as it hissed at Austin, flicking its tongue wildly, as if intending to swallow him whole. It seemed he already knew everything. She had planned to proceed step by step, guiding Austin to reveal the truth, but now there was no need for such effort. Tung Lezin. He had never left. At the sight of him, Austin's face also drained of color. Sensing the thick murderous intent closing in, he immediately pressed the seat mechanism, activating the hall's first-level defense system. Su Miantang turned around to find him vanished from the spot. That tentacle monster sure ran fast. Before she could think, blades shot from all directions, accompanied by a spreading poison gas, as robots hurled energy bombs relentlessly. The giant python unleashed its combat power, arching the little female atop, its head securely protected within a golden light barrier, and then swiftly tracked Austin's trail. Everywhere it passed, guards and soldiers were sent flying, and robots were reduced to dust. Su Miantang stood atop the python's head, steadying herself, while overcoming her psychological fear. So last time she had been so terrified that she saw double. The giant python didn't have two heads, but even one was big and frightening enough. It slithered with incredible speed and pinpoint accuracy. Before long, Austin's aura resurfaced nearby. Great Python, I think I smell Austin's scent right in the city ahead. Su Miantang alerted it. The giant python immediately slithered toward the city. Kill. 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 Suddenly, an elderly man who appeared to be several hundred years old limped out of the city, black mist swirling in his eyes, a blade raised in his hand, heading toward them. Tung Lezin's tail flicked lightly, and the man vanished from sight. Utterly defenseless. Then came several children, only 7 or 8 years old. After the children, a group of unarmed females emerged, each with black mist in their eyes and vacant expressions. They seemed less like attackers and more like mindless living dead coming to die and buy time. Miantang frowned. Was this Austin's mind control technique? Indeed, he had survived this long not because of his immense strength or brilliant tactics, but because he was despicable, shameless, ruthless, and utterly without limits. He used this not only against the Central Star people, but even against his own subjects. Great Python, don't attack them. They're just puppets. The girl shouted. But the giant python seemed to have lost its reason. Its eyes burned red with hatred and rage, held no emotion, only dripping blood. It wanted to slaughter every explanation who stood in its way, raze every inch of the X-planet, and let this sin-ridden planet vanish along with Austin into the vast cosmos as a burial offering for its clan. Seeing its frenzied state, fear gripped Miantang that its combat power might surge to the peak, causing it to degenerate into beast form beyond recovery. In desperation, she closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and tightly embraced its snake, head whispering soothingly. Great Python, calm down. Let's go to the Florence Gate and join Lon Lon to defeat Austin together, okay? The X-planet is vast with so many people. Aren't you afraid of your combat power collapsing, turning into beast form, and never being able to stay by my side again? Her last words touched the giant python, pulling back its reason and awareness. Right. He still had little cotton candy. His beloved, his only one, and the rest of his life. He couldn't die yet. He still wanted to be with her, to spend many, many beautiful days together. He gently licked the girl's arm with his snake tongue, as if expressing obedience, submission, and willingness to follow all her commands. Miantang patted him and smiled happily. Then let's go. At the Florence Gate. At dawn, before the east had broken into light, massive warships, energy cannons, and rows of soldiers stood in disciplined array, like stars scattered across the sky, poised at the city gate. The grim, murderous spectacle of the grand battle scene was enough to send chills down one's spine. A biting wind swept through, and the air itself seemed saturated with a fierce, unruly killing intent. Before thousands of soldiers, a tall, striking figure descended from the sky, a man of breathtaking presence. He wore the Central Star military uniform, his moonwhite short hair slightly pressed beneath the dark-patterned cap, brim fine and sharp. The shoulder insignia bore the 5-star general emblem, and his battle cloak flared wildly in the morning wind, like a blazing flame, untamed and flamboyant, utterly dashing. Flanking him were two equally handsome figures. Fred, General, why are we deploying troops early? It's not yet the agreed time. Agreed. Aslan's lips curled slightly. Austin is cunning, he wouldn't follow the agreement. And he lowered his head, bit off his glove, and gently lifted the bow knot on his chest to kiss it. He missed his master nearly to the point of madness. A swift end to the battle. He wanted to go home and be intimate with his master. If we conquer Planet X before tonight, we can return home, right? Enzo said excitedly. He also wanted to see Tong Tong, missed her so much. After this great battle, the Central Star would likely be peaceful for many, many years. He didn't want to go anywhere else, only to stay by Tang Tang's side forever, her little wolf. It might be even sooner. Aslandy loosened the bow on his chest, but unexpectedly caught two special scents, and his expression turned wary. One of them was drawing closer. How could there be two S-level male combatants in the city of Fool and Facei? Had Austin brought reinforcements? He slowly put on his gloves, his eyes sharp, ready for a hard battle. A giant python, dozens of meters long, suddenly burst from the misty lake, stirring up monstrous waves. More striking than the impact of its massive body was the girl standing atop the python, securely protected in a golden light shield. In the crisp morning wind, her jet-black hair billowed. Her tailored ultrafiber attire made her resemble an exquisite AI gynoid stepping from a rift in space-time, radiant and luminous, outlining her enchanting and seductive curves. She shone like a brilliant star in the night sky, so breathtakingly beautiful that tens of thousands of soldiers were utterly spellbound. Aslandy also looked over. In just 1 second, his crimson flame-like eyes blazed with intense heat. Master! 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 In an instant, he teleported before her and pulled her into a tight, tight embrace, so tight, he wished he could press her into his very flesh. Master, why are you here? Did you miss Lon Lon? Lon Lon missed you so much. The usually valiant and decisive war god instantly transformed back into that injured little tiger cub, passionately throwing himself at his master, rubbing his hair against her, wagging his tail, excited and coquettish, shocking the entire army. Was this the same general who daily scolded them for not indulging in female charms and neglecting their duties? We ask you. Miantang had just emerged from the lake, her head still a bit dizzy, when she felt a hard, burning, hot male body press heavily against her, startling her. Then a very familiar white tiger, so it was her little sweetheart. She curled her lips slightly and gently wrapped her arms around his strong waist. Lanlan, master missed you too. The giant python, having just burst out of the lake, was about to look for Aslandy when it felt a heavy stomp on its head. Some reckless male dared to step on it while holding little cotton candy and pouring out his love. It was about to get angry when thump thump came 2 more stomps. Fred and Enzo had also arrived. After more than 2 months of separation, the brothers were consumed by longing. No longer reserved, they knelt on one knee, one on each side, took her hands, and pressed endless lingering kisses onto her palms. All the longing and words were expressed through actions. Miantang was somewhat surprised. Although the Central Star had always revered females over males, there was no custom of high-ranking officers kneeling to a female, nor any rule of guardians kneeling to those. Their present posture and the clinging, passionate fire in their eyes clearly signified that they were welcoming their own mistress, making her heart tremble. Tang Tang. Tang Tang. Fred Enzo. Her little golden eagle and little snow wolf. The python's dark green pupils rippled, gradually brewing a storm, but before it could erupt, thump, came another stomp. Learning that his little female had been kidnapped by the Xpeople, Jun Xingyin was scared out of his wits. He raced to the battlefield, ready to personally lead the charge, raise Planet X to the ground, and rescue her. But as soon as he arrived, he saw her standing there unharmed. The blood that had been rushing backwards slowly returned to normal, and his reason gradually recovered. Overcome with the emotion of having found what he thought he lost, he rushed up and hugged her tightly. From big golden retriever. Miantang turned her head and looked at him curiously. Why are you here? She not only saw Jun Xingyin, but also Lucille. The dean stood not far away, breathing heavily, his face pale, as if he had suffered a major blow. Only after seeing her did his scattered soul slowly return to his body. Thank goodness she was safe. With a thump, he also stepped onto the python. Tung Lezen was furious and wanted to throw them all off, but found he couldn't. On top of his head there were 2 S-level males, including a mutant, and 3 S-level males. Without even using any special abilities, their raw strength suppressed his beast form completely. However, this was not the end. Inside the divine class warship, a youth was idly crossing his legs, tossing cotton candy into his mouth while waiting for Austin. He happened to glance at the surveillance monitor and saw a stunningly beautiful girl surrounded by a pack of wolf-like males. Sister. It's Sister. Why is Sister here? He immediately excitedly transformed into a mecha warrior, rushed out of the ship, and flew toward the girl. His voice arrived before he— Sister. Another one. An S-level. The python's eyes practically spat fire. Aslandy frowned, his gaze icy as he looked at him. Sister. Whom was he calling sister? Sister. Yu Zhongxian flew in the air, kissed the girl's cheek, excitedly folded his wings, and with a thump landed again on the python's head. Little ears. Sister, why are you here? Did you miss little ears? Commander Yu Zhongxian, don't you have some explaining to do? Miantang hadn't even spoken before Aslandy interrupted. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. He could understand the others, but what was his story? No wonder the renowned, invincible top commander of the galaxy had suddenly and enthusiastically become his ally. It turned out he was just another thief coveting his master. What does the general want me to explain? My relationship with Sister. Yu Zhongxian's lips curled slightly, his expression wicked, his tone seemingly polite, but the smug smile on his face clearly said, as you can see, I am Sister's new favorite. Whoosh! Before the gunpowder between them could spread, a swiftly flying figure flashed over and abruptly stopped a few dozen meters away from them. Qin Yanzhou rushed over frantically, only to see this scene. He stood there frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Tang Tang was so outstanding and beautiful, and an SSS-level female. She would surely have many powerful males around her. He had already mentally prepared himself. But he never expected that after waking up he would have so many rivals. Being mentally prepared was one thing, but seeing it with his own eyes was another. Watching them huddle around Tong Tong, holding her, his heart filled with bitterness and jealousy. He wanted to use the arsenal's missiles to blow them all up. Qin Yanzhou, you're awake. The little female's gentle, surprised voice woke him from his obsessive, stubborn emotions. With a thump, another person landed on the python's head. Qin Yanzhou, not to be outdone, squeezed into the crowd and pulled the girl's arm, examining her carefully from top to bottom. Yasalandi watched his intimate gesture, his brow furrowed. Who is he again? The combat mechanical earpiece prompted Qin Yanzhou, the CEO of the Qin Corporation, the foremost financial magnate of the interstellar realm, who had just donated weaponry to the military free of charge. Another thief. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He'll throw away all those weapons later. He can fight the war himself, but his master will never allow herself to be coveted by these ill-intentioned men. Tong Tong, during my hibernation, I sensed that the tracking photon I gave you was shattered. Its material is extremely hard. Unless one's combat power is above S-rank, it cannot be crushed. Did something happen? Are you injured anywhere? Yes. Lucille's expression turned serious as he spoke. Miantang, the new health monitoring bracelet I gave you. You never take it off. How could it have been violently dismantled? Jun Xingyin, still shaken slightly, released her and fixed his gaze on her. Tong Tong, who is the ex-planet alien that kidnapped you? Tell me, and I will go kill him. Tang Tang was kidnapped. Master was kidnapped. Sister was kidnapped. The other 4 males beside her also spoke in unison, their voices and expressions tense and fierce, harboring deep murderous intent. It seemed that as soon as she spoke they would charge into Fayolanfa City and shatter the kidnapper to pieces. Miantang slightly lowered her gaze, looking at the giant python under her feet. Tung Lezen, who had been on the verge of eruption, also fell silent. He silently calculated in his mind the possibility of defeating these 4 S-rank combat males and 3 S-rank combat males. Almost zero. With good luck he could take 1 or 2 down. With bad luck, not only would he be utterly defeated, but he would also have to watch them carry away little cotton candy, which he could not bear the most. The once arrogant and unruly king of all serpents who had never been humbled was for the first time trampled upon by so many, yet he forcibly endured it. This matter. It's a long story. Miantang was just thinking about how to explain to them. Suddenly a killing wind swept from the moat's lakeshore accompanied by thick black mist that gradually obscured everyone's vision. The misty, boundless lake's surface once again stirred up monstrous waves. Freed immediately became alert. It's the ink spat out by Austin. Enzo, his newly awakened mind control technique is extremely powerful and affects all beastmen. To minimize its impact, everyone can transform into courting death. Yasalandi slightly turned his eyes, a strange light flickering. How dare he disturb his reunion with his master? He would make sure to chop off all 8 of his legs later and cook them on an iron plate. Protect Tang. Everyone activated their combat power, simultaneously reinforcing the golden shield above the giant python's head. With 4 S-Rank and 3 S-Rank, even the world's strongest weapon could not break through. Sister, take this. Yu Zhongshin handed her something. Su Miantang curiously took it, thinking it was some defensive weapon. When she opened it, it was a pack of sunflower seeds. When you get bored later you can eat and watch the show. She couldn't help but laugh. Super purification liquid. Qin Yanzhou threw out several energy bombs, quickly dispelling the mist on the battlefield. Austin suddenly burst out from the lake's surface, thinking he had successfully shaken off Tung Lezen. But when he looked up, before the vast array of hundreds of millions of enemy troops, a strikingly exquisite silhouette of a girl stood majestically atop the giant python. Above her head soared a S-Rank mutant white tiger with blazing fire wings. Before her stood a majestic lion unleashing the power of double pupils. On her left were a golden feathered crowned eagle and an Arctic snow wolf. On her right were the unique diamond mecha warrior and the king of snow mountains. Behind her was a scarlet fox with a phoenix tail flower mark on its forehead, its entire body fiery red. She stood in the center like a noble spirit tamer commanding all beasts. This ultimate visual feast was both awe-inspiring and terrifying to Austin, filling 3 S-Rank combat males and 5 S-Rank combat males. Not to mention fighting, even running, he couldn't escape. Today was truly the final battle for X-Planet, and for Austin, it was an inescapable doom. Then, he suddenly lifted his head, letting out a ferocious roar, gathering all his energy and activating his combat power in a suicidal manner. Mind control art. An S-Rank male unleashing combat power in a suicidal manner was no less than a cataclysm, causing immeasurable damage to anyone and anything. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Only Tung Lezen's forked tongue flickered, his crimson eyes blazing with fury that surged through his entire body, as if he wished to charge forward and die together with his enemy. Su Miantang felt his agitation, slightly bent down and soothingly patted his head. Then she stood up and looked at the enormous menacing octopus in the air. With a resolute expression and sharp eyes, she slowly raised her hand. Great Python, I will avenge you. Avenge the 981 lives of your entire clan. Avenge the warriors of Central Star who have died over millennia, and the countless females who perished under the poisonous gas bombs. SSSS-5 type pheromone, slaughter. This was the pheromone she had sensed hidden deepest within her, believing she would never use it. But now it was released the girl's intense pheromone silently spread through the air like vines, reaching Austin and blossoming into a giant flower that swallowed him alive in one bite. Boom. Suddenly a loud explosion echoed in the sky. Austin, who had gathered all his energy and prepared to fight, was shattered alive, without even unleashing his mind control art. He turned into a bloody flower, scattering and falling from the sky. How is it possible? As he died, his unblinking eyes were filled with unparalleled confusion and shock. In this world, there was actually a power strong enough to effortlessly kill a suicidal S-Rank combat male. Could it be that she was the legendary SSSS-Rank female of Central Star, the supreme ruler of the world? This sudden change shocked the 8 males around her, all turning to look at her. The massive commotion also alerted a hellish demon dragon soaring through the clouds in the sky. It paused its flight, slightly turned its head, and watched the scene. On the smoke-filled battlefield, a stunningly beautiful girl was driving her pheromone. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, cool and fierce like a bewitching red spider lily blooming on barren land, tempting to be plucked. In her eyes a glint of interest flashed and disappeared. The Star-Lord is dead. The Star-Lord is dead. X-Star is defeated. Run now. In the sky the blood spray from Austin burst like a horn, signaling the end of war, a firework heralding the beginning of peace, staining the entire cold and grim battlefield crimson. The X-Army quickly raised white flags, scattering in panic, while the Central Star Army raised their voices in song, cheering with abandon, celebrating the moment of annihilating their long-standing enemy. A grand and thrilling moment. At the front of the ranks, the 8 males tightly encircling the small female, all stared in shock at the young woman, who had slowly withdrawn her hand in their midst, disbelief plain in their eyes. They had long been prepared for battle, yet they never expected that the final blow would be struck by her. She was the first female in centuries to step onto the battlefield of the Central Star and the first to slay the enemy commander. In their eyes, she was no longer merely the female master they had chosen for life, but a deity they worshipped from the depths of their souls. Yaslandi was the first to react, his eyes gleaming with sheer excitement. He retracted his wings and pounced toward her. Master, did you come to stand up for Longlon? Hey Lanlin, you're too big, don't come over. Su Miantang was tackled to the ground. She raised her hand high. Even the usually composed crown prince couldn't control his excitement. Without even shifting back to human form, he shook the golden mane around his neck and leaped toward her in one bound. Tang had clearly fought for the Central Star System for this nation. That is for him, the future king. Su Miantang's raised hand was also pressed down. The eagle and the wolf beside him exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with pride and adoration. They silently crouched by the young woman's hand, docile in a way that belied the fierce, decisive officers they were on the battlefield. As Su Miantang struggled and fumbled to get up, her hands pressed down, she touched the wing of a golden-feathered crowned eagle and the fluffy tail of a snow wolf. Sister, Yu Zhongxian gritted his teeth. His sister had clearly come because she was worried about him, afraid that a little rabbit like him would be in danger on the battlefield. They were way too presumptuous. He wanted to rush over and hug the young woman too, but his cumbersome mechanical bulk was too large to squeeze in. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he transformed into a tiny lop-eared rabbit leaping onto her. Little ears. Don't lick, ha ha ha. The red fox and snow leopard also scrambled to nuzzle their round heads against her skin, their fluffy tails winding around her arms, and ha ha ha, it tickles. So ticklish. Enough. Stop messing around. Everywhere she looked, everything she touched was nothing but fluffy, beautiful beasts, each one passionately clinging to her, as if they wanted to hang on her body. It made Su Miantang feel both sweet and overwhelmed. Only the giant python stared at the blood droplets falling from the sky, lost in thought. Austin was dead. Planet X was annihilated. The vengeance for his entire clan of 981 lives was fulfilled, and Surfaplanet would be liberated. All of this was a gift from Little Cotton Candy to him. The female master who had reshaped his clan, the deity who had saved his soul. From now on, his life belonged only to her. In his deep, dark green pupils, scorching love burned and a hint of tears glimmered. Lost in the moment, he sensed the other beasts scrambling over his head for the young woman and erupted into thunderous rage, shaking his head wildly, trying to shake off everyone except the girl. Little Cotton Candy was avenging him. What were they all doing? The X-Star system was defeated. The Central Star Army formally entered the capital, Florence Foss, replaced the flag, and annexed the territory. The news spread across the entire Interstellar. On the Central Star, the streets were empty, the whole planet celebrating. All citizens excitedly left their homes, singing and dancing, celebrating with all their might, looking forward to the Army's triumphant return. I heard that in the final battle, the SSS grade female arrived and personally ended Austin. Really? An SSS grade female? Truly the planet's treasure, the deity who protects the entire star system. Really. My brother was on the battlefield and he took a photo, but you can't see clearly. Image JPG. This is beyond blurry. Just a circle of golden halo. Maybe the SSS grade female's aura is too strong. Can't you see who's surrounding her? The Crown Prince, the General, the Twin Stars, the Commander, the Dean, the richest man, and an unknown, but obviously high-level combat anaconda. All top-tier big shots. The charm of an SSS grade female. Who can resist it? Too bad my level is low, otherwise I'd willingly be her dog. Suddenly I'm a bit worried. Can her body take it? These are all top-tier combat males. When they go in a heat together, it's absolutely insane. You should worry about those males. My female master isn't grade female, it was just a little pheromone release, and I can't handle it. I can't imagine how well and how ecstatically they're eating. Queen Jenny received the news instantly and was shocked. Before Tang awakened her 4th grade pheromones, she had been the highest pheromonograde holder in the Interstellar, yet she had never dared to step onto the battlefield. Even when the Central Star System was in peril, she feared dying under machines and shells, feared that the Central Star would have no S-grade female to hold the fort, feared. She feared so many things. But the young woman with her pure heart, resilience, and courage cared for all living beings, without fear, more like a queen than she herself was. She decided to personally welcome her in the army. After taking control of the capital Florence, the billions of Central Star troops officially began their grand journey home. Aboard the lead Thunderbolt warship, the external war had ended, but the internal reckoning was just beginning. Su Miantang sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, blinking her glistening amber eyes as she watched the males around her towering over her, forming an airtight circle around. They drew closer and closer. In the air, sparks flew and undercurrents surged. Something was very wrong. It seemed like a fight was about to break out. She faintly smelled the scent of gunpowder, but before she could speak to stop them, the Twin Stars stepped forward first, declaring their sovereignty in unison. We are Tang's guardians. We swore an oath before the Central Star government, pressed our fingerprints, and promised to love, care for, and be faithful to her for life until— Su Miantang nodded. That was true. TCH. Yaslandi let out a light, snored, his eyebrows and eyes rebellious. What are guardians? Elders. I am Master's favorite, her little sweetheart. She said with her own mouth that she would be with me forever. As he spoke, he looked at the young woman, one eyebrow raised as if asking, Master, isn't that right? Su Miantang. That was true, but at that time she only thought he was an ordinary little tiger cub. Yaslandi was emboldened by her favor. If she said no, he would recount the great achievements of having eaten her. His gaze moved downward. Seeing her body, sleeping with her, kissing her for 2 hours, and spending a sweet honeymoon with her in the stars. All of these glorious deeds would be repeated. Repeated in detail, so that she would remember. This wicked tiger. Su Miantang braced herself and responded. Favorites. Yu Zhongxian curled his lips, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It's just that you were kindly picked up by sister and kept as a pet for a while. Admiral, aren't you a bit too confident? If a beloved pet counts as the favorite, then what about me, who has lived, eaten, and cohabited with sister for so long? Am I a male consort? Su Miantang was speechless. You cunning little rabbit, you're no less than that vicious tiger when it comes to deception. Furthermore, he said, lightly tapping the radar on his head with his knuckles, then winking at the girl, a look of immense satisfaction overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Sister traveled thousands of miles, braving hardships from the Central Star, just to see me, and deliberately wore matching couple outfits. That's enough to reveal the relationship between us. Matching couple outfits. Su Miantang looked down at her own mechanical-made outfit and the radar on her elf ears. It did seem to match his mecha warrior form quite well. Qin Yinzhou listened with a dark expression, intense possessiveness, making his heart sour as he clenched his fists tightly. No matter who Tangtang loves the most, I love her the most. She is my salvation, my goddess, the female master I have chosen in this life, and the only female I can touch. The only female I can touch. Su Miantang turned, looking at him in surprise. Qin Yinzhou, hasn't your illness recovered yet? I don't know. He shook his head. Perhaps it was healed. Perhaps not. But it didn't matter. Other than her, he didn't want to touch any female. He only wanted to cling to her tightly for the rest of his life. With that thought, he activated his clone technique. 5 identical tall and handsome men surrounded her, trying to occupy more space around her and more. Su Miantang stared in astonishment, unable to tell which was the original and which were the clones. So his human form could also use the clone technique. Falling in love with your own doctor is not a good thing. Lu Silly spoke leisurely, kindly reminding. However, he had no intention of competing with them. Because no matter how powerful their combat levels were or how fierce their competition became, they could never, like him, share the same hobbies, interests, and aspirations. With Miantang working in the same field, they could not only engage in deep soul communication, but also enjoy thrilling physical interaction in the workplace. For example, in the laboratory. Director. The girl interrupted his beautiful fantasy, slightly raising her delicate eyebrows, as if to say, is falling in love with your subordinate a good Lu Silly's brow furrowed slightly. Miantang, you're teasing me again. Although he was her superior in this relationship, he was always the subordinate, uncontrollably and devoutly loving her. But he relished it, thoroughly enjoying Miantang's flirtatious teasing so much that he felt like floating. Miantang didn't tease others, only him, which showed that he was the most special in her heart. Bang! While the males were scheming and arguing, a fierce crashing sound suddenly came. They all turned and saw a huge anaconda at the entrance of the warship. By the way, Tangtang, Fred had been wanting to ask her, is this big snake your new mount? Off. Su Miantang was startled. The giant python hissed its tongue, then transformed into a human form with a faint aura of ferocity between his deep, prominent brows. Who was he calling a mount? It's Yue. Jun Xingyin recognized him almost instantly as the kidnapper who had taken Tangtang. Just as he was about to charge and strike, big golden retriever, don't. Su Miantang stood in front of him. He is also a victim of Planet X, he is. I am little Cotton Candace, beloved. Tung Lezen reached out his arm, wrapping it around the girl's slender shoulders and neck from behind. Not only was the action full of possessiveness, but his expression was also extremely arrogant. If you want to keep that hand, you'd better take it off now. Yu Zongxian's gaze turned cold as he warned icily. Qin Yan's 5 clones also teleported over, quickly surrounding him with hostility. Su Miantang sensed the tense atmosphere. Hey you guys. Yaslandi struck directly. Master's beloved. He is worthy. Tung Lezen dodged slightly, but the tattoo on his biceps was still scratched. Su Miantang, don't fight. Humph. The man curled his lips in a sneer, flexing his wrists. Want to fight? He was game. These ill-intentioned fellows not only trying to deceive the naive little Cotton Candace feelings, but also trampling over him for so long. He had long wanted to fight. Lanlin Little Ears, Qin Yinzhou, Big Python. Su Miantang frowned. Didn't you hear me talking? However, the males, caught in fierce fighting and strong jealousy, could not hear any persuasion. Master, come behind me, careful not to get hurt. Sister, move aside, let me teach this arrogant python a lesson. Miantang. Lu Silly pulled her over, shaking his head helplessly. They are always so violent. The twin stars also walked over, tightly protecting her. Oh no, oh no. Su Miantang broke into a cold sweat. Why did it feel like a fire had started? And the momentum was spreading rapidly out of control. For S-level males, fighting, wouldn't they blow up this warship? It seemed only pheromones could extinguish this. Just as she was about to raise her hand, Jun Xingyin, watching the chaos, laughed coldly. A bunch of people who haven't even been completely marked. What are you fighting over? At his words, all the males in the warship froze as if the air itself had solidified. They turned to look at him, eyes reddening, breathing ragged. Clearly they were triggered. Miantang, big golden retriever, aren't you afraid of bringing the fire to yourself? Just as she was worrying whether the flames of war would all shift to Jun Xingyin, inexplicably the fire burned onto her. Fred and Enzo both lowered their heads, taking her hands, their eyes trembling like pitiful puppies. Tong, you promised us that after coming back you would give us a complete mark. Complete mark. Lu Silly became anxious. Miantang, I don't even have a temporary mark. Sister, I want it too. Yu Zhongxian rushed over quickly and accidentally pressed the whole girl. Master, give it to me first. Yaslandi charged into the crowd with fierce momentum. Qin Yanzhou also pushed in with his clones. He dreamed of having Tang pierce his nape. You all move aside. Tung Lezin's temple veins bulged, wishing he could strangle them all to death. Seeing this, Jun Xingyin couldn't bear it either. Tong, I want it too. Hey, you guys. Queen Jenny has arrived. When Queen Jenny walked in from outside the warship with a beaming smile, this was what she saw. The little female was pressed onto the sofa by 8 top-tier combat males. Some held her hand, some sniffed her body, and some caressed. Especially her own son, who was pleading with a pained expression, still wanted. This scene, this posture, couldn't it be? Su Miantang's eyes were alluring as she bit her lip, dazedly enduring when she met the stunned, wide-eyed gaze of Queen Jenny at the ship's entrance. With a boom, her delicate face flushed an impossible red, as if about to bleed. Let me go. Sorry, I interrupted. Having weathered many storms, Queen Jenny quickly composed herself, pretending not to have seen anything, and withdrew. The girl's face was so embarrassed it seemed to steam. No. She immediately got up and chased after her. Queen, it's not what you think, you misunderstand. Misunderstand? Jenny smiled knowingly at her. How could it be a misunderstanding given what she had seen? Su Miantang, belatedly realizing, hastily pulled her torn clothes together and tidied her disheveled waist-length hair, trying to cover the deep kiss marks on her neck. Yet even so, her mind kept flashing back to the scene of her limbs tightly entwined, cheeks kissed, chest buried. Every part being touched, so weak she could only utter trembling sounds. Anyone would have thought. It was all because she had driven her pheromones too late. Anything she said now seemed like a cover-up. She simply changed the subject. Queen, why have you come? The victory at the Flerophas battle, the fall of Planet X, the Central Star's annihilation of the sworn enemy, uniting 2 galaxies. Such a momentous occasion demands my personal welcome to the troops and a reward for the frontline warriors and our greatest hero Tang. But if you're busy, ill. Oh no. Su Miantang immediately waved her hand. I'm not busy. Her arrival was timely, rescuing her from a dire situation. Really? Jenny looked doubtfully at the males behind her, whose expressions were displeased at being interrupted. Even her own son was still immersed, not yet recovered enough to bow. Really? Su Miantang nodded. Actually, there's something I'd like to ask you. As she spoke, she pulled Jenny toward the rest cabin. Just before closing the door, she revealed a blushing, flustered little face, unexpectedly stunning everyone. He'll say it again, no fighting. Otherwise, none of you are allowed home tonight. Home. Their eyes lit up at once. Tang would let them into her home. Aslandy licked the moisture from his lips, looking smug. Of course he would enter the home and sleep with his mistress as before. Yu Zhongxian sniffed the lingering tulip scent on his hand, savoring it. He was different from the others. He had his own room in sister's house. Qin Yanzhou lowered his head, blushing and clenching his fists, recalling the incredibly soft and tender touch of her skin. The thrill of multiplied clones was indescribably wonderful beyond imagination. If Tenjizan, still reeling from the scent of the little female's pheromones, was struck again. Home. Did he have a home now? He smiled faintly. From now on, wherever little cotton candy was, that would be his home. The other males were also hopeful and excited, checking their watches, counting the hours. Tong, what do you want to ask me? Inside the rest cabin, Queen Jenny looked at the girl curiously. Su Miantang fumbled to tidy herself. Nothing much, just. How have you been feeling lately, Your Majesty? Jenny laughed. Was she so anxious just to ask that? How adorable. She must be too shy after being seen in that situation, or maybe scared, wanting an excuse to escape since she was still so. Was it a bit too chaotic just now? As she asked tentatively. Su Miantang's face turned even redder. Don't be afraid, Tang. They just haven't seen you for too long, and their longing got the better of them. It's understand. No. Su Miantang waved her hands repeatedly. They just wanted to mark me. I was about to drive my pheromones. Queen Jenny smiled gently and took her hand. She was well aware if it was just marking. Tong, a female's pheromones can soothe a male's body, but not their hearts. They clearly love you so much that they feel this primal urge. This desire cannot be suppressed. The more you suppress it, the stronger it becomes. But you must not indulge too much either. Learn to set boundaries, or your body will suffer from such chaos. I have a manual on husbandry in my palace, I can teach you, but it takes time. For now, I have something to give you as an emergency aid. What? Su Miantang was curious. Jenny took a small pill from her sachet, leaned close, and whispered, "This is a fragrance pill." Upon hearing explicit keywords like full of energy, no fainting, no matter how much you're tossed about all night, she felt mortified and, "Thank you, Queen, but I don't need it." "Are you sure?" Jenny glanced worriedly at her delicate figure. "Those are all top-tier combat males." "I'm sure. Su Miantang covered her face with both hands, wanting to end the topic. Queen Jenny saw this, smiled faintly, and quietly slipped the pill into her pocket. Then she began to thank her for eliminating Austin. Your Majesty, you're too kind. I'm also a member of Central Star. Good, then I won't stand on ceremony. May I ask a favor? What? Since the enemy is vanquished, I've decided to give the entire galaxy a month's holiday for celebration. Could you stay a few more days in the palace? Sure. Su Miantang agreed readily. Fred, Enzo, and Lon Lon had been on the battlefield for so long and finally returned. She wanted to spend more time with them. Besides, visiting the palace was always an invitation from the big golden retriever, but she had been too busy with work. The royal palace was filled with melodious music, graceful dances, lanterns, and decorations, a scene of grand festivity. Outside, countless jubilant subjects gathered in cheering crowds. Inside, royalty and nobles paid homage to the returning victorious generals. Seated at the banquet, the 8 males seemed uninterested in war talk, instead focusing on the little female, serving her food, pouring soup, and sharing their experiences during the separation. Queen Jenny, seeing the good atmosphere, thought of her daughter. Ever since her punishment, Catherine had locked herself in Fengyang Pavilion, claiming to reflect and isolate herself, but it was more out of fear. She feared that Tang Tang might one day take her life. No matter how Queen Jenny tried to persuade her, it was useless. This couldn't go on forever. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to ease the tension between them. She summoned an attendant and gave a few instructions. Soon Catherine appeared in the hall. Though dressed in gorgeous attire, her legs trembled beneath her skirt, especially when she saw that Su Miantang had several more top-tier combat males by her side and heard that she had effortlessly killed ex-galaxy leader Austin on the battlefield. Taking her life would be even easier. Thinking this, she almost stumbled on the steps. Su Miantang heard the commotion, cast a brief glance at her, then her gaze fell on Fred and Enzo. Seeing no change in their expressions, she looked away. She treated Catherine as if she were heir. But Catherine approached. The once proud and domineering eldest princess wanted to please someone for the first time, but didn't know how. In her mind, the best way to flatter a female was to praise the quality and quantity of her males. Thus, she solemnly bowed to Su Miantang in front of everyone and asked cautiously, Your esteemed grace, Su Miantang, with so many excellent top-tier combat males, which one will you favor tonight? The hall fell silent. Su Miantang. She lifted her head and saw 8 males around her, all with burning gazes and expectant expressions, as if awaiting her selection. Their urgent looks spoke volumes. Jun Xingyin set down his knife and fork, his azure double-pupiled eyes reflecting her image. Tong Tong, this is the Imperial Palace. Su Miantang was speechless. The palace? What was wrong with it? Had he always wanted to invite her to live in the palace? Only to. Yasilandi's prominent Adam's apple bobbed, the sound of him swallowing saliva audible. His gaze fixed on her enchanting face slowly drifted downward to his favorite spot, burning as if it could spit fire. Master Lanlin's milk addiction is acting up. Su Miantang was speechless. You trembling tiger, how dare you bring up that past mistake? Yu Zhongxian toyed with a cup beside him, his delicate brows slightly raised, appearing harmless and youthful, yet his implication was heavy. Sister, don't you want to try a perpetual motion machine? Su Miantang was speechless. A thermos cup, a perpetual motion machine. An uncontrollable, terrifying image flashed through her mind. She coughed lightly, nearly choking on her water. No. Fuelade Endens was stared at her with earnest, naked desire. Tong Tong, if it's hard for you to choose, we can do it together. She coughed even harder. You too. Have you been hanging around Lon Lon too much and learned bad things? Your Grace, Su Miantang, what's wrong? Kaiselin, seeing the situation, quickly handed her a handkerchief. Su Miantang took it, gritting her teeth. How dare she ask what was wrong? Out of the blue, in front of so many people, asking such a shameful question. Was it intentional? Roasting her over the fire, nearly burning her to a crisp. She tried to pretend she didn't understand, casually wiping her mouth, and inadvertently met the gloomy gaze of Tung Lezen opposite her. The man was peeling a lychee with deliberate slowness, placing it in his mouth, chewing, crushing, swallowing. All the while his enigmatic eyes clung to her, as if he were devouring her. Instead of the lychee, a faint threatening curve escaping his thin lips. Little marshmallow, you said you'd stay by my side. If you break your word, don't blame me for wrapping around you in beast form. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it since I have to. She immediately averted her gaze. She saw the dean, always gentle and refined, unassuming, now employing his charm technique. A mysterious light flickered faintly in his ink-purple pupils, exuding temptation. Miantang, I'll let you touch my big tail, okay? It's fluffy just how you like it. The girl suddenly clenched her silk handkerchief, her heart rate soaring, and her face, which had just calmed, flushed crimson. She couldn't look up, down, left, right, or forward. Like a fawn surrounded by a pack of beasts darting everywhere with no escape, doomed to be devoured. Unable to bear such intense gazes, she abruptly stood up. I am going to the restroom. The 8 males immediately rose. Tong Tong, I'll go with you. No. She refused firmly. They'll be back soon. Was she going to the restroom to think? The group paused, slowly sitting down, each lost in their own thoughts. The twin stars frowned. Had they put too much pressure on Tang Tang? Jun Xingyin withdrew his double pupil power. The Queen Mother had taught him many times that to be the principal consort, one must be broad-minded and tolerant. But he could never do it. He only wanted to possess Tang Tang alone, to own her entirely. Yasalandi downed his wine in one gulp, convinced that his master would choose him. Even if she didn't, none of those present could defeat him. A little warm-up before intimacy with his master would be fine. Lu Silly had a faint smile on his lips. Miantang had just blushed upon hearing about his tale. It seemed she really liked it. Tung Lezen sneered. Did they think he didn't know what they were thinking? Wishful thinking. AI analysis. Your probability of being chosen is 100. What? Yu Zongxian's heart surged with excitement, honey-colored eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Why, oi? AI, because analysis shows that if I didn't say that the probability of little Ji getting beaten is 100. Ouch, he got beaten anyway. Queen Zhani, seeing Su Miantang leave the table, glared reproachfully at Kaizelin. You incompetent girl, go apologize to Tang Tang at once. Kaizelin received the signal, panicked, and quickly retreated. This wasn't right. It was nothing like the effect she had imagined. Normally when a female was asked that, she would preen and boast about how outstanding each of her males was and how hard it was to choose. Why was Su Miantang different from everyone else in every way? In the restroom, Su Miantang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the warm water flow through her fingers, a gentle breeze suddenly swept in, carrying the elegant, intoxicating scent of bamboo leaves. She looked up through the carved window and saw a lush green bamboo grove outside. She couldn't help but think of Rom. A little triangular rice ball, a sesame-filled glutinous rice dumpling sitting with its back to her in the deep bamboo grove, holding a bamboo shoot and eating in an adorable manner. And in human form, as long as she got a little closer or spoke a few more words, he would blush. So innocent, nothing like a wild beast. Today everyone was here except him. She missed him a little. She left the restroom and unconsciously arrived at the foot of Bamboo Peak. She wondered how his cultivation was going and what his state of mind was like. Tang Tang. Deep in Bamboo Peak, Huarong suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a lonely breeze blowing and the rustling bamboo grove. His eyes gradually dimmed, just like countless days and nights before. Was it another illusion? He missed her, wanted to see her so badly, but he was still so weak. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through SSSS-Rank. He looked at his hands helplessly. Forget it. Su Miantang stopped, afraid that if she barged in she would disturb him and cause him to cough up blood from agitation like last time. Give him a little more time. He would figure it out eventually. She turned around and was suddenly confronted by a gigantic creature. Its body floated in the distant sky, but its head was right in front of her, so huge that her pupils dilated to the extreme. Her megalophobia kicked in and she fainted. Dragon. It's me. The Hellfire Dragon sneered sinisterly. Little female, you're mine now. Kaizelin, flustered, rushed to the restroom, but didn't find Su Miantang. Following the monitor to Bamboo Peak, she happened to see a giant demonic dragon burst out of the clouds, snatched the girl, and quickly disappeared over the horizon. Dragons actually existed in this world. She was deeply shaken, and only after a long while did she come to her senses and scream. Help! Help! Someone come quickly! Su Miantang has been kidnapped. The SSSS-Rank female has been kidnapped. What? The sound reached the Great Hall, and the 8 males rushed out in an instant. Wow, Zilla's idea seems to be highly favored by the Great Emperor. It feels like she's about to be taken into the harem. Of course, she is the renowned goddess of the Phantom Light Galaxy who once danced and stirred the entire interstellar realm, hailed as the Dance Empress, attracting the pursuit of countless Sklas males from palaces and nobles. And Sklas female. No wonder. I hope the next one to gain the Great Emperor's favor is me. Then you must have something exceptional. A cacophony of chattering voices mingled with the scents of various cosmetics roused the girl lying on the ground. She opened her eyes slightly and saw females, and more females. So many females. Since she had transmigrated here, she had never seen such a multitude of females. Moreover, each one was not only stunningly beautiful, but also dressed and adorned with extraordinary elegance, rivaling Princess Kaizelin. Had Queen Zhan and I invited them to a banquet? She rubbed her temples, trying to recall how she had been on Bamboo Peak, frightened and captured by a colossal dragon. Was that just an illusion? It must be an illusion. How could dragons exist in this world? She slowly rose and looked around. In an instant she was utterly bewildered. This was not the palace. The sky was dyed with a reddish-orange glow, strange trees with crows and vultures perched on them, a tranquil lake flowing with crimson water, and a vast expanse of barren land covering tens of thousands of square meters filled with females. Rows upon rows, a bustling crowd of over 1,000. Standing among them, one felt as if transported back to a school playground. Clearly it had not been an illusion. She had indeed been captured. Before Su Miantang could express her astonishment, a clear female voice rang out. From Wizikisi Star, eldest daughter of Duke Leiboat of the Dark Knight Federation, Meiweizi presents a pair of flame crystal cores magnet. She looked up and saw in front of the barren land a magnificent palace towering into the clouds, its stone steps alone dozens of meters high. At the very top sat a male. He had ink-black hair, thick and luxurious, gently lifted by the cold wind. His eyes were deep and elongated, naturally heterochromatic. The left eye a dreamy amethyst, the right a clear distant gold. His facial contours were sharp and defined, with a straight nose and thin lips like a fine line. Both his bone structure and features were supremely exquisite, as if he were the most outstanding creation of the divine artisan, not a single detail too much or too little. Most miraculously, on his smooth forehead and temples there were a pair of jade-colored horns, translucent and radiant, which reminded her of the dragon that had frightened her. It also had a pair of horns. Could he be the human form of that dragon? He was extraordinarily tall, clad in black robes with intricate dragon and cloud patterns faintly embroidered on the hem. At this moment, seated on the high platform, he resembled a king surveying the world, his aura overwhelmingly commanding. Surrounding him were a group of beautiful females. Some sang for him, some danced, some massaged his shoulders, and some even prostrated on the ground, massaging his feet through his boots with the utmost humility. They all wore pristine white gloves, as if afraid of soiling him. The females on the platform performed while those below presented treasures. Over 1,000 people held gifts, queuing to offer them, awaiting the steward. From Hyao Star, daughter of General Kalusi, Kalulan presents a 1,000 years spiritual object, coral. May Emperor Kaisa accept it with pleasure. Emperor Miantang was stunned by the scene. Ever since she arrived here, she had grown accustomed to a society where females were revered and males were subservient. Even a high-ranking figure like the crown prince, who resembled a big golden retriever, or the immensely powerful and battle-adept Lanlan, treated females with respect. She had never seen a male treat females as servants. Yet the females, who were usually proud, not only did not resist, but fawned over him excessively. However, the male, being so fervently courted, seemed indifferent. His gaze did not linger on them for a second. His long fingers merely lightly supported his tilted head, tapping rhythmically and unhurriedly, as if lost in thought, absent-minded. Who was he? Miantang frowned, puzzled. Suddenly his wandering, bored eyes swept over her and stopped. He rose and walked down from the platform. Against the light, his tall figure seemed enshrouded by divine dragons and clouds. His features were indistinct, but his overwhelming aura was enough to shake anyone's heart. The females below immediately shrieked with excitement. Oh, why is the great emperor coming down? Could he have taken a fancy to some female? Then she is extremely lucky. I hope it's me, I hope it's me. Don't daydream. Without reaching class, you don't even qualify to enter the harem. As his figure drew closer, Miantang faintly detected a familiar scent, which indeed seemed to be from the dragon that had frightened her, yet there was something slightly different. She had encountered males of all levels from D to SS, and she noticed that as their level increased, their scent grew richer and more potent, a sign of their combat prowess. His scent was the most intense she had ever smelled, even stronger than Lamlin's or Xiaoerjuo's. Could it be? Just as she was thinking, the man stopped in front of her. At the same time, thousands of hostile female gazes shot toward her like sharp swords. Why did the great emperor go to her? Why do you think? She is so beautiful. Beautiful enough that even I, a female, cannot look away. Who is she? I've never seen her before. I don't know. When I entered the domain today, she wasn't here at all. Do you know her? No. You? Miantang looked up, about to greet him, when the newcomer spoke. You seem very special. His tone carried no pressure matching his appearance or aura, only intense curiosity, which made her let down her guard. Special in what way? TCH. Her retort immediately provoked a wave of jealous, angry whispers from the females. What else could be special? Scheming. Bitched. Trying to catch the great emperor's attention with such cheap tricks. Wishful thinking. The great emperor has seen plenty of this type. Especially. Kaisa stared at her face for a long moment before concluding, ugly. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. All the jealousy and resentment toward her instantly turned into mockery. The great Emperor Kaisa's taste is indeed different from those vulgar males. Miantang fell silent. She hadn't expected him to say that with such a calm, serious expression. Do you have anything to offer me? Before she could retort, he spoke again. Something? Me? Yourself? Oi. No. Miantang waved her hands repeatedly. I mean, I have nothing to offer you. Wasn't I just captured by you? I caught you. Caesar tilted his head slightly. Isn't that so? Or perhaps one of your kin. Its beast form is a jet-black dragon with horns on its head, and its eyes. She stared at his dreamlike, crystal-like left eye. Are also purple. Or perhaps one of your kin. Its beast form is a jet-black dragon with horns on its head, and its eyes. She stared at his dreamlike, crystal-like left eye. Exactly like his. Upon hearing her description, a flicker of disturbance crossed Caesar's perpetually expressionless face. It seized you. For what? He spoke as if in doubt, or as if murmuring to himself. Was it truly not him? Miantang was astonished. I would like to know that too. Could I? She had just been about to request an audience with that dragon to clarify the situation when Caesar turned away, as if he hadn't heard her, shaking his head and walking toward the dais. But instead of returning to his seat, he strode straight into the main hall. On both sides, the females who had been reading out the gift list immediately ceased their voices. Emperor Caesar returns to the palace. The court is dismissed for today. All envoys, please withdraw to the side halls. If any of you still wish to present treasures, you may come together with the newly arrived envoys at the same time tomorrow. Having spoken, they too vanished into the hall. On the platform, the females who had been singing, dancing, and massaging the male earlier attempted to follow him inside, but were repelled by an invisible brilliance at the entrance. Oh, Several of them sprawled on the ground, letting out sharp cries, then glared at Su Miantang with resentment. It's all your fault. If you hadn't butted in and ruined Emperor Caesar's mood, we might have been taken into the harem by now. Su Miantang. On the barren land, other females also began whispering and pointing fingers. Exactly. I thought someone as beautiful as her would be selected for the harem, but after just 2 sentences the emperor couldn't be bothered with her anymore. A worthless creature with nothing but a pretty face, not even knowing how to use her innate advantages. What a waste. If only I had that face and figure I'd surely managed to climb into the emperor's bed. Enough, everyone disperse. Stop discussing. Let's see if we have a chance tomorrow. It was all inexplicable. Everything around her struck Su Miantang as utterly inexplicable. Inexplicably snatched away by a black dragon, inexplicably confronted with bizarre scenes and crowds. She had no clue about what was happening. But the 2 females on the dais who had been reading the gift list had addressed everyone as envoys, so they must know everything. Excuse me. She randomly stopped a female. Yet the moment she spoke, the female brushed her off with an expression of disgust. Don't block my way. She had no choice but to stop another. May I ask where this place is? Get lost. The attitude was identical, even more hostile. She frowned, deeply perplexed. Why were they so hostile toward her? It had been like this ever since she woke up. She tried stopping a few more, but with no exception. Left with no alternative, she planned to activate her pheromones to control their minds and extract information. Big Golden Lanlin and the others were still waiting for her at the banquet. She raised her hand and directed her pheromones toward a few females walking together in the distance, but they didn't react at all. What was going on? She stared at her own hand in shock. A burst of loud laughter rang out. Su Miantang looked up and saw a female adorned in luxurious robes and dazzling jewels covering her mouth and sneering at her. It seemed to be Caroline from the Sea Star, who had just presented the 1,000-year spiritual item, Coral. You're not trying to activate your pheromones, are you? Yes. How stupid. Don't you know that pheromones are useless within the dragon domain? Dragon domain. This was the dragon domain. She had never heard of it. No, I was captured. Captured? Caroline laughed as if she had heard something utterly ridiculous. Who captured you? A black dragon. Ha ha ha. She laughed even louder. In all the world within the dragon domain, there was only the supreme and noble purple gold divine dragon Emperor Caesar. Where would a black dragon come from? Was she suffering from delusions? Caroline was about to continue mocking when a female accompanying her shot her a fierce glare as a warning. She immediately recalled her family's precept. Every female was your enemy, capable of elaborate disguises and schemes. So she fell silent and turned to leave. Wait. Su Miantang chased after her. The female who had glared wore a stern, vigilant expression. What exactly do you want? I want to leave this place. I want to leave this place. The girl's clear, melodious, yet resolute voice penetrated into the palace, causing the male who was striding swiftly to pause in his tracks. Leave? His heterochromatic eyes flickered with bewilderment, as if he had never heard this unfamiliar word before. You want to leave? The stern female's eyes betrayed a hint of sarcasm. She was indeed up to no good. Psycho. Caroline also chimed in. What a pretender. Su Miantang had no idea why they reacted this way. Really, if you can help me leave, I am willing to offer a generous reward. Reward? Do you think anyone who comes here is short of money? Get lost. On the barren land, every female harbored hostility toward her. She had no optical brain to summon a flyer, no tools to guide her direction or defend herself, and even her pheromones were useless. Su Miantang felt helpless for the first time, but she couldn't sit idly by. She had suddenly vanished from the banquet. She dared not imagine how anxious the males around her must be. He waved his broad hand lightly, and a scene immediately materialized before him. The bright starlight illuminated a small figure on the wasteland. It was that very, yet the barren land was far too vast, as boundless as a desert stretching endlessly. Deep in the night, inside the empty main hall on a bed of mystic ice, a figure started, as if disturbed, abruptly opening his purple-gold heterochromatic eyes. He waved his broad hand lightly, and a scene immediately materialized before him. The bright starlight illuminated a small figure on the wasteland. It was that very ugly little female from the day. She was walking ceaselessly toward the summit of the dragon domain. Was she really going to leave? Curiosity flickered in his eyes again. He extended a finger and traced a circle in the air. Watching the little female scurry about like an ant trapped under a jar, she finally returned to the starting point after all her busy movements. He rested his hand lightly behind his head, his curious eyes gradually turning intrigued, as if watching her all night long would not be tedious. But the little female soon stopped. Having returned to the origin for the second time, Su Miantang sensed something amiss. A ghostly maze. As a scientist, she never believed in such things, but she believed in the Truman Show. When something repeats itself, someone is playing tricks. Who? She looked up at the vast, boundless sky, seeing nothing. What met her gaze were a pair of slightly startled heterochromatic eyes in the pitch-black hall. She was indeed special. In the desolate night, on the lonely wasteland, there was no response. Su Miantang crouched down. She could not walk any further. If she continued, she might die from exhaustion. She had to think of another way. A figure surfaced in her mind. Emperor Caesar. He must be the master of this dragon domain. Though his personality was strange and his aura intimidating, and all females before him behaved with utmost servility, his eyes were clear, like an innocent child free of threat or malice, and unlike those females, he bore no innate hostility. Perhaps he could help her. She abandoned the idea of leaving and returned toward the side hall. The ghostly maze indeed dissipated. The next day at the same hour, thousands of females once again lined up beneath the main hall holding gift boxes. From their murmurs, Miantang learned that everyone's goal was to enter Emperor. In addition to those from yesterday, there were even some newcomers. They were all extraordinary in appearance and noble in status. Why would they insist on squeezing into a male's harem? Could it be, she speculated inwardly, simply because he was a being above the combat strength of an S-class male? Soon Emperor Caesar emerged. He sat on the dais throne just as he had the day before. The other females also began presenting their treasures or talents as they had the previous day, trying to win his favor. But the difference was, Emperor Caesar no longer pointed at a few females to select for the harem as he had done yesterday. Instead he began to kill. A performance in progress was abruptly halted. Several females, believing they had caught the attention of the one above, rushed over excitedly and knelt down. When the lofty male extended his hand, they eagerly leaned in to press their faces against it. Unexpectedly, his hand merely hovered 3 inches above her head for a few brief seconds before a surge of overwhelming force sent her hurtling into the adjacent lake. Bang! A piercing shriek rent the air, accompanied by a spray of crimson water. The female thrashed desperately in the lake while the crows and vultures perched on the withered vines and ancient trees, as if sensing the scent of prey, flapped their wings and swooped down, beginning to devour her alive. The gruesome scene made onlookers tremble and scream in terror. Before Miantang could react, the female had already been reduced to a skeleton sinking into the lake. The crows and vultures returned to the trees, their gazes fixed on the other females on the barren land, as if anticipating them to be the next prey. Emperor Caesar did not disappoint their expectations. He soon cast another female into the water. His eyes were clear, his expression blank. He discarded people as casually as tossing stones. Never before having witnessed such brutal and bloody scenes, the maiden felt her soul tremble, with terror, a chill creeping down her spine. So that was it. The lake water wasn't naturally red, it was stained by blood. These spirited crows and vultures also had their keeper. The feed was these females. Her gaze toward Emperor Caesar shifted. What she had mistaken for pure innocent eyes was nothing but the cold, callous, mad, and bloodthirsty glare of a demon who killed without blinking. Even though those females were not kind to her, and even though she herself might become one of the feed, she could not bear to watch vibrant lives being brutally extinguished before her eyes in such a cruel manner. Otherwise she would be next. She rushed forward. Just as Emperor Caesar's hand was about to descend upon the 6th females, had a sharp voice halted him. Wait! He lifted his eyes and saw the small female with trembling lashes and pale face. It was her. What's wrong? He asked, his expression curious. What's wrong? How could this merciless, unblinking demon wear such a pure, bewildered look and ask her such a deliberately obtuse question? Could he truly be insane? Why are you killing them? Caesar was stunned. No one had ever asked him that before. Everything he did was right. It seemed she was not only unique in appearance and thoughts, but also in her actions. I didn't sleep well last night. I was feeling a bit irritable. Last night, after watching her pace and place, he had been unable to sleep. He had kept staring at her as she returned to the side hall, watching her sleep soundly. Just because of that, Miantang found it unbelievable. He was indeed mad. Yes, because of that. Caesar looked at the 6th female before him. Do you want to save her? Before Miantang could speak, a force suddenly shoved her to the ground. She thought it was Caesar, but turning around she saw that the one who pushed her was the 6th female under Caesar's command. The very same one who had mocked her yesterday, Caluolin. Now, with a jealous expression and gritted teeth, she glared at Miantang, as if to say, don't even think of stealing my opportunity, then turned to Caesar with fervent Great Emperor Caesar, I am the princess of the Aeolian planet. Please believe that I am sincere. Before she could finish, Caesar's jade-like brows furrowed slightly, and with a single palm strike, he sent her plummeting into the lake. Like the previous females, her body was quickly devoured by crows and vultures. Miantang watched the scene, deeply shaken. More than fear, she was astounded. What charm did this madman possess that made her love him so much, even willing to sacrifice her life? Was she bewitched? But her mind seemed perfectly clear. As she was lost in thought, a low, deep voice interrupted her. Caesar approached the 7th female, extended his hand once more, and asked with a simple, curious expression, do you want to save this one? Having just witnessed Caluolin's tragic fate, the 7th female was terrified. It was as if her infatuation had broken, and she no longer sought his favor. Trembling, she crawled behind Miantang, weeping like rain, clutching at her last lifeline. Even though Miantang was as delicate as herself, also a female. Don't kill me. Save me, please save me. How do I save her? Miantang looked at him, stammering. Afraid he would say take her place. It requires. Caesar paused, seeming to think seriously. Offering a treasure on her behalf, or performing a talent. The ones just now I didn't like. A treasure. What treasure did she have on her? The 7th female behind her, as if sensing her predicament, tremblingly raised a treasure in her own hand. I have the world's most Before she could even name it, the man interrupted. I. Su Miantang pretended to feel around her own body, and to her surprise, she actually found something. A few pieces of marshmallow. Bracing herself, she decided to try anything. She stood up and handed him the candy. What is this? This is the sweetest and most precious spiritual medicine in the world, refined and distilled from 999 rare, celestial mountain herbs. It is priceless. On the barren land, a group of females looked over. Really? But it looked like an ordinary white solid wrapped in cheap plastic. Could she be lying? If she dared to deceive Emperor Kaisa, the consequences would be extremely dire. Kaisa, however, showed no suspicion. He took it and tossed it directly into his mouth. But it's tasteless. Su Miantang. How could it be tasteless? Marshmallows were the sweetest among all the candies she had made. Could this batch be expired? As she was about to tear open one to taste, Kaisa took the remaining pieces as well. Tasteless, yet he kept eating. She tried to read his reaction, but saw no trace of emotion. Is this treasure acceptable? No. If this wasn't acceptable, she truly had nothing left, let alone talents. Singing, dancing, playing instruments, calligraphy, painting. She only had a smattering of skill, nowhere near the level of the females who had just died. If he didn't like theirs, he certainly wouldn't like hers. Is there nothing else? Though the marshmallows had no taste, their soft, fluffy texture had somewhat soothed Emperor Kaisa's irritability, making him unexpectedly patient. He placed his palm on the seventh female's head, as if to say, if not, then she goes down. What? Please spare me. The seventh female, terrified, was drenched in tears, her sobs intermittent. Crawling toward his feet, she wept, Great Emperor, I can massage you. On my planet I studied under a master's technique. You will surely be satisfied. Kaisa looked at her unloved hands, and subtly avoided her. Massage. Like what those females did yesterday when he was distracted. Is that so? Yes. If I'm not satisfied, you'll end up like them. Wow, what? The seventh female looked utterly bewildered. What did he mean by same as them? Nearby, two attendants said the females who volunteered to massage shoulders and feet yesterday were crushed by the emperor because their techniques were clumsy. The seventh female shrieked in terror upon hearing this. Kaisa glanced at Su Miantang, and seeing no reaction from her, he prepared to throw the female under his hand into the water. Wait. At that critical moment, the young girl spoke up. From her observations of him since yesterday, he was not only a mad, cold-blooded killing demon, but also possessed an abstract way of thinking and logic. For instance, he called her ugly. For instance, he wanted to kill people because of insomnia. For instance, he thought sugar had no taste. Therefore, to satisfy him, one didn't necessarily need to have normal talents. I have a talent. What? Kaisa withdrew his hand. I can tell you a cold joke. All the females present. She must be in a hurry to die. Cold joke. Kaisa seemed unfamiliar with this concept. What is that? You'll know when you hear it. All right. He looked at her with a serious expression. Everyone present also pricked up their ears, eager to see what she was up to. Su Miantang took a deep breath, as if gambling everything. Once upon a time there was a person named Xiao Ming, but he didn't hear it. After she finished, the entire vast wasteland fell silent, as if frozen by something. Even the crows on the trees were so embarrassed they wanted to fly away in disarray. All the females. Cold, so cold. She's dead. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Miantang felt a bit flustered. Although this was a cold joke, wasn't it too much that no one laughed? She carefully observed Kaisa's expression. His brows were slightly lowered, and his distinct crow feather-like dense lashes fell over his cold, aloof, heterochromatic eyes, casting a small shadow that made it impossible to fathom any emotion. His sharp, thin lips, pressed into a thin line, seemed to be thinking, or rather brewing, of vast anger at being fooled. It's over. It didn't work. Su Miantang's mind was racing, searching for any other way to save her life. Suddenly, she heard a burst of laughter. As if he had just belatedly realized it. The laughter was low, mellow, yet carried a hint of crisp clarity, like a jar of plum wine overturned, exuding an elegant and alluring aroma that drew everyone's attention. Emperor Kaisa actually laughed, and he laughed so beautifully. His usually calm lips curved into a faint arc like a spring breeze caressing the face. The corners of his deep phoenix eyes lifted, tinged with intoxicating charm. For a moment, everyone was spellbound, forgetting that he was the demon who killed without blinking just moments ago. They couldn't take their eyes off him, hearts fluttering. He's so handsome. As expected of an SS-class combat male, just a single smile made all other males in the world pale in comparison. Su Miantang frowned, watching him as his light laugh turned into hearty laughter, until even the horns on his head and his loose flowing hair trembled with it. It was as beautiful as a painting. That contradictory feeling of innocence and cruelty surged up from her heart again. Amusing. Indeed, it was amusing. Still laughing, Emperor Kaisa strode energetically toward the palace to take a nap. Emperor Kaisa returns to the palace. Today's session is over. All envoys, please withdraw to the side halls. If anyone still wishes to present treasures, you may come together with the envoys who have newly entered the domain at the same time tomorrow. The attendants on both sides announced. Su Miantang let out a deep, deep sigh of relief. Was this considered a successful pass? On the wasteland, the other females were also shaken, their mood not as relaxed as yesterday. They did not mock the girl as they had done before, since she had indirectly saved their lives. Silently, they returned to the side hall. Su Miantang looked at their retreating figures baffled. Even though Kaisa had killed someone, they still didn't leave. Just like Ka Luolin. Thank you for saving me, Wowo. Behind her, the seventh female who had been scared half to death finally regained her senses. She threw herself at Su Miantang, crying loudly and thanking her. Su Miantang quickly helped her up. Let's leave. Leave together. Leave? The seventh female looked at her with suspicion. How can we leave? Just leave the way you came in. She thought the other female had a way to leave. But the seventh female shook her head in despair. The Longyu domain. There is no return once you enter. What? Su Miantang frowned. Then do you have a light brain? Or any tools for self-defense or transportation? No, they were all destroyed before entering. Here all communication devices, weapons, and even pheromones cannot be used. Only combat power is usable. But Emperor Kaisa is an SS-class combat male, setting a new record for the highest combat power level in the world. He has set up a restriction outside the Longyu domain. No male in the world can break in. How could this be? How could this be? Seeing her look so devastated, the seventh female recalled the rumor she had heard last night. The female who had caught Emperor Kaisa's attention was a lunatic. She claimed that she was captured by a black dragon and even tried to escape at night, but obediently returned. You really didn't come involuntarily. Of course. You know nothing about everything here. Then, the seventh female hesitated and struggled for a while. He'll tell you everything. She had seen through it. There was no way she could win Emperor Kaisa's favor. She would die here sooner or later, so there was no need to keep a secret that was already known to all. My name is Bulanchi. I am the niece of the future federal leader of the Icarus Galaxy and class female. 2 days before entering the domain, my uncle and high-ranking officials of the government jointly hosted a banquet for me and told me something. I don't know if you've heard, but beyond the 100 major galaxies there have always existed 2 dragons. One is the infernal demon dragon with crystal purple eyes, and the other is the 9-claw golden dragon with molten gold eyes. Their temperaments, stances, and beliefs are completely different, but both are S-class combat males with earth-shattering power. The infernal demon dragon is cruel, fierce, and extremely vicious. He has always wanted to rule the 100 major galaxies and become the Interstellar King. Those who obey him prosper, and those who oppose him are directly annihilated. The 9-claw golden dragon, on the other hand, is kind, just, and full of love, silently guarding the peace and tranquility of the interstellar realm. From the same root and origin, 2 completely different flowers bloomed. The infernal demon dragon wanted to invite the 9-claw golden dragon to conquer and rule the interstellar realm together. But the 9-claw golden dragon not only refused, but also repeatedly obstructed him, preventing him from fully displaying his power. In a rage, he conceived an idea to use the forbidden art from the dragon clan's forbidden book, soul condensation, to try to devour the 9-claw golden dragon, absorbing his power into his own body and forcibly upgrading himself to an SS-class combat male. Thus he could rule the world with ease. But to his great surprise, he did not devour the 9-claw golden dragon, and the 9-claw golden dragon did not devour him either. They merged into a new dragon, namely Emperor Kaisa, the purple gold divine dragon, an SS-class combat male. At present the male with the highest combat power under heaven. However, because soul fusion is a forbidden art that defies natural laws of development, the fusion of the Hellfire Demon Dragon and the 9-clawed Golden Dragon was imperfect. From the day of his birth, Caesar the Great has been a beast man devoid of emotions, desires, and any sense of humanity, morality, or ethics. So that was it. Su Miantang understood. No wonder he possessed heterochromatic eyes and an aura that was both innocent and cruel, with a complex temperament and disposition. He was the fusion of a righteous and an evil entity. But according to her description, the dragon that had captured her yesterday should have been the Hellfire Demon Dragon that had already been fused. Why did it appear separately? Could this also be a side effect of the imperfect fusion, sometimes reverting to one of the original forms? After the uncles and high-ranking officials of the government told me about this, I was deeply tempted. Carrying the nation's most precious treasure, I entered the dragon domain, hoping to win Caesar the Great's favor. Tempted? Su Miantang was puzzled. How could she be tempted without even meeting him? The only thing she could think of was that she admired the demeanor of an SS-level male, or wished to bring such a male back to her planet, to become the most powerful existence. But to her utter surprise, Blanche wiped away her tears, and a sharp light suddenly burst from the depths of her misty gray eyes. Because the soul fusion art states when the divine dragon's heart stirs, one may extract its marrow for a female's use. What does that mean? It means that if a female can extract Caesar the Great's dragon spine and swallow its marrow, she can elevate her pheromone level to SSS. Extract the dragon's spine, swallow the marrow. Su Miantang's gaze flickered. How is it extracted? Although Caesar the Great is a beast man without emotions, morality, or desires, once he develops feelings for a certain female, he becomes a plaything, obediently following her every command, even if it means death. At that moment, as long as the beloved one takes a knife to his most vulnerable nape, gouges out the gland, reaches into the wound, pulls out the entire dragon's spine, and devours the marrow, it is done. Gouging out the gland, reaching into the wound, pulling out the entire dragon's spine, swallowing the marrow. Every word sent chills down Su Miantang's spine, a deep cold seeping from the soles of her feet, even more profound than when she had witnessed the female falling into the lake and being devoured by crows and vultures that morning. She had heard Professor Imogen say before that having a beastman's gland gouged out was the most brutal punishment in the world. Tung Lezen had experienced it once, and his entire being was consumed by hatred pursuing the culprit for over a decade. And now they not only had to gouge out Caesar's gland, but also rip out his dragon spine alive. Hundreds or thousands of meters of dragon body, the spine forcibly extracted. She couldn't bear to imagine how agonizing that would be. Worse than death itself. All the females here came with the same purpose, which is why they showed such hostility when they saw you yesterday. They were afraid you were too beautiful and would catch Caesar the Great's attention, stealing their chance. And they couldn't believe you wanted to escape the dragon domain, because this was such a tremendous temptation. Even if death might follow, everyone clung to the hope of taking a but I've already seen through it. I have no chance. Caesar the Great is too cold, too heartless, too brutal. He's simply a demon, cannot be reformed, nor can an iceberg be melted. Before Blanche could finish, Su Miantang released her hand, her lowered eyes devoid of any sympathy or goodwill. She had been wrong. She had thought Caesar was a vicious, murderous demon. But she hadn't expected that every single person here was guilty and even more ruthless than a demon. But Blanche suddenly looked up at her full of hope. Although I have no chance, you do. You are the only female today who escaped from Caesar the Great's grasp. Perhaps you'll soon be taken into the harem. She was getting excited, then noticed the young girl's expression and fell silent. By the way, you probably haven't heard. Yesterday, a female who just entered the domain told us that the centuries-long war between the Central Galaxy and the X-Galaxy has finally... I know you might despise what we do, but do you understand what an SS-level female means? Second only to the SSS-level female who was just born in the Central Star, the supreme being under heaven. By the way, you probably haven't heard. Yesterday, a female who just entered the domain told us that the centuries-long war between the Central Galaxy and the X-Galaxy has finally ended. It ended at the hands of their SSS-level female. She personally went to the battlefield and effortlessly eliminated the X-Galaxy's leader, Austin. This news brought immense shock and inspiration to everyone. That's why even though Caesar the Great went on a killing spree today, they refused to leave. The females who come here are either daughters of noble families from various galaxies or those connected to the Empire and federal government. If they can eat the dragon marrow and become SS-level females, they can strengthen their families and planets, make everyone submit, do whatever they want, and obtain everything they desire, including the position of queen. As she spoke, she seemed to be consumed by greed. Su Miantang could no longer bear it. The X-Galaxy was not destroyed by the Force-level female. Even without her, Admiral Islandi would have led the army to raise Florence Foz City. Oomph, Blanche snorted disdainfully. Easy for you to say. It's just divine protection. Su Miantang knew that human greed was blind, foolish, and insatiable. She didn't want to argue further, silently pondering how to escape. Seeing her silence and complete lack of interest in seizing the dragon marrow, Blanche gave up and kindly warned, "You'd better stop thinking about leaving the dragon domain. There's an SS-level males restriction here. No one in the world can enter and no one can leave, unless Caesar the Great perishes or he removes it himself." Su Miantang frowned. An SS-level restriction. Then her previous ideas of walking out or seeking help from the outside were both impossible. Not only impossible, but they might also bring danger to the males around her. Absolutely unacceptable. Caesar the Great perishes. He was too powerful. Impossible. Caesar removes it himself. For now, that seemed the only feasible option. But how could she persuade him to remove it and let her? Inside the Purple Dawn Palace, Caesar the Great, who had napped all afternoon, finally regained his energy. Refreshed, he strode out of the main hall, but didn't see that particularly special little had she not followed him to the harem. Where is that little female who tells cold jokes? On both sides of the entrance, the females prostrated on the ground respectfully replied, "She is in the side hall. Does your majesty wish to summon her?" Before the words ended, the male had vanished before their eyes. In the side hall, Su Miantang, who had spent the entire afternoon pondering without any clue, decided to get up and walk around to stimulate her mind. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the side hall door was kicked. When the three-level male, radiant and elegantly dashing, appeared in the hall, thousands of females became excited and restless. Why is the Great Emperor here? We've been here so long, and this is the first time he's entered the side hall. Could he have taken a fancy to some female? Seeing him this close for the first time, he's so handsome. It's me. I hope it's me. Amidst the eager, longing gazes, Caesar's eyes were clear and focused as he walked straight toward the most conspicuous little female in the crowd, grabbed her arm, and said, "Come." Before Su Miantang could react, he had pulled her to the entrance. "Come. Where?" "The harem. The harem. His harem." Uncontrollable images flashed through her mind, and panic seized her. What are we going to the harem for? Caesar looked at her with a puzzled expression. "To do what you enjoy, of course." The young girl screamed, desperately clinging to a nearby pillar, trying to shake off his hand. "No, I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it at all." Caesar stopped, walked over, and pried her fingers off one by one. "Don't worry. You're special. He'll be gentler with you than with others." "No way." Against top-tier combat power, her resistance was like that of an ant, utterly insignificant. She was swept away, leaving only her lingering cries and the jealous, reddened eyes of the females in the side hall. "Do it. This was the first time they had heard Caesar the Great use such a blatant word when taking a female into his harem, and he seemed so impatient. Could it be that he had taken a liking to her? Was she about to become the one to extract the dragon's spine? Miantang was set down, and she immediately pulled out the elven earring from her hair, forged from alloy into a sharp dagger shape, ready to resist to the death if Kaiser tried to force her. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the Purple Dawn Palace, the harem was completely different from what she had imagined. There were no magnificent palaces or rows of competing beauties, but a vast open space. Upon closer inspection, one could find females, but to the east a female stood among the flowers, hair disheveled, clothes dirty, with clear tear streaks on her haggard face, as if suffering immense humiliation, crying incessantly, yet completely immobilized by combat power. The girl's grip on the dagger paused. Kaiser looked over. She said she was as beautiful as a flower, so I granted her wish. Granted. Let her be a flower in the garden. Miantang, you're quite nice, aren't you? To the west, in front of a giant smart electronic clock, stood a female dancing, circling the clock endlessly like a never-stopping robot. But with her pale complexion and unsteady legs, she was already exhausted, as if she might collapse at any moment. Her face looked somewhat familiar. It seemed. Miantang recalled, isn't that the illusion-like goddess, the dance queen? When she was first captured, she woke up to hear everyone discussing her. She said she wanted to dance for me for a lifetime, and this spot in the harem has the best view, plus it can time her. As he spoke, he gestured for her to look at the numbers on the electronic clock. From 100 to 415, she turned 682 circles, averaging 1 circle every 7 seconds. Miantang, you're really good at math. The scene to the south was even stranger. A group of females adorned with jewels and dressed in fine clothes were gathered together, chopping wood. Are they being punished? No, Kaiser shook his head. They said they liked my bed, so I had them make more here. Miantang, are you sure they said they like your bed, not that they want to get into your bed? His harem, is it a workshop? The girl slowly raised her head, looking at the handsome male's serious expression with no trace of jest, and suddenly felt a bit confused. Was he being abstract, or did he truly believe that? It seemed the after effects of an imperfect fusion were severe, not only lacking emotions, desires, and morals, but even his comprehension was worrisome. No wonder he called her ugly at their first meeting. His aesthetic sense must be flawed too. Like a newborn child, his understanding of the world was shallow and faint, relying solely on his own temperament and perception. So when he had just said, do what you like, it probably wasn't that. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Kaiser also slowly lowered his head, his dark lashes falling over his eyes, looking at the dagger she held tightly in her hand, nearly touching his heart. What is this? Miantang quickly withdrew it, pretending to scratch her arm, and said awkwardly, this is a back scratcher. A back scratcher. It's for scratching itches. Then help me scratch too. As he spoke, his large hand covered the black gold leather belt, making as if to take off his clothes in public, startling Miantang into quickly grabbing his hand. He really had no worldly experience. Scratching an itch doesn't require taking off clothes. Then, just do it like this. She took the earring and lightly scratched his palm a few times. A subtle tickle spread along the lines, and Kaiser gradually looked at her hand. A thought sprouted in his mind. If he could use her hand to scratch. Miantang, while scratching, looked at him tentatively. Are you sure they entered the harem to do these things? They said so themselves. Could it be that you misunderstood their meaning? No. Kaiser asserted firmly, then with a wave of his hand, he telekinetically pulled over the female, playing flower in the bushes, and the illusion-like goddess circling the electronic clock. They crashed heavily onto the ground. It can only be that they lied. Miantang lied. Great Emperor, I was wrong. I dare not touch your flowers again. Great Emperor, please forgive me. I dare not dance in front of your bedchamber anymore. The combat power binding the two females was finally released. Their appearances were tormented beyond recognition, and their minds had completely collapsed. They lay on the ground, weeping bitterly, begging for mercy. Kaiser, who are you? Why do you want to enter my harem? The female who had played the flower was stunned for a moment, then said, I am the daughter of Count Weir of the Boina planet. I came here because I admire the grace of the SS level combat. Male, hoping to receive your favor, Great Emperor. The illusion-like goddess immediately followed. I as well, but the difference is that I fell in love with you the moment I saw you, even if you torment me. Is that so? Kaiser expressionlessly extended his hand, stopping 3 inches above their heads. This familiar gesture. Just as Miantang thought he was going to throw them into the lake to feed the crows and vultures, 2 images suddenly unfolded before her eyes, as if by magic. One image showed the female who played the flower standing before the elite national army, solemnly swearing, I swear, venturing to the dragon domain, I will obtain the dragon marrow, become an SS-level female, slaughter all our enemies, and strengthen the Boina planet. Another image showed the illusion-like goddess tightly embracing the galaxy leader. Altair, rest assured. With my beauty and dance, no male in the world can resist me, not even an SS-level combat male. When I extract his dragon spine and swallow the marrow, becoming an SS-level female, I will return and kill your mate. Then you and the planet will be mine. Ha ha ha. How is this possible? The flower-playing female and the illusion-light goddess saw the images and immediately fainted from fear. Miantang was also stunned. What is this? This is the ability I awakened. Time seal which can trace one's past or foresee one's future. So amazing. Miantang was deeply shocked. As expected of an SS-level combat male, she had experienced the giant python's mind-reading ability before, which she thought was terrifying, but this was even more extraordinary. But didn't this mean he had long known the true intentions of these females coming to the dragon domain, and thus showed no mercy, not because he was brutal or alive? Her heart, which had been fearful of being killed at any moment, finally relaxed completely. So, Kaiser withdrew his hand and looked at her, his gaze slightly dimmed. Special little female, what is your purpose for coming here? Miantang's lips curled slightly. She never expected that after racking her brains for a way to escape, the opportunity was now right before her. I told you before I was captured by the infernal demon dragon. You didn't believe me, but since you've been deceived by so many, it's understandable. Just use your time seal on me. If he looked, he would see that she was caught by the infernal demon dragon, not like these females who came to steal his dragon marrow. Then he would let her go. But Kaiser's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He seemed unwilling to look. If he looked, she would no longer be special. Look. Miantang saw his hesitation and urged. The man turned around, and she immediately panicked. Why won't you look? I don't want to. No, you must. The girl's urgent, stern voice made him freeze again. No one had ever commanded him before. Look now, right now. She took his hand and placed it directly on her own head. The strange sensation of her hair made Kaiser's fingers twitch. Under her constant urging, he actually activated his combat time seal. A wave of purple gold light rippled in the air, similar to when he had looked at the flower-playing female and the illusion-light goddess, but the images that unfolded were astonishing. Inside it was completely empty, nothing at all. Gazing at the blankness, a ripple stirred within Caesar's millenniacom violet-gold heterochromatic pupils. How could this be? He raised his hand in doubt and tried again. The result remained the same. The time seal. Beneath the gods, no secret exists among mortals. How could it not see her? Could it be? Where is the image? Miantang was also bewildered, staring at him in confusion, only to meet his deep, limpid eyes veiled with thick perplexity. Are you a god? Miantang. Are you insane? Why suddenly so abstract again? If I were a god, would I be toyed with in your palm? Caesar, I haven't started playing with you yet. Miantang. Then shall I thank you? The issue now is, where is the image? Can't see it. Why? You saw them just fine earlier, didn't you? Could he be saying this deliberately to toy with her? Caesar frowned, seemingly pondering why this was so. Soon he thought of another possibility. What is your pheromone level? This time it was the girl's turn to fall silent. Could it be because she was SSS level higher than his, so he lacked the authority to view? But the great golden retriever's double pupil power and the great python's mind reading worked on her, and they were only S level. Caesar's brow furrowed deeper. Why couldn't he see a low-level, ordinary beast man? But he only pondered for a second before letting it go. What do you want to do? Miantang's eyes brightened, a glimmer of hope rising within her. I just willingly let you use the time seal, which means I won't lie to you, right? Then he'll tell you now. I want to leave to get out of the dragon domain. Leave the dragon domain. So her words about being captured by you and her late-night escape weren't ploys to attract his attention or lower his guard. They were real. She was utterly different from these females, the most unique one. Were you planning to walk out last night? Yes, Wait. How did you know? I cast a combat spell on you. So she had been walking in circles all night? It was his doing. Miantang watched him admit it openly without a hint of guilt or self-awareness and ground her teeth inwardly. Back then there was a misunderstanding between us. Now you know I'm not one of them. Could you please escort me out and lift the dragon domain's restrictions? No. Her words were met with immediate refusal. Why not? Caesar, because she was special in sight, hearing, and feeling, as if she held many mysterious attractions that piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to figure it out. Also because the dragon domain's restrictions couldn't be lifted. Because I want to hear some cold jokes. Miantang. Why would she bother telling him cold jokes? Could he be planning to keep her here, like having someone play a flower or a music box dancer treating her as a joke encyclopedia? If you want to hear them, I can tell you outside too. But I don't want to go out. You? Miantang was about to speak when she saw him strike the two unconscious females on the ground into the lake to feed the crows and vultures. The horrific scene sent another chill down her spine. Then he slowly turned to look at her, as if asking any more questions. Just one last one. Afraid that he might in a fit of madness strike her into the lake as well. The girl swallowed. How many cold jokes do you want to hear? Caesar paused for 2 seconds. Starting today, you will tell me one cold joke each day. When I grow tired of them, I'll let you go. Really? Miantang's eyebrows lifted slightly, a flicker of hope rekindling. Really? Deal, but... She murmured, this sounds oddly like 1001 Nights. What is 1001 Nights? It's a fairy tale. A fairy tale. Caesar seemed unfamiliar with fairy tales. Miantang kindly explained. It's about a long time ago, a king who hated females and was cruel. He married a woman every day and killed her the next morning, killing thousands until he met a clever and brave woman. To survive, she told him a story, stopping at the most thrilling climax each night, continuing the next day. The king, eager to hear the end, never killed her. Finally, on the 1001st night, he was moved. As she spoke, her voice was gentle, clear, with a hint of soft sweetness like a spring flowing through the body, moistening every dragon scale, making Caesar listen intently. But at the end she stopped. He asked in confusion, "What's the ending?" "The ending?" Miantang recalled the fairy tale's conclusion and smiled. Of course the king let the woman go. For some reason Caesar fell silent. Fairy tales are fairy tales, reality is reality. 1001 Nights was far too long. After disappearing for so long, the people around her must be terribly worried. She had to find a way back sooner. Miantang's mind raced. Suddenly a flash of inspiration hit her. Making someone like you is hard, but making them tired of you is easy. Just hang around them every day and do things they hate. With that thought, her amber eyes glimmered. It can't just be your conditions. I have conditions too. What conditions? Before you let me go, you must not use combat spells on me, and you must not kill me. When she said the last two words, Caesar's brow slightly furrowed. I won't kill you. That's good. Let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Miantang. People usually call me Susu or Tang Tang. Call me whatever you like. As soon as she finished, Caesar looked at her. Miantang. Truly a rebel. Then, like everyone else, should I call you Great Emperor? Caesar. It's getting late. Should I return to the side hall, or stay in my harem? Okay. Miantang randomly chose the palace farthest from the main hall. By the way, I'd like to buy some things. Are there any shops in the dragon domain? Caesar gestured to the two females kneeling silently at the entrance of the Zechen hall. Tell them what you need. See you tomorrow. She waved at him and turned away. Her slender, graceful figure gradually disappeared from sight. Only after a long while did Caesar realize that he should probably leave too. The two females, ordered to lead the way like robots, watched Miantang enter the hall, shock flickering in their eyes. Who was she? She had spoken with the great emperor for so long and survived, and she was the first to reside in the harem. The next day, as soon as Caesar opened his eyes, the daily routines of reading, cultivating combat spells, and appraising treasures flooded into his mind. These were monotonous, never changing. But today another voice joined them. Mian, go see what Mian is doing. It sounded far more interesting than these tedious tasks. He rose and headed toward her palace. Upon arrival, he saw the girl had changed from yesterday's ornate attire into a simple white robe, her hair tied high, wearing gloves and goggles, head bowed, as if studying something intently. Her lively temperament had turned cool and detached, and he was momentarily stunned. What is she doing? Weren't females supposed to be interested in clothes, jewelry, makeup, and the like? He had expected to see that, but the scene before him stirred a strange sensation in his heart. The females on either side of the hall replied. She said she's making spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicine. That tasteless thing she gave him yesterday. He walked over and saw some ordinary food ingredients and equipment. Didn't you say it was made from 999 rare Tianling herbs, refined and extracted? A deep male voice suddenly came from behind, startling Miantang. Damn, caught red-handed. Yes. Indeed. Her delicate figure stiffened slightly before she turned her face, justifying herself boldly. I am made from 999 rare Tian mountain spirit herbs. Is there a problem with that? Caesar was taken aback. Just as Miantang thought he was pondering how to torment her for lying, the man chuckled softly, his voice rich and clear, carrying a hint of intoxicating brilliance, just like yesterday. Is this today's cold joke? Quite amusing. Miantang. You're even funnier. Are you making spirit medicine? Do you really enjoy eating spirit medicine? I do, but it's not made for me. Then for whom? Of course it's for you. Miantang secretly smiled. Yesterday, didn't he say that cotton candy had no flavor? Today she specially made devil spicy, rich durian and chocolate flavors, guaranteeing that after he tasted them, he would never want to see her again. Me. Caesar, curious, reached out to take it, but she stopped him. Wait. Not ready yet right now. She tapped the nearby box, suddenly leaning closer to him, and said mysteriously, shall we play something else? Today not only did she wear a new outfit, but her aura was also different from yesterday. No longer was she tainted by the complex and pungent scents of many females, but instead a rich and enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of the flower he loved most in the dragon domain. That flower was only in bud now, yet on her it seemed to have fully bloomed. It caused him to momentarily lose his focus. Her sense of smell was also quite special. Seeing he did not respond, believing he was uninterested, Miantang increased the temptation. These games are really fun. I guarantee you'll enjoy them after just one try. How do you play it? After a long while the man finally replied. Come over, I'll teach you. She took out the simple Go board she had just made from the box and explained the rules to him. Do you understand? I understand. Caesar nodded, seeming to grasp it, yet not fully. The girl laid out the board, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Before we start, let's agree in the game there are wins and losses. If you lose, you must accept the punishment. No cheating, especially not using brute force to cheat. Alright. Less than 10 minutes into the game, Caesar had already lost. Miantang lightly curled her finger and tapped him on the horn. He looked up in astonishment, confusion, and childlike bewilderment, flooding his eyes, making her feel a bit guilty. This was a human game, and he had just recently merged. He didn't understand it at all, let alone compete with her, a professional player, and was merely a victim of the bullying. However, after being hit twice, he should feel annoyed and angry, wanting to leave and ignore her. Right. You lost. This is your punishment. Do you want to continue? Yes. Surprisingly, he answered without hesitation and even helped to tidy up the pieces. Oh, seems like he is quite the competitive spirit. She raised her eyebrows slightly and began to exert herself earnestly. He lost again, took 2 taps, lost again, took 3 taps, lost yet again, took 4 taps, and lost again. Seeing him capable of enduring so much, Su Miantang frowned, realizing she needed to change her strategy. That day at the entrance of the grand hall, she saw many females massaging him, wearing white gloves. They were usually immaculate in appearance, indicating he had a cleanliness obsession. So, she took the leftover powder from making cotton candy, mixed it together, and set it aside. Caesar asked curiously, "What is this?" "You'll find out soon enough." She gently lifted her lips, revealing a wicked little fong, and when she won again, she smeared the sticky syrup all over his face. This time Caesar truly froze, as if someone had pressed a pressure point on him, remaining completely still. His usually calm pupils slightly widened, his face paled a bit, and his arm mechanically lifted, wanting to wipe it off, but was stopped. "No. You must accept the punishment, I'll remember." He could only furrow his brows, enduring it stubbornly, and continue the game. Su Miantang noticed that he was acting very strangely, and was certain he couldn't hold out for long. Sure enough, after 2 more rounds, he suddenly vanished from her sight. Haha, she couldn't help but laugh. Was he psychologically collapsing? This time, he should have a shadow whenever he saw her. She put away the board triumphantly, just as she was about to stow it in the box. Unexpectedly, he returned, as if he had taken a shower, changed his clothes, and hadn't even dried his hair, his eyes bright, as he said to her, "Continue." Su Miantang's mouth twitched. This isn't what I expected. She thought that by teasing him a few times he would be fed up and no longer want to deal with her. Unexpectedly, he seemed to have developed a chess addiction, the kind that was quite naive. Although her skills were much higher than his, her energy could not compare. He kept pestering her from day to night, and she soon faced the consequences, her eyes struggling to stay open, yet he would call her to continue. "Wake up. More." No, I can't anymore. I'm just too tired." Su Miantang kept waving her hands, nodding like a garlic peeler. Caesar watched her cheeks, slightly flushed with fatigue, continuously nodding in front of him, seemingly pleasant to touch. The previous thought of wanting her to scratch his palm resurfaced as he leaned slightly toward her. "I won." "What? How could he possibly win?" Su Miantang suddenly opened her eyes wide and met his approaching mismatched gaze, which contained a faint hidden secret and a sly smile that was hard to decipher. "You must accept the punishment." Su Miantang glanced at the board. He actually won. What punishment do I have to accept? Why does his expression seem so strange, and why was he getting closer to her? What did he want? Alarm bells rang in her mind, and as she was about to escape, he pinched her cheek. Su Miantang lowered her eyes. Does he really have to be this childish? But Caesar was quite satisfied. The touch was just as delicate and smooth as she imagined, soft and tender. When squeezed lightly, a wave of electric-like sensations traveled from his fingertips into his body, rhythmically pounding against his heart. Simply pulling wasn't enough. He also wanted to knead it, as if working dough, squishing and rolling her, until Su Miantang was completely fluffed up. "Let go, you childish brat." The next day, when Caesar woke up, his mind was no longer filled with reading, training, combat skills, identifying treasures, and so on, but instead jumped straight to go see Miantang. On the 3rd day, Su Miantang, however, seemed to fear him, wanting to avoid him upon seeing him. This person had definitely never encountered anything fun. Once he did, he became completely obsessed with no sense of restraint. He would eventually tire her out. "Shall we continue playing chess?" "Forget it." For the sake of her own life, Su Miantang suggested, "I still don't know what the dragon domain looks like. How about we go out together and explore? Or do you want to stay here and play while I walk around by myself?" Caesar glanced at the pieces in his hand, then at her, frowning slightly. Without her, this interesting game suddenly seemed bland and tasteless. Together. As soon as she stepped out of the main hall, Su Miantang saw a female standing by the lake painting. The lake, small trees, crows, and vultures. She had painted over 100 sheets, and judging from the distorted strokes and trembling arms, it was clear she was being punished again. Suddenly a scheme came to mind. She turned with a beaming smile. "Kaisa, shall I paint a portrait of you? My painting skills are excellent." "All right." Kaisa removed the combat power from that female. After painting for 2 days and nights straight, the exhausted female finally collapsed and fainted. Su Miantang took the paintbrush. "Then stand by the lake. I'm going to start." A barely perceptible hint of mischief lurked at the corners of her slightly raised lips. She was about to give him a proper surprise, but unexpectedly, as the man walked to the lake and lightly flicked his sleeve, he transformed into a dragon. Boom! A deafening thunderclap accompanied by dazzling lightning struck the colossal dragon body that was nearly 1,000 meters long. Its scales were a lustrous purple gold, radiating a brilliant, resplendent glow. Its pair of lofty horns were sacred and noble, and its claws were as sharp as swords, seemingly able to tear through the clouds. At that moment, hovering above the boundless lake around the golden palace, it resembled a giant beast bursting forth from a rift in the void, exuding an unparalleled kingly aura that could dominate the heavens and earth, command nature. Everything before it seemed minuscule, inspiring involuntary awe and reverence. The Great Emperor has transformed into his beast form. What happened? Why did the Great Emperor suddenly turn into his beast form? I've never seen such a majestic and domineering beast form. No wonder he's an SS-level combat power male. Inside the purple firmament hall, the females who had been tormented beyond recognition screamed in terror at the sight, falling to their knees and fainting. Outside the hall, the females, still dreaming of bliss, cupped their hearts, their eyes filled with both admiration and insatiable greed. If only they could capture the heart and dragon marrow of such a powerful and awe-inspiring male. Miantang's heart also pounded wildly, out of fear. It's too huge, isn't it? How is it even bigger than the infernal demon dragon? My megalophobia is acting up again. Suddenly she dared not tease him anymore, afraid of being crushed by a single claw. Just as she thought that, the enormous head of the purple gold divine dragon slowly leaned and holding its breath for fear of blowing away the little female before it. Its magnificent heterochromatic eyes were pure and flawless, without a trace of threat or aggression, as if saying, "Paint my beast form is even more handsome." This emboldened the girl once more. All right. She waved her brush. It remained still in the air, watching her for several tens of minutes, until she heard the sound of finishing the painting. Done. Kaisa circled in the air, once reverted to human form, and walked eagerly to the easel to see her painting. He saw a red lake, half a golden palace, lush green trees, and a radiant sun, all painted beautifully with artistic conception. However, he was as small as an earthworm, barely visible unless one looked closely, and not even as majestic as the crows and vultures flying nearby. He furrowed his brow. Well, how is it? Isn't it handsome? The culprit, who had deliberately painted a sky-obscuring divine dragon, as a tiny earthworm, spoke guiltily, holding the brush defensively in front of her chest. Seeing his frown deepen and his expression turn unpleasant, she thought she had gone too far this time, and completely angered him. Just as she was about to remind him that he had promised not to use combat power, he transformed into his beast form again. However, this time, he actually shrank. When a purple gold divine dragon as tiny as the one in the painting, no bigger than a finger, slithered onto her palm, Miantang was stunned, then utterly amazed. This is way too cute. How can you shrink and grow? The divine dragon lifted its head, its eyes sparkling as it looked at her. Do you like me like this? Yes, I love it. So small yet so majestic. Such a contrast. So cute and adorable, she couldn't bear to put it down. She played with it in her hands with great interest, stroking its head, rubbing its scales, blowing on its whiskers. The dragon, which had initially been circling her finger to play, gradually began to act strangely. It turned over, its belly curled, its claws together, narrowed its eyes, and twitched its eyelashes and body, as if feeling uncomfortable. Was it about to be broken by her? She paused slightly, and immediately the dragon opened its eyes. Its dissatisfied, questioning gaze clearly said, "Why did you stop?" So it was actually enjoying it immensely. This wouldn't do. She wanted to tease it, torment it, make it feel bored and disgusted with her, so that it would expel her from the dragon domain, not make it comfortable and increasingly dependent on her. With that thought, she mischievously grabbed its tail, spun it in a Thomas round in the air twice, and after dizzying it, flung it with great force toward the lake. A graceful parabola traced in the air. Just as the little dragon was about to touch the lake's surface, it whisked away, its agile posture, as if it had a cleanliness obsession, absolutely refusing to touch the blood-red lake, which made Miantang laugh uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. As she laughed heartily, behind her, two female servants kneeling on the ground not far away exchanged extremely shocked glances. The usually cold-blooded, ruthless, and murderous Great Emperor not only allowed her to reside in the harem, but also transformed into his beast form before her, even shrinking to please her, and let her play and tease him however she wanted without getting angry. Such doting clearly meant he regarded her as his mate, and it confirmed the rumor that when a divine dragon falls in love, it becomes the plaything of its beloved female. No matter how it was treated, it would be sweet, even if it cost its life. So when did she plan to extract the dragon marrow? Kaisa returned to the shore, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with a very different light from usual. A slight flush tinted his face, and he seemed excited. Even his stride was brisk and spirited, and in almost a whoosh he appeared before the little female. Miantang thought he was about to settle scores after the fact, and was about to continue fooling him when she heard, "Before, you've been taking me to play games. Now I'll take you to play one." He had been delighted and comfortable being played by her, and found it hard to describe the strange ethereal feeling he had now, so he wanted her to have the same experience. What? The girl was puzzled. He could play games. A game of lingering passion, turning clouds and rain, very thrilling, and will make you feel very comfortable. What a... Miantang's face instantly changed upon hearing his blatantly lewd words. Pervert. Kaisa was puzzled by her strong reaction. What's wrong? Don't you like it? I've practiced many times, and I'm very skilled. Miantang's mouth twitched. Go play by yourself, you pervert. She turned to leave, but the man forcefully pulled her into his arms. But this game is more fun with two people. I don't want to play. She let out an extremely intense, piercing cry. A few minutes later, The little female being carried into the sky by the divine dragon riding the clouds and mist enjoying the scenery of the dragon domain was constantly repenting in her heart, with a face full of black lines. She was so lewd, so perverted. Do you know why a monkey and a dragon cannot be together? Why? Because a monkey dragon throat hurts, ha ha ha. After delivering this pun, Miantang couldn't help but laugh. Yet Caesar, who usually had a low threshold for laughter, remained serious this time, asking her earnestly, "Then what is your beast form?" She was stumped. Since arriving here, no one had ever asked her such a direct question as it involved privacy, and she was a female. However, his ignorance was understandable. Take a guess. Whatever he guessed, she would be that. Anything is fine. Caesar did not guess. Instead, he murmured to himself. She could be anything. Even a monkey. A sore throat was not that unbearable. Miantang did not understand what he meant, but she noticed that the Zichan palace was much quieter today. Apart from the two females kneeling at the entrance doing daily chores, all the other females who had been punished to sing, dance, or paint had vanished. Have you been in a bad mood lately? So he had killed them all? She asked tentatively. Caesar shook his head, gazing at her intently. I've been great. Never been in a better mood than these past few days. Then what about the females in the palace? I've sent them all away. Huh? Miantang's eyes lit up. Sent them away? Had he finally grown tired of them? Did that mean she would be next? Before I was curious about the treasures they brought. Now I'm curious only about you. I just want to keep exploring you. Miantang's lips twitched. She had worked hard for over 10 days, exhausting every method to make him lose interest, yet she had only made him more intrigued. If he had driven all the other females away, would his boundless energy now be spent solely on tormenting her? She nearly fainted from anger and decided to ignore him. It's getting late. You should return. Her previous plan must have lacked intensity, so she needed to devise a new strategy. The flowers I love most in the domain have bloomed. They'll take you to see them. Not interested. Hey. Before she could finish, she was pulled away. What flower do you like best? So inconsiderate, blooming during the day, no choosing to bloom at night. Aboard the Zichan divine dragon, the girl was yawning wearily when suddenly a familiar rich fragrance wafted over. This scent was. She looked down and saw a sea of delicate dewy roses blooming all over the mountains and valleys, vivid red like clouds of sunset. Each velvety petal glistening with dew and surrounded by butterflies appeared mysterious and enchanting, a breathtaking sight. Roses, how beautiful, how magnificent. Blooming in the night like spirits of the valley, they instantly drove away all her drowsiness. Caesar caught the surprise in her voice, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. He knew she would love them. He set her down on the cliff's edge and silently transformed into human form. In the night, a breeze swept through the valley, stirring the girl's long silky hair. The man leaned in gently, seeing how her strands intertwined with his in the darkness, brushing against each other as if they were one. He saw her thick, dark lashes flutter, the brilliant starlight reflected in her sparkling eyes like a pair of luminous amber gems. He saw her delicate face tilt upward, her shallow dimples brimming with smiles intoxicating like aged wine. You have good taste after all. Miantang turned to praise him, but met his unusual gaze. It was no longer the usual curiosity, innocent yet tinged with a hint of naive cruelty. Instead, it rippled with an indescribable emotion, tender, infatuated, as if. Difficult to articulate, but this rare sentiment made him seem more alive. His already striking, refined features appeared even more handsome. Perhaps this was the genuine emotion one reveals when facing something they truly adore. Still, she never expected that someone with such a detached temperament would favor such passionate, exuberant flowers as roses. What's wrong? Seeing him staring at her, Miantang asked curiously. Was he expecting her to praise the flowers? Unexpectedly, in this idyllic scene and romantic atmosphere, Caesar spoke. You are as ugly as these flowers. Well said, but please stop talking. This was already the second time he had insulted her. She ignored him and turned her face away. Caesar sensed her displeasure and was about to ask what was wrong when he noticed her arms trembling slightly in the wind. He paused, then took off his coat and draped it over her. A sudden wave of masculine warmth enveloped her, startling Miantang. She looked at his gesture in disbelief. Was he being so gentlemanly? Had he learned to care? He had evolved. She instantly forgave him. After all, he was just a newborn, ignorant of everything, prone to misunderstanding. Is your understanding of beauty and ugliness somewhat skewed? Is it a? Yes. Since I was a child, no one has ever called me ugly. The roses must be quite offended too. But, Caesar frowned, puzzled. The females who came to offer treasures all claim to be beautiful. You are different from them, so you are ugly. How am I different? I am as beautiful as they are. You are not the same. They cannot compare to you. He said this firmly, and Miantang raised an eyebrow, almost laughing. How did that sound like a confession? He always used words that could easily be misinterpreted. Fine, but remember, beautiful is a word that brings joy, while ugly only makes people angry. Caesar silently took note. He wanted to make her happy. You are very beautiful. Thank you. She smiled, radiantly more charming than the roses covering the hills. Caesar was even more entranced. You said these flowers are called roses. Yes, you didn't know their name. Heh. She chuckled softly. These flowers are not only called roses, but they also carry a very beautiful meaning. Guess what it is? Beauty. Happiness. He applied what he had just learned. The girl shook her head looking at him. It's love. In the past, Caesar would have certainly asked what is love. But at this moment, gazing at her enchanting face and gentle smile, his heart pounded wildly, his chest burned, and even the tips of his ears turned red and hot. He felt as if he were floating. The surreal, bewitching emotions left him disoriented. He averted his gaze, plucked a rose, removed its thorns, and offered it to her. For me, eh? Miantang took the roses, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. She hadn't expected him to give flowers to anyone else. Caesar withdrew his hand. So beautiful, so fragrant. The girl leaned in to sniff the petals, but her gaze was soon drawn to a ring on his index finger, a band entwined with 2 dragons, one a legendary infernal demon dragon, and the other a 9-clawed golden dragon radiating an aura both sacred and mysterious. Under the starlight, it shimmered faintly like a talisman. Did you have this ring custom-made? Caesar lowered his head and removed it. No, it has been with me since my birth. That's incredible. I give it to you. What? You're giving me this too? Miantang froze. Something that had accompanied him since birth, evidently precious, and he was simply handing it over. No, this is too valuable. Besides, the ring is too big for my finger. Caesar casually tore a thin platinum chain from his garment, threaded it through the ring, and placed it around her neck. It can serve as a necklace. Miantang gazed at the necklace, her expression momentarily frozen, both by his generosity and the sensation of the ring as it slid from her neck to her chest. Touching her skin, it felt warm and comforting, as if it truly possessed some mystery. You're way too generous. Roses and a ring. It sounded almost like a proposal. But given his way of thinking, he was probably just giving a gift to a good friend. She smiled softly, but then the corners of her mouth stiffened. Wait. Clothes, flowers, a ring, friends admiring the scenery together. What exactly were they doing? Her goal wasn't supposed to make him annoyed and tired of her. Why were they getting along so harmoniously? If this continued, they would truly become close friends, and she would be stuck in the dragon domain forever. She had to act fast. While she was frantically scheming in her mind, Caesar, who had just finished putting the necklace on the girl, found his ears turning even redder. Before, he only had this ring. Now he had her too. He wanted to give her everything, to fill her up completely. An idea struck him. A flash of inspiration lit up Miantang's mind. She recalled her secret weapon. From her pocket, she produced a bag of marshmallows and temptingly shook them in front of him. I brought some spirit medicine. Do you want some? Yes. All right, consider this a return gift for the flowers and ring. They're all yours. She generously placed the entire bag of marshmallows in his hand, watching as he tore open each wrapper one by one. A sly glint flickered in her eyes. It began. The first one he opened seemed to be a strong durian flavor. The girl smirked, ready to watch the show, but he handed the first candy to her. You eat first. Looking at his sincere and expectant expression, a pang of guilt rose in her heart. But after considering the need to leave the dragon domain, it quickly faded. Why? Are you afraid I poisoned you? No, I just wanted to give you the first one. No need, I have my own. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a few normal marshmallows, and popped them into her mouth. See, I ate mine. Now you eat. Caesar ate one himself. He had no sense of taste, so everything tasted the same. He was long accustomed to it. But this time, as soon as the candy entered his mouth, a strange flavor spread instantly, making him lift his eyes in surprise toward the girl. Ever since she entered the dragon domain, his sense of smell, hearing, taste, all seemed to have changed. Miantang saw his expression. Could he actually like it? But the taste seemed peculiar. The man furrowed his brow slightly. Was this sweetness? It didn't seem to match the descriptions in books. Miantang noticed his aversion and distaste, barely suppressing a laugh. Not good. Then have another one to mask the flavor. Caesar ate the second piece, a devil's chili flavor. As soon as it entered his mouth, he emitted faint hisses of pain, scorched by the heat. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong? Why the hissing? Has the little dragon turned into a little snake? The girl was laughing uncontrollably, gloating while urging him to eat a third. The male standing in the pit didn't learn from his mistakes, and was about to obediently eat the third marshmallow, a poop-flavored chocolate, when he suddenly noticed her lightly curled lips. They were like rose petals, crimson full, radiating incomparable joy. Was it because her candy was tastier? Suddenly, he reached out his long fingers, gripping her chin. He lowered his head, and with his scorching tongue and lips, he forcefully stole the soft marshmallow from her mouth. With a soft thud, the marshmallow in Miantang's hand fell to the ground. She stood frozen on the spot, her amber pupils trembling slightly. What was he doing? Forcibly kissing her. Just as she was about to explode, Caesar released her, staring intently into her eyes, his own gleaming like stars in the sky, as if he had discovered a new continent. Is this sweetness? It was delicious. I've never felt so sweet before. Miantang, you're sweet, but now my mouth is full of durian and chili flavor. Realizing how ambiguous her own thoughts were, along with the glistening wetness on his lips, she frowned in both embarrassment and anger. Blame him. But his expression was as innocent as a greedy child, utterly unaware of any wrongdoing. Not blame him. It felt like she had shot herself in the foot. She turned away in anger, deciding to ignore him. Caesar sensed her mood and was puzzled. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to use my combat power to help? No, just eat your candy. Oh. He quietly ate the candy in his mouth, but as he ate he felt it was less sweet than before. It seemed that the sweetest moment had been when his lips and tongue intertwined with her. If only he could eat like that forever. Mian. What? Can I eat your mouths? Miantang turned her head in shock and fury. What kind of wild words was he spewing? And with such an innocent, guileless expression, it made it impossible to even hit him. No, don't even think about it. Oh. Caesar lowered his head as if searching for that addictive sweet sensation and flavor. He ate piece after piece, and when he finished he even reached into her. Miantang was so immersed in her anger that she didn't notice his actions at all, until she heard heavy labored breathing from beside her. She turned her head in confusion. She saw him, his jade-like brows tightly knit, his eyelashes quivering lightly, his gaze dazed, his face flushed crimson, and even his cool horns were tinged with a faint. What? What's wrong with you? She asked in astonishment. I don't know, Caesar replied, shaking his head bewilderedly. I just ate a few spirit medicines, and one especially small white pill. An especially small white pill? Miantang was puzzled, then spotted the sachet in his hand, and her heart jolted violently. Wasn't this the aromatic pill that Queen Jenny wanted to give her? Hadn't she refused it? How could it still be on her person, and why had he eaten it? Could it be that the queen had secretly slipped it in, and when the servants collected her clothes they had directly placed it in the pocket of her new outfit? She lowered her head in shock, her gaze traveling from his face downward, and then she averted her eyes in horror. Damn! Queen Jenny had said it would grant boundless energy. This was clearly an aphrodisiac. Hot. So hot. Caesar muttered, tugging at his clothes as he felt several scorching flames raging within him, flowing from his neck to his chest, then all the way to his abdomen, threatening to ignite his entire being. Even his combat power couldn't suppress it. Mian, what should I do? His breathing ragged, he looked at the girl with hazy eyes and found that she had retreated 10 meters away, her arms crossed protectively over herself. She swallowed, nervously, her gaze wary. Two don't know either. What to do when afflicted by that kind of potion. There was no hospital here, no remedy to alleviate it, not even her pheromones could be used. Even if she wanted to help him, it was futile. Why don't you jump into the lake to cool off, she suggested kindly. The lake is too dirty. True. Then how about rubbing against a tree? A tree? Caesar raised an eyebrow. I was just rambling you. Miantang was about to think of another idea when she saw him suddenly stand up, walk over to a pine tree, and start rubbing his head against it. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. How silly could he be? Doing whatever he was told. It had no effect. None at all. Hugging the tree not only brought no relief, but instead intensified the fire within him, stirring up a restless urgency. He desperately sought something, craved something. What was it? Mian. He turned to continue pleading for help, and saw the girl shaking with laughter. Her stunningly beautiful face, her fair and slender neck, her delicate and full chest, her waist so slender it seemed a breeze could break it, and her long straight legs. All swaying before him, graceful and alluring. Every inch of her was exquisite, every inch a temptation. The raging flames inside him froze for an instant, then erupted, as if a gale had swept through, burning wildly and His gaze turned murky. Activating his combat power, he pulled her into his arms. It was her. It was Mian. What he sought and craved was Mian. Up. Caught off guard, the girl was yanked into his scorching embrace, landing as if in a fiery pit. Her smile vanished, her face paled, and she fiercely, Caesar, let go of me. So comfortable. Mian. You smell so good, so soft, so cool. The male held her tightly, as if she were the antidote, his arms like iron bands, leaving her unable. Miantang's fists rained down on his slightly exposed chest. Through the evenly taut muscles, each blow sent electric currents along his meridians, flowing into his blood, spreading through his limbs, stimulating every part of him, making him groan involuntarily. Miantang. The more she hit him, the more he seemed to enjoy it. And the tighter he held her, showing no sign of letting go. Mian, why aren't you hitting me? Caesar lowered his head, his shallow, deep, heterochromatic eyes frighteningly red, and his voice grew hoarse. I want you to hit me. Holding her did feel good, but it was also unsatisfying, as if he craved something deeper. Miantang, let go of me first. No. Mian. He pressed his forehead against hers, his scorching breath spilling onto her face, murmuring her name over and over, as if trying to express something, but failing. There was a deep, drowning light in his crimson-tinted eyes. Miantang suspected she was mistaken. Was it desire? Or an overwhelmingly intense desire? How could he understand love? Caesar just gazed at her, utterly overwhelmed by maddening lust, a pounding heart, and a strange, unfamiliar emotion, as if he wanted to devour her alive. He didn't know how to describe it, but she was too good, so good that... Mian. His magnetic voice trembled as he made a promise to her. I want to eat you. Miantang. So it wasn't desire, it was appetite. You want to eat me? Yes. But he couldn't bear to. He begged miserably, without any trace of the dignity and authority of an SS-level combat male. I'm in so much pain. Can you help me? No. Miantang refused outright. I can't help you. Just use your hands. Miantang was shocked. Just as she was about to push him away, he grabbed her hand and pressed it against his face. She watched as the male closed his eyes, slightly rubbing his burning face against her palm. His tightly knit brows seemed both tortured and pleasured. She finally felt relieved. So he didn't know how to do it. Even with the potion's fierce effects, he could only go this far. Mian Mian. The handsome male called her name over and over so passionately that the girl kept having the illusion that he would say I love you any second. Knowing he was tormented by the incense pellet, and there was no other way to relieve him, she could only humiliatingly serve as an unopened antidote, hoping he would endure it soon. But 1 hour, 2 hours. He held her for 3 full hours, and she was almost asleep, yet he still hadn't let go. Caesar, can you let me go now? No. Caesar shook his head, looking at her pleadingly. Mian, can I hold you forever? Forever. Hold you in the day, hold you at night, hold you while eating, hold you while playing. Hold her all the time. Miantang. Did he realize how frightening this innocent cruelty was? Of course not. Let go quickly. I'm sleepy and need to sleep. Let's sleep together. Huh. Miantang, drowsy and confused, didn't react for a second. Then she shrieked, but her scream quickly faded into the Zechen hall. No. Who wants to sleep with you? Caesar carried her into the bedroom and pressed her heavily onto the soft bed. His hands firmly restrained her struggling legs and arms. As he looked at her lying beneath him, a fierce surge of desire washed over him, but he didn't know how to release it. He just held her tighter, as if wanting to merge her into his bones. Ow! Miantang. He didn't know anything, but still made such a terrifying scene, nearly crushing her bones. And he was so heavy. Caesar, get up. Get up, I can't sleep like this. She poked his shoulder. The male who had been whimpering suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Fell asleep. Just as she was wondering, a faint golden light began to emanate from his body, and then his form changed. From a human it metamorphosed into a dragon. Not the previous 1,000-meter-long purple-gold divine dragon, but a small dragon only a little over a meter in length. Its entire body shimmered with gilt gold, its scales were golden, its eyes also golden, only its horns, like Caesar's, were a faint jade color. It had 9 claws. Its sudden transformation startled the young woman. The scream also startled it, and it hurriedly scurried under the bed with its 9 claws. Miantang. After a long moment of mental blankness, she realized that this was not Caesar's beast form. According to its features, it should be the 9-clawed golden dragon. The 9-clawed golden dragon that had been forcibly fused into Caesar by the infernal demon dragon using the soul condensation art. How did it suddenly appear? Just like before, when the infernal demon dragon roamed the stars and captured her. Curiously, she leaned over the bed and looked down just as the 9-clawed golden dragon cautiously poked its head out to look at her. Unexpectedly, their eyes met. The young woman's jet-black thick hair cascaded down her shoulders and neck, falling onto the 9-clawed golden dragon. Her beautiful amber eyes met its gaze from close range, causing its large, watery, bright eyes to freeze in astonishment. Then, trembling slightly in shock, its entire dragon body blushed crimson. She was so beautiful, so beautiful. It had never seen such a gorgeous little female. Its eyes were exquisitely clear and pure, radiating an innate goodness and kindness, giving the impression of an innocent little angel, completely different from the infernal demon dragon. It seemed the legends were true. It was kind, just loving, and had been silently guarding the peace and tranquility of the stars. You? Miantang asked tentatively. Are you the 9-clawed golden dragon? Not only was she beautiful, but her voice was also incredibly gentle and pleasant. Hearing it, the 9-clawed golden dragon shyly tried to dive under the bed to hide, but the young woman, quick as a flash, grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, as easily as picking up a little chick. It shuddered, instantly dizzy, and obediently surrendered. Whimper. Don't pinch. It feels so good. It nodded, admitting it was the 9-clawed golden dragon. Then how did you suddenly appear? The 9-clawed golden dragon shook its head. It didn't know either. Then, can you leave the dragon domain? Take me with you. Her tone was tinged with anticipation. She had thought that being so kind, it would definitely agree to her request. But as soon as she spoke, its clear gilt golden eyes began to well up with tears, looking as if it were about to cry, stunning Miantang. All right, we won't go out, don't cry. The 9-clawed golden dragon forced back its tears, but seemed to sink into sadness because of her words. It turned around its back to her, ignoring her. Seeing it like this, like a sulking child, Miantang couldn't help but find it amusing. She placed it on the bed. She poked its dragon's spine, no reaction. Poked its horns, no reaction. Poked its claws, still no reaction. Finally, she poked its tail, and it immediately jumped 3 feet high. Ha, so that was its weak spot. She was a rogue little female. The 9-clawed golden dragon turned stunned and gave her a look. Then, both angry and embarrassed, it buried its head in the blanket, but forgot to withdraw its dangerous tail. Miantang found it even funnier. How could it be so silly? Could Caesar's silliness come from it? Playfully, she reached out and poked it again. The 9-clawed golden dragon trembled and immediately withdrew its tail. Afraid of making it angry, she withdrew her hand and was about to lie down when she saw it slowly extend its tail again, wagging it happily in the air. What did that mean? Soon it directly wrapped around her finger, as if inviting her to play. Playing hard to get. She played with it like a cat teaser, poking it for a long time. Unexpectedly, the nine-clawed golden dragon, which had been stimulated continuously slowly, changed its form again. However, this time a faint purple aura emanated from its body. It no longer turned into a dragon, but into a human. I actually came out. I actually came out again. The infernal demon dragon stared at his own hands in disbelief, his sinister tone filled with intense joy. Originally, he had intended to fuse Eugene into himself to become the most powerful SS-level combat male in the world. Unexpectedly, the soul condensation art went wrong and actually created a new consciousness, Caesar. Moreover, this guy was terrifyingly powerful, not only combining all the advantages of him and Eugene, but also continuously creating new things. Especially recently, for some unknown reason, he had made rapid progress. His five senses became clearer and stronger, and the aftereffects of the fusion art were gradually being repaired. Eugene had been almost completely devoured by him, unable even to transform into a human form. He could also feel his own power growing weaker and his time shorter, like a piece of nourishment. He thought he would never have a chance to manifest again, but unexpectedly, he came out again. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. He laughed uproariously. Since he was out, he must find a way to seize this body. He could feel how powerful and perfect this body was. If he could fully control it, he could unify the stars and become the king of the universe. Miantang looked at the man on the ground, gradually frowning. A face that was 50% similar to Caesar, amethyst-colored eyes, sallow complexion, a cruel and evil aura, and that familiar scent. It was him. It was the black dragon that had captured her, the infernal demon dragon. The infernal demon dragon lifted his eyes, ready to absorb the missing memories of this period, and saw the extremely gorgeous little female sitting on the bed. His illusory purple crystal pupils dilated slightly. It's you. His voice revealed a hint of fervent adoration. SSS level female supreme under heaven, I brought you into the dragon domain, do you remember? Of course she remembered. Miantang watched his tall figure approaching step by step, her heart filled with hatred. You are so beautiful, so fragrant. He pressed close to her, savoring the scent of her pheromones. The first time I saw you, I wanted to capture you and mate with you fiercely. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped by the young woman. As if stunned, after a full 5 seconds, the infernal demon dragon touched his face in shock, then laughed excitedly. Spicy enough, I like it. Wait. He suddenly thought of something. Caesar's recent rapid progress, was it because of her? The wonders of an SSS-level female were unknown to anyone. Then if he got her pheromones, would he regain control of this body and become the most powerful male in the world? Thinking this, he crazily pressed her down beneath him and reached out to tear her clothes. Miantang was shocked. Just as she was about to resist, a dazzling light burst from her chest, and a powerful force flung the infernal demon dragon away. Bang! He crashed into the door, his eyes shaking in disbelief. Caesar gave you the dragon ring. He actually gave away his heart so easily. He thought it would be impressive, but it turned out to be even more foolish than Eugene. Dragon ring. Miantang lowered her gaze to the gleaming ring adorning her chest. It was indeed no ordinary ring, a treasure perhaps. The infernal dragon activated its combat power, attempting to remove it. But the ring had already recognized its master. The more fiercely he attacked, the more its power surged, faintly summoning Caesar's unconscious consciousness. Startled, he immediately withdrew his hand, his violet crystal eyes narrowing. Unexpectedly, in just a few short days, you've won the heart of that monster Caesar. A creature devoid of humanity, emotion, even desire. Truly impressive, this little female I've set my sights on. What a pity. He curled his arrogant lips into a smirk. He knows nothing. How dull it must be with him. But I am different. Desire me, and I will be your dragon alone. Covet the world, and I shall make you the master of the universe. Miantang recalled Branky's words. You're the one who wants to be master of the universe, aren't you? Of course. Who wouldn't? Those who don't are merely cowards lacking strength. But I am different, the most noble in status, the most powerful in might. For your own desires, you have already harmed the nine-clawed golden dragon and yourself. Miantang cut him off. Now you've even lost your body, your consciousness only appearing sporadically, still not giving up. Give up. Do you know how much I sacrificed to become an SS-level combat male? Do you know? He seemed provoked by her words, gradually slipping into a frenzied state. Yet fearing that his emotions might wrest control of his consciousness, he regained his composure, a shrewd glint flickering in his eyes. I am indeed not my own master now, but I have you. You are not only an SSS-level female possessing unimaginable power, but you have also won Caesar's heart. If you are willing to help me, I can reclaim everything that belongs to me, including the right to this. Stop daydreaming. The girl's voice was sharp and severe, but the infernal dragon remained unfazed, brimming with confidence that she would one day be captivated by his charm. Bang, bang, bang. A sound echoed in his mind, audible only to him. It was the barrier. These insignificant ants. He frowned in irritation, spat a curse, and his figure vanished instantly from the hall. Miantang rushed after him. Where had he gone? What was he doing? When would he return? Would he harm Caesar? And who were those ants he spoke of? She searched every corner of the dragon realm she could explore, but found no trace of him. Exhausted, she returned to the hall and fell into a deep sleep. In her slumber, she had a terrifying nightmare. When she awoke drenched in sweat, she heard footsteps outside. The strength and rhythm were Caesar. She opened the door to find a man in the thick darkness, his figure tall and imposing, elegant and refined. One eye shimmered with a pale gold, the other with a deep violet crystal, both dazzling under the brilliant starlight. Yet his face was unnervingly pale. Pale as paper. You've recovered? How did you? Before she could finish, the man at the door collapsed into her arms, his towering frame forcing her back 2 steps. Mian. Caesar, what's wrong? Miantang caught him and felt his body burning with fever, especially his forehead. Could the effects of the incense pill still be lingering? She tried to help him sit down, but when she withdrew her hand, it was covered in crimson blood. You're injured. Had he fought the infernal dragon? Since they shared a body, would the victor and the vanquished both suffer the same wounds? Caesar, don't talk. Lie down. She forcefully pressed him onto her bed, fetched warm water and clean gauze left over from the marshmallow making, and carefully unbuttoned his blood-soaked clothes. Beneath the taut muscles she saw a deep wound, likely from a dagger, and her brows furrowed deeply. Caesar lay quietly on the girl's soft, fragrant bed, greedily inhaling the rich rose scent of the quilt. His mismatched, beautiful eyes fixed intently on her delicate face, noticing for the first time a mix of seriousness, concern, and an emotion he couldn't decipher. Enough to make his lips curl upward and a secret joy rise in his heart. Mian, I told you not to talk. Miantang glanced at him and peeled away the last layer of cloth stuck to the wound. She heard a faint hiss from the man and immediately withdrew her hand. Does it hurt? No, Caesar shook his head. You touched me. My body is happy. Miantang. Injured like this and still happy. Fortunately, he knew nothing. If he did, who knows what he'd be like. Brace yourself. I'm going to start treating the wound. They'll have to keep touching you. Her movements were exceedingly gentle as her fingertips caressed and brushed against his muscles, sending shivers across his skin. It quickly turned from white to pink, then red. To wrap the gauze, she had to lean over her arms, encircling his body like an embrace, making his heart pound so fiercely against his broad chest that it seemed about to leap out, its sound deafening. Miantang heard it, inadvertently paused, then smiled. How could he be so innocent? Mian, I feel like I'm flying. It's because of you. Stop. Miantang pressed a finger to his lips. His thoughts were pure, but his words were bold. All right, are you hungry? Should I make you something to eat? Eat? Caesar looked down at her slender, fair fingers. His eyes slowly reddened. He seemed to only want to eat her. Since coming into this world, no one had ever cared for him like this. No one had made him feel so exhilarated. She was too good, too good. That way she would be with him forever. Mian. The man lying on the bed, his handsome face flushed, his body wrapped in gauze, breathed heavily, whether from excitement or pain. That way she would be with him forever. Mian. The man lying on the bed, his handsome face flushed, his body wrapped in gauze, breathed heavily, whether from excitement or pain. He was utterly enticing. The most precious thing in my body is my dragon spine, which contains marrow. If you want it, you can eat it. I am weak now and cannot resist. Miantang was astonished. She hadn't expected him to say such a thing. Was he delirious? What would I do with your dragon marrow? They all wanted it, to raise their pheromone level and become the most powerful. She knew he was referring to the females from before. But she leaned close to him, her amber eyes sparkling with a gentle smile, utterly enchanting. I don't want to become the most powerful being, nor am I that extreme. I just want you to get better quickly. Caesar seemed struck by her breathtaking beauty or her words. His soul trembled. He pulled her into his arms, his beautiful misty eyes filled with urgency, heat, and a deep unexpressed love and desire. His hoarse moving voice called her name repeatedly. Mian, 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 Mian. What is it? He trembled as he begged. I want to eat your mouth. Before Miantang could scold him, her rosy lips were suddenly captured by his. Like the time he devoured the marshmallow, his scorching tongue and lips pried open, her teeth greedily and fiercely plundering every bit of her air and sweetness. MMPH. Even wounded, her resistance was futile. She was held firmly in his strong embrace, forced to endure the brutal, almost savage onslaught. The heated gasps and trembling moans seemed to go on for an eternity. Outside the hall, 2 females knelt on the ground, having heard every word of their conversation. Their eyes darkened as they exchanged glances. The great emperor was injured. Now was the most vulnerable moment, when his dragon spine could be taken without any resistance. With a sudden bang, the door was kicked open. Miantang immediately pushed Caesar away in panic, her face flushed and breathless, her rose-like delicate lips bitten red and glistening. As she stood up, her mind still dizzy from lack of oxygen, she stumbled. How could he, a man gravely wounded, possess such overwhelming strength and vigor? Pushed onto the bed, the male with heterochromatic eyes was slightly dazed, as if trapped in some ecstatic illusion, unable to extricate himself. Though not in beast form, he felt as if flying through the clouds, drifting aimlessly, almost becoming a fool. Miamian's taste was too good, too good, too good. So good he nearly forgot who he was, where he was, what he was doing. After composing herself, Miantang saw the 2 females who had burst in. They were the only 2 other females in the dragon domain besides herself, usually responsible for cleaning the Great Hall. They were also the ones who had stood at the sides reading the tribute list when she first arrived. Is there something you need? Their probing gazes bypassed her to see the male lying motionless on the bed, his waist wrapped in blood-stained gauze, seemingly lifeless. Their usually humble voices and timid expressions turned sharp and vicious. Get lost. Your business here is done. Miantang noticed them staring at Caesar with the same greedy look as the other females before. She frowned. You want to extract the dragon spine too? From the very beginning she had thought them different from the other females with ulterior motives, assuming they were genuine staff of the dragon domain, always low-key and never overstepping their bounds. Now it seemed they were merely more patient and better at biding their time for the right moment. What else? The female on the left raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If not for the dragon spine, why would I, a daughter of a cabinet minister of the Orion star system, stoop to being a coarse maid? Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? The female on the right laughed outright. Everyone wants to extract the dragon spine and become an SS-class secondary female, even at the cost of their lives. Only you succeeded winning the Emperor's heart and trust, yet you refused the dragon spine and chose to play love games with him, haha. She laughed as if hearing the most absurd thing. Love-struck fools are hopeless. Get out of our way or you'll die with him. Glorious path. Miantang smirked. What you call a glorious path is nothing but banditry. By resorting to the most brutal means to take another's life and satisfy your desires, no matter how powerful your pheromone level becomes, you can only bring disaster to this. Shut up. Who do you think you are? A lowly female with nothing but beauty, no family background, no power or status, and you dare lecture me? Once I obtain the dragon marrow, it'll be an SS-class female. Only the SSSS-class supreme female of the central star will be above me. As for you, I'll crush you with a single slap. Sister, stop wasting words with her. Let's do it now. Alright. The two pulled out daggers from their waists, their sharp blades glinting. Still not running. Waiting to die together. Miantang lowered her gaze and walked step by step toward the wounded male's bed. I won't let you near him. Outside the great hall, the bright starlight filtered through the bead curtain, casting a slender shadow over the girl, completely covering the man. Caesar slightly regained his senses and tried to reach out, grabbing that small thin figure, wanting to pull it into his own body. For the first time, a female so weak stood before him, saying she would protect. Everyone else wanted him dead. He looked up at the girl's ethereal silhouette, her robes fluttering, and recalled a word he had once read in a book: deity. That was the most beautiful existence in the world, yet at this moment it couldn't compare to her charm. Then die. The two sisters bared their fangs, raised their daggers, and thrust at her. Just as Miantang was about to pull out the dragon ring, a surge of purple gold light erupted from behind her, swift as lightning, unstoppable, freezing the two in an you. How is this possible? The Mintera sisters' eyes widened in disbelief, as if trying to say something. But there was no chance. Like two balloons filled with blood, they burst with a double pop. The thick scent of blood filled the hall, attracting hungry crows and vultures to feast on the dismembered limbs. Miantang was stunned by the gruesome scene. Then she turned around and saw. The frail male who had been lying in bed was now sitting up, his waist wound gone, his complexion returning to normal. Only his eyes, still hazy with a faint mist, seemed lost in some obsession. He pulled her forcefully into his arms, wanting to continue. Mian, I want more. You. She froze for a moment, then quickly covered his mouth, bent down to tear off the gauze around his waist, and gently touched the spot where the wound had been. Caesar's whole body trembled, his low, husky voice seductive. Mian, don't touch me like that. He'll wanna devour her again, like after his wound had completely healed. Not even a trace remained. How could this be so miraculous? She frowned, then lifted her head, her amber eyes full of suspicion. Caesar, were you faking it just now? No. Liar. The wound could have healed with your combat power, but you deliberately dragged it out. This is my trophy. I wanted to bring it back to show you. Trophy? Miantang asked in confusion. What trophy? I stabbed myself, and that brought me back to consciousness. So they were in the same body, and even their fights were self-inflicted injuries. Do you usually use such brutal methods to fight for control of the body? No. Caesar shook his head. But it was the fastest way. I wanted to see you. Hearing those 3 words, Miantang's heart trembled. He wanted to see her for what? Then if he appears again, will you hurt yourself again? No. His power is weakening. Soon I will fully absorb him. That was good. Miantang silently breathed a sigh of relief. You said you were vulnerable now. I thought something was really wrong. I am indeed vulnerable now, Caesar said, taking her hand and placing it over his chest. Now whenever I see you, my heart beats so fast my whole body burns. Every inch is soft except for one place that's very hard. He started to guide her hand to that hard spot, but the girl her beautiful shimmering eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. He had just deliberately exposed his weakness to her. Said he wanted to see her. Even though there was no candy in his mouth, he pestered her for some. Now his heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might fly out of his chest, and he was even having a physical reaction. Could it be that he had fallen for her? The moment this thought sprang into his mind, he dismissed it. Impossible. He had only just been fused into existence, knowing nothing. How could he harbor such profound emotions? Besides, she had been bullying and mocking him all along. It would be a mercy if he didn't hate her, let alone like her. He wasn't a masochist. Perhaps it was just his usual way of expressing himself, or maybe the effects of the incense pellet hadn't worn off yet. She consoled herself and asked tentatively, Caesar, have you ever had these reactions toward any other female? Caesar thought seriously for a moment. No, only with you, and with the you in my dreams. Before he could finish, Miantang clamped her hand over his mouth. All right, that's enough. You're probably still dazed from the fight. Sleep it off. I'm leaving now. She was about to turn away when the man wrapped his arm firmly around her slender waist, pulling her into a possessive embrace, holding her tightly, without letting go. What are you? The young woman's face flushed with panic. Feeling his scorching breath and body heat, and recalling the kiss that had left her nearly unconscious, her own heartbeat began to race. Mian, where are you going? This is your room. Miantang. Right, this was her room. Why was she leaving? It was him who should leave, but judging by his expression, he had no intention of going. He was determined to stay here. You've dirted this place. How can I stay? Pick another room at random. Let go of me. Caesar's face inexplicably reddened at the word dirty. He lowered his head, his gaze drifting, and his voice dropped to a whisper, as if he had done something wrong. How do you? I saw it with my own eyes. He had killed 2 people, and their bodies lay not far away. Wait. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed the man's suspicious gaze. Curiously following it, she saw his robe, and instantly understood, her face also turning red. I was talking about the floor. What were you thinking? Embarrassed and flustered, she tried to push him away, but failed. Her strength was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree before him. Not even a tickle. Not only did she fail to move him, but he effortlessly pinned her beneath him. Mian, I want to sleep with you. I don't want to. Not at all. Caesar, let me go. Caesar? Caesar. The young woman's desperate voice was swallowed by the man's embrace and the blankets. Fortunately, he simply held her and slept. After a night's sleep, Miantang thought he would have come to his senses that everything from yesterday was just an illusion. But she was wrong. From that day on, Caesar became extremely clingy. Clingy in the morning, clingy at noon, clingy at night, clingy while eating, while playing, and even more so while sleeping. He wished he could keep his eyes glued to her every moment, every second. Seeing the situation growing increasingly awry, she devised a harsher, upgraded plan. She used every trick to tease and torment him, trying to make him disgusted and drive her away. Sometimes she even felt guilty for her excessive behavior, but his passion not only didn't wane, it grew even more intense. Caesar, aren't you angry at me for treating you like this? Watching the dragon, who was locked out of the great hall in the freezing cold, was pushed into a mud pit despite his severe cleanliness obsession and was ignored for days, yet still clung to her. Miantang asked in confusion. But the latter only looked at her with bright eyes, pulling a rose from his bosom. I'm not angry. I think it's fun and exciting. Mian, this is the first rose that bloomed this morning. It's as beautiful as you. I'm giving it to you. Miantang looked at the rose in his hand, its thorns already removed. Exquisite and dewy, of vivid, alluring red. The language of the rose, pure and passionate love. Every morning, he would wait in the mountains, pluck the first blooming rose, and give it to her. Sometimes in harsh weather, he would use his battle power to withstand the elements until it passed. The endless stream of rare treasures and precious collections, tribute from the outside world, were all presented to her. When he saw her interest, he would excitedly transform into a little dragon and beg for a pat. Even if she were slow and incredulous, she could see the overwhelming emotion in his eyes that was about to spill over. He had fallen in love with her. He really had fallen in love with her. She let out a soft sigh. What a foolish dragon. After all she had done to him. She reached out and took the rose, her heartstrings quivering slightly, and linked her arm with his. Let's go see the flowers on the mountain. Yes. Caesar happily shifted into his beast form and carried her toward the mountain peak. Miantang gazed at the beautiful roses blooming all over the mountainside, but deep in her eyes lay profound melancholy and sorrow. Her original plan was to make Caesar loathe her and drive her out of the dragon domain, but now it had backfired. Not only did he not hate her, he had fallen in love with her. Would she ever have a chance to leave the dragon domain? Caesar, let me tell you today's bad joke. Cats go meow, dogs go woof, ducks go quack. Do you know what chickens do? I don't know. Chickens are for those who are prepared. Caesar paused for a moment as usual, then burst into laughter, a cheerful melodious sound that echoed across the mountains. But Miantang turned to him and asked, I tell you a bad joke every day. Are you tired of hearing them? No, never tired. He would never tire of them. Then when can I leave the dragon domain? No leaving. I want to stay here with you forever. Sure enough, it was the worst answer. Miantang's mood instantly sank. But I want to go out. Why, oi? Caesar was puzzled. Isn't it good here? No, there are people outside waiting for me. I've been gone so long, I wonder how worried they are. After she finished, she fell into a long silence. Caesar looked at her, her dejected expression, her dim eyes, her slightly pursed lips, and suddenly felt an unprecedented emotion. This emotion crumpled his entire heart like a ball of crushed paper, causing him immense pain. Was this sadness? He didn't want to make her sad. He didn't want to make her sad at all. Leave the dragon domain. His raven-black lashes drooped, slightly veiling the color in his heterochromatic eyes. For a long, long time. So long that Miantang had stood up to leave. He suddenly reached out and smoothed the furrow between her brows. Mian, moi. Can the story of 1001 Nights have a different ending? What ending? The king and the queen leave together. The king and the queen leave together. Miantang laughed. What does that mean? The queen abducts the king. Haha. As she laughed, she suddenly seemed to realize something, and an incredulous, brilliant light burst into her eyes. Do you mean you're going to let me leave the dragon domain? But I want to go with you. Okay. The young woman's head was spinning from the sudden good news, and she agreed without a second thought. Caesar pulled her into his arms, pressing her tightly against his chest. I want to be with you forever. Do you know what a lifetime means? Miantang poked his face amusingly. Kaisa buried himself deeply in her neck, letting out a low grunt. It means being together with you forever and ever never to part. Huh. At this moment, he wasn't being foolish. She couldn't help but reach out and embrace him back. Kaisa became even more agitated, pressing her entire body into his embrace, as if wishing to merge her into his very marrow. From a distance, their intimately intertwined figures looked like one person. The two held each other for an unknown duration. Suddenly the maiden seemed to remember something and lifted her head. Bringing him back is no problem. But he is the only male of SS-level combat prowess in the world, possessing the power to rule the universe and destroy planets invincible. Yet in temperament and cognition, he is as innocent as a child. If he goes out and encounters unpleasant people or things and goes on a killing spree like in the dragon domain, it will cause panic. She pondered for a moment. Kaisa, I can take you back, but we need to make 3 rules. Kaisa, 3 rules. It means setting some rules that both sides must obey. Okay. First rule, after we go out you must obey me in everything. He nodded without hesitation. I only listen to Mian. So obedient. Miantang smiled and stroked his head, her fingers gently threading through his long hair, lightly combing and playing with it. Then the second rule, no killing casually. If you encounter any unhappy people or things, come and tell me, and I'll help you solve it. You'll help me solve it. Kaisa frowned, puzzled. You're only a level female, how can you solve it? Deceiving an innocent child, the somewhat guilty maiden let out a long hum, thinking how to explain, without hurting his feelings or causing his trust in her. Not everything needs to be solved with violence. Sometimes the mind is more useful. Okay. Kaisao agreed readily. Mian is the smartest. So easy to fool. Then the third rule. Having proposed 2 rules herself, she felt it was a bit unfair to him, so she generously gave him the third one. The last one you can propose. Really? Hearing this, Kaisa immediately released her, his eyes sparkling. Miantang saw him so happy, and thought he had some important condition to propose. Unexpectedly, as soon as she nodded, he eagerly said, Then tonight, I want to go to bed with you and sleep. Can I? The man's shimmering heterochromatic eyes flickered slightly, as if begging. Mian, it's been so long since we last did it. That's called coming to my bed and sleeping with me, not going to bed to sleep with me. Miantang corrected him word by word. It's okay, but you must behave yourself and not touch me. Ever since he accidentally ate the fragrance pill last time, he seemed to have become addicted to her. He often sneaked onto her bed in the middle of the night, holding her and kissing and caressing her tirelessly, with a vague desire to explore her body, following his male instinct. After repeated strict prohibitions failed, she simply cruelly shut him out of the hall. He just stood outside waiting. She thought that after 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Over time he would stop wanting it, but unexpectedly, he was still holding on. Okay. Kaisa promised readily and excitedly. I will absolutely not touch you. Midnight. The moonlight was hazy, the stars brilliant. Pinned firmly beneath him, her hands tightly bound above her head, unable to move, her rosy lips kissed to a glistening wetness, the maiden, with seductive eyes, moaned impatiently, Ma. No more, I'm about to be kissed to death. Kaisa, you lying dragon, when did you learn to lie? Sorry. Kaisa looked down at her, breathing heavily, his gaze passionate. Though his mouth kept apologizing, his pupils burning with fervent fire, seemed to wish to devour her alive. Mian, you are so beautiful, so wonderful, I can't help it. Saying so, he uncontrollably lightly bit her rosy, charming cheek, as if he really wanted to eat her. Miantang. Let go. Even if you can't help it, you must hold back. If you keep kissing me, you'll really suffocate to death. Afraid she would die. Kaisa immediately let go, but then his big hand tried to reach into her clothes, and she grabbed it. What are you doing? Mian. Kaisa's magnetic voice was hoarse, his eyes misty with desire, as if he himself didn't know what he was doing. Your body is so soft, so fragrant, it feels so good to touch. I want to feel even better. No. Then when will it be okay? If it were before, he would definitely ask her why not. But now he asked when, not why. Could it be? Through constant exploration, was he about to become enlightened? After all, in nature, the instinctual behaviors of males and females need no teaching. When feelings are right, they are learned without a teacher, and things happen naturally. But given his current unrestrained nature, if he really became enlightened, wouldn't she die in bed? Wait until after we leave the dragon domain. She murmured with a shy, embarrassed expression. Okay. Kaisa held her with a joyful heart, and fell asleep contentedly. In his arms was her. In his dreams, it was also her. The next day, the maiden sat on the divine dragon, flying towards the border. They skimmed over the endless desert, flew over the rolling mountains, past the surging sea, and finally saw patches of purple-gold light currents drifting around the dragon domain. That must be the restriction, right? Kai SAS restriction. She had seen the big golden retrievers. Unexpectedly, the SS level male's restriction was so much stronger than the S level, so thick that she couldn't see the outside world at all. She only saw a dent and damage in the southeast corner, as if something had struck it heavily thousands of times. What would be so desperate as to strike the restriction of an SS level male? For no reason, a sharp pain pierced her heart. What was this? Did she not sleep well last night? She shook her head. Kai-Sa landed transformed into human form and looked at the layers of restrictions surrounding the dragon domain. His thick, dark lashes lowered slightly, concealing the light in his eyes. For a full 10+ seconds. Then he looked down at the expectant maiden and reached out, without hesitation, about to remove the restriction. During this process, Miantang faintly felt the dragon ring on her chest heating up, trembling, and vibrating continuously, as if in fear of something. No. 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 In the second when Kai-Sa was about to remove the restriction, the infernal demon dragon, who had been fused into his body with very weak consciousness, used the last bit of strength to seize his body again. Kai-Sa, you madman. Instantly, his heterochromatic eyes turned entirely into illusionary purple crystals, and his appearance retained only half. His expression, compared to the previous arrogance, was now filled with panic. His eyes, full of anger and bloodshot, glowed with a chilling light. It's you, eh? Miantang was shocked. How did he come out again? Didn't Kai-Sa say that he had been almost completely fused and wouldn't appear again? It's me. The infernal demon dragon's lips curled into a wicked grin. Little female, you are truly formidable. You actually made Kai-Sa become your toy at your beck and call. You even dare to leave the dragon domain and remove the restriction. After the soul condensation technique, the divine dragon must recuperate in the dragon domain for 100 years to truly cultivate. Once the restriction is removed, its combat power will be greatly reduced, and its body and soul will gradually disappear until death. Kai-Sa clearly knew all this, but because he was greedy for the time spent with this little female, he was willing. It truly fulfilled that legend. You want to leave the dragon domain? Don't be delusional. Come back with me. He grabbed her and simultaneously reinforced the boundary restriction. Let me go, you let me go. As Miantang struggled, she suddenly heard a series of rumbling sounds from the sky, and a shadow that covered the sky descended from above. When the central star annihilated its archenemy and the SSS level female personally slew the leader of the X-Galaxy, Austin, avenging the suffering of the people for centuries, the nation was celebrating and the masses were jubilant. However, the greatest contributor was captured by the newly born SS level male in the Interstellar, the Evil Dragon. The 8 males around her, in order to save her, exhausted every means to break through the restriction, but all failed. The planet was also retaliated against for angering the Evil Dragon. In the face of absolute top-tier combat power, even if other galaxies wanted to help, they were powerless. Just when everyone thought that the central galaxy had no hope, the silent and seemingly transparent Imperial King, Pheromone, miraculously evolved from a level to an SS-level combat male, awakening indestructible power. The only male in the Interstellar who naturally evolved to SS-level combat power. Miantang looked up and saw a giant panda of enormous size, revealing sharp fangs, slowly tearing through the dragon domain's restriction. Its erect, fluffy ears, its clean and flowing black and white fur, its pair of black shiny eyes like onyx, and the familiar fresh and elegant scent on its body. All of them reminded Rong, she murmured. But it was too big, several times the size of Rong, and its body exuded a berserk, murderous aura, as if it were a majestic and inviolable ancient divine. Its momentum was magnificent enough to swallow the sky and the sun. Completely different from the little black sesame-filled glutinous rice ball that sat in the bamboo grove at the back mountain, eating bamboo shoots, shy and innocent. Moreover, its aura was exceptionally deep, a depth she had only sensed from Kai-Sa, symbolizing the highest SS-level combat power. It couldn't be. The girl's gentle voice drifted through the barrier, and the giant panda's ears twitched. It then raised its head, and the moment it saw her, all the ferocious malice in its dark eyes vanished, replaced by sparkling clear light, faintly tinged with a misty watery sheen. It seemed extremely excited. Tong tong tang tang. Tong tong, I finally found you. He went berserk, increasing his combat power, and his sharp teeth tore through the dragon domain's barrier. That expression and those eyes, it was Rong. Miantang exclaimed in surprise. The infernal demon dragon also looked over, and when he saw it tear through the barrier with ease, his face turned pale with shock. A panda? How is that possible? How is this possible? This is an SS-level combat power barrier, the most solid existence under heaven. How could it be torn open by him? Could it be that he is also? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Under the heavens in the universe, there is only him, the noble SS stop-level combat power male. There absolutely cannot be another. Suddenly, a black and white streak of light struck from above, carrying a fierce, killing intent, blasting him thousands of meters away, and quickly lifted the little female on the ground. Such powerful combat power. It really is SS level. In an instant, the infernal demon dragon's raised eyes were filled with eerie blood-red, bright red, revealing all his anger, unwillingness, and hatred. He had painstakingly cultivated for many years to learn the soul condensation art, sacrificing the only 2 bloodlines within the dragon clan, including himself, to finally achieve SS stop-level combat power. He had thought that the great undertaking of conquering planets and unifying the universe was about to begin. Unexpectedly, there had naturally emerged another SS-level combat power male in the world. Yet his power was slowly draining away due to the disappearance of the dragon domain's barrier. All his scheming turned to ashes, and all his efforts were wiped out. Ha ha ha. Why? Why is the beast god so unfair to him? Ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter manic and arrogant, his expression twisted and wild. If that's the case, then let's all perish together. A sinister and eerie light gleamed in his eyes. The dragon domain born for dragons dies when dragons die, destroying all things, combined with the self-destruction of an SS-level combat power male. Today the world's strongest SSS-level female and 2 SS-level males will perish. What he cannot have, no one else shall have. The infernal demon dragon's body instantly gathered swirling purple crystal light, his aura surging and magnificent like a huge tornado, making Miantang recall Aesiding, who was about to self-destruct at the gate of Falyuafamfa City. No. Although he is now the infernal demon dragon, he is using Kaisa's body. If he self-destructs, then Kaisa. She anxiously thought of a way when she saw the man about to self-destruct's face suddenly blur like flickering neon, and within seconds he transformed into another person. He had ink-black long hair, dark and thick, gently lifted by the cold wind, his eyes deep and narrow, naturally heterochromatic. The left eye a dreamy amethyst hue, the right a light and distant golden, his facial contours smooth and distinct, nose bridge, straight thin lips like a line. On his smooth temples there were a pair of jade-colored horns, crystal clear and glowing. He wore an extremely long black robe with faintly engraved intricate dragon cloud patterns on the hem, like a king overlooking the world with an awe-inspiring aura. Exactly the same as when she first saw him. Kaisa. The girl's eyes instantly burst with joyful light. Had he returned? He had regained his body. Great. Kaisa's lips curled slightly, and his heterochromatic eyes gazed deeply at his beloved little female, as if to engrave her into his heart forever and ever. But the barrier was gone, and his power had become very weak. He could no longer control the infernal demon dragon. Perhaps he could hold on for 2 minutes, 1 minute, just to look at her a little more. At the last second, he reached back to his nape and transformed into the purple-gold divine dragon. Mian, I'll send you home. The intact gland was cruelly torn apart, the 1,000-meter-long dragon spine forcibly extracted from the dragon body, scattering crimson blood droplets in the air like a beautiful painting under the faint morning light and shifting clouds, but it made Miantang's eyes go empty. Kaisa! Her piercing cry echoed through the sky, but there was no response. The purple-gold divine dragon's body dissipated like sand, vanishing bit by bit in the wind. The dragon's spine, emitting a blazing radiant light, slowly merged into her body along her chest, forming a protective light shield. The time seal reviewed his life in her mind. He was born in the dragon domain, trapped under the barrier, without parents, without attachments, without morals, without emotions, without desires, only a group of people who wanted to kill him. Every day was the same, every day was boring. Until one day he saw a special little female in the crowd, and his eyes lit up. The scenes of their time together one after another played in her mind like a beautiful revolving lantern, finally freezing on the image. Mian, I want to leave with you, I want to be together with you forever. But he could never leave again. She desperately tried to drive her pheromones, trying to save him, but it was completely useless. It's no use, no use, why is it no use? Pheromone transformed into human form and took her away from the collapsing dragon domain. After an unknown amount of time, Miantang came back to her senses from her daze, smelling an extremely cold, thick, deathly stillness. It seemed they had arrived at the central star. She looked up, but the next second her eyes were covered, and the young king's trembling voice came from beside her, Tong, don't look. Even though her eyes couldn't see, the time seal restored all the scenes. After she was captured by the evil dragon, the 8 males beside her quickly found the dragon domain. They were frantic, exhausting every method, but couldn't break through the barrier. In the end, they actually rammed it with their flesh and blood. Lanlan's pair of crimson flame wings were completely broken. Jun Shinjian's double pupils bled, and he went blind. Little Ear's indestructible body was shattered. The twin stars and Lu Sila's combat power was completely exhausted, and they suffered mental breakdowns. Qin Yinzhou lost all his avatars and fell into a coma. Tung Lezin's serpent body was severed. Even Queen Zhan Ni and Princess Kaishalin's information, was severely damaged. Yet the infernal demon dragon still did not stop. He activated his combat power and used extreme cold ice to freeze the entire planet, turning its people into statues. The once prosperous and abundant central star, because of her arrival, became a frozen hell, and all who loved her died for her. Miantang wailed to the sky. Her cries were heart-wrenching, grief-stricken. Her body gradually transformed into transparent flowers, sparkling like stars. Tang tang. Tang tang. Tang tang. Pheromone tried to scoop and scoop, but couldn't catch a single flower. As his hands trembled in despair, he saw Those flowers falling onto the land of Central Star miraculously melting the thousands of miles of polar ice, awakening countless frozen subjects. A spotted-leaf butterfly orchid healed the broken wings of the Admiral of Islandi. A peony restored the double pupils of the Crown Prince. A tulip repaired the mecha body of the commander. A snow lotus from Tianshan, a dryad's flower, and a phoenix tail flower reduced the completely collapsed combat values of the Empire's twin stars and Dean Lu to the minimum. A jasmine awakened Qin Yanzhou and his doppelganger. A gardenia reconnected the serpent body of Tangleson. A fragrant lily healed the information sea of Queen Jenny and miraculously everyone woke up safe and sound, sensing that rich fragrance and immensely powerful pheromone. They all raised their heads in astonishment and saw the time seal. It turned out that the supreme SSS-level female on the planet was named Su Miantang, the only female researcher at the Imperial National Academy of Sciences and the founder of the new inhibitor. She had helped the twin stars escape the prince's control, retrieved and healed the war god who had been hit by a miasma bomb and turned into a cub, saved the crown prince's life, and his completely collapsed combat power rescued his Fini, protected the young academy, healed over 20 children poisoned by snake venom, avenged the vanished planet Surfa, and personally ended the life of Austin, the leader of the X-Galaxy, the greatest enemy of Central Star. Even more, she made the purple gold divine dragon draw out its dragon spine, changing the entire galaxy, even the future of the universe that would have been flattened and subjected to the brutal rule of the dragon race. She made darkness and bloodshed disappear from the interstellar space. Finally, she released one after another information bodies, melting the frozen planet. She was a deity who descended upon the world to save all living beings. Countless subjects wept with gratitude, bowed and kowtowed, thanking her for her kindness and redemption, rejoicing in the joy of rebirth after the great calamity. However, within the seal, only fragments of her past flashed by, with no trace of future scenes. The information bodies blooming all over the sky gradually turned transparent and disappeared like withering flowers, leaving no trace, and in the air there was no longer any breath of her. Just as if before being picked up by the twin stars, she had never existed on this planet. The 8 rescued males collapsed emotionally and knelt down, waves of bloody tears surging in their eyes. Their chests felt as if a poisoned dagger had been plunged in, piercing their hearts and bones, causing unbearable pain so much so that they couldn't even cry. They were all crushed. Without her, living was meaningless. Guide to cultivating begonia. Likes moisture, suitable temperature is 1524 C, needs to grow in a place with sufficient light, requires loose, breathable, well-drained, organic-rich sandy soil. When blooming, it has a high demand for fertilizer water every 7 to 8 days. A man's hand, long and clean with distinct knuckles like superior mutton fat, white, jade, gently turned the pages, studying carefully. Around, boundless begonia bushes stretched their leaves and bloomed brilliantly in the gentle breeze, abundant sunlight and soft soil. Such warm sunlight, such gentle breeze, such sweet water. It's so comfortable. I feel like I could sleep for a few more 100 years. Someone is touching my leaf. Now the petals and the stamen, you pervert. Don't you know the stamen is a plant? It angrily opened its eyes and saw a handsome, godlike, cool face. Such a handsome male, it was stunned. Before it, the man had shallow silver hair cascading like stars, eyes like fragmented clouds, clear and distant, as if possessing infinite wisdom from 1,000 sails. His features were meticulously outlined by God's brush, perfect beyond words, like a fallen immortal from the 9th heaven, aloof, noble, and unattainable, yet a trace of smile at the corner of his lips was extremely gentle, matching the warmth of his fingertips. He was also stunned. The girl squatting in front of him had thick black hair slightly wrapping her petite body, eyelashes like fluttering raven feathers, amber eyes pure and clear, radiant, as if newborn. From the tip of her nose, lips, cheeks, neck. Every part was beautiful, every part was tempting. Her human form was nature's most outstanding masterpiece. You're awake. He spoke, his voice clear and elegant like a spring breeze. It enjoyed it for a second, then its petals trembled as if startled. How can this person talk to a flower? You? It spoke in shock, discovering that it could actually talk. Then it looked down and found that it had actually transformed. The first thing was to rush to the river and look at its appearance. Nose is pretty, eyes are pretty, mouth is also pretty. She touched her face, then her body, very satisfied with her human form. The man looked at her cute back, a hint of doting light flashing in his eyes. Before he could withdraw it, she ran to him like a gust of wind, her bright eyes looking up, filled with joy and curiosity. Are you my father? The man was choked for a moment. No. Then who are you? We've met, don't you remember? Met. Yes, in the Beast God Hall of the Central Star Palace, you met my 3 strands of combat power. The girl shook her head, looking confused. Are you mistaking me for someone else? I just transformed. You? The man's eyebrows slightly raised, a hint of surprise. Amnesia. Amnesia. No, I remember, I've been sleeping. She really had amnesia. But it didn't matter. That brief moment was just a drop in the ocean in her life. You transformed 19 years ago. 19 years ago. The girl was surprised. Then I'm already 19. Yes. Then what's my name? She happily pulled his sleeve. He originally didn't plan to tell her, but couldn't resist her enthusiasm. The name you gave yourself is Su Miantang. Su Miantang. She repeated her name word by word. A sleeping begonia awakens. I like this name very much. As she said that, a thought inexplicably flashed in her heart, a soft, sweet marshmallow. I also like it very much, a tang. A man's voice came from beside her, clear and warm like jade, like a secluded valley stream, incredibly gentle, as if he had been chanting this name 1,000 times. A tang. He called her name so beautifully. Su Miantang smiled slightly. What's your name? I have no name. He finished, paused at her puzzled expression. Others call me the Beast God. You can call me anything except Father. You can't call me Father, and I don't have a name. Su Miantang frowned, pondering for a moment. Then let me give you a name, shall I? All right. You? The girl leaned down, peering at him closely, her beautiful amber eyes shimmering with light, warm breath cascading onto his face. The man could not help but lower his gaze, setting down the book he held. On the surface all was calm, yet deep within the once immobile lake of his heart stirred with turbulent waves. You are dazzling like a candle in the night, like the sun in the day. Let me call you Zhuyang. Zhuyang. He murmured the name several times, a smile spilling from the corners of his eyes and brows. Good, I like it very much. Since you like it, as an exchange you must tell me what happened to me during these 19 years. She lifted her skirt, sat beside him with curiosity, and picked up the book he had just put down. A guide to cultivating begonia flowers. He had been taking care of her all along. And he still said he wasn't her father. Doubt clouded her mind again. These 19 years. Zhuyang murmured softly, his thick lashes casting a shadow over his eyelids. If I told her, would she? Let me first tell you about your origin and the world you live in. All right. Su Miantang cupped her face, listening attentively. Millions of years ago, the myriad planets were filled with extraordinary beasts and rare creatures. As time passed, they gradually evolved into human forms, divided into males and females. Males were born with combat prowess, while females possessed pheromones. At first, the genders complemented each other, and everything was harmonious and balanced. But due to years of relentless warfare, the rate of combat differentiation among males far surpassed that of females. When the first-class combat male appeared, the highest level of female pheromones was only be utterly incapable of soothing their mating periods or reducing their collapsing combat power, leading to the successive deaths of many high-level males. This situation grew increasingly dire, until 1,000 years ago, when an interstellar war erupted. The central star, besieged by enemies, saw all class and above males perish from combat collapse. Countless enemy forces seized the opportunity and annihilated the central star. Corpses littered the fields, and not a single soul survived. At that time, everyone believed this planet would vanish from the cosmic map. But that very night, thousands upon thousands of flowers rose from the earth, healing all the people. The central star was revitalized, and the enemies retreated in fear, believing that the central star was aided by a divine being and dared not invade again. While Su Miantang listened with great interest. What were those thousands of flowers? Were they really a divine being? It was you, me, It was your informational body. You are the incarnation of the most powerful pheromones, just as I am the incarnation of the most powerful beast. How do you know? Zhuyang paused, his thoughts seemingly pulled back to a time long, long ago. I am a first-hand witness of that catastrophe, one of the people you saved. He finished speaking and looked at her, as if hoping she might remember something, but saw only astonishment on her face. So you're over 1,000 years old. I'm only 19. You're definitely not my father. At this age you could be my great-grandfather. She murmured softly, and the man was left speechless again. After a moment, he gave a helpless laugh. It's normal for S-class male to live over 1,000 years. Are you S-class male? No. I used to be SS class, and now I should be SSS class. What about me? You have no rank and no limit. Then doesn't that mean I can use my pheromones on you? The girl's mind took an unexpected turn. She reached out her hand, smiling sweetly at him. The man was momentarily stunned, his slightly dilated pupils and trembling lashes betrayed a hint of nervousness. She was going to use pheromones on him. What pheromones are you going to use on me? His voice, calm as still water, gave no hint of the shock and longing within. The kind that makes you happy, of course. You're so handsome and so good. I couldn't bear to let you get hurt. Make you happy, couldn't bear. Every word she spoke made his heart thunder, the tips of his ears turning red, cold jade-like skin beating with sweat, as if he could not suppress his physiological reactions. It seemed no matter how many years had passed, no matter how powerful his rank had become in front of her, everything came to naught. The girl slowly drew closer to him. When she was but a hair's breadth away, the man closed his eyes as if he dared not look directly at the sun. Wait. Just as she was about to activate her pheromones, she suddenly stopped. I don't think I can use my pheromones on you. According to what he had said, your female would mind. At these words, Zhuyang's eyes snapped open. I have no female. What? Su Miantang was stunned. You're over 1,000 years old, and you still don't have a female. Because? Zhuyang lowered his gaze slightly, as if accustomed to 1,000 years of solitude and desolation. I am waiting for someone. And have you found that person? The man slowly lifted his head, meeting her gaze. His delicate, shallow eyes were like drifting clouds with a faint, blazing fire leaping within. I have. To wait for someone for 1,000 years. Is it worth it? Su Miantang blinked in confusion, thinking him far too foolish. What kind of person could be worth a millennium of waiting? It is worth it. In a day, Zhu Yang recalled that night 1,000 years ago. When he had been resurrected from death, he opened his eyes and saw a begonia flower floating directly above him, continuously showering down light. At the very center of that light was the silhouette of a stunningly beautiful girl curled up slightly, as if sleeping, not yet fully formed. Only a faint outline. Yet that single glance became unforgettable for eternity. As the most powerful male in the universe, he could have any female, yet he fell in love with a divine being. He yearned for her day and night, his soul haunted by her, yet he could never obtain. In fact, after that he never saw her again. He had thought that when he died his longing would cease. But he unexpectedly discovered that he was immortal and indestructible, just like his delusion for her. This emotion, more painful than death, persisted until the moment he saw her again in the Beast God Hall of the Central Star. That was the happiest day of his life. Except for today, and perhaps also tomorrow, and the day after, and every day in the future that he would spend with her. How foolish. Miantang concluded in her heart. Is the world you spoke of the place where we are a? She looked around her. As far as the eye could see, there were only begonia flowers. No, Zhu Yang shook his head. This is merely a sealed space, one dimension higher than the real world, used to sustain my delayed combat differentiation. Oh, Miantang nodded. It's quite comfortable here with sunlight, gentle breezes, flowing water, and beautiful scenery. I like it very much. Still, she was curious about what the real world was like. From what he had said, it sounded rather interesting. She suddenly stood up, but the hem of her skirt caught on the man's sleeve, causing her to stumble. Off balance, she fell into his embrace. The girl's graceful, soft figure sank into his hard embrace, stirring the heart of a male who had not touched a female for 1,000 years, leaving him unable to control himself. He stared at her intently, his arm instinctively wrapping around her waist. So beautiful. A tang. He wanted. Woo. The girl pouted, looking up from his embrace with a pitiful expression, accusing it hurts so much. Why is your body so hard? Seeing the man's surging desire gradually morph into a doting smile, he reached out and gently stroked her head. Let me rub it for you. My hair is also messy. I'll comb it for you. My clothes are wrinkled. I'll fix them for you. Huh. Why was he being so good to her? Okay. Her eyes curved into crescents as she agreed without hesitation. Only then did she realize that his kindness toward her was merely the tip of the iceberg. When she turned into a flower, he would shield her from wind and rain water, and fertilize her, and study what kind of weather and environment would make her happy. Her leaves spread wider, and her blossoms bloom. When she turned into a human, he would put on her shoes and socks, comb her hair, cook delicious and aromatic meals, pick out all kinds of cute little dresses, tell captivating stories, and play delightful. Every day they spent together was incredibly joyful, like a pair of celestial lovers roaming freely in another world, undisturbed by anyone. Now I believe you're not my Miantang lay on his lap, biting the spoon, and savoring the cherry cake with delight. Why? Because even a father wouldn't be this good to his daughter. You are far too good, far too good. Zhu Yang chuckled softly, his slender fingers slowly brushing a few stray strands of hair from her cheek and tucking them behind her ear. The affection in his eyes was so abundant it seemed ready to spill over. It's you who are far too good. So good that you dazzled the youth of his years. So good that even after enduring the torment of 1,000 years of solitude, the moment he saw her, it all vanished like smoke, and he willingly savored every second. He wanted every year, every day, every minute, every second to be spent together, inseparable, just like now. His heart filled to the brim, a happiness 1,000 times greater than being a beast god or an immortal. What's so good about me? The girl raised an eyebrow in confusion. Is it because I'm too beautiful? Not just beautiful. Beautiful without arrogance, kind with sharpness, gentle with strength, adorable without affectation. Am I really that good? Miantang sat up in surprise, her stunningly gorgeous face suddenly looming before the man. A few traces of white cream clung to her rosy, moist lips, causing Zhu Yang's pale pupils to contract instantly. Burning desire swept through his reason in an instant. Without a second thought, he lowered his head and kissed the corner of her mouth, his lips and tongue nibbling gently at her tender skin. The inexperienced girl was startled by his sudden move. She pushed him away and tried to flee, but her slender waist was firmly locked and his grip pressed against his lap, not allowing her to move. I'm sorry. Zhu Yang's breathing was ragged, the corners of his eyes flushed red. His strikingly handsome face buried itself in the girl's fair neck, his apologetic voice slightly hoarse. You're too tempting. I couldn't hold back. He had always stood as the embodiment of asceticism and detachment in the hearts of billions of Beastman followers. If they ever witnessed this scene, wouldn't all their faith? He couldn't resist even the slightest, tiniest temptation from her. But he willingly became her prisoner. Miantang didn't blame him. She wasn't afraid or disgusted, just a little flustered and shy. Seeing his arms locked around her waist like iron bands, as if about to make another move, she rolled her eyes and tried to divert. Zhu Yang, didn't you say you were transformed from the most powerful beast? Then what is your beast form? Yes, I guess. Miantang thought seriously. Is it a dragon? As she spoke, she felt the necklace hanging around her neck grow hot and restless, as if responding to some call. She pulled it out to look and touch it. It seemed to be soothed and soon returned to calm. This necklace had been with her since birth. The pendant was a ring composed of two intertwined dragons, one gold, one purple. It was exquisitely beautiful. She often liked to play with it in her hands. Sometimes as she played it would grow hot and warm, as if something alive were swimming inside responding to her. But she wasn't playing with it now. Why had it suddenly lit up? No. Zhu Yang shook his head. Miantang placed the ring back against her chest. Then what is it? A human. A human. She was astonished. You don't have a beast form. He had been born without a beast form. Perhaps that was also why he could break through the SS level combat power. Humans are nature's most perfect creation. Alright. Miantang's tone carried a hint of regret. She had hoped he could turn into a little animal, so she could pet and play. Zhu Yang caught on his long eyebrows slightly raised. But I've awakened the ability of instant transformation. I can take the form of anything including beasts. Really? The girl's eyes lit up with keen interest. Really? Do you have any favorite animals? Lots. Puppies, kittens, raccoons, little fluff balls, bunnies. And the ones you dislike? Cold-blooded animals, especially snakes. Miantang blurted out almost instinctively, but after saying it her heart inexplicably felt a pang, sour swollen, as if she disagreed with her own words. Faintly a familiar, affectionate voice echoed in her ears. Little marshmallow. Snake. She seemed to have encountered snakes before. Not all snakes were cold-blooded, hateful, or frightening. There were. Just as she was racking her brain to think of what kind of snakes, she saw Zhu Yang transform into a golden retriever. Wow, a big golden retriever. But as soon as she said it, another sharp pain pierced her heart. It seemed there was someone else. Yet she couldn't recall anything else in her mind. Only a pair of double pupils, blind double pupils, shedding bloody tears, filled with immense sorrow and despair, as if they had lost the most precious thing. Her eyes flickered as she watched Zhu Yang transform from a golden retriever into a cat. It was an American Shorthair. Its body was covered in black and white patches, very beautiful and cute. But inexplicably a cat, even more beautiful and adorable, popped into her mind. One with fiery red wings and a majestic king character on its forehead. More importantly, it belonged to her. The American Shorthair appeared only briefly, then turned into a rabbit. It was a Hotot rabbit. It shared her name. But she didn't like it. She felt that a rabbit's ears should be long and big, preferably drooping, its eyes honey tea-colored, and when it looked at her it should shed tears and call out. Before the word sister could even form, a sudden cracking sound echoed, like the sound of her heart breaking. She suddenly felt unbearably pained, barely able to stand. She crouched slightly, murmuring, "My rabbit is broken." What? Sensing the abnormality, Zhu Yang quickly resumed his human form, bent down to support her, and saw that she was already drenched in tears. It struck his heart like a sharp arrow. "Tang, what's wrong?" "I don't know either." The girl shook her head in confusion. "I just suddenly feel so terrible. It's like I've lost a lot of things." Zhu Yang knew she was referring to the memories of her 19 years in the mortal world, especially the last year when she returned to the central planet. "You didn't lose them. You saved them." "Saved it?" Miantang looked utterly bewildered. Not long ago he had predicted that a cataclysm was about to befall the universe, brought by the sudden emergence of an SS-level combat power. A cruel dragon that would rule with savage violence. The first to suffer was the central planet. It had destroyed countless high-level males on the planet, frozen all its subjects to intimidate other galaxies, while he, trapped in this narrow space, due to his combat power level undergoing differentiation, was powerless. At the critical moment, it was Tang who made the evil dragon extract its own spine and self-destruct, restoring peace to the galaxy. And then she scattered all her power, transforming into an information entity that fell upon the land, saving countless subjects. Just as she had saved him and the subjects of the central planet 1,000 years ago. Only this time he managed to catch her information entity, brought it back to this space to nurture it, and barely managed to preserve her human form. Otherwise, who knew how many more years it would take for her to reform a human body? And how many more years would he have to wait? Who are they? Miantang furrowed her brows, desperately wanting to know who they were that he mentioned, because she felt that was what she had lost, something extremely precious. "They are." Zhu Yang's long dark lashes drooped slightly, his voice fading gradually. He had waited bitterly for 1,000 years to finally be with her for a lifetime, and he didn't want to see any other males around her at all, but even less did he want to see her sad and heartbroken. A single tear from her felt like a knife twisting in his heart. He held her tightly, so tightly it seemed he wanted to press her into his body. After a long while he sighed softly. "Tang, you've lost a piece of memory. Do you want to go find it?" "Yes. I can help you." "How? Send you back to a familiar place, and your memories will gradually return." "That's wonderful." The girl leaped with joy, grabbing his sleeve, her eyes shining brightly. "Zhu Yang, let's go together." "I can't." "Why?" The light in her eyes gradually dimmed. He was the first person she met after taking human form, and the only one. She liked him so much, did he? Not like her. Seeing her expression, Zhu Yang couldn't help but pull her closer. "Tang, I like you so much I don't know what to do. It's just that my combat power level is undergoing differentiation, so I can't leave this space for now. How long will it take? Maybe a day, a year, 100 years, or even another." He didn't know how much longer. "Zhu Yang." Miantang saw his hesitation, lowered her head slightly, her eyes flickering. "If you can't leave, then I won't look for it." Though she longed desperately to retrieve that memory, she didn't want to see him alone here enduring eternal loneliness. Tang. Zhu chuckled softly, gently brushing the stray hairs at her temple. She was always so pure, so beautiful that he couldn't bear to hurt her even a little. Don't worry. Once you leave, I can still enter your consciousness. When my differentiation is complete, they'll come find you immediately. Really? Su Miantang's eyes lit up again. Zhu nodded. Then let's pinky promise. Okay. Zhu extended his hand, and the girl's soft little finger quickly hooked around his. Then before he could react, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. Sealed with a kiss. He was momentarily stunned as if startled, then closed his eyes and deepened the sweet lingering kiss. Tang. One day we will be together forever and ever never to part. The 10th sand-mile frozen glaciers of the central planet melted, billions of subjects were reborn, and the city quickly restored its former prosperity and peace. Everything flourished except for the vanished SSS-level supreme female and her 9. The males who had lost their beloved little female lived each day, each minute, each second like being tortured, agonizing, heartbroken, wandering listlessly through the places she had once lived, inhaling the faint traces of her scent left on objects. When it all dissipated, they actually began to contemplate suicide. Perhaps in death they could see her. But on the night before the act, they had a dream. A strikingly similar dream. In the dream, an ethereal voice spoke. She transformed into an information entity to save the world, and has been nurtured in a different dimension. If you bring it back and take good care of it, it can regain human form. When everyone woke up, they surprisingly found flower-shaped information entities beside them. Overjoyed, they knelt on the ground, cradling them, as if holding a supreme deity willing to care for them. According to the living habits of different flowers, they brought them to different places. Guide to cultivating Tianshan snow lotus prefers cold, strong resistance to extreme weather. Keep soil moist during growth, water in time, fertilize every half month, and remove weeds around to ensure nutrient supply and normal growth. Falad brought the Tianshan snow lotus that had descended beside him to the high plateau where it thrived, transformed into a golden feathered crowned eagle, and every day stretched his wings to shield it from wind and rain, watered and fertilized it, his sharp eagle eyes watching it every moment, tensing at every sway or tremor, even sleeping with it securely tucked under his wing, afraid of any slightest covetousness. His younger brothers Fairy Wood had similar habits, so they came together to the foot of the mountain. Worried, he often went down to supervise and inspect, but seeing that his brother was even more nervous than himself, a white bear passed by, its heavy footsteps unsettling the ice, causing the Fairy Wood's branches to tremble slightly. He immediately bared his sharp wolf fangs, ferociously scaring the clumsy bear into fleeing in a flash. How could there be such a huge wolf here? Its body exuded a very powerful and terrifying aura. It was the Wolf King. It's over, the territory is lost. And Zwet likes cold. Your tail is too fluffy, and don't wrap it too tightly. Oh. He just wanted to keep cuddling with Tang Tang. Unzwa reluctantly transformed into human form, released the Fairy Wood, and looked curiously at his brother. Bro, where is your Tianshan snow lotus? Falad took it out from his chest. Swaying in the wind, pure white, beautiful, and moving, well cared for by him. Here. Your chest should be warmer than my tail, right? He smiled sheepishly. He just didn't want to leave Tang Tang for even a second. That day, as usual, he transformed into a golden feathered crowned eagle and circled above the Tianshan snow lotus. Suddenly, he saw starlight-like radiance shimmering around the flower. Then a familiar, extremely charming young girl's figure appeared in the center of the light. She was slightly tilting her head, looking at him curiously, her amber eyes shimmering with brilliant light. Wow, what a handsome eagle. Tang Tang. It's Tang Tang. Tang Tang has transformed into human form. Its sharp eagle eyes froze for a moment, then quickly widened. It spread its wings and rushed toward her at nearly the fastest speed of its life, startling the girl who was admiring the eagle's majestic posture, causing her body to shrink back. What is it doing? This attacking posture. It's not going to peck her, is it? Looking down, she realized she was standing in its nest. I'm not going to destroy your nest. She turned to run. Unexpectedly, the next second, she saw a giant snow wolf charging up from the foot of the mountain. When it saw her, its powerful limbs skidded to a halt, its white fur bristled, and its eyes trembled rapidly, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Tang! Tang! Tang Tang is awake, Tang Tang is awake, Tang Tang is really awake. Oh no, an eagle above and a wolf below. She can't escape. Su Miantang never expected to fall into such a dangerous situation the moment she arrived in the mortal world. Her mind was racing, trying to figure out how to escape, when unexpectedly, the eagle in the sky and the wolf on the ground both transformed into. They are beastmen. So handsome. Wait. She blinked. How can they look exactly the same? Was she seeing things, or? The words twin brothers had just popped into her mind when the eagle beastman suddenly rushed over and hugged her tightly, making her tremble. Before she could react, the snow wolf beastman also teleported over and hugged her heavily from behind. The immense strength of the two made the three of them seem firmly clamped together, as if from a distance they merged into one on the 1,000-meter plateau. MH. Su Miantang let out a breathless moan. In the beastman world, are all males so unrestrained? They hugged a female at first sight, but strangely she didn't dislike the feeling. Instead, she felt that the scent on them was familiar, and their embrace was warm and broad, full of a sense of security, as if they had held her like this long ago. However, she looked with interest at the shoulder insignia on their uniforms. One had a star plus a pine branch, the other had 2 bars and 3 stars. They were a major general and a colonel respectively. It seemed she had seen them before, but not at such high ranks. Tang Tang. Tong Tong, you finally returned. I'm sorry, it's all because we failed to protect you. It will never happen again, never again. As she was pondering where she had seen them, she suddenly heard the two of them speak, their voices low and hoarse, their bodies trembling slightly, as if they had regained something lost, and were extremely excited. From now on we will guard you every step of the way, never leaving your side. Tang Tang. Seeing their excited expressions and hearing their affectionate calls as if they knew her and had a deep connection, Miantang couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Who are you?" Fred and Enzo heard her confused voice and both froze. Then gradually they released their hands and looked at her. Tong Tong, how could she not recognize them? But her amber eyes filled with sparkling water light were crystal clear and full of curiosity, as if she truly didn't know them. The extreme excitement and joy on their faces were soon replaced by pain. It must be because she turned into an information entity to save them, losing her past memories. Tong Tong, we are your guardians. Fred gently held her shoulders, restraining his emotions, tears shimmering in his eyes reflecting her figure. Enzo's voice was already choked with emotion. We are the ones closest to you. The closest people. Miantang murmured, and suddenly a picture flashed in her mind, an eagle soaring through the sky, a wolf howling at the moon, and her checking in beside them. Could it be that they are part of the memories she is searching for? I think I remember a little, she said happily. Fred couldn't help but lower his head and place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Tong Tong, don't rush. I will take you through everything we've experienced before to help you regain your memories. Regain the memories that belong only to us. As soon as he finished speaking, Enzo sensed the implication and quickly transformed into a giant snow wolf. With a sweep of his fluffy tail, he placed the girl on his back, spread his powerful limbs, and charged down the mountain. Before his brother had cheated by secretly taking Tang Tang flying behind his back. This time it was his turn. He wanted to be the first person Tang Tang remembered. Enzo. Fred reacted and shouted harshly, then transformed into a golden feathered crowned eagle soaring into the sky to precisely track his movements. Ha ha ha. While the two brothers secretly competed for her favor, the girl, who was experiencing extreme speed and beautiful scenery, in turns let out clear tinkling laughter. So fun, so beautiful. At 10,000 meters high, she admired the glacial scenery on the vast land. She saw all kinds of flowers and plants, received rare little gifts from them, and sat shoulder to shoulder with them, chatting about everything under the sun and reminiscing about the past. It was so pleasant. Those lost and fragmented memory pieces gradually came together in her mind, and faintly some new ones emerged. For example, she stood before a garden staring fixedly at a pit inside. She felt there was something about it. She had been inside it. Tang Tang. Enzo brought a large bouquet of flowers and pressed them into her arms. The fragrant sweet scent interrupted her thoughts. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat today? Not hungry, Miantang shook her head. But I'm a bit thirsty. Let's go drink. As soon as the words drink came out, the two brothers were stunned. How could she still remember drinking? And did she still remember? Tong Tong, you can't drink, said Fred, who was picking herbs, standing up. Miantang looked puzzled. Why? Because you have a low tolerance for alcohol. Not really. I remember I once drank 3 big cups, and after drinking I slept with you. She said this innocently, but Fred and Enzo's faces flushed red instantly. So she hadn't blacked out back then. So she knew everything they had done to her. A strange sense of shame and sweetness spread through their hearts, filling their entire bodies. So she had always been tacitly approving and liking them. Tang Tang. Miantang, unaware of their rich inner drama, took one hand of each and invited them with a beaming smile. Come on, let's go drink, and after drinking, well, Tang Tang. As soon as she finished, Fred and Enzo both looked up in shock, their eyes flickering with excitement. Does she know what she's saying and doing? Before, when they first met, no matter how much they liked her, the etiquette and gentlemanly demeanor ingrained in their bones wouldn't allow them to actually do anything to her. Only a gentle taste. But now their love for her had seeped into their bones. Even just looking at her in broad daylight was unbearable, let alone at night, when drunk. Together, they were already considering whether she could handle it. But that thin willpower had been completely shattered the moment she touched their hands. Whether she could handle it or not, they couldn't stand this temptation at all. So sweet. Miantang lay on the sofa, gently swirling the wine glass in her hand, gazing at the man across from her through the pale green liquid, her smile hazy. Her usually lively and translucent eyes became somewhat ethereal and blurred, a few traces of crimson staining her fair cheeks, and even her soft voice came in fragments. She was already drunk. Her aura transformed from that of an otherworldly goddess to a bewitching celestial maiden, enticing Fred and Enzo so much that they dared not breathe heavily, their gazes burning and hearts pounding like thunder as they stared at her. They had excellent tolerance for alcohol, able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, let alone fruit wine of only 13 degrees. Yet at this moment, they felt intoxicated drunk on her tenderness and allure unable to extricate themselves. The usually composed and restrained Major General and the brave and resolute Colonel, as if their minds were seized, slowly approached her. One infatuatedly cupped her face, his scalding lips and tongue like fire, while the other directly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her onto his lap, his long fingers slipping under the hem of her clothes. Tang tang, tang tang. Su Miantang looked down in confusion, seeing them moving their hands about, as if trying to take off her clothes. Time to sleep. So soon. She hadn't yet drunk her fill. All right, then let's go to bed. She reluctantly put down her wine glass. Okay. Fred and Enzo, like mindless puppets, obeyed her every word, utterly unaware of what they were saying. At the bedside, Su Miantang suddenly extended both hands and pushed the two heavily onto the bed. Their blood surged and hearts trembled with excitement. Tang Tang. Was Tang Tang going to take the lead? Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, excitement nearly bursting. Just as a faint, eerie light gleamed in their eyes, the maiden smiled sweetly, said good night to them in a honeyed voice, and transformed into a flower. Fred and Enzo were stunned, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. It took them a long time to recover. So her sleep meant just plain sleep. Not only were their bodies about to explode, but their minds were also shattered. Staring at the flower, they were silent and calmed down for a long while before gently kissing its leaves and resignedly heading to the bathroom together. Tang Tang was driving them mad. Next time they would not let her off. Even the two brothers, who were known for their good temper and gentlemanly manners, firmly thought this in their hearts. A guide to cultivating Phalaenopsis: do not use soil for planting a sphagnum moss, is the best choice. Provide gentle diffused light for care. It likes moisture but does not need excessive watering. If placed in a ventilated area, the flowers will bloom more beautifully. Hot, so hot. Su Miantang, drunk, slept deeply for several days before waking again. But this time she did not feel the freezing glaciers and cold mountain winds, but waves of scorching, unbearable heat. Her leaves and branches seemed pressed tightly against human skin, so close that she could feel the bulging veins and surging boiling blood. She opened her eyes slightly and found she was tucked into someone's waist. Was it Fred or Enzo? Where were they taking her? She turned and transformed into human form, only to see herself in an endless training ground dotted with various war machines and densely packed soldiers. And standing in front, facing away from her, was a tall male wearing a black military combat uniform with an incredibly proportioned towering figure. On his gold-embossed shoulder epaulettes were 5 sparkling stars, and his moon-white, sharp, disheveled hair was slightly pressed down by the brim of a dark-patterned military cap. He was a 5-star general, the highest military rank in the Empire, several levels above Fred and Enzo. So dazzling, so eye-catching that one couldn't help but want to see his front. Surely he was breathtaking. She was curious when she heard the man speak. Those who fled and failed the test stepped forward. His voice was icy and piercing like a demon from hell, brimming with an overwhelming sense of unassailable authority. The few soldiers who slowly stepped forward trembled violently, their legs shaking. General, please spare us, spare us. Tie them up. Yes. Several soldiers were quickly bound and hung upside down from the warship alongside a group of androids. A subordinate handed the man a gun. He toyed with it casually, his tone utterly cruel. Activate the combat-driven warship, or my bullets will land who knows where. General, spare us. The soldiers were terrified. Loud laughter echoed across the training ground. What's there to fear? The general's marksmanship is more accurate than guided missiles. Is that so? Aslandy curled his lips slightly. Then what if he closed his eyes? Seeing him close his eyes, everyone panicked. Was the general serious? Including Su Miantang. He was treating his own soldiers like living targets, casually toying with them, showing no regard for human life, and he was a general of the Empire. He was a devil. Too much. She suddenly lost all curiosity about his appearance and only wanted to teach him a lesson. 3, 2, 1. The slow countdown of death began. Just as the energy bullet was about to leave the chamber, a faint, fragrant scent of Phalaenopsis suddenly wafted. Then a soft, delicate palm gently covered his fingers, wrapping around them. This achingly familiar fragrance and touch made Aslandy open his eyes almost instantly. The man who had been yearning day and night to the point of madness found the little female of his heart standing right before him, so close, so breathtakingly beautiful. Her pair of bright, vivid, ruby-eyed, shining eyes trembled wildly as if in disbelief, their speed so swift that even the maiden was startled. What beautiful eyes, like pure pigeon-blood rubies. And his appearance. Indeed, as she had imagined, breathtakingly handsome. But handsome is handsome, evil is evil, separate matters. Not only was Aslandy stunned, but the tens of thousands of soldiers on the training ground were also shocked by the maiden's peerless beauty. For a moment, they didn't even recall that she was the SSS-level supreme female from the Time Seal, who had once picked up the mortally wounded general after he was struck by a miasma bomb. They were simply immersed in her beauty and worry. The general was so cold and unapproachable, indifferent to women. Would he punish her for suddenly barging into the training ground? Ahem. Su Miantang cleared her throat as if to snap herself back to reality and put on a stern, respected general, even if the soldiers failed their training, you shouldn't. Before she could finish, her vision went dark and she was heavily tackled to the ground. Like a fierce tiger pouncing on a phalaenopsis bush, his posture was incredibly swift. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, fluttered like petals in the air. Just as she expected the ferocious, brutal general to bare his fangs and bite into her neck, his handsome face buried itself in her neck, and he let out a whimper like a wounded beast. Master, master, you're finally back. I missed you so much, I really missed you. I thought you didn't want Lon Lon anymore. On the drill ground, tens of thousands of soldiers stared at this scene, utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Was this still their cold and ruthless woman? That voice, that posture, that expression. Whoever you are, get off the general right now. In an instant, the entire army panicked, watching Su Miantang with extreme vigilance, suspecting she was some interplanetary military spy who had used a mental attack weapon on the general. Su Miantang was also stunned. Master. She lowered her head slightly, looking at the male who was hugging her, as if he would crush her to death. When did she ever have such a tall, mighty, handsome, and awe-inspiring male beastman servant or pet? Especially one who was a 5-star general with immense power in the Empire. Had he mistaken her for someone else? You? She was about to speak when she suddenly caught a very familiar scent, so familiar that a scene involuntarily surfaced in her mind: a little white tiger with a pair of dazzling, glowing red flame wings stretching behind it, blinking its bright and clear ruby-like eyes, with a prominent king character on its forehead, wagging its tail and acting cute, begging for touch, vividly adorable. Was it him? She couldn't help but reach out, remove his dark-patterned military cap, and gently rub his silver-white hair. Hiss! Below, countless soldiers gasped in shock at the sight. Someone actually dared to remove the general's cap and touch his head like a pet cat or dog. Did this little female want to die? But not only did the general show no anger, he kept nuzzling into her embrace, clinging, as if begging, murmuring phrases like, Master, where have you been? Master, I missed you so much. Master, I love you so much. They were now certain that the general had indeed been mentally. The two subordinates closest to him immediately attacked Su Miantang without a second thought, but the next second they were sent flying to the horizon by a sharp burst of combat power, leaving everyone stunned. So the general hadn't lost his mind. If he had, he couldn't have activated his S-level combat power. That meant he was willing, completely willing. What asceticism, what aversion to women. In the face of absolute beauty, a male's words were worthless. This touch. Su Miantang looked at her hand in amazement, exactly the same as the little white tiger in her memory. But how did he become so big? Was it really the same person? Still uncertain, she asked, Excuse me, are you? Yaslandi, hearing this doubtful, tentative, and utterly unfamiliar crisp voice, felt a shock run through his tiger-like frame. She had lost her memory. Had she forgotten everything from before? Before pain and sorrow could strike, the general, seasoned by years of interstellar warfare and quick to adapt, had already reacted. It was only natural. When he had been ambushed by miasma bombs, he too had lost his memory, let alone her, who had scattered all her power and turned into an information entity. He slowly raised his head and looked at her. Those red flame eyes, once filled with longing, excitement, and grievance, suddenly became firm and unfathomable, swirling with unbreakable emotions and a hint of hidden sharpness. Su, I am your only male spouse. His voice turned deep and magnetic, deliberately stressing the word only. Huh? Su Miantang was puzzled. Why did he suddenly call her Su? He had just called her master, and what did male spouse mean? Is a male spouse a very close person? Very close, tightly linked, inseparable. Yaslandi's lips curled, secretly, slowly guiding her. A master without memory belonged only to him. Closer than a guardian. Su Miantang was a bit confused. Yaslandi frowned as well. Guardian? Yes, Fred and Enzo said they are my guardians, the closest people to me. That eagle and wolf again. They had met the master before him again. It seemed time to send them to guard a barren star. Though furious inside, Yaslandi didn't show it. His voice was as gentle as coaxing a child. Yes, guardians are indeed the closest, but only as family, completely different from a male spouse. What's the difference? The girl blinked, her shimmering eyes looking at him curiously, causing the male who had been pining for her to feel his heart throb uncontrollably, nearly overcome with the urge to devour her whole. And he couldn't hold back any longer. He loved her, loved his master, loved her so much that if he didn't have her, he would go mad. He'll tell you right now what the difference is. What? Su Miantang was about to ask further when she suddenly felt her body lighten as he lifted her up. Where are we going? To the warship. What are we doing in the warship? You? Su, I've always had a dream. Once inside the warship, Yaslandi set the girl down, tightly sealed the cabin door, dimmed the lights, leaving only the dazzling starry ceiling and various weapons. What dream? Su Miantang was busy inspecting the countless precious weapons inside, paying little attention to anything else, so she didn't see the deep desire in his eyes and the almost distorted hunger within them. In my private warship, pressing you against the cold, brutal weapons and artillery. Before she could react, she was once again pinned beneath the tall male. But this time it was far from simple. In the private warship, the brilliant starry ceiling gradually shifted from static to dynamic, billions of stars flickering and shaking. Ears occasionally caught the sound of sharp, cold weapons snapping or hard metal shattering, crushed by the man's bulging veins and tense striated arms in his overwhelming. Ears occasionally caught the sound of sharp, cold weapons snapping or hard metal shattering, crushed by the man's bulging veins and tense striated arms in his overwhelming excitement. One after another. On the drill ground, countless soldiers heard a series of weapon explosions from the general's private warship, all terrified. Could it be that the general had only now come to his senses and started punishing the little female? But what they couldn't hear was the soft, broken sobbing and pleading of the little female hidden behind the cabin door and the uncontrollable, beastly low growls of the powerful male. Miantang felt she was about to die. When she tried to escape for the 9th time, her ankle was ruthlessly grabbed and pulled back. She truly felt she was going to be toyed to death. At first she was merely curious about what a male consort was. Under the personal explanation of a certain esteemed general she understood. A male consort is someone who, but this joy prolonged and excessive becomes unbearable. She wanted to cry or flee, yet all attempts failed, leaving her with a desire to die. Master, 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 how can you be so fragrant, so soft, so sweet? Master, I'm dying and being drowned by you. Aslan's deep magnetic voice had turned husky and sensual. He held her tightly, seemingly losing his mind, his words becoming incoherent. Miantang. The roles were reversed. It was she who was about to die. In the evening, the sky gradually tinged with orange afterglow. Tens of thousands of soldiers on the training ground waited for 1 hour, 2, 3, 4, until night fell. When the general still hadn't emerged, they dispersed. Inside the private warship, after countless failed escape attempts, the girl, utterly drained of strength and barely conscious, heard a coaxing voice beside her ear. Master, I want more. No, no. Her voice was faint, barely a whisper. Master, trust me, I won't be reckless this time, I promise. She didn't believe him at all. This insatiable, unrestrained, wicked tiger. He called her master with utmost sincerity and warmth, yet never listened to her commands. When Aslandy could no longer control his desires and was about to act recklessly, the girl, in a bid to save herself, silently transformed into a flower, a Phalaenopsis Aphrodite. Safe. She thought she would rest for a long, long time, longer than the last time she got drunk. A guide to cultivating peonies prefers warm environments, suitable temperature 1720°C, needs ample light, but avoid direct sunlight. Water thoroughly before and after blooming. Water in the morning or evening. During summer, choose loose, fertile, breathable soil for more vibrant blooms. Your Highness, this is the 3rd edition of the technology policy revised by the censorate. Your Highness, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will hold a new round of meetings at 3 p.m. Mr. Valentine hopes you will appoint a partner to attend. Your Highness, these are the memorials just submitted by the cabinet. In the Qianqing Hall, documents poured in. The man behind the desk handled them methodically, occasionally lifting his head to glance at the thriving, well-tended peony. Beside him, a smile flickering in his eyes. The Queen arrives. Outside, a servant announced. Queen Jenny, carrying a box of honeycomb cake, came to visit her son. But she saw him finish his government affairs, then pick up the peony information entity from the table and walk straight out. He brushed past her as if he hadn't noticed anything. Your Highness, the Queen is here. A servant couldn't help but remind him, but his gaze remained fixed on the peony. It's fine. Queen Jenny waved her hand, watching his back. Even if he didn't see her, it was fine. She was content that he was in this state. Ever since Tangtang transformed into an information entity, saving the world and disappearing from the planet, her 2 most proud sons had both fallen apart. He almost attempted suicide. If he hadn't unexpectedly obtained this information entity and learned that Tangtang would revive, he would have left her long ago. From that day on, he watched the peony every moment, every second, unwilling to blink. Fearing he would fall ill from longing, she told him that staring at the information entity would make Tangtang uncomfortable, so he began to work. But she knew he worked like a machine, without stopping, only to numb himself, because once he stopped, his soul would be entirely focused on Tangtang. And Roan. Whenever she thought of him, she wanted to cry. It was all her fault for being too biased before, thinking Roan's level was insufficient to inherit the throne, paying little attention to him. Unexpectedly, he had differentiated into an SS-level combat male, the Empire's greatest pride, but unknown to her, he had also fallen deeply in love with Tangtang, leading to Eastern Palace. Jun Xingyin, holding the peony, passed through numerous barriers, entered a massive iron cage, set up a barrier to seal the entrance, and allowed no one to disturb him. Above the cage, an opening was chiseled, allowing warm, bright sunlight to filter through the phoenix tree leaves, casting dappled shadows. He gently placed it down and transformed into his beast form to guard it. A pair of clear, bright, sapphire blue eyes like the heart of the ocean stared fixedly, devoutly, and fervently at it. Only after obtaining this information entity did he realize. The special, beautiful peony that grew in the palace's rear garden, which he loved and watered every day as a child, was her information entity. He had already fallen in love with her at such a young age. She accompanied him through the happiest childhood, helped him escape the bloody dark laboratory, then took human form, and personally led him out of the cage back to humanity. In his heart, she was beyond compare to any deity. He loved her, truly loved her. But when would she transform? He missed her so much. Tangtang. From day to deep night, it closed its eyes, meeting her in dreams. In the stillness of night, the pale pink peony petals faintly emitted starlight, then transformed into a girl. Miantang stretched her arms comfortably upon waking. This sleep was so deep and restful. But She looked around at the indestructible iron cage puzzled. Where was this? A prison. Had the wicked tiger locked her in prison? After all, during that act he had viciously threatened to imprison her and do things to her forever. Panicking, she turned and saw a majestic lion with golden luxurious mane. Her heart trembled, and just as she was about to scream, she was drawn by his aura. So familiar, so rich. It gave a sense of safety and warmth. His beast form was tall and imposing, with a fiery long mane, majestic and fluffy. Resting with closed eyes, he looked like a giant golden retriever. Could he be another beast man? Curious, she slowly bent down, reaching out to touch his mane. The next second the lion opened his eyes and transformed into human form. A beast man indeed. A handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes. Moreover, his eyes had two pupils, narrow and deep, gazing at her with profound affection, irresistible. Miantang smiled, about to greet him. Unexpectedly he reached out and pulled her tightly into his arms, warm and solid as if they were about to sleep together. Tang, I see you again. You left too quickly last night. I had so much to tell you. Huh? Miantang was puzzled. Did we meet last night? And hugging upon first meeting. Were they that close? Fred and Enzo were her guardians. Lan was her male consort. Who was he? Jun Xingyin was still immersed in the dream, his mind clear, knowing he could only see Tang in dreams. But now, he suddenly heard Tang speak, her gentle, clear voice seeming right beside him, the fragrant scent of peony filling his nostrils, and the soft, delicate touch in his arms felt incredibly real. Suddenly his scalp tingled, his double pupils trembled uncontrollably, and as if struck by lightning, he pinned her to the ground, his large hands frantically checking her from top to bottom, inch by inch. Tang, are you back? Are you really back? Miantang pressed firmly beneath him, and thoroughly touched, blushed. Pervert. Miantang was about to reproach him, when suddenly she saw him halt all movement. A cascade of clear hot tears surged from the depths of his azure eyes, falling like beans one after another. They all landed on her body. What? Was he crying? A grown man, weeping so pitifully, truly looked heartbreaking. For some reason, watching him, she felt a suffocating tightness in her chest, an unbearable ache. She wanted to reach out and stroke his head to comfort him. But just as she extended her hand, the man pulled her into his embrace with startling force, causing her to let out an involuntary whimper. Hearing her whimper, he loosened his hold slightly. Like one who had regained a lost treasure of the world, he was overwhelmed with excitement, yet afraid that too much force might crush her. A paradoxical Tang. Jun Xingyin's eyes were redrimmed, his voice hoarse and raspy. Not an illusion, it's real. You're back. You've truly come back. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being powerless, for failing to protect you. He knew her name too. It seemed they truly did know each other. Miantang raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Those three simple words struck the crown prince's already shattered heart once more. She had lost her memory. Because she had expended too much power to save them, she had lost her memory. He held her tightly, his embrace broad and warm, his unrestrained tears soaking her collar. Tang. And so, weeping, he recounted everything they had been through. From their first meeting in the garden as children to their reunion in the Eastern Palace prison. How she had led him out of darkness, helped him regain his human form. She was his whole world, the meaning of his... Miantang listened, her eyes darting. She had helped him this much. Then, are we good friends? Jun Xingyin's body stiffened. He slowly raised his head, pressing his forehead against hers, his double-pupiled eyes filled with an unfathomable depth of devotion. No, you are my mistress. Then that would make him her mate. Miantang was suddenly flooded with questions. But, didn't Lan say he was my only mate? Lan. At the mention of Yasalandi, a flicker of jealousy shot through Jun Xingyin's tear-filled eyes. Him again. Had he seen Tang before him once more? He deceived you. You have. But when it came to his turn, he found himself unable to speak, wanting only to possess her alone. You have me. I've been marked by you. Marked. Miantang was astonished. She had once heard Zhu Yang say that if a female marked a male with her pheromones, it meant she liked him and chose him as her mate. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Jun Xingyin lowered his head and bared the back of his neck to her. Miantang clearly saw 2 bite marks that belonged to her. It's true. He really was her mate. No wonder she had felt so sad when he cried. His body contained her pheromones. That wicked tiger dared to lie to her. Just wait until she saw him again. She would deal with him. Yasalandi doesn't have one. Jun Xingyin affirmed. Miantang blinked. Actually, he did have one. Without a complete mark and the release of pheromones to block it, she could never escape from his tiger claws. Feeling somewhat guilty, she cupped his face in both hands and placed a fleeting kiss on his forehead. Hello, my mate. She had no idea how much her spontaneous kiss and sweet mate tempted Jun Xingyin. The little lion immediately grew restless. This was what he had dreamed of day and night, never daring to hope for. Ta-tong-tong. Jun Xingyin's voice suddenly changed pitch, becoming hoarse and trembling. As if begging for something. Actually, for a mate, being marked still isn't complete. Then what must be done to make it complete? I need to. Jun Xingyin pinned her down. Outside the Eastern Palace, a wind rose, blowing down a single sycamore leaf that covered the young woman's eyes. Sight vanished. Her other senses and feelings were magnified beyond endurance, so unbearable that she couldn't help but cry out again. However, Jun Xingyin was gentle. This was no illusion. When he heard her cry, he would stop and comfort her, unlike that wicked tiger who only grew more excited and pushed further. But no matter how gentle, his essence was still a beast. A male who had never tasted such exquisite sweetness. Across the heavens and earth, the stars and seas slowly reddened his eyes, sweat streaming down his hand. The crown prince, always elegant and gentlemanly, dignified and reserved, lost all royal etiquette and personal composure in this fatal temptation and pleasure, becoming wild and feral, as if he no longer recognized her. There was no trace of patience or gentleness left. He wished he could open his mouth and devour her whole. By dawn, as the eastern sky blushed with pale light, Miantang once again, by a different path, transformed into a peony flower. Information. If she couldn't provoke him, she could at least avoid him. But this time she would need to rest for a very, very long time. Bamboo Cultivation Guide. Water is crucial. Water the source every day on average. Ensure ample sunlight as it loves the sun. Also keep it ventilated year-round, and open the doors and windows except during heavy rain. Get out. A cold, vicious voice rang out within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, sending countless servants scrambling to their knees and crawling out of the hall. Yes, your majesty. Why are you out so soon? Didn't you inform his majesty that this soup was made by the queen herself? I did, but... The imperial guard shook his head helplessly. It was still useless. What can be done? His majesty hasn't eaten for dozens of days. Even in SS-level combat, male can't hold out much longer. Could his majesty really be thinking of giving up? Why is this happening? He had awakened to SS-level combat power, becoming the mightiest and most unique existence in the entire central galaxy, the pride of the whole star system. He should be rejoicing. And if the news of the SSS-level female's fall was true and she was about to reappear, he should be even happier, conserving his strength to welcome her. But ever since the day His Majesty rescued the SSS-level female from the dragon domain, his temperament had changed drastically. From a gentle, jade-like, kind, and shy young emperor, he had become cold and ruthless, self-isolated in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, unwilling to see anyone, not even the mother he had once desperately wanted to win approval from. No one knew what he was truly thinking in his heart. Better take good care of those bamboos in the hall. I have a feeling that if it weren't for them, His Majesty would have. Sigh. Miantang was awakened this time by a burst of discussion. She gracefully transformed into human form from a pod of white bamboo and saw in the great hall a male figure seated on a gilt lion throne, clad in magnificent attire, fresh and elegant. Unlike the confusion and curiosity she felt upon seeing others the moment she laid eyes on him, a powerful surge of joy welled up from the depths of her heart. Even though she only saw his back, it felt as if she had seen him before. Yet that back should have been fluffy and round like a soft triangular rice ball, or a black sesame-filled glutinous rice dumpling. As she thought this, vast swathes of memories flooded into her mind. A fluffy, round giant panda sat in the bamboo grove, and she pounced on it, hugging it tightly, while stroking its fur wildly. When he transformed into human form, though he couldn't speak, he wrote his name on the ground, and became her friend. Every day he waited for her at the back hill, shifting into his beast form for her to play with, eating the bamboo shoots. She fed him, and even training the golden retriever alongside her. When his sister bullied him, a single cotton candy from her could soothe his tears. So small and so shy. Utterly adorable. Could it be him? She crept closer and saw him holding a wool felt doll of a girl. The doll looked exactly like her. Long jet black hair, amber eyes, and even the body proportions were identical. It must be her, right? She vaguely recalled receiving a matching giant panda plushie. It seemed he had given it to her. Then they were a couple set. Thinking this, she tested the waters with a soft call, roam roam. Suddenly the girl's crisp, lively voice echoed through the empty hall, striking like a thunderbolt that made Huarong's ears ring, his body tremble uncontrollably, and his heart pound wildly in his chest. It was Tang Tang's voice. Was it an auditory hallucination? He slowly tore his gaze away from the doll he had been so absorbed and turned around and saw the girl standing in the center of the hall, her eyes curved into crescents, her lips curled in a radiant smile brighter than the sun overhead, while the white bamboo beside her had vanished without a trace. It was real. Tang Tang had truly returned, truly returned. Overwhelmed with excitement, the doll slipped from his hand and crashed to the floor. He dared not blink, afraid that if he did she would disappear. Miantang saw his reaction and confirmed that he was indeed the person from her memories. Just as she stepped forward to join him, she noticed his eyes reddening, crystalline tears gradually welling up and then streaming down his cheeks. What? Was he crying? There were two little crybabies in this palace. Huarong turned his face away, struggling to restrain himself from looking at her. It was enough that she had returned safely, but it no longer concerned him. She didn't love him at all. The mark she left on him had merely been an accident, unlike with other males. He had thought that by becoming stronger he could be worthy of her. Yet even after evolving into an SS-level combat male, she hadn't spared him a second glance. Without hesitation, she had transformed into an information entity in his arms, and no matter how many times he tried to scoop her up, he couldn't grasp her. She had vanished right before his eyes, and he could never endure that again, nor could he accept that to her he would forever be insignificant. Miantang sensed his cold demeanor and found it odd. In her memories he had adored her deeply. These past days she could feel that he had cared for her information entity exceptionally well. Without love to nurture it, such devotion would have been impossible. But why was he ignoring her now? Was he angry that she had taken too long to appear? Was he upset? She remembered that in the past a single bamboo shoot or a cotton candy could soothe him. But now the situation seemed more serious. What should she do? She pondered for a moment. Got it. She had marked him, so he was her male consort. So, Rong. The girl ignored his cold attitude and walked straight toward the king's throne. Every step she took felt like a step on the young emperor's heart, throwing him into utter disarray. Even before she had said any coaxing words, he was already flustered and throbbing with agitation. Tong, don't come closer. If you don't love me, I don't want to be an object of your pity, nor do I wish to be seen as someone you must take responsibility for because of an accidental mark. I am very greedy. As his thoughts tangled into chaos, he felt the girl lean close to his ear. Her breath was warm and fragrant. Rong, are you angry? Then how about we do something joyful together? Like. At the sound of her words, the emperor's ears flushed crimson, in an instant the color spreading all the way to the top of his head, as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. His entire being was about to explode. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. Just as Miantang thought he might refuse, the situation took a dramatic turn. Tong, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I can't control myself. She was deeply ensconced in the massive royal throne, looking up at the young male's flushed, handsome face. A situation she had never encountered before. He apologized, even as he grew more ferocious. And he cried before she did. Tang. Hua Rong's eyes brimming with tears reflected only her image. Even though he had told himself 1,000 times not to get close to her again, a single light word from her was enough to shatter all his defenses. He had to admit it. He loved her, madly, hopelessly, beyond all reason. The overwhelming pleasure rising from the base of his spine and nearly lifting the crown of his head washed away all the grievances he had endured. Yet it did not restore his gentle, innocent nature. Instead, it spawned a dark, cruel, and intense desire. He wanted to use his SS-level combat power to possess her alone, to annihilate anyone who coveted her. Anyone. She belonged only to him. Tong, do you like me? Yes. I like you, Miantang answered in fragments. She realized she had been wrong. Rong was no longer the adorable, small, and shy being she remembered. Now not only his combat power, but every aspect of his strength was terrifying. Perhaps she had misunderstood from the very beginning. The Rong in Hua Rong was always the Rong of weaponry, not the Rong of fluffiness. But she didn't know that her simple words had sent this king, who had almost strayed down a dark path, into an ecstatic frenzy. All his dark thoughts vanished in an instant. I like you too. I like only you in all the world. I like you the most, forever and ever. Each declaration was more passionate and weighty than the last. Miantang's pupils were almost unfocused. You can say it without letting your actions show it. The Tulip Cultivation Guide, the universe's smartest, most intelligent Xiao Ji, will bring you the most scientific method of caring for Tulip's female master. First, prepare a pot of loose, breathable nutrient soil and water it thoroughly until water seeps from the drainage holes. Place it in a well-ventilated area, but avoid direct sunlight. Second, after leaves sprout, dilute nutrient solution with water and water the plant about once a week. The ideal temperature is between 10 and 18 degrees. Finally, Xiao Ji will monitor the flower's data at all times to ensure it remains in optimal. Rockefeller Castle. In the vast living room, Yuling sat alone before a giant rabbit-shaped cake, her chin propped on her hand, watching the bustling crowd with boredom. Today was her brother's birthday banquet. The hall was filled with distinguished guests, perfumed dresses, and polished suits. Yet the guest of honor was missing. She dared not imagine how lively the atmosphere would be if her brother and Miantang were both here. How happy and joyful the family would be. Mother, should you call for brother one more time? The cake is about to be cut. Is he really not coming? Don't waste your effort. His mind is completely occupied with Miantang's information entity. How could he be in the mood for a birthday? You'd better come and watch the drone show with me. Okay. Above the majestic castle, drones glimmering with brilliance danced in formation, composing a myriad of exquisite and magnificent words and patterns. Against the dark, tranquil night sky, they drew countless banquet guests out to marvel, exclaiming in admiration. Wow, so beautiful. Miantang awoke from her slumber to find herself surrounded by a dazzling array of stars, overwhelmed by their beauty, her heart filled with joy. This scene, not only beautiful, but also strangely familiar. It felt as if she had seen it before. Thousands of drones transforming into flowers, candles, a cake, and finally into the shape of her making a wish. Yet something was missing. What was it? What is that? Heavens, what a beautiful female. It must be an AI-generated holographic projection, right? Otherwise, how could it be so perfect? The modeling, the temperament, the aura. She's like a goddess descending. Can AI really synthesize something like this? Where did they get the material? The girl, lost in admiring the spectacle, had no idea that she had become the centerpiece of the performance. In the crowd, Yuling suddenly spotted her jaw nearly dropping. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly. Miantang. Is it really Miantang? Mother, did you prepare this surprise for brother? A hologram of Miantang synthesized by AIs. No. Duchess Salali was also stunned. Your brother is too clever. How could I fool him? Then this is the real Miantang. Yuling snapped out of it ecstatic and turned to notify her brother, but before she could, a figure swift as lightning appeared before her from within the castle. Yu Zhongxian, watering the tulips, suddenly noticed it had vanished. Anxiously following the AI's location, he reached the terrace and saw a graceful ethereal silhouette of a stunning girl standing beneath the myriad glittering stars. She was the little female he had longed for day and night, yearned for with all his heart, adored more than anyone. Now she was back. In an instant, overwhelming excitement and joy choked his voice, froze his expression and his figure. It was as if he were dreaming, afraid that even a single movement would shatter the vision. Su Miantang followed the shifting direction of the drones and slowly turned around. Amid the sea of people, she caught sight of a strikingly conspicuous youthful figure. His hair was a light honey tea brown, casting a few scattered fine shadows across his forehead. His skin was extremely fair, like cold jade, with clean, sharp facial contours. A slight droop at the corner of his left eye was adorned with a tiny teardrop mole, his features exquisite to the extreme. At that moment he stared at her, as if petrified, utterly expressionless. But the two fluffy, large, long ears sprouting from his head betrayed his emotions. Wow, a lop-eared rabbit. So cute, so handsome. I want to touch him. Su Miantang's attention was instantly captivated. Faintly, she also felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed. Was the missing piece in her heart him? Was it him? Just as she was thinking, she was tackled to the ground. "Oh, sister. Sister, I missed you so much." The young man's clear, pure, melodious voice trembled with emotion. Su Miantang was utterly bewildered. She could understand being tackled by a tiger, but how could a tiny rabbit so easily overpower her? She was about to get up. Yuling pounced on her too. "Sister-in-law, you're finally back." She tried to get up again. Duchess Zalali also rushed over with tears in her eyes. "My children." This time she was completely pinned down. The family held her tightly, as if afraid she would vanish if they let go. "And their forms of address. Are you my family?" She looked up curiously at Yu Zhongxian. He had called her sister. Then he must be her brother. Such a beautiful, adorable little brother. She liked him. Yu Zhongxian's extremely excited expression froze in an instant. His honey tea-colored eyes stared incredulously at her innocent, yet unfamiliar face. "Sister, you have amnesia?" Su Miantang nodded. "How could this happen? Miantang, you've suffered so much." Yu Ling and Duchess Zalali were heartbroken to hear this, and Yu Zhongxian felt as if a knife had been plunged into his heart, making it hard to breathe. But what if he took this opportunity to tell her that they were each other's one and only bonded lovers? Then he could keep her by his side forever, right? Yet the thought flashed by. After all, he had tasted the bitterness of deceiving her and never wanted to be shunned by her again. "No, I am your husband." "Then why did you call me sister?" "Because..." Yu Zhongxian spoke, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, making Su Miantang's cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Really? Or not? Did she have such a perverse taste? Heavens, that's a real person. In all my years I've never seen the usually calm and composed commander so excited. Could she be the legendary SSS-level supreme female from the Central Star? With such beauty and charm, she must be." Throughout the banquet, Yu Zhongxian clung to Su Miantang, his eyes fixed on her, his hand gripping hers tightly, pouring out his longing and love from the past days. He almost turned into a little rabbit nestling in her arms to act spoiled. And Su Miantang also adored this little rabbit, occasionally reaching out to rub his fluffy ears, her curved eyes brimming with smiles. The oblivious young couple astonished all the guests. Was this still the calm, rational, and unruly first commander of the star realm they knew? Had the AI turned into a love-struck brain? But faced with an SSS-level female, they could understand any male in the universe acting this way. "Little ears, today is your birthday, but I didn't have time to prepare a gift. What should I do?" Su Miantang frowned slightly, thinking about how to make up for it. Yu Zhongxian's endless chatter suddenly stopped. "You did prepare it." He stared at her blankly. "What? You?" The little rabbit's eyes instantly reddened. He lunged forward, and in the blink of an eye their figures vanished from the banquet, heading to the deepest part. What he had fantasized about since the first day he saw her was finally about to come true. Su Miantang had thought that his beast form, a cute and docile lop-eared rabbit, would be weaker and gentler than fierce beasts like tigers, lions, or pandas. But she never expected he had another form. Jingang Mecha Warrior. What? Su Miantang, her eyes dazed and lost, floating in a state of unawareness, heard the words perpetual motion machine, and her clear, crisp voice trembled uncontrollably. "What is a perpetual motion machine?" "It means..." Yu Zhongxian held her tightly, his Jingang shell burning hot, his pupils so red it seemed he no longer recognized her. "Forever stay inside, sister." His mouth was covered. "Jasmine cultivation guide. Likes acidic soil, afraid of waterlogging and cold. Summer is its peak growing season. Be sure to check the moisture of the pot soil daily. Pay attention to drainage and ventilation and regulate light and warmth." Jinshali Island. In the hall, Qin Su and his wife checked their son's status through a holographic screen, unable to hold back tears, deeply distressed. "Yinzhou, when will he finally get better?" "Perhaps we have to wait until Tang Tang appears." "Where is this?" "Ocean, sandy beach, tropical rainforest, wild animals." "Is it an island?" Su Miantang bent down, picked up a starfish from the golden sand, and looked up to see a couple emerging from a resplendent palace. They froze as if struck by lightning, then rushed toward her, tears streaming down their faces. Tong Tong, Tong Tong, you're back. Tong Tong, are you alright? Thank goodness, truly thank goodness. Who are you? Su Miantang spoke, her voice still a bit hoarse. As an SSS class female, her recovery ability was terrifyingly strong, so even after encountering wild beasts before, she only needed rest to recover. But when a certain little rabbit's mechanical form went out of control, it was not only tireless, but also frenzied, leaving her without even the strength to drive her pheromones. She had to beg and plead for a long time, crying until her voice was hoarse, yet she was still not spared. Never again would she be deceived by cute appearances or sweet coaxing. Tong Tong, don't you remember us? Qin Su and his wife exchanged a glance, panic in their eyes. Had she lost her memory? If she didn't remember them, then what about Yinzhou? I don't remember. Su Miantang shook her head. Since arriving here, she had some vague impressions of others she met, but this couple felt completely unfamiliar. Did she really know them? And Yinzhou? Yinzhou. Su Miantang frowned, slightly murmuring to herself for a moment. That name sounds a bit familiar. That's good. Madame Qin Su wiped her tears with relief. She knew that Tang Tang had feelings for Yinzhou. She excitedly took her hand. It's okay, Tang Tang. Even though you don't remember, I have records of everything between you and Yinzhou. Back then she had begged Tang Tang to help treat Yinzhou. Fearing accidents, she secretly recorded everything with a device. Would you like to come with me to see? Okay. Su Miantang followed her into the palace. Madame Qin Su prepared many beautiful dresses, delicious food, and gifts for her, and finally opened the holographic screen with great care. On it were all the memories of her and Qin Yinzhou. He's a snow leopard. Su Miantang was somewhat amazed when she saw his beast form. A fluffy body with smoke-gray, evenly spaced spots, a tail that looked like a burst dandelion seed, almost longer than his body. He was so adorable that she couldn't resist wanting to hold him in her arms and rub him. It would surely be immensely satisfying. In the video, scenes played out from her treating Qin Yan's illness, becoming friends, playing together on the island, watching stars on the mountaintop, encountering enemies, being kidnapped onto a warship, all the way to their embrace on a ship. Su Miantang understood. He must also be her mate. Otherwise, why would he be allergic to everyone else, but immune to her, give her all his money, and want to be with her for eternity? Nor would she have driven her pheromones to heal his damaged gland membrane. Where is he? She was puzzled. Everyone else she had seen upon waking, but he had yet to appear. Madame Qin Su felt like crying again when she thought of her son. She hesitantly opened the next video. Inside, Qin Yinzhou had locked himself away, refusing food and drink, devoting himself solely to nurturing a jasmine flower information body. Watering, fertilizing, and shading were routine, but he also slept holding the flower pot and talked to the flowers as if they could understand. Other than that, he communicated with no one. After your accident, Yinzhou went mad and nearly died for love. It wasn't until a jasmine flower information body appeared that his condition improved slightly, but the doctor still said he was suffering from severe separation anxiety and delusional disorder. How could this be? Was it because of her? Su Miantang lowered her gaze, slightly feeling a pang of sympathy. Where is he now? He has been like this for dozens of days straight. Last night, he collapsed from exhaustion, and the doctor took the chance to inject him with nutrient solution and sedatives. He's resting now. He'll take you to him. Okay. Su Miantang followed her into the bedroom and saw a strikingly handsome male sleeping face. In his hand, he clutched a silk handkerchief embroidered with a crabapple pattern. Its scent seemed to be her own. Tong Tong, Tang Tang. Even in deep sleep, he kept calling her name. Only when he inhaled her scent so close did he calm down a little. All this time, Yinzhou has been like this. Only by holding your handkerchief can he get brief rest, but he wakes up after a few minutes calling your name. We tried every way to persuade him, but now that he has evolved into an S-class male, no one can even get close. Thank goodness you're back. Madame Qin Su sobbed again. Madam, don't worry. I will help him. I believe that when he wakes up and sees you, he will get better. When he wakes up, Su Miantang pondered briefly. Before, it had taken her a long time to gradually approach him and cure his strange condition of being unable to touch females. Now his symptoms seemed even more severe, as she didn't know how long it would take. Perhaps she could use pheromones to mark him completely. After the couple left the room, she bent down slightly and bit the man's neck. A rich, fragrant jasmine pheromone suddenly invaded his body, jolting him awake. His eyes, like jet black stones, dark and unfathomable, stared at her intensely, as if to devour her whole. Tong Tong, Tang Tang. Is it really Tang Tang? You're awake. Su Miantang saw him awake and retracted her teeth slightly, but before she could react, a strong force pulled her down and pinned her firmly beneath him. The marking, exquisite and supremely pleasurable, not only soothed his nearly shattered spirit, but also awakened his long-dormant body. Su Miantang had thought that snow leopards, being wild beasts, would be reckless when aroused. But surprisingly, Qin Yinzhou, who looked like a top-tier brute, was actually shy and bashful, his ears always red. Even when out of control, he gently asked about her feelings. Indeed, a snow leopard that was adorable just by looking at it. This time, she wouldn't faint and turn into an information body, would she? Just as she thought this, when night fell and everything quieted down, she prepared to sleep. But then she saw Why didn't anyone tell her that Qin Yan's his second awakening ability in the vast pitch-black room by the floor-to-ceiling window on the carpet on the piano keys on the bathroom mirror? Su Miantang retreated in panic begging. Tears streamed down her face again. How had she ever thought an S-class combat male was cute? Truly once bitten twice shy, and then again and again. Don't come any closer please. Tong Tong, when I kissed you in the warship and you fainted, it was really an accident. I know, I believe you. If he came any closer, her fainting wouldn't be an accident. Guide to cultivating gardenias. Gardenia is a delicate flower. It cannot survive without water or sunlight. Without them it will wither. In addition, good ventilation, acidic soil, and a fixed growing area are required. Surf Planet. Hermes Temple Supreme Federation Command Center. Beside the sun-moon spring, a man with deep-set brow bones bent his tall, imposing figure, gently kissing a white information body floating in the water. His little marshmallow had truly turned into a gardenia, just as beautiful and alluring as in his dreams. From outside the hall came a faint rustling sound. A group of beautiful snake women entered holding all kinds of flower-shaped pastries. Since news spread that Tung Lezen had evolved into an S-class combat male and avenged the Surf Planet and the Kosamadro family, countless formerly exiled subjects, surviving Boa clan members, and even similar species had come to seek shelter under the new regime, begging for protection. Among them were some females who had come drawn by reputation. The Star-Lord's status was extremely noble, his combat rank exceedingly high, and his physique and features were so captivating that any female would feel weak in the knees. Yet he spent every day guarding a single flower. What a waste. They looked at their own revealing outfits, perfect makeup, and swayed their snake-like waists as they entered the hall, confident they could seduce any male in the universe. Jessica pays homage to the Star-Lord. In Xiaozhen pays homage to the Star-Lord. Rachel pays homage to the Star-Lord. In entering the grand hall, a group of bewitching women, serpentine in nature, gracefully bowed before the formidable man standing beside the sun-moon spring. They repeated their salutation 3 times, yet received no acknowledgement. Tentatively lifting their gazes, they beheld Star-Lord still tenderly stroking the gardenia cradled in his arms, utterly absorbed, as though the entire world had dissolved into that single blossom. Perhaps it was the uncommon softness in his eyes, the rare gentleness, that emboldened them. Slowly they slipped off their gossamer veils, revealing sleek, form-fitting attire, and glided toward him with deliberate allure. Indeed, after only 2 steps he reacted. Several shadows suddenly loomed overhead, eclipsing the gardenia's sunlight, and Tung Lezen's tender gaze instantly hardened. His sharp sword-like brows lifted, a deep emerald serpentine eyes blazed with chilling abyssal cold, a sight so terrifying that the women flinched violently and stumbled backward. SSDA, Star-Lord, get out, yes, we're leaving at once. Right away. Trembling, the females bowed their heads low and scrambled to retrieve their garments from the floor, so shaken that traces of their beast forms flickered uncontrollably across their bodies. Just now the Star-Lord had looked upon them as if they were lifeless husks. Why did he spurn this gathering of alluring serpentine beauties, yet lavish such devotion upon a mere flower? As they turned in bewildered confusion, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Nith's shrill panic timbre startled everyone. Yet the dense oppressive gloom clouding Tung Lezen's features vanished in an instant. His towering frame froze rigid as stone. It was Little Cotton Candy. Su Miantang awoke to find a swarm of snakes. In her greatest, most visceral fear, the cold-blooded creatures she dreaded above all else. Not ordinary snakes, but beings with human heads and undulating serpentine tails gliding sinuously across the ground. She nearly fainted on the spot. The females, still half-transformed, lifted their curious eyes toward the source of the cry, and witnessed the gardenia in the Star-Lord's hands dissolve into human form. A young woman. One glance was enough. They understood why the Star-Lord saw nothing beyond her, why his entire universe contracted to her alone. She was beauty incarnate, so transcendent that envy itself withered before her radiance. Their awestruck gazes converged upon her, and Su Miantang, acting purely on instinct, seized the man beside her like a lifeline. Help me. Help. There are snakes, so many snakes. In the moment Tung Lezen turned, the girl crashed headlong into his embrace. A wave of cool, ethereal gardenia fragrance enveloped him, along with her warm, supple body, and his heart hammered wildly. His slitted emerald serpent eyes trembled, nearly losing their focus, overwhelmed by a torrent of shock and euphoria, so intense it stole his voice. Little Cotton Candy. Ni's Little Cotton Candy. And the one he had yearned for until madness consumed him, had returned. And the very moment she reappeared, she rushed straight into his arms. Nothing in this world could rival the sublime perfection of this moment. Nothing could stir the soul more profoundly. Recovering his senses, he locked her fiercely against him, his sinewy corded arms coiling like unbreakable iron chains, holding her so tightly it felt as though he meant to fuse them together forever. Little Cotton Candy, you've returned. At last you're back? Do you know how long, how agonizingly long, I've waited for this day? Longer than the 20-odd years he'd spent biding his time for vengeance. How will you make it up to me? His voice, normally deep and resonant, trembled faintly with raw emotion. Yet the girl, still reeling from terror, heard nothing but the suffocating pressure of his hold, and rebuked him instead. Let me go. Let me go now. I need to run. There are snakes. Then Tung Lezen remembered. And she feared snakes. And without hesitation he unleashed his power. A single palm strike sent the serpentine women hurtling out of the hall. With a soft whoosh they vanished instantly. Su Miantang's racing heart gradually steadied. Cautiously lifting her gaze, her amber eyes locked onto the man above her, where he guarded. Their beast forms are serpents. So what is yours? He was striking, ruggedly handsome, effortlessly charismatic. Not close-cropped buzz cut revealed thick, jet-black hair. His features were sharply defined. Arched brows sweeping into his temples, eyelids thin, and blade-like gaze fierce and lethal, as if capable of slaying with a glance alone. He didn't look like someone trustworthy. In meeting her gaze, empty of recognition, Tung Lezen froze stunned. And you've lost your memory. Yes, in amnesia. Imperfect. And now little cotton candy belonged to him, and only him. He had once fretted over how to distinguish himself among rival males and win her heart. Now freedom reigned. Nonce marked, she would never escape him. A sly predatory smile curved his lips as he subtly concealed the tattoos coiling up his forearms. My beast form is a little cat. A little cat. And her eyes lit up, delighted. But then, her fingers brushed his short bristling hair, rough and prickly. Why is your hair so short? A golden-tipped short-haired cat. Alright. Then why are your eyes green and vertically slit? And they resemble the serpent's far more than a feline's. I'm overwhelmed, ecstatic, to see you. And why? She floated in the water, her raven-black tresses drifting like ink and silk, revealing a face of breathtaking loveliness and delicately sculpted collarbones. Her skin glowed milky white and smooth, her figure perfectly proportioned. Every curve exquisitely formed, every line divinely wrought. Clinging to him with innocent curiosity, she unknowingly ignited his deepest desires, fraying his control thread by thread. The temptation was absolute, unbearable. And, because I am your consort. His large hand clamped hard around her waist as he plunged downward into the water, his voice guttural, almost savage, merging with the sharp tear of fabric. Su Miantang's pupils dilated in shock. How could he? The once placid sun-moon spring rippled, then surged violently. Waves crashing, bodies rising and falling, until Su Miantang's shattered reason barely registered the anomaly. Her voice trembled, fragmented. WWHY is there? Too. She looked down, and saw iridescent scales and serpentine patterns shimmering across his forearm. Worse still, in his frenzy and loss of control, his tail emerged. A colossal, primordial serpent, vast as the legendary green anaconda of tropical rainforests, dwarfing the earlier females utterly. She jolted, fully awake, and screamed, liar. Tung Lezen, you colossal liar. You're not a kitten at all. You're a monstrous serpent. A terrifying colossal snake. Let me go now. She twisted to scramble ashore, but he lunged, seizing her wrists, fingers interlocking with hers, dragging her back underwater with ruthless, desperate force. Little cotton candy, you truly are a treasure. Tung Lezen's voice was rich with pleasure, hoarse with hunger, burning with the primal urge to devour her whole. The central star, Earl's residence. Never since Su Miantang assumed human form, the twin stars had brought her consciousness home, caring for her with tender devotion, awaiting her return. But one day passed, 2, 3, and nearly a month elapsed, yet she did not reappear. Just as Fred berated himself for failing to stop her from drinking, fearing the prolonged intoxication might harm her body, she reemerged. Tang Tang. And the man rushed forward and swept her into his arms. You're awake. Do you feel dizzy? Are you unwell? Is anything hurting? Before she could reply, he urgently began examining her, then froze midbin, staring at the dense constellation of love bites blooming across her collarbone. What is this? Su Miantang flushed, flustered. These are from Tung Lezen. That deceitful serpent. Not only had he lied to her, but he'd done so with relentless, exhausting creativity, nearly breaking her in the process. Tung Lezen. The giant anaconda. Ni's cherished, delicate female, the one he revered and nurtured with reverence, had been treated so roughly by another. Rage, jealousy, and searing possessiveness flooded him, drowning all restraint. The usually composed, gentlemanly male lost control for the first time. He pinned her onto the bed, his kiss claiming, demanding, infused with raw, unyielding ownership. Su Miantang recoiled, startled by the sudden shift. Fred, you're my guardian, aren't you? No. I am the one who loves you most, truly, wholly, beyond measure. In the instant his lips touched hers, Fred's reason dissolved, like an addict surrendering to craving, irreversibly, uncontrollably. As their kiss deepened into feverish intensity, the door burst open with a sharp screech. Both turned in unison, and Enzo strode in. Seeing them, his prominent Adam's apple bobbed, his cold lupin eyes darkened, feral smoldering, laced with something inscrutable, turbulent, and deeply ambiguous. Brother, Tang Tang. In late November, the weather turned cold and harsh. A violent storm lashed against a delicate begonia flower at the corner of a wall, its tender petals falling trampled by hurried passers-by on their way to work, crushed into juice that exuded a rich fragrance, adding a touch of refreshing beauty to the bitter winter. When Miantang opened her eyes, she found herself in a vast laboratory filled with intricate instruments. Here stood towering shelves of medicinal potions numbered from 0001, reaching tens of thousands of labels, each containing various potions with distinct functions: stamina recovery potion, mental purification, liquid void essence, star radiance potion, and some smart robots working on experiments in progress. She walked over intrigued and was astonished to discover that she understood every component, function, instrument name, and ongoing experiment. Not only did she understand, but she was also deeply familiar with them. Flipping through the logbook on the experiment table, she felt a surge of intense interest in the work. Was this her handwriting? Had she previously been engaged in scientific research? Wonderful, she loved it. Without any review or introduction, she deftly put on a lab coat and sterile gloves, continuing the unfinished work, growing more focused and absorbed with each passing moment. Are potions 078 and X4, X5 identical in effect? She picked up 3 vials, doubting her earlier conclusion. After examining Tung, Les, and Fred, and Enzo, she realized that even 2 of the same type could differ. Never mind, let's mark it as uncertain. She lowered her head, drawing a circle on the paper with a marker, but inadvertently noticed a pink badge on her chest engraved with a beautiful phoenix tail flower. What was this? She removed it in puzzlement, and a flash of a handsome, white figure along with his gentle, cultured voice suddenly burst into her mind. This is the only female badge in the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, pink, never before unveiled. You are the first to wear it. It's beautiful, and it suits you perfectly. Miantang and my heart, you and it are both one of a kind. The researcher badge of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, personally bestowed by the Dean, represented supreme honor and status. Dean. Miantang murmured softly. Who was he? Why did he feel so familiar, so warm, as if he should be standing by her side? She unconsciously flipped through the work log and suddenly noticed a line of text. Guide to cultivating the phoenix tail flower. Spore propagation. Prefers calcareous soil. Dislikes direct sunlight. Can be kept indoors year-round. Enjoys a humid environment. Missed leaves 23 times daily. The phoenix tail flower was also her informational entity. The records covered everything from planting to maintenance, thorough and precise, without a single omission, yet the elegant, refined handwriting was not hers. Who could it be? Just as she was pondering, a faint rustling sound suddenly reached her ears. Curious, she followed the sound and gently pushed open the door to a darkroom, where she saw a tall, jade-like, extraordinarily handsome figure in white, standing amidst countless operating instruments, earnestly observing a vial of phoenix tail flower nutrient solution. He was exactly the same as the white figure that had just flashed through her mind. Was it Dean? She called out tentatively in a soft voice. The girl's clear, ethereal voice suddenly rang out. The man conducting the experiment froze, his knobby fingers trembling, and a vial of nutrient solution fell to the ground with a crisp glass shatter. Hey, why did he drop the nutrient solution? Lucilly turned around slowly, as if afraid to disturb something. When he saw her, his deep, starry, ink-purple pupils trembled violently, as if they might burst into flames and burn a hole through her. But soon the fire faded. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes repeatedly hard. It must be from working too long, too tired. A hallucination. It must be. Miantang saw him rubbing his eyes almost self-destructively and felt a pang of concern. She hurried over and grabbed his hand. What are you doing? Your eyes are red. Does it hurt? Was she real? The voice in his ear was real. The face before him was real. The warmth of her palm was real. Miantang. Had his Miantang returned? Lucilly parted his lips, slightly incredulously, pulling her into a tight embrace, as if reclaiming a lost treasure, his eyes instantly brimming with tears. Miantang. Miantang, Miantang, Miantang. He could not utter a single sentence beyond repeating her name. No words could express what he felt. Miantang, hearing his voice, confirmed it. He was the Dean from her memories. Dean, I'm back. She comfortingly patted his quivering back, but accidentally noticed that this darkroom was filled entirely with poisons. And all were deadly toxins. There were cold weapons coated with poison layers, powerful poison gas bombs, and poison mists concentrated 1,000 or 10,000 times. She couldn't help but doubt his identity again. Shouldn't the Dean of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences be researching medicines to heal the world? Why had he produced so many lethal poisons? Why did you make so many poisons? She asked, frowning in confusion. But Lucilly, immersed in the overwhelming joy of having her back, couldn't hear her. Just as she was about to push him away, the man finally reacted. Because my power was too weak to breach the dragon domain. I wanted to use them to kill the evil dragon. These poisons could destroy every living thing in the world, but they were harmless to the phoenix tail flower. Miantang felt goosebumps all over her skin. A righteous, kind-hearted Dean of the Imperial National Academy of Sciences had turned into a dark poison master just to save her. And in such a short time, producing so many and such varied poisons must have taken an enormous amount of effort. He was truly risking his life to save her. Dean, thank you, really thank you. She returned his embrace, moved, feeling his tears soak through her goggles and into her hair, soothing him like a child. But now I'm back safely unharmed. If you don't believe me, take me for a checkup. Lu Silly held her ready to go for an examination. Miantang laughed and stopped him. Really? Wait a moment. These poisons look interesting. Why don't you tell me about them? She noticed that although he was the dean of the academy and her top boss, he had no airs at all, did everything she asked, and was completely obedient. But Lu Silly soon realized she had lost her memory. She had forgotten many things from before. Worse, she kept calling him dean, as if he were merely her superior. He had waited so long, expended so much effort, only to finally hear from her lips that he was not just the dean. He would never allow everything to return to the starting point. Huh, Dean, this poison gas bomb seems a bit different. How is it made? Miantang curiously picked up a gas bomb and turned to ask him, only to see. The man had already removed his goggles, revealing a pair of deep, enchanting ink-purple fox eyes along with the savage wildness usually sealed within, giving off a dangerously alluring aura. It seemed that the last time he took off his glasses something very terrifying had happened. Dean, what's wrong? Miantang swallowed, stammering, startled by his sudden transformation. Miantang, I am not just your leader. Then, what else are you? Your alpha. His usually cool voice turned husky and passionate. His large hand suddenly gripped her slender waist, pressing her onto the lab table, leaning in his fiery lips and tongue, engulfing all her sweet breath and sounds. MMPH, Miantang's eyes widened in shock. Was she so beastly? She didn't even spare her boss. A tearing sound of fabric came along with a heavy, uncontrolled, sensual male voice. Miantang, I've waited for this day. I've longed to tear off your lab coat for so long. Miantang, not only beastly but also wild. Wait, Dean, shouldn't we avoid the lab? One wrong move, and it could easily explode. She coaxed softly, but the once obedient boss no longer listened. I can't wait any longer, Miantang. If I wait any longer, I'll explode. Inside the lab, the experiment table laden with precision instruments trembled violently, as if struck by a blow. Miantang vaguely felt this was deja vu. But this time Lu Silly reached up and crushed the overhead camera and sound detector, then sealed the darkroom door with his combat power, making her realize things were far from simple. Miantang, not only beastly but also wild. Wait, Dean, shouldn't we avoid the lab? One wrong move, and it could easily explode. She coaxed softly, but the once obedient boss. Miantang had a dream. She dreamed that under the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, she broke through the soil, stretched out her branches and leaves, and spread across the vast, boundless central star continent, growing lush, verdant, and exquisitely beautiful. Just as she was about to transform into human form, she caught a whiff of a harsh, catastrophic aura. War descended, weapons, shells, and high-level combat power destroyed the home she depended on for survival, slaughtering countless living beings and beastmen on it. She was heartbroken and decided to use her pheromones to save the planet, but her power was exhausted, and she could no longer coalesce into human form. Even her informational body was swept into a boundless black hole, to sleeping for a very long time, so long that it seemed like hundreds or thousands of years later. She finally awakened, descending onto a planet called Earth, and transformed into human form, a swaddled infant only a few months old. She was adopted by a highly respected old scientist, raised to become an outstanding researcher, and made many remarkable contributions to society. Unfortunately, at the age of 18, an explosion tragically occurred in the laboratory. Everything after that, like a slideshow, was imprinted clearly in her mind, frame by frame, scene by scene, until she opened her eyes. Tong tong tang tang. Miantang. Master. Tang tang. Sister. Little cotton candy. As the faint light first entered her eyes, she saw handsome faces filled with excitement and worry, the identical twin stars, the majestic big golden retriever, the captivating Lon Lon, the pure and clear Rong Rong, the gentle and refined Dean, the exquisite and charming little Ear, the elegant and profound Qin Yanzhou, the slightly roguish tongue Lezen, and Xiaomi frantically flapping its wings and shouting in surprise. Master, 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 you finally returned. Finally returned. Xiaomi missed you so much, really missed you. Wonderful. Everyone was fine, all standing safely by her side. And she looked down at the dragon ring around her neck, which was faintly glowing hot. From the dream and Zhu Yang, she learned that the dragon ring was the supreme artifact of the dragon clan, possessing the miraculous power to forge souls and regenerate flesh. As long as the dragon spine was preserved and high-level pheromones were injected into it, it could help the divine dragon be reborn. After rebirth, it would no longer be a 9-claw golden dragon or a hellfire demon dragon, but the unique, pure 9-gold divine dragon, her Kaisa. She smiled slightly, and just as she was about to reach out her hand, she was eagerly grabbed by the 9 males beside her, who rushed forward in a swarm, nearly pressing her down onto the bed again. Thus large swaths of madly intense and shamefully explosive images flashed through her mind. These beasts, they actually took advantage of her amnesia. Usually they all seemed elegant gentlemen, like they were playing at pure love, but unexpectedly, in just a short time apart, they had become so cunning and arrogant, even daring to deceive her. Of course, a few of them were repeat offenders. Tong Tong, you're awake. Are you alright? Adhering to the principle that the law cannot punish the majority, her face blushed rebelliously, and she pulled back her hand with a flickering gaze. I'm fine, just a little tired. As soon as the word tired came out, all 9 males were stunned, each with different expressions, but their hearts were equally surging with waves faintly mixed with a hint of smugness. They all thought that Tang Tang had only woken up in front of themselves, convinced that they had been too excessive, causing her to faint for so long. Unconsciously, redness crept up their ears. Then did she like it? Or would she be angry and blame them? Somehow the atmosphere froze like this. Facing 9 pairs of burning hot deep eyes filled with anticipation, as if waiting for her to respond, Miantang was so embarrassed she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Then she turned her face and saw. It was snowing outside. Flakes of crystal clear, 6-petal snowflakes like feathers fell from the sky in profusion, covering the entire central city, decorating the earth everywhere, in a silvery, white, dazzlingly beautiful snow. The corners of her lips gently curved up, a glint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Having returned to the central star for so long, this was the first time she had seen snowfall. So as if escaping an awkward situation, she threw off the covers and ran outside. Tang Tang. Behind her, the 9 males saw this and hurriedly chased after her, afraid she might catch cold. They activated their combat power and set up warm protective light shields around themselves. So beautiful. Miantang stood amidst the vast snow, running, spinning, reaching out her palm to catch the flakes. Her bright eyes curved into crescents, and her clear, melodious laughter spread to every corner of the Jiuqing Villa district. Indeed, the footsteps of the 9 males halted, and their expressions were all stunned. So beautiful. She's so beautiful. Pure, charming, radiant, lively like a... Even though she was right before their eyes, they still couldn't control their intense longing and adoration, afraid that she would melt into the air silently like snow. A crisp bang sound came. Soft, fluffy snowflakes burst on their bodies, splashing onto their skin cool. The crowd seemed to be awakened, seeing the girl bend down, roll a snowball, and throw it at them. The corners of her eyes and brows instantly radiated unparalleled, passionate light. It was real. She was real. She had truly returned, completely and wholly returned, and would never disappear again, never leave them again. Most of the small snowball hit Yasalandi. He looked at the girl with amber eyes full of slyness, as if she was saying petulantly, "I did it on purpose. Who told you to be the first to bully me?" A thin corner of his lips couldn't help but curl into a pleased and wicked arc. Master hit him. Only hit him, not others, meaning she only loved him, not others. He grabbed the snow on the nearby branch with his slender fingers. Master, him coming. Jun Xingyin thought he was going to throw back, so he quickly dodged and stood in front of the girl. Unexpectedly, with his splat sound, he was also hit. Turning around, he saw Yu Zhongxian standing beside the girl with 2 snowballs in his hand, now reduced to 1. He was convinced that Yu Zhongxian had thrown it, still holding a grudge for exposing his identity earlier. So he also grabbed a snowball and threw it at him. Sister here. The young man who was handing a snowball to the girl was suddenly hit with a bang. He looked up and saw Jun Xingyin frowned his delicate brows and counterattacked. Unexpectedly, he missed, and the snowball flew straight toward Qin Yanzhou. Qin Yanzhou reacted extremely quickly, sidestepping, and the snowball hit Fulade square on. Fulade retaliated, and he sidestepped again, hitting Tung Lezin. Tung Lezin, who was rolling a snowball, didn't see who threw it. In his anger, he began an indiscriminate attack. For a moment, the scene descended into chaos. Aslandy hit Jun Xingyin with a snowball. Jun Xingyin retaliated by hitting Yu Zhongxian. Yu Zhongxian hit Qin Yanzhou. Qin Yanzhou hit Fred. Fred hit Tung Lezin hit everyone, and after being besieged by the group, the chaos only intensified. Snowballs flew through the air, and the splashing falling snowflakes were even denser than bullets flying on a battlefield. Enzo, bro, why did you hit me? Fred, it's too chaotic, I couldn't see, just a reflex. Aslandy, you're quite good at cheating. Actually manifesting 5 clones. Qin Yanzhou, isn't Commander Yu's mecha even more outrageous? It has no sense of pain. Lu, silly. When you throw, can't you use your head and calculate the distance and angle? Ha ha ha. A group of people engaged in a fierce battle, while the instigator Miantang ran happily among them, laughing, throwing snowballs, and stirring up the chaos. Suddenly, she felt someone steal a kiss from her in the confusion. How outrageous. She had to find out who it was and hit him hard. Then she saw Hua Rong, who was too kind-hearted to throw snowballs at anyone, and could only be struck, stood in the snow, his eyes red-rimmed and misty, gazing at her. As if to say, Tong Tong, I don't feel pain. She immediately grew anxious. Hey, don't hit Rong Rong. He's still young, he can't. Hearing this, everyone suddenly froze. Then in silence, they all together formed the biggest, hardest snowball they could and hurled it fiercely at Hua Rong, as if putting all their combat strength into it. The only SS-level top combatant male in the world was actually pretending to be weak in front of Tang Tang to win her sympathy. Utterly shameless. Hey. The more you say, the worse you get. Ha ha. Rong Rong, let's hit them together. In the palace, Queen Jenny, upon hearing that Miantang had awakened, rushed to visit her, expecting a deeply moving scene. Instead, amid the white snow, her proud son, the nation's revered pillars, the powerful magnates, and the lords of various galaxies were all playing a snowball fight with Tang Tang. Each tall, handsome figure surrounded the beautiful little female, chasing, laughing, and frolicking as innocently as children with nothing but boundless joy in their hearts. The usually dignified and solemn queen's eyes softened with affection. These children. Up. Miantang grew tired and lay back directly into the thick layer of snow. Beside her the 9 males sat or lay down around her one after another, each radiating heroic vigor and extraordinary bearing. From a distance it looked like a breathtaking painting. The girl breathed softly, her warm breath melting the falling snowflakes and blurring her trembling thick black lashes. Her hands and feet, warmed by the snowball fight, made her heart burn fiercely, pounding without pause. Happy, so happy. She was happy with them. In the past there were always people who were eager to help, frequently showed favor or confessed publicly, but she never felt anything. Her friends always said she didn't understand love. But now, she couldn't control the smile at the corners of her mouth nor the rhythm of her heartbeat. She must understand now, right? Swish, swish. She couldn't help stretching out her arms and legs, sliding up and down like a penguin. Look, do I look like a penguin? When she asked, she received no response. Curious, she sat up and saw. The 9 men were kneeling on one knee in the distance, each holding a bouquet of various flowers. On their foreheads appeared a special pattern formed by combat power, the bonding contract initiated by the male. Once the female agreed and infused her pheromones, they would be bound for life, deeply infatuated until death. They wanted to seek a contract with her. Miantang opened her mouth in slight astonishment. Hadn't she already marked them completely? Wasn't that enough? The bonding contract sounded beautiful, but it was extremely unfair to the males. If the female regretted or fell out of love, she could walk away anytime. But if the male was abandoned or wanted to break the contract, he would suffer both mentally and physically tormented until death, no matter how powerful his combat strength. She wanted to make them think carefully, but seeing her hesitation, the 9 men's eyes instantly blazed with panic, pleading, and resolute fervor, as if she would be the one to kneel and die in this frozen wilderness if she refused. She shook her head helplessly and walked over. Fred held a snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains. Tong Tong, you are the purest existence in my heart. Enzo held a dry as octopetala. Tong Tong, my most loyal love to you. These 2 flowers had always been the truest portrayal of her in their hearts. Lu Silly held a phoenix tail flower. Miantang, you are the one I am most infatuated with. Just like the first time he saw her through the crowd, his heart no longer belonged to himself. Aslandy held a butterfly orchid. May I grow wings and fly to you forever. His usual quirky, arrogant, and disdainful demeanor had completely vanished. He looked up, gazing intently at his beloved master, already a prisoner of love. Jun Xingyin held a peony. Tong Tong, I want to hold your hand and see all the splendor of the world together. His fingers holding the flower trembled slightly, as if he wished not only to offer the flower, but also to tear out his heart and present it to her. Hua Rong held a green bamboo. Everlasting love that never fades. Evergreen, you and I will always be together. It was his most beautiful yet most extravagant wish. Yu Zhongxian held a tulip. Sister, every day with you is a heartbeat of excitement. The happiest days of his life were spent eating, living, and being with her day and night. And from now on, every day would be like that. Qin Yanzhou held a jasmine flower. Sending you jasmine, I beg you not to leave. She was the only person he could touch and the one he could never leave. Tung Lezen held a gardenia. Little marshmallow, you are the only pure white in my dark world. His gland was born for her. His heart beat for her. His remaining life existed for her. She was his everything. Miantang carefully took the flowers, each one light in weight, but heavy in her hands like their promises. She bent down slightly and placed a solemn kiss on the shining bonding contract on their foreheads. Just as she was about to say something, the dragon ring around her neck suddenly grew hot and glowed with a dazzling purple gold light. Then tiny dragon only a dozen centimeters long appeared. A spirited little... It was Caesar. It had been reborn. It blinked its glittering heterochromatic eyes, holding a beautiful vibrant red rose in its mouth. Mian pure and passionate love. In the distance amid the vast snow, a figure as graceful as a deity approached her. It was Zhu Yang. He held a large bouquet of... In the distance amid the vast snow, a figure as graceful as a deity approached her. It was Zhu Yang. He held a large bouquet of gorgeous, brilliant begonia flowers. Having broken through 1,000 years of forbidden love, his secret crush had finally come true. Atang, I love you. I love you too. A tear traced down her cheek, her clear voice tight and hoarse. Miantang had never felt so happy, joyful, and complete as she did at this moment. I love you all too. I love you all too. I love you all too. She shouted loudly, tossing the flowers in her hand. Her stunning figure ran through the snow-covered land, and her melodious promise reached every heart. Behind her, the 11 men, all transformed into their beast forms. A golden feathered crowned eagle soaring through the heavens, a snow-white wolf king, a strikingly handsome red fox, a white tiger with blazing wings, a lion born with double pupils, a majestic and adorable iron-eating beast, a heroic mechanical battle armor, a fluffy snow leopard, a giant awe-inspiring anaconda, a divine dragon riding clouds and mist, and a pair of footprints. All followed the beautiful figure of the girl. Our romance exists at the end of the universe.